Chapter 201. The powerful Chunyi, with his unique fetishes. As expected of Chunyi, his strength is truly formidable. If not at the level of a demigod, he's probably at the top-tier saint level. The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance looked at the link with a serious expression. He was naturally aware of what had happened with Atida. Although the other party tried their best to block the news, I still found out from the clues that the other party had been crippled by Chunyi. Can a lord who can cripple a dragon lord be an ordinary person? I just don't know the extent of Atida's troop losses. The Blood Oath Alliance leader stared greedily at the now-closed link. He wouldn't be as foolish as that snow dragon lord to explore the unknown. He would rather fight Atieda than Chunyi. Everyone knows that Atieda was crippled by Chunyi, but instead of taking the opportunity to finish Atieda off, they attacked Chunyi, who crippled the latter. How foolish. Although the opponent did not have the strength to defeat the alliance under Atida, this still could not stop the Blood Oath Alliance leader from mocking the Snow Dragon Lord. Life is about finding some enjoyment. Like gambling on stones, he doesn't actually enjoy gambling. He just uses it to get the pleasure he wants. Alright, the atmosphere's got us all set. Let's go try our luck with a jade bet first. Because he didn't know the exact coordinates of Atida's territory, he didn't plan to take any action. When everyone else is fighting, the best course of action is to stay put. He is referring to himself as the one whose gains and losses are diminishing. As long as you stay calm and don't overdo it, someone in your industry will eventually ruin you by being reckless. The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance turned around and had his subordinates by the gambling stones. Damn it, Manhwa is still imposing license plate restrictions on me. It's such a hassle. Made a sarcastic remark, which summoned his entourage. An old man dressed in fine clothes, with a receding hairline and shrewd eyes, appeared beside the Blood Oath Alliance leader. Everything about him is good, except he's a bit ugly. He looked at the special units of the other lords he had purchased. This unit is very useful. After using it, you can almost completely let go of your territorial finances. Attendant, sir, based on my analysis, jade gambling is addictive. You can't continue like this. Fart. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the leader of the Blood Oath Alliance. I play with this stuff every day. I smoke it every day. How come I'm not addicted? Do you think I wouldn't know if it's addictive? The Iron River Alliance territory. It really was the result I expected. Dongfang Tiexin stood atop the 50-meter-high behemoth, clicking his tongue in amazement. Everything went as I expected. It was all just a clown show. If Chunyi is really that easy to deal with, wouldn't they settle scores with him later? Chunyi was one of the culprits who almost caused their failure. If it weren't for the calculations that attacking Chunyi might severely weaken one of them, the three alliances would have already joined forces to attack Chunyi to eliminate any future troubles. However, the opponent possessed sufficient strength, which led to a situation where three monks had no water to drink. No one wanted to lose their strength, so no one bothered Chunyi. But Chunyi is really strong. Dongfang Tiexin recalled the scene of the battle. Up until now, like the other lords, she had not even seen what kind of troops Chunyi had. 10,000 men splashed around and still couldn't figure out the depth. Chunyi, what kind of soldier are you? Dongfang Tiexin was both curious and heavy-hearted. Who cares about them? Our alliance has a handsome, rich, capable, and promising vice leader. What problem can't we solve? As Dongfang Tiexin pondered, a figure took flight in a very flamboyant manner, stepping on a scroll. Dongfang Tiexin didn't even look and turned his head directly. Yes, by law, my vice alliance leader. You should hurry up and make a new tier 1 scroll. Bailoa immediately perked up. Yes, how did you know I've advanced to the first tier of scroll master? How do you know that if I had the time, I could set up a scene like Chunyi's? The scroll floated erratically with the turbulent flow of the Bailuo River, and Dongfang Tiexin silently turned his head again. Don't worry, little one. If others have it, you should have it too. Oh, just as Bailoa was about to utter that famous quote, a giant hand grabbed him and flung him away. As a shooting star streaked across the sky, Dongfang Tiexin curiously shielded his forehead with one hand, watching someone disappear into the distance. Was I too heavy-handed? Never mind, his physical fitness is already at a golden level anyway. In the Thousand Ghost Forest. Buzz! Suddenly, a magnificent statue of an angel burst forth with dazzling white light from within a thatched hut. A figure rushed out and then knelt down. Great God of light, I am your faithful believer. Please tell me your needs, and I will. Long prayers were accompanied by the most devout kneeling. He raised his hands high, then prostrated himself on the ground. Buzzing. He reached out to the trembling, conveying his message to his followers. What? The believer's petite body jolted suddenly. Then she looked up in astonishment. What did you say? Evil has already manifested. Yes, it's me. I'll find it right away. Rest assured, your instructions are my faith. Praise be to my God, my noble Lord God. I am your most loyal and trusted apostle. The girl knelt on the ground, praying incessantly, her beautiful blue eyes hidden behind a black hairband. After a half-hour prayer, the sound and vibrations of the holy image gradually faded, and she slowly and skillfully got up. She opened the chat interface and contacted that person immediately. The evil will has already stirred up trouble. Can you feel it? Has there been any major battles recently, or any powerful lords appearing? Michelle's message reached Chunyi at an extremely fast pace. Chunyi was stunned for a moment and hurriedly asked Manhwa. Manhwa thought for a moment and then threw the question back to his own alliance leader. If we don't count your war, then it seems like there's nothing left. My war? Chunyi was stunned, looking at the scorched earth and snowfields not far away, which had completely changed the terrain. Was this a big battle? I just stretched my back. The war is over. Manhwa, Atida, Michelle. That means there are other people. Manhwa immediately echoed. He stretched, realizing that such a large battle and scale was nothing more than a stretch for his own leader. No wonder he had refused my aid earlier. Manhwa felt ashamed when she thought about this. It's like I'm showing off my skills in front of Guan Yu, a legendary Chinese general. Since I can't help the alliance leader with combat, I'll help with intelligence. Thinking this, he hurriedly began to investigate the lords who had just made their moves. I've already investigated for you, and I'll let you know as soon as I have the results. Chunyi replied to Michelle. He was deeply saddened by this person, not only because of the core energy but also because of his own speculation. Based on his own deduction, the other party was very likely the demigod lord. As the only demigod lord, try to be on good terms with him and avoid offending him. By the way, what kind of unit is the demigod lord? Can they be crossbred? He looked at the chat box with some curiosity, and doubts arose in his mind. Quack. Caw 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 caw. Chunyi was curious. The excitement of watching a goblin drag a charred corpse past him was no less than that of mating. But, why are these goblins mating? The goblin with confusion. It was his special goblin, the one with the second characteristic. Lazy goblin. Isn't this guy supposed to be uninterested in everything? Why is he suddenly interested in mating? Wait, what's that? His pupils contracted instantly, and his expression was incredibly expressive. Corpses, you have a special fetish for corpses, especially old men? Chapter 202, The Hasty Departure of the Heidi Family. He stared in shock at the lazy goblin. You're actually a goblin? I really misjudged you. Chunyi covered his eyes and waved for the other person to pass quickly. Although he didn't know what this special goblin was thinking as it dragged the corpse of the dead shaman. But it's all good. What if it triggers a second characteristic? Although this makes it even more abnormal, he doesn't really care as long as it increases his strength. Alright, the black-armored goblins, come out and clean up the mess. Chunyi gave the order, and the black-armored goblins quickly moved through the gray fog. All the other goblins made their move. Even the single lazy goblin did. How could I not let my beloved lazy goblin take action? A qualified ruler should, of course, bestow his favors equally upon all his subjects. Swish swish. The already incredibly fast black-armored goblins became even faster under the cover of the gray fog. Figures flashed by quickly, like phantoms in the gray mist. In an instant, wherever the phantom touched, all survivors died, and all dropped equipment mysteriously disappeared. The corpse was swallowed by the gray mist, and the equipment was taken by Chunyi. He looked at the growing amount of equipment in his private space with a sense of gone 3 kai 3, a feeling of mixed emotions, often including nostalgia or reflection. Although there are many, the quality is too poor. Let Gu Xiaoyu refine them instead. Having seen too many bronze weapons, he now found these ordinary weapons utterly uninteresting. He is currently wearing bronze armor made by Gu Xiaoyu, just like the goblins are wearing. As for ordinary armor, I don't like it at all. My armor, my equipment, my money. Damn it. I should have known better than to get involved in this battle. That's right. Not only have I lost most of my troops, but I've also lost my most elite equipment. That's a top quality suit of armor that I bought at great expense, second only to bronze weapons. That's right. Give us compensation and an explanation. At the same time, the lords behind the 10,000-strong allied army also began to condemn the Snowfield Lord. Although this battle was just a stretch for Chunyi, it was a huge loss for them. Not only did they lose their own troops, But many people also lost all their excellent equipment. Armor? I lost 30 sets of armor. Do you know how hard it is to get armor? Do you know how many orcs I've killed? And me? Do you know how difficult it is to train my troops? All sorts of condemnations flooded the Snow Lord's private channel. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Fools, these idiots. It's just one failure, yet they dare to defy me. The Snow Lord glared angrily at the numerous lords who were denouncing him for a small loss. Chunyi only took full advantage of the scroll. He has used up all the scrolls this time. Next time, as long as I organize another attack, he will definitely be no match for me. Yes, next time. The Snow Lord seemed to have thought of something. I need to hurry. I can't give Chunyi time to recover. Filled with resentment at the defeat. We still have some of our own troops, and we can withstand another defeat. I can do it. He took a deep breath and calmly considered the situation. I've been making these plans for a long time. How could I possibly back down just because of this one time? He had obtained a trump card, the existence of special troops. The world exists because of me, and I was born to rise step by step over everyone else. Yes, that's it. He looked at the group of old men behind the snow dragon. They were all shaman priests, roughly estimated to be around 300. We didn't have enough high-end combat power in the previous battles, so we need to send more priests this time. The Snow Dragon Lord hardened his heart and sent out 200 shaman priests. Once I acquire Chunyi's territory and establish a larger alliance, I can increase my reputation, which will attract more shaman priests to join me. The Snow Dragon Lord meticulously calculated his bills, and by any measure, he was making a profit. A moment later he went berserk. That's it. Let's go immediately. On the other side, Chunyi looked at his territory with satisfaction. Even if he wasn't using any skills, his territory was still shrouded in gray mist for a radius of 5 miles. Great. Now I can go out with peace of mind. He nodded in satisfaction. The gray fog stretched for 3 kilometers, allowing him to quickly ascertain the situation in his territory even when he went out. Having chosen a route, he was prepared to speed up the capture of Ostaban. Because it wants to have its cake and eat it too, the will of Atlantis will definitely take action against its own territory. Therefore, he needs to take over the city of Os as soon as possible, and at the same time, he needs to use the city to help him develop his territory. The previous approach of gradually eroding resources, like boiling a frog in lukewarm water, needs to be changed. He is prepared to take charge personally. It's definitely not because I'm afraid of the heavenly lightning and want to use the protective shield of the city of Os. Seriously, with the fight escalating to this point, isn't Heidi Yadin going to come out and see what's going on? Since Chunyi had already decided to go to the city of Os, he planned to use Heidi Yadin's identity. The fireworks were so spectacular, why didn't anyone come out to watch? Chunyi curiously used the gray fog to sense a tent on the outskirts of his territory. Nobody's here. His expression immediately tensed up, and he rushed toward the tent in disbelief. There really is nobody here. Lifting the tent flap, one could sense the lingering aura of a dragon, a cluster of strange eggs in a container, and pieces of dried animal hide. But Yadin and the others were nowhere to be seen. He strode to a simple animal skin table, where a letter was placed in the most conspicuous position. Chunyi, due to a family emergency, I have to go first. Please take care of the blood eggs here for a while. I will bring the money later. The envelope contains some secrets about inoculating the bloodline and how to care for the blood eggs. This is exactly what the other party had previously prevented me from touching. But now it's laid bare right in front of me. She spoke confidently, showing no concern that Chunyi might embezzle funds, and simply said that she would send the money over afterward. Does this little girl know me so well? Chunyi shook his head. He was indeed a shrewd businessman, but he also had his own bottom line. Deal reached. He picked up the cultivation method and put it away, then added with a smirk, taking care of the blood eggs is fine, but confidentiality is a separate price. Who had been wearing armor were still waiting outside the tent. When the other party left, they didn't even have time to notify him or take the black-armored goblins with them. It seems to be something really important. The other party has already left. No wonder I was so amazed by the fireworks here. But how am I supposed to get into the city now that they've left? Chunyi scratched his head. To enter the city without attracting attention, one needed legal identification. Originally, I wanted to take advantage of Heidi's family identity, but where am I supposed to get it now? Chapter 203. Would you believe me if I said I was just stretching my muscles? Your battle has attracted enough attention. Congratulations on your increased fame. Currently, he enjoys widespread recognition and is a dominant force in his region. Congratulations on gaining the reputation of a regional overlord. Your existence will now be known throughout the empire. Congratulations. Frequency closure. Chen Yi blocked the boring messages from the system. Fame is no longer of any use to them, since their lord and the empire can only have one survive, and they are fundamentally opposed to each other. Therefore, there's no need to worry about the empire finding out. His current dilemma is how to obtain legal status. To enter a city without attracting attention, one must have a legitimate identity, at least in terms of legitimate status within the empire. Besides Yaden, there are other people who can give themselves this identity. Chen Yi walked towards the spring of life in his territory. It was originally a move I made out of boredom, but I haven't been able to manage it because I've been too busy lately. I never expected that I would actually use it now, by sheer accident. I definitely need to go to the city of OS, not only because I need to speed up my plans, but also because of the choice of route. He chose to have both fish and bear's paw. Undoubtedly, this will bring enormous benefits, such as this forest, of which only a small part has been explored, and the unknown resources of the empire. However, enormous profits are accompanied by enormous dangers. The most obvious thing is that the will of Atlantis has its eyes on them. Whether for the development of his territory or for his own personal gain, he had to go to the city of OS. You've witnessed my growth too. He came before the Fountain of Life and spoke frankly. The Fountain of Life, after several renovations, has undergone a dramatic transformation. It's no longer the green crystal that used to float on the small pond. At this moment, he is more like a sacred symbol, only lacking a statue. The fountain-like design features a gray mist that forms a curtain of water to protect the top gemstone. Newly born goblins are conceived from the waterfall. He stretched his hand upwards, and the dazzling gem floating at the top of the fountain was easily removed. Let's go just in case. After upgrading his territory, he gained an opportunity to transfer it. Although he didn't want to use it, he still wanted to take it with him just in case. If I successfully weather the crisis in Atlanta, that would be the best outcome. If not, Chen Yi looked at the gem in his hand. According to the system prompts, as long as he places the gem anywhere and injects an energy stone, he can activate it and change the location of his territory. In other words, once the core is taken, the territory can be instantly transferred to the city of OSS at any time, whenever one wishes. This allows them to make choices that satisfy Atlanta and no longer be targeted, and even take over the city from within instantly. The downside is that it loses the forest's resources and completely puts itself in opposition to the empire. Therefore, he would not do this unless absolutely necessary. The empire is good, as energy cores are relatively easy to obtain, but the Thousand Ghost Forest has much richer resources. What he truly desired was to be a ruler who lived in seclusion behind the scenes, with the forest at his back. Having secured his protection, Chen Yi headed towards a tent within his territory. There are people there who can help me obtain legal status. At the same time, Fei Yin and his group, who had been bound for several days, lay expressionless on the ground. Did you hear that? It sounds like it's over. Fei Yin spoke calmly, and even though they hadn't seen the battle outside the door, they could feel it from the aftershocks. It's over. It seems the army has retreated. The shadow lying next to the giant dagger sighed helplessly. Who exactly kidnapped them? Why are there giant dragons and massive battles? As an assassin, his perception is top-notch. But it was precisely because of his extremely strong perception that he was even more afraid. During the days he was kidnapped, he saw dragons that he might never see again in his life, and more than one. They also heard the dragon begging for mercy and howling for 3 days and 3 nights. Next came the vibrations that could be felt even inside the tent. He was aware of this kind of tremor. It could only be generated by a large-scale military march. And then, sure enough, the owner of this territory fought with the army. But this is too fast. They lost just like that? It's only been a few minutes. I'm not that fast. The shadow sighed helplessly, but there was nothing it could do. It could only blame the fact that the master of this place was simply too powerful. I think the war is not over, but the two sides may have reached a truce. Why don't we run away? The Asian Union, who were lying on the ground, suddenly jumped up. Although the bindings were very uncomfortable, they were strong enough to break free. The reason we didn't do that before was because we were afraid that the other group of monsters was too powerful. 2 people defeated them. With so many monsters, they certainly wouldn't be able to escape. But things are different now, he said. Let's take advantage of the fact that the master here is at war with the other powerful tribes and seize the opportunity to take him away. Smell. A fragrant breeze wafts by, as delicate and elegant as orchids. As Asia Union turned around, A mature woman with loose purple hair was looking at him with amusement. Heidi Hella was watching Asia Union intently when she made a joke. Little Asia Union, you don't actually think we can escape from this battlefield, do you? That's right, stop struggling. We can't even beat one side, let alone two. The man called Stone lay quietly to the side, motionless, delivering the perfect finishing blow. Perhaps this is the only fun inside this tent. Asia Union, if you want to run, then run. I'm too old to walk anymore. Fian added. Yilian walked angrily up to Fei Yin. Uncle, you're not leaving, are you? Fei Yin nodded calmly. Okay, then I won't leave either. As he spoke, Yilian lay down next to Fei Yin. The air was still for a second. The expected youthful passion did not materialize. Xia Yalian's reaction exceeded everyone's expectations. Immediately afterwards, the small figure asked in a low voice. Uncle, you're about to die. Why don't you pass on the Crimson Lotus sword technique to me? Fei Yin. When am I about to die? Isn't this just in case? It would be such a pity if you died and your swordsmanship was lost. If you give it to me, I can help you carry it forward. Ha! Before the two could finish speaking, Hella couldn't help but burst out laughing. What a quick thing to do. Looking at Asia Union's shameless attitude, she was reminded of how Fei Yin was when he was young. You two are practically identical. It's hilarious. Back then, Fei Yin had said the same thing to him, except that what he sought was not swordsmanship, but something else. They were trapped in the same situation, giving up in the same way, dying in the same way, and demanding the same things. This is exactly like it was back then. Asia Union is very similar to Fei Yin back then, except that the former has more youthful passion and likes to pick fights everywhere. Get out of here. No, I'm not dead yet. Fei Yin smacked the other person with her hand in annoyance, and then quickly tied herself up again. Hey, uncle, don't be so stubborn. You're going to die soon anyway. It's the same. Give me the stuff, and I'll help you make it famous. Asia Union shamelessly continued to demand more. Fei Yin turned his head with a dark expression and said, I've already told you that my things are not suitable for you. You have to create your own. Asia Union was taken aback, then said very seriously, Isn't what's yours mine? Fei Yin's face darkened. Asia Union added, We are one family. Damn it. I can't hold back anymore. I'm going to beat you up. Fei Yin stood up, and the ropes binding her slipped off. Suddenly, the tent flap was lifted. Chunyi stared blankly at the scene inside. Is this a preparation for a prison break? Fei Yin, if I said I'd been lying in bed obediently for days, and then just got up to stretch my muscles a bit, would you believe me? Chapter 204, Shamanic Ritual. This thing, am I being forced to worship some evil god? Out of the 1,000 dark forest, Fei Yin looked at the black markings on her arm with some distress. I've heard that some powerful gods will bestow their strength upon believers and leave a mark upon them. He had only ever seen such a thing in the Holy Church, and only by a high-ranking priest there. He glanced at Heidi Hella beside him, who had a relatively richer knowledge base in the subject. Hella nodded as she looked at the black vortex pattern in the other's hand. Based on her knowledge, this thing should be what is known as divine power. Fei Yin couldn't help but smile wryly after receiving a positive answer. He looked towards the back of the group, past the Stone Shadows and Asia Alliance, where a boy was sitting atop a bird-dragon magical beast, surveying his surroundings. In other words, this person is actually an apostle of God. Fei Yin felt bitter. No wonder he was so powerful. No wonder he didn't take the siege of the dragon and the tribe of 10,000 men seriously. He looked at the mark in his hand again. If this thing really was divine power, then what the other party said was true. Once you activate this mark, you can instantly gain a 10-fold increase in combat power. If I could, I really wouldn't want something like this. Slumped even more as he walked. Possessing the power of a god, even an evil god, is something people yearn for, because it signifies immense power. But this also means that I've fallen into a terrible vortex. Imagine, an apostle of an evil god wants to use their identities to enter the city of Os. What awaits the people of the city? Is it missionary work? Or a massacre? Gurgle. Thinking of this, his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. Chunyi, on the other hand, took all these emotions to heart with great interest. The cursed seal means that the other party's life and death are in your hands. Not only life and death, but even all strong emotions and thoughts can be easily perceived by you. Only, am I that bad? He was speechless. This was about an evil god and the massacre of a city. This is blatant slander. I'm the kind of person who feels bad even if I step on an ant. Forget it. We'll correct these people's wrong ideas after we get to the city and finish our business. Oh, magnificent city of the empire. I have arrived. Chenyi opened his arms, giving off a sense of a wild man finally returning to the city. The main purpose of this trip is to conquer the city of Osto and overcome the crisis in Atlantis. Therefore, he only brought a small number of people with him. Only 200 people, not many at all. The remaining troops should be enough to defend the city. The Thousand Ghost Forest. Your fame has increased after the battle. You have gained widespread renown. The shaman has arrived in your territory and is very pleased with it. Your reputation is extremely high. The shaman wishes to become your subordinate unit. Do you agree? Yes or no? Shamanic ritual? The Snow Dragon Lord, who was just about to go out and conquer Chunye's territory, immediately became excited. Agreed, of course I agree. Haha, just what I needed. A pillow has been provided. Having experienced the power of a shaman, he knew the strength of a forest priest. The reason he lost the battle with Chunyi before was because the shaman had not shown his true strength. It's important to know that the power of shamans isn't limited to just making their teammates fly. Their riding is one of the most magical powers, and it's said to even reach the level of gods. Was filled with excitement as he watched the shaman priests who had once again pledged allegiance to him because of their reputation. Another 300, You 200, stand over there. With a wave of his hand, he sent 200 shaman priests who had just pledged allegiance to him to join the army preparing for battle. With 2 snow dragons and 400 shaman priests, even a fully healed Chun Yi will be safe as my stepping stone. He clenched his fists and looked into the depths of the forest behind the territory. Speaking of which, these shamanic rituals have been coming out quite frequently lately. Has something happened in the middle of this forest? The enormous trees, with their countless branches and dense foliage, blocked out the entire sky, and the sparse sunlight barely illuminated the surroundings through the layers of light. Under the sunlight, granular dust floats silently. This is the current state of the Thousand Ghost Forest. The closer you get to the heart of the forest, the more you will feel the meaning of the name, Thousand Secluded Forest. Forget it. No matter what happens, as long as I grow quickly, none of them can stand against me. He grinned and resumed his actions. This time is different. He not only wants to forcibly summon the low-ranking lords along the way, but also to win over several high-ranking lords. However, high-ranking lords are quite rare here. Give it a try. He sent messages to several high-ranking lords he knew in the Thousand Dark Forest. The result, however, was, attack Chenyi? Are you crazy? Haven't you given enough yet? Don't drag me down with you if you're courting death. Get out of here, you stinky idiot. Damn it. Fist clenched. The Snow Dragon Lord stared in disbelief at the replies. They had all rejected him. Even after I revealed that I had another trump card, they still rejected me. Damn it, what a bunch of scoundrels. His fists, unable to vent his anger, pounded into the air, and his eyes turned fierce. The next second, he looked at the piece of equipment in his hand and gritted his teeth. Don't think I can't function without you. I hope you won't regret your choice today. After hesitating for a while, he took out one of the 2 antique-looking and unique tokens in his hand. The Lost Kingdom of the Abyss. Note, the token once held by the Lord of the Abyss, though it has lost most of its original function, can still summon monsters from the Abyss. Note, the sealed token requires a large amount of energy stones or abyssal power to unlock. Note, user, do not gaze into the abyss, just as you should not gaze into the token. Chapter 205, The Iron-Blooded AUS Family. City of OS. The Heidi family. The City Lord's mansion has been in real chaos lately. Shoot, don't talk nonsense, are you out of your mind? A magnificent door sculpture was surrounded by layers of people. One more step forward and they would be in Heidi's family territory. They dared not proceed. Targeted by the City Lord's soldiers because of this. However, this time, no substantial action was taken despite the surveillance. The soldiers scoffed and ignored the lowly people. Soldiers of the City Lord's mansion with official status. Their position was higher than that of ordinary people. Moreover, they are currently on a mission, which means the government naturally looks down on these peasants. Seeing that the soldier only glanced at him and didn't reprimand him as he remembered, the man gradually became bolder. He said to the people around him, first the Paro family, and now the Heidi family. Is Lord OS preparing to purge the rest of the nobles? SHHHHHHH. The person next to him put a finger to their lips, trying their best to stop him. But after waiting 2 seconds, and the soldier still didn't react, he became bolder and whispered, have you heard about the assassination attempt a while ago? Hey, I've heard about that. Another person excitedly joined the conversation, and he was clearly much bolder. He said, I heard about it. That man is a beast. He didn't even spare the horses. He actually blew up all the horses in the city lord's mansion. Hiss! The group of people around who had their ears perked up all gasped in shock. This is actually true? Of course, but... The man deliberately spoke slowly. This won't have any impact on the city lord's mansion. Note that it won't have any impact. I'm not saying anything nonsense. He emphasized this while observing the soldiers guarding the entrance to the Heidi family's residence. Seeing that the other party had no intention of making a move, he continued. It's a pity that the assassin didn't find out clearly that the batch of dragonblood horses was the species that the city lord's mansion was planning to replace. What? Those around him immediately showed expressions of disbelief. The dragonblood horse is so powerful, why are they replacing it? Of course you know. Who is the OS family? I heard that Lord OS found a better replacement when he went out this time. You're right, you mean a better alternative. Some people recalled the young master of the OS family who had just entered the Heidi family, whose soldiers were all riding very cool mounts. Yes, that's the mount. I heard it's called the alligator horned horse. I've heard that this newly appointed young master is quite adept at controlling and breeding the crocodile, horned horses. With no further information available, the group could only gather together to discuss various rumors. These rumors are often controlled by the rulers. The soldiers, hearing that what the other party was saying was in a direction favorable to the OS family, stopped interfering and let them do as they pleased. Who has the final say in the entire city of OS? Without a doubt, the OS family. Anyone who opposes the OS family will die a horrible death. The soldier looked at the Heidi family behind him, his disdain mixed with a hint of sadness. If the Heidi family submits, things will be better, otherwise. Humph. Meanwhile, in the Heidi family council chamber, as expected of the Heidi family, they actually have such a strong foundation. Su Qingyu, dressed in a fox fur coat, stood in the hall and casually picked up a cup of warm tea, taking a sip. I wouldn't dare. The OS family has a deep-rooted foundation there. I never expected that they would hide a young master and a new group of warhorses. Looking at the captain of the guard and Heidi Yaden, who had just returned to her side, Mrs. Heidi felt a surge of confidence. Su Qingyu responded calmly, Mrs. Heidi is joking. Everyone knows about my relationship with my godfather. I was just lucky. Previously, the two were worlds apart, and she could only admire this noble lady from afar, even having to curry favor with her family's young master, Yaden. But now things are different. Having leveraged this power, she is no longer afraid of any noble in the city. Because she represents the OS family. Su Qingyu glanced at the dozen or so people reaching out their hands. Although their auras were not weak, they were far fewer in number than the cavalry behind her. You have a dozen or so people, but I have 300, and with one signal, I can mobilize thousands more. This is the difference between the OS family and the Heidi family today. Good luck. Mrs. Heidi chuckled almost imperceptibly. The first thing this woman did after taking power was to befriend the Paro family, followed by suppressing the Ainaville family and wiping out the Adventurers Guild. Background beforehand. She would have thought that this was really the young master of the OS family, given all these ruthless methods and decisive actions. The other party's actions and ruthless methods were even more extreme than those of OS Solo, the eldest son of the OS family. Mrs. Heidi's reinforcements have arrived today, so I won't bother you any longer. I hope you will give my suggestion a good consideration. I'll take my leave now. Su Qingyu spoke respectfully, but there was no real respect in her words. Clank. The Dragon Rider blood guards clanged as they turned in unison through the winter snow. Snow fell from their shoulders, their heads, and their accessories, as if unable to withstand the killing intent and cold of the cavalry. Walk! Su Qingyu leaped onto her warhorse and then led the troops away. How arrogant! How dare you deploy cavalry on the territory of my Heidi family? Madam, please allow me to. The captain of the guard was furious and wanted to rush out, but was stopped by Lady Heidi. Don't go. That guy Ostanton is just waiting for us to make our move. Mrs. Heidi narrowed her eyes. She knew that all Tandin lacked was an excuse. Just like with the Adventurers Guild before, the other side simply found an excuse to wipe out the entire Adventurers Guild. In the cramped city, the cavalry's premeditated charge was simply too much for the adventurers to withstand. Without the adventurers, the weakness of the Heidi family's lack of combat power was exposed. Just like the current situation, the OS family only sent a few hundred cavalrymen and a young master, yet they were already in a very awkward position. Even if Yaden hadn't rushed back so quickly. Mother, why should we back down? I'm back now, and with the hidden guards. Yaden was also a little angry. Just as she was about to say that with the help of the hidden guards, They could keep this arrogant woman here. She was interrupted by her mother. Do you think we're the only ones with hidden guards? Yaden remained silent. A remark by Mrs. Heidi reminded her of the time she was kidnapped. Even OS Rog, the least favored young master of the OS family, has a bodyguard of higher rank than himself. Yes, in terms of combat strength, they are indeed no match for the OS family. Are we just going to let it go like this? Yaden gritted her teeth in resentment, and for some reason, a figure suddenly appeared in her mind. If Chinyi were here. Unfortunately, that man isn't here. Stop. As soon as Su Qingyu stepped out of the Heidi family's house, she immediately sensed that something was wrong with her surroundings. There were very few people at the entrance, and surprisingly, no one was attracted by his big fuss. And the few soldiers he had held back were gone. Phew. It's so cold. I've been waiting for quite a while. A cold wind blew through the streets, and the sparse doors and windows of the houses were slightly opened to observe the situation on the street. You must be the young master of the OS family. Several figures appeared in the street at some unknown time. These people were fully armed and dressed strangely, staring coldly at Su Qingyu. It's you? Su Qingyu's pupils constricted instinctively when she saw who it was. The leader rode a huge, ferocious tiger, wielding a long spear. With a flick of his wrist, the falling snowflakes somehow bypassed him and slid off. Chapter 206. Beautiful women always get what they want. Hanyu. Su Qingyu stared in shock at the person leading the divine rider tiger who was blocking her way. Knew the other party's identity for some special reason. At the time, she was working with Irving, who had repeatedly mentioned wanting to destroy her territory to strengthen his own power. Even I myself had once had thoughts about this person. But why? Why is the other person here? Where is his unit? Su Qingyu looked around warily. But apart from the 5 people on the street and the army behind him, there were really no other people. Impossible. As a lord, the other party would never be so stupid as to appear directly in front of me. Su Qingyu's vigilance intensified. Troops are the Lord's sharpest weapon. Under normal circumstances, the Lord will not go out alone easily, and even if he does go out, he will bring enough troops to protect him. What are you looking for? Hanyu did not know Su Qingyu, but he felt that she was somewhat different. Unlike the Western faces here, the other person's black hair felt somewhat familiar. Unfortunately, it's only familiarity. He had just arrived in the city and was not familiar with the people there. Su Qingyu looked intently at the group of people, while the knights behind her began to block her way. Young master, be careful. These people are quite strong. The weakest among them is at the platinum level. The cavalrymen behind them could all sense the aura emanating from the other side, especially the leader riding the raging tiger. Su Qingyu waved her hand. It's all right. She didn't care about the other party's strength, because as a lord, the most important thing was definitely her own troops, not her own strength. Unless she becomes a banished, wandering lord. Only in this way will they begin to pay attention to their physical exercise. Otherwise, have you ever seen a boss who works out instead of hiring bodyguards for their own safety? But where exactly is this unit? Su Qingyu surveyed the surroundings, but still couldn't find the enemy's troops. What exactly are you looking for? Hanyu asked a question, but then sneered the next second. Honestly, why bother talking to you? Just take it. The next second, a flash of cold light, and it shot out like a dragon. The spear tip parted the snowflakes and headed straight for Su Qingyu. Clang! The knight behind him blocked the attack, and then launched a charge without orders. The 5-meter-wide street was instantly occupied by cavalry, leaving no other roads or spare space to hide. They were like spiked traps in a tomb, advancing comprehensively and fatally. Stop watching, they're fighting. Bang bang. The doors and windows were immediately shut tightly. The streets were instantly filled with cavalry charges. That's all. Damn it. Hanyu wanted to confront the enemy cavalry head-on and launch a massive attack to take their heads, but he discovered that his raging tiger was somehow trapped by the road beneath its feet. The road beneath our feet has transformed from a stone-paved path into a sandy mess. Skill. His eyes turned cold. As expected, these warhorses possess skills. Kill. The cavalry were incredibly fast, and with the added boost from their skills, they arrived in front of Hanyu and his men in an instant. Clang. The spear curved into a crescent shape, attempting to sweep across the entire army, but was violently knocked back by the powerful impact of the charging warhorse. The OS family is indeed powerful, but the Adventurers Guild will not let this go. Retreat. Hanyu's first attack failed, and he was repelled. He immediately changed his tactics, as if he had rehearsed the whole thing countless times in his mind. Swish, swish. The four people behind them also summoned various magical beasts, and then rushed out of the encirclement at an extremely fast speed. So they're remnants of the Adventurers Guild. No wonder they dared to attack our OS family. Instead of giving chase, the commander of the guards launched a special spell, similar to an evolution, into the sky. They don't handle such pursuits. The OS family has a dedicated department for that. The Dragon Riders and Blood Guards, as elite soldiers of the City Lord's mansion, are only responsible for protecting the young master and obeying the City Lord's orders. The Adventurers Guild? Su Qingyu looked at Han Yu and the others as they left with complicated feelings. This explanation seems reasonable, but it's impossible for her, who knows her inside and out. The other party is definitely not from the Adventurers Guild. Su Qingyu was quite certain that the other party was Han Yu, the Lord of the Violent Tigers. As for the others, they should also be lords. She was simply wondering why the other party was here, and why they weren't bringing their own troops. Forget it. Let's question him after we catch him. Su Qingyu continued with her plan without a care in the world. Let's go back. The soldiers turned around in unison, their iron horses gleaming coldly in the reflection of the snow. The city gates are already sealed, so it's impossible for Han Yu and his group to escape unless they have the help of a powerful family. Otherwise, they will eventually be caught and brought back. And large families? Snort. Of the three major families in the city of OS, the Paro family was won over by him, Ainaville was suppressed by him, and the Heidi family was preoccupied with its own problems. Where can anyone lend a helping hand? The Fallen Ones Association, the three great families. Once I've wiped you out, I'll have my own army, and then... Su Qingyu recalled her plan. Was furious when he heard that the assassination of the Dragonblood warhorse was carried out by the so-called Fallen Order. However, they also immediately prepared to use this excuse to annex the remaining families. The reason the annexation plan wasn't implemented earlier was because the three major families were also quite powerful, and they were likely to unite in the face of the OS family's attack. But things are different now. Tandon did indeed have a fruitful trip back from outside, but it wasn't the rumored crocodile, horned horse he had acquired. Rather, it was something else entirely. Something that could turn the tide of battle. Su Qingyu clenched her fist, revealing a beautiful white pattern on the back of her hand. The patterns were as pure and holy as snowflakes, constantly boosting its energy and even allowing it to gain experience at all times. With this, I should have made up for the gap in my development in the forest, right? No. She raised her head. I will be stronger. After all, this thing exists on a completely different level. Just wait. I will lead my army back to my territory. Su Qingyu spoke softly, then squeezed her legs together, and her crocodile-horned horse ran even faster. She is no longer the outsider who had to look left and right when walking on the street for fear of accidentally bumping into someone. She is the young mistress of the OS family, the true young master of the city of OS. He had conquered the city lord of OS City simply by displaying his beast-taming skills in the face of an Eastern continent woman. She gained influence and resources in this city, which is the right path for her development. Beautiful women always get what they want easily. Chapter 207, Rare Cards. In the city of OS, within the Lord's mansion. I heard you were attacked? In the rustic living room, a tall man sat in a wicker chair. Unlike other nobles, Tandon did not enjoy pleasure, so the decorations and furnishings in his home were not particularly elaborate. He enjoys power and killing. They are willing to do anything to gain power, just to be able to kill. The rattan chair looked a bit small under the man's body, which was over 2 meters tall and over 1 meter wide. Su Qingyu composed herself and replied. Reporting to Godfather, they are a group of guys who call themselves the Adventurers Guild. Adventurers Guild? Snort. Tandon gave a soft hum, and his aura unconsciously changed, like a long-accumulated volcano that might erupt at any moment. The Adventurers Guild has long been broken up. Someone is trying to use the Adventurers Guild's resentment and remaining strength to interfere with us. Although Tandon was large in stature, that did not mean he was not good at thinking. A person who only has brute force but no brains cannot become the lord of a city. Ignore those few members of the Adventurers Guild. As long as we fully accept the power of the gods, no one is a threat. Tandon's aura intensified as he spoke. Suddenly, he looked at Su Qingyu and asked, How's your absorption going? Su Qingyu looked up and opened the panel that only she could see. Name, Su Qingyu. Special status, change of faith. You are being impacted by another divine force that is changing your beliefs. Current state, 62%. This is the new state she gained after accepting the power brought back by Tandon. Each increase in this state grants her considerable power. She sensed the holy angels from the source of the power. Su Qingyu replied, "It has already absorbed 60%. Very good." Tandon stood up, as expected of a mysterious person from the eastern continent. The divine power he brought back from the Holy Church should have been extremely difficult to absorb. Even he himself took several months to barely manage to receive it. But in just a few days, Su Qingyu had already absorbed 30% of it. Much closer to his plan to establish a holy church in the city of Os and become the leader of the church. Once the church was established, he gained another identity, the leader of the church. At that time, whether it's establishing connections with the capital or labeling surrounding cities as cults and then wantonly slaughtering people, there will be a perfectly legitimate reason. Absorb it quickly, and you will become the first saintess of our sanctuary. Tandon looked at Su Qingyu with increasing satisfaction. The most important thing about a church is to communicate with the God of Light, and the most important people to communicate with the God of Light are the priest and the saint who possess divine power. Only when both of these positions are filled can one gain recognition from the imperial cathedral. He thought the plan would take a long time to come to fruition, so he specially applied to borrow saintesses from other places to temporarily assist. After all, a saintess is not easy to cultivate, and divine power is extremely difficult to absorb. Until he met Su Qingyu. The other party possesses an aura and exceptional talent. Whether it is cultivation or inheriting divine power, they are excellent candidates. Compared to this woman, his two children were nothing at all. Having absorbed 60% in just a few days, the holy church in the capital shouldn't have to wait long. Tandon looked at his adopted daughter with great excitement and satisfaction. This way, he wouldn't need to borrow saintesses from other places, saving him nearly 100,000 gold coins. Yes, thank you, Godfather. Su Qingyu expressed her gratitude. She didn't know why the other person was so nice to her, but it was a good thing for her. Anyway, her idea was to leave after obtaining enough benefits and reclaim her territory. Although this place is rich in resources, it is nothing compared to the territory. This place is suitable for conquest, not for survival. Here she can only be a so-called saint, but in the territory, she can become a god. The upper limit dictates that this is merely a transitional phase. Su Qingyu appeared respectful on the surface, but in her heart, she had already begun to make various plans. At the same time, on the outskirts of the forest, a vast army is setting out, trampling down anything that stands in its way. Directly in front of the army, a man is angrily pinning a gorilla to the ground. He reluctantly removed his hand from the gorilla's chest. It still doesn't work. How exactly do I use copy and extract? Chen Yi kicked the low-level magical beast away out of boredom. Upon seeing that the person in front of him had let him go, the gorilla immediately clutched his chest, tears streaming down his face, and staggered into the nearby forest. It's terrifying. These two-legged creatures are truly terrifying. My innocence is proven. 5,555 inch. Chen Yi ignored the gorilla's crying and just looked at his own characteristics with frustration. Copy extract. Why isn't it working? I can't draw out that gorilla's skill at all. Am I supposed to completely imitate a goblin? Chen Yi's face darkened. It's good that I've gained stats and a second ability that surpass those of a goblin, but if all of this comes at the cost of doing the same things as a goblin, he would rather not have this trait. Damn it, this can't be true. I must have overlooked something. Chen Yi scratched his head in frustration, but still couldn't come up with any ideas. If nothing unexpected happens, Atlantis will soon find a seemingly reasonable way to attack itself or its territory. Just like the original Minotaur tribe. For me right now, the stronger I am, the better. But why can't I figure out my own characteristics? In the upgrade of the spring water, it seems that the number of genes that can be fused has not increased with the previous upgrade. Chen Yi became increasingly frustrated. He was getting stronger, but the number of troublesome things he needed to deal with was also increasing. Whether it's their own unique characteristics, or continuing to upgrade the fountain or territory. The spring water is the core element, but its own unique characteristics are also quite important. Since the special ability approach isn't working, why don't we upgrade the fountain first? Chen Yi pondered whether he should upgrade his fountain immediately after taking down the city of Os. This way, one can integrate more genes. But it seems there aren't any compatible creatures. Okay, I'm frustrated again. The dragons had been exhausted, and he was unwilling to use lower-level creatures, leaving Chen Yi in a dilemma once again. Developing special features, upgrading the fountain, creating powerful creatures. These were all means he could use to fight against the will of Atlantis, but he was stuck on them all. Damn, If all else fails, I'll just go to Atita's territory and borrow a giant dragon. In desperation, Chunyi thought of Atita. He had already determined the exact location of the other party's territory, but the dragons within were not yet fully grown, making it difficult to attack. Besides, he was getting a bit bored with just one synthetic dragon goblin, and he wanted to get some other powerful creatures to play with. A sentiment similar to that of card games, a desire to obtain new cards, is spreading. The procession moved slowly, much like Chunyi's depressed mood. Captured various powerful creatures along the way, but the further he left the forest, the weaker the monsters became, and very few of them satisfied him. They soon arrived at the official road, which meant that there were no more powerful creatures. The city is surrounded by official roads that connect the cities, and there are usually people regularly clearing out monsters. This official road is truly magnificent. Chunyi couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the official road, which was at least 10 meters wide. But then I thought about it again. This world is full of all kinds of magical beasts, and nobles also like to travel by riding magical beasts, so it's normal for the roads to be wider. Just like that giant lizard radiating holy light not far away, nobles really enjoy having strange magical beasts pull their carriages, etc. Chunyi suddenly looked up and stared intently at the lizard that was flashing with holy light not far away. Holy light. Crafting a rare card. Chapter 208. The Holy Church. Chunyi spotted the other person, and the other person also spotted Chunyi. Carried by the holy light, lizard also came to a stop on the wide road. There were 30 people accompanying him. 10 female missionaries dressed in matching blue and white uniforms, 20 well-equipped knights, and a giant lizard shimmering with holy light. In military strength between the two sides was so great that these people were simply insignificant compared to Chunyi's 200 well-armored soldiers. Chunyi could render his opponent defenseless in an instant if he so desired. However, this team, whose strength was vastly different from theirs, walked towards them. What does this mean? Chunyi watched as the other person changed direction and walked towards him, but he didn't rush to stop and see what was going on. Moment. The two sides met. The moment they met, the paladins felt the oppressive aura emanating from the black-armored goblins. Your Majesty, be careful. These armies are no ordinary people. The paladin stood between the two sides. A chilling voice, emanating from the back of the giant lizard, sent a shiver down one's spine. It's all right. Which noble family is this? Chunyi also curiously examined the other party, and of course, he was even more interested in the lizard beneath the other party. Reconnaissance techniques. Guardians of Light. Quality, King rank. Attribute, 82. Level, 20. Skills, Holy Light Protection, Holy Light Breath. Note, the exclusive mounts of the Holy Church are extremely rare. Note, mounts bestowed by the gods upon loyal believers, whose primary duty is to protect. Note, the Light faction harbors extreme malice towards the evil faction. Level 20, stats of 82, which is the initial stat of 62. This giant lizard is really strong. Chunyi nodded in satisfaction, ignoring the lizard's malicious expression. This biological color scheme allows them to crossbreed their goblins. What rare little goblins will be born? A small lizard? Or something else? While Chunyi was pondering and curious, the knights and nuns of the Holy Church were already on the verge of attacking. Goblins, however, have shown a different approach in this regard. Without their owner's interference, they choose to move closer to their owner, but do not take any initiative to do anything. These people are not capable of posing a threat to the powerful goblin god. It's all over, it's all over. Fei Yin and the others immediately covered up the swirling patterns on their arms. I just became a cult member, and then I ran into the Holy Church. My luck is like stepping in dog poop. Fei Yin took a step back and hid behind the crowd. However, the people among the lizards did not focus their attention on Fei Yin. She looked at Chunyi through the car window curtains, unsure of what to say. After a moment, Nono managed to squeeze out, "Do you need help?" Chunyi was taken aback, and his gaze shifted away from the holy light lizard. Yes, this lizard has an owner. Yes, there is. He nodded very sincerely. Phew. The saintess inside the giant lizard-shaped vehicle breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, this person was actually willing to let me help him. The dark aura emanating from this person was so intense that she could smell it from a great distance. I thought it would be some kind of terrifying monster blocking my way, but I didn't expect it to be a human. If it's a human, then things will be much easier. After all, the other party was only infected by the dark aura by accident, and if I offer to help him get rid of it, he will probably agree happily. I can help you. Sure. Can you give me that lizard? Chunyi interrupted the saintess before she could finish speaking. This was the only thing he needed her help with right now. The little thing with the holy light attribute is quite rare. Saintess, how dare you? This is the guardian of light of our holy church. How dare you insult him? The knight standing nearby could not tolerate the other party's rudeness and shouted at him. Chunyi ignored the barking guards and only looked at the figure inside the luxurious sedan chair and the lizard shimmering with holy light. Roar! The lizard also let out a furious roar of resentment. Stop it, all of you. Upon seeing this, the saintess immediately stopped the incident from continuing. She took a deep breath and replied, "The guardians of light belong to the holy church. I cannot decide their ownership." Her gentle voice brought comfort to everyone. Chunyi also developed a genuine interest in this woman. The saintess continued, "Don't you feel any discomfort? I can help you relieve your discomfort." Uncomfortable. Chunyi thought for a moment, then nodded. Not being able to get that lizard makes me very uncomfortable. Can you give me the lizard? I don't freeload, I pay. As Chunyi spoke, he took out 2 energy stones, then thought for a moment and put one back. Saintess. You, how dare you? The paladin stepped forward, unleashing a magnificent aura. His true strength was actually that of a peak diamond-level expert. However, this unstoppable momentum, apart from overwhelming a small Asian league, did not overwhelm anyone. Even Chunyi only felt the gentle spring breeze on his face. Chunyi continued to ignore the lizard's pleas and said sincerely, "I really like that lizard. Can you grant us your wish? I fell in love with it at first sight, and I knew we were destined to meet. Look at that shimmering skin and delicate scales. It's simply the most perfect pattern. I've even thought of a name for the baby. Let's call him Flashy Little Dragon, or Little Dragon Guardian, or Dragon Plus." Chunyi gazed at the lizard with tender affection, as if he were looking at a lover who had been lost for a long time. You. The paladin leader was first stunned, then shocked, then Zoller, and finally felt ashamed and angry. This person is truly unforgivable. In addition to defying the holy maiden, he even tried to do something despicable to the guardian of light. Damn it! How dare you insult the sacred beast? What family are you from? State your name, and I will severely punish you and your family. The paladin commander was furious. At this moment, the holy light lizard finally broke free from its earlier heartfelt confession. Yes, we can never be together. This human dared to humiliate me. Miss, how dare you address the holy maiden like that? You're so annoying, like a fly. Chunyi's anger, which had been suppressed by being interrupted multiple times and lectured by a servant, erupted in an instant. Activate the cursed seal. Boom. The paladin commander's eyes went black for a moment, and then his chest felt as if he had been struck hard by a charging blue bull. As the golden silk armor imprinted with sacred runes dinted, his body was also sent flying dozens of meters backward. Chapter 209. Is it really that simple? Since when can insects interrupt when their master is speaking? Chunyi coldly stared at the paladin lying on the ground, his eyes seemingly concealing a deep, cold pool. The paladin was about to say something, but the other person's gaze silenced him. He looked at the guy who was attacking him. He was one of the armored soldiers behind this man. This person has a very strong aura. The paladin faced his opponent squarely. Although the man before him was also dressed in standard full armor, his aura was much stronger than that of the other soldiers. Etc. It was only then that the paladin realized his problem. The soldiers behind this young man are all platinum level? Everyone's platinum. A 200-strong platinum-level guard team. Who is this person? He realized he might have messed with someone he shouldn't have, but it was too late. The cursed goblin wouldn't hesitate like him. Goblin's intelligence increases exponentially during battle. Seeing the opponent's clone seize the opportunity, it pounced like a tiger and unleashed a devastating attack on the paladin. The goblin with the cursed seal was already stronger than the paladin, and now it had been attacked first, and its attention was diverted during the battle. Therefore, the battle ended in complete defeat. From the moment the attack began to the end of the battle, the entire process took less than 5 seconds, and the paladin captain was already lying on the ground like a dead dog, his armor tattered and mangled. Captain, will you be that strong after you activate that thing? Hela swallowed hard as she asked. He sensed the same aura emanating from that soldier as that of the captain. In other words, the other party activated what is known as divine power. Fei Yin peeked out and looked at the back of her hand. It shouldn't be that strong, right? Although he said that, he was actually secretly looking forward to it. What it would be like if I activated the curse seal. Diamond level, That's a high-ranking member even in the Fallen Ones Association, yet he was beaten like a dog. Then will I also? Fei Yin felt that what she had in her hands might not be entirely without benefits. Asia Alliance turned to look at Fei Yan's hand, staring silently at the gray vortex on it. An evil aura. The Saintess's eyes were wide open on the back of the holy light lizard. But by the time she came out, the goblin had already put away his curse mark. You. The Saintess looked again and again but could not find any evil aura, so she could only fix her gaze on Chun Yi once more. Chun Yi was also sizing up the noble lady. This young lady seems a bit different from ordinary young ladies. Not only is her appearance different, but her clothing is also very religious. By the way, the description of that lizard earlier was that it was the exclusive mount of the Holy Church. The Holy Church? What kind of power is that? It shouldn't be the forces of the city of OS, right? A woman in a blue and white dress, holding a scale staff, walked barefoot on the holy light, exuding an almost divine aura. How? Chun Yi unconsciously licked his lips, a surge of heat rising within him. This moment, it was as if some kind of genetic opposition had caused him to develop a strong desire to devour the girl in front of him. The Saintess looked at Chun Yi, and in her eyes, the evil aura emanating from him was so strong that it was almost materializing. As a follower of the God of Light, she absolutely could not allow such evil to exist in front of her. She must purify this evil. But she turned her head and glanced at the paladin commander lying on the ground, his life hanging in the balance. If I use force, I don't think I can defeat the other party. How can I get him to cooperate with me to remove the evil from the other party? Seeing the evil emanating from Chun Yi, the holy maiden unconsciously swallowed. Using holy magic to eliminate evil is equivalent to offering delicious food to the God of Light, and you will receive the God of Light's blessings. The boy in front of me is definitely a sumptuous feast. After purifying him, I reckon he'll skip the second feather and advance directly to the third feather, right? The Saintess licked her dry lips with her pink tongue. What kind of face is hidden beneath this veil? As Chun Yi felt his primal urges growing stronger, he seemed to have already conjured up an image of an unparalleled beauty beneath the white veil in her mind. The Saintess could no longer resist the temptation of increased power. She offered, "You have been corrupted by evil forces. I can help you." Evil forces? Help me. Chun Yi shook his head and looked the other person up and down with a playful expression. There is indeed evil in me, a great evil. You want to confront my evil? The Saintess said without hesitation. Of course. Only in this way can I eliminate him for you. Chun Yi shook his head. He hadn't expected the other party to be so direct. This was the wilderness, after all. Could it be? Okay, then what price are you going to pay? He asked. I'm willing. The Saintess paused halfway through her sentence. What price should I pay for treating you? Isn't this the opposite? But the alluring evil emanating from the other person made her grit her teeth and ask, what do you need? After weighing the options, the Saintess felt that it might be acceptable for the other party to cooperate in purifying her and pay some price. It should be noted that it took her 12 months to adapt to the power of the gods, and 3 years to cultivate to the level of a Saintess with a feather. Purifying the extremely dense evil energy emanating from the man before him would directly elevate him to the 3 feathers level. What a leap in power that would be. It's important to know that the later the promotions, the more difficult they become. Under normal circumstances, it might take her 10 years to advance to the 3rd level of the feather realm, given her talent. This was even after she had spent 10 years trying to evolve various evil auras. Therefore, she has made her decision. She would agree to whatever request the man made, as long as he cooperated in clearing away the evil aura. Okay, then I'll take your lizard. Chun Yi first pointed to the holy light lizard. Roar. The holy light lizard roared in anger, its eyes blazing with flames as if it wanted to burn the man who was still obsessed with it. You still want me? I am a noble public servant of the Holy Church. The holy maiden will not agree to it. The lizard raised its head. The next moment, the Saintess parted her lips slightly. Yes. Yeah, I heard it, yeah? The holy light lizard suddenly turned its head, revealing a husky-like expression with a big question mark on its head. Chun Yi smirked, recognizing a familiar signal in the other person's straightforwardness. That means they're really pushing their luck. And in fact, he did just that. His greedy, lustful eyes scanned the other person's body from head to toe. The Saintess leaped down from the holy light lizard's rope. What other requests do you have? She had long been accustomed to the true colors of most men, and she could tell at a glance what this young nobleman was thinking. It's simply a matter of taking advantage of the situation. As long as the other party allows you to purify yourself, then all other conditions are irrelevant. Chunyi, his face contorted with a primal urge of triumph, asked, "Any request is acceptable?" The saintess frowned. "As long as it doesn't harm the interests of the god of light, it's fine." Chunyi said, "All right, then come with me. I have a rather irritable divine beast. If you can calm it down, I'll let you help me." The saintess raised a delicate eyebrow. "That's all. Doesn't this man know that the light magic of his holy church is best at healing and soothing?" Chunyi grinned. "It's that simple." A mist, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, began to spread along the official road. Chapter 210, Special Characteristics Revealed, Divine Skill. What great evil! Wait, you, don't come any closer. The saintess fought back desperately in the gray fog, but how could she, a saintess who was not good at fighting, defeat Chunyi in Chunyi's domain? The war is fierce, and the untold secret between the princess and the dragon is unfolding. It's been 2 hours already. Why hasn't the holy maiden come out yet? Is this evil so difficult to purify? The nuns frowned as they looked at the strange gray fog around them. They tried to drive away the gray fog, but to no avail. This gray fog, like a dark nest, made them very uncomfortable. Sacred beasts that could illuminate the darkness were swallowed up by the mist, and those who remained were like flickering candles in the wind, always in danger of being devoured by the darkness. The holy maiden has disappeared, and the holy beast has also disappeared. What is the purpose of these people? The nuns and knights were bewildered as they were surrounded by goblins in the center. They initially thought the group wanted the sacred beast as a mount, but the beast disappeared without a trace after being dragged into the mist by dozens of soldiers. The holy maiden wasn't much better off. The holy maiden has not appeared since she followed that man into the mist. Holy maiden, is evil really so difficult to purify? The nuns were very worried, as they were the saint's capable assistants and should be one with her. However, this special circumstance forced the holy maiden to face it alone. If we had known, we would have forced our way in with the holy maiden. The nuns felt some regret. They believed that as long as they cooperated with the holy maiden, even if the evil in the other party was powerful, they could definitely purify it quickly with their concerted efforts. Damn it, get out of my way. I need to check on the saintess's safety. Another person stepped forward from the 20-man knightly team. The paladin commander was beaten to a pulp, and the vice paladin commander naturally took over command of the battlefield. But the next second, the cursed goblin stepped forward, and the knight commander's imposing aura instantly weakened. The cursed goblin didn't say anything, but it deeply shocked the other party. Now, the vice captain is facing the greatest dilemma of his life. Should they choose to protect the holy maiden and fight this group, or should they compromise and wait for the holy maiden to come out alone? A few seconds later, the man made a decision. Saving the holy maiden will bring temporary regret, but not saving her will bring lifelong regret. So he resolutely stepped back. He decided to regret the saintess for the rest of his life. This can be considered as having won the holy maiden's heart for a lifetime. The vice captain thought to himself, after all, who wouldn't want to spend their whole life with the holy maiden? The fog persisted, forcing everyone to wait. They waited in the gray fog for an unknown amount of time. Not even Chunyi himself knew. He only remembered that the saint had fainted 3 times. Suddenly, the system notification interrupted Chunyi's next move. New holy light goblins have been born around you. The black-armored goblin has tamed a newborn goblin, and you have obtained a new unit, the holy light goblin. A new goblin? Chunyi looked at the person beneath him with some confusion. Has it been that long? No wonder my back hurts a bit. Indeed, moderation is still necessary. He reluctantly let go of the saintess. The moment the saintess touched the ground, her legs went weak and she collapsed into Chunyi's arms. How? Not satisfied? No, I don't want it. The saintess waved her hands repeatedly, weakly trying to break free from Chunyi. This time, even if she fell to the ground, she refused to let this man support her. That's terrifying, absolutely terrifying. She was originally only there to purify evil, but somehow, the saintess was still shaken. But the pain all over her body forced her to seize this brief moment of respite to cast her own holy healing spell. The holy light shone brightly, rapidly replenishing the saintess's strength. Chunyi smiled as he watched the woman repeatedly casting the holy healing spell on him. I don't know who was making all the sudden moves just now. Of course, Chunyi doesn't deny that he also took the initiative. There was nothing he could do. The light power emanating from the opponent was driving him mad, causing him to unleash its power without restraint. It's worth noting that his physical attributes had been comprehensively enhanced during the previous upgrade of his personal panel. With his current physique, he could now use the Curse Seal skill once a day instead of once every 3 days, which made him clearly feel his own power. However, this single battle left him feeling weak, as if he had cast 2 spells in one day, leaving his body completely drained. Of course, having invested countless billions, I have also reaped some rewards. Holy Healing Technique. Holy light shone brightly, and a milky white radiance also shone on Chun-Yi. However, at this moment, the Holy Maiden was completely focused on recovering her condition and did not notice Chun-Yi's actions. After this battle, he finally figured out how to use his special ability. They are indeed like goblins, except they have more choices. Chun-Yi opened the skill panel on his personal profile. Aside from the Cursed Seal and Abyss Eye, several new skills have been added. Holy Healing Techniques. Each use restores you to your health state 3 seconds prior. Note: each recovery requires 10 points of mental energy. Holy Shield of Protection. Using the Holy Light Condensation Shield can withstand any attack that deals 50 points of damage. Note: this can be stacked up to 3 times. Holy Purification. Purify evil. You can increase your strength by eliminating evil will. You will gain 100 experience points for every 10 elemental energies you eliminate. That's really great. I never thought I could have so many skills. Chun-Yi and the others looked at their skill bar with satisfaction. You have to understand that a single skill scroll used to be incredibly expensive, but now I've got 3 at once. And they are 3 very powerful skills. The Holy Healing spell can restore you to your state 3 seconds ago. Listen to this. Listen to this. Is this restoration magic? That's fucking amazing. This isn't just a healing spell. It's practically a time reversal spell. If your opponent nearly killed you a second ago, you can instantly revive with full health by casting a healing spell. The shield skill is also quite good and can be stacked. Theoretically speaking, as long as you have 2 or more layers stacked on top of each other, even a normal dragon wouldn't be able to break through your defenses. And that purification, that's evolution. It's practically an incredible leveling accelerator. Divine skills, they're all divine skills. Chun-Yi licked his lips and looked at the woman at his feet. For a moment, he was even a little curious about her identity. Not only does she possess powerful guards, but she also has such divine skills. Just who is this saintess and holy church? Suddenly, the will of the abyss has descended. Your skills have changed. Chapter 211. Skill changes in the abyss. Holy Healing Technique. Change to Abyss Rewind. Saintly Guardian Shield. Change to Vortex Armor. Holy Purification. Change to Echoes of the Abyss. Abyss Back. Activating this skill in advance will allow you to rewind your life state to any point in time. Note: the duration depends on mental strength. Vortex Armor. The armor formed from the abyssal mist possesses an initial 20 points of defensive capability. When you are attacked by any force greater than 1, you will absorb half of its kinetic energy as defense. Note: the armor's maximum capacity is twice your mental strength. Note: these can be used in combination. Note: each time the armor is retrieved, it needs to be stacked again when it reappears. Echoes of the Abyss. Each time you acquire divine power, you will receive a 70% experience bonus. Current experience, 3,000. Note: what is poured into the abyss will surely echo. Note: please do your utmost to gather divine power. This will be the key to your godhood. This. Chun-Yi stood there, stunned, listening to a series of system notifications. Will this power of the abyss affect all my skills? He swallowed hard as he looked at the description of his new skill. Holy Healing Technique. Change to Abyss Rewind. The 3-second recovery time has been replaced by a rewind time of any duration. This is undoubtedly a huge improvement, not only because one can choose to rewind time, but also because it reduces the mental energy required. He assessed the situation and found that, under the normal circumstances of using the Holy Healing Technique, each actual combat session would consume 10 points of mental energy. Now, it only requires 3 points of mental energy per second, which is not only more economical, but also cheaper. Also, this thing seems to have a better future than Holy Healing Technique, doesn't it? Saintly Guardian Shield. Change to Vortex Armor. This skill hasn't changed much. It's more like turning an early game skill into a growth level skill. The Guardian Shield has a maximum defense of only 150, while the Vortex Armor only has a defense of 20 points plus twice the user's mental strength in the early stages. My current mental strength is only 26, and when it's fully stacked, it will be 72 points. It may not seem like much, but your mental strength will increase as your level rises. I just don't know if the vortex armor can be used in conjunction with abyss reversal. Having just acquired new skills, Chunye's unconventional thinking has led him to consider how to pull off some unconventional maneuvers. As for the final change from holy purification to echoes of the abyss, he felt this was the skill he would improve the most. Although the gain of experience has slowed down considerably, it's because divine power is not as easy to find as evil power. But this skill actually pointed him directly to the path of godhood. So, it's true that lords can become gods? Chunye's breathing began to quicken. He had thought that becoming a god was just a fantasy, something very far away. But to his surprise, he had already begun to come into contact with the power of the gods. But how do we find this divine power? Chunye pondered greedily, and soon his head snapped to the woman beside him. The power of God. He has only seen this woman before. In other words, Chunye stared greedily at her. At this moment, she was no longer a saintess, but his storage jar of divine power. Becoming a god, what a temptation! Chunye greedily licked the corner of his mouth. Being dragged out of bed to exercise in broad daylight doesn't seem like a bad deal for me. I not only gained 3 divine skills, but also the opponent's divine power. The power of God should be like water in a sponge. You can still squeeze some out, right? He looked the saintess up and down. Why is this person looking at me like that? Does he still want more? But I've already given it. I've given a lot. The saint gritted her teeth. The other party's evil is not only physical, but also spiritual. This was the first time she had ever seen such a shameless person, actually forcing himself on her. No, it doesn't seem like it was forced. The saintess recalled the events of the past with a touch of shyness. It seems that he couldn't bear the boost brought by purifying the other person's intense evil power, so he took the initiative to approach them. Also just now, I don't think I really put up a fight. As a saintess, she naturally possessed divine abilities to protect herself, but she did not use them just now. Why? Why didn't I use it just now? Alicia, why didn't you fight back? Why didn't you resist? You're such a coward. Alicia, what you are doing is against the will of the God of Light, you. Alice bit her lip as she recalled some images, and she seemed to remember why she had stopped resisting. Because, for a large part of the time, I was the one taking the initiative. Since I'm in control, how can I resist? Alicia, as a girl, as a saint, you have truly failed the teachings of the God of Light. You are shameless, you. She thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with any words to insult herself. As a saint nurtured by the Holy Church, she was supposed to maintain holiness and propriety, so why would she learn such things? It's true that you only realize how little you know when you need it. Alicia bit her lip and whispered in an almost delirious voice. The next second, a broad, kind hand lifted Alicia's smooth chin. A pair of long, curved eyelashes, with a few teardrops clinging to them, were forced to look up at the man in front of her. What are you doing? Alice's soft voice was tinged with fear and grievance. Why is it that even after I've given so much, the evil in the person in front of me hasn't been purified at all? Not only were they not purified, they even became more ferocious. Alicia blinked and swallowed. What did this man want? I have no strength left. No. I think I just used holy healing on myself. But the healing effect of holy healing is limited. What good can a few seconds do? Alicia looked at Chunye with some confusion. This person was somewhat handsome, and possessed a unique charm and temperament that I had never seen among the other nobles. Even those in the capital city definitely don't have that. Alicia was certain of the secret passage. The next second, a bold idea popped into her mind. The evil power within the other party hasn't been eradicated. Should I continue? Pa. Alicia, you're shameless. What are you thinking? Alicia was caught in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions, an instinctive joy, a resistance to her saintly status, and a yearning for increased power. Chunye, on the other hand, looked at his divine power storage tank with affection. They stared at each other, but neither spoke. After a moment, Chunye spoke up. What about you with me? Chunye pinched that smooth chin and asked. Okay. Alicia answered instinctively at first, then quickly refused. No. Chapter 212. Let's go see our children. Why is it not good? Chunye asked directly. I am a saintess. I have many things to do. I cannot follow you. Chunye frowned. He wasn't very clear about the profession of saintess. Even the Holy Church was a first for them. He asked, puzzled, for example? Stumped by the question. She hesitated, saying, for example, I'm going to the city of Ostaban to help a family guard the church for a period of time. Guard the church. Chunye was puzzled. Can't you just find anyone to do this kind of thing? This won't do. Alicia lowered her head and whispered, even if I don't go, I can't go with you. I am the Saintess of St. Laurent City. She spoke, but her voice was so faint at the end that Chun-Yi couldn't hear it at all. Chun-Yi didn't hear what the other person said, but looked at the Saintess in front of him and spoke. You don't want to come with me? No, Alicia hurriedly replied. Oh? No, that's not right either. Realizing her mistake, she said it inappropriately. But when she pointed out the second mistake, her cheeks were already as red as the sunset. That's not right either. It's not that I don't want to, it's not that. With her lips tightly clenched, her already soft and sweet voice sounded almost non-existent. At this moment, Saintess Alicia of St. Laurent City, the saintess above all others, the messenger of God, looked like a wronged little rabbit. Unable to articulate what she wanted, she simply shut up. The little rabbit doesn't speak, but that doesn't mean the big bad wolf is shy too. Chun-Yi said loudly. It's just guarding a church. How long do you have to guard it? At least 3 months, but if the other party cultivates a saintess before then, I can end the mission early. Aishirya murmured. Okay, it's just a building, I'll guard it for you. Chun-Yi spoke magnanimously. Anyway, my goal this time is to take over the entire city of OS. At that time, I can defend it for 3 months, or even 3 years. Alright, let's go see our children. Chun-Yi casually put his arm around Alicia and started to walk out. No clothes. Alicia struggled desperately, knowing full well what she would face if she really went out like this. His own 20 knights and Chun-Yi's 200 soldiers. This was something she would rather die than let happen. Oh, I almost forgot. Chun-Yi scratched his head. His goblin wasn't human, but there really were other people outside. They should still have some self-respect. He quickly started getting dressed. Alicia also began to wear her own clothes, even though the previous ones were broken, but there were spare clothes in her ring. The saint's attire was very simple, either blue and white and gold, or other elegant combinations. Only such an elegant combination is worthy of her status as a saintess. Alicia unconsciously touched her stomach while getting dressed. Child, this is only the first time. How did he know there was a child? She rubbed her aching lower abdomen and, upon closer inspection, actually felt a strange, indescribable force. How? How can there be an evil aura within my body? Was it not purified by the god of light? She paused for a second, but then her expression softened. Perhaps this person's evil power is too profound to be digested. Alicia rubbed it again and nodded. Yes, that must be it. Women are just trouble. Chun-Yi watched speechlessly as the other person folded a piece of white fabric with gold trim into a nice-looking cheongsam. If it weren't so troublesome, I wouldn't have torn it up in the first place. However, speechless as he was, he still waited for the former for a while. A while later, he led the other person in a direction that was shrouded in mist. That direction was not the area where the knights were located. It was actually another area where goblins were located. Here, the goblins had already cleaned up the battlefield and put on their armor as instructed by Chun-Yi. And so, all they saw was a group of armored soldiers and a group of child. Are there really children here? Alicia stepped forward in surprise, and there really were several children behind the group of soldiers. Whose child is this? How come it looks so strangely cute? Alicia didn't know how to describe these children. A human child's body, green curly hair, fair and delicate skin, black eyes, and tattoos? Alicia's eyes turned strange. There was a tattoo on the child's fair arm. It must be the totem of that tribe, right? Based on her experience, she thought these children must be demi-humans. But she couldn't say what kind of demi-human race they were. Who left the demi-human child here? She observed the children's appearances to deduce their race, acting like a curious child. Compared to Alicia's curiosity about the goblin's appearance, Chun-Yi focused more on its inner qualities. Although he was somewhat surprised that the goblin had finally become more human-like this time, he cared more about combat strength. If I can't play it, I can only keep it as a legendary item. With that thought in mind, Chun-Yi opened the new goblin panel. Holy Light Goblin. Quality, King rank. Attribute, 62. Level 5. Level increases by killing creatures. Loyalty, unwavering. You are the goblin's absolute faith. Weapon, blazing sword. Skills, blazing slash, holy light wings, poison blade, gray mist control. Characteristic, ignores reproductive isolation. Note, the mutation and fusion of light and abyss clearly shows that abyss is superior. Note, the ruler of light, but also the darling of the abyss. Note, Because the %# UN asterisk system will automatically extract divine power as the optimal gene. Chapter 213. Why did the Holy Maiden change her clothes? This attribute. Chenyi frowned as he looked at it. Even if a mere divine light lizard had decent attributes, it shouldn't have these kinds of attributes, right? The Dragon Goblin's stats are 55 and 60, which is already outrageous for a nascent species. But this one in front of me has an initial stat of 62 and even comes with a weapon. Is it because of that holy light? Chenyi looked at the few holy light goblins in front of him. Is it possible that a giant lizard measuring 10 meters in size can only produce 10 offspring? He was a little confused, but then he understood. With attributes that are even more powerful than those of dragon goblins, their numbers should be fewer. Chenyi thought this made sense. The dragon did not lose because of the amount of energy it had, but because of its quality. After all, 50 dragon goblins are a better choice than 10 holy light goblins. As expected of a rare card, let's go. Chenyi waved his hand, bringing them under his command, and walked towards the crowd. Sigh, we don't even know who these demi-humans are. Alicia was just about to say that these little guys might not be from that tribe and wouldn't be able to go with you. But the scene before him the next second left him stunned. The 10 young ladies were not only very obedient, but they also rushed towards Chenyi. The scene was eerily harmonious, like a father taking his children out for a trip and then waving his hand to send them all home. Wait, father took him home, then I. Alicia blushed and quickly spat. Pa. But these little guys really do give me a sense of familiarity. She watched the figure ahead and quickly followed. Both Chenyi and these kids evoked different emotions in me. Could you lend us some food? In the center of the mist, the knights were demanding food from Crimson Flame's adventurer group. Having traveled a long way, their food was running low, and they had originally planned to eat once they reached the city of OSS. But I never expected such a change to happen halfway through. Although their bodies could still hold up after 2 days without food, the nuns were starting to feel the strain. The saintess had been taken somewhere by that noble boy, and no one knew when she would return. If they don't ask for some food soon, their team may suffer losses. No. Fei Yin decisively refused when he saw that the knight commander's injuries had slightly recovered. What a joke, they're all struggling to make ends meet. No one expected that what should have been a half-day journey by fast horse would have taken 2.5 days. They didn't have much food either. The knight commander was somewhat embarrassed and angry at the firm refusal. It's not like I'm not going to give it back to you. Just wait until we get into the city. You said it yourself. We'll wait until we get to the city. Fei Yin rolled her eyes at the other person and took another bite of the fruit in her hand. Do you think I'd care about your meager earnings once we're in the city? The knight commander abruptly flung his hand and walked back. Snort. As he was leaving, he glanced at the goblins standing motionless to the side. Damn it. Do these assassins trained by some family not even need to eat? The knight commander was frustrated and humiliated. He and his men were starving, yet these monstrous soldiers remained standing ramrod straight. They didn't even utter a sound of hunger. Such discipline indicates a powerful and domineering family. The knight commander began to speculate. Could it be the OS family? The OS family invited them this time, so if the other party is a soldier of the OS family, then it makes sense. After all, it's quite appropriate for a family that rules the entire city to possess such a low status. Is it really appropriate to hand over all this heritage to a young man? He doesn't understand people, but that doesn't stop him from secretly despising them. Once the Holy Maiden returns, I'll request her to cast a holy spell, and then my hunger will vanish instantly. The knight commander inexplicably gave the Goblin Legion a provocative look, as if to say, don't be arrogant, I'll have something better later. I have such an honor to witness the Holy Maiden personally casting a spell. Won't those guys left behind be green with envy? The Paladin commander suddenly felt a surge of smug delight. Oh, right, I also need to thank the Holy Maiden later. Shall I give her a kiss on the hand? You want it? Yes, I want it. Then how should I bow? Aye. His lips pursed unconsciously. But the next second, feeling a little embarrassed because he had come to stand in front of the nuns and the others, he withdrew his hand. It's all right. Thank you, Commander Knight. The nuns knew the outcome when they saw the knight commander return empty-handed. I'm sorry. The knight commander said apologetically, then turned his back to everyone and smiled with a hint of smug satisfaction. It's all right. I'll be able to kiss the Holy Maiden's hand soon, so this meal will be worth it. He excitedly licked his lips and stuck out his tongue, his heart filled with boundless anticipation. The Holy Maiden is the white moonlight in the hearts of all knights. He was the dream visitor of every man in the entire holy city of Roland. No, in the entire kingdom. Can I stick out my tongue? No, no, no. That would be too rude. The idea was immediately rejected by the Knight Commander. I absolutely cannot do that. But, if it was an accident, it should be okay, right? I am injured. I am hurt. The Knight Commander swallowed hard, trying to soothe and comfort himself. In his eyes, just being able to touch the Holy Maiden's delicate hand would make his life worthwhile. If he could go even further? No, 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 that's impossible. I mustn't. I'm the knight who protects the Saintess. The Knight Commander repeatedly reminded himself of this, and then took several deep breaths. No, absolutely not. His expression was somewhat dazed, but more than that, it was filled with longing. He dared not imagine what he would smell after getting close to the Holy Maiden, nor could he imagine how fragrant she was. After all, she was the dream girl of the entire Roland Kingdom and the holy city of Roland. It would be too presumptuous of me to do this. Your Holiness, when will you finally return? The Paladin Commander gazed into the distance with a sense of anticipation. He felt as if he were even hungrier and his injuries were even more severe. The nun's treatment didn't seem to have healed his jaw properly, so he might do something impolite later. It's all right. The Holy Maiden will forgive me. Yes, she will. The Holy Maiden is known for her gentle nature. The Holy Maiden. The Knight Commander suddenly shouted, because his shout was answered. The surrounding mist began to dissipate at some point, and the figure of the Holy Maiden appeared before her eyes. Yes, the Holy Maiden is still so beautiful, truly an unparalleled beauty. Alicia donned her veil once more, returning to her former status as the aloof and revered Saintess. Was this the same outfit the Holy Maiden wore just now? The Knight Commander was stunned, even though the outfit was still very beautiful. But why does the Holy Maiden need to change her clothes? Chapter 214, The Saintess Returns. A man walked with a saint and a group of children in the middle of the main road. Their shadows stretched long in the sunset. It's the Holy Maiden. Everyone gasped in surprise, especially the Knight Commander. However, being observant, he noticed a subtle difference. The Holy Maiden not only changed her clothes, but also seems somewhat tired. No, it's not fatigue. The Holy Maiden looks great. She must have just received some nourishment. Yes, that's it. I was exhausted, but I felt refreshed. I see. He slapped his forehead suddenly, and then everything clicked into place. The Holy Maiden attempted to purify the young Lord's evil will, but the Lord's evil will was too powerful, leaving the Holy Maiden exhausted. However, after purifying evil, the Saintess received a reply and reward from the God of Light, and therefore her complexion was quite good. Yes, that's right, that's exactly it. The Knight Commander was very excited and satisfied with his prediction. As the Saintess's loyal guard, and the only knight who had protected her for 3 years, he could deduce everything about her from various details. Of course, in daily life, we mostly speculate on what the Holy Maiden needs. Just like at the beginning, the Holy Maiden only glanced at Chunyi before leading the team to Chunye's position. What is this? This is called love. This is called thoughtfulness. No, that doesn't seem quite right. But it seems like it could also be. The Knight Commander was secretly pleased, thinking to himself that he was truly worthy of his reputation. Yes, it's just. Why is the Holy Maiden changing her clothes? His thick eyebrows had formed an inverted V shape, which was the only thing he couldn't understand. However, that's not important. Your Holiness, are you all right? We were all so worried about you. The moment he saw the Holy Maiden, he rushed out, and after pondering his speculations and doubts, he stood before her. I'm sorry to have worried you, I'm fine. Alicia answered with a flushed face, secretly thinking to herself, how could nothing be wrong? The reason I can still stand up now is because I cleared my mana bar and cast Holy Healing to regain some stamina. We should even thank the God of Light for his feedback. Healing magic alone was not enough to restore her to her current state. The power of the God of Light had been nourishing her. Although I don't know why the evil in this man is still so strong, I have indeed received a response from God. This means that you have indeed purified the other person's evil. Such great evil. Her face flushed involuntarily. It's good that you're all right. It's good that you're all right. We're relieved that the Holy Maiden is all right. The vice captain also stepped forward, regretting that he had missed the Saintess's entire life. I'm sorry to have worried you. I'm fine. But you? Are your injuries still not healed? Alicia looked at the still bruised and battered Knight Commander in front of her with some confusion. Didn't the nun treat the former when he left? Although the nun's healing skills are not as good as mine, she still knows basic healing techniques. In just 2 days, they managed to heal all of the other person's superficial injuries. As the saintess was puzzled, the nun stepped forward respectfully and said, "Your Majesty, it was my dereliction of duty just now. Our power was limited by the thick fog, and we were unable to treat the Knight Commander in time." "I see." Alicia nodded. "The dense fog just now did indeed restrict the power of light. Then I'll leave the healing duties to you, Paladin Commander. I need to settle these children first." Alicia gave the nun instructions, then looked at the child beside her. "Clear," the nun answered. "Child." The Knight Commander's pupils dilated instantly, and he turned to the side, only then seeing the so-called child behind the saintess. "Phew." He breathed a sigh of relief. So it was a demi-human. I knew it. I knew it. How could it have a child? Only 2 days, how could that be? Ugh, what am I thinking? The Knight Commander despises himself. How could you make such a connection when the Holy Maiden simply changed her clothes? Besides, even if it were true, how could someone have a child in a single day? Moreover, they are demi-humans. What a lovely child. He praised it. She's really cute. Alicia looked at the child beside her, and her voice softened unconsciously. Her already gentle voice now revealed her maternal love. "This is so beautiful." The Knight Commander stared intently as the saintess stroked the head of the holy light goblin, praising her beauty. But, the next second, damn it, why wasn't it me? The Knight Commander's hatred took root in nothingness. He wished he could immediately replace these children and become the saintess's dog, a dog to be petted. I'm so envious. This should have been mine. The Knight Commander gritted his teeth, fantasizing about the saintess healing him and then patting his head. By the way, I'm not a child or a pet. I can return a kiss on the hand. Although I missed this opportunity, next time for sure. His gaze was firm. Then he said gently, "Holy Maiden, leave these children to me." He was like a gentle knight, radiating holy light while enveloping the child. Strangely, all the children were looking in the same direction. Only after Chunyi nodded did the group of children follow the Knight Commander. Chunyi had already returned to his silent camp and was now mounted on his bird horse. As for the Divine Light Goblin, it doesn't matter. Since they've already been subdued and are 100% obedient, even if they're given to the other side, they'll still be their undercover agents. We might get some unexpected intelligence or other information. After all, it's not easy to simply seduce someone. Come on, come with your uncles. I'll take you into town and we'll take you to eat something delicious. The Paladin Commander spoke happily, then led all the children into his camp. He didn't look at Chunyi once throughout the entire process. Because we can't beat them. Unable to defeat his opponent, he chose to ignore him, believing that as long as everything returned to normal, he would still be the same unique Knight Commander. Us. Alicia also gave Chunyi a questioning look. Walk. Chunyi waved, and the team moved away in an orderly fashion. Towards the goal, the city of Osto. Is it just my imagination? Why does the Holy Maiden seem to be looking at that noble boy? The Paladin Commander frowned, but said nothing. Oh well, he's just a little kid who doesn't know any better. This boy has no idea how powerful the Holy Church is. He had no idea who he had stopped today. But his father, Ostantin, knew that with just a word from him, even Ostantin, a star-level powerhouse, would have to make his son apologize to him. Just you wait and see. With that thought in mind, the Knight Commander mounted his warhorse. Alicia, on the other hand, lost her mount and was forced to use a warhorse to pull a chariot. Chapter 215. It's just that the taste is a bit lacking. Ostaban City. Is this another attack because they think they're dying too slowly? In the city, the Paro family. Ida watched as the video link on the public channel surged to the top again. The title is Rematch with Chunyi, Snow Ridge Established. The content was still the same Snow Lord taunting, boasting about how well he was prepared and how seriously injured Chunyi was. My inside information is that the leader of the Warriors Alliance has already injured Chunyi, and Chunyi. Atida looked exasperated upon seeing this. Injured? I injured your grandma's leg, and I also injured Chunyi. If I didn't say it like that, would I tell you that I was beaten up badly? Idiot. He looked at it for a long time, and this was his final assessment of the Snow Dragon Lord. An idiot when he learned why the other party attacked Chunyi. It's the kind that's beyond redemption. Snowy Dragon, just a sub-dragon, yet you're so arrogant. You deserve to die quickly. Atida thought about how the other party had ended up last time and felt a sense of satisfaction. He knew that it was definitely not a scroll, but rather Chunyi's troops. These idiots don't even know how they died. A sub-dragon dared to jump around in front of Chunyi. How dare you? Atai looked at the video with disdain. This true dragon, the mighty flame dragon, has been forced to change its course due to the proximity of resources and territory. To avoid contact with Chun-Yi as much as possible, he has started to develop a racetrack in the city. Only by secretly developing in this way can one possibly defeat Chun-Yi. Otherwise, he thought again of the fate of his own dragon and the Snow Dragon Lord. If they fail, given the distance between their territories and Chun-Yi's, they will inevitably meet sooner or later. The consequence of such an encounter would be the complete destruction of one's own territory. Those monsters are terrifying monsters capable of causing natural disasters. Atai shook his head and subconsciously shivered. Luckily, Chun-Yi doesn't know about my territory, otherwise he would probably be attacking it by now. Atai was a little scared, but luckily he was careful enough not to reveal his exact location. Lord Alliance Leader, the young master of the Paro family requests a meeting with you in the private room. Suddenly, a report came from outside the door. Atai opened the door, and Hanyu was standing respectfully in front of it. Looking to the left, there was another person guarding the door. Although he himself is equally powerful and can summon a young dragon, it's still best to be careful when traveling. Take me there. Yes. Atai put on his black cloak to cover his head and then walked outside. This is the moment I've been waiting for. The young master of the family wanted to see me, but instead of meeting me at his own family's residence, he arranged for me to meet him at the elegant pavilion. He knew that the time he had been waiting for had finally arrived. A moment later, the fragrance of books and the aroma of green tea. A maid in a pink cheongsam poured tea and then left. Adi-Ida looked at the tea on the tea table without making any move. He deepened his voice and said, "Young Master Paro, just say what you need to say. My time is very precious." This, ha ha ha, as expected of the leader of the Fallen Ones Association, you are truly a straightforward person. Paro sized up the other person, who was dressed in black, not good with words, and possessed a young dragon pet, nicknamed the Alliance Leader. This is the person who destroyed the OS family's Dragonblood warhorse last time. A true powerhouse from the Association of the Fallen. My lord, you are probably already aware of my purpose this time. Paro took a sip of tea and said in a serious tone, my father insisted on ignoring my advice and wanted to destroy the Sarah Merchant Guild as a gift to the OS family to show their allegiance. Atai leaned back. What does young Master Paro mean? Does he want me to help kill that so-called president of the Sarah Chamber of Commerce? Or kill your father? Paro's eyes narrowed, and then he put down his teacup with a slight tremor. He thought to himself, as expected of the madman from the Fallen Ones Association. Not only could he kill Salavir Shah without any scruples, but he also casually mentioned killing his own father in front of him, the heir of the family. He said awkwardly, Your Excellency, you misunderstand. I am not that kind of person. It's just that I don't want to submit to the OS family. But as you know, I'm only a little over a year old, and I haven't yet gained any real power in the family, so my words carry little weight. Speak plainly instead of beating around the bush. Atai slammed his hand on the table, causing the tea lid to fly off and spill tea. Clang. Bodyguards responsible for protecting Paro immediately appeared and drew their weapons. Meanwhile, Hanyu, who was behind Adi-Ida, had somehow drawn his spear. How dare you? Go back. Paro angrily rebuked the hidden guards behind him. The hidden guards exchanged a glance and then vanished into thin air once more. Atai squinted, his interest in the so-called noble heritage and the noble guards growing stronger. At the very least, I need to acquire the opponent's ability to conceal themselves. He thought for a moment and continued. Just tell me what you want me to do for you. To repay your kindness in taking you in, I will only do one thing for you. Yes, one is enough. Paro said hurriedly. Actually, my idea is very simple. I just want the adults to help me obtain more power in the Paro family. Paro revealed his purpose, but was met with disdain from Adi-Ida. He had assumed the other party would either kill his father or ask him to assassinate the OS family again. I didn't expect the other party's request to be so simple. He has no ambition and is utterly foolish. But this is also good, as it makes it easier for me to support him before I can control him later. After thinking for a moment, Adi-Ida asked, What are you planning to do? So you're agreeing? Paro was somewhat pleased. After all, even though the education of nobles was different, their character had not grown much since they came of age. This was clearly a fair transaction, but little did they know that their behavior would be looked down upon. It's like charity from a purely voluntary party. Unfortunately, he doesn't understand yet. Paro exclaimed excitedly. All we need to do is prove that the family's choice was wrong and mine was right. He then revealed his plan. It's a very simple plan. When the family took over the Sarah Merchant Guild, Adi-Ida and others impersonated the guild's guards to protect it, and then Paro came to the rescue in time. In this way, they gained not only the Serra Chamber of Commerce, but also the power of their family and the approval of their elders. Taking over the Serra Chamber of Commerce and gaining power is truly killing two birds with one stone. Atieda left the accord and stood by the window, gazing into the distance with self-satisfaction. Whose army is that? A force of 200 men came into view, which caught his attention. But then he immediately gave a disdainful snort. The armor is nice, but the leader's taste is a bit lacking. What era is this? There are still people riding bird horses. Paro glanced at the other party disdainfully and then went downstairs. He was a mixed-breed warhorse and was much more handsome than the other party's bird horse. Chapter 216, It's Already Not Easy. Serra Chamber of Commerce. President, the Heidi family's goods have been delivered. An elderly man with a hunched back respectfully offered a ring. Okay, I understand. Saravel accepted the ring. As the slender fingers moved up and down, the ring seemed to grow legs and climb up and down the stairs formed by the fingers. No matter how hard they climb, they can't get out of those slender fingers. The process was smooth, but it was like being trapped in a cage, unable to escape, only able to move back and forth. Seeing this, the hunched old man boldly spoke up. Sir, are you worried about chaos in the city? Shah remained silent. The hunchbacked old man thought he had hit the nail on the head, so he continued. My lord, you can rest assured that our camp is not large, but its defenses are not weak. For the three major families and the city of OS, our resistance is far more valuable than we are. They are not foolish enough to attack us. Shah glanced at the other person but remained silent. That's not what she was thinking about at all. Shah gazed at the ring on her hand, her thoughts turning to the past. This is my largest ring, and the one I've traded with the Lord many times. Seeing all these supplies reminded him of his idea of handing them over to Chunyi. Sigh? Sarah sighed. Since returning from the territory a few days ago, his unease had intensified, not because of the chaos in the city, but because of Chunyi. The Lord lost faith in himself even more. She could clearly sense that she was not the Lord's only one and had lost the Lord's trust. Even, that brat from the Heidi family who somehow seduced the master is more favored by the master than I am. This is something she cannot tolerate. I'm clearly the best. I'm clearly the most outstanding in every way. However, because of the previous incident involving the spirit of the ancient tree, the master lost confidence in himself. Shah bit her thin lips, and blood seeped out. I said that after this, I would tell the Lord everything. Shah thought to herself, she didn't want to be outdone by Heidi Yadin, that young girl who had just come of age. But Sarah suddenly realized something about her natural disadvantage. Because of her special status, she cannot lose her virginity, but Yadin can, thus losing a lot of knowledge. Am I really no match for her? Is it really impossible to go back? Yadin's red lips were bleeding even more, and she had unknowingly bitten her own lips until they were bleeding. The hunchbacked old man's heart sank upon hearing this, but he then comforted him. It's already quite remarkable that you've achieved this without any family support. Although you are unlikely to win the competition for succession, you can still secure a place for yourself through the Merchants Association here. The hunchbacked old man thought that what the former meant by not being as good as Shah's brothers and sisters was that they were not as good as Shah's brothers and sisters. Although the other party has the support of the family elders, Shah is definitely no match for them. However, it is not easy to establish a formal chamber of commerce and even achieve certain results by starting from scratch with one's own abilities. It's been a long time. The hunched old man sighed as he finished speaking. It's not easy at all, but the truth is that most of the time, hard work really can't compare to family background and connections. Therefore, sir, you don't need to feel inferior. In some respects, you have already won. The old man composed himself and then comforted Saravel. Not bad. You won. Shah also took a serious look at the guard that the family had to assign to her because of her achievements. Her eyes were cold, even somewhat resentful. She hadn't originally thought in this direction, but she was forced to think about her family. He had already made some achievements and occupied 1/3 of the city's territory. However, after reporting it, there was no reward, only the obligation to provide protection due to family rules. This guard was also a disabled person suffering from a hidden illness. Not to mention, Shah watched as the other person gritted their teeth, but then relaxed again. The more difficult his family made things for him, the more he wanted to prove them wrong. She wanted to seize the position of family head in front of everyone and make the family head watch his other children die in agony. Shah's excited heart calmed down once more. She said calmly, I don't think I've succeeded in any way. At least you still address me as Sir. Sha looked at the hunched old man. I've been so successful as the president of the Chamber of Commerce that I've gotten myself into a quagmire. So successful that you're unwilling to even call me young master. Sha spoke with a touch of self-deprecation. The ring in her hand, having completed its reversal, was smoothly slipped onto her finger, connecting seamlessly with the exquisite silver chain jewelry on the back of her hand, elevating her status. The hunched old man looked up at Sha and the guards who were always by her side, then looked down again. He knew that the other person looked down on him and didn't believe in him. But to be honest, he also looked down on the other person. Although he praised and comforted Sha verbally, he held the young master in utter contempt for him, who had no powerful backing. He even felt as if his family was insulting him. Although his strength was weakened by the cursed seal, he was still a diamond-level powerhouse. He's not just any ordinary diamond-level expert. With his current combat power, even with the cursed seal suppressed, he can still contend with a peak diamond-level expert. He even disregarded the cursed seal and forcibly unleashed his power, making him comparable to a third-tier star realm being. Even if my strength is not great, I should still protect the other young masters, right? However, because of his own curse mark and the lack of support from his forces, he was replaced by another star-level rank 1 guard to protect the other young masters. But he himself was assigned to the young master, a man everyone knew had no future. He was even unwilling to address Sha as young master, because he knew that the best outcome of being with this woman was to enjoy his old age in peace. Oh no, it should be that he entered the palace and became an old man in the palace. The old man sighed inwardly and then straightened his already hunched back. I tried to hold on, but it hurt too much, so I bent over again. My lord, it's time to go to the Anavial family. According to your arrangements, we... No. Sha interrupted the other person. She had seen everything the other person said and did, and she knew that this guard still looked down on her. They only respected and obeyed me because of my family background. However, you can just listen to yourself. She would seize and make good use of any available power. Just like her goal is to become the patriarch, destroy the family heir, and destroy the family. However, she wouldn't be foolish enough to distance herself from everyone and completely break with her family. She wanted to use the family's advantages and reputation to make everyone despise her, and then rise to power in front of them all. She wanted revenge for herself and for her mother. Shameless or greedy, that's just who she is. The kind of character in the script who would sever ties as soon as they were wronged was foolish. What I endured, what my mother endured. I want all of this. She looked at the hunched old man beside her, and knew that this was something she had earned and deserved. Even if the other party is unwilling, you must use them for your own purposes. Let's go? Sarah got up. Next, we'll go to the Inaville family. Suddenly, the Sarah Merchant Guild has disgraced the guild. We have come today to seek justice for the commoners and nobles who have made purchases in the city. The powerful voices created waves of sound that echoed throughout the entire Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 217. I haven't recovered yet. Sha frowned and glanced at the hunched old man beside her. The old man understood and disappeared into the attic. Sha and her 5 inseparable goblins remained in the attic. The next second, a hunched old man has appeared in front of the Chamber of Commerce. The old man glanced at the information, took it in, and then frowned. Surrounding the Chamber of Commerce were 100 noble private soldiers, 20 platinum-level experts, and 2 diamond-level experts. With this lineup, are they going to wipe out the Sarah Merchant Guild in one fell swoop? The old man cursed inwardly. However, he politely inquired, "May I ask, gentlemen, what is the meaning of this? Our Sarah Chamber of Commerce has always had an excellent reputation." The old man glanced at everyone on the other side, and the invisible pressure made the leader, who originally didn't want to say much, say a few more words. The old man was naturally not afraid of such a military deployment. After all, in his prime, let alone such an arrangement, even if there were twice, 3, or even more such an arrangement, no one could match him. Each level of star is a layer of heaven, and I have already passed through 3 layers of heaven. It's just that now that we've lost our former power, and we have to protect the family's business guild, we've been forced to do this. Who are you? The leader, dressed in aristocratic attire, high-heeled boots, and a white silk scarf wrapped around his neck, didn't look like he was there to fight. He seemed more like he was attending an aristocratic gathering. The hunched old man bowed and replied, "I am the new steward of the Sarah Chamber of Commerce." Although he looked down on the other party's strength and manners, he had no choice but to bow to him because of the other party's title. The person before me is Baron Paro Ains, one of the core members of the Paro family. The imperial nobility were divided into dukes, marquises, earls, viscounts, and barons. Although the person before him was only a baron with the lowest rank, he was a genuine nobleman, and he, a commoner without any title, had to bow to him. This is the rule of the empire. Snort. Ains noticed that the other person unconsciously acted superior when bowing. He raised his head and snorted coldly. So you're new here. No wonder I've never seen you before. You're Sarah Chamber of Commerce. No need to say anything. Come on if you want to fight. A beautiful voice emanated from the Sarah Chamber of Commerce as Sarah stepped out. Behind him were 5 goblins and various other guards dressed in armor. The number of mercenaries in a merchant guild cannot exceed 50, but at this moment she has more than 100 guards behind her. All of this is because she also holds a title, and it was also the title of Viscount. As the eldest son, he should have inherited the title of Earl from the Sarah family, but, haha, it's all because of status. But that's alright. After all, something is better than nothing. Otherwise, I would be bowing to this fool in front of me right now. Merchant guilds cannot possess their own armies, while nobles can have private armies. Therefore, many members of merchant guilds try to adopt the persona of nobles. All of this is exactly what the empire wants, not only because it can better keep the merchant guilds in check, but also because the latter have to spend a lot of resources to obtain a title. President Sarah, you. It's Viscount Salavel Sares. Saria corrected Ain's incorrect address. Ains gritted his teeth, his anger palpable. Sarah, stop pretending. Your trading company will be destroyed today. Have you thought about your escape route? If the reason follows me, sob sob. Ains was only halfway through his sentence when the person next to him covered his mouth. He struggled free and then cursed. What are you doing? Why are you checking my hands when I'm just saying something? He turned to look at the person beside him, who was also a core member of the family, but he only dared to curse. Madness. Shah looked at the other person and slowly spoke. Disrespecting a viscount is an act of insubordination and a violation of imperial law. I am already engaged to the prince, yet you dare to make suggestive remarks, which is an offense against the imperial authority. Disregard for imperial laws and imperial authority. The Paro family is truly formidable. What? I didn't you? Ains instantly understood why the other person had covered his mouth, and cold sweat completely soaked his back at that moment. You. He wanted to argue, but then he made up his mind. Oomph. After today, the entire Sarah Chamber of Commerce will be wiped out, leaving only you. How much persuasive power will you have then? After he finished speaking, he glanced around behind him, and everyone in the Paro family looked away, as if they had been lost in thought. Since the goal is to destroy the other side anyway, it seems like there's no problem with being arrogant. Yes, no problem. Ain's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, instantly relaxed. Sha shook her head. She knew the Paro family's intentions the moment she saw that the visitor was this brainless guy. The other side sent out this idiot, so they must be trying to take this opportunity to eliminate us. The city is in chaos. The OS family is not enforcing the imperial protection laws, and everyone must rely on their own strength to survive. The Sarah Chamber of Commerce is no exception. Humph. Since you have nothing to say, then let me seek justice for the many nobles and commoners. Ains waved his hand, and everyone stepped forward. Her hand, all the private soldiers charged forward. However, compared to the opponent's private soldiers who were a mix of silver and gold, the private soldiers she recruited were generally only bronze level. The quantity is equal, but the quality is not. Something's coming from over there. It's powerful. From a tall building near the Sarah Chamber of Commerce, Adida looked toward the city gate. Because of the distance, he couldn't see much, but his young dragon sensed a powerful aura there. No, it's a whole group. The dragon became even more precise about its information. However, Adida didn't care. It doesn't matter, the more chaotic the city, the better. He looked to his left and right, where Han Yu and others were standing around him. Come on, let me see how long this Sarah Chamber of Commerce can last. Han Yu and the others smiled knowingly, already prepared for the rescue. On the other side, Chen Yi sighed helplessly. He was unaware that the army could not enter the city at will. Fortunately, the Saintists seemed to have some special privileges. Under Alicia's identity, they entered the city as part of the guard. This city is really big. It's much more luxurious than mine. Looking at this real city and thinking about his own territory, Chen Yi suddenly had the idea of developing his territory properly. Look at the buildings and houses here. The infrastructure is complete and accessible in all directions, and there are even many houses with smoke rising from their chimneys, giving it a very homey atmosphere. It's much better than my own territory. Having his own territory, Could this person not be a baron but a viscount with a fiefdom? The paladin commander frowned as he looked at Chunyi. Although they only traveled together for a short distance, he became very concerned about this nobleman, and even disgusted with him. Because he really got too close to the holy maiden. So close that you can breathe the air within a meter of the saintess. He was jealous. Even he, as a guard, had only received such treatment a few times. Where are you planning to go next? Alicia asked Chunyi. Chunyi glanced around indifferently. I'm fine with going anywhere. Let's get you settled first. Actually, his primary targets should have been the Sarah Chamber of Commerce or the Heidi family. But he wasn't in a hurry, because he wanted to learn more about the Holy Church. Do all churches have saints? Do all saints possess divine power? This is crucial information for my ascension to godhood. Alicia blushed. Settle down. It's only been half a day. I haven't recovered yet. She murmured softly. Chapter 218, Divine Power. Lord's Mansion of OSS. You mean Saint Laurent, the Holy Maiden, has arrived? Ostanton looked at the person who brought the report with some surprise. Yes, a group of more than 200 people has entered the city. The hidden guard continued to report. 200 people? That's quite a show. Tandin was somewhat displeased. After all, it was somewhat disrespectful to come to his territory with an army. However, considering the other party's identity and the power behind them, it makes sense. After all, Saint Laurent is much stronger than them. Saint Laurent has already established a kingdom with 3 cities, and in terms of titles, he is even a count. He was merely a minor viscount. Soon, I will also establish my own kingdom. Tandin's wild ambitions were unleashed. Having the Holy Church will allow you to quickly enhance the strength of the entire city of OS. With strength, one can launch more powerful invasions and acquire more land and resources. Now that we've entered the city, you'll be here soon. Go and make preparations, and don't be impolite. Tandin, though seemingly rough around the edges, meticulously planned what followed. It's getting late, and the Holy Maiden will likely visit tomorrow, but I need to prepare a day in advance. Because before he became the leader of the cult, his status was only that of an imperial viscount. The Holy Church, however, can disregard the imperial merit system. At least some etiquette rules are disregarded, so the saints of the Holy Church are not required to bow to the imperial nobles. However, as a viscount, he was required to greet the saint, which reflects the status of the Holy Church within the empire. Although the Holy Church was not yet fully widespread, its power was already evident in this incident. Yes. The hidden guard answered, then disappeared. Tandin thought for a moment, then said again, someone come here. As soon as the voice fell, another hidden guard appeared in front of them. Go and call Whisper. Yes. The hidden guards disappeared again. A moment later, a slightly heroic figure appeared in the house. It was Su Qingyu. She wasn't the kind of person who was spirited and liked to fight. If you had to describe her, she was the kind of person who liked to rely on the strong. As long as you keep the strong person happy, you can enjoy everything with a clear conscience by following behind them. Just like with Chunyi before, once she lashed onto Chunye's coattails, even the smallest thing he revealed was more than she could handle. The same applies now. Yes, they're not the same. Su Qingyu looked at the man in front of her and said, Greetings, Godfather. Tandin nodded. Then a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. He could sense the surge of divine power within Su Qingyu's body. The Godfather and the Saintess were, after all, extremely close. Damn it. Su Qingyu looked at Tandin in front of her. The man's rugged physique and muscles seemed about to explode, yet he was dressed in a white Godfather outfit. It inadvertently gave her a sense of disgust. This old man called me here at this time. Could he have some ulterior motive? Su Qingyu clenched her fists. She liked to rely on the strong, but there were conditions. At the very least, this strong person must be good-looking, or at least not ugly. And Tandin before us. His opponent's skin was rough like sandpaper from years of fighting, and his face was a standard muscular face with a thick beard that looked like a long face growing on top of it. It doesn't have any wild style, it's just ugly. Tandin loved war and bloodshed, so he never cared. Should we refuse? How can I refuse? Su Qingyu clenched her fists tightly, divine power surging into her palms. She took the initiative and said, My Godfather probably wants to ask about my progress in acquiring divine power, right? The radiance of that figure illuminated the room and even revealed the hidden guard, who then adjusted himself and concealed himself again. Su Qingyu carefully observed the other person. She already had a plan in mind. If the other party truly intended for him to serve, then his divine power would mercilessly blast them into his body. While it may not necessarily cause any damage to Tandin, it can buy you some time. Yes, very good, very good, very good. Tandon was pleasantly surprised to see the concentration of divine power in Su Qingyu's hand, and even said, very good, several times. How much was integrated? He asked again. Su Qingyu replied, 90%. Good. This time, Tandon even stood up and exclaimed excitedly. In that case, I will have the church built tomorrow. As for the Holy Maiden, you don't need to go see her. Focus on integrating the power of the gods. Let's strive for complete integration as soon as possible. When that happens, the Kingdom of OS will still need our pioneering efforts. Tandon excitedly began making empty promises. Yes, thank you, Godfather. Su Qingyu nodded and then breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, we don't have to fall out with the other party. As she progressed in fusing with divine power, she discovered a secret. That is, this divine power can rapidly enhance oneself. Since then, she has skipped several major stages and directly reached the platinum level. The speed at which one can progress from bronze to platinum within a month is unimaginable to ordinary people. This is my secret weapon for returning to the forest. Once I'm fully integrated, I should be that so-called saintess, right? Su Qingyu felt a faint sense of anticipation on her way back. They've even started looking forward to further advancements. How do I level up after reaching the rank of saintess? No. Leveling up is too slow. How can I acquire more divine power? As the sunset fades and night falls, darkness descends. The sunset glow didn't disappear. It simply appeared on someone's cheek. Qinyi glanced comfortably at the sleeping saintess, bathed in the glow of the sunset. This new feature upgrade is really convenient. If only there were more saintesses. Qinyi was looking forward to it, as his physical condition had improved significantly since he upgraded his panel last time. Furthermore, due to its unique characteristics, it can remain erect as long as one's mental strength and overall vitality are sufficient. Therefore, Alicia alone is simply not enough to bear her burden. Open the panel. He checked his harvest. Echoes of the Abyss. Each time you acquire divine power, you will receive a 70% experience bonus. Current experience, 6,000. Divine power collected, 1. Note. What is poured into the abyss will surely echo. Note. Please do your utmost to gather divine power. This will be the key to your godhood. Sure enough, it really exists. Qinyi instantly perked up. The previous battle with Alicia only resulted in an increase in experience, but the battle just now gave me a different feeling. So what can this divine power do? Bite. A brand new panel appeared in front of Qinyi. Chapter 219. Just sitting there. Currently gathering divine power, 1. Can use divine power, 1. Abyssal curse, abyssal eye, abyss, abyssal retracing, abyssal echo. This is a new skill point allocation page. Qinyi was shocked by the new page in front of him, but the last few selection options were dimmed, as if they had not yet been opened. Is it not activated yet? His extensive use of the panel had also taught him its basic rules, and in this case, it was most likely that it hadn't been activated yet, and he just needed to keep waiting. I'll try adding points using divine power. He added divine power to the only luminous abyssal seal. This is my first abyss skill. The next moment, the abyss curse mark flashed, and Qinyi felt a jolt in his body. You have improved your skills. The abyss seal is now storable. Current stored quantity, 5. This, can it be stored? Qinyi stared in shock at his updated skill. Sure enough, the abyss seal now displayed a quantity of 5. God's power has this effect. Then can I? Qinyi's breathing became rapid. He had previously created a goblin army that was entirely covered in cursed seals. But it's too tiring to do it every now and then, and buying it directly from the spring is too expensive. Therefore, the plan has been shelved. But now, his eyes gleamed as he gazed greedily at the sleeping Alicia. Qinyi certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to use that storage function to save every single day. Isn't there one right in front of us? Although he was tired, he could handle this kind of tiredness. What's more, this kind of exhaustion allows you to cast 5 spell seals in one go, which is much better than doing it one seal at a time every day. Alicia? He gently nudged her, but Alicia was too sleepy and tired. The first ray of moonlight pierced through the layers of barriers, illuminating the fair arms and revealing a healthy pink hue and delicate texture. This tenderness, upon sensing the unusual situation, naturally shifted to Chunya's shoulder. Then, she shook her head, her pink hair wafting a fragrance into her arms, and Alicia was like a sleepy kitten seeking a warm little nest. The mist spread again in a small area, separating the two from the rest of the world. The paladin commander arrived at the door with a nervous heart. It's already evening. I'm being a bit presumptuous. He dragged his wounded body to the door of the Holy Maiden and lingered there. In the large courtyard, an anxious figure paced back and forth. I'm injured, and the nun can't heal me, so it's perfectly reasonable for me to come to the Holy Maiden, isn't it? The Holy Maiden will surely agree, won't she? Who? With a loud shout, a small group of 5 knights spotted the paladin commander pacing back and forth in the courtyard. Greetings, Commander Knight. Several knights hurriedly bowed. Yes, get up. The paladin commander quickly took a deep breath and pretended to be dignified. But the next second it was broken by someone else. The vice captain looked curiously at the captain, whose arm had been injured again. Sir, wasn't your arm already healed by the nun? What happened? The knight commander panicked for a moment, then hurriedly tried to cover it up. I encountered some problems in my magic training and injured myself. I've come to ask the Holy Maiden for treatment. Treat? Does it mean that as long as she's not a nun? A quick-tongued knight blurted out something without thinking, but the next second he received a death stare from his superior. He couldn't speak, and could only bury his head deeply in his neck. Seeing this, the vice-captain quickly tried to smooth things over, saying, Is it any of your business to interfere in the affairs of adults? Get back now. Yes. The knight quickly retreated behind the crowd. The vice-captain had no real intention of making him step down. That was obvious to everyone. As everyone can see, the Holy Knight Commander is in love with the Holy Maiden. But who isn't? The Holy Maiden is so wonderful. How could anyone not like her? Like them, the glorious task of patrolling in front of the Holy Maiden's gate was one they had worked very hard to obtain. In their view, the Holy Maiden deserves all the beauty in this world and should be protected. Where's the Holy Maiden? The Paladin Commander's expression improved considerably, and he then inquired. The vice-captain said quite naturally, The Holy Maiden has already gone to sleep. Hearing from another man that the woman he loved most had already gone to sleep made the Paladin Commander very uncomfortable. However, given the other party's position and the fact that it was I who asked the question, I couldn't continue to get angry. He could only ask, frustrated, Where is that young Viscount? It naturally refers to Chunyi. The young Viscount. Did that young Viscount come out after he went in to discuss the matter of the child with the Holy Maiden? The vice-captain thought for a moment. They should be out by now. The vice-captain frowned deeply, not seeing Chunyi emerge. But now the lights in the Saintess's room are off, and she's asleep. She must have come out long ago. After all, he was a nobleman. It was already quite impolite for him to come looking for someone in the evening. How could he possibly be sharing a room with another woman of such high status in the dark? I didn't see it, but it must have left while we were on patrol. Yes, that's good. The Paladin Commander nodded, and that person left. He was always unhappy and inexplicably jealous when Chunyi was around the Holy Maiden. The Paladin Commander thought for a moment and waved to the group, saying, You can continue your patrol, but there's no need to patrol in front of the gate. Is patrolling in front of the gate no longer required? Everyone was astonished. The Paladin Commander explained and said sternly, The Holy Maiden is very tired from her journey, so I must personally guard this place to prevent anyone from entering. Yes. The knights answered with pouts and gritted teeth. It seems I won't be able to share the moonlight with the Holy Maiden in the courtyard tonight. What a pity. After everyone left, the Paladin Commander sat down on the spot. He was going to keep watch to prevent the young nobleman from coming to see his master early the next morning. Tomorrow morning, the first person the Holy Maiden will see will definitely be herself. Having stayed up all night despite being injured, I'm sure the Holy Maiden will feel sorry for me. Chapter 220, Tandon's Scheme. After a night of hard work, Chunyi looked at his panel with a puzzled expression. That's strange. Why hasn't my divine power increased? No, it's not that there's no increase. It's just that the increase is so small that it can't even form a complete drop. Chunyi could feel the so-called divine power surging within his body, but there was no condensation or enhancement of divine power. In other words, it exists, but it's not enough. He looked at the person in his arms, wondering if the interval between them had been too short. Alicia also opened her eyes, albeit vaguely. She looked at Chunyi, and Chunyi looked at her. They gazed at each other, each lost in their own thoughts. How could the Saintess Alicia be so easily subdued by the other party? The reason she acted this way and took the initiative was because of the evil in the other party. That evil will was like a poison, deeply attracting him. It's like the only darkness in the light, making you want to get closer and illuminate it. She is too weak to illuminate such a powerful darkness. Wow, this is strong. It seems hard to digest. Alicia looked at her lower abdomen, which was slightly swollen and exuded a strong abyssal power. She wasn't sure what power she was purifying, but it was clear that her god of light liked it very much. She could feel her power growing, and estimated that it wouldn't be long before she could advance to the three-feathered saintess level once she had completely digested this evil power. Chunyi also looked at Alicia and felt what she was thinking. He could feel the loss in his body, but this loss was within his acceptable range. It's common knowledge that you'll feel exhausted every day you work hard. For every extra minute you breathe, you lose 60 seconds of your life. It won't harm you much. The two sides had a relationship of mutual benefit and fulfillment, but now he felt that his side seemed to be somewhat unbalanced. I can no longer obtain more divine power. Alicia deliberately climbed onto the dragon, hoping to gain more reserves of evil power. Despite her seemingly weak appearance, this saintess has an almost obsessive desire to increase her strength. This is not only because of the various benefits and other improvements that come with increased strength, but also because the God of Light once gave an order. Whoever is the first to actively attack the Holy Maiden of Nine Feathers can become his human agent. The human agent is a sub-god level, above all others. Why has your divine radiance disappeared? Chunyi asked directly. This, Alicia was taken aback. Perhaps it was because I purified the evil will from your body that your radiance was somewhat diminished. Oh, I see. I'll come back in a few days. After understanding the reason, Chunyi got up and prepared to leave. Alicia, who was about to be affectionate, instinctively reached out, but she couldn't grasp anything. She didn't recover from her shock until Chunyi got up completely and started getting dressed. This person isn't interested in me at all. Then why did he? Hateful. Seeing that Chunyi was about to leave, Alicia quickly stood up and said, "Let me see you off." This time, thanks to the restoration of her physical strength by divine power, she was not as weak as before. She quickly wrapped a piece of cloth into a skirt and then walked rapidly toward Chunyi. Is this man truly reckless? Seeing that Chunyi showed no intention of waiting for her, Alicia even started to run around in a hurry, something that was hardly something a mature and composed saintess like her should do. She took 2 steps in 3 and finally caught up with Chunyi. That's very rude of you. Coming out of a girl's room so early in the morning will make people misunderstand. Misunderstand? Chunyi stopped and looked at the other person. What misunderstanding? Alicia was speechless. There was definitely no misunderstanding, but we can't just openly say that we. Her voice grew softer and softer as she spoke. No. Alicia shook her head, then quickly came to Chunyi's side. She remained silent, but she had already devised a plan in her mind. As long as you walk fast enough, you can take everyone with you when you leave. Stepping outside, the morning sunlight soothed Alicia's restless heart. Knight Commander? What are you doing here? Alicia originally thought that she would only encounter guardian knights and the like after leaving her own courtyard, and then she would transfer them all away. But how come there's one right in front of my own door? Chunyi is right behind us. Alicia's emotions, which had just calmed down, were once again thrown into turmoil. Holy Maiden, I did it for your safety, Alright, let's go, we're going to be late. Alicia didn't want to hear the Paladin Commander's explanation because Chunyi was right behind her, and if they were any later, they might run into each other. The thought of one's knight discovering that he has spent the night with another nobleman would likely drive the entire Saint Laurent into a frenzy. Your Majesty, my injuries. Hurry up, or we'll miss the OS family meeting. The Paladin looked up at the sky in a daze. The rising sun was still tinged with a tender red. Isn't it still early? He was puzzled, but dared not be negligent and hurriedly replied. Yes, I will organize the men right away. The City Lord's mansion ruined their plans. The OS family deserves to die. As the Paladin Commander left, he cursed the patriarch of the OS family. You can come out. Alicia turned around, but couldn't find Chunyi anywhere. He had apparently left some time earlier. At the same time, City Lord's mansion. Alicia wasn't the only one who couldn't sleep and woke up early. Tandon also got up early to supervise the work. How are the ceremony preparations going? Tandon stood atop the high tower of the City Lord's mansion, gazing at the massive building in the city center. The building was a statue, below which was a church and a huge square, large enough to hold tens of thousands of people. It's basically complete. We just need to wait for the Holy Maiden to hold the ceremony. The hidden guard answered. Very good. Tandon nodded. It's time to show everyone who truly owns this city. Tandon was very pleased as he looked at the completed angel sculpture. The moment the church is built, all people and things possessing divine attributes and faith in light will receive divine blessings. In other words, all his soldiers, including himself, will receive tremendous divine power. Furthermore, it's not the profound divine power, but rather the divine power that's easy to absorb and digest. It's like a baptism showered by the great God of light as a reward for the holy image and his believers. At that time, not only himself, but everyone under his command will have their strength increased by at least 1 to 2 times, and those with good talent can even increase their strength by 3 to 5 times. The already powerful OS family has instantly increased its overall strength several times over, along with the Paro family, the Heidi family, and the Ainaville family. Tandin smiled strangely, as if he had already felt the radiance of divine power shining down upon him. Chapter 221, Paro, the Transfer of Power. Hey, look at that. It looks like it was built overnight last night. Chinyi walked down the street, listening to people tell all sorts of stories. Yes, that's amazing. Which powerful family was behind this? 100-meter-tall colossus was built overnight, truly befitting a noble family. Pedestrians looked up at the angel statue in the center of the city and discussed it amongst themselves. It should be the Ainaville family or the city lord. I think it's more likely to be the city lord. Hey, wait a minute. Why isn't anyone guessing the Heidi family or the Paro family? As the two were discussing their matter, a third party suddenly stopped and asked a question. You don't know this? The two questioned each other, and the former seemed genuinely unaware of the answer before speaking. Yesterday evening, the Paro family and the Heidi family got into a fight on the territory of the Sarah Chamber of Commerce. The fighting seemed to continue until late at night. It was a battle of 300 or 400 people, with sounds of fighting everywhere. That's right. I heard it's because the Sarah Chamber of Commerce broke its promise and the Paro Chamber of Commerce stepped in to help. Yes, the Paro family attacked the Sarah Chamber of Commerce, but they didn't expect that the Heidi family was behind them. After that battle, it seemed like all the houses around us were reduced to ruins. That's right, it's still in ruins there. The more they talked, the more excited they felt, as if they were right there in the middle of it all. The Sarah Chamber of Commerce has never broken its promises. This is all the Paro family's doing. Furthermore, the Sarah Chamber of Commerce is actually backed by the Heidi family, and this is a war between the two families. Hey, tell me, even though things have gotten this bad, why hasn't the City Lord's mansion stepped in to take charge? The City Lord wouldn't really abandon the lives of those within our city, would he? One person was terrified, while the other person slapped the former hard on the head. Are you stupid? The City Lord is busy building statues, isn't he? Oh right, I see. You're so smart. After asking his questions, Chinyi left. A fight has broken out. The Paro family has attacked my trading company. He didn't know much about the Paro Merchant Guild, only that it was one of the 3 major families in the city of OS, sharing the city's commerce with the Ainaville family. But when Sarah came last time, she seemed to have mentioned that she had taken advantage of the chaos in the city to seize a portion of the commercial territory. Chinyi sorted out his thoughts. It seems that the Paro family was unhappy and used this as an excuse to suppress us. As Chinyi spoke, he changed his destination and headed towards the Paro family from the Sarah Chamber of Commerce. With my current strength, I can easily sweep aside any family in the city, so there's nothing to be afraid of. With a thought in their minds, the Goblins also headed towards the Paro family. The Paro family. The vast council chamber was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. A moment later, an authoritative voice spoke up. Ains, you've really grown up. Big brother, I know I was wrong. I didn't mean to. I didn't expect that they had so many powerful forces supporting them. Ains looked like a child, bowing his head in panic before the many elders and his clan leader. Is that what I meant? The Paro clan stood up angrily, and then stared at his foolish younger brother with disappointment. He used a lot of resources to turn him into a diamond-level expert. But the other party turned out to be a fool who had all strength, but no brains. Chief Paro said angrily, "You disrespect the Viscounts and the Imperial authority. Do you really think our Paro family can shoulder all your burdens?" "I'm sorry, brother, I was wrong." Ains lowered his head, realizing what he had done wrong. If they had taken over the Sarah Chamber of Commerce, everything would have been fine. The problem is that they failed to take over the Sarah Chamber of Commerce, and even went too far. This means that if the other party reports it, their family will suffer unimaginable disaster. What? Chief Paro suddenly sighed, sounding quite disappointed. He spoke earnestly to his good-for-nothing younger brother, saying, "You must remember that we are not the main branch of the Paro family, but just a branch. You sigh. Never mind. Go, take these and apologize to the people from the Sarah Chamber of Commerce." In front of everyone, Chief Paro presented a ring. But the next second someone stopped him. Clan leader, this is the clan's resource. Isn't it inappropriate for you to do this? The family elders, who had been holding back for a long time, finally erupted. In their view, the clan leader was being far too indulgent towards Baronanes. He's already in his 30s, yet he acts like a child. In terms of thinking, he's even less capable than Paro Paro. This joint effort between the Heidi family and the Sarah Chamber of Commerce nearly wiped out the entire private army of the Paro family. If Paro Paro hadn't sensed something was wrong and led his hidden guards there in time, the Paro family would probably have been in a weak position at this critical juncture of chaos in the city. No one can figure out the city lord's thoughts now, but everyone can sense that something is amiss. Therefore, no force should be used lightly. If it weren't for the desire to curry favor with the surrendered OS family, they wouldn't have been so impulsive as to actively annihilate the Sarah Chamber of Commerce. It should be noted that the other side had a record of defeating a portion of the OS family's Dragonblood cavalry. Although the number wasn't large, it certainly demonstrated their strength. Even OS ultimately chose not to tackle such a difficult and thankless task. That's why they're unwilling to even get involved with a slightly troublesome Chamber of Commerce. This steel frame exacerbated everyone's fear of the OS family. Where exactly did the enemy concentrate their forces? This is the last time, just the very last time. The clan chief struggled somewhat. Without this apology, the family would very likely have abandoned their younger brother. Surprisingly, the clan elder agreed. But the next sentence made him smile bitterly. Given the family rules, and considering you've served as the clan leader for quite some time now, hand over the hidden guard to Paro. The elder looked at the clan leader, who gave a wry smile. Good. The clan chief agreed with a wry smile. He knew that everything the clan elder did was for the better development of the clan. Although he lost his family power prematurely, handing it over to his son was not unacceptable. It worked. It actually worked. Paro, standing in the corner, watched and listened to all of this in disbelief. He didn't expect that his plan would fail, but he still got what he wanted. Paro, exist. Paro Paro heard his father's call and rushed over, but his face did indeed show a trace of grief. The clan chief nodded and then took out a jade pendant. From today onwards, the hidden guard will be under your full command. Yes. Paro didn't waste any words, but simply accepted the jade pendant with a heavy heart. Go. First gather all the hidden guards and let them know your authority. The clan chief said with a sigh. Yes. Paro, unable to hide his joy, quickly stepped forward. Suddenly, a person appeared outside the conference hall and happened to run into Paro. Hidden guards. Paro was overjoyed. Indeed, when luck is on your side, everything is good. This saves you time searching for hidden guards. He held up the jade pendant arrogantly and said, report directly if there's anything you need. The hidden guard looked up and immediately knelt down on one knee and bowed his head. Yes. Reporting to the young master, we have detected a fully armed army of 200 men whose target appears to be our territory. What? Paro clenched his fist, instantly feeling that the jade pendant in his hand had become a hot potato. Chapter 222, Extraordinary Snow. 200 people, from which family? Paro asked. The hidden guard thought for a moment and replied. No family insignia was found. No family crest. Paro gritted his teeth, unsure of what to do. Is it the OS family, the Heidi family, or the Ainaville family? He quickly thought through the options and concluded that only these three families could possess private armies in the city. However, of these three families, the Heidi family mainly consists of mercenaries and is unlikely to have its own army. The OS family probably isn't one of them either. Lord Tandon always takes a high-minded approach, always prioritizing showcasing his power. If it were truly the OS family, their banners should be visible from a great distance. But if it's not one of those two families, then it must be Ainaville? What is Ainaville thinking? Shouldn't we unite at a time like this? What benefit would I gain from eliminating my Paro family? Wrong. Paro suddenly woke up and asked again to confirm. How many people did you say there were? The guard replied. Reporting to my lord, 200. 200, Paros pondered. Come, let's go take a look. The hidden guards in the house represent not only the leadership of the guards, but also the head of the household and the symbol of the transfer of power. Possessing that jade pendant signifies that Paro has begun to hold power within the family, but with power comes the obligations that come with it. The clan elders and patriarch of the family saw and heard everything the hidden guards reported, but they remained unmoved. They had already thought of everything Paro could think of, so they weren't worried. If it were one of the other families attacking the Paro family, they wouldn't have only sent 200 private soldiers. The reason they only sent 200 troops to fight the Sarah Chamber of Commerce last night was because they believed they had an advantage in terms of high-end combat power. This doesn't mean they only have 200 private soldiers. In this remote town, without a family possessing several thousand private soldiers, one is simply at the mercy of others. I didn't expect the city to be even more chaotic. All sorts of little devils dare to show up. The elders of the Paro family sighed. In his view, this team was nothing more than a clown trying to take advantage of the chaos. They were defeated in their campaign against the Sarah Merchant Guild, but that doesn't mean they were too weak. On the contrary, the Sarah Chamber of Commerce is too powerful, especially in terms of high-end combat capabilities. Have you found out the origins of the adventurer team that helped the Sarah Merchant Guild yesterday? The elder asked the clan chief. An S-class squad, with a diamond-level captain and all the other members being platinum level, is something anyone could produce. Sometimes such a small squad is as good as thousands of private soldiers. No, the clan chief answered. But only the Heidi family could probably hire such an adventurer team. 2. The clan elder nodded. The Heidi family has always had a good relationship with adventurers, so it makes sense that this powerful team was invited by the Heidi family. In that case, we might have to talk to the Heidi family. The clan elder spoke. Yes, and the Anavial family too, we need to unite. The clan chief added. They originally only had 2 choices, either surrender to the city lord or join forces with the other families. It's just that in the city now, the Ainaville family is somewhat fickle and wavering, and the Heidi family is not good at fighting. Therefore, they chose the second path and presented the Sarah Chamber of Commerce as their gift. It's a pity that the Sarah Chamber of Commerce wasn't won over. Instead, it brought trouble upon itself. Yes. Now that the Heidi family has brought out their own team of knights, along with this high-level adventurer squad and their hidden guards, they can certainly go toe-to-toe with Ostanton. The other elders, who had remained silent until now, began to speak out. The previous handling appeared to be a discussion between the first elder and the clan leader, but in reality, it was something they had already planned long ago. If it weren't for this, the clan chief wouldn't have shown such respect and fear to the clan elder who was the only one to speak out. Let's arm wrestle with Ostanton. The head of the Paro family has become somewhat despondent. The reason why they have not chosen to confront the OS family directly is twofold. Firstly, because the OS family's blood knights are powerful, and secondly, because of their own strength. I'm afraid Ostanton's strength is already at the 2nd or 3rd level of the Star Realm, right? The clan chief said with some concern. The elders remained silent for a few seconds. This was the last thing they wanted to face. A moment later, an elder sighed. Then we'll use sheer numbers and a massive force of hidden guards. As long as they're human, they're bound to die. The other elders and clan leader remained silent, which was taken as tacit agreement. If we could truly unite the hidden guards of the 3 major families, we might actually be able to overwhelm them. However, this would result in too many casualties, which doesn't quite align with their profit-driven nature as businessmen. This bird horse looks so familiar. Paro arrived at his family's gate and looked at the army in the distance. The leader of the army was the same tasteless man he had seen in the Accord. 200 people. That bird horse team seems to have about 200 people, right? Paro recognized the enemy and looked at the approaching goblin army with some disdain. As I suspected, it was some foolish nobleman who came to the city of Os to try and take a place. This has happened before. When the city is in turmoil, minor nobles who have heard the news will always rush over like hunting dogs and vultures sniffing out the scent. They were the typical nobles without fiefdoms who wanted to settle in a city. However, the social classes in ordinary cities were already fixed, so they could only wander around looking for opportunities in other cities. Paro snorted coldly, even more disdainful. Someone, go and bring the left battalion over here. Yes. One of the hidden guards answered and then quickly left, while the rest of the hidden guards remained to protect their new master. They were like the dead, recognizing only the jade pendant and the rules, never people. Now that the jade pendant is with the young master, they have no further connection with the old family and are instead loyal to him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As I pondered, a line of people, numbering in the thousands, marched past in neat formation. The moment they arrived, all the soldiers had already taken up their positions and stood within their family compound, ready for battle. Although it's called a courtyard, it's not much different from a small city wall. Although it wasn't a real city wall, it still gave our side a certain geographical advantage. Why are you all hiding? Paro frowned upon seeing this, then ordered, come out, all of you. I need you to intimidate the enemy, not to hide. But, sir, if we all step out of our defensive positions and the enemy seizes the opportunity to attack. That's an order. Paro frowned and then took out the jade pendant again. The leader immediately carried out the order upon seeing the jade pendant. Very good. Paro proudly puffed out his little belly. That's more like it. The other side is just a minor nobleman. How could they dare to fight us? Let them see our strength. Far away, confused when he saw the other person hide and then stand up again, but then he understood. Perhaps they felt it was too much trouble to find and kill them themselves, so they stepped forward on their own. He's actually a pretty nice person. Chun-Yi gazed into the distance, the air filled with the fresh scent of wind and rain. Is war always accompanied by storms? He lamented the climate change in Atlanta. It had been sunny just a moment ago, but now the wind had suddenly picked up. That's really strange. Thick rain clouds arrived suddenly, accompanied by a storm that turned the sky a muddy yellow. The yellowish hue didn't last long. Soon the sky turned pitch black. A single white drifted down from the pitch black. Chun-Yi reached out and caught it, somewhat surprised. Snow? Snowflakes melt in the center of the palm, leaving water droplets that seep into the skin. The snow feels so nice. Yes, I'm starting to like snow. Chun-Yi actually found the snow to be very refreshing. Dark clouds loomed over the city as a sudden blizzard struck, which resonated with the tasks I needed to accomplish at that moment. Suddenly, Chun-Yi stopped himself in his tracks. He looked up at the sky, then opened his control panel in disbelief. Echoes of the Abyss. Each time you acquire divine power, you will receive a 70% experience bonus. Current experience, 6,005. Note, what is poured into the abyss will surely echo. Note, please do your utmost to gather divine power. This will be the key to your godhood. Divine power collected, 0. Wasn't the experience points supposed to be 6,000? Why did it change? This snow. Chapter 223, Coronation and a Sharp Tongue. What's going on with this snow? What's in those dark, rainy clouds? Chun-Yi observed carefully, but found nothing wrong. However, his Abyss Echo skill was indeed triggered. Eyes of the Abyss. Chun-Yi closed his eyes, then opened them, his eyeballs replaced by a grayish-white mist. The power of the Abyss surged in his eyes, and everything changed, like a two-dimensional world, or like an ink painting that had lost its color. Of course, not all of them are like that. At least in those rain clouds, he found color. A pure white radiance blooms amidst a dark mass. This thing is divine power? Chun-Yi stared in shock at the single color. The next moment, the eye of the abyss ended, and the world regained its color. He glanced at the Paro family's defenses in the distance, which looked like idiots, and then at the cumulonimbus clouds in the sky. Forget it. Let the idiots line up at the back. Walk. He mobilized his troops and rushed towards the direction of the cumulonimbus clouds. Such a large amount of divine power would bring considerable benefits if obtained. Perhaps we can use the Abyss Seal without restriction? Chun-Yi felt hot all over just thinking about it. If I could use it infinitely, then my goblins could collectively advance from the beginner level of the king rank to the advanced level of the king rank. In other words, the overall quality has been upgraded from platinum to that of diamond. Even with all the platinum, it might not be enough to win over all three major families at the same time. After all, he left a large number of troops there to prevent his territory from being captured. But what if all 200 goblins I brought turned into cursed goblins? Chun-Yi found it hard to imagine that even if the entire city were emptied, it would be impossible to gather 200 diamond-level experts. The three major families? What three major families? They eat lunch in the morning and then disappear by the afternoon. They changed their destination and headed towards the rain clouds. Ha ha, I knew it. Just a lowly, down-on-his-luck nobleman. Paro watched Chun-Yi turn and leave, assuming that the other party had been intimidated by his 1,000 soldiers. After all, no matter how you calculate it, the other side's 200 men couldn't possibly defeat your 1,000. Moreover, this army of 1,000 men was a powerful force composed of silver mixed with gold. Oomph, you guys keep guarding for a while longer. I'm going back first. Paro excitedly walked back. How could he not let his father and the other elders know that he had defeated the enemy with his own wisdom? They need to know, and then they need to be given more power more quickly. Once I get power, humph. He fantasized about what he thought the situation would be like. First, you need to win over the new young master of the OS family, namely Su Qingyu. After he became the clan leader, no one in the clan could stop the woman who haunted his dreams. And then we'll lead the Paro Trading Company to become bigger and stronger. Ha 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 ha. Paro, feeling quite pleased with himself, happily reported his good news to the conference hall. At the same time, in the center of the city, beneath the statue, a group of people are performing a mysterious and intricate ceremony. Alicia waved her staff continuously while chanting incantations. Great God of Light, please respond to your believers. I will temporarily guide the lost believers and personally examine these faithful ones. As Alicia spoke, the scepter in her hand shone brighter and brighter. However, the light from the scepter converged on the sky above his head. The clouds in the sky were thicker, and the snowflakes were falling more frequently. Suddenly, a dazzling white beam of light shot out from the clouds, and then crashed violently into the magnificent angel statue. Then, as if it came to life, the statue actually adjusted its posture. With hands clasped together in front of the chest, wings spread behind the back and then wrap around the front. It's like a great mother embracing her child. This scene was as warm as sunshine and as awe-inspiring as thunder. The great God of Light has responded. Greetings to the God of Light. God of Light, I am willing to become your most loyal believer. I fervently praise the light. I am willing to nourish the darkness with my own body, to sacrifice myself for the light. In the square, and these people were all members of the OS family without any doubt. Among them were knights, soldiers, and ordinary people from the OS family. Everyone was bowing their heads in devout praise to the God of Light. The God of Light first showered light upon the crowd, eliciting cheers. Then the light was concentrated and enveloped Ostantin and Su Qingyu. In an instant, Su Qingyu felt as if she had fallen into the warm sun. She felt that the statue's bent over, outstretched wings were deliberately welcoming her. Ostantin shared the same idea as him. Even someone as powerful as him succumbed to the holy light of the God of Light. Growth in power. Is this the power of the gods? At this moment, everyone is excitedly receiving the light and warmth from God. And in the distance, a crazed figure was constantly whipping the bird horse beneath him. Damn it. My divine power is dwindling. It's almost gone. Little horse, run faster. He urged the bird horse on, and the horse ran forward like a madman. Qinyi watched as the dwindling divine power seemed to be flowing into the angel statue, and couldn't help but shout anxiously. Leave some for me. Why are you eating so much? Rub. The stone statue, several kilometers away, seemed to have heard something and suddenly turned its head 90 degrees. Those eyes were fixed on Chunyi, and then Chunyi felt the air around him become unusually thick. At this point, he had difficulty even breathing, let alone moving. The surrounding air felt like it had turned into rubber, making it impossible to breathe. Boom! The thunder of ages awakened the winter snow, and the snow fell even more heavily. The lightning in the sky appeared more solid. Gurgle! Qinyi struggled to move his Adam's apple, then squeezed out a few words. Don't take it seriously. I was just joking. Chapter 224. The Revival of the Divine Artifact. This is outrageous. Are all the gods here so idle? Qinyi looked regretfully at the thunderclouds above his sky. He never expected that the supreme beings here, such as gods and the will of the world, would be so idle. Previously, he faced the will of Atlantis alone. This time, it is against that unknown statue. Both times, his own loose tongue led to fatal crises. If he could, he would never be so talkative again. Of course, this is all assuming there's an if. Qinyi stared at the thunder in the sky, and the thunder seemed to be staring back at him. This time it's all over. Move now. Since being washed by that god, Chunye's blood had turned into lead-like liquid, making him incredibly heavy. So much so that he couldn't complete the task quickly when he mobilized his own power. The heavy force, like a snail, was slowly creeping towards the double snake bracelet on his wrist. Teleport now, damn it. Chunyi anxiously felt his power slowly moving towards the bracelet at an incredibly slow pace. Meanwhile, strange phenomena occurred in the sky. Amidst the clouds and rain, the snowflakes suddenly stopped, replaced by angry thunder. The lightning painted a purple picture in the clouds, while simultaneously converging itself into an even more powerful form. What's going on? Tandon frowned as he looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky. He didn't recall having this step in the coronation ceremony. He looked at Saintess Alicia, who was also puzzled. She could only vaguely sense that the God of Light seemed somewhat angry, but she had no idea why he was angry or where the thunder, imbued with divine power, was going to strike. Whom does the God of Light intend to punish with these thunderclouds? Su Qingyu also sensed boundless rage from the thunder. Now that the ceremony is mostly complete, she can be considered half a saint. As for the remaining half, she can only be considered a complete saintess after she accepts the divine power from the sky. But can he still inherit this divine power? Su Qingyu looked at the sky, where the dark clouds created a suffocating and oppressive atmosphere. It felt like I couldn't breathe properly. Whom is the god of light punishing? She was even more puzzled as to who exactly was worthy of the god of light's personal intervention. What crime did the other party commit? Forget it. Let's mourn for that idiot. Having obtained 1/10,000th of the power of the gods, she could clearly feel the greatness of the god of light's power, which was absolutely beyond human capabilities to contend with. Su Qingyu was certain that even a giant dragon would be easily blasted into dust under this purple lightning, with no chance of survival. Divine punishment. This is divine punishment. There are sinners in the city. God, I only peeked at Captain Wan's wife taking a bath. I don't deserve to die. God, I only have a humble thought about the holy maiden, but it is just a thought. God, I have no sin. I have no sin. You can't see me. You can't see me. You can't see me. The knights of the OS family knelt respectfully, while the nobles of the OS family offered a variety of prayers. They couldn't sense the specific lightning strike, but because of their lowly strength, they were influenced by the aura and mistakenly believed that the lightning was targeting them, so they began to pray frantically. At that moment, a young man in the city was glaring angrily at the thunder in the sky. Holy crap! Chenyi felt utterly hopeless. His thoughts even reached the twin serpent rings. The lightning had already coalesced and was about to strike him. Boom! Click! A torrent of lightning poured forth, tearing apart the thunderclouds that had conceived it and simultaneously cleaving the sky. The sky seemed to have been cleaved in two by a purple lightning bolt. At the heart of this division, a young man desperately wanted to use his power to activate the bracelet on his wrist. At that moment, the bracelet did indeed move. However, it wasn't Chunyi who activated it. Rather, he sensed the lightning tribulation in the sky moving on its own. The two small silver snakes seemed to come alive, looking up in astonishment at the descending giant thunderblade. Hiss! The roar wasn't loud, but it was incredibly real. As the wearer of the bracelet, Chunyi naturally heard it most clearly. He no longer had the energy to complain. He just stared wide-eyed at his wrist. He's alive. Damn, nothing related to God is normal. Boom! The lightning struck straight down, but the dazzling bolt of lightning was only as thick as a bucket. Of course, this lightning was enough to destroy some mortal objects. Hiss! Their mouths again and hissed. This time, it wasn't just a simple roar, it opened its mouth. The bracelet is only a few tens of centimeters long, while thunder, without radiance, is several meters long, and with radiance included, it reaches several miles. But faced with this sudden realization, the two little silver snakes actually opened their mouths. It's like two ants opening their mouth parts at the foot of an elephant that's about to step on them. However, what shocked Chenyi happened. The lightning, which was already unbearable just from locking onto him, was actually swallowed up by the two small snakes. The little snake sucked on the silver scales on Thunder's body, opening and closing its mouth, with purple arcs of electricity flashing within, as if it were very happy. Holy crap, it's going to explode. The moment the lightning struck, Chunyi regained his mobility. However, the aftershocks from the lightning that had been swallowed by the little snake were causing Chun-Yi extreme discomfort. He felt like he was about to split open. And at that moment, he saw that anthropomorphic scene again. The two little snakes seemed to give Chun-Yi a disapproving look, and then a system notification sound came. You have been bathed in the power of thunder, strength +1, stamina +1. You have been bathed in the power of thunder, strength +1, stamina +1. You have been bathed in the power of thunder, strength +1, stamina +2. The purple arc of electricity traveled through the small snake and landed on Chun-Yi, but this arc no longer had any offensive power. Instead, it continuously stimulated the various forces within Chun-Yi's body. At this moment, his attribute panel was growing wildly until your equipment, unranked, remnant thunder artifact has changed. Chapter 225, Enhancement, the sublimation of divine artifacts. Unranked, remnant thunder artifact, a mysterious and ancient artifact possessing some form of teleportation ability. Absorption, ancient artifacts possess the miraculous power to restore themselves. Feedback, this is a force that had to be dispersed to protect users. Note, be thankful, mortals. Restriction 1. There is no limit to the teleportation range, but only 3 teleportations are allowed every 30 days. Restriction 2. Teleportation after being damaged more than 3 times requires a large number of energy stones. The required energy stones are determined by the distance. Restriction 3. This artifact is a remnant of an ancient god and cannot be used by anyone other than the inheritor of divine power or a chosen one. Note, it's unbelievable that he, despite his broken state, seemed to have received some kind of nourishment. Note, wherever the mind reaches, divine power will surely follow. This divine artifact devoured that lightning. The lightning in the sky vanished abruptly, as if it had never existed. Chunyi stared blankly at his wrist. The 2 small silver snakes had once again transformed into decorations, showing no abnormality whatsoever. But he knew perfectly well that the snake in his hand was the one that had saved him from devouring the desolate thunder. Feedback is absorption. Is this your new change? Chunyi was somewhat confused. This change surprised him. He originally intended this artifact as a teleportation device, but he never expected it to have such an effect. Does this mean I will no longer fear the power of these so-called gods? Chunyi stared at the silver snake somewhat dazedly. The snake, which had been still, suddenly began to flash with purple lightning, as if it were telling a story. This means, Chunyi recalled the artifact's second skill, absorption. The other party seemed to be helping because this energy could restore their own power. So, if you keep acting recklessly, is there still no guarantee of your life or death? But why did you give me a feedback skill? Chunyi was itching to try it. This skill clearly means that if you help me find the power of thunder, I will help you increase your strength. But what if I make another stupid mistake and the statue doesn't release the power of thunder or the power that the bracelet needs? That would be a huge problem. Having witnessed the immense power of the gods, Chunyi did not want to try it a second time in a short period of time. There are many ways to increase one's power, so there's no need to take such a risk. Unless he figured out the so-called rules of intake. Before that, he had been honestly using other methods to improve his strength. Name, Chunyi. Level 4. Attribute, 85. Freedom attributes, 0. Skills, shared vision, shared experience, abyssal seal, abyssal eye, abyssal echo. Introduction, omitted. Divine power collected, 0. Personal space, omitted. Mental strength, 26. Speed, 19. Strength, 20. Stamina, 20. Features, copying, extracting. Note, you have activated your exclusive feature. Note, you can achieve your own characteristics by exploring the characteristics of goblins. Trait, Abyss Mastery. Note, as the Lord of the Abyss, you have gained the initial ability to manipulate the abyss. A total of 30 points were increased in strength and stamina. Chunyi looked at his personal panel and saw his strength, stamina, and total attributes, almost falling for the "it's actually pretty good" phenomenon. Calm down, calm down. Chunyi forced himself to calm down, even though the power enhanced by this method was terrifying and even fascinating. But he knew perfectly well that if the god wasn't stupid, he wouldn't have used lightning to strike him again. In other words, if I act recklessly again at this point, I might really die. Hold on, be steady. I'll continue searching for those divine powers. I'll find thunder and the like. Yes, that's right, it will happen. Chunyi silently recited the words to himself, then solidified his idea. All he wanted was divine power. Although the snowflakes are still falling in the sky, the divine power scattered among them continues to flow into his body. But it's unknown when this faint divine power will be able to coalesce into a single drop. He plans to obtain it directly from the source. If I'm not mistaken, the place with the most concentrated divine power was that plaza when I arrived. Chunyi quickened his pace as he looked at the square, where a real feast awaited him. I'll go first, you guys follow. Chunyi gave the order, and then they quickly surged forward. The newly added power within him was like an inexhaustible source of fuel, transforming him into an explosive rocket that hurtled forward. In an instant, he felt the scenery around him receding, but his body did not feel tired at all. Awesome. Awesome like never before. He had used this method to test his speed limit during previous training sessions. But at that time, because I didn't add many points to my stats, I felt like an assassin who was extremely short on mana. It happened very quickly, but also very quickly. It was fast, but it ended quickly as well. But this time was different. His physical abilities not only kept up with his speed, but even surpassed it. With an overall attribute of 85, he even had the illusion that he could tear a dragon apart with his bare hands. That's really powerful. Chunyi felt the changes within his body. A powerful force burst forth, and the dragon-like creature coiled around his arm resembled a volcano ready to explode at any moment. Having tested his speed, He desperately wanted to test his own strength, or rather, he desperately wanted to fight someone. He felt invincible, and that feeling was unpleasant. He wanted someone to help him face reality. In other words, I just want to kill you all, or be killed by you all. Chunyi cut through the air, forming the shape of a parachute behind him, and followed closely. Looking back, the goblin had long since disappeared. He had already surpassed the goblin's speed. Not only in speed, but in every other attribute, he surpasses the goblin. At this moment, he was like a rampaging Tyrannosaurus Rex, violently destroying everything in his path. The layperson, the house, and some iron fences. So this is what it feels like to have power. Chunyi was somewhat intoxicated. Because of his extremely high mental strength, which remained even after his physical strength and physique had greatly improved, he was able to quickly adapt to his own power. Instead of being unable to control their own power, and thus acting like a toddler learning to walk, he has passed through this phase and is rapidly adapting to his strength. Suddenly, bold devil, so brave. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed in the sky, followed by a Tyrannosaurus-like figure that head-on confronted Chunyi, who was charging forward madly. He not only met Chunyi's attack head-on, but after the clash, he subtly surpassed Chunyi in strength. Increase, increase, increase. The long-awaited rival has appeared. Chunyi looked up and saw a muscular man dressed as a nurse standing in front of him. A physically strong wet nurse. Wait, there doesn't seem to be any milk. Chunyi stared at the person in front of him, who was as strong as a gorilla, but dressed extremely elegantly. Chapter 226, a brief summary. Chunyi looked at his control panel. Dark Goblin Fountain, a unique unit building. Level 4. Daily Goblin breeding limit, unlimited. Current energy required for conception, 30, 50, 60, 75, 80, 1000, spell seal. Materials required for promotion, 100 extraordinary crystals, 200 jade stones, 1000 refined iron, 2 energy cores. Note, these are cunning creatures from the dark abyss. Any creature that underestimates them will pay a bloody price. Be careful, these vile creatures disregard reproductive barriers. Dark Goblin Territory. Territory level 5. Territory size, 10,000 meters. Territory abilities, notification of invasion, provision of wall protection, multiple arrow towers providing vision, moat enhancing territory defense, magical stone wells that transform decay into wonder, academies capable of awakening special beings with wisdom, will of the territory. Troops within the territory gain a 5% bonus to all combat attributes. Required for leveling up, 10,000 units of wood, 20,000 units of stone, 10,000 energy stones, 1,000 units of refined iron, and 2 energy cores. Name, Chunyi. Level 4. Attribute, 85. Freedom attributes, 0. Skill, shared vision, shared experience. You can gain 1 out of 1,000 experience boost from your unit's combat performance. Abyss Curse. Eyes of the Abyss. Guided by the spirit, bounded by the eyes, those who disrespect will fall into the abyss of hell. You can pull anyone with a lower mental strength than yours into the abyss world. Those with a higher mental strength will suffer 10% damage to all their attributes. Note, damn it, you pervert, Tui. You have improved your skills. The Abyss Seal is now storable. Current stored quantity, 5. Abyss Back. Activating this skill in advance will allow you to rewind your life state to any point in time. Note, the duration depends on mental strength. Vortex Armor. The armor formed from the abyssal mist possesses an initial 20 points of defensive capability. When you are attacked by any force greater than 1, you will absorb half of its kinetic energy as defense. Note, the armor's maximum capacity is twice your mental strength. Note, these can be used in combination. Note, each time the armor is retrieved, it needs to be stacked again when it reappears. Echoes of the Abyss. Each time you acquire divine power, you will receive a 70% experience bonus. Current experience, 6,000. Note, what is poured into the abyss will surely echo. Note, please do your utmost to gather divine power. This will be the key to your godhood. Divine power collected, 0. Personal space, 32,100 energy stones, Tier 1 Fire Rain Scroll, Tier 1 Rejuvenation Scroll, Silver, Death Scythe, Forest Map, 70% off token. Mental Strength, 26. Speed, 19. Strength, 20. Stamina, 20. Features, copying, extracting. Note, you have activated your exclusive feature. Note, you can achieve your own characteristics by exploring the characteristics of goblins. Trait: Abyss Mastery. Note: as the Lord of the Abyss, you have gained the initial ability to manipulate the Abyss. Arms: Tier 1 Scroll Rejuvenation. You can designate a range of no more than 500 meters where your soldiers will experience a 300% increase in wound healing, regardless of pain. Tier 1 Fire Rain Scroll. Using this scroll allows you to summon a high-temperature fire rain with a range of 300 meters at the designated location. Bronze Spiked Club, Strength +5, Armor Penetration +3, Weight +50. Bronze Red Fawn Blade, Strength +5, Speed +1, Armor Penetration +3, Weight +50. Bronze Refined Steel Hammer, Strength +7, Speed -5, Armor Penetration +1, Weight +30. Lucky Pickaxe, Strength +1, Speed +1, Luck +1. Bronze Black Brick, Strength +5, Speed +3. Special feature: attacking from behind grants a critical strike damage bonus of +7. Note: this is a reference to a video game character who is known for his aggressive and slapping style, specifically the leg of a cripple and the other half of a facepalm's mouth. The reference is a playful, almost offensive, attack. Silver Death Scythe, Speed +10, Spirit +8. Special feature: etherealization, grants the user immunity to physical attacks up to 100 points of elemental damage once. Note: you can harvest wheat, or you can harvest life. Bronze Bone Splitter Blade, Strength +4, Speed +1, Armor Penetration +4. Note: killing someone usually involves a swift headbutt, but this knife is specifically designed to break bones. It is extremely vicious. Forged from 6 refined iron. Bronze Bright Armor, Speed -3, Defense +10. Attached weapon: Horse Slaying Sword, Strength +2. Characteristic: durable, immune to any physical attack with armor penetration below 5 or attribute below 50. Forged from 50 refined iron. Refined iron, forged through countless hammer blows. It is an essential material for forging weapons and constructing defensive fortifications. Note: this refined iron stone was actually forged inside the body using a 100-fold forging process, a truly strange forging method. Purple Spirit Armor, Unranked. Trait: immune to 10% of spell attacks with less than 30 attribute points. Note: it's trash armor, but this guard seems rather interesting. Unranked, Remnant Thunder Artifact, a mysterious and ancient artifact possessing some form of teleportation ability. Absorption: ancient artifacts possess the miraculous power to restore themselves. Feedback: this is a force that had to be dispersed to protect users. Note: be thankful, mortals. Restriction 1. There is no limit to the teleportation range, but only 3 teleportations are allowed every 30 days. Restriction 2. Teleportation after being damaged more than 3 times requires a large number of energy stones. The required energy stones are determined by the distance. Restriction 3. This artifact is a remnant of an ancient god and cannot be used by anyone other than the inheritor of divine power or a chosen one. Note: it's unbelievable that he, despite his broken state, seems to have received some kind of nourishment. Note: wherever the mind reaches, divine power will surely follow. Core: the soul of the ancient tree, an ethereal and dreamlike power, possessing the ability to materialize the illusory. Special Energy Core. Note: if you're fantasizing, it's best if it's a beautiful fantasy, because dreams can come true. The heart of the ancient tree, the core of the mystical tree creatures. Special Energy Core. Note: what are you looking at? It's useless to you. This is exclusive to phantom creatures. Skill: Curse Seal. By applying a curse mark to a target through secret techniques, the caster can torture and control the life and death of the target at any time. The person who receives the curse mark can activate it to temporarily unleash 10 times their potential. Note: no skill rank. Note: the person under the spell will be unable to surpass the caster's level. Note: this is a magical skill whose level cannot be determined due to excessive fluctuations. Note: what are you looking at? I'll laugh at anyone who misses out on this skill for 2.5 years. Skill: Abyss Curse. By using the power of the Abyss to cast a curse on a target, the caster can torture and control the life and death of the target at any time. The person who obtains the curse can activate it to temporarily unleash 10 times their combat power and gain the power of the Abyss. Note: originally a demigod skill, it was affected by the mysterious power of the Abyss. Note: extremely dangerous. Do not gaze into the Abyss, for it will devour everything. Chapter 227. First battle. What is this thing? Chun-Yi sized up the person in front of him, or rather, the humanoid creature. Today, Ostantin specially tied up his beard for the ceremony to appear more solemn. But the face growing out of the beard made it look even stranger after the beard was tied up. His rough face was tied into small braids, which, due to the stiffness of his beard, stretched straight out in the shape of a sunflower. But paired with that terrifying face, it looks like an angry lion. This nurse has such good taste, rubbing her beard into a circle of steel needles. But it doesn't matter. Any opponent will do. Ignoring his opponent's strange physique and clothing, Chun-Yi only wanted to fight and prove his strength. Take this punch. Chun-Yi had no fighting experience and simply relied on his attribute advantage to attack. Well, perhaps I don't actually have the upper hand. Because the opponent not only resembled a lion in appearance, but also in strength, it was terrifyingly powerful, practically a ferocious beast. Chun-Yi returned to where he came from after just one encounter. Boom. The moment their fists collided, a cloud of smoke exploded in the air, and then Chun-Yi flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Snort. Tandin repelled Chun-Yi but did not pursue him, instead coldly watching the smoke and dust. He felt that he had definitely hit his opponent with that punch. With his strength, no one of his own level would dare to fight against him. Although Tandin didn't have any skills, through his own efforts, he turned every basic attack into a skill. Perhaps this is an unconventional talent, and also something I can be proud of. While you use a skill, the opponent will be severely injured, if not killed. Tandin looked at the smoke with smug satisfaction. Amidst the smoke, Chun-Yi coughed several times before struggling to his feet. Good heavens, if it weren't for my recent power-up, I'd probably be shattered by now. Chun-Yi marveled at the opponent's strength. Then a layer of gray mist appeared around his body. The moment the mist formed, it covered the entire body like a well-fitting suit of armor. Vortex armor. The armor formed from the abyssal mist possesses an initial 20 points of defensive capability. When you are attacked by any force greater than 1, you will absorb half of its kinetic energy as defense. Although he was impulsive, he wasn't a fool. After feeling the force of the first collision, Chun-Yi activated his skill. That punch gave me 30 points of defense. Is this guy even human? Looking at his skill panel, Chun-Yi realized that absorbing half of the opponent's attack already gave him 30 points of defense. In other words, this guy's casual basic attack is equivalent to a skill attack with 60 attributes. That's really perverted. Chun-Yi looked at the other person through the smoke and dust, then grinned. Fortunately, I'm even more monstrous. Boom. Chun-Yi burst forth from the smoke and dust, reappearing with defensive armor bearing 50 points of attribute bonuses. Tandin was very puzzled by Chun-Yi's second attempt. That shouldn't be the case. With that kind of force, the opponent should be seriously injured, if not killed. Without a second thought, Tandin confronted Chun-Yi once again. Go to hell. Ouch, that really hurts. Ha ha ha. Chun-Yi was blasted away again, but this time he didn't fly like a kite with a broken string like the first time. At that moment, he forced himself to stop retreating by creating a 100-meter-long trench in the ground with his feet. Chun-Yi smiled and looked at his panel again, where his defense points had reached 99. This level of defense is already quite strong. Something's not right. Tandin looked at the young man in front of him. The other person gave me a feeling that was 90% off. His 2 strikes had clearly landed, but they didn't feel like he expected, nor did they have the outcome he envisioned. The other party seemed quite happy. Was he stunned by his own blow? Or is there something really strange going on? The former was unlikely, and his gaze became serious. Ouch. Who is this person? At this moment, the crowd that was already in the square also rushed over. Whether they were members of the OS family, cavalrymen, or private soldiers, they were all shocked by the man before them. Who is this person who can spar with Lord OSS? Yes, they not only exchanged blows, but they also seemed to fight quite fiercely. This isn't bravery, this is suicidal. The battlefield was constantly changing, and everyone went from shock and admiration to doubt. Because Chun-Yi kept taking the initiative to step forward, each time with a fierce stance, he was repeatedly blasted away. However, the repeated bombardments did not elicit any restraint or fear from Chun-Yi. Instead, they charged even more frantically. He charged forward laughing, like a madman intent on dying. Boom! Thunder roared again. The fight between the two had created a sonic boom that caused everyone's ears to ring for several seconds. Wrong! Tandin blasted Chun-Yi away again, and Chun-Yi's brows finally furrowed deeply. The more they fight, the tougher they get. There's something wrong with this guy. Tandon engaged Chun-Yi in close combat, and he could feel his attacks becoming weaker and weaker, or at least less effective. But each of my attacks is getting stronger and stronger. He had even used all his strength just now. However, this all-out effort failed to even break through the opponent's defense. At this moment, Chun-Yi had already taken the blow head-on. Again, Chun-Yi looked at Tandon with a maniacal laugh, feeling very comfortable. It's not that being beaten feels good, it's that feeling of being on the verge of invincibility feels good. At this moment, his defense had reached 180 points, meaning that the opponent could no longer cause him any damage with such attacks. Chun-Yi looked at Tandon provocatively, as if to say, "Do you have something even stronger?" Tandon was not surprised at all, and even solemnly took out his weapon, a miniature machete. A 5-foot-long knife might be a normal knife to others, or even a bit long. But the 5-foot, 160-centimeter-long knife looked like an adult wielding a child's short knife in his enormous frame. At that moment, a burly man picked up his short knife and solemnly looked at the enemy. He wasn't a fool. He knew that if the fight continued, his opponent would only get stronger. Therefore, he decided to end the battle with his strongest attack. Chun-Yi saw the other party take out a short knife, and also drew his own small knife from behind his back. Brush. The hilt slowly appeared, but the blade remained hidden for a long time. A horse-slaying sword? Some people have already begun to suspect something. However, after pulling the knife 170 centimeters away, with the hilt already at Chun-Yi's neck, the blade was still nowhere to be seen. Could it be a stick? Even Tandon began to speculate. I've heard that those skilled with sticks are all straightforward and domineering. The violence and fearlessness of the person before me certainly fit that description. Tandon nodded to himself. But the next second, when the opponent's weapon was fully revealed, he frowned deeply. A strange, crescent-shaped broadsword, taller than a person and nearly 2 meters long, with a protruding end, was slowly pulled out from behind Chun-Yi's back. Can this thing be used in combat? Tandon was puzzled. Round 2. Chun-Yi smiled and placed the knife behind his back. The blade transformed into a crescent moon, leaving a lasting image of him as he vanished from the spot. Chapter 228. Aura, Domain. This strange weapon humph. Tandon snorted coldly, and white steam billowed from his nostrils. This body has indeed been refined by him to the point that it no longer resembles a human. At least in the eyes of the crowd in the square, their city lord and family head were definitely not ordinary people. This creature is only weaker than a dragon, or perhaps it is no less powerful than a dragon. Our clan leader has become even more powerful. Chun-Yi's figure disappeared from the battlefield, but some people praised Osten, who was clearly a loyal supporter. Of course. The city lord faced the dragon directly several years ago, so he can naturally kill the dragon alone now. Moreover, the city lord has obtained such power for us, so he himself is naturally even more powerful. As he spoke, he clenched his fist, and a surge of power welled up from his body. He hadn't done anything, yet his strength had increased by nearly 30%. How could he not be excited? In his heart, the city lord was still a deity. After all, who can grow to such a level in just a few years? The lord of the city's life is like a legendary tale. He took over the city more than 20 years ago and led his humble family to rise to become the lord of the city. Then they led them to conquer all directions, plundering more land and resources. Next came the dragon attack, and they slew the dragon to obtain its blood, and then the fighting continued. The story is long, but they've come a long way, and he's honored to be a witness to this legend. The city lord's story is just the beginning. He has a premonition that what he is receiving at this moment, this thing called the Holy Church, will be a new starting point for him. That doesn't seem right. That young nobleman seems much more capable to me. The speaker was a young nobleman from the OSS family. As members of the family, they naturally lost some of their sense of authority over the patriarch. Those who have experienced battle and are now enjoying the fruits of their labor are more willing to believe what they are seeing now. At this moment, Chun-Yi was using that strange weapon to beat up his family's patriarch. What are you all looking at? Go help. The young nobleman of the OS family urged the cavalryman from the city lord's faction beside him to hurry up. The cavalryman gave the other party a cold look and was about to angrily retort that the other party should not talk nonsense if they did not know, and that the city lord had not yet used his strongest move. But considering the other party's noble status, he held back. However, he did not answer the other person's question. Damn it, this thing a silver weapon. Who are you? Tandon deflected the blade that appeared behind him like a ghost with a single strike, then roared in fury. Based on the opponent's fighting style and the length of his weapon, He judged that the opponent was probably from the same brave faction as himself. But when the other party actually took out their weapon and used that strange weapon to fight, he realized he was wrong. That's completely wrong. Not only did the opponent refuse to fight, but they were also extremely slippery and treacherous. Using a powerful silver weapon, they still managed to launch a sneak attack. The fact that the other party possesses a silver-level weapon means they are definitely not a local. They must be a noble from another powerful city. What is the meaning of these nobles coming here and intending to disrupt my ceremony? Tandon immediately thought of his opposing forces. But then I thought about how I had uprooted all my hostile forces. He doesn't have the habit of leaving hidden dangers. Then who exactly is this person before us? He once again deflected Chun Ye's sneak attack from behind. This weapon's attack angles are so tricky and annoying. Ostanton was somewhat annoyed. Silver, Death Scythe, Speed +10, Spirit +8. Special feature, Etherealization, grants the user immunity to physical attacks up to 100 points of elemental damage once. Note, you can harvest wheat, or you can harvest life. Chun Yi smiled and launched another unpredictable attack. Fortunately, he had received training in combat and weapon usage at the training ground. Otherwise, even practicing with this weapon would be difficult right now. With the enhancement of the silver weapon, his current attributes have all reached a level exceeding 100. Although he was still no match for the person in front of him in terms of combat experience, he was able to overpower him with his own speed and the speed provided by his weapon. With the high defense of the vortex armor and his own afterimage speed, he can easily wipe out his opponent and kill him. Chun Yi chuckled softly. This battle will definitely allow me to quickly adapt to this surge in power. This time, I not only gained several divine skills, but also a significant increase in strength, all of which require serious combat to fully digest. Die. During the battle, Chun Yi jumped over Tandon's head and then casually pulled the scythe over. But this casual act infuriated Tandon. What he hates most is when people use roundabout tactics to attack him. Boy, what exactly is your purpose? Tandon barely dodged the attack and tried to speak, but Chun Ye's casual slash forced him back, and it took him 2 breaths to utter a single sentence. Damn it, Tandon cursed inwardly. If it weren't for the opponent's disgusting defense and bizarre speed, he would have torn this person to pieces long ago. But the opponent possesses this speed and defense, which means that I cannot kill the opponent. If we can't kill him, then let's talk about terms. The other party possesses such strength and weapons at such a young age, which is definitely beyond my status, and gives me the right to negotiate and sit on equal footing with him. We can talk. Damn it. Tandon had hoped the two sides could sit down and talk, but Chun Ye's strange weapon and his bizarre movement techniques gave him a headache. The weapon and the movement technique seemed to be aimed at his head and waist. Each strike was stealthy and deadly. Damn it, if you don't want to talk, then don't. Boom. Tandon's aura erupted instantly, his body surging with red waves, the air steaming and distorting. Chun Yi hurriedly retreated. Is this temperature magic? Chun Yi was shocked. He had thought the opponent only knew melee skills, but it turned out that they also knew magic. This technique, which can instantly raise the temperature of one's entire body, is undoubtedly a skill. Does a brute even read books? Chun Yi cursed, realizing he was rather lacking in ranged attack skills. I can't withstand the heat emanating from the other person for long. The vortex armor can provide some protection. This passive ability constantly drains one's mental energy. If he rushes forward now, it will be equivalent to constantly adding passive effects to the vortex armor. In that case, he will be exhausted and faint on the spot without the opponent even having to make a move. Whoosh! The scorching air and billowing steam vanished instantly. Chun Yi was just about to figure out how to get there when the other party actually took back the skill on their own initiative. No, we didn't receive it. Chun Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, and in his abyss eyes, he saw a faint aura surrounding the other person. That energy-like thing not only protected the body of Qi, but also constantly devoured everything around it. What is this? Chun Yi frowned and took another step back. Is this what aura is? A restrained aura. It's already touched upon the realm, hasn't it? On the high platform, behind the crowd, 2 figures watched the battle below. It was the 2 saintesses. At this moment, Su Qingyu and Alicia were both staring at Chun Yi with perfect understanding. The next moment, Holy One, blessings. A near-murmured voice accompanied 2 faint, almost imperceptible beams of light shooting towards Chun Yi. Chapter 229. I know you're in a hurry, but please wait a moment. What is that thing? Something's not right. Something's not right. Chun Yi observed the faint glow emanating from the other person and felt a subtle stirring in his heart. Subconsciously, I'm being told that the other person is in a dangerous state. However, he could not see any danger, and could only vaguely sense that the other person had undergone changes, but he could not tell what those changes were. You have received a blessing. Your strength attribute is increased by 10 for 10 seconds. You have received a blessing. Your defense attribute is increased by 15 for 10 seconds. As Chunyi wondered about the other party's state, the other party had already swooped down towards him, like an eagle catching its prey in the sky. At the same time, 2 blessings also arrived on Chunyi. Before he could even ponder the meaning of those 2 blessings, a stand-in, like a raging flood, was already upon him. Even faster. Chunyi was shocked by the speed of his opponent. The opponent had gone from not being able to keep up with him to being able to catch up with him. Fortunately, the speed is faster, but the sensitivity still hasn't improved. Chunyi secretly rejoiced. Your speed attribute is comprehensive, not just movement speed, but speed in all aspects. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to force Tandon to such a state with just a death scythe. Therefore, he had already reacted when Tandon approached him. Chunyi had no desire to experience the scorching heat of the opponent's fist, which was like lava. Hide. Tandon was first puzzled, then dismissive. If the opponent dodges when you're facing a confrontation of power, and it's not due to cunning or treachery, then choosing to avoid it will only lower your own aura and make your defeat even more devastating. The fist, carrying the force to shatter mountains, slashed fiercely across Chunyi's face. However, although Chunyi managed to dodge it with his agile movements, he felt that he was being watched by something. It felt as if the other party was a ferocious beast from ancient times, and you were the prey about to be devoured. In an instant, I was drenched in sweat and completely unable to move. Move now. Chunyi desperately wanted to get rid of this negative state. In a battle between masters, a moment is eternity. If he couldn't resolve his current, almost frozen state, Tandin would have enough time to unleash several more strikes. Chunyi tried to move frantically, but his body felt like it was filled with lead, making movement extremely difficult. The last time I had this feeling was when I was locked onto by that lightning tribulation. However, the current feeling is not as powerful as when it was locked in by the lightning tribulation. Grayish-white mist surged from Chunyi's body, beginning to resist this invisible aura. It moved. Chunyi was overjoyed, finally able to move thanks to the opponent's strange skill. Having narrowly escaped the second round of attacks, Chunyi was just about to create some distance. But that sticky feeling from before returned. Chunyi fell into the mud again, making any movement extremely difficult. Damn it. Tandin wasn't an idiot. He had already launched several attacks the moment Chunyi was restrained. The sword flashed in all directions, without any skill involved, relying solely on the sharpness of the bronze weapons and their inherent strength. This attack was simple, fierce, and extremely deadly. Etherealization. Abyss rewind. Chunyi's eyes widened as the blade's shadow was about to appear in his pupils. He struggled to shout out 2 skills, and then his entire body became illusory. Swish swish. With a swift movement, Chunyi vanished like a ghost. It wasn't cut properly. Tandin glanced at his knife with a hint of displeasure. I had put all my strength into that attack, but it felt like it hadn't really hit anything. What a slippery eel. Tandin snorted, indicating his displeasure. However, given the opponent's current state, he seems unable to continue attacking. Backtracking. After escaping mortal danger, Chunyi immediately unleashed his second skill. The previous illusion could only grant immunity to physical attacks with less than 100 attribute points, but the opponent's attack had already exceeded 100 attribute points. And they were all slashing at their own heads, necks, and hearts, vital points. Abyss back. Activating this skill in advance will allow you to rewind your life state to any point in time. Note, the duration depends on mental strength. Huff, huff, huff. Chunyi used the illusion technique, then rewound 2 seconds, leaving him exhausted and panting heavily, as if he were dehydrated. Armor that enveloped him dissipated. The vortex armor was forced to disappear when it used the ethereal transformation. In order to prevent the fatal attack with more than 100 attribute points from hitting him after the ethereal transformation ended, Chunyi hurriedly used rewind. Otherwise, once the illusion ends, attacks exceeding the attribute points will be displayed on your body. After using the vortex armor illusion and abyss rewind in succession and going through a great battle, his mental strength was almost depleted. What kind of trick is this? Chunyi glanced at the body-strengthening healer who had stopped attacking because she was unsure of the true nature of the attack and asked her a question. You do not know? Tandon frowned, somewhat incredulous. The opponent can wield silver weapons and use all sorts of amazing moves, so their background must be quite impressive. But how could they not know about aura? Tandon once again became suspicious of Chun Ye's identity. Just who is this young nobleman? Tandon pondered, but gripped the knife in his hand even tighter. I don't know who the other party is, but since I've already made my move, I have no choice but to kill them. Wait a minute. Seeing that the other party was about to rush over again, Chun-Yi quickly waved his hand to refuse. He glanced at the goblin licking the statue behind him and swallowed hard. I know you're anxious, but don't rush. He gave the goblins the order to absorb the power of the gods while fighting this beast. But, well, the goblin's bizarre behavior makes sense all of this. Such a mindless creature would do nothing to surprise anyone. But behind the scenes, unnoticed, the sacred statue is being licked by a group of green-skinned creatures. Won't this trigger a second lightning tribulation? No, lightning tribulation is fine, but what if it's something else? Chun-Yi knew things were going badly, but he had no better way to collect the divine power. At this moment, the goblin had licked its way from the statue's feet to its neck, and its system panel was constantly increasing. All you need to do is stall this person for a few seconds. Thinking this, Chun-Yi cautiously watched the healer opposite him who might attack at any moment. He really couldn't beat this guy. Putting aside my lack of practical experience, the opponent's control skills are something I can't handle at this stage. But the other party is so cautious, how can I stall them? Trying to stall for time? Die. Chun-Yi told him to wait, and Tanding actually paused for 2 seconds to watch Chun-Ye's performance. But the other party did not bring me any surprises. Although he didn't know why he was delaying, he didn't want to waste any more time. Too much can lead to problems. Brush. The mountain-splitting blade shadows, imbued with an overwhelming aura, hurtled towards Chun-Yi as if splitting the heavens. Wait, do you know about the Holy Church? Chun-Yi quickly dodged, and then called out. However, the knife continued its horizontal slashing motion without stopping. The blade shadow that cleaved the sky transformed into a 10-meter-long giant blade and slashed down once more. Chun-Yi used the death scythe to block for a moment, then quickly created distance. His mental energy is now almost depleted, and he doesn't have another vortex armor that can ignore most physical attacks. Boom! The 10-meter blade struck, creating a 100-meter deep ravine. Chun-Yi wanted to stall for time, but for a moment he didn't know what to say and could only watch as the blade came slashing down again. Depend on. Have you ever heard of Behemoth? A mythical beast, buddy, a mythical beast. Boom! The giant blade showed no mercy and became even more ferocious. No, buddy, let's make a deal. Just ask, and I'll find you any dragon. Don't you like dragon breeding? I can find you a male dragon. Boom! The blade's momentum intensified, sweeping across a 40-meter radius, creating a death zone. Dude, I know you're anxious, but can you really wait a bit? Boom! The 100-meter deep pit is strikingly visible. I am a nobleman of the Silver Moon Empire. Do you intend to start a war with this behavior? Boom whoosh. The giant blade, which should have fallen, suddenly swung upwards, shooting a scar into the dark clouds above. The offensive, which had been completely unmoved by the flirtatious remarks, suddenly ceased. Tandon's cold gaze swept across the area, but it wasn't Chun-Yi. Instead, it was a group of people who had appeared in the square at some unknown time. 3 men, 1 woman, and 1 child. Chapter 230, Good boy, try a different identity next time. Gurgle. Saliva rolled down Fei Yan's throat as her Adam's apple bobbed, and the watermelon in her hand slipped to the ground at that moment. He turned his head stiffly in shock to look at the person next to him. Stone, Shadow, and Hella reacted in the same way. The group couldn't understand how they had been enjoying the show and watching the battle when suddenly the fighting had spread to them. The Shadow, holding its meter-long dagger, vanished into the void. Although such methods have no effect on a powerful figure like Tandon. But this is the only thing that can give me a sense of security. Who would have thought that just a second ago they were debating whether a lion or a tiger would win a fight, and then they were discovered by these 2 kings? Hey, Asia Union, don't talk nonsense. Fei Yan said nervously. As the banana slipped from his grasp, he subconsciously reached for the back of his own hand. The curse seal, there is also a place of safety for oneself. Fei Yan gave an awkward smile, feeling extremely embarrassed. Hella instinctively shielded Yalian behind her, saying nervously, Children talk nonsense. He didn't know why Asia Alliance chose to speak recklessly at this time, but anyone who intervened during the frenzied battle between the 2 beasts would surely die. You little brat, I'll deal with you later. Yalian still wanted to speak, Fei Yin pulled him behind her as well. As Asia Alliance watched the goblin, who was about to lick the entire sacred statue, squeeze through the crowd, he continued, "You should be able to guess whether I'm lying or not." The small figure of the Asian Union stood in front of all the team members and withstood the immense pressure. Even Chun-Yi couldn't help but give the little guy a thumbs up at this moment. He had almost forgotten about these people he was supposed to use to get into the city. Man proposes, God disposes. The third method he originally intended to use to monitor the city was forced to be abandoned due to his own territory upgrade, forcing him to come here in person. On the way here, the role of these people was to provide him with a suitable identity so that he wouldn't have to lead 200 people to forcibly break in from the outside. He even gave their captain a cursed seal so that he could better control them. However, just as everything was proceeding as planned, another unexpected event occurred. He encountered the Saintess and thus gained entry into the city using a better identity. If this little guy hadn't stepped forward at that moment, he might have already forgotten about the other person. "Your Highness, is this prisoner I just casually captured really that important?" Although Chun-Yi was not very clear about the Silver Moon Empire, an empire that could rival the Titan Empire would not be weak. Is the other side's prince really such a little guy? Chun-Yi was puzzled. But the next second he saw the other's gaze. The little guy was looking at his goblins. So that's how it is. Did they discover my plan to stall, and are helping me stall for time? Chun-Yi suddenly realized. "Prince, you." Tandon stared at the young child, but he could not sense any Silver Moon Empire technology or style from him. As his aura loosened and spread again, he even sensed the other person's considerable talent in martial arts. Could this guy really be a prince of the Silver Moon Empire? At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Asia Union. Is this a prince? Is this person from the Silver Moon Empire? How did he end up here? Bullshit. He's a prince of the Silver Moon Empire, and I'm the Grand General of the Silver Moon Empire. Some people are puzzled, and some are skeptical. Look at that poor kid. He doesn't look like a nobleman at all. Prince? I think he's just a smelly adventurer. A member of the OS family covered his nose and said disdainfully, "That's right. How could this guy possibly be a prince?" More people determined Asia Union's identity through careful observation. However, Stanton, one of the main characters, took a closer look at the little guy after glancing at Chun-Yi and finding no unusual reaction. He did indeed know of a news report about the youngest prince of the Silver Moon Empire being away from home. Since this place is on the border, it would be very easy for it to border the Silver Moon Empire. Therefore, there is still a chance that a prince of the Silver Moon Empire will enter their territory. However, he wouldn't be foolish enough to think that the other party was a prince just because he was a prince. Furthermore, these people have been stalling from the very beginning until now. Boom! Ostandon suddenly swung his hand, and with a slash, forcing back Chun-Yi, who was trying to launch a sneak attack. Beat all these guys half to death, and we'll know if that little guy is a prince or not. Tandon thought to himself. If the other party is indeed a prince of the Silver Moon Empire, then I might be able to gain another kind of divine power. A divine power belonging to the Silver Moon Empire. Die! Tandon swung his sword, his aura converging on the blade, transforming it into a 100-meter-long blade that sliced through all the surrounding buildings as easily as a hot knife through tofu. However, this powerful strike failed to cleave Chun-Yi. Damn it! What exactly do you mean by fighting or not fighting? He angrily swung his arms around, but Chun-Yi had already fled and didn't make direct contact with him at all. Depend on. Chun-Yi appeared not far away, and when he did, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale instantly. My mental energy is insufficient. Chun-Yi's face was as white as paper. He really wanted to attack, but his mental energy was running out at that moment. My control over my power was a bit poor in my first official battle. Chun-Yi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and quickly moved again to conceal himself. He coughed up blood because he tried to unleash the abyss eyes on Tandon at the last moment, but his mental strength was insufficient and he suffered a backlash. Is this mysterious person about to give in? Asia Union glanced at the goblin and then at Chun-Yi. Careful! The Asian Union exclaimed in surprise. Because of his injury, Ostandon's strength had caught up with Chun-Yi's speed, and the moment he caught up, his blade struck Chun-Yi's face. Depend on. Chun-Yi narrowly dodged the attack, then mentally commanded the goblin to use whatever method it took to accelerate the absorption of divine power. Meanwhile, the Asian Union team ignored their captain, who was covering their mouths, and Hela continued to interfere with Ostandon. Now that you've become the godfather of the Holy Church, you must know about the Alchemy Association, right? I can give you access to the creations of the Alchemist Guild. As the godfather, You would gain considerable power if you purified alchemical creations, wouldn't you? Aren't you tempted? Are you tempted? As long as you... Boom. Just as Asia Union was about to continue interfering with Tandin, it was stopped by another figure. You know about the Alchemy Association? Su Qingyu landed in front of the Asia Alliance members with incredible speed, exuding a faint aura. This person actually possesses the aura of a Star Realm expert. Could he also be a Star Realm level expert? When Fei Yin and the others sensed the aura emanating from Su Qingyu, they immediately became extremely wary and dared not move an inch. Meanwhile, Chunyi was once again defeated by Tandin in one move due to his lack of combat skills, leaving him in a very sorry state. Damn it! I can't use the vortex armor if my mental strength isn't enough. Damn, I should have known better than to take off my bright light armor. Chunyi looked at the goblins not far away with some frustration. The goblins all had armor, but he had given up his own armor because he had obtained the vortex armor. 50 points of defense. I should have known better than to take it off. Chunyi regretted it, but there was no going back now. He wasn't wearing armor, didn't calculate the mental energy consumption before using his skills, and didn't estimate the opponent's damage before using the vortex armor. If only one of me were missing, things wouldn't be in such a sorry state now. But that's just how reality is. I was forced into this situation by my opponent because I lacked sufficient combat experience. Fortunately, it's all over now. Chunyi looked up at the goblin on the statue one last time. Finally finished. As the last goblin finished licking up the sacred statue, Chunyi received a system notification. Divine Power Collection, 10. The next moment, he grinned, and endless gray mist, as if premeditated, surged wildly in all directions, covering an area of several miles in just a moment. What is that? Tandin retreated hastily, trying to escape the gray fog's range, but strangely, the gray fog showed no intention of attacking him. When he suddenly realized something, the air was already filled with a gray haze, leaving only a sarcastic remark. If someone hadn't told me, I wouldn't have realized you were the Godfather. Honey, this identity doesn't suit you. Change your identity quickly. I'll come back to pick up my package next time. Chapter 231. Chess Pieces, Strategic Deployment. Physical training needs to be strengthened. Chunyi walked through the mist, the gray-white fog having somehow enveloped most of the city. Oh, and there's also the matter of how to combine each skill and how to allocate mental energy. While ordering the goblins to go ahead and use the fog as cover to find a suitable place to land, Chunyi reflected on the shortcomings of his battle just now. Battle is the best classroom, and the enemy is the best teacher. This is the true way to grow up healthily. In fact, according to Chunyi's analysis, if he had used the appropriate methods, he might not have lost to his opponent. Although the opponent is powerful, I am not weak either, especially after acquiring so many skills. The reason I lost was twofold. First, I hadn't experienced a real battle, and second, I lacked sufficient control over my mental energy. Just like when he finally remembered to use the Eye of the Abyss, he had already lost most of his mental strength. There's also the synergy and coordination between skills. The city, already shrouded in dark clouds, was filled with fog, making it impossible for the residents to distinguish whether it was night or day. But the sounds of fighting outside were deafening, like thunder. Anyone with half a brain would know to stay home at this point. Caw caw caw. The goblin responded to Chunyi, and under Chunyi's orders, his goblins found a suitable place to stay and infiltrated to take control of everyone. So fast, Chunyi was somewhat surprised, because he knew that he had brought more than 200 goblins, but not every place could accommodate them. He followed the goblin's signal, turning left and right until he arrived at a wide open space. Judging from the flags planted around the buildings and the name of a certain chamber of commerce, it seems to be a chamber of commerce family in the city. That's right, the chamber of commerce's defenses are strong enough to prevent it from attracting too much attention. Chunyi nodded in satisfaction and followed the goblin into the merchant guild. Fei Yin and the others behind him cleverly changed the Chamber of Commerce sign to temporarily closed, and then closed the door. No. As the door closed, Fei Yin and the others turned around. Then he froze on the spot. This. Fei Yin stared in shock at the scene before her, unsure of how to describe it. If he remembered correctly, Chunyi said that the way to get those monsters to find a place to settle down was by infiltrating, right? This is infiltration? Everyone in the Chamber of Commerce was led into the courtyard, and each of them had a bright silver machete held to their neck. Infiltrate. This is practically annihilation. Indeed, like general, like soldier. Fei Yin and the others looked at Chun Yi with awe before obediently dealing with the rest of the trouble. He saw people tied up in the yard, one of whom they all recognized. It was Inneville He, the young master of the Inneville family. Damn it, this merchant guild that infiltrated silently is actually a branch of the Inneville family? They found one of the three major families by simply choosing a place to stay. What kind of luck is that? What's even more ruthless is that this guy infiltrated in this way. These large families would definitely come to check on their shops after the battle to ensure that their goods are sold. To prevent any possible inspection by the Inneville family, the group that had just closed the door changed into several sets of merchant guild uniforms and quietly reopened a corner of the guild's doors. Someone will definitely come to question us soon, but we can't expect those goblins to answer. Fei Yin and his team readily accepted the mission. Chun Yi, however, did not notice anything unusual. He didn't think there was anything wrong with the goblins' behavior. There was no disturbance. The place was big enough. This was a suitable place to stay. He casually picked a comfortable spot to sit down and began to study himself. There are so many things to pay attention to after a battle. Not only do you need to study your own suitable fighting style, but you also need to rationally plan how to use the divine power that you have painstakingly obtained. This fluctuation, is this what you call your city lord? Several men in black robes from the Paro family, another of the three major families, were looking solemnly out the window. The aftershocks of the battle in the distance had already shocked them. Atita's plan was to use Paro to control the Paro family's resources and then seize the opportunity to attack the entire city. But now he seems to think his plan was a bit hasty. Even if I used the resources of the Paro family to spawn a fully grown dragon, I'm afraid I still wouldn't be a match for this kind of guy. Fortunately, I don't need to make enemies with this kind of guy right now. Atai felt a surge of relief. He looked at the snow falling outside the window and suddenly felt that there seemed to be great danger hidden in the snow. I was too nervous. Atai took a deep breath. How could a mere snowfall be dangerous? It's unbelievable. Han Yu and the others surrounded Adida, watching the snow fall and marveling at the fluctuations of the battle just now. That attack just now cleaved the sky. Is this what a Star Realm expert is like? Truly powerful, worthy of being called the Dragon Slayer and the City Lord Ostanden. But one of them is Ostanden, so who is the other one? Who will be his opponent? Han Yu looked at Adida, but Adida was unaware of the seriousness of the problem. In his view, as long as he obtains the resources of the Paro family to give birth to a dragon, although he is no match for Ostanden, he will not be much worse than him. At least, self-preservation is not a problem. To seize resources from that idiot young master. Let's go find Paro. Atai waved his hand, and everyone followed closely behind. He felt it was time. This battle just happened to fill Paro with a sense of crisis. Only when the other party feels a sense of crisis can you take on more opportunities. Beep, beep, beep. Atai had only taken 2 steps when a token at his waist suddenly flashed. What is that? Who? Adida was about to check who was using the Adventurers Guild's token to contact him. He sensed a magical fluctuation in front of him. He immediately assumed a fighting stance, while Han Yu and the others behind him drew their weapons. Buzz! A 6-pointed star array suddenly appeared before everyone, emitting a pale blue light. Don't get so agitated. The teleportation array ended, and a thin figure slowly walked out. The black robes worn by Atieta and others were approved, but these robes had some strange patterns on them, making them look more high class. It's you? Adida lowered his guard. He recognized the person in front of him. This guy was the one who dragged me into the Fallen Ones Association. If this person intends to harm him, he has no chance of survival. At least not now, because his dragon no longer had an adult form. The magical power of the person before them was such that, apart from the adult dragon, the other young dragons were no match for them. Old Ghost, what are you doing here? One of the strongest members of the Fallen Ones Association, a master of dark magic, Old Ghost. He possesses unparalleled magical skills, with teleportation magic being his forte. Oh, of course we came because of the fishy smell. The man known as Old Ghost patted non-existent dust off his shoulder. That guy Tandon activated the protective shield so quickly, I almost couldn't get in. Protective shield? Atita looked at the person in front of him with some confusion. Old Ghost smiled and walked up to the former, pulling him by the shoulder and leading him to the window. Kid, you're lucky. You've only been in the association a short time, and you've already encountered a great opportunity. Old Ghost sighed, touching the snow outside the window. A great opportunity? Adida was still puzzled, but he had already noticed the difference in the snow. It seems the unease I felt from the snow earlier was real. He also reached out his hand to catch the falling snowflakes. The snowflakes, though falling from those ugly black clouds, were crystal clear and incredibly beautiful. The snowflakes melted upon contact with the hand due to the temperature. The next second, congratulations on your access to divine power. A new panel has been unlocked. Chapter 232, Feel the Power of the Gods, Fallen Ones. Well, with your talent, you should have sensed it too, right? Old Ghost caught a snowflake, looked at the snow-white world outside the window, and asked a question. At this moment, Adida was staring in shock at his newly added system panel. Although I don't know the specific function of this thing, the last sentence is, this is the key to your becoming a god. That one sentence was enough to drive Atida crazy. Become a god. This place can actually make you a god. He always thought that the words they heard when they first arrived in Atlanta were just empty promises from the system. But now it seems that this pie might actually be real. Yes, I have improved my strength through the training grounds, and I can become stronger. As he spoke, Atieda glanced at his remaining men. These are all the traffic leaders around them. After learning that he could obtain energy stones by destroying other people's territories, he destroyed many lords' territories and killed many lords. But after a lord named Owen volunteered to join him, he discovered another path. That is to train lords as a type of soldier. He discovered that the lords' growth rate was extremely high, even surpassing that of saint-rank troops, so he began to train them. I knew I had chosen the right path. Atieda suddenly burst into wild laughter. Upon discovering that the Lord's growth potential surpassed that of a saint-level troop, he intensified his own training while training this person. Now it seems that focusing on increasing the personal strength of the Lord was definitely the right thing to do. I've unknowingly gained the upper hand over everyone else. Atai's eyes turned slightly bloodshot. Then he looked at Lao Gui and asked, where can we get more of this stuff? He could sense the power of the gods, but it was too weak. He knew that the person before him definitely had a better way. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have found me. Looks like it sensed it. Old Ghost looked at the other person with satisfaction. The power of the gods. He wasn't even sure if Adida could sense this power before. If Adida hadn't felt this power and didn't know the wonder of divine power, his plan to take over the relay would likely have failed. The sudden activation of the protective shield in the city caught him off guard, preventing his companion, Bloodblade, from entering. Unable to complete his own plan, he had no choice but to come and seek out Adida. The previous communications were sent to determine Atida's location. Old Ghost looked at Adida and asked with a smile, no rush. If you want to obtain this kind of power, it's not enough for just you and me. We need help. Help? Atida frowned. He could hardly have any friends here. Old Ghost seemed to have seen through everything, then smiled and pointed to a Paro family flag not far away. The help I'm referring to is them. That monster Ostanden is not someone one person can defeat. Old Ghost shuddered as he spoke, as if he had thought of something terrible. If that monster wanted to fight it, I would definitely be no match for it. Faced with that kind of monster, and with no other experts in the association at home, the only option is to use sheer numbers. The Paro family? Atieda frowned even more deeply. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I haven't taken down the Paro family yet. If the plan the other party mentioned requires the Paro family, and is also related to Ostanden, then I might have no choice but to give up for now. Although the power of the gods is tempting, I have just witnessed Ostanden's strength and know I cannot possibly be his enemy. Old Ghost seemed to have expected this, and he smiled and waved his hand. Of course I know you haven't taken down the Paro family yet, but it's almost time, isn't it? If you just guide the young master of the Paro family to seize power quickly, what difference is there between that and you controlling the Paro family? The old man spoke with a slightly seductive tone. How did you know? Atieda immediately became alert, realizing that not many people knew about his affair with Paro, and it's impossible for anyone on their side to leak this information. Don't worry, I'm not listening to you. With your abilities, I couldn't possibly listen to you silently, could I? Old Ghost patted Atieda again, assuring him to rest assured. You still have that huge pet. I don't want to fall out with you. As Lao Gui spoke, Atieda's vigilance lessened considerably. Indeed, since the other party was unaware that their adult dragon had perished, they naturally dared not tamper with them. Could it be that information from the Paro family has been leaked? It seems that the Fallen Ones Association is truly all-powerful and all-encompassing. Atieda was secretly on guard, but on the surface he was very accommodating. So, you mean you have a way to help me quickly take control of the Paro family? Certainly. Old Ghost chuckled easily. You should know that if we can plant spies in the Paro family, we can plant spies in other families as well. Moreover, we've had our eye on this city for much longer than you have. Old Ghost's eyes gleamed as he spoke. In a sense, although both of them are members of the Fallen Ones Association, they have economic interests in each other. The Fallen Ones Guild has never been a united organization. They are merely a temporary common dwelling built by mutual assistance. The strongest among them are all arrogant and will not obey anyone's orders. It's fair to say that if his informant hadn't revealed the discovery of divine power, he would never have cooperated with Atida. They not only refused to cooperate, but also secretly sabotaged the other party. Old Ghost chuckled and asked if Paro could bring in a reinforcement of equal caliber for the family in this time of crisis. He paused here, then slowly said, "Is it possible to gain even more control over the power? And you, haven't you also indirectly gained control of the Paro family?" Having heard what the other party had said, Atida understood their meaning. Not long ago, that fool Paro accidentally repelled a foreign nobleman, and he was riding high at the moment. He must already know about the astonishing battle taking place in the city. Bringing in a family of equal standing at this point would indeed help Paro control more power, or even all of it. Atai turned around and asked, "Which family can you bring in?" The old ghost said, "Inaville." "Inaville." Atiedao repeated softly, his eyes flashing as a new plan formed in his mind. After a moment, he nodded in agreement. Old Ghost received a satisfactory answer and left a comment. "You arrange things here, I'll go find someone." He then instantly created a 6-pointed star array and disappeared before everyone's eyes. So fast. Han Yu was amazed. The other party cast the spell so quickly that he didn't even see it being cast. "Let's go find Paro." Ataida also left. After Ada and the others disappeared, another person appeared where the magic circle had disappeared. It was Old Ghost. I hope you'll behave yourself." Old Ghost watched as Ataida and the others left, a calculating look in his eyes. After glancing at it twice, he created another magic circle and disappeared from the spot. This time, we really have to head to the Inavial family's location. More accurately, he rushed to where his disciple was. Chapter 233, Old Ghost's Disciple. There's an aura of battle here. As expected, I knew that if it were just a simple sacrificial or coronation ceremony, that arrogant guy Ostandon would never have activated the city's protective shield. Old Ghost wandered through the muddy streets. It's impossible to tell whether it's day or night here. The thick clouds overhead completely overwhelm everything. The snowflakes fell silently, like a disaster. Snowflakes, though born of divine power, evoke a sense of heaviness and desolation. A scene of devastation. Old Ghost shook his head as he looked at the scars scattered across the ground. Just as I had predicted, a battle broke out here, and it was a closely fought one. To be able to fight Austin to this extent, that must be the enhanced Austin. Is there still someone like him in the city? As Lao Gui hurried along, he tried to figure out who this person was. According to my investigation, there is no such person in the vicinity. Old Ghost took a deep breath and cautiously approached the edge of the battlefield. The battle is over, and the ceremony is over. At this moment, only a few soldiers remained on the battlefield to clean up everything. After repeatedly confirming that there were no powerful figures around, Lao Gui decided to reveal himself as he walked down the street. He walked in the snow, leaving footprints with each step, but the snow fell even faster, and his footprints were soon buried as soon as they appeared. Old Ghost sensed the battlefield and tried to deduce, based on the wreckage, who was fighting Ostanton. He walked on, the snow eliminating any potential dangers for him, and the surrounding soldiers seemed to be unable to see him. Even Bloodblade is no match for that monster Ostandon. Even if he fights desperately, he can only withstand about 3 of his moves at most. It's not that Bloodblade is too weak, but that monster Tandin is too strong. There is an insurmountable gap between Star Realm experts and Diamond Realm experts, and Tandin is a Star Realm expert who is more than 1 level above this gap. Exact order, but it is definitely not first order. Such a powerful figure would hold a certain status even within the Empire, let alone in this peripheral region. An outsider, the one fighting Tandin, is actually an outsider. However, it seems that this outsider has escaped. Old Ghost used his skills to analyze the battlefield and quickly came to a definitive conclusion. There was an outsider here who fought Tandin, but he lost and fled. Being able to escape from such people is enough to prove the strength of my predecessor. Old Ghost shook his head and sighed, thinking that if it were him, he probably wouldn't even have had the chance to cast a teleportation array. Suddenly, Old Ghost, who was about to leave, froze in place, staring at the sky. It wasn't the sky, but a colossal statue bordering the clouds and snow in the sky. This Colossus, why has the Colossus in the Holy Church lost its luster? He was shocked, disappointed, but mostly angry. The 100-meter-tall elephant was not as radiant and divine as he had imagined. The old man's neck veins bulged, and the surrounding snowflakes began to melt into water droplets before they even fell. Someone actually got there before me and stole the immense divine power contained within. It's him. It's definitely that outsider. Damn it, this outsider didn't lose. He actually stalled for time, and somehow managed to steal that enormous divine power. Damn it, that's mine. Phew. Old Ghost felt the intense emotional turmoil within him, and quickly took a deep breath to suppress his mountain-like rage. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's okay, there's more, there's more." Indeed, there are still some divine powers, aside from those that have already taken shape in the sky and are unattainable. One of them is in the hands of the Saintess, and the other is in the hands of Ostantin. He knew what the necessary conditions were for establishing the Holy Church. The leader of the cult is undoubtedly Tandin, while the saint. Although it is unknown where Ostantin found this saint in such a short time. But from this moment on, he had no choice but to risk offending Tandin to the death in order to capture the saint. The remaining two portions of divine power are one in the Holy Maiden and one in the cult leader, and he will absolutely not seek trouble with the cult leader. When facing that kind of monster, the only option is to overwhelm it, and even then, there's no guarantee of success. It's alright. As long as we hold off Ostantin, I have plenty of ways to take down the Saintess. Since the Holy Maiden of the Church is not good at fighting, she only needs to hold off Ostantin to obtain a portion of the divine power. With that thought in mind, Old Ghost quickly left this place of trouble and headed towards a branch of the Ainaville family. There lies the secret of how he controls the Ainaville family. I won't choose this fighting style again next time I meet you, you tough healer. Chunyi had finished organizing all his strength and his correct fighting method, his eyes gleaming. I've never focused on direct combat. I was just overwhelmed by the sudden power. After re-examining himself, he decided to continue down the path of spiritual power. And it's not a route based on mental strength and speed, but a pure mental strength route. This battle made him realize just how important mental strength is, so he decided to prioritize increasing his mental strength. Of course, this doesn't mean he doesn't pay attention to the growth of other attributes. Instead, he planned to use special methods to enhance the growth of other attributes. Although it only has 10 points of divine power, it's better than nothing. Chunyi looked at his panel with some dissatisfaction. He had originally thought that licking the entire statue would grant him a lot of divine power. But it seems there aren't as many as I imagined. But it doesn't matter. He has plenty of ways to obtain divine power. Chunyi transformed divine power into a cursed seal and bestowed it upon his 50 goblins. Troops are the Lord's sharpest sword. Only with sharp swords can great things be accomplished. Chunyi smiled as he watched his goblins grow stronger one by one. It was quite good that he had already completed a quarter of his plan to strengthen 200 goblins. Dense black energy waves swept through the courtyard as the goblins joyfully celebrated their enhancement. It seems that this place has not been affected by the battle. Old Ghost stopped in front of a chamber of commerce. My good disciple, you shouldn't have been hurt, right? Old Ghost looked towards the door with a hint of worry. Suddenly, his gaze was fixed on a person standing in front of the chamber of commerce. The man was dressed in the clothes of a merchant guild, but the aura emanating from him was ridiculously strong. This aura might be difficult for ordinary people to detect, but it was extremely easy for Old Ghost to detect. He's not good at direct combat, but he's all around excellent in other areas. Interesting. When did my disciple's family produce someone of this caliber to guard the gate? Old Ghost stepped forward without fear. Although his opponent was strong, he was not weak either. However, the next second, a lazy guy stretched out his strong arm and blocked the Old Ghost's way. Fei Yin said apologetically, "Sorry, we're closed." Chapter 234, The Effects of the Eye of the Abyss. I'm here to find someone. Old Ghost's calm voice betrayed no emotion, like a piece of dead wood. It's not here, it's you. As Fei Yin spoke, a look of shock finally appeared on her lazy face. This pattern, you're from the Fallen Ones Guild. Fei Yin noticed the robe the other person was wearing. Although it appeared to be an ordinary black robe, the patterns on it represented a symbol of status. It's you. At this moment, Lao Gui also took the person who was blocking him seriously. The other party turned out to be the guy who announced his withdrawal from the association. The reason given for his withdrawal seems to be that the tasks he assigned were too dangerous. Old Ghost himself had designs on the city of Ostaban. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent so long planning and joining forces with the small country of Haina to attempt to conquer the city of Ostaban. As a crucial part of his conquest of the city, he naturally recognized the person before him. Fei Yin, the only platinum-level association member in the city. Although the Fallen Ones Association is very strong, it is too disorganized. With many top experts not participating, platinum members are already considered to be of decent combat strength. I was saddened for a long time because of the other party's withdrawal and the loss of a great general. Get out of the way. The old man spoke with self-righteousness. In his view, if the other party knew his identity, they wouldn't stop him. Fei Yin is a smart person, although sometimes she is a bit world-weary and afraid of trouble. I'll think about it. Fei Yin did not move her arm away. He dared not let the other party into the Chamber of Commerce behind him. The fact that the Fallen Ones Association is visiting the Ainaville family's branch at this time is most likely related to the family itself. If the enemy were to witness the capture of the young master of the Ainaville family at this moment, a fierce battle would be inevitable. It wasn't that he was afraid of the other party's strength. After all, everyone in his backyard except himself was a monster. However, at this time, fighting would inevitably attract the attention of the city's guards. It will be difficult for us to escape then. Besides this reason, there is an even more important reason. Chen Yi is recuperating in the hospital. Chen Yi was seriously injured, not dead. If I let him pass at this time, I will definitely be the one held accountable. Compared to the madman-like Fallen Association, he was even less willing to face Chen Yi, the king of monsters. The guy who could fight and outmaneuver Austin was 10 times more terrifying than the man before them. You think you can stop me? Old Ghost frowned. He couldn't understand why the other person, with their intelligence, would make such a foolish decision to obstruct him. We can give it a try. Fei Yin actually started to think about it seriously, which made Lao Gue feel slighted and insulted. Fei Yin's aura is powerful now. He is still just a platinum peak guy. And I am one of the best among the diamond elites. You're asking for death. Fei Yin's other teammates, who had silently surrounded him. Fei Yin calmly replied, I don't know whether I'll live or die, but I do know that if you fight us here, it will definitely attract the attention of the guards. In fact, Fei Yin had already come up with a plan after learning the other party's identity. Since both sides are shady characters, there are no restrictions at this point. If we get caught, we'll all be in trouble. Good, very good. Old Ghost gritted his teeth and realized his current predicament. Then he turned and left. Are you that easy to talk to? Fei Yin looked at the other person's decisive departing figure with disbelief. How could the other person really leave like that? Maybe he also knew that a real fight wouldn't be good for anyone. Asia Union said affirmatively. Fei Yin tapped the latter's suddenly popping mind. If only that were really the case. He knew that the other party would not leave so easily, but he couldn't guess what the other party was really thinking. Since I can't guess, then I won't guess. As long as the other party doesn't go in, all other plans and intentions are irrelevant to me. Even if the sky falls, there's always someone tall enough to hold it up. He looked at Chun Yi and subconsciously placed himself on Chun Yi's side. Actually, thinking about it this way is quite good. It saves a lot of trouble. Fei Yin shook her head and went back to her original position. At the same time, in the courtyard, Eyes of the Abyss, demonstrating his skills to his prisoners. Eyes of the Abyss, guided by the spirit, bounded by the eyes. Those who disrespect will fall into the abyss of hell. You can pull anyone with a lower mental strength than yours into the abyss world. Those with a higher mental strength will suffer 10% damage to all their attributes. Note, damn it, you pervert, Tui. The abyss of hell. This hell seems to lead straight to the soul. Chen Yi felt the wonder of his skill. It seemed he could not only drag his opponent into the abyss of hell, but also view fragmented memories of his opponent. Of course, these memories are limited to those whose mental strength is much weaker than one's own. Wow, the Fallen Ones Association. As Chun Yi examined the fragmented memories of his prisoner, he unexpectedly discovered that the prisoner was actually connected to the Fallen Ones Association. Originally, I thought this woman was the best dressed among the prisoners, but I didn't expect to have such an unexpected bonus. Chen Yi found the fragmented memories quite interesting. The Fallen Ones Association had also set its sights on this city, but they acted much earlier than we did. He saw this woman use a scheme to take several other important family heirs out under the pretext of hunting. Their real intention was to kidnap him from the Fallen One's territory. Oh, there's an unexpected bonus. Chen Yi stared at the person in his memory, and he actually saw a familiar face. Su Qingyu. Judging from this situation, it seems our territory has been breached. Chen Yi clicked his tongue in amazement. No wonder the other person hadn't contacted him for so long. I initially thought it was because it had given up on getting a response from me, but I never expected it was because its territory was destroyed and the communication channel was lost. This is really interesting. Chunyi marveled at the interesting points in the other person's memories, but was not greatly affected by Su Qingyu's appearance. After all, to him, Su Qingyu was nothing more than a pot of good tea. Among the many lords who had already died, she was nothing special. During that turbulent time, countless lords perished, and Su Qingyu, who only lost her territory but did not die, was considered extremely fortunate. Nothing interesting anymore. Qinyi withdrew his skills and looked at the somewhat dazed girl. If this Eye of the Abyss were used on Ostanden immediately during the battle, it would probably have unexpected effects, right? Qinyi chuckled softly. He knew that such a situation of having one's memories spied on would certainly not occur with such a powerful person. However, in a battle between masters, even a moment of distraction can lead to one's death. Ostanden, I just don't know how high your mental strength is. Qinyi reminisced. Unleashing the Eye of the Abyss, he focused more on speculating about Ostanden's tactics and combat methods, not the Fallen Association from the girl's memories. He had contact with the Fallen Ones Association. They had some strength, but it didn't seem very strong. He won't investigate the other party further as long as they don't provoke him. After all, why would a tiger care about the existence of a mouse? Unless the other party personally delivers itself to you, a tiger won't go to the trouble of catching a little mouse. Buzz. Just as his thoughts settled, a dazzling blue light appeared before Qinye's eyes. What is this? A magic array? Chapter 235. Haina, the Unexpected Divine Power. Humph. Foolish, don't you know my title? As the blue light faded, the old ghost scoffed disdainfully toward the doorway. Although the opponent's strength has improved, their mind still doesn't seem to be working very well. Maybe that guy just doesn't want to think. Old ghost snorted, thinking about Fei Yan's personality, and then glanced at the courtyard. Actually, this is what happened when Lao Gui wronged Fei Yan. In Fei Yan's view, no one would be foolish enough to provoke an injured beast. What he didn't know was that Lao Gui was unaware of Chunye's strength, nor did he understand Chunye's recovery methods. After returning, he used a small amount of the energy overflowing from the divine power to restore his body. Despite his severely injured body and nearly depleted mental energy, he recovered to full strength within minutes under the nourishment of divine power. This recovery speed might not be particularly impressive in combat. However, it became an extremely powerful means of recovery after the war. After all, no one would be so extravagant as to use divine power to heal their injuries. Even when saintesses and others obtained divine power to enhance their strength, they would bathe and burn incense to adjust themselves to their peak state before using it. That place is as wasteful as Chunye's. No, this is not a waste either. At least at this moment, dozens of cursed goblins were surrounding the suddenly appearing figure in the courtyard. What's going on? Old Gui swallowed hard, his heart filled with alarm. Who are these guys? And is this the Anaviel family home? Old Ghost stared in disbelief at Anaviel her, who was being lifted into the air with one hand, his dazed gaze becoming even more unfocused. That shouldn't be the case. Old Ghost felt a chill run down his spine as he sensed the powerful figures around him, all clad in armor and radiating black aura. When she saw Chunyi that day, she instinctively closed her eyes. Because he recognized the person at a glance. Isn't this the Golden Land Lord who has just established the newest restricted zone? Although he had never seen Chunye's face, the aura emanating from him was the same as it had been back then. Among the strong, their faces may change, but their aura will never change. That was also the reason he chose to run away at that time. Possessing an eerie, abyssal aura, this guy is definitely a Star Realm expert. Moreover, they are among the top-tier Star Realm experts. At the very least, their strength is at the level of a true hero summoned by the nation with a significant investment of resources. I remember I instructed them not to let the Anaviel family provoke powerful enemies, so why is this happening? Old Ghost didn't say a word, just watched as large beads of sweat dripped from Chunye's forehead. I gave orders not to provoke powerful enemies, and you not only provoked a powerful enemy, but you also provoked one of the most dangerous beings to provoke. He, who was being lifted up by one hand and was suffocating, with no sympathy in his eyes, but only disgust. He had repeatedly emphasized that there were 3 forbidden areas on the outskirts of the forest, yet his disciples still went and provoked them. This guy, is he trying to kill me? Old Ghost was furious, but he had no choice but to face this guy who had once scared him away with just a wisp of his breath. My esteemed sir. Old Gui thought for a moment. not knowing how to address Chunyi, so he had to use the title adult. Interesting. Who are you? Chunyi's abyss eyes turned once more, his gray-white eyeballs like an abyss pulling his opponent into his world. In Lao Gui's view, the moment he was targeted, it felt as if he had been locked onto by some kind of overlord from the depths of the forest. The terrifying aura made him instantly lose all perception of his body and his surroundings. In an instant, the entire world turned dark, and then a pair of huge, pure white eyes suddenly appeared in the dark sky, staring intently at him. Sir, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. The teleportation array was broken, I was just passing by, In the abyss, the old ghost could hear nothing but a pair of enormous eyes that were constantly draining his consciousness. It's all right. You don't need to say anything. I'll see for myself. Outside, Chunyi released Inavilher and walked over to Old Ghost. The grayish-white eyeballs appear solid, yet contain swirling eddies. In those eyes, the old ghost's expression became dazed, and then fragments of his memory were like pages of a book being turned by Chunyi. Disciple, devise a plan. The Fallen Alliance, the power of the gods. Wow, there's actually a way to obtain divine power like this. Not bad. I didn't expect the Holy Maiden and the leader to possess divine power. Chunyi watched the other person's fragmented memories with great interest. Although because Old Ghost's mental strength was far greater than his, what he saw was more incomplete and fragmented. But he still found something that interested him. That is another way to obtain divine power, and where to obtain divine power. Phew. Puff. A few seconds later, Old Ghost suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and lay on the ground, completely exhausted, surrounded by a large number of goblins. Well, don't get me wrong, goblins aren't interested in the same sex. They were just looking at the guy on the ground with curiosity. Why the sudden change to such a shushing tone? So short-lived. How can someone with this level of ability pass on their family line? Why don't we bury it in the ground? Maybe that will be better. Yes, our gods still need to interrogate this guy. It wouldn't be good if he died now. The goblins looked at Chunyi, who was closing his eyes to process the information he had just received. So it turns out that the power of the gods is not only found in the city of Os, but also in that small country called Haina. How interesting. Does this mean there's still a portion of divine power waiting for me to claim? Chunyi opened his eyes with a smile. Once I've escaped the crisis in Atlantis, I definitely want to visit the country of Haina. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Chunyi seemed to have discovered something. The person before me seems to know how to extract divine power, but his ability to use it is extremely limited. It's still stuck in the stage of nourishing the body and constantly moisturizing itself. This stage is too crude, like primitive people getting a cell phone, but using it as a brick to crack walnuts. Such a crude understanding. Yet there is an extraordinary desire for divine power, even to the point of plotting wars between cities and nations. Primitive people discovered the convenience of stones, so they launched a war and destroyed an entire tribe just to get a stone that could crack walnuts. These kinds of stones can be found everywhere. There's no need to make such a fuss. There must be something I haven't seen. It seems there are too few memory fragments. Chunyi pondered deeply. He was just about to ask this guy from the Fallen Ones Association what exactly was the reason that the other party was working so hard to obtain the power of the gods. But when he looked down, he saw a head buried deep at his feet. Black, bald, and shiny. Under the moonlight, the goblin looked like a reflective 50-watt light bulb buried in the ground. Chapter 236. A mistake becomes reality. A fox borrows the tiger's power. What's going on? Chunyi stared speechlessly at the gleaming head buried deep in the ground. At this moment, Old Ghost also suddenly awoke from the world of the abyss. He barely opened his eyes, blood trickling from them. In his blurry vision, he felt as if everything around him had grown taller. At that moment, Chunyi was also sizing up the bald man. The other party is not in a good state. In fact, it could be said to be very bad. So the Eye of the Abyss has such a powerful attack effect. Chunyi licked his lips, as if he was realizing for the first time just how strong he truly was. The opponent was at least a Diamond Peak expert, considered to be of the same level as him, yet he was instantly defeated. And it's not just a matter of seconds. It's about having complete control over your life and death. Cough, cough. Old Gue coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, and his mind cleared up considerably. Gaga, gaga. The goblins around him looked at this guy, who was buried in the ground but was still weak, and even coughing up blood when he opened his eyes, with disdain. So weak, how did this guy survive? That's right, they're clearly of the same race as the gods, yet they're so weak. Yeah, I really wonder if it might break down during the breeding mission. The goblins chattered amongst themselves, while the old ghost, the person directly involved, trembled with fear. Oh, he forgot that he was buried underground and had no limbs to tremble. Gaga gaga gaga. Old Ghost's upper and lower teeth were chattering. At this moment, he lowered his head and fully utilized his light bulb effect. Strong, so strong, and a powerhouse I've never encountered before. This person is definitely a great terror in the forest. The old man dared not raise his head. He could only keep it down and tremble with his remaining organs. Look at this person. He can even speak our language. What a disgrace. The goblins, hearing the sound of the old ghost's teeth chattering, misunderstood that he could speak their language and began to despise themselves. Yes, they not only despised the old ghost, but also despised themselves. Let's try a different language. Okay, The goblins began to discuss something strange. Chinyi ignored his own unit type and looked at the light bulb on the ground, saying, "Raise your head and look me in the eye." "My lord, I was wrong. I really was just passing by." Old Ghost's voice trembled. He's now so regretful he wants to curse, but he doesn't know who to curse. The terrifying experience he had just witnessed echoed in his mind, becoming a lingering shadow that he could not shake off. That pitch-black world had lost all feeling. That period of time, though only a few seconds, felt like a very long time to him. The young girl, who looked as if she were bound to a wooden bed by 5 chains, seemed to live a life of unbearable time. He felt as if the person in front of him had seen through him completely, from the inside out, from his appearance to his soul. He must have lost all his secrets except for his memories. For example, his own hair loss, his own kidney deficiency, his own little quirks, and even the secrets he and Blood Knife had to share. Don't be afraid. I'm just asking you something. Seeing that the other person would rather lower their head and eat dirt than look up while talking to him, Chinyi had no choice but to talk to them like that. Why are you so eager to obtain divine power? Divine power? Upon hearing this voice, the light reflected from Old Ghost's bald head trembled violently, and he stammered, "I." Gurgle. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, thought, but really didn't know how to answer. Should I just say that it's because of unrest in the forest, and that a new ruler might be emerging deep within the forest, and I want to offer him enough gifts? Praising the mistress in front of the main wife. Unless he's really tired of living. Aye. Old Gue stammered, unable to say anything. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and a glint of wisdom flashed in his eyes. "My lord, of course I did it to show my respect to you." Old Gue nodded vigorously. "Yes, it's all to show my respect to you." He said it with certainty. Chinyi was suspicious. "My lord, I've searched for you so hard." Burst into tears, showcasing his acting skills to the fullest. "Wah, my lord. You have no idea how much I've missed you since I left your territory." "I don't." Chinyi watched the other person's performance quietly, not believing it at all. That was too hasty. The other party even just told me to let her go. But this guy said he came specifically to find him. If I, Chinyi, believed such things, I would. "Respected Lord, congratulations on gaining the loyalty of a possessor of divine power. Activate the faith panel. You possess a special faith beyond your unit type. You have officially come into contact with divine power. Note: it's easy to conquer a woman, but difficult to conquer a man. Note: believers will never betray their faith unless a new god appears. Note: the ruler of the abyss will eventually charge at the supreme god in a fit of rage." Chinyi. I knew it. With my dignified appearance, it was no surprise that they came to seek refuge with me. He forcibly stopped himself from saying what he hadn't finished. Thankfully, the oath wasn't uttered. While feeling relieved, Chinyi also pulled the other person out of the ground. "Tell me in detail how you plan to offer me divine power." Chinyi didn't know why the other party would suddenly pledge allegiance to him. However, he knew that after the system's notification, there was no doubt about the other party's loyalty. "Me? Ha, Your Majesty, my plan is..." The moment Lao Gue was pulled out of the soil, he was first filled with fear, followed by excitement. He knew Chinyi had seen through his lie, but he hadn't expected the other party not to expose him. Immediately, he gave Chinyi the lines and script that he had originally prepared for another person. In any case, the ultimate goal of all my efforts to acquire divine power is to please that powerful figure in the forest. But for the strong, there's always something readily available. It doesn't matter who you lick, especially since the aura in front of you is even more terrifying. Old Ghost couldn't quite describe the aura emanating from Chinyi, but he was deeply fascinated by it. "My lord, please listen to me. My original plan was to instigate a war, plunder the power of the gods, obtain the city of Os, and then offer it to you. The plan that Lao Gui mentioned actually made Chunyi quite stunned. If he hadn't seen this guy's memory fragments beforehand, he would have really thought that the other party did all this for his own benefit. But it doesn't matter. Now, these things are truly done for myself. According to Lao Gui's confession, they had their eyes on Ostantin even before he received permission from the Holy Church while he was far away in the capital. The entire plan was aimed at obtaining Austin's divine power. As for Haina, there is indeed a divine power there, but that divine power cannot be obtained in an ordinary way. The specific situation requires Chun Ye's on-site investigation. Very good, I am very satisfied. Chun Yi nodded repeatedly as he listened. The other party had already arranged everything. All he had to do was wait step by step to receive a large amount of divine power. But he wasn't going to wait. According to Lao Gui's plan, the most difficult obstacle on his path was Ostantin. He also happened to have some grudges with Ostantin that he needed to settle. Let's go for a stroll around the city lord's mansion. Chun Yi waved and led the way toward the city lord's mansion. A gentleman takes revenge without delay. It will be dawn soon. After consolidating his forces, he no longer believed that Ostantin could pose the same threat to him as before. The previous failure was because I, a mage, insisted on engaging in melee combat with a tank. It was reckless of me. Is this the power and charisma of a true leader? Old Ghost followed in shock, heading in the direction he had to detour from when he came here. He was unaware of the feud between Chun Yi and Ostantin. In his view, Chun Yi had heard that the only obstacle in his plan was Ostantin, so he casually prepared to execute Ostantin. He casually executed that ferocious beast that was renowned throughout the region and feared by many powerful figures. Yes, that's the attitude of a true strong person. This guy is terrifyingly powerful to us, but to the being in front of us, he's probably something we could easily wipe out. He followed at the back of the group, but walked with an arrogant gait that suggested he was a bully who didn't care about anyone else. Chapter 237. Infiltration Operation. A grayish-white fog rose again, and the city could no longer distinguish between day and night. This weather is really weird. It's been several days, and it's still like this. The city was silent. The fighting had ceased. Some of the bolder ones opened their windows to observe the situation. The sky was already gloomy with snow and dark clouds, and the mist at this moment veiled the night in its final darkness. Who says otherwise? I don't know what the city lord was thinking, letting the city fall into such chaos. The other person looked in the direction of the city lord's mansion with a hint of speechlessness and muttered a complaint under their breath. Shoo! The person behind him quickly covered the former's mouth and closed the window. Don't say things like that lightly. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. The man checked himself several times to make sure the doors and windows were closed, then breathed a sigh of relief and lectured the person behind him. What are you afraid of? The man pushed the window open again and breathed deeply into the wind and snow. Although the weather was bad, the snow was nice, and it made him feel very comfortable. Ignoring the latter's shocked expression, he said, "The city lord's mansion isn't a god. How could we possibly hear you from this far away?" The man said it with a slightly mocking tone. He would never have dared to say such a thing a few days ago, because in the city of Ostaban, the Ost family was the highest authority, and no one dared to say a bad word about them. Whether in private or in public, absolutely no one dared to say anything. But these past few days, the inaction of the OS family has made them feel that the OS family is weakening. The three major families are making such a ruckus, yet the city lord's mansion doesn't care. They're just sending a little girl to the insignificant Sarah Merchant Guild to run wild and show off their power. The man snorted dismissively as he spoke. It's one thing to act wildly, but to be driven back is even more humiliating. The OS family likes to show off their strength, and the fact that they are not showing off their strength at this moment is seen by them as a sign of weakness. The latter retorted, "That's not how it works. That little girl did suppress the Inaville family." The Inaville family? The nobleman opened the window, took a deep breath, and caught a snowflake in the night. He began, "The Inaville family is currently undergoing a power transition, and a young girl is in power. Is it something to celebrate that the little girl beat the little girl?" The snowflakes melted in his hands, and he felt proud of his erudition and intelligence. "This snow is amazing. It looks so delicious. I really want to take a bite and try it." The nobleman stuck out his tongue and licked his stomach, which then began to rumble. "I think you've gone mad." Seeing the former, his companion stepped forward to close the window. It is said that even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. Even if the OS family is in decline, It is not something that a minor noble family like them, who rely on the protection of their ancestors, can discuss. This snow. As he was about to close the window, a snowflake fell and melted on his skin, turning into a drop of water. The water droplets quickly disappeared into the back of his hand, and he even felt a little hungry. His companion opened the window wider, saying, "Maybe it's better to leave this window open. It's more comfortable." He caught the snowflakes in his hands, while his companions around him had already stuck their heads out and opened their mouths. "Oh, restraint, manners, we are nobles." The companion reminded the former of the inappropriateness of his rude behavior. The nobleman scoffed. "So what if I'm a nobleman? My window is going to be open today. I'm going to stick my neck out and eat the snow, and nobody can stop me. I'm telling you, even the city lord can't stop me." The nobleman was extremely arrogant, and he stretched his head out even further. He found himself even more thirsty, a thirst that seemed not physical, but rather came from his soul. The hunger of the soul is captivating. As expected, there's no such thing as a free lunch. A tall building not far away, Adiita and the others, who were also using their bodies to touch the snowflakes, heard the conversation between the two nobles below very clearly. They all took off their black cloaks so they could better touch the snowflakes. Is the power of God something that mortals like you can even come into contact with? Atai looked at the two below with disdain. The divine power contained within snowflakes is a remedy that both body and soul desperately crave, but those with weak wills will lose themselves upon contact with this divine power. The power of the gods is a ladder to evolution, but only if one can resist the extreme craving that comes with it. The side effect of divine power is an extreme craving for it. There are only two ways to combat this feeling. Firstly, sufficient divine power keeps the body and soul in a saturated state. Secondly, one must be mentally firm and unmoved by anything. Atieda considers himself to be the second type. The power of the gods is addictive, but he will never lose himself. He will only actively grasp and conquer the power of the gods, rather than becoming their slave. Exactly, such good things are simply not something that ordinary people can enjoy. Han Yu and others also expressed their agreement. "Hey, stop licking the window. Something seems off about this thing." The nobleman below noticed something was wrong, and quickly stopped licking the snowflakes off the windowsill. "Get lost. I don't believe you. Don't stop me from eating snow." The nobleman waved his hand to shake off the other person, and then continued licking the snow. Upon hearing this, Atieda and the others smiled in unison. Mortals are just mortals. They simply don't know how to enjoy good things. Addictive? How come we're not addicted? Atieda took off his last piece of clothing. "What? You asked me why I took my clothes off? It's dry and hot. Is it not okay for me to feel hot? Oh dear, it's really stuffy outside." Seeing this, Han Yu and the others also relaxed and treated each other frankly, thinking that they were all men and there was nothing to be afraid of. "It's hot. Let's just come out and wash in the snow." Honestly, the people here are so strange. Why do they have to strip naked? Do they need to reproduce? But they are the same sex. A steel army passed by below, and the goblins in the army looked at the people on the roof with confusion. Suddenly, a bold idea exploded in his mind. Could it be that same-sex couples are allowed? Plop plop. The goblin with its mouth agape quickly banished the dangerous thought from its mind. No, goblins will get styes if they look. The goblin withdrew its gaze and silently prayed to itself. The goblin shook its head and returned to the group. After a short while, the line finally came to a stop, and their god gave the first command. He infiltrated the city lord's mansion and brought the city lord to meet his god. Quack! The goblins shouted in unison, then tilted their heads in unison. Infiltrate? What is infiltration? Oh, thankfully the great god provided an explanation. The goblin carefully memorized the key points God had spoken. An action that is carried out without anyone speaking or being detected is called infiltration. Understood. Suddenly, boom, a thunderclap seemed to rise from the ground. A goblin had kicked open the massive gate of the city lord's mansion. The door shook violently before shattering into pieces and falling to the ground. "You are... Why?" The guard was about to speak in shock when he saw his upper body turned upside down. Strange. How come some people are still standing without heads? Thump. As the guard's head fell, the goblins turned into shadows and disappeared into the mist. An operation called infiltration began. Chapter 238. Perfect infiltration, unnoticed by anyone. In the city lord's palace. The sound of the gate breaking didn't attract much attention, as the soldiers were still adjusting to their newfound power. This is the power of God, The power of the God of Light. The power of Almighty God. I feel like I've become at least 30% stronger than before. In the training ground, a few soldiers, unable to contain their joy at their growing strength, were secretly testing their abilities. Simply participating in a ceremony directly increased his cultivation by 30% over 20 years. Yes, my growth rate is also around 30%. It's simply a miracle. Haha. I knew that the city lord had been tolerating those families' erratic behavior these past few days for a bigger plan. Another soldier happily closed his eyes and felt the increase in the power within his body. The power of the God of Light is like cream or like sunlight, constantly flowing through his meridians. The group of people couldn't help but groan in pleasure. At the start of the ceremony, those closest to the statue received more divine power and radiance. Furthermore, Tandon deliberately channeled divine power to them, which resulted in a tremendous boost to the entire Knight's Order, or rather, to everyone close to Ostanden. I feel like I could take on 10 of them right now. One of the knights said confidently. Haha. Don't worry, once everyone has adapted to the power of the gods, I believe the city lord will arrange battles for us. Another veteran, who understood the city lord's thoughts, said, After all, the city lord is known for his military prowess, and with his power now greatly increased, he will definitely not be content to simply defend his territory. Perhaps after dealing with the 3 major families, the city lord will lead them to conquer other cities. By then, they won't be a small town anymore, but a small country. No, it's a great power. Ha 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 ha. The veteran couldn't help but chuckle as he thought about this. Because that way, he would become a founding veteran, something he could brag about for a lifetime. Hey, you guys say, we've become this powerful just by receiving a sliver of divine light. How powerful will the city lord be? A soldier asked curiously. After all, the ones who received the most divine power during the ceremony were the Holy Maiden and the High Priest. That is, their city lord. I don't know, the veteran said nonchalantly. But I know I've chosen the right person to follow. The city lord is a legend. The veteran's eyes shone. After being picked up from a desolate village, he followed the city lord in a series of battles and bloodshed. He experienced more than 100 battles, large and small, the highlights of which could have been compiled into a book long ago. But he didn't intend to do that, because he was just part of a legend, and he didn't deserve it. The one who should really compile the book is the legendary city lord. From nothing to something. From a fallen nobleman to a city lord, and even about to go from a city to a kingdom. Ostanden, a man whose life was full of miracles. He led his many soldiers out of one encirclement after another, slaughtering village after village, city after city. He was invincible. He was a miracle in himself. The veteran looked forward to it, and longed for it. He felt that his life was not ending, but beginning. The miracles and stories that belonged to him, and the city lord have only just begun. The veteran looked up at the sky and saw the snowflakes falling, finding it all very beautiful. This snow, this weather, it's so comforting. The veteran looked at the dark, heavy clouds and sighed, saying that they resembled the fire that followed their slaughter, burning everything to ashes. And he was a ruthless arsonist. Etc. What is that? The veteran suddenly saw a strange figure, emanating black energy, with eerie runes flowing across its fully armored body. The eerie figure seemed to be getting closer and closer, and the veteran immediately felt uneasy. Alert! Alert immediately. He turned around, and his pupils suddenly dilated, his expression freezing. When 2 figures wearing runic armor, identical to those in the distance, appeared beside him without him noticing. The blood of his 2 companions was still slightly warm on his face. Move quickly. He fearfully urged his body, which had no time to resist. Boom! One of the goblins dealt with the soldier in front of him, and with a casual wave of his hand, the old soldier vanished instantly like a kite with a broken string. It reappeared, now embedded in a wall hundreds of meters away. The goblin looked somewhat surprised in the direction the veteran had disappeared. He leaped over 100 meters to reach the place where the veterans were embedded. He's still alive? Even with 10 times the power of the cursed seal, it's still difficult to control it precisely. The goblin thoughtfully offered the old soldier some watermelon. The veteran is indeed a veteran. He actually managed to withstand the second blow. The goblin waited until the veteran was completely dead, then disdainfully shook its hand. Even with the cursed seal's 10-fold amplification, it's still somewhat difficult to control the magnitude of its power. He originally intended to kill the other person, but unexpectedly he blew them up instead. What? The goblin sighed, then leaped away and disappeared into the city. In the dim light, one could see that there seemed to be many monkeys in the city, moving up and down, each time accompanied by a violent commotion. Strangely, the soldiers of the city lord's mansion did not notice or resist such a commotion. Looks like the infiltration was a success. With a casual wave of his hand, the goblin blasted a giant energy claw into dust the soldiers who had just stepped outside, ready to shout for warnings and warn of an enemy attack. It's still hard to control. More and more of my companions are receiving divine blessings, so I need to work even harder. He sighed and then continued searching for his next target. This goblin is currently the leader of these goblins, and also the one to whom Chun-Yi gave the first curse seal. Now that 50 goblins have been cursed, he can only strive to become stronger if he wants to maintain his position as captain. Boom. Boom. Enemy attack. Enemy. Boom. I swipe. Blood and ruins are built in the perfect city like a magnificent painting. Chun-Yi was speechless but didn't say anything. In terms of tactics, Goblin always listened to half of what he heard, but the effect was surprisingly good. In every battle, the goblins always managed to completely misinterpret the meaning and then perfectly complete the mission. If no one notices, it's considered infiltration, no problem. Chun-Yi found a quiet place to wait for the results of his infiltration. Old Ghost, who was following behind Chun-Yi, swallowed hard and stood cautiously behind Chun-Yi. Looking at the chaotic scene, his heart was already in turmoil. Is this some kind of infiltration? It caused such a sensation. Look, the wall is all broken, and there's a huge crater dozens of meters deep in the ground. Hey, fire! Fire! Come out and put it out. Where is everyone? Are they all asleep? Old Ghost watched as the flames of war shone on the ruins, and a huge crater stood at his feet, yet no one uttered a sound or cried for help. Oh, I see. Those people being thrown out like dead fish must be people, right? Why are you using people to fill the hole? Shouldn't you be using soil? Hey, you know what? It's almost full. This person seems to have a bit of a temper. Old Ghost looked at Chun-Yi with some fear. You chose to infiltrate just because the other party blocked your way? It seems I'll have to be more careful when serving you in the future. Old Ghost kept flicking his thumb at his other 4 fingers, thinking about how to please Chun-Yi. Suddenly, amidst the flames, a ferocious beast awakens. The mere breath extinguished the raging flames. The flames flickered as if they might go out at any moment. Got it. Old Guay's eyes suddenly lit up. He knew his moment to shine had arrived. He teleported with a magic circle, arriving gracefully in front of Ostanden, who resembled a prehistoric beast. Amidst the ruins, a small, intact doorway stood alone, its flames flickering gently, casting shadows that revealed a slender figure. With his cloak on, exuding an air of sophistication, he slowly spoke. Ostanden, do you know your crime? Chapter 239, Success. You admit your guilt? Tandon glanced around, suppressing his anger as he asked frankly, what guilt do you admit? Old Ghost glanced at Chun-Yi behind him, then looked around at the goblins to calm himself down. He was no match for Ostanden, but the armored men around him and Chun-Yi behind him could definitely handle the beast. Chun-Yi, needless to say, possessed an aura almost equal to, or even stronger than, that of the one deep in the forest. These armored figures exuded a terrifying aura, and each one seemed to be similar to himself. No, they should be stronger, since he hadn't seen these monsters actually make a move. Their slaughter of the soldiers was like slaughtering chicks, one in one hand and several in another, which did not demonstrate their true strength. In other words, under the protection of these armored men and Chun-Yi, he could be absolutely arrogant. Yes, that's it. Old Ghost nodded. At that moment, he felt full of power. The Old Ghost looked up and questioned Ostanden. Having obtained the power of the gods, why don't you hand it over to the great ruler? Ostanden, ? I waited for ages, and all I got to hear was this idiotic thing? Tandon felt insulted, and Chun-Yi also marveled at Lao Gui's bravery. The air froze for a second, then a figure flew out like a rag. Chun-Yi. Commendable courage, but questionable intelligence. He initially thought that Lao Gui had some trick up his sleeve to intimidate the other party, but he overestimated Lao Gui. The Old Ghost coughed up blood as the scenery around him rushed past him. He looked at the armored men around him with great confusion. This shouldn't be happening. This shouldn't be happening. I was hit. Why didn't you do anything? Aren't we on the same side? Old Ghost was puzzled, but the next second he saw the goblins swarm forward. I understand. These people are afraid I'll steal the credit. It's indeed quite unlikely that someone would steal credit from another and then expect help from them. Old Ghost regretted his recklessness, but what he didn't know was, In the eyes of the goblins, as long as someone carries out God's orders, that's enough. They don't care who it is. It's still a group fight. Group fights require prior communication or signaling. If you can't beat me, then talk to me. You went up there without saying anything. I thought you were capable, but then you pulled this stunt. The goblins were speechless, but also filled with disdain. Seriously, how come these people, who are of the same race as the gods, are all so different from the gods? Some don't wear clothes, some like the same sex, and now there are even guys who go up to get beaten up. It's really despicable. Oh, that makes sense. God is one after all. No one can compare to our God. It is because God is so great that we fight for God. Gagaga, fight for God. The goblins, their armor gleaming with cursed markings, swarmed towards Ostantin. Get out of my way. Even Ostantin dared not be careless in the face of such a large number of powerful enemies. He first concentrated his aura and manifested it around him, then immediately shot out to create distance. The opponent's attire clearly indicated that he was a master of close combat. Although he was not afraid of close combat, he knew that one man could not fight against many, so it was best to avoid confrontation for the time being. Dragon's Claw. A gigantic claw tore through the clouds and swept across the sky. Damn it, Tandin roared, then hurriedly drew his longsword. His aura was concentrated on the longsword, and with a single strike, he cleaved open the dragon-like claw that seemed to possess immense power. Damn it, where did that guy find this bunch of heavenly soldiers? As Ostian retreated, he cleaved away the enormous dragon claws that were trying to grab him. The guys surrounding him not only used the same moves, but were also well-trained and coordinated perfectly. They were definitely a formidable force. And yet, this person entered his territory without a sound. He stared at Chunyi in shock. Could it be that what that guy's companion said last time was true? Was that guy's companion really from the Silver Moon Empire? Once the protective shield is activated, absolutely no one can enter silently. But if the other party is from the Shadow Moon Empire, then it's hard to say. Because the Silver Moon Empire is adept at using technology to create artifacts, it is said that they have long ago developed a method to break through the protective shield in certain areas. If the other party is indeed a friend of the Prince of the Silver Moon Empire, then all of this makes sense. The method to break through the protective shield also involves this group of elite soldiers. These creatures merely exude their aura without speaking, their entire bodies radiating an eerie aura. They are likely technological creations of the Silver Moon Empire. A hint of apprehension crept into Tandin's eyes. The Silver Moon Prince is a hot commodity, but someone who brings a large number of modified soldiers is not. He is a thorny, armored beast. Tandin was wary, and then his attention was diverted. This distraction led to him being slammed into the ground by a claw. Immediately following was a barrage of attacks, with dragon claws striking down relentlessly, as if afraid Tandin might still be able to stand up. Those goblins who did not receive the cursed seal could not materialize their energy and looked on with great envy at the goblins with the cursed seal. Enough! Divine sanction! Brush! The heavens and earth roared, and metal and stone shattered. A massive lightsaber descended from above, like the only light, piercing through the thick black clouds, and blocking all dragon claw attacks from landing on Tandin himself. Tandin truly lived up to his reputation as a combat genius. He managed to use his powerful offensive skills to achieve an ultimate defensive effect. This is a fighting spirit honed through countless battles. Blink! Grab it! Tandin's eyes flashed, and he emerged from the deep pit. He then reached out and grabbed Chunyi, who immediately felt a pulling force on his body. Come here. The only ranged skill he knew. This skill has also earned him countless victories in battle. After all, who would have thought that a brute who only knows close combat could use a basic spell so skillfully that it doesn't require chanting? Many people died from Tandin's move. Chunyi, on the other hand, was very lucky and did not die, because he wanted to use Chunyi to escape from here. He knew he was no match for these heavenly soldiers, and his only chance of survival was to kidnap Chunyi, who was weaker than him. Chunyi did not panic when he felt the suction force on his body. He adjusted himself into a cool pose and flew towards the suction force, after which gray-white vortexes swirled in his pupils. Ha ha ha, here it comes. Tandin watched excitedly as Chunyi prepared to swing his knife, but then he met the other's strange eyes. Immediately afterwards, everything went dark, and he felt as if his soul had been ripped out. Chapter 240. Unviewable Fragments of Memory. Where's this place? This? Tandin looked around at his surroundings and felt a little flustered. Spatial magic? I've been teleported. Tandin panicked for a moment, but quickly regained his composure and assessed his surroundings. It's not a transfer, something feels wrong. Tandon sensed his surroundings. It was pitch black, without light, without time, without space. He felt as if he were in a void or a place of nothingness. Suddenly, the pitch-black sky opened a pair of enormous eyes, pure white in color, which immediately occupied a third of the entire dark world. His eyes seemed to be the master of this world. The moment he appeared, Tandon's 2-meter-tall body turned into an ant. He succeeded as expected. He's a guy who focuses on the physical and neglects mental strength. From the giant eyes, a voice filled with excitement and joy. The best scenario would naturally be to defeat Ostandon, this beast, in the simplest way possible. Alright, now let me see if there's anything interesting in your memory. Chenyi did not conceal his voice or purpose, and Ostandon below heard it clearly. He retreated in terror, only to find that this seemingly vast dark world had no room for him. More accurately, the surrounding space was repelling him, and the force of repulsion fixed him firmly in place, leaving him at Chunye's mercy. Impossible. I have a silver weapon, and I am blessed. The giant eye about to fall upon him from the sky, he struggled like a trapped beast and roared with heart-wrenching fury. As a general who had fought for many years, how could he not know what his weaknesses were? He had long taken precautions to protect himself from mental weaknesses. They spent a huge sum of money to purchase a silver-grade artifact from the Silver Moon Empire to increase their resistance to mental magic. With a silver-level weapon, no matter how strong the opponent is, even if they are at the same level as you, the silver-level weapon can give you a warning before it breaks. It can even block the opponent's attack in your place. That's a silver-grade artifact. Ostandon roared, but the eye in the sky still fell. His silver artifacts can indeed block most mental attacks. But Chunye's case is somewhat special. Eyes of the Abyss. Guided by the spirit, bounded by the eyes, those who disrespect will fall into the abyss of hell. You can pull anyone with a lower mental strength than yours into the abyss world. Those with a higher mental strength will suffer 10% damage to all their attributes. Note, damn it, you pervert, Tui. This is something that even Chunye himself probably didn't realize. His abyss eyes is not an ordinary mental attack, but a judgment attack. Based on attribute determination, those with lower mental strength than oneself will be forcibly pulled into the abyss world. How interesting. So the Titan Empire has so many locations for holy churches. Chunye observed the fragments of the other person's memory and wrote down some of the addresses. Unfortunately, many of these addresses are quite far away. Although there are many churches in the Titan Empire, they are not that many within the entire territory of the Titan Empire, because the Holy Church was only built and opened in powerful cities. Even Tandon worked hard for a long time before he was qualified to build the Holy Church. No way, this is mine, you. Snort. Ostandon tried to struggle. Although his mental strength was relatively low, he was still a star-level powerhouse. Even if the former at the star level has low mental strength, it is still higher than that of the old ghost at the diamond level. Their low status is only relative to those of the same level. Therefore, he actually had a certain degree of ability to resist Chunye's skills. However, this resistance actually dissipated amidst Chunye's cold voice. This is my world. Once you're pulled in, I'm in charge, and no one can resist. Chunye coldly stared at Ostandon, then continued to examine the other's memory fragments, as if flipping through a book. Suddenly, a fragment of spirit shimmering with holy light caught his attention, and he gently turned it over. The power of God is bidirectional. While giving, it will inevitably take something in return, and what it takes in return is... What happened to it? Chunye was halfway through watching when he suddenly realized he couldn't continue. I refuse to believe it. This is my world. Chunye forcibly poured his power into the holy light fragment in an attempt to uncover the secrets from Tandon. But the next second, an astonishing force forcibly expelled Chunye. Call. Holy light transformed into flames that burned across the entire sky. The black sky has gained light, and the endless darkness is being driven away. How dare you? A loud shout rang out in Chunye's mental world, and Chunye groaned. Ha 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 ha. I already said I have a blessing from God. Ostandon spoke excitedly, as he could feel the surrounding spiritual energy weakening under the light of the holy light. He was about to leave. Outside world. Was Ostandon subdued by that ruler at a glance? Old Ghost stared in shock at the scene before him. From his perspective, it appeared that Ostandon was trying to attack Chunye after breaking through the armored man's defenses. But Chunye arrived in front of him first, and with a single glance, Ostandon knelt down. He knelt for a long time without saying a word, as if he were repenting. Suddenly, The kneeling figure burst into wild laughter. Ha 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 ha, I knew it. I've received divine power. I am the one chosen by the god of light. Ostandan was the first to wake up, and then quickly distanced himself from Chunyi. He didn't want to be dragged into that strange world again. He never wanted to experience that horror again. Having lost his 5 senses, he lost everything. He even lost his sense of time and space, truly experiencing the feeling that each day felt like a year. If it weren't for the blessing bestowed by the holy maiden of the capital, he might have already perished. He created some distance, and then looked at Chunyi. Whether Chunyi is still awake or not, as long as I don't look into his eyes and move quickly. He muttered to himself, his strongest aura suddenly erupting and condensing onto his longsword. He is not the same person he was before. Half a day ago, he had just received divine power, which was why he was unable to defeat Chunyi. Now, however, he was already familiar with the divine gift and divine power. Just like the holy sword judgment before, he also possesses mage-like abilities to make up for his shortcomings, and he is no longer the same as before. Prepare to die. Ostandan conjured a blade in the air, and then quickly approached Chunyi. Chunyi finally came to his senses at this moment. His head slowly rose, and a tear of blood flowed from his eye socket, leaving a long trail on his face. How dare you? Chunyi's bloodshot eyes widened in anger, and his voice seemed to contain another ancient will. The two voices intertwined and formed a double string similar to the opera. Chapter 241, A Battle of Effort and Hope. End. With just one glance, Ostandan, who was charging forward, immediately stopped in his tracks and retreated several meters in fright. Chunyi tilted his head, his clear eyes filling with tears once again. He covered his eyes, it hurt so much. Although his pupils had been repaired by some force, the pain that had just struck his soul remained vivid in his memory. You're kidding me? In his anger, Ostandan was also unclear about the other party's true situation. He had indeed felt a deadly threat just now. If he hadn't stopped quickly, he would have definitely died. But now that power has disappeared, is this guy just playing with me? Ostandan gripped the hilt of the knife tightly with both hands. The next moment, he took a deep breath, reaffirming his previous conviction. Now that he was surrounded by these strange, armored soldiers, the only way to break through was to take Chunyi hostage. Having made up his mind, he drew his sword and stepped forward. Upon seeing this, Chunyi immediately activated his vortex armor and retreated rapidly. You have received 10 points of attack damage, triggering the passive effect of vortex armor. You have received. As he retreated rapidly, he controlled the distance and used the very tip of the opponent's blade to increase the defensive value of his vortex armor. It felt like dancing on a knife's edge, but Chunyi controlled it perfectly thanks to his superior speed and mental strength. Fei Yin and the others, this behavior was undoubtedly a form of mockery. Fei Yin and the others didn't know why Chunyi had suddenly become so strong. Old Ghost, who had fallen to the side, admired Chunyi even more. He was unaware of Chunyi's previous defeat. All they knew was that Chunyi made the other person kneel for a few seconds with just one look, and then made the other person give up the attack that was within arm's reach with another look. And now, they are toying with their opponents by getting just a little bit away from being attacked each time. This effect can only be achieved by exceeding the opponent's strength by several times. Their strength far exceeds that of Ostandan by several times. Strong, truly strong. No wonder he is comparable to that being in the forest. Old Ghost was so shocked that he forgot about his injuries. In his view, Ostandan was already so strong that he was like a monster, and Chunyi in front of him was a monster among monsters. As Chunyi continued to accumulate power, his vortex armor gradually materialized, and its defensive strength reached 80 points. At this point, he was already immune to most of the opponent's attacks. But Chunyi was not satisfied. He wanted to continue increasing the number of his floors. Previously suffered serious injuries due to increasing the value of the vortex armor and overusing the skill. Although his defense stats had increased by then, his physical and mental strength had been largely depleted. And at this moment, he had planned and allocated his mental energy, and without suffering any injury, he was confident that he could take down the beast before him without bloodshed. He continued dancing on the edge of a knife to farm passive skills, and the gray-white mist around him grew increasingly dense. Is this the power of this ruler? Old Ghost guessed, looking at the increasingly thick fog surrounding Chunyi. He sensed immense energy emanating from the mist. The energy was growing stronger, suggesting that the young ruler was about to unleash his fury. Although it is not as sharp and ruthless as the power in the forest that freezes everything, this indescribable power is even more bizarre. Old Ghost sighed deeply. Although Chun-Yi has not yet demonstrated how to use his power, but he knew that the more unassuming the ability was, the more troublesome it was. Even when facing enemies, he doesn't like to fight against opponents whose abilities are unclear, because you have no idea whether the other person will take your life in the next second. A rough and tough guy like Bloodblade is still better. Old Ghost nodded with a smirk. A score of 120, you really have great stamina. Chun-Yi felt the increase in his shield value, and was somewhat amazed at how long the opponent could last. This made him even more interested in the skill that could unleash a sword aura. I thought that such a wide-range attack would consume a lot of resources, but I didn't expect the opponent to keep using it. However, it's no longer useful for me now. Chun-Yi took a step forward, full of confidence. Court death. Seeing that Chun-Yi was no longer dodging his skills, Tandin slashed at him fiercely. The two had been fighting for a long time, and the monsters surrounding them were still only keeping their distance without attacking. Clearly, this was intentional on the part of the noble youth in front of him. The other side is training their troops on their own, but Ostandin will show them what regret is. Boom! The attack landed squarely on Chun-Yi. Why aren't you hiding anymore? A voice instinctively cried out from inside the side courtyard. Everyone stared in shock at Chun-Yi's actions. He could have easily dodged it. Why didn't you hide? Because he doesn't want to. Another person emerged from behind the side courtyard. Her posture was elegant and graceful, and her voice was gentle and pleasant. It was Alicia. She came up to Su Qingyu and explained, because there's no need to hide anymore. Unnecessary. Su Qingyu looked puzzled, her eyes fixed on the battlefield. They had been alerted by such a large battle, but because of Alicia, the goblins did not attack them, and they did not actively participate in the battle. As the smoke cleared, Chun-Yi emerged unharmed, gripping the tip of the opponent's knife. His composure was so great that it was as if the powerful attack that had blasted away a high wall was not primarily aimed at him. This is impossible. Tandin was shocked. But then he realized something. Last time, this kid seemed to have asked to be hit, and then he got tough. But, this time, I aim to crush the enemy with every strike. Also, I didn't hit him. Why? Tandin fearfully swung his sword, but the thought of retreating had already taken root in his mind. He didn't know how his opponent had stacked up his defenses, but he knew that he was no match for them now. Unless he can increase his strength dramatically in a short period of time, he is definitely no match for the guy in front of him. He fled in panic, while Chun-Yi pursued him playfully, as steady as a hunting cat. Suddenly, Tandin, who was on the run, saw hope instead of despair. Beautiful figures were standing outside his side courtyard. That's great. Congratulations. Quickly, send me your blessings. He shouted excitedly. Tandin knew that although the Saintess was not good at fighting, her support abilities were exceptional. If I could get the assistance of two Saintesses at the same time, I would definitely be able to turn the tables on Chun-Yi. He excitedly ran towards the two Saintesses. However, he did not notice that the two Saintesses were not looking at him at all, but were looking at the noble boy behind him. Su Qingyu. This young nobleman is actually this powerful. It seems to be a good choice. Alicia, I didn't mean to not want to help. It's just, my injuries haven't healed yet. Yes, that's right. Chapter 242, Ming Ti. Don't push your luck. As Tandin watched Chun-Yi approach step by step, a complex mix of emotions welled up within him. His attacks were like tickling the opponent. They only kicked up a lot of dust, and couldn't even stop the opponent from advancing. I've never encountered a guy like this before. He had been labeled a monster all along, but compared to the person in front of him, the other person was more like a monster. He retreated step by step towards the two Saintesses, praying for their help to obtain a blessing that would allow him to defeat Chun-Yi. However, he had already swung his sword several times during this period, and if the two Saintesses wanted to cast their blessings, they should have already cast them several times. But he received nothing in return. Chun-Yi endured Tandin's attacks and arrived in front of Tandin. You? Humph. So what if I can't break through your defenses? You're no match for me in close combat. Tandin felt relieved when he realized he was backed into a corner. He couldn't break through the opponent's defense, but the opponent couldn't do anything to him either. Tandin thought this, but the next second Chun-Yi's pupils turned and the gray-white vortex unfolded again. You deserve to die. Aren't you afraid of the blessing within me? I am. As Tandin spoke, a familiar sense of detachment washed over him, and he re-entered the space that had left such a deep impression on him. Silence, deathly silence. Chun-Yi's eyes also appeared above this black world, but this time they were filled with more confusion. Recalling his feelings just now, Chun-Yi realized that he had driven Tandin to the brink of defeat, and he had originally planned to use the death scythe, or the nibbling method in the gray mist to eliminate him. However, a faint, lingering consciousness subtly influenced him to use the Abyss Eye skill on Ostanden once again. What do we do now? Chenyi was in a dilemma. He had pulled the other party into the Abyss world, but he dared not open up the other party's memory fragments like he had done last time. Because this guy seems to possess some kind of mysterious power. But what is this mysterious power? And how did I survive that mysterious power? Chenyi felt as if he had blacked out, but he didn't know how he had blacked out. Open him. A voice rang in Chunye's mind, and he subconsciously raised his hand. Immediately afterwards, the memory fragments enveloped in holy light flew to Chunye's front. Then, it's you again. Are you really looking for death? His voice, filled with rage, was like thunder striking straight to the soul. Chenyi grunted and exclaimed that something was wrong. Buzz! The sound wave was blocked by the gray-white mist the moment it entered Chunye's mind. This time, his mental strength was not damaged. This is... Chenyi looked at the holy light, which was blurry and indistinct. Within it, there seemed to be a humanoid creature with wings, which did resemble the statue somewhat. Eat it. What? The voice in his mind came again, and Chunyi was shocked. Eat it. At this point, even if he was incredibly foolish, he would know that the other party was no ordinary being and was very likely the god represented by the statue. A true god, or a wisp of a god's power. Back then, I was punished with lightning simply for offending the other party, but now the voice in my head is actually telling me to eat him? While Chunyi hesitated, Tandin was once again enveloped by the divine light and rushed out of Chunye's mental world. Kill the apostle opposite you. Tandin stepped out. He felt an extremely warm voice. He immediately recognized where the sound was coming from. God of Light. Ha ha ha. The God of Light has answered me. You fool, your actions have finally angered the gods. When Tandin's consciousness returned to his body, he felt his body enveloped in holy light. He lowered his head. All the light came from his own hands. More accurately, it is a token in his hand formed from divine power. The token has a unique design, with a winged angel painted on it. The angel has no face, but it is watching the crowd. He could clearly sense the power of the token and knew its immense strength. The grace of the God of Light. Note, you have received God's grace, and you will possess a portion of divine authority to destroy God's enemies. Note, this is an incomplete blessing. You will need more offerings to be noticed by the God of Light. Note, you have been granted one opportunity to summon a sacred creature. Ha ha ha. Tandin looked at the token and laughed maniacally. Her own blessing was personally bestowed by the Holy Maiden of the Imperial Capital through communication with the God of Light, which meant that she had gained the God of Light's approval to preach in the human world on his behalf. And this disrespectful fellow will ultimately be rejected by God. Tandin smiled. They didn't notice any change in their stance. Previously, he firmly believed that it was better to rely on oneself than on God, and that all gods were merely tools to be used. He had even planned to contact the Alchemy Association of the Silver Moon Empire while obtaining the power of the God of Light. But now, God, let me, a sincere believer, destroy this evil creature in your stead. Tandin grinned and laughed, looking up at the sky. At this moment, not only was his divine power surging, but he also had many more options regarding summoning in his mind. Holy Knight, Guardian of Holy Light, Riftlight Lizard. Tandin's smile grew even more ferocious. Every summoned creature here was an extremely powerful being. So powerful that even their own Dragonblood cavalry weren't even worthy of carrying the shoes of the former. At the same time, all the goblins bared their teeth and made unpleasant noises, but they did not attack without Chunye's order. On the other side, Su Qingyu frowned, deep in thought, weighing something. The magic that Alicia had gathered in her hands quietly dissipated as she murmured something softly. The decree of the true God has descended. Why would the decree of the true God descend upon this guy who just founded the church? Alicia didn't understand that. According to the hierarchy of the Holy Church, if God had something to convey, he should possess the highest-ranking person directly. This is not only a manifestation of strength, but also a manifestation of glory. But the God of Light did not choose me. Could it be that the God of Light has already discovered the darkness within me? Alicia's dissipated attack coalesced again, and she aimed at Ostanden, who was laughing maniacally, but hesitated to strike. That shouldn't be the case. The God of Darkness has accepted my contribution and given me feedback, so why won't he acknowledge my status? Alicia's thin eyebrows twitched in bewilderment. Ever since I had a deep conversation with Chunyi, I found that every time I mentioned something, There's always some residual energy that I can't digest or provide. She initially thought that the power was simply too strong and that she could eliminate it by focusing on refining it. However, now that the extraordinary has not been eliminated, it has caused his own god of light to drift away from him. Of light was even unwilling to choose himself as the vessel for humanity. Have I been abandoned by God? She hurriedly tried to sense the power within her body. The power of light was still there, and the connection with God was still there. But why didn't God choose me? She struggled with the question of what God had discovered that led to his abandonment of her. Stanton, the one in front of me, is a better fit than I am. If it's the latter, then this person is a threat to me. The attacks from behind and in his hands coalesced and vanished several times. In the end, Alicia did not make a move. The reason is simple. At this moment, Stanton is in a state of being bestowed by the God of Light. In other words, he was being watched by God at this moment, and even if he wanted to make a move, he couldn't choose to do so now. Suddenly, a long laugh from Changzhong interrupted everyone's thoughts. Stanton, his eyes bloodshot, raised his token high toward the sky. Ha ha ha, I've decided on you guys. I, in my esteemed position, summon the guards of light, the legion that protects the temple, Mingdi. Chapter 243. Hunger is contagious. Chunya's territory outskirts. I absolutely cannot fail this time. The Snow Dragon Lord looked at his soldiers who had gathered again, his anger mixed with resentment. If Chunyi hadn't accumulated a large number of scrolls last time, he wouldn't have lost at all. The opponent was just a cripple, a seriously injured guy. The fact that Chunya's troops were still nowhere to be seen despite the intense battle last time proves that my guess was correct. Last time, Chunyi only managed to defeat himself by luck thanks to the scroll. He used the perspective of the Snow Dragon unit to look at Chunya's territory in the distance. This time, I will definitely avenge myself. Looking back, he still saw an army of 10,000 behind him. This time, he even went so far as to send out even more shaman priests. With more shamans, plus his own deception and intimidation, he finally managed to build up a larger force. This time, we can only succeed, we cannot fail. The Snow Dragon Lord looked at the distant mist, but did not immediately step forward. Although he suffered a loss due to the scroll last time, Chunyi himself was not particularly skilled, but he still had to be cautious. Roar! The Snow Dragon let out a low roar, and soldiers carried out box after box of black stones from the back of the column and piled them up in front. The Snow Dragon looked at the black stones scattered on the ground and gave a human-like smile. Hell rock, crystallized earth, proof that invaders have been here. Note, this vein of ore appears to be contaminated by something, producing a peculiar reaction. Note, this magical stone, though rare, contains a certain amount of abyssal power. Note, you must have had incredible luck to encounter something like this. The Snow Dragon, with its captions, laughed wildly. Chunyi, guess what good stuff I found? After looking at the Hellfire ore, the Snow Dragon Lord had someone bring out another treasure. A token with a strange pattern printed on it. The Lost Kingdom of the Abyss. Note, the token once held by the Lord of the Abyss, though it has lost most of its original function, can still summon monsters from the abyss. Note, the sealed token requires a large amount of energy stones or abyssal power to unlock. Note, user, do not gaze into the abyss, just as you should not gaze into the token. I was initially a little reluctant to use this token because it required a lot of energy stones. But during the process of retracing the steps, I actually discovered this treasure. This way, he wouldn't need to spend many energy stones to use the token. It's all fate. At the command of the Snow Dragon Lord, some people raised the token high, while others carried boxes of hell or towards the token. Buzz! The token seemed to sense something and emitted a suction force, actively enveloping the hellish mineral rock. Soon, the first box of hell rock was completely consumed. Then came the second box, and the third box. Boxes of hellish ore were absorbed by the token, turning into wasteland that was blown away by the wind. The patterns on the token were gradually ignited. A deep ravine, its depths seemingly leading to a plain, or perhaps a bottomless abyss, captivating all who behold it. Look away. The Snow Dragon Lord ordered the soldiers responsible for carrying the supplies. The soldier was startled and quickly put down the box he was carrying and left. This is terrifying. What on earth is that? The soldier felt a chill run down his spine, and even the Lord behind him broke out in a cold sweat. This thing can actually indirectly affect me through the unit's vision range. The Snow Dragon Lord was right. The item he brought out this time must be of a high level. The lords who were forcibly brought in seemed to have undergone some changes in their mindset regarding this battle. At least the thought of surrendering to Chun Yi as soon as the war started was gone. Having something like this, of course I should give it a try. What if I succeed? If something is this powerful just by looking at it, what kind of terrifying thing would it become if it were actually used to summon it? Everyone was eagerly anticipating the token's powerful display, including the Snow Dragon Lord. Finally, the token absorbed enough energy to display a shimmering black glow. Come, accept my sacrifice, heed my call. The world cannot tolerate you. The depravity from the abyss has revealed itself. As the Snow Dragon Lord chanted, a dark cloud enveloped Chun Yi's territory, followed by the appearance of a massive magic circle above the territory. So powerful, such a strong sense of oppression. Under the oppressive force of this massive formation, the army led by the Snow Dragon Lord trembled instinctively, and then the entire army collapsed by half its waist. They tried to straighten up, but it felt as if a massive force was pressing down on them, making it impossible for them to move. Ha 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 ha, good. The Snow Dragon Lord, instead of being angry, was delighted by the weight pressing down on him, because he knew that Chun Yi's territory was doomed. City of OSS. Chun Yi woke up in a daze, feeling extremely tired and also hungry. I'm so hungry. Gurgle. Extreme hunger was accompanied by heavy breathing. Chun Yi raised his scarlet eyes and saw a group of creatures shimmering with holy light. At that moment, he was even hungrier. Gurgle. Hunger spread like a disease, and crimson eyes gleamed even within the steel armor of all the goblins. Gah. Chapter 244, The Crying Legion. In the City Lord's mansion. Damn it, what's wrong with these monsters? They're even more ferocious now. Inside the City Lord's mansion, the Paladin commander, who was originally able to deal with the attacks of a few ordinary goblins, was suddenly knocked to the ground. Wasn't the holy light descending? My power should have been enhanced, so why are these monsters? The Paladin commander looked at the goblins in front of him with confusion, but was also glad that he had activated his sanctuary when he realized how powerful they were. He had assumed that the attackers were the strongest among the group of ambushers, since he was the strongest person here besides the City Lord. Therefore, he established a sacred domain that could not be left behind to block the strongest enemy. However, after he established the Holy Land, he discovered that those who attacked him were the weakest. He immediately regretted his decision and prepared to rush out to surround the Sanctus, but then he discovered that he couldn't even defeat the weakest armored soldier. After several struggles, just when he was about to give up, he saw the appearance of the City Lord. Not only did the other party appear, but they also gained the favor of the God of Light. The moment the holy light shone down, his power was greatly enhanced. But why are these monsters also leveling up? Boom. Click swish. The golden shield shattered into a sky full of starlight. The sacred space he painstakingly built was easily shattered by the goblin with bloodshot eyes. This, your majesty, save me, save me. The Paladin commander retreated in terror as he watched the goblin approaching him. Red pupils emanated from their armor, and white mist billowed around them. Against the backdrop of oppressive black clouds, these armored soldiers looked like monsters from the depths of hell. Monsters. They're all monsters. Holy Maiden, save me. He struggled to get closer to the Saintess, but she only glanced at him. Alicia turned her gaze back to Ostanton, her eyes burning with intensity. All of this should be mine. She bit her red lips, looking unwillingly at the holy light that was being showered down. A golden beam of holy light pierced through the dark clouds in the sky, and beneath the holy light lay all living beings. Above all living beings, an army clad in armor slowly descended. Mingdi Legion. Alicia looked at the legion in the sky, her eyes filled with undisguised envy. Those are the temple's guards. They represent the power of the gods. But this power didn't descend upon me. Damn it. Is my strength not enough? If I'm strong enough, can I overcome Ostanton's talent with sheer power? Alicia looked at the descending legion, her heart filled with struggle. He believed that his lack of talent was the reason why the true God did not choose him. However, if one becomes powerful, the God of Light will surely choose one, because possessing a powerful person will reduce the energy required for the true God's descent. Rapidly increase your strength. She then turned her gaze to Chun Yi, who seemed to be a good way for her to quickly improve her strength. After all, in just a few days of contact with the other party, he had already progressed from the level of 1 feather to the level of nearly 3 feathers. But Chun Yi was about to die. The kind of situation that even they themselves can't save. Alicia looked at the now disappeared crying legion with a conflicted expression, and couldn't help but show a hint of regret towards Chenyi. Enveloped in holy light, clad in golden armor, and utterly disciplined. This team once possessed the terrifying strength to defeat an enemy army of 10,000 men with only 100 members. There are at least 200 of them right in front of us. Ha 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 ha. Brat, it's your honor to die under the howling legion from the divine realm. Brush. The entire 200-strong crying legion has arrived, their golden armor illuminating half the sky and dispelling the darkness in everyone's hearts. Tandon first glanced at Chenyi, who was still acting somewhat strangely, and then confidently looked at the legion in front of him. The overall strength of the crying legion is at the peak of platinum, with 10 captains among them at the peak of diamond. This lineup alone might be considered powerful, but not particularly impressive. However, this was not an ordinary legion, but the Crying Legion. The Crying Legion emphasizes teamwork, and with their coordination, the concept of 1 + 1 = 2 has long since disappeared. Instead, 1 + 1 = 3, and 2 + 2 = 10. Their true terror lies in their teamwork. At this moment, the Paladin commander no longer approached the Saintess, because all the armored monsters had shifted their targets. They stared at the Howling Legion with bloodshot eyes, as if they had encountered some delicious food. This is the Crying Legion. The Paladin commander also discovered the origin of the Holy Light. Someone had summoned a creature from the divine realm. Gurgle. The Paladin swallowed hard, then focused his mind. He knew the terror of the Crying Legion, a terrifying sword formation formed by the coordinated use of holy swords, indiscriminately distinguishing between friend and foe. Swish, swish. After taking a few steps back, he finally decided to walk towards the direction of the Holy Maiden. Holy Maiden, I'm here to protect you. The Paladin commander ran toward the Saintess. Alicia had already deployed a shield, one of the few shields that could protect her from the Howling Legion. Su Qingyu also moved closer to the two of them. She also sensed immense danger from the Legion before her. This moment, everyone watched the Crying Legion and felt pity for Chenyi. In their view, compared to the power of the Crying Ones, these armored men wearing standard armor were rather unsightly. Glug, glug, glug. Huff, huff, huff. The hunger in their bellies turned into cramps that irritated the goblins. Chenyi also experienced an unbearable hunger during this time. Eat it, and bring the food back to me, Chenyi whispered, as if from a demon in hell. Gagaga. The goblins let out a piercing scream, and then charged forward from all directions. Ignorant fool, you're asking for death. Tandon glanced at the armored men rushing towards him in disarray and scoffed dismissively. Kill them, Tandon pleaded with the Howling Legion. Execute your wish, Apostle. The Crying Legion turned their heads in unison, then clasped their hands together, and a huge, radiant holy sword was summoned out of thin air. Holy sword resound. They were not alarmed by the cries of the goblins so close at hand. They remained calm, composed, and moved in unison. In their view, this was nothing more than a group of scattered soldiers, easily defeated. Attack! At the commander's order, the knights of the Mingti Legion raised their holy swords. Buzzing. Boom. Everything around was wiped out with a loud bang. The sonic boom acts like a ring of resistance, clearing away everything around it. All buildings, land, and even the corpses scattered everywhere were cleared away by the ring of resistance. The ear-piercing roar exploded in my ears, in my heart, and deep in my soul. So strong. The tangible sound waves exploded one after another, like angry waves crashing all around, venting all discontent. Tandon looked at the Money Goblin Legion that had stopped in place with a muffled groan after just one contact, and smiled smugly. This is the Crying Legion's trump card. It has never failed. Suddenly. What happened? The armored figures remained motionless for several seconds, staring in shock at Tandon. But it only lasted a few seconds. A few seconds later, they actually continued forward despite the sonic waves from the Holy Sword, as if they had adapted to it. Blood seeped from the armor and helmet. Blood seeped from the gaps in the armor. Blood was spilled as if it were free. But they still didn't stop. Ostanton's smile vanished abruptly. He had lost his composure once again. Death, assassin. You lunatics, you'll all die. They're going to die. Don't let them get any closer. Ostanton roared at Chenyi. But then he saw a gentle and refined smile. Madman. Chapter 245. Shock, the Legion from Hell. The sonic waves continued their attack, and the brilliance of the Holy Sword was unleashed at full power. The armored men were now covered in blood, with blood constantly flowing from their bodies, but they continued to move forward. Even faster. You lunatic, Damn it. Don't come any closer. Ostian frantically staggered backward, losing all composure in the face of danger. Holy cry, increase the power. The commander of the Crying Legion frowned and ordered an increase in output. The holes on the broad holy sword also enlarged. The next moment, an even more terrifying sonic wave struck. This sound wave, empowered by holy light, is no longer just a simple sound attack. Body, soul, and even some of the most devastating forms of annihilation for evil creatures. Such an attack must be powerful and invincible. But why? Why are these monsters getting even faster? They intensified their attack, forcing Chunyi to use fog to create a protective layer. Chunyi sat upright above the mist, quietly watching the outcome. The opponent has strengthened their forces, but he doesn't care. The Howling Legion's attacks are indeed powerful. The Goblin's radiant armor is bronze-grade armor. However, under the attack of these knights, it gradually developed cracks and even broke apart. But so what? In terms of command and execution, no unit can compare with the Goblin. Despite the armor cracking inch by inch, the Goblin continued to advance. The armor gradually crumbled, but the Goblin continued to advance. The blood stained not only the armor, but also the ground as the Goblins swept past. A Goblin with a cursed seal was the first to break through Crying's defenses. It was about to disrupt the opponent's formation when it was blasted away by a powerful attack. Click-clack. The Goblin's last armor and helmet shattered in midair, revealing its sharp fangs. Laugh. The Goblin shifted its defensive line midair. As a black-armored Goblin, it naturally possessed a percentage-based defense against magical attacks. Therefore, after taking a direct hit from the opponent's spell, he was not knocked away as he had hoped. In midair, it flipped over, its shattered armor revealing sharp fangs. Sizzle. Using the gray mist for leverage in the air, the Goblin charged like a cannonball and bit into the neck of one of the Howling Legion soldiers. What? It all happened so fast that no one even had time to be shocked. Shocked gazes were just beginning to open when more and more Goblins rushed forward. Oh whoa. Sizzle. Most of the armor was broken, and sharp teeth were embedded in the soldier's neck. Damn it, get out of here. The Crying Legion lost its composure and began frantically wielding its holy swords. Brutal strangulation. This rogue-like skill unfurled its scales, embraced the knight, and embedded itself in his flesh. The pain disrupted the ranks, and the Crying Legion began to fall apart. Goblins, bathed in blood, climbed over the members of the Howling Legion. Possessed by an evil spirit. Alicia swallowed hard to describe the scene. All of this happened too fast. The legion she considered invincible was defeated just like that. She was almost there, before she even had a chance to adjust her mindset. What's wrong with these guys? The paladin commander, hiding inside the protective shield, stared in shock at the Goblins. Although its entire body was covered in blood, its long, pointed ears, sharp fangs, and retractable scales remained. They don't look like normal human beings at all. Beneath this armor, is there no human? Warcraft, demi-humans. How did these monsters get in? He paused suddenly while speaking. It seems they brought these monsters in. A whoa crack. A whoa crack. The Goblins rode on the knight's back, constantly drawing power from him. They weren't devouring the knight, but rather consuming the divine power within him. Only when the complete divine power breaks through the opponent's body will it leak out. In their view, the simplest way to break through someone's body is to bite. However, the horrific scene appeared to many as a demon from hell devouring humankind. It all happened so fast that no one could react in time. My jaw dropped so fast I couldn't even pull it back up. They were captured and dragged back shortly after reaching Ostanin. Chunyi, who was at a disadvantage just a second ago, now seemed to be reigning supreme. The gray mist abdicated his throne and prepared to approach Ostanin. No, you can't kill me, you can't kill me. Ostanin said in fear. The paladin commander found it difficult to accept, as if a fishbone was stuck in his throat. The two saints had different appearances and different thoughts. These monsters are goblins. Is it one of those goblins from the Sarah Trading Company? Su Qingyu's panicked heartbeat outweighed any sense of crisis as he looked at the young nobleman before him. A bold conjecture quietly sprouted in my mind. Alicia was both nervous and conflicted. Ostanin's failure meant that she had become the strongest apostle here. He had returned to the embrace of the God of Light. But what will I do after he fails? Am I being captured? You can't kill me. I'm here on a mission to spread the word. As Ostanin retreated, he was unaware that the power of the gods had subtly altered his thoughts. At that moment, all he could think about was that he couldn't die. I also want to spread more faith for God. Only by staying alive can the mission be completed. I've already submitted the application. Someone from the Holy Church will come to inspect it in a while. You can't kill me. Ostantin retreated. Chunyi stepped forward indifferently. No, you can't. Swallow him. The voice rang out again. With a wave of his hand, Chunyi produced a token containing ultimate divine power. The next moment, the snow-white token began to change. The image changed from angel to demon, and the holy light was also infected by the mist. Congratulations on conquering the first territory of the gods. You have gained ownership of this city. Congratulations. You have obtained an abyss token. The transformation was complete, and a token bearing the image of a strange demon lay quietly in Chunye's hand. Chapter 246, Abyss Token. Abyss Token. Blank tokens can be used to store, upgrade, or summon troops. Note: with this token, you can control all the magical array measures in this city. Note: the token representing calamity is also a symbol of your status. A symbol of strength. You have opened up your first territory. Congratulations, host, on successfully occupying your first territory. You may choose to strip away the energy core of this place or develop this city into your second camp. Retrieve military units. Chunyi pondered as he weighed the token in his hand. This ability seems very useful and can be used to achieve a perfect surprise victory. He looked at the goblin beside him, who was continuously absorbing the divine power from the Howling Legion, and nodded in satisfaction. This token's ability is very useful. Just like Ostanden today, if the goblins hadn't been fierce and powerful enough in battle, he would have been the one to lose. After all, the ability to summon troops out of thin air is nothing short of divine intervention. Crunch, crunch. The sound of the goblin absorbing divine power did not stop, sending chills down everyone's spines. Who would have thought that the people I was with before were actually a group of monsters? Ugly, powerful, and eerie. What exactly is this thing? Alicia watched with curiosity the goblin that was absorbing the power of the gods. The goblin, having received increased divine power, is rapidly recovering from its injuries and regaining its strength. As her injuries gradually healed, the goblin's bizarre form was revealed to Alicia. She was certain that this was a creature she had never seen before. Demi-human. What kind of species are these demi-humans? By the way, speaking of demi-humans, those children I found before. Alicia searched everywhere, fearing that these monsters wouldn't even spare the children. She quickly found the children. Only, these children somehow ended up in the airspace above the battlefield. The crimson longsword in his hand and the wings on his back made him look like an angel. The holy light radiated a holy glow, and the holy light goblin was also absorbing the power of the gods. However, what they absorbed was relatively gentle and refined. How did these kids suddenly grow up so big? Alicia looked at the holy light goblin in the sky with some confusion. She remembered that not long ago these were just children. She turned her gaze to Chunyi. Perhaps only Chunyi knew what was going on. Your black armor goblin has been imbued with a trace of divine power. Its level has increased by 1. Your black armor goblin has killed a member of the Howling Legion, gaining 6,458 experience and 1 level. Your black-armored goblin has absorbed a trace of divine power. A pleasant voice rang in Chunye's ears. Chunyi temporarily put away the token in his hand and looked at Ostanden. Ostanden was both unwilling and helpless. Able to change the form of the token of God. Has your Silver Moon Empire's technology reached this level? I'm not willing to accept this, Ostanden said unwillingly. In his view, he lost not because of his ability, but because of his background. He saw through Chunye's military unit and his methods. He felt that the reason he lost was because the god behind him was not as powerful as the one behind Chunye. I chose the wrong direction. If I had known, I should have occupied Hainauf first. Ostanden scoffed. He knew he had lost the fight. Losers have no reason to live. But he would never let himself die in such a pointless way. He tempted me, saying, "Come on, kill me, give me a dignified death." Ostanden opened his arms as if he were truly welcoming death. Chunyi stepped forward, and with a wave of his hand, a huge crescent scythe appeared. "Wait, you can't kill him." Alicia suddenly stepped forward. Chunyi swept his cold gaze across the area. Although he had some connection with her, he wasn't at the point where he would let the enemy escape for her sake. Get out of the way. Colder and more piercing than the falling snow. She's right, you can't kill him. Another person stepped forward. Chunyi glanced at the other person. Although their clothes were full of exotic style, their black eyes and long black hair still gave away their identity. Su Qingyu. Qinyi had actually recognized Su Qingyu, who was watching from the sidelines, long ago. He wasn't in a hurry. He recognized him, and that was that. He had previously thought the other party was useless and wouldn't amount to anything. It seems to have some use now. After all, 1/3 of the divine power after the establishment of the Holy Church could reside within this saintess. You really can't kill him. Su Qingyu stood in front of Chunyi as if to emphasize her point. Don't plead for me, step back. Ostantin said. He was somewhat surprised that Su Qingyu would stand up for him at this moment. But Ostantin already knew his fate, and he wanted to use his death to leave something for Chunyi. Su Qingyu turned around, squatted down, and quietly looked at the disheveled Ostantin on the ground. This man was known as a legend in the city. The man feared by everyone was now kneeling before him in such a disheveled state. Su Qingyu couldn't bear it and stepped forward. Godfather, she spoke gently, and then her smile grew even gentler. Its gentle warmth, like the June sun, melted Ostantin's heart. Why? A large hole had been melted open at some point. I'll send you on your way. Su Qingyu said softly. Although this man was ugly and had a lot of problems, he did give me the power I wanted. Then, she stood up and explained to Chunyi. As the godfather of the Holy Church, Ostantin has received the blessing of the Holy Maiden of the imperial capital. If you kill him, the Holy Church will find out. Chunyi frowned. Aren't you afraid of the Holy Church after you kill him? Su Qingyu stood up and came to Chunyi's side. Of course not, because I am the Holy Maiden. We belong to the same origin. When Su Qingyu spoke the second half of her sentence, she deliberately emphasized her tone, as if she was stressing something. Alicia stared grimly at Ostantin, who lay on the ground, struggling and dying with resentment in his eyes. She originally intended to kill the former herself, but this newly crowned saintess beat her to it. Her heart tightened as she watched Su Qingyu walk seductively toward Chunyi. For some reason, she felt that this woman would be her greatest enemy in the future. Really, Su Qingyu wore the holy and sacred priestess robe with a charming and alluring posture, gradually moving closer to Chunyi. Her alluring figure was on full display as she gently pressed herself against Chunyi, her voice filled with a seductive allure and intense desire as she asked. You are Brother Chunyi, right? Chapter 247, Taking Over the Nest. How could Brother Chunyi's unit be a goblin? Chunyi's military branch couldn't possibly be that kind of ugly thing. I don't believe it, A scene from the past echoed in Su Qingyu's mind. Before, she was like an immature little girl who only cared about her appearance. Now, she feels she has matured. They don't care about appearances, they only care about power. As long as you're strong enough. So what if Chunyi's unit is an ugly goblin? Moreover, although these goblins are ugly, they are incredibly powerful. So powerful that even the sacred legions of the gods were no match for them. Su Qingyu looked at the person in front of her with burning passion. At this moment, she was certain that the other person was Chunyi. It wasn't just because of the goblins she encountered multiple times, but also because of Chunyi's indifferent attitude towards her. So far, only Chunyi has treated me this way. However, the more indifferent he seemed to be to Chunyi, the more Su Qingyu couldn't help but want to get closer to him. Su Qingyu approached, but Chunyi pushed her away. What? Are you afraid I'll melt you down too? Su Qingyu said with a hint of provocation. She said, don't be afraid. I got that kind of thing from extracting rough stones. I only have one. Chunyi ignored her and walked straight toward Alicia. He suddenly pointed to the sky and asked, is there any way to extract this divine power? Chunyi had thought that he would have a lot of divine power after defeating the Godfather, but at this moment the divine power turned into a token, causing him to lose the opportunity to obtain the divine power. The saintess's divine power was right in front of him and wouldn't run away, while he couldn't stop thinking about the divine power in the sky. Alicia was taken aback, then replied, I don't know. The sacred snow in the sky is a manifestation of divine power. When the Church of Life was first established, God would not only enhance the power of the priests and saints, but also bestow blessings upon all living beings. This holy snow is just one of the means to save all living beings. Saving all living beings. Chunyi was slightly puzzled. Was this God really that kind? I can't tell. He shook his head and asked the question directly. So this divine power can't be collected? Alicia nodded. Brother Chunyi wants divine power? Yes, I do. The scent of violets filled her nostrils as Su Qingyu rushed over again. She had long wanted to curry favor with Chunyi. She's not someone who likes to work hard. If she could, she'd rather be a kept woman. Su Qingyu pressed closer to his warm, fragrant body, which ignited a restless flame within her. As the saying goes, Don't miss out on good girls and bad girls. Chenyi no longer refused the divine power that was readily available to him. He tried to wrap his arms around it, but couldn't manage it. He was taken aback for a moment, and then a grayish-white mist spread out. Clean up the battlefield, block all news, and wait for me to come out. While holding Su Qingyu, Chenyi explained to Fei Yin and Lao Gui. During the journey, he casually put his arm around Alicia. The latter struggled slightly before yielding. This scene left the old ghost speechless. The Holy Church's leader just died, and two holy maidens, one actively offering herself to the other, and the other actually submitting? Your holy maiden, I will raise you. You may leave without worry. There have been too many shocking things tonight, and he no longer knows which one to be shocked about. Was it a mockery of Ostantin, the arrival of the Howling Legion, the monsters annihilating the Howling Legion, or Chun Ye's infiltration operation a perfect success? Holy crap, this is an infiltration operation. Old Ghost suddenly realized what was happening and exclaimed, holy crap. Infiltrate. You kill everyone and then infiltrate perfectly. Oh, no, the two saintesses are not dead. Old Ghost's heart was pounding. He felt as if he had participated in an extraordinary operation. The task that I had planned for 6 months and intended to take 1 to 2 years to complete was easily accomplished overnight by the ruler in front of me. The world has changed. The world has really changed. Old Ghost sighed, knowing that this area was about to undergo a major transformation. Perhaps this isn't the only area experiencing such a dramatic change. We'll keep the news under wraps. Old Ghost used a fire sea technique to clear the battlefield of corpses, then spoke to Scarlet Flame's team. The Crimson Flame squad, already used to this, nodded in agreement. They then began to seal off the entire City Lord's mansion. The City Lord's mansion has a magic array that makes it extremely difficult for outsiders to enter once it is activated. They need to activate the magic array. The goblin continued to absorb divine power, and the others also began to get busy. Only one person stood there, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth as he looked at the spot where the saintess had disappeared. It's all my fault. I was too weak. I was unable to protect the Holy Maiden, which is why the Holy Maiden had no choice but to. Damn it. The Paladin commander looked regretfully at the spot where the saintess had disappeared, and seeds of resentment began to sprout in his heart. Holy Maiden, if your majesty had known this would happen, you would have preferred me to have it. The Paladin captain, his breath hot and dry, greedily licked the spot where Alicia had just stood, lingering with extreme longing and utter madness. A goblin seemed to sense something and suddenly turned around. The Paladin commander quickly composed himself and stood at attention. The Heidi family. The City Lord's mansion is quite lively tonight. What exactly is that guy standing up to? Lady Heidi gazed intently into the distance, where the protective barrier of the City Lord's mansion had been activated. She wondered what Ostantin was plotting. Madam, I have said everything I need to say. The ceremony that Austin is currently holding can greatly enhance the power of the OS family. We cannot wait any longer. A tall, imposing woman looked at Mrs. Heidi and emphasized. Unlike Heidi's noble air, Saravelsa's demeanor was more like that of a queen, an enchanting queen. Mrs. Heidi pondered. Yaden stepped forward. She had already begun to inherit the family's power and also joined the audience this time. Heidi Yaden said, I think President Shah is right. Right now, our training strength is enough to compete with the OS family. If we wait a few more days, things might not be so good. After hearing Shah's explanation, Heidi Yaden learned that Ostantin would grow stronger day by day after receiving divine power, and they simply didn't have time to unite the other two families. Mrs. Heidi was unaware of the bond between Yaden and Sarah from their shared battles. She only felt that her daughter seemed to trust the president of the Sarah Merchant Guild. Has my daughter grown up overnight? Mrs. Heidi was puzzled. She felt that Yaden had matured quite a bit recently. I guess it's because they're starting to inherit the family's rights and obligations. Good. Heidi, seeing how beautiful her daughter was, also supported the idea. She immediately ordered the mobilization of all of Heidi's family's forces to prepare for an attack on the City Lord's mansion. Led by Paro, the Paro family also led their elite troops toward the City Lord's mansion. Paro, you should know what you're doing. If the Innaville family doesn't arrive by the time we get there, we will revoke all your inheritance rights. An elder of the Paro family was shocked by Paro's impromptu decision. However, forced by the other party's reasonable arguments and their invocation of divine power, they had no choice but to go to the City Lord's mansion. We absolutely cannot allow the OS family to obtain divine power. The elders deduced the reason why the OS family had been keeping a low profile recently the moment they learned about the power of the gods. This is probably preparation for a complete sweep once they become powerful. Rest assured, Elder, I swear on my life that the Navial family will definitely come. Paro affirmed. At the same time, looking up from the sky, one could see another group of people heading towards the city lord's mansion. Chapter 248, unanimously. The Heidi family? The Paro family? Heidi Yadin and Paro looked at each other strangely. The two observed each other, then fell silent. The city lord's mansion reverberated with the sounds of battle, and then a protective array was activated, indicating that something unpredictable must have happened inside. Those who come here at this moment clearly want the two sides to fight it out. Or perhaps their aim was to take this opportunity to see if they could get rid of Ostantin, this scourge. Because they didn't think the attackers would succeed. Over the years, the OS family has survived countless assassination attempts, but none of them have succeeded. The reason is simple, Ostantin is just too strong. However, Ostantin's activation of the defensive magic circle after the battle gave them a glimmer of hope. Hopefully, that assassin can seriously injure Ostantin. Yadin looked at the family members who were trying to break the magic array and said solemnly. On the other side, Paro was also looking at Heidi Yadin with a serious expression. The appearance of the Heidi family is not surprising, because the weakest family, the Heidi family, will definitely be the first target of the OS family. What surprised him was that the leader of the team this time was Heidi Yadin from the Heidi family. It is true that nobles can begin to transfer family power after the age of 18. However, such power transitions typically take 1 to 2 years, and in some cases even as long as 3 to 5 years. He had only managed to obtain most of the family's power ahead of schedule through various schemes and coincidences. And Heidi Yadin, they actually obtained almost all of the Heidi family's power? Paro looked solemnly at the people Heidi Yadin had brought. 3 Diamond Peak experts, over 20 platinum powerhouses, and 300 family soldiers. There were also some who appeared to be 100 private soldiers from the Sarah Chamber of Commerce, and a few thugs with considerable aura. This is nothing compared to his own 5 Peak Diamond experts, 5 Diamond experts, and more than 30 platinum experts with over 1,000 private soldiers. But this is absolutely all the heritage of the Heidi family. Except for the hidden guards. You guys come too, Paro said, glancing at the protective magic circle. Heidi Yadin nodded. Although Paro's appearance was unexpected, their actions suggested that they shared the same goal. Not bad, a temporary alliance? Paro offered his suggestions. Although the relationships among the nobles in the city were quite complicated, the relationship among the young nobles was still quite good. At least with the encouragement of their families, their relationship is good. Even before Su Qingyu appeared, Paro had some feelings for Heidi Yadin. Good. Yadin nodded. Although Salavir Shah had given herself a trump card, she didn't mind having another ally. Brush. A figure appeared in front of Paro. Young master, someone has arrived, and their numbers are quite large. A hidden guard had appeared beside the other person to report the situation. It's quite a large scale. Paro immediately became excited. It seems that guy from the Fallen Alliance wasn't lying to me. The Navial family really is an ally. He gazed into the distance with excitement. After waiting for a few seconds, a long queue that he had been waiting for appeared in their sight. It is the Inavil family, one of the 3 remaining families. I really wasn't lying to myself. The Navial family actually came. In fact, when Paro saw the Hainaf family, he already believed most of what Adida had said. He remained somewhat worried because he hadn't seen the Inavil family appear. He glanced at the Inavil family, then at his own family elders. The clan elder wore a satisfied smile. He figured his path to inheriting the family's power would be much smoother. Paro was beaming with pride. He looked at the Inavil family not far away, whose leader was an old acquaintance of his. Her fiancé, Inavial her. You're too late. Paro glanced at the forces behind the other party and spoke with feigned composure. The tone suggested that he knew the Inavial family would definitely come and that he was very familiar with them. This composure further enhanced his performance. Around 1,300 private soldiers, more than 20 platinum-level experts, and 3 diamond-level experts. This force is not weak. It's even stronger than the Heidi family. Paro assessed the forces brought by he and the Inavil family, and found that the combined strength of those wanting to attack the city had reached an extremely terrifying number. 16 diamond-level experts, 70 platinum-level experts, and over 2,000 private soldiers. These private soldiers were no ordinary people, but rather the elite troops of various families, whose wealth was mixed with silver and gold. There are also hidden figures like At-Ida, who is a powerful being capable of summoning adult dragons. At this moment, Paro felt that his plan was even more foolproof. Once the City Lord's mansion is captured and Ostantin is killed, he can completely seize power in the Paro family and begin to formally pursue Su Qingyu. No, when the time comes, I will be the one protecting Su Qingyu, and Su Qingyu will have no choice but to submit to me. Ha 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 ha. Paro was secretly delighted, as if he could already see himself after his victory. He believed that even if Ostantin was strong, he couldn't possibly face such powerful opponents after having already endured one battle. With a lineup like that, even if you just pile them on, you could probably crush him, right? Paro sized up the Ainaville family, and Ainaville he also sized up the Paro family and the Heidi family. He said I was late. Could it be that he was also ordered by his teacher to guard the City Lord's mansion? He looked at the lineup in front of him with a puzzle in his eyes. The Heidi family has 3 Diamond Peak members, more than 20 Platinum powerhouses, and 300 family soldiers. The Paro family consists of 5 Diamond Peak experts, 5 Diamond experts, over 30 Platinum experts, and more than 1,000 private soldiers. Is it really necessary to have so many people just to guard the City Lord's mansion? The City Lord's mansion is reinforced by a magic array, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. The fact that there are still so many people here shows that it is absolutely foolproof. Hurt stepped forward and joined Heidi and the Paro family's group. The next moment, Ainaville Hergen led her men forward, and the magic array in the City Lord's mansion disappeared automatically. He thought to himself, it seems the teacher knows I'm here. Paro glanced in surprise at his own mage who was deciphering the magic god's secrets. The mage shook his head, and then he looked at Yadin of the Heidi family. It seems that the people of Yadin have broken the magic array. Heidi Yadin happened to hear her own mage's telepathic message and gave the Paro family mage a heavy look. It seems that the mage of the Paro family has broken through the formation. Forget it. Let's go inside and talk about it first. The army marched into the City Lord's mansion, but after they had completely entered, the mansion's gates quietly closed. Chapter 249, Divine Mercy. What a strange fog. As soon as they arrived at the City Lord's mansion, they were enveloped by a grayish-white mist. Alliance leader, there's something strange about this City Lord's mansion. In the darkness, Hanyu reported to Atida. Atida reached out and caught the snowflakes, feeling a sense of relief. He said with dissatisfaction, what's the big deal? I thought the fog was blocking the snowflakes from the power of the gods. Isolated from snowflakes. Hanyu felt a sudden panic and immediately reached out his hand. He only breathed a sigh of relief when a crystal-clear snowflake landed in the center of his palm. Thankfully, it didn't stop the snowflakes from falling. Yes, as long as the snowflakes of divine power continue to fall, what's so strange about that? Because the fog did not stop the snowflakes from falling. On the contrary, the closer to the center of the fog, the larger the snowflakes became. He dispelled the last trace of doubt in his heart. They don't know when it started, but whenever they could feel the snowflakes and the power of the gods, they would feel an involuntary, fervent attachment. This attachment is like warm sunshine, like a deadly poison. They cannot resist it. This fog, it feels kind of familiar. Heidi Yadin touched the mist, which retained a feeling that was very familiar to her. Is this what they call divine power? The captain of Heidi's family guard also reached out and felt it carefully. The snowflakes in the City Lord's mansion had actually expanded to the size of goose feathers. Even a novice like him could clearly sense the special energy contained in snowflakes of this size. I'm so infatuated. I want to breathe deeply. I want to lick the snow. He suppressed the idea as soon as it came to mind. I, a dignified captain of the Imperial Guard, do such a despicable thing? But when he looked around, everyone seemed to be bewitched, frantically catching the snowflakes that were the size of goose feathers. Everyone else is doing it, so I'll just quietly lick it a little. Hopefully no one will notice, right? The moment his tongue touched the snowflakes, it transformed into sweet holy water and entered his mouth. It smells so good, it feels so comforting, and I'm so hungry. The captain of the guard looked around and found that no one was paying attention to him. Everyone was frantically catching the snowflakes, and some even embraced the sky without regard for their image. He then boldly stuck out his tongue again. Snowflakes fell again, their gentle touch soothing the soul. He twitched his nose and gave a sly laugh. He seemed a little unsatisfied. Snow, snow, please let the snow fall even heavier. The Royal Guard commander was obsessed with it, and not only him, but everyone else was too. What's going on? Yadin noticed something was wrong as she observed the changes in the people around her, but she didn't know how to stop it. Everyone was frantically catching the snowflakes, and some even started to gradually take off their clothes. An illusion? When? No. If it's a wide area illusion, why wasn't I affected? Strange, the young master of the Heidi family is not affected by the power of the gods. A curious voice rang out, and a figure in the void approached Heidi Yaten. At the same time, Alicia lay exhausted on the bed, watching the sports activity in the distance. She knew this woman would definitely become her formidable enemy. She wanted to regain her position, but her body was too crippled to move. Left with no other choice, Alicia had to hand over her spoils to the god of light in exchange for divine power to restore herself. This little girl has just become a saintess and hasn't sacrificed any evil power yet, so her recovery ability is definitely not as fast as mine. Alicia thought to herself, and then began to hand over her spoils. Such evil power should be enough to allow me to advance to the 3 feathers level, right? Great God of light, hear my prayer. I offer you my purest sacrifice. The incantation was chanted, the spell was cast, and the bridge of the God of light was rebuilt. Soon, the evil power within his body was drawn away bit by bit, and transformed into divine power within him. Phew, as expected, I broke through. Alicia excitedly experienced her newfound realm. Although his physical strength has not fully recovered, he has indeed broken through to the 3 feathers realm. This level is equivalent to a typical second-tier star realm Grand Mage. He broke through to the Grand Master realm in just a few days, a realm that others would take a long time, even 5 years, to achieve. She breathed excitedly, a happy smile spreading across her face. I leveled up while lying down. It's really light, it's really not bad. Alicia initially wanted to say it was easy, but after thinking about it, she realized it wasn't easy at all. She was exhausted. However, feeling the divine power continuously nourishing his body, he knew he was one step closer to becoming a demigod-level powerhouse, and it was all worth it. At the same time, he became even more curious about Chunyi. Who exactly is this man in front of me? The evil power is endless. Could he be the source of some kind of evil? The idea was immediately dismissed by Alicia with a laugh. How could I possibly encounter an existence at the source level? That would be a ruler or a young ruler. She recalled the descriptions of the Lord in the Holy Church. Those chosen by God, or those who defy fate, gather the luck of heaven and earth to become candidates for God. This being is not the demigod she seeks. The ruler is a candidate for true God. And he is also a candidate for the new true God. Chunyi didn't seem like a candidate for a true God at all, because he didn't possess any divinity whatsoever. However, despite her curiosity, a trace of the strange color's origin was intercepted when she sacrificed herself to the God of light. The source of the other color lurked within Alicia's body, unnoticed by the immense divine power surrounding her. I knew it, I knew. Chunyi is so strong. Wow, that's amazing. On the other side, Chunyi is fighting with all his might. Of God flowed continuously into his body through his struggle. Having undergone the tribulation of lightning, he was no longer concerned about the energy expenditure when attacking the saintess. Or rather, there is consumption, but your own extraction is much greater. Using this extracted divine power, he could completely make up for his losses, or even have more than enough. Given this challenging environment, it's quite remarkable that Su Qingyu was able to fight Chunyi to this extent. Green tea truly lives up to its name. It's refreshing, helps to clear heat, and can withstand multiple infusions. Chunyi continued his efforts, and the sounds of divine power arriving in his account continued to ring out. 98 goblins, 99, 100, 101. He kept calculating how much of the goblin power he had acquired could strengthen. All these goblins can be upgraded into cursed seal goblins. He could then take over everything in the city by sheer force and establish it as his second base. Then we can truly have our cake and eat it too. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, Divine Mercy. Using superb skills to manipulate and amplify divine power to gain fanatical followers. Note, God has mercy on mankind, but mercy is still mercy. Note, this is a temporary skill, valid for 7 days after the coronation ceremony begins. Note, see, even the saintess, who should have the same skills, has gained something new. Please unleash your true nature. Divine Mercy, what is it? Vaita. The power of the abyss has discovered your skill. Divine Mercy has changed. Chapter 250. This snow is wrong. Old Ghost, is it really okay to open the protective magic circle like this? The 3 major families below are all eyeing us covetously. Fei Yin looked at the crowd below, and then at the old ghost not far away with a puzzled expression. Old Gue smiled with relief and looked up at the increasingly large snowflakes. Don't worry, this guy will collapse on his own without us even having to lift a finger. He desperately wanted to reach out and touch the snowflakes, but quickly withdrew his hand and tightened his black robe. I almost touched the snowflakes. That was really dangerous. Danger. The former's instructions. Fei Yin made contact with the defensive magic array. He reached out and caught a snowflake, but didn't feel anything special about it. If I had to pinpoint anything, it would be that I felt my strength had increased slightly. But that was only a tiny, minuscule amount. Snort. Seeing this, Old Ghost smiled and gave a reminder. The reason you are safe is because of that person's protection, but now that person is drawing on divine power, he probably doesn't have the energy to take care of you. Of course, you are different. You have received the favor of that great man. Old Ghost said with some envy, then pointed to the people from the 3 major families who had already poured in. The members of the 3 major families below were actually touching the snowflakes in the sky in all sorts of bizarre postures. The frenzy was so intense that some people started taking off their clothes to increase the surface area of their bodies that could come into contact with the snowflakes. That's so eerie. Fei Yin hurriedly shook off his hand, and the others from the Asia Alliance beside him also quickly withdrew their fingers that were about to touch him. They didn't want to do a striptease in front of so many people. Strange, the young master of the Heidi family is not affected by the power of the gods. Old Ghost exclaimed in surprise, then quickly approached. The power of the abyss has discovered your skill. Divine mercy has changed. The divine skill has been changed to abyssal legacy. You have inherited the legacy of a powerful being, and you possess the basic power to manipulate divine power. Currently, the amount of divine power that can be manipulated is 11. Note, you have received God's fundamental authority. Note, this is a permanent skill, but it consumes divine power. Note, you are getting closer and closer to victory. Perhaps you can succeed. The legacy of the abyss. Chinyi stared blankly at his new skill. The skills changed this time don't seem to have any special effects. They're just replacing someone else's with your own. Temporary permissions were transformed into permanent power. He carefully sensed that his control over the abyss mist seemed to have become stronger, but he did not feel that the skill had any effect. The power to wield divine power cannot simply be used to distribute that power to others, can it? Chinyi made a self-deprecating remark. They don't even have enough divine power for themselves. After a moment of doubt, he shook his head and continued with the strategy. The power of the gods within the saintess's body seemed to be like water in a sponge. As long as she wanted to squeeze it out, there would always be some. This surprised and delighted Chinyi. The seductive music resumed, filling the room with a romantic atmosphere. Amidst this enchanting scene, Alicia solemnly sensed the extra substance within her body. What kind of power is this? She raised her hand, and a jet-black dagger appeared in her grasp. The dagger shone like obsidian, and she could clearly feel the rich divine power within it. However, this is not the divine power of the God of Light. Did I betray my faith? Alicia was horrified. The dagger in her hand vanished instantly. No, that's impossible. I did not betray the God of Light. A moment of panic was quickly followed by calm action. After much deliberation, she realized that she had not betrayed the God of Light. But what about that dagger from earlier? She raised her hand again, and the dagger was still in her hand. If you pay close attention, a slight mist will appear around you, and her presence seems to disappear into this space. This is another kind of divine power. Have I been favored by another god? She was both excited and scared. He was thrilled that he had actually received the favor of another god. They were afraid that they had actually gained the favor of another god. Having the power of 2 gods at the same time is not a good thing. Although this would definitely increase one's strength many times over. But this would put him on the edge of a knife. If either of these 2 gods discovered him, death would be his only fate. Gurgle. She was about to continue thinking when the hunger pangs in her stomach became unbearable. So hungry. Ugh. No, I don't want it anymore. I give up. Please let me go. Please let me go, brother. The lavish sounds caught Alicia's attention, and a strong sense of hunger spurred her to rush forward. She lunged at him, and Chunyi accepted her without hesitation. I'm so hungry. Food, I want food. Climbing, repeatedly, the divine power within the room surged forth once more. The extraction of divine power was accompanied by a small amount of leakage, which caused the snow to fall heavier and heavier in the small area of the city lord's mansion. Damn it! What kind of trick is this from Ostanden? Inside the city lord's mansion, Heidi Yadin had already taken out her weapon, a bronze-level bow and arrow. In such a dangerous situation, only a bow and arrow can provide a sense of security. Even so far, you have received his grace. Old ghost figure suddenly appeared in the group and came to Yadin. It's you. The moment the other person appeared, Yadin recognized him as the guy who had almost kidnapped her. If it weren't for Chunyi back then, I might have already been abducted to Hainan by now. He drew his bow, ready to shoot. Buzz. Teleportation via magic circle. The next moment, Yadin felt a chill down her back and then lost consciousness. The difference in absolute strength between the two cannot be bridged by a piece of bronze equipment. Those around watched all this unfold and wanted to help, but they couldn't resist the allure of the snowflakes. Seeing this, the old ghost coldly walked towards the Ainaville family. He used the same method to take and navial her. After thinking for a moment, he took the little guy from the Paro family with him. Controlling these kids is equivalent to controlling the three major families. Although Ainaville was under her control, the procedures still needed to be followed. Then we'll see how that ruler treats this city. Whether it's exploitative destruction or sustainable development, it all depends on the other party's decision. Of course, he preferred development. After all, he controlled the Ainaville family. If he pursues a developmental path, he has far more advantages than Fei Yin and others. He saw what the young ruler lacked, management talent. And I happened to be able to do it. Whoosh. Boom. Hailstones the size of fists fell and landed next to the old ghost. Old ghost looked up. Isn't this snow a bit too heavy? The next moment, an even bigger snowball came crashing down, and old ghost hurriedly dodged it. Thank goodness I didn't get hit by a snowball, otherwise I would have had to wait until the adults came out of seclusion before I could. Etc. Old ghost's eyes instantly turned serious. Something seems off about the divine power in the snow. He cautiously extended a portion of his mental magic to touch the snowball. Cold. The bone-chilling cold freezes everything to death. This divine power, something's not right. Chapter 251, The Clown, Changes in Territory. 200, all enhancements are finally complete. Chunyi breathed a sigh of relief as he felt the changes in his goblin. After several days of hard work, he finally obtained enough divine power to fully strengthen all the goblins he had brought with him. Abyss token successfully obtained, Cursed Black Armor Goblin. Chunyi used the token in his mind to complete the final task. My lord, all the merchant guilds in the city have completed their preparations. A woman dressed in an elegant and extraordinary manner knelt on one knee in front of Chunyi. Chunyi looked up at Salavel Shah and waved his hand. I know, you can go now. Shah gritted her teeth and said, yes. Shah left. The old ghost stepped forward. My lord, all the defenses in the city have been deployed. As you wish, we will use the protective shield to keep the blizzard out. Chunyi nodded. He killed Ostantin and wiped out the OS family. As for the remaining two families, the Heidi family was controlled by Heidi Yadin, while the Ainaville family was controlled by Old Ghost's apprentice, which made it easy for him to control the entire city of OS. At this moment, the city of OS appears to be under the control of the Heidi family, but in reality, he is the true ruler of OS. Upon acquiring the city of OS, his first action was to gather a large number of energy stones. With the new brooms sweeping clean, no one dared to refuse the Heidi family's collection efforts. Therefore, he quickly gathered all the energy stones in the city. The Heidi family owed him 700,000 energy stones. The Ainaville family paid 500,000 energy stones. The Paro family paid 600,000 energy stones, plus other miscellaneous debts from other nobles. This time, he not only gained a city, but also nearly 2 million energy stones. 2 million? He had never fought a war with such a large sum of money. How is the construction of the teleportation array progressing? Chunyi asked. After obtaining the enormous energy stone, his first task was to convert it into his own combat power. The prerequisite for this transformation is the use of spring water. To facilitate his travel between his territory and the city of OS, Chunyi ordered Old Ghost to build a teleportation array. My lord, with the temporary teleportation array you provided and the precious materials in the city, it will be completed soon. Even the Old Ghost had never built such a rich teleportation array. Not only was a precious temporary teleportation array provided as a base, but there were also no restrictions on the materials one could use, as long as the construction speed was fast enough. Therefore, the establishment of the teleportation array went very smoothly. The Old Ghost said confidently, Sir, I will give you a satisfactory answer within 2 days. Chunyi nodded again. Very good. After emerging from the Great War and learning about the raging snow that contained divine power, he he sensed something ominous. This is just like when I first came into this world. Although the blizzard back then was an ice dragon, the snow now is just as eerie. This snow contains another kind of divine power. Apart from themselves, their own troops, and a few people with cursed seals, everyone else who came into contact with the snow felt as if they had come into contact with some deadly poison. They become infatuated with it so intensely that only by casting a spell of illusion can they find relief. He had a premonition that a crisis from the will of Atlantis was imminent. I must make thorough preparations as soon as possible. You may all leave. Chen Yi waved his hand, and Lao Gui, Fei Yan, and the others also withdrew at the same time. These men were his trusted confidants in the city. The latter possessed his own curse mark, and the former, to put his mind at ease, had also been imbued with his own curse mark. Old Gui seemed quite excited during the injection, which puzzled him. After everyone had left, Chen Yi sat down in a chair in the main hall of the city lord's mansion and pondered. The throne that originally symbolized the highest power and strongest position in the city has been changed from Ostanton to Chen Yi. There have been many things to do lately, and although there have been some twists and turns, most of them have been completed. Chen Yi summarized. His purpose in the city of OS had been achieved. He ruled the entire city, gained 100,000 civilians who could be developed, and also acquired an astonishing wealth of 2 million energy stones. The next task is to deal with the will of Atlantis and how to plan the development of this city. Survive the crisis, then develop your territory, invade surrounding cities, obtain core energy, and thus advance your territory and spring. Chen Yi sorted out his thoughts. Oh, right, there's also the goblin breeding program. After upgrading the spring to level 5, the goblin's breeding genes have reached 5. It can accommodate 5 superior genes at the same time, which is a terrifying number and can definitely create a powerful batch of goblins. Then, by accumulating a huge amount of energy stones, I will definitely achieve a qualitative leap in my abilities. Of the 2 million energy stones, part will be used to confront the will of Atlantis, and the other part will be used to create the strongest goblin. Sorted out his thoughts by this point. First, overcome the crisis, then develop, invade cities, find powerful creatures, and build the strongest army. Developing conquered cities and seeking powerful creatures are not mutually exclusive, because while invading others, they might send powerful creatures in return. He had already inquired and learned that the small country of Haina possessed a magical guardian beast. Now that everything is clear, it seems all that's left is to wait. Waiting for the teleportation array to be built, waiting for the crisis to descend upon Atlantis. This strange snow contains another kind of divine power, a divine power that even I cannot absorb. This should be the initial manifestation of the will of Atlantis. Fortunately, I managed to temporarily isolate myself from the snow using a protective shield. Now it's up to Atlantean will to make its move. He's prepared to counter each move as it comes. After so many busy days, I can finally relax. Chen Yi stretched comfortably. Lately, I've been feeling extremely tired, both physically and mentally. He remembered a little habit he had before he transmigrated. He would subconsciously open the message box when he had free time. To my surprise, as soon as I opened the message box, my private channel was bombarded with messages. Manhwa. Boss, are you alright? Boss, I've investigated. What that idiot created is a summoned creature. Summoned creatures will follow certain patterns when there is no one to command them. Boss, you. There was a lot of news about Manhwa, but his private messages were not only bombarded by Manhwa, but also by Gu Xiaoyu and several other alliance leaders. However, all the information was inseparable from his own territory and the creatures outside his territory. Biology. What creatures exist outside my territory? Chen Yi switched back to the perspective of the goblins within his territory. The next second, he stood there, stunned. A gigantic humanoid monster with black curved horns on its head and a huge snail shell on its back, which bent its robust body and extended countless tentacles from it. And hanging from these tentacles were corpses one after another. Tens of thousands of corpses were dropped from the sky. The creature was terrifying, like an abyssal monster that had crawled out of hell after suffering countless inhuman tortures. At this moment, it stands quietly on the outskirts of Chun Ye's territory. Chapter 252, The One Who Untied the Knot. Is that a snow dragon? Chen Yi looked at the most distinctive creature on the tentacle. Its snow-white body and snake-like, dragon-like shape were those of the snow dragon that had previously been so arrogant as to attack its territory. Why is this guy here again? During this time, he had not paid attention to what was happening between the lords, so he was unaware that they had attacked his territory again. He believed he could easily kill his opponent with a single move, and that his opponent wouldn't be foolish enough to attack him again. But judging from this, the other party is actually foolish enough to attack us again. Not only did it attack itself, it also summoned something incredible. Chen Yi hurriedly sorted through the messages in his private messages. Among them, Gu Xiaoyu's worries and the tricky questions from the alliance leaders were from Manhwa. Manhwa learned through the live stream that the creature that appeared in front of his territory was a summoned creature of the Snow Dragon Lord. As for how the other party summoned it, no one knows. This thing seems to have been originally intended to destroy Chen Yi's territory. It's unclear why it got out of control, leading to the riots. The result of this terrifying creature's uprising was the instant annihilation of all the Snow Dragon Lord's troops and all the forces he brought with him. The second attack also ended in a farce. Reconnaissance skills. Chen Yi felt there was too little useful information, so he directly used his reconnaissance skill to check the information about that thing. Black Greyhound. Quality, unknown. Level, unknown. An extremely fused life form that devoured tens of thousands of souls in order to survive. Note. Calamities from the depths of hell have returned to the human world. Note. Appearance reflects the mind. Monsters without a specific life form. Note. It hurts so much, I didn't mean to eat you. What is this thing? Chen Yi was shocked by the other party's appearance, and also by the other party's introduction. Without a doubt, this creature called the Black Greyhound is extremely powerful, so powerful that the system classifies it as unknown. How do we deal with this guy? No, this guy doesn't seem to have any ill intentions towards me. If he did, my territory would have been wiped out by now. Large beads of sweat slid down his cheeks as Chen Yi's mind raced. Upside-down corpses on the tentacles symbolize the Black Greyhound's power, proving that the system's judgment is flawed. Is this the crisis that Atlantis has given me? Chen Yi had this question pop into his head, but the next second, he overturned his own decision. Impossible. If that were the case, the other side would definitely attack its territory. So, everything that's happening now was caused by that stupid guy? Chen Yi was somewhat skeptical, but after searching for a while, he had no choice but to believe it. He found the video of the other party's livestream at that time. When this thing first arrived, its body was white, and its size was not as large as it is now. It resembled a harmless sheep. But after observing his surroundings, he suddenly went mad. In an instant, almost in a split second, the white figure turned black, and tens of thousands of tentacles extended, instantly obliterating the so-called Snow Territory Alliance. The instant he made his move, Chen Yi's eyes narrowed suddenly. He seemed to see something familiar. The monster stretched out its tentacles. He seemed to see mist, a grayish-white mist. Is it a coincidence? His eyes darted around, and he seemed uncertain. No, I need more information. The sight of such a colossal creature standing before his territory made Chen Yi extremely uneasy. If this thing is not the will of Atlantis, then when the true will of Atlantis descends, it will likely use this guy as a template to rationalize everything. Damn it. We have to get rid of this thing quickly. Chen Yi replied to Nanha's message and then asked him to speed up the search for all information about this summoned creature. At the same time, he also summoned the old ghost and Alicia. One was a member of the Fallen Society, and the other was a saintess of the Holy Church. Both were highly knowledgeable individuals. Unfortunately, neither of them knew anything about the summoned creature. It was as if this thing had never existed. The one who tied the knot must untie it. After searching unsuccessfully, Chen Yi directly inquired with the Snow Dragon Lord. What is this? Humph. This is what I'm going to use to destroy you. The Snow Dragon Lord remains arrogant. During this time, he has been questioned by too many people and has lost face in front of too many lords. Remaining silent and stubborn was his only option. He decided to play along, pretending that everything was his own doing, a method he had anticipated used to destroy Chen Yi. Although this explanation is somewhat far-fetched, it's the only way he can offer it. Otherwise, how could I say that both of my attacks ended in absolute failure? This is beyond your control. I think you'd better tell the truth. Chen Yi didn't have much time to waste on the other party. This thing would bring him more danger every second it was in his territory. After all, he didn't know if the other side would launch an attack on his territory in the next second. Humph, Chen Yi, what are you pretending to be a big shot for at a time like this? Who knows if that monster will destroy your territory in the next second? Want to know about that monster? Want to know that monster's weaknesses and patterns of behavior? The Snow Dragon Lord said with a hint of mockery. Beg me. Oh, right, you'll need to pay some extra fees. Not much, just 5,000. Fine, 10,000 energy stones, plus a plea, and I'll tell you. Snow Dragon Lord originally intended to guarantee the value at 5,000, but after thinking about it, he realized that even a starved camel is bigger than a horse, and he should still be able to squeeze out 10,000 energy stones. Chunye's last bit of patience was exhausted. Leaving aside whether that monster can completely destroy my territory, do you believe I'll wipe you out before that monster even gets going? Chunye felt that the person was no longer worth communicating with, given his stupidity. First, they foolishly summoned a random army of 10,000 to invade their territory, and after being wiped out, they showed no ambition and came back again. It's bad enough that they're coming to their deaths again, but they've also created such a mess. Destroy me? The Snow Dragon Lord seemed to have heard a huge joke. He arrogantly said, "Come on, kill me, kill me." He looked at the two snow dragons and more shaman priests behind him and felt confident. I'm so scared. A powerful saint-level lord has his eye on me, a king-level lord. Kill me? You think you can? A cripple cornered at the door. The Snow Dragon Lord was not afraid of Chunye. In his view, although the enemy was powerful, they had suffered heavy losses and there was still a great terror blocking their way. It's impossible for them to find themselves. Even if you found yourself. Humph, my shaman priests have already surpassed 1,000. What do you have to fight me with? Lately, I seem to be having good luck, with a steady stream of shamans coming to my territory. At this moment, his vassal troops had reached a number of 1,000. 1,000 shamanic priests are enough to prove that my snow dragon has transcended the king rank and become a saint rank being. What do you have to fight me with? The Snow Dragon Lord looked arrogantly at the now dulled chat box. If it weren't for the terrifying presence in front of Chunye's door, he would have already launched a third wave of attack on his own. On the other side, Chunye first switched chat channels and asked Manhwa to help investigate the coordinates of the Snow Dragon Lord's territory. He then glanced at the old razor bracelet on his wrist. Residual Thunder Artifact, Teleport. Chapter 253, A Temporary Arrogance, the Snow Dragon. Blue lightning flashed, and Chunye's body instantly disintegrated into blue light. Immediately afterwards, his figure disappeared from the city of Os and appeared within the territory. He originally intended to return after the teleportation array was completed, but the Snow Dragon Lord's attitude and the massive black object in front of his door forced him to come back. Chunye arrived at the Fountain of Life and waved his hand, injecting a large number of energy stones. He then began to summon troops. You summoned a black armored goblin. You have lost 80 energy stones. You summoned the cursed black armor goblin, and you lost 1,000 energy stones. You summoned a dragon goblin, and you lost 85 energy stones. You summoned a cursed dragon goblin, and you have lost 1,100 energy stones. You summoned. You lost. A large number of energy stones were fed in, accompanied by system notification sounds. This was the first time Chunye had created troops on such a large scale, using spring water. He didn't summon many more, but simply replenished the number of men in each legion to 1,000. And within each legion of 1,000, 10 goblins carrying cursed seals were summoned. 1,000 wind, attribute dragon goblins, 1,000 frost attribute dragon goblins, 1,000 fire attribute dragon goblins, 1,000 black armored goblins, and 1,000 iron-eating goblins. This number of goblins is sufficient. The reason for summoning so many at once is because of the monsters outside the door. He didn't want to waste all his energy stones on summoning the goblins he already had. He wanted to use it to cultivate and summon stronger goblins, goblins with 5 superior genes. Under this premise, he also had to ensure that his territory could withstand the monster's madness for a certain period of time. At least hold out until you can summon more units. Under Chunye's command, the goblins quickly assembled their ranks. Chunye drew 1,000 fire attribute dragon goblins and 100 iron-eating goblins, quietly waiting for news from Manhwa. The enemy had already left behind a great deal of clues by launching 2 separate attacks. Following the summoned lords and numerous clues, he believed that the location of their territories would not be difficult to find. Really. A moment later, precise coordinates from Manhwa were transmitted to Chunye. It's a bit far from me, but not too far. No wonder they chose me as their target. It turns out they're from a distant neighbor. Chunye broke into a smile. He then took out his remnant thunder weapon once again. Numerous blue lightning bolts flashed, but this time it wasn't Chunye who disappeared. Instead, it was the type of soldier selected by Chunye. The remnant thunder artifact could teleport around 1,000 to 3,000 units at a time, but he didn't do so. Because dealing with that idiot's 1,100 level goblin is already using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The light disappeared, and the goblin vanished from the spot as well. Snow Dragon territory. An unfamiliar shaman has entered your territory. The shaman, awestruck by your reputation, requests to join your ranks. Will you accept? Accept. The Snow Dragon Lord was overjoyed to have subdued another 100 shaman priests. Even the unpleasantness from chatting with Chunyi earlier had dissipated considerably. Everyone thinks they're the clown, a fool. But he will prove everyone wrong with his abilities. The growing number of shamans emboldened him. The collective strength of its vassal units is almost surpassing that of its original units. This is an exciting thing. I suppose Chi Hongi felt the same way back then. Snow Dragon Lord recalls Chi Hongi's second unit at that time. At that time, many of the hellish imps were considered to be Chi Hongi's second type of soldier. But now he realizes that it was probably the right thing to do to collect vassal troops. Dependent troops. With a constant stream of vassal troops, it seems I'm becoming the second Chi Hongi. The Snow Dragon Lord, undeterred by setbacks, straightened his back. Shamans from deep in the forest had suddenly appeared in his territory. But if this trend continues, I will definitely become incredibly powerful. These shamans are all lying dormant because of my reputation. Looks like I should find a way to boost my reputation. The Snow Dragon Lord thought to himself. He knew that shamanism was just a group that would eventually migrate and disappear. If he wants to acquire more vassal troops, he will have to increase his reputation value. To increase your reputation, you need to fight. My current reputation is that of a well-known figure. To reach the next stage of becoming a regional overlord, I will probably have to eliminate some large tribes. The Snow Dragon Lord thought for a moment and realized that the nearest large tribe seemed to be the Ant-Man tribe. Individual Ant-Man individuals are weak, but their numbers are enormous. Even though his Snow Dragon possessed wide area damage skills, he was unwilling to engage with this species before. After all, too many ants can kill a dragon. Moreover, their own units weren't even dragons. But now that he has a large boost from the shaman priests, he can try to defeat them. With the buffs from over 1,000 sacrifices stacked up, even tofu can become steel. Not to mention their own high-ranking king-level troops. Okay, the Ant-Man race it is. He made up his mind with a wave of his hand. Men, assemble the troops. The shaman immediately sprang into action, and the Snow Dragon swam over under his command. The goal is etc. As if remembering something, he turned and gave an order to the shaman priest. The next second, green light shone repeatedly across the entire territory. Just to be on the safe side, he had the shaman apply several buffs to the Snow Dragon Lord before the expedition. Alright, now everything is foolproof. The Snow Dragon Lord nodded in satisfaction. Set off. The main force began its advance. Suddenly, brush! A blue light flashed before the army of Snow Dragon Lords. A group of strangely shaped demi-human races, accompanied by a few balloons, blocked the powerful team. Who leaves the light on in that restroom? Can't they watch where they're going? The Snow Dragon Lord frowned and looked at the former with disgust. The reconnaissance technique is deployed. The mere sight of the name on the list made him even more disdainful. Goblin. Hee, I've seen ugly people before, but this is the first time I've seen one this ugly. Destroy them. The Snow Dragon Lord casually waved his hand, as if swatting away a disgusting fly. Chapter 254, No One Answers. Snowfield Dragon Lord Territory. After issuing the order to clear out the goblins, the Snow Dragon Lord returned to his territory. In his eyes, they were just a bunch of goblins who had appeared out of nowhere, and his troops could easily wipe them out. Moreover, his own strength was not great, and only his territory could give him a sense of security. Beep beep, beep beep. A message notification from a private message. Snow Dragon Lord opened the private message, and it was from Bailaha of the Iron River Alliance. Your location should be in the Thousand Shadow Forest, at the border between the Silver Moon Empire and the Titan Empire, right? A question from Bailaha. The Snow Dragon Lord pondered for a moment. He wasn't sure if it was the border between the two countries, but the forest he was in was indeed the Thousand Nether Forest. It should be. What's wrong? Help me investigate what happened deep in your forest, and I will give you what you want after it's done. Bailaha said again. The Snow Dragon Lord instantly perked up. Give me what I want, and acknowledged the Snow Ridge Alliance's identity. Now that his two campaigns have both ended in failure, his reputation has plummeted, and it is impossible for him to rebuild the Snow Ridge Alliance around Atita's Warrior Alliance. However, it is still somewhat possible if the other two leagues can recognize and nominate them. After obtaining a large number of shamanic rituals, he sought out the two alliance leaders, Tieha and Yashua. However, both alliance leaders disagreed, forcing him to abandon his plan. But why is the other party willing to help me now? Just because we need to investigate the unusual activity deep in the forest? He asked with some skepticism. Is it really that simple? Bailuaha replied, it's that simple. As long as you help me investigate the cause of the Thousand Dark Forest riot, I will recognize your Snow Ridge Alliance as the Iron River Alliance. Good. The Snow Dragon Lord immediately agreed. But then a second later, he asked with some suspicion, could there be some kind of conspiracy? His eyes gleamed as he pondered the potential dangers of the conditions the other party was demanding. No, it's just an investigation. Bailuaha comforted him. He thought for a moment and then went on to explain, the unusual activity in the Thousand Nether Forest has caused many magical beasts to venture out, threatening some of the outlying cities of Silvermoon. Okay, I understand. The Snow Dragon Lord interrupted Bailuaha, already understanding his meaning halfway through the other's sentence. The unusual activity deep in the forest and the outings of magical beasts are indeed problems. In contrast, the opposing side lacked sufficient prestige, failing to recruit any vassal troops and suffering constant attacks and harassment from those magical beasts. He was smug and pleased with himself, believing he had figured everything out. However, we should be careful that the territory of the Iron River Alliance's vice leader is located on the other side of the forest. The Snow Dragon Lord smiled, outlining one plan after another. Success is within reach. Suddenly, you have lost a shaman. You have lost a shaman. What? The Snow Dragon Lord listened to the system notification in surprise. He had lost 2 of his shaman priests in a battle against a goblin. Is that Snow Dragon guy just sitting around doing nothing? He was slightly angry. The status of the shaman priest had unintentionally surpassed that of the Snow Dragon. After all, training snow dragons is too slow, while shaman priests provide a continuous supply. He was preparing to go to the gate of the territory to see why. But the next second, he was overwhelmed by a tidal wave of system information. You have lost 1 shaman. You have lost 10 shaman priests. You have lost 100 shaman priests. You have lost. He froze on the spot before stepping out the door, abandoning his intention to go out and check, and then switched his perspective. You have lost 20 shaman priests. Beep, beep. The viewpoint was switched and then immediately showed that the player's unit had been killed, making it impossible to view the game. His heart was pounding, and the Snow Dragon Lord quickly changed his perspective again. You have lost 200 shaman priests. You have lost 10 shaman priests. The connection is broken. It's impossible to connect at all. My own vision and connection speed can't even keep up with the speed of the enemy's slaughter. Connecting the snow-covered dragon. He was somewhat angry and immediately linked with his strongest combat unit. Now that the snow dragon is linked, it shouldn't be destroyed, right? But you have lost a snow dragon. Boom. The thunder rumbled in his heart, and it also swept over the head of the Snow Dragon Lord. A powerful aura swept across his territory like a laser beam, its tyrannical force melting away everything in its path, like snow melting away. What is this? At that moment, he panicked. How is this possible? Goblins, just goblins. How could my troops be dying so quickly? He was puzzled and shocked. Finally, he connected with his last remaining snow dragon. I've connected. I knew those ugly things couldn't wipe out my entire force. The Snow Dragon Lord was stunned. Why does my unit's perspective look so strange? From this horizontal perspective, did he fall down? He was somewhat puzzled, but more than that, he felt uneasy. Boom. Thump. The gate to the territory was kicked open, and the Snow Dragon Lord's heart skipped a beat. His remaining troops rushed forward to provide cover, but were instantly wiped out by a fierce aura. That's it. That's the thing. It appeared when my snow dragon disappeared. Have I provoked some terrifying being? His fingers trembled uncontrollably, and his body even convulsed under the terrifying pressure of the attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His rapid, heavy breathing was accompanied by the violent heaving of his chest. What exactly is it? On the other side, Bailuaha concluded his conversation with the Snowfield Dragon Lord. So, did they agree? Dongfang Tiexin, who was standing to the side, asked. Bailuaha waved his hand helplessly. Of course I agreed. They're not stupid. How could I refuse to investigate some information? Not stupid. Dongfang Tiexin disagreed. If they weren't stupid, they wouldn't have attacked Chunye's territory time and time again. They even tried to build a second alliance around Adaida. How foolish. Don't worry. Even if the other party is stupid, it's none of our business. Bailuaha flattered him, saying, as long as they help us investigate the cause of the strange activity in the Thousand Nether Forest, we can deal with those monsters by addressing the problem directly. That would be best. Dongfang Tiexin wasn't buying it. Instead, He opened his private channel and arranged for his alliance members to help clear monsters from some villages and towns in the Silver Moon Empire. Suddenly, a screenshot was sent to Dongfang Tiexin's private message. He clenched his fist, reached out and pulled, and a person restrained by the ear staggered to his side. Ouch, it hurts, be gentle. Bai Luoha struggled and resisted. Dongfang Tiexin released his grip in annoyance and instead punched Bai Luoha. Look, is this what you meant by no problem? Bai Luoha a screenshot. As Bai Luoha looked at it, his eyes gradually widened. Chunyi, from the Casual Alliance. I'm offering to sell a king-level lord's territory in the Thousand Nether Forest with the troop-type snow dragon. No, it's impossible. This is impossible. Bai Luoha swallowed hard and took several steps back. Dongfang Tiexin punched the former again in annoyance. What do you mean it's impossible? Would Chunyi joke about something like this with you? But I was just chatting with the Snow Dragon Lord. Bai Luoha, refusing to believe in superstition, contacted the Snowfield Dragon Lord. No one answered. Chapter 255, Selling Territories, Exchanging. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Chunyi's recruitment message caused the group chat to go wild. When Boss Chunyi makes a move, he is sure to shock everyone. See that? This is the mindset of a true master. A monster of destructive power is not worried at all in front of his territory, and he even takes the time to wipe out the troublemaker. Boss Chunyi, look at me, I can lick it, I want that territory, name your price. Those who hadn't yet realized what was happening were still in shock at Chunyi's power, while those who had already reacted were already asking about the price. Chunyi, what conditions are you referring to? Want to try some meat? I can't. Pa, you banana watermelon slice, do you think your stinking body deserves a king-level territory? Some people refuted the former. Sir, I can do it. I'll bid 10,000 energy stones. I can do it too. Boss, look at me, I'll offer 100 elven beauties. What? Someone actually has an elven unit and wants to switch. Please ignore the comment above. That shameless person was talking about earth spirits. Hey, don't think you're intimidating just because you're good-looking, stronger than me, or because you're around. If you try to sabotage me again, I'll condemn you. Chunyi's words made the already lively chat channel even more bustling. I almost believed it. Chunyi withdrew his hand from the elf's hand that was about to send a private message. He had just been thinking that if he bred with an elf, they would surely produce even more powerful and magical goblins. I didn't expect the other person to be talking about earth spirits. Earth elves, also known as goblins, are a race of dwarves who prefer to live underground. Chunyi sold the Snow Dragon Lord's territory because it was the last remaining value of the owner. He pressed the other party for all information about the monster in front of his territory, but all he got was information about a lost item called the Lord of the Abyss. It turned out that the other party didn't know anything either, only some very basic information. Enraged, Chunyi decided to seize the other party's territory. It wasn't just simple plunder. He planned to make the most of the other party's territory and turn it into his own production base. The Snow Dragon is a good unit, ranking at the top of the king tier units, and is suitable for breeding. Currently, he has 2 breeding bases. One is the Saint-ranked troop, the Flame Dragon, and the other is the King-ranked Snow Dragon. The former is difficult to control, you can just plunder it yourself each time. The latter, having already conquered the opponent's territory, is preparing to replace it with a more obedient one. This is what he calls a conditional sale. Gu Xiaoyu is still underground and can't come out. Since Manhwa doesn't want her, he has no choice but to sell her to outsiders. Perhaps we can take this opportunity to cultivate some new members for the Casual Alliance. Chunyi thought to himself. Beep beep. Beep beep. Despite receiving messages from his friends, Chunyi remained calm. He plans to conduct a unified screening and processing afterwards. Among the many IDs, he saw a familiar one. The other party did not send a friend request. They directly obtained your private messages. Bai Luoha. Boss, when did you take over the Snow Dragon territory? Chunyi. Just now. Bai Luoha. He looked innocently at Dongfang Tiexin, as if to say, don't blame me. The Snow Lord really was alive just now. However, after Dongfang Tiexin gave the former a familiar look that said, stop talking nonsense, Bai Luoha immediately became obedient. Bai Luoha immediately switched to his main business. He tried to repeat what he had told the Snow Dragon Lord to Chunyi again. They simply changed the condition to a secret about the second type of soldier. Are you referring to vassals? Chunyi immediately saw through it. A few days ago, he might have actually been interested in this. However, after capturing Su Qingyu and the Snow Dragon Lord, he learned about the vassal units. One type is a hybrid product that you cultivate yourself, which is like your own goblin, but slightly different, or rather, slightly inferior. Another type is like the Snow Dragon Lord. Under the threat of a group of goblins mating, the Snow Dragon Lord confessed everything about his vassal units in order to die a quick death. This. Bailuaha suddenly felt a little uneasy. I only learned about the vassal units recently after a large number of Warcraft players came down from the mountain. I didn't expect that Chunyi already knew about them. But on second thought, it makes sense. The opponent's territory is located in the Thousand Nether Forest, and it is estimated that the first wave of migration of magical beasts occurred in Chunyi's territory. But how can I get the other party to help me investigate information if I've lost this bargaining chip? Low-ranking lords never return. High-ranking lords are few and far between, and it's not easy to find a neutral high-ranking lord. I never expected that the high-ranking lord would make me so stupid that I died. This is going to be difficult. Chunyi chuckled and said to Bailuaha, "You don't need to investigate the information you need. I know some inside information. If you want it, bring something in exchange." You know? Bailuaha was initially shocked, but then he was filled with endless distress. What should I do? What can I offer in exchange? He wore a bitter expression, unable to think of anything about himself that Chunyi could possibly find appealing. The higher the level of the person you are dealing with, the more you have to pay. Why don't you go sell yourself? Dongfang Tiexin said with a serious expression. Bailuaha's face grew even more distressed. How can you bear to do this? Dongfang Tiexin nodded. Bailuaha was extremely disappointed. Oh well, it seems I can only wait until that thing is completed and see if Chunyi is interested. With a helpless sigh, he turned around and continued his research. On the other side, after casting his net, Chunyi prepared to retreat, intending to deal with the news of the territory's sale the following day. His immediate priority is to find out about the monster at his doorstep. Having found nothing from Manhwa, he decided to contact another possible source of information. That guy who's been searching for the evil will. Perhaps we can take this opportunity to exchange for an energy core. However, just as Chunyi was about to contact Liao Michel, another familiar ID sent him a private message. I know information about that monster. Let's exchange. Chapter 256, Territory Exchange, Black Grey Dog. Chin Mo. Chunyi remained silent. Why would Chin Mo know information about this guy? Chin Mo be rebuilding his territory under the protection of his own troops at this time? Although the other party said he was a lord at the peak of the gold rank, a fake king. But after the British Empire dissolved, the other side should have lost all communication channels. How did he know about this monster when he couldn't even get the information himself? Although Chunyi was curious, he still replied to the other party. Okay, what do you want to exchange? Chin Mo replied quickly. I want the territory you just sold. Chunyi. He hadn't expected the other party to want this. This is the territory I intend to use to raise goblins. However, it's not impossible. Chunyi thought about it and figured that it didn't matter who he sold it to. As long as the other party followed the rules he set and gave it to Chin Mo, it wasn't a bad idea. However, the true nature of a shrewd businessman is revealed at this moment. Chunyi bargained, saying, okay, but not enough. Really? In the territory on the other side. Chin Mo clenched his fist and sighed. Exchanging a piece of information for a king-level territory, it's definitely a win for me. After all, with the current class system fixed, it has become increasingly difficult for any lord to be promoted. As time goes by, it will become increasingly impossible for everyone to advance to a higher rank as a lord. Barring any major unforeseen events, it is unlikely that such territorial changes will occur again in the future. Because once all the high-ranking lords have developed, few would be willing to help an outsider acquire territory while their own troops have suffered heavy losses. Therefore, he cherishes this hard-won opportunity. For my own sake, and for Chi Hongyi's sake, I must do everything I can to become stronger. Chin Mo took a deep breath and added, I'll offer another 10,000 energy stones. That's all we have. The 10,000 energy stones were originally his entire savings, which he had prepared to use to buy armor and warhorses for his troops. After all, only the mighty tiger warriors with armor and warhorses are truly kings. But this makes his growth too slow. Having lost the support of the alliance behind him, he could no longer ignore the drawbacks of his unit type to strengthen himself. However, just as he was preparing to buy armor and warhorses, he saw Chunyi's message. He knew the Snow Dragon unit. That besieged Chi Hongyi. Although it is not as powerful as its own troops after they have grown up, it does not have the disadvantages of its own troops. After some deliberation, he decided to take over the territory. As for whether we can win, that remains to be seen. After all, it's a pipe dream to think that a piece of news and a universal or can take over a territory. Destroying a king's territory alone costs 2,000 energy stones, and now he wants to take it over with just incomplete information and 10,000 energy stones. However, he decided to give it a try. 10,000. Chunyi was just about to say that 10,000 was a bit low, but then he saw that Chun Mo only had that much. Never mind, I guess that's really all they have. He knew Chun Mo's situation well. Even if the enemy's troops were special and they had some resources, 10,000 energy stones would probably be their limit. Anyway, as long as they agree to my conditions, it doesn't matter who I sell the territory to. Chunyi replied. Yes, but there are conditions. Can. Chun Mo paused for a moment and ignored the second half of the sentence. Because the other party actually agreed. This is clearly a losing proposition. Could it be because of Chi Hongyi? He thought of only one possibility. Chi Hongyi's confession, or Chun Ye's favor to him out of consideration for Chi Hongyi. That's all we can do. Grateful. Chun Mo replied. Aren't you going to ask what the conditions are? Chun Mo's straightforward answer surprised Chun Yi for a moment. I've said it several times already. There are conditions, but the other person actually said thank you to me? Are you completely indifferent to the conditions? Chun Mo asked. What are the conditions? Chun Yi breathed a sigh of relief. That's more like it. He calmly replied. The condition is simple. I need 100 troops from your territory. Adult. Chun Yi added again. You must provide it whenever I need it. 100. At this point, Chun Mo understood what the other party's conditions were. 100 saint-level troops. That's equivalent to 50,000 energy stones. 60,000 energy stones. It sounds like a huge sum of money, but using such a large sum to buy a king-level territory is actually a reasonable price. No problem. Chun Mo agreed again. Very good. Chun Yi wasn't surprised when the other party agreed. He then asked, what about the news? He hadn't forgotten his primary objective this time. He came for the information about the black-gray dog. Everything else was just a dowry. For you. Chun Mo kept his promise and sent a message. Calamities beneath hell, black-gray dog, Jumong, dark brother. Creatures of the abyss, imprisoned in the deepest recesses of hell, suffer endless torment and soul-crushing agony. From star level to sub-god level. A calamity for heaven and earth, a darling of the abyss, possessing immense favor towards the abyss. This information. Chun Yi frowned. Your information is incomplete. He could tell that the information seemed to come from an ancient document, but the record seemed incomplete. Chun Mo blushed and explained, I had no choice. This message is from a stone tablet that Chi Hongyi fell from when she first tried to open the gates of hell. The stone tablet is incomplete, and what I know is also incomplete. Chun Mo. I'm sorry, I'm suspected of deceiving you. If you want to withdraw the deal, I will. It's okay, the deal won't be reversed. Chun Yi reassured the other party. Although this information was incomplete, it was still of great importance to him. Calamity beneath hell, darling of the abyss, possessing immense affinity for the abyss. That's enough information. No wonder they didn't attack my territory. Chun Yi seemed to understand why the other party wasn't attacking him. He even wanted to get closer to it. This monster was summoned by the lost Lord of the Abyss, and it has a great affinity for the Abyss, and it has also been in contact with the Abyss in many ways. If he still can't figure it out after all this, then there's really a problem. He made some preparations and summoned all the goblins to accompany him on his journey. He wanted to try to make contact with this so-called darling of the Abyss. Of course, he wouldn't be foolish enough to make direct contact himself. Let's try it on the goblins first. Under Chun Ye's command, all the goblins stood ready, and one goblin representative stepped forward. That goblin was slightly different from the other goblins. With slumped shoulders and a bowed head, looking extremely lazy, he walked towards the black greyhound with a very unwilling expression. I was sleeping soundly, dreaming about literature, when the great god had to wake me up. That's really strange. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the lazy goblin slowly approached the black greyhound. Chapter 257. Unable to recapture, unexpected surprise. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the lazy goblin slowly approached the black greyhound. The black greyhound was over 400 meters long, much larger than an adult dragon. The lazy goblin, on the other hand, is only 3 heads tall. In other words, it's less than a meter tall. At this moment, the tiny creature, less than a meter tall, is taunting and reminding the monster, which is over 400 meters tall and resembles a mountain. Being interested in the shaman's corpse, This goblin has not shown any other unusual behavior since it was born. He didn't do anything particularly interesting with the corpse either. Therefore, if he were to die in the line of duty, Chinyi would not feel too bad. Boom. The black goblin seemed to sense the approach of the lazy goblin, and its mountain-like body swayed slightly. The lazy goblin continued to approach, and the black greyhound continued to sway. As the lazy goblin approached, the black greyhound swayed even more violently. Suddenly, the black greyhound moved. A tentacle shot out with lightning speed and arrived in front of the lazy goblin in an instant. Grass. Chinyi cursed under his breath. Although this goblin may seem useless, the loss I incurred by spending money was all in the form of minerals. However, just when he thought the goblin would be whipped away or captured by the tentacles, the huge tentacle actually stopped steadily in front of the lazy goblin. The tentacles cautiously extended, and the lazy goblin glanced at them, its own hand also extending with some impatience. Their hands touched and shook up and down. It's like two good friends shaking hands after meeting. Phew. Chinyi breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed this thing posed no threat. At least there is no danger to myself or the goblins. The black greyhound was already large, but now, with thousands of corpses hanging from its tentacles, it looked even more bloated. But this monster is shaking hands with a goblin. This made Chinyi lower his guard to some extent. He was completely relieved after sending a few more goblins to confirm that it was safe. This thing, we should give it a try. Chinyi took a deep breath and then walked over as well. Since there was no danger, he decided to try something daring. Dependent military units. Based on the information he currently has about vassal troops, the system's selection is usually triggered when they intrude into the Lord's territory or get very close to the Lord. The monster is currently outside Chunye's territory, so the system selection has not been triggered. So now he's going to try the second one. That is, the kind that Su Qingyu is like. He wasn't sure if he could successfully subdue such a massive size and formidable strength. Black greyhounds generally possess strength ranging from star god to lesser god. The second god, he had never even heard of this stage before. Damn, give it a try? If it works, it'll be a huge profit. Chinyi mustered his courage and walked towards the black greyhound. Boom. Because of its enormous size, every action it takes causes a great sensation. As Chinyi approached, Blackhound seemed quite excited. He swayed his tentacles with great pleasure. The desiccated corpse on the tentacles swayed, casting a shadow on the ground that resembled a withered tree laden with corpses, a truly horrifying sight. Is everything alright? Why hasn't the system selection been triggered yet? Chinyi felt uncertain looking at the huge formation. Because when a goblin approaches, at most one or two tentacles will shake, but when he approaches, almost all of his tentacles will shake. Ding! You have detected a black greyhound. The black grey dog has an extremely high level of affection for you. That's it. Chinyi was somewhat dissatisfied. But soon he lost his dissatisfaction. Because the tentacles, which were so close, were already touching him. The soft, wet tentacles, covered in mucus, resembled the tongues of canine or feline creatures. Is there no other option to continue? Chinyi inquired. The Blackhound has a very high regard for you, and is trying to become your unit. Would you accept? Whether? They're here. Chinyi was pleasantly surprised, and immediately chose yes. Receiving. Receive failed. You have lost control of the Black Greyhound. Your reputation and level are too low. Recruitment of Black Greyhound has failed. Chinyi's half-excited smile froze on his face. He thought he was going to get a super awesome henchman. But I've already taken my pants off, and this is what you're showing me? Damn it. Chinyi turned back in disappointment as he shook off the soft, wet tentacles. It seems I won't be able to subdue this thing for the time being. I felt a little disappointed, but it wasn't all for naught. At least I know this thing is harmless to me, and at least I know I can subdue it. Reputation points and personal level, right? Chinyi's face showed determination. He glanced at the energy stones worth over 1 million in his private space. Once I get through the crisis in Atlanta, I'll upgrade it for you. Having a large number of energy stones gives you confidence in everything you do. Once he overcomes the crisis from Atlantis, he will be like a dragon emerging from the rain, and nothing can stop him anymore. Let's go back. Chinyi turned around and led the goblin back the way they came. Having resolved the minor incident, the next tasks remain, awaiting the crisis in Atlantis, plundering the energy core resources, and cultivating the strongest goblins. Quack! The goblins reluctantly retraced their steps, jumping off the tentacles of the Black Hound. Roar! The Black Greyhound seemed to realize that everyone was leaving, and a roar suddenly came from somewhere. Immediately afterwards, several powerful, representative bodies were presented to Chun-Yi. The most representative examples are the snow dragon dance and some shamanic rituals. Thank you. Chun-Yi hadn't expected that the other person's affection for him had reached this level. He accepted the gift and expressed his gratitude. Let's go. Chun-Yi waved, and the goblins returned as a group. Finally, hearing the good news, the lazy goblin uttered 2 unfamiliar words and then flew to Chun-Yi's side. As for why it wasn't the front, it's because of Chun-Yi's noble status as the goblin god. In order to quickly return to his territory to sleep, he had no choice but to fly to Chun-Yi's side. Not bad. It can even fly now. Chun-Yi patted the lazy goblin's head with satisfaction. The next second, he suddenly turned around. You can fly? You can fly? Upon closer inspection, Chun-Yi noticed that the lazy goblin had somehow acquired a pair of emerald green wings. The wings seemed to be made of air, or perhaps they are a manifestation of some mysterious force. Some of them look familiar. Chun-Yi could not hide his shock. He turned his head and glanced at the gift that the black greyhound had given him. More accurately, the corpses of those shamanic priests. If I remember correctly, the last time I saw this skill was on this group of shaman priests, right? I originally thought this goblin was the most useless one, but now it seems. Chapter 258, Powerful Incantation. It can fly, so what's so special about that? The lazy goblin looked at Chun-Yi with an expression of utter entitlement. The next moment, as the incantation began, the lazy goblin chanted to the black-armored goblin beside him. Then, a gentle breeze swept by, and identical wings appeared on the back of the black-armored goblin. As expected, it really is this. Chun-Yi stared in amazement at the black-armored goblin and the wings on its back. This is exactly what I need. After fusing numerous genes, the black-armored goblin is currently the strongest melee fighter, but its weakness is that it cannot fly. Because of this, he was initially a little envious of the other party's shamanic practice. But now, you also have the ability to help the black-armored goblin fly? Chun-Yi checked the lazy goblin's attribute panel with delight. Lazy goblin. Quality, king rank. Attribute, 55. Level, level 10. Level can be increased by killing creatures. Loyalty, unwavering. You are the goblin's absolute faith. Weapon, none. Skills, poisoning, slacking off, curses. Characteristic, ignores reproductive isolation. Special feature, dreams come true. Note, what are you looking at? A true genius can surpass you with just a little effort. Note, I only made a slight move, yet it already amazed everyone. Overall, there weren't any major changes, except that the level increased by 5, the skill gained an additional curse mark, and a strange annotation was added. Chun-Yi pondered carefully, as if he had discovered something. This is your special ability? He recalled that this guy spent all his time in the school except when he was sleeping, and combined this with his annotations on Genius. Could this guy's special characteristic be his learning ability? Chun-Yi was somewhat shocked, but also unsure. After all, that feature is a dream come true. He wasn't entirely clear on the specifics of the dream or how it came true. After all, dreams are different for everyone, and the abilities they manifest in different goblins may also be different. But, in any case, it seems like I've come out ahead. Chun-Yi knew that this goblin's characteristics were definitely not simple, and if developed well, it might become his second trump card. I knew it. Not a single drop of food is wasted, and not a single goblin is useless. He stroked the lazy goblin's head with satisfaction. Come on, show me how many spells you can cast at once. Huh. The lazy goblin tilted its head in confusion. Its energy source was sunlight, so when did it start eating food? I don't understand, but God is right. So he began to cast spells according to God's command. The next second, a gentle breeze swept across the hillside, and more than 100 goblins present took flight. 100. Chun-Yi stroked his chin. The scope was quite large. Just a few lazy goblins could arm 1,000 teams of black-armored goblins. However, the surprises didn't end there. S incantation did not stop under Chun-Yi's gaze. Instead, they continued chanting. Then, blue winds, green winds, black winds, and some other strange winds came one after another. This is... Chun-Yi's eyes widened as he hurriedly checked the attributes of his black armor goblin. Black armor goblin. Quality, gold. Attribute, 60. Level, 20. Level can be increased by killing creatures. Loyalty, unwavering. You are the goblin's absolute faith. Weapon, black armor. Ignores spell attacks with an attribute of 50 or less. Provides a 40% immunity to spell attacks with an attribute of 50 or less, but less than 100. Skills, poisoning, black armor defense, trample, brutal strangulation. Characteristic: ignores reproductive isolation. Blessed state: strength plus 30%, speed plus 20%, defense plus 20%, intelligence plus 10%, constitution plus 10%. Special blessing: riding the wind. All blessing statuses last for 30 minutes. Blessing attribute: 72. As one of its founding members, this batch of goblins' attributes remain unchanged at 60, and their skills are also unchanged. Xinyi checked each section one by one, and just when he thought his goblin hadn't changed much, he saw the final new status. Holy crap! That Shaman S ability's really that exaggerated? No, right? Absolutely not. Xinyi was quite certain. When I defeated the snow dragon, I saw 2 snow dragons with full buffs. Although those 2 had indeed hardened, they were still as fragile as paper under the giant cannon of his iron-eating goblin, and their strength was nowhere near as exaggerated as it was now. So, the lazy goblin has enhanced this skill? This enhancement is incredibly powerful, almost comparable to my cursed sealed blessing. Xinye's breathing became rapid. A normal cursed goblin can reach around 80 in attributes under its own curse. Under their own curse mark, these veterans can achieve an attribute level of around 85. And this thing in front of me, it's an area of effect skill. Although it's not as powerful as my cursed goblin, the range is huge. Wait, this thing. Xinyi suddenly thought of a possibility. This thing should be usable on cursed seal goblins, right? He really wanted to create a cursed goblin right now to experiment with. However, his divine power was already depleted, and if he used his physical strength to create it, he would be weak for another day. Forget it, there's plenty of time. Xinyi was in high spirits and led the goblins back to his territory. This not only temporarily resolved the crisis in the territory, but also unexpectedly revealed the specific uses of the lazy goblin. Great, that's really great. He didn't seem too afraid of the approaching will of Atlantis. Nearly 200 energy stones, 200 cursed goblins, and the lazy goblin as a trump card. With such a strong foundation, what's there to be afraid of? Upon returning to his territory, Xinyi immediately summoned another 100 sloth goblins and ordered the first sloth goblin to teach these new sloth goblins incantations. I don't know if it will succeed, but it's never a bad thing to try. After he finished dealing with everything, he took out the small stone slab to grill again, and everything seemed to have returned to the beginning. Blizzard, protective shield, barbecue. This time, however, there were many more barbecue ingredients, and the snow was much heavier. Manhwa's barbecue seasoning is really good. It's just missing some soft-boned rabbit. Having gotten used to eating rabbit heads, it's a bit strange to eat anything else. He ate his roast meat, thinking about that foolish black goat from back then. Will a few more idiots run into the protective shield at this time? I waited and waited. The sheep didn't get what they expected. Instead, they were met with an even bigger blizzard. If this continues, won't it become a disaster again? The snow intensified, becoming snow imbued with divine power. Fist-sized snowflakes relentlessly pounded against the protective shield before sliding off. Suddenly, Xinyi finished the last skewer of grilled meat and got up towards the territory. It's not convenient to go out in the snow. Let's get a mount to play with. The bamboo skewer was casually stuck into the sparse hair of the lazy goblin not far away. That guy is slacking off. The lazy goblin shook its head in confusion, then continued to lower its head and talk to the Duke of Zhou in its dream. Roar! A roar startled the lazy goblin awake, explaining the incantation to the equally drowsy students below. Roar! No, don't come any closer. The dragon's mournful cry echoed before the territory's gates. Chapter 259, Subduing the Frost Dragon. Don't come any closer. Roar! Dame oil, no. As Chunyi approached, the frost dragon roared pitifully. This man, after being captured, not only didn't kill himself, but also ordered the goblins to torture him in various ways. It wasn't just ordinary torture, it was torture for a dragon's personality. It's terrifying, absolutely terrifying. He looked at Chunyi as he approached, as if he were looking at a demon from hell. He initially thought the other party was either imprisoning him or trying to kill him. But this guy actually killed one female dragon after another right in front of me, and he didn't care about the dragon's revenge at all. This guy is a lawless lunatic. Huh? Why are you so afraid of me? Chunyi approached the frost dragon with some confusion. Could it be that it detected the abyssal aura on me? He was somewhat puzzled. From the city of Os, he also learned that the Lord possessed an aura that he himself could not perceive, an aura that many native creatures could detect. This aura also instills fear in many native creatures. Especially for himself, as his strength increased, his aura seemed to become more pronounced. Don't be afraid. I'm not a good person. Chunyi gently stroked the dragon's trembling body. The dragon, hundreds of years old and hundreds of meters long, trembled like a child who had made a mistake. The frost dragon trembled even more violently upon hearing this. I know he's not a good person, I know, but please emphasize what you mean. Has he come up with another way to torment me? Suddenly, he glanced at the distant, pitch-black mountain covered with corpses. He wouldn't be planning to feed me to that monster, would he? Mommy, I'm never going out to do guard duty again. I'm never interested in the mother dragon again. 555555. Chunyi was quite pleased that the frost dragon was already terrified before he had even done anything, as this would save him a lot of trouble later. He said with a hint of threat, I'm going to mark you, so don't move. Chunyi originally didn't want to use the cursed seal, especially against the dragon. Because the opponent is too powerful, planting a curse mark would also be extremely taxing on oneself. The curse mark has never been placed on him. But now, just in case, he had no choice but to use it so that he could still move around and have a view of the outside world even in the blizzard. You have activated the Abyss Seal. Target resistance, none. Curse seal successfully applied. It went surprisingly smoothly. With the dragon offering no resistance, the setup reduced its own energy consumption by 30%. However, even after reducing his weight by 30%, he was still somewhat weak. Alright. Chunyi patted the dragon and leaped onto its body. Which boy wouldn't want to experience being a dragon knight? Alright. The frost dragon was puzzled. It's only been a few seconds. The frost dragon was puzzled, but he did feel that the toxins in his body were gone, and that something seemed to have appeared inside him. He couldn't quite grasp what exactly had changed. All he could sense was that this man seemed to have conquered him. One's life or death is in the hands of the other party's single thought. Roar! The chains binding its body crumbled inch by inch at this moment. Without the goblin's massive amount of toxins, these ordinary methods were simply ineffective in restraining this behemoth. Let it fly up and spin around. Chunyi was also amazed by the sound. It felt like I was riding in a luxury sports car. The sound alone was enough to excite me. Roar! The frost dragon naturally obeyed, and with a flap of its wings, it took to the air. In the blink of an eye, they were thousands of meters in the air. Hold head high. The dragon's roar travels 1,000 miles. The caged bird returns to nature, and the king returns to the forest. At the same time, a corner of the forest. Hold head high. A dragon's roar. The two giant beasts, who were engaged in battle, stopped abruptly in surprise. The two immediately separated and then looked at each other warily. The frost dragon here isn't dead? A colossal, 100-meter-tall beast, as solid as stone, posed a question to its opponent. His opponent was a strange monster with a long, bony head and a thin body, but whose entire body was covered in bones. One side is like a heavy shield, while the other is like a spear armed to the extreme. The monstrous beast, its entire body encased in skeletal armor, chuckled. Trying to distract me with this kind of tactic? It is because the frost dragon has been gone for a long time that the Overlord sent us to compete for this position. The stone behemoth chuckled. That's true, but this position can only be mine. I am the most indispensable contributor to the domination. The colossal stone beast charged forward, shaking the earth and mountains with ferocity. The monster, surrounded by skeletal armor, skillfully used its tail stinger to leap and dodge across the ancient trees. The positions opened by the ruler are for the capable. You are not qualified. The skeletal beast first dodged, then seized an opening and stabbed with its tail needle. The sharp stinger pierced the stone golem's shoulder. The stone man, in pain, grabbed the other's tail stinger and tried to throw it away, but the armored beast used its own tail stinger to stabilize it again. The two beasts faced off, then charged again in the next moment. The battle between the two beasts intensified, and the noise grew louder and louder. Above, Chunyi, who was enjoying the scenery and experiencing the feeling of being a dragon knight, also noticed the war below. However, he did not rush down. Instead, they became bystanders, watching the drama unfold. He watched the battle between the two giant beasts, the battle tracks stretching for miles, the thick snow crushed into strange circles, the vegetation broken and severed, a truly ferocious sight. Both of them were treacherous. The stone man may look clumsy, but he is actually quite cunning and has repeatedly used the stones on his body to injure his opponents. The monstrous beast, which resembled an alien, attacked entirely using its sharp tail stinger. What pleased Chunyi even more was that the tail needle could actually disperse. It split into 8, standing on the ground like a spear, and then beat the stone man to a pulp. Wow, these two guys have great genes. Chunyi's eyes gradually lit up. He was very satisfied with both the armored alien that attacked swiftly and the stone behemoth that was very durable. Isn't this an unexpected bonus? He smiled and patted the dragon's head. The frost dragon immediately submerged. Although he had never seen these two powerful beasts before, the location they were in was the same cave he had been in before. He naturally understood what it meant to fight in front of his own cave. Even with the tiger gone, does the monkey still dare to claim kingship? Roar! The dragon roared and then swooped down. Chapter 260, Alchemical Creatures. Alchemy Giant Ape. Attribute, 90. Quality, Alchemical Creation, Peak 4th Tier. Weapons, Bonebreaker, Heart of Balance. Skill. Note, Alchemical Creature, a combination of blood and flesh. Note, congratulations, you've finally found someone just as twisted as you. Bone-Armored Lizard Dragon. Attribute, 93. Quality, Alchemical Creation, Peak 4th Tier. Weapon, Lizard Dragon Tail Spike, Heart of Balance. Skill. Note, wow look, a perfect combination of a swamp lizard, a red dragon, a sky spider, and a pound ant. Note, I share the same twisted aesthetic sense as you, and unfortunately, I am the only creation, at least for now. An alchemical creature? When the dragon descended to a certain height, Chunyi used a reconnaissance technique on the target and gained a strange sense of confidence. Ignoring the strange annotations, he saw a new word. Alchemy creation, what is that? It seems to have incorporated genes from other organisms as well, which is really interesting. Roar! As the frost dragon submerged, its breath coalesced, and majestic frost erupted forth in an instant. The frost dragon's breath appeared. Both giant beasts reacted as if facing a formidable enemy, dodging and avoiding it. The frost, combined with the blizzard, rapidly altered the environment for miles around. In just one encounter, the frost dragon created terrain that favored its own side in battle. Frost is not a blizzard. The alchemy giant ape can stand in snow, but it dares not stand in frost. Because these frosts not only freeze your feet at any time, but also continuously reduce your stamina. The bone-armored lizard uses its tail spikes to pierce the ground, minimizing its contact with the frost. Roar! After adapting, the two giant beasts roared at the frost dragon at the same time. How can there be an ice dragon here? The two giant beasts were puzzled, but they surprisingly became united the moment the frost dragon appeared. The two put aside their differences and attacked the frost dragon together. While they were attacking the frost dragon, Chunyi was also observing the two giant beasts. Satisfied, extremely satisfied. He was very satisfied with the two giant beasts. While fighting, the frost dragon was also reminded to be careful of the opponent's weapons. The sixth one, the alchemy giant ape, still has a knife hidden away. Who would believe that a giant ape could use a knife? Chunyi searched for a long time, but couldn't find where the other party had hidden the knife. However, this did not diminish his fondness for the two giant beasts. These are all great genes. But, this thing is already fused with many genes. Can it still fuse with its own goblin? Chunyi was somewhat puzzled. After all, one's own goblin can only select the 5 genes that provide the optimal solution. However, let's capture them first. He dissipated from the mist around him and detached himself from the dragon's head. He didn't want to watch the battle of the 3 giant beasts from a first-person perspective. The frost dragon is over 300 meters long when it spreads its wings, and even without spreading its wings, it is still 150 meters long. The other 2 behemoths, the alchemy giant ape and the bone-armored lizard dragon, are about 100 centimeters tall, but the former is much wider. The forest, tens of meters high, was now like a toy under the siege of the 3 giant beasts, collapsing at the slightest touch. If it weren't for the dense and rapidly growing trees in the Thousand Dark Forest, he would have worried that there wouldn't be enough space for the 3 giant beasts to wreak havoc. Roar! 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 The 3 giant beasts fought back fiercely, roaring as they battled, but the frost dragon seemed to be struggling under the combined attack of the 2 alchemical creatures. Although both giant beasts were already badly wounded from a great battle, the frost dragon was in no better shape. Since his capture, he had been imprisoned and tortured, and his physical condition was far worse than before. Hold head high. The frost dragon roared in frustration, realizing that if it were the old version of itself, it would have easily taken down these 2. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs. After gaining control of the rhythm, the 2 behemoths almost completely overwhelmed the frost dragon. The frost dragon was forced to cover itself with a layer of frost for protection. Relying on the protection of frost, he withstood the attacks of both and bit down on one of the alchemical giant ape's arms. A dragon's bite force is terrifying, especially that of a dragon filled with rage. With a forceful pull, the alchemical giant ape's arm was torn off. To everyone's surprise, hidden beneath that severed arm was a bone knife. Brush. Blood splattered as the bone knife tore through the frost dragon's double defenses, leaving a long gash on its body. The alchemical giant ape paid no heed to its own arm, excitedly licking the dragon's blood, before becoming even more frenzied. That's really weird, hiding it inside your own bones. Chinyi frowned. He thought he was already abnormal enough, but he didn't expect the other party to be even more abnormal. Roar! The frost dragon noticed Chun Ye's gaze and panicked slightly. He hadn't expected to fail at the very first task assigned to him. If he fails, will he punish himself again using the same method as before? The frost dragon didn't know, but it dared not gamble. Its powerful will made it disregard its injuries and bite off another arm of the alchemy giant ape. The next moment, another bone-breaking knife, hidden within the bones, is now available to everyone. Enough. Seeing this, Chun-Yi had a general idea in his mind. The giant alchemical ape in front of him was probably made entirely of alchemical artifacts. The person who created him did not consider him a living being at all. Activate the cursed seal. Chun-Yi opened his palm, and the curse mark he had planted on the dragon was forcibly activated. Roar! The dragon roared, and black patterns crawled all over its body. Power, such immense power. Power is surging forth continuously. The frost dragon was extremely excited. At that moment, he felt he could take on 10 of them. He charged at the two giant beasts again. The cursed seal state allowed his strength to increase from 3 snowflakes to a terrifying 4 snowflakes. That's equivalent to having an absolute combat power of 150 attributes. With 150 attributes, just a little more, and you'll reach the legendary demigod level. Although the stairs blocked many creatures, he managed to touch them. He reached a threshold that only the oldest dragon in the group could reach. I didn't cross over, but I've definitely touched it. Roar! The frost dragon, with overwhelming power, returned to the battlefield, surpassing even the might of the king. Chun-Yi sat down with satisfaction to continue watching the dragons fight. However, the necklace on her chest kept flashing. This is... Chun-Yi picked up the necklace. It seems like I put this on myself when I was being affectionate with Yaden. He allowed the Heidi family to temporarily assume the position of city lord, albeit in name only. However, Heidi Yaden was very knowledgeable. Not only did they fulfill their obligations, they also presented them with this bronze artifact from their home. He wouldn't be interested in ordinary bronze artifacts, but this one was different. This is a bronze artifact meticulously forged by the Heidi family, combining the city's resources with old ghosts' expertise. If it weren't for the precious materials used, it might not even qualify as a bronze artifact. It can only be a precious collectible. However, this thing represents the loyalty of the various families. At the same time, the function of this bronze artifact is also very simple. First, it symbolizes Chun Ye's identity and power. Second, it is used for communication. He touched the necklace, and it immediately emitted a panicked sound. My lord, the city of OS. I think you need to come and take a look. Chapter 261. Female? Ooh. The cursed seal, the frost dragon easily defeated the two giant beasts. The two strangely significant alchemical creations were half destroyed by the frost dragon, leaving only remnants. Chun-Yi glanced at it briefly and then let out a curse. Damn, they're both males. He chose to throw the two giant beasts back into his territory. This is the first time since I started this expedition that all the animals I've encountered are male. It's a huge loss. Such good genes, and it's a male. Isn't that a waste? Chun-Yi kicked it twice in annoyance, then rode away on the giant dragon. Bone-armored lizard dragon. Alchemy giant ape. Roar. The frost dragon let out a long, comfortable roar. He used the curse seal ability just now. His injuries healed at an extremely fast speed. Even the injuries he had suffered from the non-dragon treatment were healed. Strangely, his little brother was still somewhat bowing his head. But it doesn't matter. If nothing unexpected happens, he will never be interested in female dragons in his life. Roar. The giant dragon soared through the sky, sometimes upward, sometimes downward, enjoying itself immensely. What are you calling me for? Chun-Yi punched the frost dragon in annoyance. Fly well, and hurry to the city of OS. The frost dragon immediately obeyed and accelerated towards the so-called city. The surrounding wind and snow automatically shunned, and the annoying, unfamiliar divine power no longer bothered Qinyi. City of Os. Master, have you informed Qinyi yet? The Heidi family's chief of guard was still somewhat unaccustomed to addressing Qinyi as Sir, because the adults at this time are different from the adults who visited the territory back then. Qinyi is now their boss. However, the current situation, though dreamlike, is that the adult from the forest has indeed emerged and become their adult. They became the support behind them. Yadin stood atop the city's high walls, gazing solemnly into the distance, and nodded. The notification has been given, but it takes half a day to get here from the forest. She looked solemnly at the monsters around her, the monsters that surrounded the city. I hope nothing goes wrong in the next half day. Below the high wall, there was a mechanical gorilla with half its body charred, a tiger, and a rove beetle with 6 tails. Various magical creatures that they were familiar with, but not entirely familiar with. Low-level monsters and hundreds of high-level monsters. I really have no idea where these monsters came from. Yadin stared at the monster below with a grim expression. That's the only way she could refer to the monsters below, because the monster below looks like a crude combination of various creatures. The captain of the guard said with some concern, but they are gathering in increasing numbers. If they attack the protective shield, our energy stone consumption will double. Should we clean it up beforehand? Don't. Yadin thwarted the chief of the guard's idea. Although there aren't many energy stones in the protective shield, it should be able to withstand the attack of less than 2,000 magical beasts below for half a day. It wasn't that she didn't want to clean up, but because the OS family had been completely wiped out, the city's military strength was currently insufficient. The private armies of all the major families combined amount to only a few thousand. If possible, it's best to avoid expending them. Furthermore, it wasn't just these magical beasts that she was worried about. The reason they suddenly gathered was because of the mastermind behind the siege of the city by these monsters. The inexplicable blizzard and the strange monsters that followed made Yadin uneasy. Monsters don't usually besiege cities unless it's done by humans, or something forces these monsters out of the forest. In either case, she cannot act rashly. Suddenly, roar, gagaga, gurgle, call. The monsters below began to riot, or more accurately, the 2-meter-thick snow below began to boil. Amidst the boiling commotion, countless low-level magical beasts emerged. Low-level magical beasts replaced the white snowflakes. What appeared on the snow was just the tip of the iceberg. The real army is under the snow. Along with these low-level magical beasts, hundreds of high-level magical beasts also emerged. As a result, there were more than 10,000 low-level magical beasts of bronze rank and no higher rank, and several hundred high-level magical beasts of gold rank and above. Yadin is awake. Fortunately, I did not give the order to go out easily. Increase the protective shields. No one is allowed to go outside. Yadin hurriedly issued additional orders. Even if it doubled the consumption of energy stones, she didn't care anymore. Just hold on for half a day. Qinyi will be back in half a day. Young master, something's not right. Heidi's family guards pointed to the monster below and said, "These monsters don't seem to intend to attack us." Yadin looked in the direction the other person was pointing. Sure enough, the monsters really didn't intend to attack. These monsters are escaping? Although it was hard to believe, the monsters were indeed fleeing. Why? Roar. The question had barely been raised when a deafening roar that tore through space provided the answer. A colossal dragon, blotting out the sky, streaked across the heavens. An adult dragon? Yadin's face turned deathly pale. She knew why the monsters had fled. Is this like escaping one wolf's den only to fall into another? If it were those monsters, they could still resist thanks to their protective shields. However, adult dragons might not be able to hold out for even half a day. Young master, don't be anxious. Look above the dragon. The captain of the guard is stronger and has a better view. He clearly saw the human figure on the giant dragon. Qinyi, Yadin exclaimed in surprise. Ignore these little guys. Go to the back and grab that big guy for me. Above the dragon's head in the sky, Qinyi was excitedly patting the giant dragon when he sensed a powerful magical beast at the very back of this group of monsters. What he needs most is a powerful magical beast. Roar! The frost dragon flew close to the ground, and all the inferior magical beasts were frozen in the East City. As the dragon drew closer, Qinyi also saw clearly the instigator behind this beast tide. A huge, bloated, and ugly ant. This thing is so creepy. Qinyi saw everything. That ant queen-like monster was actually producing low-level monsters in a continuous stream. It was just an ant, yet it gave birth to different magical beasts. It was truly bizarre. However, This is exactly what someone likes. Chinyi grinned and licked his lips. Female, I like it. Chapter 262. Crisis Strikes, Capturing the Queen Ant Alive. Queen Ant, where are you going? As Chunyi approached the Queen Ant, he noticed that all the alchemical beasts were also moving towards her. You think you're the only one who can call people? Come out. Chunyi let out a low roar, and a terrifying aura immediately erupted from the nearby city of Os. The recuperating, cursed black-armored goblins immediately rushed over, carrying with them a grayish-white mist. They didn't move before because there was no one in the city who could mobilize them, but now, even without dragons, the black-armored goblins, empowered by the cursed seal, were more than capable of easily annihilating this group of alchemical monsters. Roar! The goblins were still wearing the tattered armor that hadn't been replaced in the last war. The broken pieces of armor were scattered in different places, but the broken pieces around the mouth were neatly arranged. And so it was. To the Queen Ant, a group of hideous demons, covered in broken armor and bearing fangs, crawled up from hell. The aura emanating from each of them amazed me. Just one would be enough to make me cautious, but now there are hundreds. Hold head high. The dragon also stopped instinctively. He cautiously observed the black-armored goblins below. He was familiar with this scene and this type of unit. He was also very familiar with the black and white mist emanating from the other party. Back then, a group of ordinary goblins and two guys with black aura beat me to a pulp, but now, he didn't even dare to breathe loudly when there were 200 of them. Carefully controlling its breathing, the frost dragon was afraid that its breath would affect the goblins hunting below. Even though he possessed the ability to emit black mist, he still dared not have any designs on the goblins. Because I was alone, while the other party always came in groups. How magnificent! Yadin swallowed hard, staring in disbelief at the scene below. The beast tide that terrified them now seemed to have become a slaughterhouse and a hunting ground. 200 people were overwhelming the enemies more than 10,000 beasts. And it was the kind that rampaged through the air, causing blood and gore. Chunyi had already given a strict order when the goblins were mobilized. Take nothing except the Queen Ant. So the goblins, in order to complete the task quickly, almost always charged around recklessly. Too brutal. The half-carved corpse of an unidentified beast, dripping with blood, crashed onto the protective shield in front of the Heidi family's chief of guards, and then slowly slid down. He had never seen anything like it before. The Crying Legion, with 100 against 10,000, barely managed to win, right? He felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the goblins who were now casually tearing apart and discarding the beast tide. I would believe it if you told me this army was the direct force of some god. Thank goodness they're not the enemy. The goblins transformed into flesh-crushing machines, frantically slaughtering the beast horde. Soon, they broke through layers of defenses and reached the Queen Ant's side. Hiss! The Queen Ant hissed, her massive body wriggling backward. But how could she, who was not known for her fighting skills, be a match for the goblins? She was quickly bound, and then brought before Chunyi. Synthetic Queen Ant. Attribute, 80. Quality, alchemical creation, tier 4. Weapons, nest of procreation, heart of balance. Skill. Note, an unexpected collaboration between two losers. Note, don't be fooled. This is a vicious woman. Be careful. She might try to force you to have her child. Note, female, enjoys having children. Note, her chaotic soul is like her chaotic past. A chaotic soul? A chaotic past. Chunyi didn't care. He was only interested in the other party's reproductive ability. How come these alchemical creatures all have this sense of balance? Chunyi became somewhat curious about this so-called alchemical creature. How come so many alchemical creatures have suddenly appeared? Is this the manifestation of the will of Atlantis? Hiss! Damn human, how dare you attack me? Although it was clearly the Queen Ant, it actually emitted the hiss of a snake. And it's interesting that you can talk. Chunyi looked at the Ant Queen with even more curiosity, as she must have had a lot of genes from other races implanted in her. However, the method of fusing genes was somewhat clumsy. Those marked by God, just obediently let me kill them. Why do you resist? The Queen Ant continued to clamor. Chunyi listened with great interest. Marked by a god. Does this god refer to the will of Atlantis? It seems this is Atlantis' tactic. Chunyi was somewhat disappointed. He had expected a few lightning tribulations or something, but he hadn't expected it to be something like this. After the Queen Ant angrily rebuked Chunyi, she stopped talking and just stared fiercely at the guy marked by the god. Hey, tell me what you call the mark of God. Chunyi kicked the enormous Queen Ant beneath him and asked. The queen ant gave a human-like sneer. You, who have been marked dead by the god of winter, are not worthy to know the news of the gods. The god of winter? God. Chunye's expression was solemn. Is a god watching me? Or is this god the embodiment of the will of Atlantis? If it's the latter, this joke has gone way too far. No matter how strong he is now, he can't be a match for a god. He had witnessed the power of the gods when he saw the statue in Osplatz. If he hadn't possessed the remnant thunder weapon, he would have already perished. Seeing Chunye's expression change repeatedly, the queen ant also had her own little scheme. Human, once marked by the god of winter, you cannot survive, but I have a way to make you live. The queen ant tempted. Let's merge. If you merge with me, I can help you escape the god's pursuit. Oh, Chunye asked in surprise. You can help me escape the pursuit of the gods? The queen ant wriggled her body and said smugly. Of course, God commands us to destroy you. As long as I say that you have been destroyed by me, the remaining people will naturally not pursue you. Does God want you to destroy me? Chunye grasped the key words. He pressed further. And what about your God? Will he intervene? How is that possible? The queen ant exclaimed in surprise, while simultaneously revealing her disdain. God is too busy competing for the divine throne to personally intervene because of you. I see. Chunye breathed a sigh of relief, his heart finally at ease. His eyes darted around as he continued. If your God has to compete for divine positions, isn't he a true God? Humph. The queen ant suddenly sneered. Humans, gods are gods, and divine positions are divine positions. You don't need to try to trick me. That's all I know. Sudden. The queen ant seemed to have thought of something. She revealed her disdain again and said, Human, you don't actually think you can escape our pursuit without the gods intervening, do you? She raised her head proudly. Humans, don't think that defeating me is something to brag about. The queen ant's eyes suddenly turned serious. I am the weakest of them all. Chunye. The frost dragon standing to the side rolled its eyes. The weakest one, and you're talking about it with such pride. He felt that the queen ant seemed to have some intelligence, but it wasn't high. Left with no other option, Chunye asked one last question. You're the weakest, which means that besides you, there will be other companions constantly coming to find me, right? The queen ant said smugly, Of course. However, you don't necessarily have to die. As long as you are willing to unite with me, you will be one of us after we merge. Chunye nodded, then gave the order to the goblins. The queen ant panicked when she felt herself being dragged. What do you mean by this? Don't you care about your own life or death? Chunye blinked. Yes, of course I care. Then what are you doing? The queen ant was terrified. She sensed an extremely uncomfortable aura emanating from the goblin beneath her. Chunye said frankly, You wouldn't want to have an in-depth conversation with me here, would you? The queen ant understood. So that's how it is. Just as that woman said, humans are all afraid of death. Chapter 263, Another Encounter with Hellish Imps. What a hassle, having to go back to the territory every time I want to create troops. If only the teleportation array were ready by now. Chunye has a special arrangement for the queen ant. Since he intends to cultivate the strongest goblin, he should replace all the existing genes of the current goblins and do it all in one go. Just as the other party said, she was the weakest one, along with the rest of her companions. Chunye, on the other hand, planned to arrest a few more. Once it's almost time, he'll have the original Dark Goblins re-enter their genes. And this must contain the genes of the queen ant. For no other reason then. He wanted to try to see if he could replicate the other person's reproductive ability. If possible, that would be a great help to me. Your Excellency is truly awe-inspiring. Congratulations on your triumphant return. Congratulations on your triumphant return, sir. Congratulations on your triumphant return, sir. Congratulations on your triumphant return, sir. Upon returning to the city gate, Yadin and the guarding soldiers offered their congratulations to Chunye. Chunye was not surprised by this situation. At this moment, the city of Os needed a hero, a backbone. He walked recklessly through the crowd, and then called for Yadin. Upon arriving at the residence, Congratulations, sir. Upon meeting Chunye, Yadin immediately congratulated him on his achievements. Without realizing it, she had even started calling Chunye sir. Perhaps it's because of the dragon that Chunye subdued? Or perhaps it was the beast tide that left her helpless, which Chunye easily resolved the problem with as soon as he appeared. Chunye himself did not notice anything unusual. He first gave the order, Those corpses outside the city. Don't worry, sir, I will make the arrangements. It can be absorbed by the city's population of over 100,000. Having spent some time in the territory, Yadin naturally knew Chunye's thoughts. My husband is incredibly stingy, well, incredibly frugal. Chunyi nodded in satisfaction. This little girl is not only sensible, but she also understands herself. Immediately afterwards, he continued, the protective shields should not be discontinued during this period. As Chunyi spoke, he tossed out a batch of energy stones, amounting to approximately 100,000. Of OS is his second base, so it cannot be easily breached. According to the rules, Chunyi could actually choose a unit to stay here and summon at any time. It's like building a weakened version of a fountain here. If Chunyi were to place the power to summon goblins using the curse seal here, the safety of the city could be guaranteed to the greatest extent. But he didn't intend to put the cursed black-armored goblin here. Yes. Yadin first used her storage ring to put away the energy stone. He then asked, puzzled, Sir, wasn't the crisis already resolved? Why do we still need to? This is the second thing I want to tell you. Chunyi said, the crisis is only temporarily resolved. I need you to help me with something else. Willing to serve. Yadin places his left hand on his chest to show his loyalty. Chunyi was satisfied, and then said, I need you to recruit soldiers. Conscription? Yadin was taken aback. My lord, I'm already doing this. Chunyi waved his hand. I don't want a mere 20,000 recruits. I want at least 80,000. 80,000. Yadin was stunned. He even thought he had misheard. The conscription of 20,000 soldiers was actually a violation of the Empire's laws, but no one said anything because of Ostanden's power. But Chunyi was even more ruthless. The conscription of 80,000 soldiers represented almost all adult men and women in the city, excluding the elderly and children. My lord, this is against the laws of the Empire. Law. Chunyi glanced at it, and then sneered. The Emperor is far away. I don't care about the law. He wasn't originally from here, so naturally he didn't care about the laws here. In Chunyi's view, this place was so remote that the Empire would have no chance of detecting any activity here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have violated the prince's woman. The reason he dared to do this was because the Empire had no jurisdiction over him. Or rather, messages from here are unlikely to reach the Empire unless deliberately transmitted. By the time the Empire learned of this, he had grown to the point where even the Empire had to concede. Territory is his capital, and troops are his weapons. As long as he is strong enough, then Chunyi is the law. Sir, if we forcibly conscript soldiers, I'm afraid some people will object, and it will arouse public anger. Public outrage? Chunyi glanced at it casually. Now that a blizzard has descended and monsters are rampant, how can we protect their wives and children if we don't conscript soldiers? How can we protect their parents? But without you. Yadin was speechless. Do I owe them? Chunyi's question left Yadin speechless. Yes, I am the city lord. If it weren't for Chunyi, I probably would have made the same decision. Conscription. A cruel but necessary action. Chunyi looked at Yadin and said, don't worry. You can tell them that they will have very little time to fight, and they can just take care of logistics. He never expected this group to face the crisis in Atlanta. Although the city had more than 100,000 inhabitants, they were like a group of walking cakes in front of the beast tide and those alchemical monsters. It serves no purpose other than to stuff them to death. All he needs is logistics. After all, a tough battle was about to begin, and his troops didn't have the extra time to do such things. Yes, I understand. Yadin gritted her teeth and turned around. Suddenly, thump, boom, a loud thud accompanied the shaking beneath my feet. Yadin stumbled and almost lost her balance. Chunyi steadied her from behind in time. Yadin turned around, and a splash of scarlet and excitement caught her eye. Chunyi looked up at the sky and murmured softly, they're here. They arrived so quickly. Yes. This man. Yadin's expression was complicated. He said he didn't know the city anything, but when the city was really in crisis, he was still the first to stand up. Is this what they call a sense of security? A feeling like a father? Yadin looked bewildered. However, Chunyi sat back in his seat and started remote command. Hell imps? What a strange yet familiar unit. Chapter 264. The Alchemy Array, the Kidnapped Goblin. As for Hell imps, I remember their strength lies in their synergy with Hell skeletons, right? Chunyi recalls the attributes of the Hellish imp. Hell imps shouldn't have abilities like explosions, right? Boom. The shaking continued, and the hellish imps outside the city walls seemed to be quite powerful. Sir, I'll go first. Okay, you can go now. Yadin went to the city wall and injected more energy stones into the energy core. Chunyi sat in the position representing the highest power in the city, propped his head up with his hand, and opened the goblin's perspective. Lava imp. Attribute, 17. Quality: alchemical creation, tier 1. Level: 10. Weapon: none. Skill: explosion. Note: an imitation may also be a surpassing one. Note: don't mess with me, or I'll kill myself. What is this? It's actually an alchemical creation. Chinyi was taken aback. The creature was dark-skinned, shaped like an octopus, and had tentacles. It did indeed resemble the hellish imp quite a bit. But it's not a hellish imp. What exactly is this alchemical creation? Chinyi developed a strong interest in the so-called alchemical creation. Or perhaps he developed a strong interest in the technology of alchemy. As far as he knew, the Silver Moon Empire seemed to have something called the Alchemy Guild. It should be a cathedral similar to those in the Titan Empire. So this, could it be the faith of the Silver Moon Empire? Chinyi pondered, while a fierce battle raged outside the city. The magma imp had no other means of attack. It simply rushed to the protective shield and then detonated itself. One or two attacks are naturally not strong, but they launch a coordinated attack as a whole with great tacit understanding. The area outside the city is now charred black, all thanks to these guys. The lava imp's corpse was extremely hot after it died, and it had already melted most of the snow on the city wall. The blizzard continued to fall and melt at the same time. Quack! Bump! When the goblins went out, the little Karami magma imps were easily killed by the goblins one by one before they even had a chance to explode. The goblin was eating with great relish, its saliva splattering all over the ground. Although the hellish imps kept popping up from the ground in an endless, frenzied manner. However, the goblins' overwhelming strength allowed them to quickly resolve the crisis on the surface and then prepare to advance underground. Leave some. Chinyi issued a new order. He didn't know if goblins could reproduce with such genderless creatures, but leaving a seed was never a bad idea. It's like you got a card that's not very powerful, but is very rare. Keep it. You never know when you might be able to fuse it with other cards. Caw caw caw. The goblins obediently left some behind before advancing towards the ground. Their method of advance was extremely brutal. They tore up pieces of land and then threw them out. Because the teleportation array wasn't built yet, the ground goblins couldn't get through, so they had to resort to this brutal method. However, the methods don't matter. As long as the result is good, there's no problem. Chinyi didn't care about the process. What could be underground? Chinyi was also curious about who could summon so many magma imps. It would be great if it were a creature like the queen ant. This is exactly what he wanted. Gah! Along the way, goblins kept digging, and lava imps kept popping up. However, they were all mercilessly killed by goblins as soon as they appeared, and a small number of them were coated with poison and thrown to the ground. A moment later, 40 meters underground, the goblin stopped in front of a huge magic circle. The magic circle was crimson, with several small scarlet stones placed around it, and a magma imp was being generated in the center of the magic circle and then emerged. Bump! The lava imp was crushed by the goblin before it could explode. They sniffed the array with curiosity. It smelled of sulfur and minerals. On the other side, in the blizzard far from the city, a man riding a giant toad is smiling at the crystal in his arms. That's it. Let's go in and see what this powerful new creature is. The man's voice was hoarse, yet it held an indescribable excitement. He and the queen ant arrived at the same time. However, he did not immediately choose to attack this person whom even the god of winter had personally marked, but instead chose to wait. That foolish queen ant chose to besiege the city to force the man marked by the god to show himself. He then witnessed the queen ant being brutally abused. They were brutally abused by these strange creatures. Beast tamer of similar skill to myself. However, he had never seen this kind of creature before, which meant that it was a creature cultivated by the other party. Cultivating and strengthening organisms. It's a method that's remarkably similar to mine. Come, little darling, quickly enter my alchemy array. The man grew even more excited as the goblin drew closer. He had no intention of making an enemy of this guy who was marked by God. That's how it is now, at least for now. What he wanted was the organisms cultivated by the other party. The powerful creature, capable of a second stage transformation, is simply captivating. If I could research and replicate it myself. Hee hee. The goblin stared at the magic circle, unsure what to do. The next moment, within the man's crystal, he saw the group of creatures attempting to attack the alchemical array. It's useless. I sacrificed 20,000 lives to obtain this magic circle. The weight of 20,000 lives is not something you can destroy in a short time. The man seemed quite pleased with his masterpiece. He became even more excited as he watched the goblins attack using various methods. Powerful, incredibly powerful. This strength, This abundant life force. What kind of creature is this? His trembling hand brushed across his lips, his mouth opening and closing as if he were seeing the most beautiful thing in the world. Come in, come in. You can't destroy it. Come in now. He opened his arms and pulled the goblin in the image into his embrace. And at that moment, there really was a goblin with a husky-like appearance moving towards the magic circle. Huh. Quack. God commands destruction, but it cannot be destroyed. What should be done? The goblin approached, and then he discovered that the magic circle was blocking their attack, but it couldn't stop them from entering. Is there a problem? Upon seeing this, Chunyi had a sudden thought. He instinctively felt that something was wrong. But since that silly Dachun had already gone in on his own initiative, he couldn't say anything more. The only option is to order the goblins to destroy it from the inside. Gah! The goblin obeyed the command, and a massive energy hand instantly materialized. However, before the energy hand could even land, more than a dozen crimson chains suddenly appeared around them and instantly bound the goblin. The next second, a flash of white light, and the chains disappeared along with the goblin. The magic array on the ground gradually turned into ashes. Chunyi. Self-destruction? Wait, where's my goblin? He quickly switched perspectives. But the goblin's perspective is very strange. A scruffy bearded middle-aged man was affectionately pressing his lips against the mouth of the immobilized goblin, talking to himself. Ha ha, little monster, I've got you. Don't move, come with Daddy. Daddy will take you to find the mother monster, and then you'll quickly give birth to lots of little monsters for me. Chapter 265, Taking the Initiative. What is this person going to do? Chunyi almost thought he had misheard. The other party went to great lengths to kidnap my goblin, only to help me raise new goblins? Oh no, he had no idea that the goblins he had raised would be subdued by me. In other words, does this guy want to use goblins to create more monsters? Chunyi guessed the purpose of the person in front of him. The feeling of sympathy I had for the goblins vanished instantly. He had just thought this person had to die. After all, raising his goblins was no easy feat, especially the cursed goblins. Those achievements were all the result of my own hard work and dedication. But now, good people, I've met a good person. Chunyi marveled at how vast and wondrous the world is. To be honest, he wasn't very clear about the opponent's strength, but the alchemical array he had just used was indeed quite impressive. Even a combined attack from his 200 goblins couldn't destroy it. Let him go. Let's see what surprise he has in store for me. Chunyi gave the kidnapped goblin an order to cooperate with the experiment, and then stopped paying attention to it. His next task is to deal with the crisis. According to the Queen Ant, he seemed to be marked by some god of winter. There will be a constant stream of people or beasts attacking you. In that case, Chunyi calmed down and thought about it. Instead of passively defending, it's better to take the initiative. Now that we've determined the enemy's lineup, let's begin searching for them. He hid himself in the city and sent goblins to annihilate the enemy. It's a good method, but we need to filter out who the enemies are. Chunyi thought about the spells these people used and their physical functions. They all seem to be inextricably linked to alchemy. In other words, this crisis mainly comes from the Silver Moon Empire. If that's the case, Chunyi summoned Yadan and ordered him to search for people from the Silver Moon Empire, people with the Silver Moon Empire's insignia, or magical beasts in the vicinity. The weak follow behind, while the strong return to report. To ensure his operation was foolproof, he summoned 1,000 black-armored goblins and 1,000 fire-attribute dragon goblins again. With the two forces working together and 200 cursed black-armored goblins, they should be able to take down the vast majority of star-level monsters. Chunyi finalized his plan and set off for both the territory and the city. Instead of waiting for the fish to bite, it's better to pump water and catch them. On the other side, somewhere in the forest, an ant-man tribe. Sasasa. In the dimly lit cave, an ant-man is moving swiftly. The cave was intricate and complex, but the ant-man walked very decisively, as if he didn't need to look at the road at all. A moment later, he finally arrived at a bright place. The cave here opens up into a spacious and open area, and the cave walls are surrounded by beautiful fluorescent stones that illuminate the surroundings. And beside the fluorescent stone, there were countless ant-men. They were hanging upside down on the stone wall. Ant-Man communicated with 2 layers of guards using pheromones and finally arrived in front of an ant-man with bloated hind legs and a huge body. The ant-man's hind legs were so enormous that she could only lie on the ground, unable to lift her head. She could only rely on pheromones and hearing to understand things. Greetings, Queen Ant. What are the results of the reconnaissance? Who won? Unable to move its enormous body, The queen ant could only barely lift its head to ask a question. Reporting to the queen ant, there was no victory. Both the giant ape and the mutated lizard failed. Ant-Man replied truthfully. They all failed. The queen ant's voice was tinged with surprise. How could they both fail? Could it be that they both perished together? Ant-Man replied. No, it was the great queen ant who returned. The frost dragon suddenly returned and ended the battle with overwhelming force. Frost dragon? The queen ant's antennae twitched repeatedly. It's good that the frost dragon has returned. Let's surrender to the frost dragon. I'm afraid that won't work. Ant-Man thought for a moment and then replied. No? Why not? The queen ant looked at her 37,250 first child with a puzzled expression. Because the frost dragons have been controlled by humans. Ant-Man said those words. The already silent cave became even more silent, and even the queen ant slowed her breathing. Has it been subdued by humans? She was somewhat unwilling. If they couldn't seek refuge with the strong in the forest, they would have a hard time surviving the upcoming purge. However, the two giant beasts were killed by the frost dragon, and the frost dragon was then subdued by humans. Are we going to surrender to humanity? Impossible. Surrendering to humanity would be tantamount to suicide. She would never bow down to the OS Empire, and she would never bow down to the Holy Church. The next second, a surge of stubbornness welled up within her, and the queen ant snorted coldly. It seems this dragon isn't all that great after all, she complained, and those two envoys couldn't even defeat a controlled dragon. The queen ant gritted her teeth, holding back her anger, and said, in that case, let's just go and seek refuge with the one in the forest. Queen ant, I think this requires serious consideration. Upon hearing this, Ant-Man, hanging on the wall, immediately expressed a different opinion. Lord Queen Ant, please be careful. Queen Ant, I disagree. The ant-like beings hidden on the cave walls revealed themselves to express their opinions. One of them even spoke directly. Queen Ant, forgive my bluntness. The only thing we can do to get noticed by that person is to use soul stones, but you don't seem to have the authority to directly handle soul stones. The atmosphere inside the cave became tense for a moment. The Queen Ant hadn't expected that they would actually dare to stand up and rebel against her. The Ant-Man who had fallen onto the rock faced each other, but neither was willing to back down. As the two locked eyes, the surrounding air pressure began to solidify and compress. The air was visibly distorted, and their gazes had risen to a spiritual level. A moment later, snort. The Queen Ant snorted coldly and stepped back, saying, I may not hand over the soul stones, but surrendering to that person is a must. You all probably know about the blizzard outside. That being is an unassailable being. The Queen Ant backed down, and the atmosphere eased. On the stone wall also spoke. I heard that person is collecting powerful monsters. We could train one ourselves. I suppose the Queen Ant wouldn't mind? The Ant-Man leader finished speaking. He looked at the Queen Ant. The latter, whose expression changed repeatedly in private, finally compromised again. All right, let's go find some powerful creatures. Led the charge on the stone wall, succeeded, and then gave orders in place of the Queen Ant. But, sir, most of the surrounding tribes have already moved away, except for that stupid, dim-witted tribe. Isn't there a dragon's territory not far away? The former sounded somewhat impatient. Yes, I understand. The Ant-Men instantly understood. Ordinary Ant-Men would suffer heavy losses if they besieged Yalon's territory. But, so what? He's just an ordinary Ant-Man. This kind of thing doesn't even deserve to be called a companion. Chapter 266. Come on, I'll find you a wife. Snow Dragon Territory. A wild-winged wolf has trespassed into your territory. A wild-winged wolf admires your power and requests to become your vassal unit. Do you accept? Winged Wolf. Shin Mo pondered for a moment, then clicked accept. Congratulations. You have accepted the Winged Wolf as your vassal unit. Your current unit count is 100. What exactly is going on here? Chun Mo received a new vassal unit, but he was not happy. During this period, he has rejected the vassal applications of 4 races, the Farflies, the Catgirls, the Werewolves, and the Lizardmen. But this winged wolf today has really good attributes. It's among the top tier of gold-level wolves. He could no longer refuse. I wonder if Chun-Yi is aware of this situation. Chun Mo felt somewhat guilty. If Chun-Yi knew about this situation, then he would have benefited. The other person is taking care of me. But if Chun-Yi doesn't know, then should I tell him? Shouldn't we at least share intelligence on the vassal troops here? Chun Mo is a person of principle. He felt that Chun-Yi had already been very good to him, and he didn't want to owe any more favors. After some thought, he decided to tell Chunyi the news from here. Dependency troops. Chunyi was taken aback at first, then something occurred to him. The Snowfield Dragon Lord's territory is located deep within and on the edge of the forest. With the recent riots in the depths of the forest, many magical beasts or orcs are indeed coming out. As for the vassal troops that the other side acquired, Chunyi didn't care. He also had requirements for his vassal troops. If possible, he would like to recruit the Black Greyhounds into his vassal units. If that's not possible, then he needs to be at least a king level or saint level. Therefore, he really looked down on these low-ranking military units. A moment later, Chin Imo received a reply from Chunyi. The other party told him not to worry about it, as he was aware of the situation. They just asked me to keep an eye out for people or monsters that look strange or use some kind of strange magic circle. I owe you another favor. Chin Imo fell into deep thought. Chunyi was of immense help to me, but I have nothing to repay them with. Or, he thought of what Chunyi had just said. People or monsters with strange appearances, or who can use strange magic circles. Go and look for it. He dismissed the newly acquired vassal troops, hoping they could help Chunyi. But, why are all these magical beasts running away? Thousand Ghost Forest. A strange old man is leaping through the forest on a giant toad. Each jump clears a giant tree tens of meters high before heading towards the designated target. I wonder which unlucky guy is guarding this place. The strange old man kept looking at the goblin in his arms as he walked. Strangely, this little monster didn't cause any trouble after leaving its original group, acting like a child. Well, okay, he's more like an idiot. Could it be that it's too far from its master to operate, causing it to regain a faint semblance of consciousness? The strange old man guessed who the goblin belonged to. How cruel. I only sacrificed a city of 50,000 people, and you directly destroyed the mind of this monster to achieve control. The old man shook his head, revealing a hideous scar running from his cheek down to his chest beneath his cloak. It's okay. Come with me. I'll take you to eat and drink the best food, and I'll even find you a wife. As the old man spoke, the giant frog beneath him remained stationary. We've arrived. The old man observed his surroundings and indeed found remnants of a powerful creature. He stretched out his hand, and a crimson magic circle appeared on his palm. The magic circle swirled, but there was no unusual movement. What's going on? We've arrived at our destination, but we can't sense any powerful creatures. The old man was puzzled. According to my information, the dragon in this area has disappeared. That lord should have sent a powerful creature to take over. How could there not be? Swish, swish, swish. Countless insects crawled out of the old man's arm and then spread to the surrounding area. He took out the crystal from his pocket, which reflected all the insects' perspectives and images. There are indeed no powerful creatures. Strangeness. The old man shook his head, then touched the black-armored goblin's head. It's okay, you'll find a wife eventually. Brush. The old man summoned a formation, and the surrounding insects returned in a frenzy. The giant toad turned around and jumped twice, but was stopped by the old man. His eyes, hidden beneath the black robe, gradually deepened as he suddenly realized something. I've thought of a better place, little guy. Come on, I'll keep looking for a wife for you. The old man patted the toad, and the toad immediately understood and turned around again. The old man touched the ugly, long scar on his face and muttered, "It's time to collect some interest." Single. Toad jumping. The goblin watched everything with curiosity from beginning to end, and he used his tongue to stop a sighting bug that hadn't had time to return. A few more moments passed. They finally arrived at their destination. Hey, not bad luck. These ant-men are actually getting ready to go out. The old man smiled. Directly in front of him were mounds of fine sand. The beach here was not covered by the blizzard, which meant that Ant-Man had clearly cleaned it up. Upon closer inspection, each sand dune leads to a bottomless, abyss-like cave. At that moment, a steady stream of Ant-Man race members with human facial features and ant-like body structures emerged from the cave. They were lazy when they came out, but after walking for a while, they consciously became a disciplined army. After all the Ant-Mans had come out, the fine sand became messy, seemingly because Ant-Mans had made the mess. They are covering up their cave in a crude manner. However, the sand dunes and caves exposed to the blizzard prove that a tribe lived here. The old man arrived at a large sand dune, a place he knew very well. You can go directly to where you want to go from here. Little monster, you'd better behave yourself later. Your wife might be older than you. Elder. He was about to comfort the little monster, saying that his wife was a bit too big for him. But when he turned his head, he saw that his little monster was doing something indecent to his surveillance bug. A moment of disarray in the wind. He wasn't amazed by the little monster's reaction, but rather by its size. The insect being observed is only 20 centimeters long. He shook his head, then suddenly burst into laughter. Okay, if the little one can adapt, the big one shouldn't be a problem either. Don't worry, I'll find you a wife right away. The old man looked at the sand dunes and smiled sinisterly, while simultaneously retrieving the sight-detecting insect that had been left outside. With a wave of his hand, a crimson magic circle enveloped the toad beneath him. The old man led the goblins through the maze-like caves without encountering any ant-men. Even if O'Hare had an encounter, the ant-man soldiers acted as if they hadn't seen it and let the two of them pass by. The old man seemed very familiar with this place. The complex anthill appeared to him as if there was only one straight path to follow. Finally, he stopped in front of a cave that was glowing. The light reveals a bright and large room behind the empty blood chamber. The room was somewhat messy, guarded by numerous guards, and contained many milky white eggs. I'm afraid we'll have to resort to some methods. Frowned as he looked at the enormous number of ant-men responsible for guarding the area. The next second, he summoned the magic circle in his hand and then slammed it onto the ground. Then came complex incantations, obscure chanting, and finally a few gray stones. The alchemical array took shape. He glanced at the goblin beside him. Its little brother was still standing tall. The old man nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Once you're inside, just find the biggest one and follow your instincts. The old man gave an order, and then a crimson light flashed. The two disappeared from the spot, leaving only a sulfurous smell that gradually spread. Chapter 267, Ant Nest, Queen Ant. What is that? Human scent. Suddenly, chaos erupted inside the cave, as countless ant-men hidden on the cave walls surged toward the entrance. Has someone broken in? Deal with the intruders. Hiss. Without the queen ant giving any orders, the ants that had caught the scent of humans went out one by one. Just as most of the ant-men rushed out, two figures suddenly appeared inside the cave. The ant-men in the cave seemed not to have noticed them. Two invisible figures walked freely inside the cave. The old man looked at the current situation with satisfaction, and then looked at the goblins. He was startled as he watched the little goblin grow taller and taller. What a lewd creature. It seems I don't even need to use alchemy. Go, do what you're supposed to do. The old man released the bound goblin, which immediately charged toward its prey, which he had been eyeing in the cave. Queen Ant. As the only woman of the opposite sex in the area, she had long been targeted by goblins. As a powerful species carrying powerful genes, her existence is even more deadly to goblins. The goblin excitedly charged toward the queen ant's enormous body, where a mist began to appear to aid it. Mist can conceal, and it can also take shape. Hiss. Inside the cave, the ant-man, seeing the sudden appearance of mist, prepared to be on guard. But they were interrupted by a seductive voice. Everything is normal, you didn't see anything. Instantly slumped the eyes and drooped the heads of the thousands of ant-men remaining inside the cave. Very good, come into this alchemy array. The old man continued to use his magic to confuse the remaining ant-men inside the cave, while also marveling at the goblin's skills. He had assumed the goblin would simply scatter its seeds, but he hadn't expected it to have the ability to transform. Luckily, I'm experienced, otherwise I would have been exposed. The old man smiled knowingly and gestured for the goblin to continue. The goblin was naturally happy to oblige. The goblins pushed forward, with the ant king moving toward the alchemy array ahead of them. The ant queen is in charge of reproduction, but they stopped doing their job under the influence of the formation. Fortunately, a kind person took over his job. The goblin excitedly traversed the countercurrent, transforming into a shape it was satisfied with. And then, hiss. The queen ant suddenly roared. The old man's trick fooled most of the ant-men and kept the rest in the dark. But they could not hide it from the queen ant. As someone who experienced it firsthand, how could she not know the size of her ant queen? Who are you? You actually dared to violate me. Damn alien race. The queen ant sensed the abnormality within her body. This size definitely did not belong to the king ant who served her. However, she couldn't see the guy. Roar. The queen ant roared and summoned her people back. How could she, the queen ant, be humiliated like this? Roar. The queen ant's first roar went unnoticed by anyone. The ant-men inside the cave were disappearing into the alchemical array at breakneck speed. Roar. The queen ant roared louder, knowing there was something wrong with her cave, and decided to summon the ant-men from the outside. This decision was undoubtedly useful. The entire massive anthill began to tremble, and the queen ant had actually mobilized the entire colony. Tens of thousands of ant-men traverse a vast underground cave, protecting their queen. Suddenly, a hand appeared in the queen ant's eyes. A hoarse voice said, "Queen ant, I will exchange the stone of truth for 1,000 ant-men in exchange for a moment of clarity for you." Buzz! A massive crimson alchemical array instantly appeared beneath the queen ant's feet. The formation was enormous, covering an area of hundreds of meters in radius, encompassing most of the cave. "I'm different, Buzz." The queen ant wanted to refuse. However, the offerings have no right to speak. Alchemical arrays emphasize equivalent exchange. As long as the equivalent formation is established, the magic array will be forcibly activated. Buzz! The queen ant's brain went blank for a moment, and she felt as if she had lost consciousness. Her eyes became cloudy and her vision blurred, and finally she lost her sight. Phew! The old man breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, I refined those ants. Otherwise, with the number of truth stones I have, I might not have been able to control the queen ant. He briefly controlled the queen ant, first ordering the surrounding soldier ants to retreat, and then having the queen cooperate with the goblins' actions. With the queen ant's cooperation, the goblins became even more excited. The old man, witnessing all this, was naturally even more excited. "Come on, monsters combined. Let me see what kind of monster will be born." The outer perimeter of the queen ant's nest. Ooh! A giant wolf with a robust body and wings on its forelimbs roared. A whoa! An echo came from the sky, and then several figures landed steadily. The winged wolf folded its wings, and then cautiously stood in front of the cave with its companion. At the same time, Chinemo was watching everything intently. Is something strange about this place? The winged wolf conveyed something suspicious to him. "Let's go in and take a look." Chinemo ordered the winged wolves to enter. He seemed to have no other way to repay Chunyi than through this simple sharing of intelligence resources. Hopefully we can find what Chunyi is looking for. Chinemo was unsure whether there were powerful creatures or so-called strange creatures and strange methods here. However, this was the first unusual place the winged wolf had found after searching the surrounding area. The cave is surprisingly spacious. It seems that the magical beasts living here are either enormous or numerous. Chun-Imo analyzed the situation. He seemed to have found a way to repay Chun-Yi's kindness. He wouldn't mind telling Chun-Yi if there were powerful creatures here. Or he could just capture him and hand him over to Chun-Yi. The winged wolf kept sniffing along the way, leading Chun-Mo's vision deeper underground. I don't know how long I was down there, or how deep I went, until the winged wolf let out a mournful howl towards the cave below. Chun-Mo's eyes lit up. Sure enough, there's a powerful life force here. What is that? Chun-Imo paused, his tone trailing off. Through the winged wolf's vision, he saw two enormous soldier ant-men guarding the cave entrance. Ant-Man's thick arms and sharp teeth gleamed coldly even in the dark cave. These two ant-men are undoubtedly the elite of the elite. However, Chun-Mo's attention was drawn to the scene behind the soldier ant-men. A red wall. A mournful wail seemed to come from the wall, as if countless faces were struggling on the wall, and countless souls seemed to be imprisoned on the wall. Suddenly, a soul struggled to descend from that enormous scarlet wall. Behind her, a few red threads, still lingering on the wall, remained unconcerned. Her mind was solely focused on the outside world. However, before she even reached the entrance, she was spotted by the ant-man guarding the cave and bitten to pieces. Crunch, crunch. The soldier ants made a crisp sound as if they were chewing glass. Ding. Congratulations on discovering a valuable item. Soul Stone. Chapter 268. Long time no see, our hero. Soul Stone. A collection of souls, crude energy, incomplete energy, and energy with extremely high concentration. Note. This is an experiment by the gods. Something seems to be hidden within it. Note. The broken substitute for the Stone of Truth, an experiment that ended in failure. Note. The bewitching stone can be absorbed after being purified by the power of holy light. Holy light purification? God's experiment. Chun-Imo was shocked. Does God really exist? No, I should have realized this sooner. There is a God. There definitely is a God in this world. Chun-Mo's mind went from blank to shocked, and finally to excited. He remembered the warning he received when he first arrived in Atlantis. Of immortality and the gods are hidden here, but they belong only to the strong. Did I accidentally stumble upon a divine realm? Chun-Imo was overjoyed. He couldn't believe that he had unintentionally touched upon something like God. I'm probably the first person to come into contact with this thing. Chun Imo stared intently at the crimson wall, unable to conceal his burning desire. Immediately, a gust of cold air woke him up. No, that's not right. There should be other people who have come into contact with the stage of God. He thought of something, and then two people appeared in his mind. Chunyi, Chihongi. Phew. He took a deep breath and quickly calmed himself down. This is probably the kind of thing Chun Yi asked me to help him find. Although the other party's words were vague, mentioning something about powerful creatures and alchemical arrays. But in Shunmo's view, this was just an excuse to cover up his true purpose. Indeed, who would casually reveal God's secrets to others? Chun Imo chuckled to himself, then focused his attention on the cave. This soul stone, does it seal away a soul? Chun Imo looked at the souls within him, each one attempting to break free of the wall only to be mercilessly torn apart, and felt somewhat puzzled. This thing, it looks a bit eerie. Crunch, crunch. In that short time, 3 souls emerged, and 3 of them shattered. However, things were different on the third one. Clatter. A deep red stone remained on the ground after the soul body shattered. The 2 elite Ant-Men's eyes lit up when they saw the deep red stone, and then they put it into their abdomens. In Shunmo's view, the Ant-Man's abdomen had already contained nearly 10 deep red energy stones. What is that? It is power that is power. Shunmo's eyes changed. His clear eyes gradually turned crimson. The next second, take it. The moment Chun Imo saw the large number of deep red stones, he felt as if he had found meaning in his life. He immediately roared at his troops. Yes, that's the stone. Take it. Inside the Queen Ant Cave, the anthill, which originally belonged to the ants, was now occupied by all sorts of insects. Red worms climb over the Ant-Man eggs in the cave, leaving behind their hormones. Blue insects swam among the cracks in the walls, searching for something. Black stalking insects were scattered throughout the cave, monitoring the entire situation, while several strange white insects constantly surrounded the old man. Damn it, why can't I find it? The old man seemed somewhat exasperated because he hadn't found what he wanted. There were 3,000 guards in the cave, 2,000 of whom I lured away, and then I controlled the queen ant to order them to stay out. The remaining 1,000 were refined by himself. It's not in the cave, could it be, that those 2,000 Ant-Men took it away? The old man came up with an absurd idea. But he broke it himself. Impossible. The queen ant couldn't possibly have placed all the soul stones on the soldier she had distracted. So you've hidden it. Go find it. The sighting insects inside the cave immediately sprang into action and quickly disappeared into the queen ant's room. Suddenly, sizzle. The old man cursed under his breath and suddenly turned his head. What happened? Squeak. A strange cry rang out, followed by the corpse of a vision bug being thrown in. Immediately afterwards, kakaka, a rhythmic clanging sound, like that of an army, rang out. A well-organized army of Ant-Men appeared in the Queen Ant's cave. You? The old man stared at everything in shock. My own surveillance bug was destroyed. It was destroyed by the disciplined army outside the cave. This group of low IQ Ant-Men destroyed their own vision bug. They shouldn't have ignored these tiny insects. They shouldn't have obeyed the Queen Ant's orders to stay outside the burrow. Wait, how did you get in? The old man was furious and immediately ordered the Queen Ant to give the order again. Roar. The Queen Ant gave the order to retreat, and the sound waves traveled throughout the tunnel. But the Ant-Man inside the cave showed no sign of leaving. Swish, swish, swish. The colorful seeds around him began to move closer to the old man. The old man's face was grave. Even the most slow-witted person would know something was wrong at this point. Ant-Man is a race with a strict hierarchy, and no one can ignore the Queen Ant's orders. If so, then there are 2 possibilities. Firstly, there is a new power struggle among the Queen Ants. Secondly, these guys have developed their own consciousness and thoughts. And now, either one is dangerous for him. A soul stone. The old man suddenly realized something, and his eyes widened. These Ant-Men, did they directly use soul stones? A powerful Ant-Man emerges from among the Ant-Men, who looks somewhat like the Ant King, but with some differences. The most obvious feature is a pair of anthropomorphic eyes. Hey hee. The ant first grinned foolishly, then revealed a piercing laugh. He tossed a sight-detecting insect at the old man's feet and joked. When I saw this bug, I had some suspicions, but I didn't expect it to really be you. It's been a long time, our hero. Chapter 269, Creating Heroes. Our hero. Who are you? The old man's gaze gradually sharpened as he sized up the Ant-Man, who was leading the group. They look alike, more and more alike. Damn it, it's you, Batu. Why are you still alive? Why? The old man's hysterical roar pushed the surrounding insects to the brink of rampage. It was clear that the person in front of him had given him very bad memories. Minister Batu, why aren't you dead? How could you not be dead? The man went almost mad. His insects began to flap their wings, and more insects poured out from the magic circles inscribed on his sleeves and body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A massive number of insects spread their wings and flew through the cave, the dense vibrations raising the cave's temperature by several degrees. The leader of Ant-Man chuckled. Instead of answering the former's question, he looked at the old man with great surprise. I should be the one curious about you, Ant-Man said slowly, carefully examining the hero before him. You've gotten old, and there's a scar. Was it done by the sword hero? Tsk tisk. Ant-Man clicked his tongue in disbelief. You only paid this little price to survive the sword hero? A little. Just this little bit. The old man was instantly enraged upon hearing this. He pulled open his clothes and a hideous centipede scar ran from his cheek to his lower abdomen, a truly terrifying sight. Batu, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I would still be where I was before. I will not be tortured in any way. We will not participate in any inexplicable wars of national annihilation. I will not fight the sword hero. I will not be wanted by the Empire, and I will certainly not join the Alchemy Guild. The old man spoke at length, and as the centipede scar on his chest moved, a considerable amount of foul air dissipated. He calmed down and looked carefully at the person in front of him. I know, you were resurrected through the Soul Stone, right? The Ant-Men were behaving strangely after the Queen Ant gave the order. Because what resides within these Ant-Men's bodies at this moment is not their original soul. It seems you know quite a bit. Ant-Man did not refute, but merely glanced at the goblin that was carrying out its breeding mission. Is this the monster you bred? Not bad. I can feel the power within him. Very strong. Ant-Man looked at the creator and said, as expected of you. Actually, if the Titan Empire hadn't reacted so quickly, if the Holy Church hadn't come, we will not fail, and you will not be defeated by the sword hero. You are very strong. I have high hopes for you. What do you say, our nation's only hero, join us? Ant-Man extends an invitation to the creator. Yes, join us. As you can see, although our bodies have changed, our souls have remained. An Ant-Man with wings extended an invitation. Creator, stop using your clever tricks. I found the vision bug for you. Another Ant-Man, whose limbs were clearly mutated, crushed a vision bug that was trying to approach him. You should know that your strength lies in nurturing, not in direct combat. More Ant-Mans extended invitations. Come on, join us, and let's take revenge on the Holy Church and the OS Empire. Batu walked toward the creator of the hero, extending an invitation as he went. You take care of raising powerful monsters, and we'll handle the rest of the conquests. As long as your monsters are strong enough. No. Batu suddenly thought of something and sneered. You can also modify us. Or, you can raise us as your monsters. How about it? Batu grinned wildly. We'll cooperate. You. The creator warrior glared at Batu. You're not worthy. Do these damaged artifacts, after being studied by the Holy Church, really think they've received some great opportunity? The creator of the hero disdains it, and then countless insects that were already prepared around him instantly shoot towards Batu. Hiss! Batu roared at the various insects in front of him. The insects fell down like weeds, wave after wave. Suppress. The hero's brow was furrowed deeply. That's right. Batu opened his palms triumphantly, revealing his mane. Didn't you say I was a defective product? Do you know how powerful this defective product is? Oh, you should know that. Otherwise you wouldn't have come back to this place. Batu was initially smug, then turned sarcastic. The creators claimed they were flawed, yet they came here to search for soul stones. Batu saw this as the best way to slap someone in the face. Come on, join us. You don't want to. Batu moved closer and said in a voice that only the two of them could understand. You don't want to be tortured by me anymore, do you? Little friend, you must be good. As it spoke, the ant's tentacles descended towards the former. You're asking for it. The creator hero swatted away the opponent's tentacles with one hand, then quickly increased the distance between himself and the opponent. He could never forget how he was tortured and forced to go to the battlefield. Cut. Batu was annoyed that the other party was still resisting, so he waved his hand behind him. Let's teach this disobedient child a lesson. Hee happy to help. Mutated Ant-Men behind them stepped forward, laughing and joking. It wasn't that Batu couldn't defeat the creator warrior before him, but rather that he was preparing to recreate the scene of the creator warrior being summoned that day. Ant-Men, each with their own expressions and their own tools, approached the creator. Upon witnessing this scene, the creator's past memories immediately flooded back. It's just sending you to the battlefield, not sending you to die. Sweetie, open your mouth, and I'll just pull out 3 of your teeth. I agree. I agree. No. No. Tears, youth, chairs, a sea of white flowers, and a bunch of filthy faces. Come on, don't move. I'll cut a piece of flesh from your palm so that the insects can live in it. Don't move. As long as you focus on manipulating it, this centipede won't enter your brain. No, I'll go to the battlefield. I'll control the insects properly. No, don't put it in my ear. Don't put the centipede in my ear. Please, please. Open your mouth and eat this toad. It's a great food for traveling, so you'd better. No, Familiar faces, familiar men surrounded me, holding various instruments of torture and all sorts of insects. Everything was done to force a child who had just been forcibly conscripted to become a so-called hero. Everything was done to push this hero out to fight against a powerful enemy. Memories of the past flooded his mind, filling him with fear, trembling, and excitement. His heart trembled violently. The next second, the hero who created the hero suddenly raised his head. He no longer bowed his head, no longer avoided the gaze of those who tormented him. Hey he. The old man's head gradually tilted at an inhuman angle, and he laughed. He looked at the very people who had caused his current miserable state. You miss me, and I miss you too. He didn't move as Ant-Man drew closer. His expression only grew more frantic. For us. Hey, good boy, don't rush. I'm going to break your new teeth right now. Anyway, with your self-healing ability, it should grow back quickly, right? I will smash them again and again until you obey. Be good. Hee ha ha. The old man opened his arms, his face twitching uncontrollably. Be obedient. I'm very obedient. I've trained him well. I've really trained him well. You were trained by me. Eat, eat, eat. A cacophony of sounds arose. Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, a crimson magic circle appeared on the neck of the creator warrior, which was tilted to a certain degree. Then a huge, multi-legged creature rose from it. Covered in blood and bits of flesh, the monster roared and howled. Chapter 270, Second Level 5 Territory. You've cultivated a pseudo-dragon from the eastern continent. All the Ant-Men were forced to stop, staring blankly at the enormous creature before them. An overwhelming pressure emanating from their ancient bloodline made them instinctively want to kneel and submit. 100 legs, dragon whiskers, a centipede's body, yet it can fly without wings. A pseudo-dragon. This is a pseudo-dragon from the eastern continent. Bada stared in shock at the enormous object before him. It had only been the size of a finger when he had put it in the other person's ear. Now, only half of its body has emerged, yet it is already 50 meters long. And he keeps this inside his body. How did he do that? Bada was shocked, and then a huge, blade-like razor appeared in his eyes. Boom! Bada was blasted dozens of meters away and crashed heavily into the stone wall. Kill him. No, grab him. Bada only realized at this moment that the creator warrior was no longer the little guy he could easily manipulate. The other person has grown up. It has already become a threat to itself. But it's just a threat. He retreated behind the crowd to observe the battle. All the Ant-Men in the entire anthill were rushing over at top speed. You can't escape in the end. Bada's eyes were cold and clear as he pondered. The other party actually managed to cultivate the pseudo-dragon of the eastern continent. A pseudo-dragon was bred from a centipede. If it were a snake, especially one with bloodlines from the Eastern Zhou dynasty, wouldn't that be incredible? Bada's eyes were burning with desire, and his mouth was dry. He was even more determined to win over his opponent. Naughty ragdolls will eventually be torn to shreds and sewn back together. Boom! One by one, the Ant-Men crashed into the stone wall like kites with broken strings, but even more Ant-Men pounced on it. The centipede is very powerful, but he will eventually run out of strength, as will his Ant-Man. It's famously abundant. One figure remained unaffected by the war, continuing his work, but his large eyes were fixed on the battlefield. That's interesting. That centipede looks pretty good. Within the territory, Chun-Yi witnessed everything through the Goblin's perspective. He wasn't interested in the war between the two sides. He was only interested in the strange centipede. After giving the Goblin the order to take the centipede with him if it was defeated, he exited the vision link. My lord, we have already recruited 30,000 soldiers, and the remaining ones will be able to join the legions soon. But Yaden looked at Chun-Yi with some embarrassment. Just say what it is. Chinyi had no interest in guessing what the other person was thinking. We are not good enough in terms of weaponry and equipment. Yaden spoke frankly. Not enough weapons. Chinyi frowned. Didn't you ask the Sarah Trading Company, the Paro Trading Company, and the Inaville family to cooperate with you? Can't 3 chambers of commerce even scrape together tens of thousands of standard-issue weapons? Yaden was somewhat embarrassed. The Chamber of Commerce does not allow large-scale stockpiling of weapons and armor. The current equipment is only enough to arm 30,000 people. Then we'll transfer them from other places. Chinyi said. Well, it's not impossible, it's just. Yaden hesitated, looking very embarrassed. She had naturally already thought of the solution Chinyi suggested. Despite the blizzard outside the city, he still managed to send several skilled warriors from within the city to purchase a batch of weapons without any problem. The problem now is, I'm out of money. Yes, the dignified lord of the city, the young leader of the once wealthiest Heidi family, now has not a single penny left. The Heidi family was wealthy, and they did indeed become even richer after inheriting the position of city lord. But just a few days ago they managed to scrape together 2 million energy stones for Chinyi. Of the 30,000 troops currently armed, 20,000 are wearing armor previously owned by the OS family, while the remaining 10,000 were pieced together from various sources. Out of money, Chinyi suddenly realized something. It must be because of the massive amount of energy stones he possessed. But how could something like an energy stone, once in his hands, possibly leave? Moreover, this is happening at a tense time when the crisis in Atlanta has already arrived. Although Chun-Yi has already dispatched several legions to launch an offensive, no one can be certain how far the crisis in Atlantis will escalate. If that preordained god of the other side appears. With 2 million, whether it can save one's life and territory is another matter entirely. As the Goblin Legion hunted various powerful monsters, Chun-Yi became increasingly worried about the Winter God's reserve force. The Queen Ant wasn't lying. She really was the weakest. The weakest of the other monsters he caught in the past 2 days had attributes above 80. That's great. It allows me to train even stronger goblins. But this means that the so-called reserve of the god of winter is powerful. The opponent's weakest minions are all alchemical creatures with stats of 80. What about his powerful subordinates? And what about him? Therefore, he would not easily use the remaining energy stones except to replenish the lost expeditionary forces. Let me think of a way. Chun-Yi nodded and began to think. 50,000 sets of armor is indeed no easy task. Such a quantity of armor could fetch a considerable sum even if sold as iron. If there's no other way here, we'll have to find a solution from the Lord. That's right. Does Gu Xiaoyu have a lot of iron ore? Chun-Yi suddenly realized something and immediately contacted Gu Xiaoyu. Little fish, I need 50,000 sets of standard armor. Can you forge them? You can owe me the money for now. When Chun-Yi said the last sentence, even his face, which was as thick as a city wall, couldn't help but blush slightly. 50,000 sets of standard armor, while not a huge number, are certainly not insignificant either, roughly equivalent to tens of thousands of energy stones. Is this considered deceiving a young girl or hiring a minor to work for me? No, Gu Xiaoyu seems to be an adult. She just looks young. No, that's not right. Right now, it seems like only the face looks smaller and the muscles. Chun-Yi recalled the other person's appearance. His biceps seemed to be about the same size as his own head. Strange, why hasn't there been a reply? Chun-Yi was somewhat surprised, as this little girl should have replied to him very quickly in the past. Could it be that it's being forged? After joining her own alliance, Gu Xiaoyu's business has been booming, and she is no longer the little girl who couldn't even afford to eat. In fact, she could have said goodbye to forging a long time ago. But after a long period of training, she seemed to have come to enjoy the feeling. Earning money while forging weapons. This little girl must be quite wealthy by now. With this thought in mind, Chun-Yi felt much less guilty. Beep beep. Reply received. Chun-Yi opened the message, but then froze on the spot. Brother Chun-Yi, have you upgraded your territory? I upgraded my territory, and it's asking me to choose a road. How do I choose? Chapter 271, Jade Gambling, Butterfly Wings. You upgraded your territory to level 5? Chun-Yi was stunned for a while before replying to Gu Xiaoyu. Based on my understanding, there are currently 3 ways to obtain energy stones. First, it involves conquering cities. Second, it involves wild creatures, much like the ancient tree outside my own territory. The third is Leah Michelle, that enigmatic and strange woman. How did you find the energy core? Chun-Yi inquired. He was nervous, eagerly awaiting Gu Xiaoyu's reply. He knew that the opponent wasn't upgrading their own fountain, but was constantly upgrading their territory. Even though she is ahead of most lords in this aspect, the energy core is still a major hurdle. A major checkpoint that blocked the way for numerous lords. That one, it's so hard to find. Gu Xiaoyu said in a recollection. I tried to trade with many lords, but they wouldn't let me. It was a lot of trouble for me to get it. I won't exchange it for you. Chen Ye's lips twitched. It wasn't that they wouldn't exchange with you. It was that they simply didn't have the ability to exchange with you. I doubt that the other alliance leaders possess something like this. Where did you get it from? Chen Yi pressed for an answer. Oh, Gu Xiaoyu said excitedly. It came from opening a gambling stone. What? Chen Yi almost thought he had misheard, and he asked again. How did you get it? Opening a gambling stone shop. Gu Xiaoyu spoke innocently, then continued to complain. Brother Chen Yi, you have no idea how many I've opened. For every batch of cities sent to Manhwa, I open 1/10 of them myself. But that's only 1/10. I opened nearly 10,000 of them. It took more than 10,000 attempts to get it. I'm really not suited for this kind of event. Gu Xiaoyu said with annoyance. At this moment, Chen Ye's brain seemed to have crashed. Opening a jade gambling shop? It can be found by opening 10,000 rough stones. Stop selling rough jade. Immediately, Chen Yi hurriedly contacted Manhwa to remove all the gambling stones from the shop, and then replace the items with the corpses of low-level magical beasts he had recently hunted. This action, however, puzzled Manhwa. After Chen Ye's explanation, Nanha's eyes turned serious. What about the next batch of jadeite? Stop selling until I advance to level 6 territory, or until you advance to level 5 territory. This was the only solution Chen Yi could think of. He didn't want his newly acquired advantage to be squandered by gambling on stones. But it's not easy for us to obtain jade stones, so what should we do? Nanha was deep in thought. Could it be that he was also going to start a jade gambling business? He had done it before, but the results weren't very good. Open all. Chen Yi gritted his teeth and gave the order. Although this might mean losing a sustainable business channel, it could also mean gaining a valuable energy core. You open a jade gambling shop, and you can use what you find yourself. I'll handle the rest. Chen Yi took a deep breath and made a decision. Your alliance can be small, but it must be elite, and you cannot allow yourself to surpass it by too much. Only those who can help you can be called allies. And what about you? Nanha looked at the gambling stones scattered on the ground and asked a question. He's in charge of upgrading the jade gambling business. But what about Chen Yi? Chen Yi reassured him. It's much easier for me to destroy a city than for you, so you don't need to worry about me. Chen Yi was right. Once he got through the crisis in Atlantis, he would be free to expand, and nothing could stop him. Once your snowball starts rolling, nothing can stop you. Understood. Nanha took a deep breath and, with a heavy heart, opened the first gambling stone. You opened a rough stone, but you lost one. Note, new gambler, can you do the gambler's shake? Shake it for a bit and see. Nanha. As expected, I still hate gambling on jade. Brother Chen Yi? Brother Chen Yi. Pay attention to me. Pay attention to me. Please pay attention to me now. I can help you forge armor. How do I choose my path? Brother Chen Yi? While Chen Yi was chatting with Nan He, Gu Xiaoyu was bombarding Chen Yi with private messages. Here it comes. As for the road selection. Chen Yi explained the matter of choosing a path to Gu Xiaoyu, and then added his current situation. I see. I thought I could have both. Gu Xiaoyu muttered to herself, clearly having the same idea as Chen Yi, but she didn't have Chen Yi's strength. Or perhaps she simply doesn't have any real strength. Her troops are still just those few stone golems. Then I'll just stay in this dark cave. Gu Xiaoyu looked unhappy and displeased. The cave was pitch black, and I felt like I couldn't escape. Luckily, I could forge iron. Gu Xiaoyu rolled up her sleeves and started lifting weights. The sparks of the molten iron bloomed in the darkness, captivating Gu Xiaoyu. By the way, little fish, what's the name of the city you chose? Chen Yi suddenly asked. Gu Xiaoyu rolled up her sleeves. I think it's called something like Alatu. Alatu. Chen Yi shook his head. He hadn't heard of it, so it seemed the two weren't in the same place. Now that the armor issue is resolved, the next step is to see what powerful goblins these monsters can breed. Chen Yi switched his perspective to look at the goblins here. Several primitive dark goblins are diligently working against the monster here. This is a basic unit that he specifically summoned, instead of using the existing high-level goblins. That's because goblins will replace the best genes, making them very powerful, but not necessarily the ones they need. Just as he now admires the queen ant's powerful reproductive ability, that reproductive ability will inevitably be replaced by other abilities. This ability is not strong in individual combat. Genes cannot automatically choose the best combination, and this is when the Lord needs to intervene. A moment later, Chinyi exited the visual link and looked up at the dim sky. Atlantis, let me see if your people are stronger, or the monsters I've bred are stronger. Deep in the forest. Thump, thump, thump. My heart was pounding like a rhythmic drumbeat. Deep in the forest, in the very center of a forest made of ice and snow, lies an ice coffin, within which a beautiful humanoid being sleeps. Suddenly, thump, 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 my heart raced, and my eyelashes trembled amidst the frost. Tiny snowflakes slid down my long, curved lashes. Phew! A chill escaped from her lips, and her exquisite face slowly opened her eyes, her delicate brows furrowing. Is willpower angry? The mission wasn't completed? The girl weakly closed her eyes, then uttered a decree. Whoever annihilates the enemy will be granted the position of one of the 12 attendants. The sound was extremely faint as the flapping of a butterfly's wings. But this little butterfly stirred up a huge storm in the forest. Chapter 272, New Bounty, Apostle Position. Ant Nest. Damn it, he actually joined the Alchemy Guild. The dilapidated cave looked as if it had been subjected to a relentless barrage of various spells, with insect eggs shattered and green sap flowing across the ground. The cave has been forcibly expanded several times over, and rocks and Ant-Man corpses have repaved the ground. The industrious Ant-Man is cleaning it all up. Next time, he won't be so lucky. Batu angrily shoved his tentacles into the wall, his eyes filled with the image of the creator warrior summoning the pseudo-dragon. He had personally placed the centipede in the other person's ear, so he naturally knew its level. It was just an ordinary centipede. I only tried it out because I heard a legend about a fake dragon. But now, this centipede has been transformed into a real pseudo-dragon by the other party. This means that the talent that creates heroes is absolutely beyond one's imagination. It is even very likely that he has surpassed the sword warrior of the Titan Empire. Damn it, you can't escape. I'll get you. Batu was dissatisfied, but at this moment he could only be dissatisfied. The other party teleported to a place that I couldn't track through the magic circle. They can only wait until the anthill is stable or has developed before they can look for their lost toys. Dragon of the Eastern Continent, I will definitely nurture you. My lord, what should we do with the queen ant? Someone came to inquire about the treatment of the queen ant. The queen ant. Batu glanced at the troublesome ant queen, who was originally the queen of his kingdom and had now become the ant queen by having her soul crystal devoured. This is really troublesome. Batu was somewhat annoyed, wondering why there were always so many stumbling blocks on his road to success. First it was the Ottoman Empire and the Holy Church, and now it's the queen ant. The queen ant is not particularly strong, but she possesses considerable mental strength and bloodline suppression. This forced him to prioritize the queen ant. My lord, perhaps. The subordinate Ant-Man made a human-like throat-slitting gesture, the meaning of which was self-evident. Batu's eyes flickered, but he ultimately gave up. He said helplessly, "It's not the right time yet. We still need her to create more Ant-Men for us." Yes. The subordinate retreated, abandoning his previous idea. By the way, remember to capture that dragon as soon as possible. Batu reminded his subordinates. The queen ant was injected with some of the genes of some little monster brought by the creator hero. Try to inject the genes of the wyvern before she is born. He didn't know what the little monster brought by the creator was, but it was probably quite powerful, as it had exhausted the queen ant to the point of near collapse after just one breeding. Since it's not weak, let's fuse it with stronger genes. At that time, offering it to that being in the forest in exchange for a place, or training new types of soldiers, would be good options. Yes. The subordinate Ant-Man answered. He immediately issued orders to the other Ant-Man. Only, he hadn't gone far when he heard a faint voice beside him. The voice was very faint and sounded somewhat weak, yet it conveyed the message with unparalleled clarity. Is this the one from the forest? Batu also heard those words, and the moment he heard them, his subconscious told him who the voice belonged to. Then, a smile spread across his face. The position of one of the 12 attendants, ha ha ha. Isn't this an incredible opportunity? Great, great. This is much better than any pledge of allegiance. To receive the other party's protection without having to hand over the soul stone is an incredible opportunity. Notify all Ant-Man. Change target. Yes. Ant-Man, his subordinate, was also very excited and eager to try. The 12 apostles. I've heard that those positions can help living beings break through the threshold of becoming demigods. The entire ant colony shook again. At the same time, all parts of the forest came alive at the same time. Ha ha ha. Killing a human will get you an apostle position. I'm definitely going to kill this human. The excited roar of a 100-meter-long Tyrannosaurus Rex could be heard for miles. Apostle, the position of apostle. This person's position of apostle is not yet full. Mine. It must be mine. I will become the apostle of the ruler, and I will lead my tribe to stand tall on this land once more. A strange-looking orc raised his spear and immediately rallied his people. Hiss! A gigantic ancient beast with 2 snake heads roamed through the forest like a steamroller. The towering ancient trees appeared tiny in front of this figure. Humans are creatures that usually hide in cities, making them difficult to kill. One of the huge snakehead tunnels. We're not the only ones who are interested. We'll just wait and see. Another smuggling route. Hiss! The former nuzzled the other head beside it, saying, "You're right, we'll do it your way. Don't touch me, or my husband will smell it." Husband? Isn't I your husband? Oh, honey, I mean, gaga, hee-hee, gaga, hee-hee. The fart spirit's tribe couldn't understand what the god was saying, but he felt that everyone was very excited, and the whole forest was filled with excited hormones. When everyone is happy, the fartmonger is happy. Chunmo's territory. Ha ha, soulstone, I got it. It's so beautiful, I want to swallow it. The soulstone he had obtained after sacrificing many winged wolves, and felt an overwhelming desire in his heart. Suddenly, whoever annihilates the enemy will be granted the position of one of the 12 attendants. The sound was chilling, like a cold wind breaking through a paper window and waking the person from a deep silence. What's going on here? Chun-mo was startled and immediately put the soul stone in his hand into his private space. This thing is a bit strange. When Chun-mo came to his senses, he was covered in a cold sweat. He didn't know what would happen if he actually swallowed that thing. Thank goodness that voice woke me up. By the way, what did that voice say again? What are the 12 apostles? What are they? Never mind. Let's tell Chunyi about what's happening here first. At least tell Chunyi the message from God. Chun-mo was tempted by the soul stone and did not bring back the 2 elite ant-men, but it wasn't a complete loss. Since the harvest is not great, let's also tell Chunyi about the stone. Chun-mo thought for a moment. By simply stating a piece of information that they may already know. After all, Chunyi had helped him a lot. Not to mention, using this stone requires purification with the power of holy light. The power of holy light? I've never even heard of it. It shouldn't be considered aiding the enemy. After thinking about it, Chun-mo decided to communicate with Chunyi. Chapter 273, What the Goblins Lack. Soul Stones. Chunyi looked at the message sent by Chun-mo and stroked his chin a couple of times. This should be helpful. Thanks for the message. Although he didn't know what the soul stone was for, the note below indicated that the soul stone could be absorbed after being purified by the power of holy light. The fact that it can be purified proves that the substance itself is inherently dangerous. The fact that it can be absorbed proves that this thing possesses a certain amount of energy or something else. Chunyi stroked Alicia in his arms and asked softly, "Do you know about soul stones?" Soul stone. Alicia shook her head. Okay, you can continue. Alicia continued working, while Chunyi chatted with Chun-mo. He originally wanted Chun-mo to help him keep an eye out for any powerful creatures or other alchemical monsters in the vicinity. But to my surprise, the other party gave me such a little surprise. Although I don't know what that soul stone is, I can still give it a try. Anyway, I have plenty of holy light power. He looked up and glanced at Su Qingyu, who was resting not far away. I really don't understand what these 2 women are thinking. He favored them in order to extract divine power. Logically, such a powerful demand should have caused them fear or dread. But the 2 seemed to have some special hobby. Not only were they not afraid, but they were also very excited and proactive. The 2 even used magic to recover their condition and take turns during the process. I don't understand women. Feeling the divine power growing within him, he had no other thoughts. The most important thing now is to strengthen our own capabilities, and any means necessary will do. Before a real crisis arrives, you must first eliminate some people who are harmful to you. I know a little about that ant-man tribe you mentioned. If your territory hasn't been developed yet, it's best to avoid contact with them again. After listening to the other party's explanation, Chunyi gave Chun-mo a reminder. He knew that the place the other party claimed to be the source of soul stones was probably the anthill where his goblin had been taken. That place. It was nothing to him, but it was extremely dangerous for Chun-mo, whose development was not yet complete. After all, he witnessed an interesting story in a group of twisted ant-men. And most importantly, there are a lot of ant-men. It's a pity that his individual combat ability is relatively weak. I will have it in the future, Otherwise I can really go and try it out. In Chunye's view, the Soul Stone is not very attractive to him at the moment, and can only be ranked after the crisis. The most important thing now is to strengthen our capabilities and weather the crisis. Everything else should take a back seat. The offensive has been underway for 2 days now, during which his goblins have brought back many powerful creatures. This exacerbated Chunye's sense of crisis. Since these creatures were never seen in the forest before, they must have either been sent by that one to attack them or driven out by that one in the forest. Neither of these scenarios is good news for you. We need a new type of unit, a mass-produced unit, a unit with absolutely overwhelming individual strength. Chunye reflected on what he lacked in his current strength: a large number of cannon fodder and high-level combat power. His goblin attributes are too average, and he has always lacked high-end combat power. In other words, there is no leader. Previously, it was possible to use the cursed seal to allow goblins with the cursed seal to lead those without it. However, with the increasing number of cursed seals, his balance of power has been somewhat disrupted. Goblins are a united unit and do not lose their fighting power just because they lack a leader. However, any unit becomes stronger when it has a leader, and goblins are no exception. He needs a unit with high combat capabilities, or a unit with exceptional intelligence. Although the latter is unlikely to appear in a goblin population, one can still try to cultivate it. The other one is the cannon fodder goblin. The losses these past few days have been quite significant. Chunye frowned. In the past 2 days, I destroyed 10 tribes and captured 6 powerful creatures, but I also lost more than 100 goblins and 2 cursed goblins. Powerful creatures all have their own tribes, and attacking these tribes. Even Chunye's goblins suffered losses due to the overwhelming disparity in troop strength. Such losses have already occurred in just 2 days. I hope you can give me a surprise in the future. At this point in his thoughts, Chunye no longer even had the idea of continuing to extract divine power. He put down the exhausted Alicia, put on his clothes, and walked towards the backyard. The new goblins were born a long time ago, and by now they should be adults. Chunye had high hopes for the place, but he never went to check it out. Of the 6 powerful creatures I've captured these past few days, only one is primarily focused on its own strength. The other 5 are mainly focused on their tribes and reproductive capabilities. His training objectives are already quite clear. Army that he could freely mass produce without worrying about resource consumption. Just like the queen ant, they eat whatever they want, and can even enhance the strength of their units through gene fusion. Have they left? Alicia looked at Chunye as he left, her eyes showing no reluctance, but rather a hint of relief. She felt the black mist inside her body growing larger and larger. But I'm getting stronger and stronger. It's an awkward choice. If I continue to use Chunye to enhance my own strength, I will undoubtedly be completely assimilated by this power. That is to say, one has received the blessings of 2 gods at the same time. This is very powerful, but also very dangerous. If you are not careful, you will be crushed by both gods at the same time. Just as no one wants to share their power, no god wants to share their followers. But I feel like I'm poisoned. I just can't resist this man. Alicia looked at Chunye as he left, her expression showing difficulty. What should I do? What should I do? I am a saint. Am I destined to continue this depraved path? Alicia lowered her head and murmured. At the same time, Chunye had no idea what would happen after he left. At this moment, all he wanted to do was see if the monster he had personally nurtured could meet his expectations. If we can train them in a targeted manner, then we can diversify our military roles in the future. Chunye arrived at his backyard with a nervous feeling. There is no compacted soil here, only green heads that look like potatoes. A few goblins recovered quickly and are already playing around in the backyard. They leaped onto the heads of their companions, playing house. Why? Its limbs are small and thin, and it lacks the large abdomen that the queen ant uses for reproduction. They lack the wings that bloodthirsty dung beetles use to store genes. It lacks the sadistic ape's personality and the enormous size of the Kuan beast that has been buried underground for 2.5 years. Did it fail? Chunye felt a pang of disappointment the moment he saw his unit. Fine, you're still my child no matter what. Let me see what your attributes are. Chunye opened the goblin panel with the worst possible mood. You used the reconnaissance skill and obtained the following information. Chapter 274, Mushroom Goblin. Mushroom Goblin. Chunye. Huh? What? What's this? Chunye couldn't help but want to curse just from seeing the name. This goblin, a mushroom goblin. Everyone I breed with for you is a powerful magical beast with attributes exceeding 80. Queen ant, bloodthirsty dung beetle, sadistic ape, earthworm, burrowing rat. Chunyi grew increasingly angry as he thought about it. All of his magical beasts were carefully selected. It's one thing if you didn't inherit these good genes, but the monsters I chose don't seem to have any mushroom genes or mushroom tendencies, do they? What exactly does this mushroom goblin mean? Chunyi took a deep breath, scratching his head in frustration. Could it be that my human intervention caused a problem with the goblin's genetic selection? Did it mutate into an inferior form after fusion? Chunyi's thoughts grew heavier. It was one thing that he wasn't tall and imposing, and his belly wasn't very big, but why was even his name so unintimidating? He desperately wanted to turn around and leave, but looking at the lively goblin, he had to console himself. I chose it myself. I nurtured it myself, so don't rush, don't get angry, watch it all, and then we'll talk. He forced himself to look away from the goblin who was sticking his fingers into the nostrils of the sleeping goblin. Mushroom goblin. Quality, king rank. Attribute, 51. Level 5. Weapon, none. Skills, poisoning, chaotic fusion, explosion, advanced healing. Current number of gene fusions, 0. Energy reserves, 0. Note: this is a monstrous unit created by a pervert. Note: how do goblins reproduce? Through mushrooms, of course. Note: who says childbirth has to be female? Men hold up half the sky, and reproduction is no exception. This little thing. Chunyi patiently read through all the introductions, but didn't know how to evaluate them for a moment. This is somewhat different from what I expected. Good news, there seems to be something hidden. Bad news, I don't understand this hidden situation. Chunyi grabbed a mushroom goblin by the scruff of its neck with one hand and lifted it up. The goblin's slender, three-headed appearance resembled a mischievous child from a post-war refugee family. High-level healing should be a skill of the earth beast, and poisoning is an innate skill. So what are chaotic fusion and this explosion? Show me. Unable to determine the goblin's special characteristics through mere contact, Chunyi decided to learn through practice. Quack. The goblin that was being lifted up looked as innocent as a little chick. Her big, round eyes looked very aggrieved. Need energy and food? Chunyi understood what the goblin was saying. He recalled the description of the mushroom goblin, which did seem to include options for energy reserves and genes. Does it require energy reserves, like the iron-eating goblin? Chunyi casually pulled out a few low-level magical beasts that the goblins had killed and tossed them in front of the mushroom goblin from his private space. Crunch, crunch. The mushroom goblin's eyes lit up the moment it saw the low-level monster's corpse, and it pounced on it. Gurgle, gurgle. He ate very roughly. He didn't chew, but simply tore off pieces and swallowed them directly. The sound of swallowing continued. Soon, the corpse of a 3-meter-long bloodthirsty dung beetle was completely devoured. Gurgle. The rumbling of a hungry stomach. Interesting, here you go. Chunyi knew that the other party was not full and continued to throw out the corpses of magical beasts. In fact, for better experimentation, he even threw out 2 diamond-level magical beasts. Is the first goblin that actively seeks me out for food because it doesn't have enough energy stored in its body? Chunyi felt a surge of anticipation. Gurgle, gurgle. The mushroom goblin ate everything it was offered until it had completely filled its belly. Gap. A huge, long partition amazed Chunyi. This little guy's belly, a belly the size of a head, actually ate more than 30 of my magical beasts. Chunyi became even more curious about the mushroom goblin. Just like the well-known saying that the more you eat, the stronger you are, although this law may not necessarily apply to goblins. However, they are all similar. The fact that he eats a lot proves that his skills require a huge amount of energy. What would happen after such a surge of energy is released? Chunyi was excited and then issued the same order he had given at the beginning. Show us your skills. Quack. The goblin nodded excitedly. He naturally knew what the goblin god was talking about. Arriving at an open space, I stuck out my stomach and took a deep breath. Phew. My belly is expanding at a rate visible to the naked eye. Bigger, bigger, even bigger. The goblin was excited, and so was Chunyi. Then, bang! An explosion rang out, and the mushroom goblin blew itself up. Blood and flesh were splattered everywhere. He burst like a balloon. My 30 magical beasts, including my 5 high-level magical beasts. At this moment, Chunyi felt himself harden, and his fist hardened. You eat 30 of my magical beasts, fuse with 5 of my high-level magical beasts, and this is what you show me. He looked at the goblin that exploded on the spot with a mixture of disappointment and frustration. If the opponent's explosion has the destructive power of an iron-eating goblin, then it's not unacceptable. At least we have another means of attack. But what does it mean now? There wasn't even a small pit on the ground, except for the bloodstains. What does this demonstrate? A pile of minced meat? A pile of growing bits of meat? What good could it do? Chunyi angrily pointed at the pieces of meat on the ground. Then his speech slowed down. Growing bits of meat? He shifted his gaze to the walls, the ground, the still unawakened goblin heads, and even his own body. The bits of flesh began to wriggle and grow as if they were alive. They are growing up very fast. Soon, 20 bizarrely shaped goblins were slowly born under Chunyi's gaze. These goblins took only 10 seconds to goblin come to life from minced meat. What are these things? Chunyi looked at the monster closest to him. A tiger's head, a scorpion's tail, goblin genitals, the wings of an unknown creature, and 2 sharp, venomous claws on its back. It has 3 pairs of eyes on its back and a giant mouth on its abdomen. Tearing apart, fusing together, the monster before them could no longer be described as a hybrid. Chunyi watched as the increasingly mature and larger Qilin, a mythical creature, was subjected to a detection spell. Spore Goblin. Attribute, 70. Number of fusion genes, 15. Weapon, none. Skills, tear, poisoning, shadow concealment, absolute hunt, tiger's roar, venomous claws, deformed body. Belongs to Goblin God. Life countdown, 30 hours, 50 seconds. This. What an astonishing attribute. A goblin with 50 attribute points was traded for a fusion monster with 70 attribute points? No. Chunyi suddenly remembered something. It's 20. Chapter 275, Spore Goblin. Are all 20 of them like this? Chunyi felt his mouth was dry and his throat felt like there was something he couldn't swallow. He hesitated for 2 seconds before casting the detection spell on the second monster. The monster was still a mishmash, but the other mishmash was different from the one in front of him. The 2 monsters were like aggregates of 2 different kinds of flesh and blood, or rather, a collection of messy flesh aggregated in different ways. Spore Goblin. Attribute, 61. Number of fusion genes, 10. Weapon, none. Skills, tear, poisoning, venomous claws, spread, stealth, deformed body. Belongs to Goblin God. Life countdown, 30 hours, 48 seconds. 60 is good. Although this Spore Goblin is not as powerful as the previous one in terms of attributes, this seems to be normal. Chunyi couldn't imagine what would happen if they were all like the first one. A goblin with 50 attributes exploded and turned into 20 monsters with 70 attributes. He himself felt that this situation was beyond the limit. Chunyi examined all 20 Spore Goblins. Their attributes varied, generally ranging from 60 to 78. Strong, still extremely strong. If you look at a single Spore Goblin, it doesn't seem to be anything special. Although its attributes are high, it is not durable and can only live for a few dozen hours. But imagine if this kind of thing appeared on the battlefield. Using the corpses of enemies as nourishment, it can spread itself like a mushroom spraying spores in the time it takes to eat a meal. 1 becomes 20. Even setting aside the fact that the troop types have expanded 20 times, anyone would be caught off guard. This 20-fold change is not just a simple 1 and 20. It's like you, a middle school student, are planning to bully an elementary school student, but the elementary school student suddenly transforms into someone else. Hey, 20 college students with athletic talents. Surprised? Unexpected? Happy? The more they fought, the fewer enemies they became, while their own troops grew stronger and more numerous with each battle. This might be my second bug unit. That's right. Chunyi suddenly realized something crucial. He looked at the new mushroom goblin that had sprouted from the ground and asked, what if you get killed beforehand, or get tied up by the enemy? The newly emerged mushroom goblin seemed to ponder for a moment, and a tiny brain the size of a fingernail stirred within its mind. He then decisively demonstrated his response. Bump! Another mushroom goblin has died. The courtyard was once again filled with bits of flesh. This is such a decisive personality. Chunyi was also somewhat surprised by the mushroom goblin's personality. It was truly hot-tempered and always ready to fight. Containing his shock, he began to examine the pieces of flesh. Soon, the bits of meat began to wriggle, and life began to grow in the flesh. Gagaga! Soon, a group of baby goblins, no bigger than heads, came into Chunyi's view. There are still 20 goblins, but this time the goblins haven't mutated, they still look like goblins. Chunyi checked it, and his eyes twitched wildly. Mushroom Goblin. Quality, King rank. Attribute, 20. Level 5. Weapon, none. Skills, poisoning, chaotic fusion, explosion, advanced healing. Current number of gene fusions, 0. Energy reserves, 0. Note: this is a monstrous unit created by a pervert. Note: how do goblins reproduce? Through mushrooms, of course. Note: who says childbirth has to be female? Men hold up half the sky, and reproduction is no exception. Note: hey, you didn't expect that, did you? I'm still alive. Come on, hit me, you idiot. Really? Chinyi took a deep breath and almost couldn't catch his breath. This thing has inherited the characteristics of the bloodthirsty dung beetle. Chinyi had guessed this possibility when he saw the other party reveal themselves, and the facts did not disappoint him. The bloodthirsty dung beetle he captured seemed to have absorbed the genes of many insects, one of which was capable of infinite reproduction. As long as he dies, he can detonate the seed within his body. These seeds will at some point transform into new bloodthirsty dung beetles. This is simply impossible to defend against. And now, his goblins have also inherited the characteristics of this skill. It's different, but much more powerful. Good, very good. Chinyi nodded in satisfaction. It seems that I will be the one to find the most suitable breeding pairings for future breeding. Looking at the powerful creatures he had bred, Chinyi already had an idea in mind. I absolutely must cultivate the strongest troops. A giant dragon? I've long since stopped liking it. Someone, clean this place up. Overjoyed, Chinyi called upon the servants in the castle. When the person arrived, he gave the instructions. Use the teleportation array in the city to send these demi-humans there. Yes. The servant looked at the monster goblin and all sorts of monsters in the courtyard and nodded tremblingly. Use the teleportation array to go to the territory of the Thousand Nether Forest and follow the dragon goblins to help me capture more powerful magical beasts. Chinyi secretly gave orders to the spore goblin. Gagaga. The mushroom goblin waved excitedly, and the servant, trembling, led the group of demi-human monsters to the teleportation array in the center of the city lord's mansion. Please, please. The servants, suppressing the trembling in their legs, led the goblin away. Sir, what should we do with these? After all the goblins left, a hunched old man, acting as a steward, asked Chinyi a question. Unlike the maidservant from before, he was not afraid of monsters and beasts that looked even more terrifying than goblins. He even ignored the pieces of flesh scattered all over the ground. In the eyes of this hunched old man, everything seemed to be the way it should be, and everything seemed reasonable in this way. It's just a bunch of furs. Give it to Sha, she'll handle it. Chinyi said indifferently. Fur. The hunchbacked old man paused for a moment. Most of the magical beasts in this courtyard have indeed turned into fur, but there's still one alive. He pointed to one of the monsters, which had a huge, emaciated belly, and said, Isn't this one still alive? Alive? Chinyi was somewhat surprised. He looked in the direction the other person was pointing. A huge, emaciated body with a shriveled belly, resembling that of a drug addict, appeared before him. It was the queen ant. You. Chinyi looked at the queen ant in surprise. This was the first mother goblin he had ever seen that had survived goblin reproduction. Chapter 276, The Queen Ant's Secret. He's not dead. Chinyi carefully observed the queen ant's condition, feeling both surprise and astonishment. This is the first mother to survive reproduction. If I could find out why she didn't die, wouldn't that be unlimited reproduction? If we know why the other party didn't die, wouldn't that mean we wouldn't need to search for a second natal body in the future? That will save us a lot of trouble. Chinyi was delighted. He looked back again and then cast a reconnaissance spell. Let me see what makes you so special. Synthetic Queen Ant. Attribute, 60. Quality, Alchemical Creation, Tier 3. Weapons, Nest of Procreation, Heart of Balance. Skill. Status, extremely weak. Note, an unexpected collaboration between two losers. Note, don't be fooled. This is a vicious woman. Be careful, she might try to force you to have her child. Note, female, enjoys having children. Note, her chaotic soul is like her chaotic past. Note, both mind and body suffered inhuman torture. An unexpected fusion of losers, a jumbled mess of souls. Chinyi was somewhat surprised and deep in thought when he read the last part. The combined creation should be attributed to the other party's alchemical creature identity, a chaotic soul. Is it related to the soul? That's it. Chinyi became even more certain. It must be related to the soul. Goblin breeding appears to be about acquiring superior genes, but in reality, it involves the exploitation of both the body and the soul. Powerful genes also require a powerful soul to harness them. Only when the soul and genes are equally powerful can a perfect creation be made. It's understandable that the queen ant, being a reproductive ant, has abundant genetic material and energy reserves. However, a single soul is not enough to sustain the goblin's consumption. Chunyi watched as the weakened queen ant's eyes gradually changed. Given the other person's limp state, it's unrealistic to expect them to speak. In that case, he might as well observe them directly through his soul. Let me see what's in your soul. Abyss world, open. Flowing. Inhaled, a lonely soul arrives in the world of the abyss. At the same time, deep in the forest, a disheveled figure escaped from the magic circle, coughing up blood that stained the snow red. Damn it. These guys actually got reborn using a beast's body. I'll kill you all. I'll kill you all sooner or later. After coughing up a mouthful of blood, the creator felt a little better, but only a little. His anger continued to burn, worsening his injuries. He looked at the snowflakes around him. They were thick and unsightly. Damn divine power. Why bother making so much if it can't be absorbed? Cough, cough. He coughed up another mouthful of blood. No, I must find a place to restore my strength as soon as possible. Cursing the god of winter, the creator of the hero left in a chosen direction. The best way to recover quickly is to use divine power. But how can we obtain divine power? Should we find another place to sacrifice another city? The creator was somewhat annoyed. After all, the nearest city was Chunyi's territory. As for Chunyi, he was no match for him. No, 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 I must recover my strength quickly. The creator of the hero felt immense rage at the thought that those beasts were still alive. At this moment, he had even given up the so-called battle of the apostles and the rewards of the heavenly Tao. He only wanted to kill those beasts. If you can't find people, find monsters. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of unison filled the air, and the creator of the hero was immediately overjoyed. A band of orcs, what a stroke of luck. He observed the group of orcs, and apart from their abundant hair, they seemed to have no other orc characteristics, making it impossible to determine what kind of orcs they were. But this does not prevent one from offering sacrifices. Be a good boy/girl. The creator was about to unleash his alchemical array when he sensed the power behind the orcs. It surged like the sea at night, pitch black and bottomless. Damn it. He turned his gaze to the back of the group, where a burly orc was sitting on a chair carried by other orcs, holding a spear and resting with his eyes closed. The surging power I felt came from this person. Damn it, damn it, damn it all. Why is nothing going smoothly? Why is there always someone opposing me? The hero who creates heroes complains about fate and blames others, yet he has no choice but to hide his presence. Because the last guy in that team was at least on the same level as him. Or, even stronger. If it were me at my peak, it wouldn't matter, but right now I'm definitely no match for my opponent. He waited for a while, until the group had gone far away, and finally his figure was revealed. Damn it, the injuries are getting worse. The creator, supporting himself amidst his numerous knife-like wounds, gritted his teeth. We must find the power to exchange biological sacrifices for divine power as soon as possible. He released his few remaining detection insects into the snow, but to no avail. Either the tribe's territory was too small, or its strength was simply too weak. Damn it. Even if it's just one, a stronger one would be better. The hero's injuries are getting worse. Thump, thump, thump. The earth trembled, and a huge crimson figure appeared, its crimson body and enormous size resembling a continent suspended 100 meters above the ground. This is a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The creator's eyes narrowed instantly, and he immediately concealed his presence. The enormous creature arrived, but he still couldn't make a move. He didn't even dare to reveal too much of his aura. Knock, knock, knock. The earth trembled with every step the Tyrannosaurus Rex took. How come there are so many powerful guys, and they all seem to be heading in the same direction? The creator was somewhat puzzled, but then understood. Yes, they're all after the guys who want to get the position. Snort, he said coldly. For me now, the most important thing is no longer the position of apostle. We must kill those guys. He searched everywhere, trying to find a suitable target for his sacrifice. I refuse to believe that in such a vast forest, there isn't even a single creature or tribe that can be sacrificed. The patience of the hero was gradually wearing off, and he began to become impatient. Suddenly, according to the observer bug, a medium-sized, enormous creature with wings on its back flew overhead. A dragon. The fiery dragon. Is the guardian of this forest the fiery dragon? The creator looked at the crystal ball in his arms with some surprise. This is different from the information he received. Only, never mind. A dragon that is about to reach adulthood is enough for me to recover from my injuries. The creator put away the sight-detecting insect, and several other types of insects quietly appeared. Colorful insects fluttered their wings and silently surrounded the dragon. Chapter 277, Mystery. I almost couldn't get out. This Chun-Yi is truly terrifying. It's not a demigod weapon, but it's even more terrifying than a demigod weapon. On the back of the dragon, Ataida and the others were relieved to have escaped. They waited patiently until a group of people who were going out to sell animal hides left the city before they quietly followed them out. Otherwise, they would still be suffering in the city right now. He suffered greatly from Chun-Ye's torment. My lord, what are your plans regarding Chun-Ye's matter? Hanyu looked at Ataida, who was sitting at the head of the dragon throne, wanting to know what the other party would do next. If he had witnessed Chun-Ye's terrifying troop type and his own terrifying strength and still wanted to continue to be his enemy, he would not hesitate to run away. He would never follow the other side to his death. Going against Chun-Yi? Are you kidding me? The enemy's forces are simply monstrous. 200 monsters with king-level attributes, after using a special ability, have attributes that approach those of saint level. What does it mean to have 200 sub-level saint ranks? 200 sub-adult dragons. However, this is not the most terrifying thing. What's most terrifying is that the enemy's forces of this caliber seem to have no end. He witnessed Chun-Yi summoning thousands of these monsters from who knows where. Thousands. There are thousands of monsters of this level. What should we do? Ataida was stunned at first, then felt a wave of fear. I'll deal with whatever I want. I'll go back to my territory and focus on developing my territory. I will not go out until my troop numbers reach 3 digits. No, for digits, I absolutely won't go out before 4 digits. Ataida recalled the terror of being controlled by Chun-Yi. He always thought that he and Chun-Yi were not far apart. Sometimes, they even feel that they are superior to the other person. But, what the hell? Not to mention that Chun-Yi could casually take out an adult dragon as a mount and summon hundreds or thousands of sub-adult dragon troops at will. He couldn't even understand the opponent's combat skills. He had initially planned to overwhelm with Paro family soldiers, knelt down at Chun-Yi's mere glance. Grass. Ataida couldn't help but curse the other party's strength under his breath, calling him a pervert. No wonder there's been less and less news about Chun-Yi's territory lately. It turns out he's long been on a completely different level from us. Walk. Ataida patted the giant dragon beneath him, urging it to fly faster. He could not feel at ease for a moment until he returned to his own territory. By this time, the territory should already have a sub-adult dragon, which serves as a guarantee of its strength. Damn it. On his own end, Chun-Yi. It's true what they say. Comparison is the thief of joy, and comparison is the thief of joy. Ataida was once again struck by an invisible blow. Roar. The young dragon beneath him roared. What's wrong? Why not speed up? Ataida was somewhat dissatisfied with the reaction of the dragon beneath him. Hee, what a strange thing. Even dragons have been reduced to being someone else's mount. An old, hoarse voice rang out from all directions. The Blood Oath Alliance. At this moment, Ataida also realized why his dragon was not accelerating. Before I knew it, a swarm of colorful insects had surrounded me. No, that's not right. The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance doesn't have that many varieties. When Ataida saw the bugs, his first thought was of the Blood Oath Alliance guys. But then he thought about it again and ruled out that option. You don't need to know who I am. Just offer up your dragon. The creator of the hero let out a series of cackling sounds, followed by a rampage of flying insects. Damn it. Guardian of Flames. The young dragon immediately activated its protective barrier, enveloping everyone. Flying insects kept crashing into its protective shield and turning to ashes. Playing tricks. Don't you know that insects are afraid of fire? Ataida looked at the falling insects and said with some disdain. Exactly. Don't they even know this basic common sense? This is Dragon Flame. The other lords atop the dragon's back also mocked it, taking advantage of its power. Something doesn't seem right. Among the crowd, only Hanyu noticed something was wrong, and he quietly retreated behind the others. Someone attacked them. A being that dares to attack a dragon would definitely not be ignorant of common sense. Really, Hanyu observed something unusual. Although the insects died, their corpses and blood remained on the protective shield. This is not a good sign. Hanyu gripped his spear tightly, ready to unleash his skill at any moment. Dragon's Breath, wipe out these insects. Ataida issued orders with disdain. What bad luck. I was already unhappy after witnessing Chun-Ye's power, and now some idiot has jumped out to provoke me. Roar. The young dragon breathed out scorching flames, and wherever its breath passed, insects fell one after another, and black rain began to fall. The creator below merely frowned at all of this, but said nothing. Soon, most of the insects were killed by a single dragon breath attack. Oomph, you know how strong I am. What's going on? Just as Ataida was about to act arrogantly, he found that his body seemed to be numb. Turning my head, I noticed a small purple insect perched on my shoulder. The little insect's abdomen was flashing with purple light as it injected its venom into Ataida's body. Idiot. The sound came from beside his ear, but he couldn't see anyone. Ataida's eyes gradually darkened, and he felt his body was losing control. The dragon appears to be falling. Where are they? Where is my special training team? Where's my melee squad? Why aren't they making a move? He turned his head with great effort, only to see several people just like him. The purple insects pinned them to the spot, and everyone lost control of their bodies. No, there's one more, Hanyu. Hanyu isn't being controlled. Save me, save me. Ataida watched Hanyu flee, his eyes wide open, but the next second he felt a heat on his neck, as if his body was shattering. As he was about to die, he saw several people behind him. After injecting toxins, the purple worms bit off everyone's necks. With the neck severed, the head immediately fell off. So this is why I feel weightless? No, I'm Ataida. I still have wishes, I still have ambitions, I still want to become the strongest. What an idiotic beast tamer, what a waste of this dragon. The creator of the hero disdainfully cleaned up the corpses of the group. A little guy ran away. Oh well, he's just a little guy. Get down. The dragon, controlled by the poison, plummeted instantly after the hero stomped on the script. Boom. The young dragon's enormous body crashed to the ground, landing right next to its lord. Get out of the way. The hero who created the creation kicked away Ataida's corpse. A beast tamer who doesn't even bring more than 2 beasts with him when he goes out to work. What an idiot. This is the Thousand Dark Forest, a place where I have to be careful. The creator kicked the useless corpse away and began to paint around the dragon. The alchemical array is being rapidly drawn. The weight of a young dragon's body and soul must be considerable, right? I hope to exchange for more divine power. The creator of the hero completed everything and began exchanging his magic circle. The young dragon's body lay on the ground, crushing trees, and strange magic circles were carved on the trees and rubble. He clapped his hands, and the formation was complete. Great alchemist god, I am willing to offer the weight of a dragon in exchange for your great power. Please grant me your grace. He clasped his hands together and bowed respectfully. Buzz! The formation emitted a crimson light, and a huge phantom of a scale appeared in the forest. On one side of the scales is a dragon, and on the other side are heavy weights. The scales swayed back and forth, eventually coming to rest. Kinda. A faint, ethereal voice rang out, and the dragon's figure was rapidly dissipating. The scales gradually disappeared, and in their place came a dense mass of divine power. City of OSS. Nation, faith, betrayal, divine wrath attracted the attention of the empire, war between the 2 nations, destruction of the nation. You are the queen? Chinyi looked through the other person's memories and was shocked by what he saw. The person before them was indeed no ordinary ant queen, but the queen of a kingdom. A nation destroyed by the Titan Empire. It was destroyed because it worshipped 2 gods, thus angering them. Chinyi looked at the queen in front of him with some surprise. It's understandable for a nation to have its own beliefs, but after worshipping an evil god named Yuna, the other party actually dared to worship a second god in order to quickly increase their power. The second god was a familiar deity, the god of light. You guys are really brave. Chinyi flipped through the other person's memory fragments, but the more he looked, the more shocked he became. I was shocked that this group dared to rebel against an army 10 times the size of the Holy Church, and I was shocked that they almost succeeded. Shockingly, that evil god actually intervened to protect his followers even though they worshipped 2 gods at the same time. The world of gods is really chaotic. Chinyi was somewhat confused. It's like someone having an affair. The mistress discovers her status as the mistress and becomes furious, but the wife actually helps her husband fight against the mistress. Those shocking things about the divine realm. Never mind, let's keep watching. With a mixture of confusion and a certain thrill-seeking curiosity, Chinyi continued to watch the other person's fragmented memories. Although my memory is incomplete, it was really interesting. He learned from this that there could be such a big difference between gods. This evil god doesn't seem to be that powerful. Ultimately, this group was destroyed by the Holy Church and the Empire's army, even with the help of the evil god. Ultimately, They were taken to undergo inhumane experiments. They actually planned to use ordinary flesh and blood to condense divine power. Ordinary people can also possess divine power. Chenyi was shocked by the experiment at the Holy Church. As expected, they ultimately failed. However, it was not a complete failure. He succeeded in using the divine power gathered by a nation, but he was unable to use it. It coalesced into a massive wall of divine power, but to use this wall, it requires purification by personnel of the Holy Church at the saintess level. Each purification can only cover a very small portion. Isn't this just a double-edged sword? Chenyi was also speechless at the actions of the Holy Church. The divine power accumulated from destroying an entire nation turned out to be nothing more than a chicken bone. Etc. Chenyi suddenly remembered something. It needs divine power to purify it, the red energy. This is a soul stone. Chapter 278. Heading to the battlefield together. If I remember correctly, Chinamo once said that there were a lot of soul stones, right? This seems to match the red wall in the Queen Ant's memory. Chenyi asked and answered his own question. He couldn't believe that the divine power he had been searching for was right beside him. Using the compressed divine power refined by the people of a nation, is this holy church and the so-called God of Light truly a legitimate God? Chenyi began to question this so-called God of Light for the second time. God of Light, I think there's another name for him. It's Almighty God, right? Chenyi tried hard to recall, as if Alicia had called him that during a role-playing game. Almighty God. The word almighty is not a good thing. Chenyi exited the abyss world and looked at the shattered Queen Ant. It's so tragic. After his country was destroyed and he was killed, he finally managed to possess Ant, man, and have two souls coexist. But then he was sent by the god of winter to be cannon fodder. However, can I use those divine powers after I obtain them? Chenyi had a question. However, he quickly put this question out of his mind. Whether it works or not, let's get it back first. Yes, we should also call Su Qingyu and Alicia. It'll be safer with their divine power. Chenyi remembered Chunmo's warning and decided to take it seriously. Let's strengthen our forces one more time before the crisis hits Atlanta. Chenyi sighed, then mobilized a goblin unit within his territory. Now that he has ample financial resources, he no longer worries about the basic troop strength. Backyard. Inside a beautiful garden in Chunya's spacious city, Lord's Mansion. A woman dressed in a white and gold cheongsam and holding a scale scepter is sitting in a pavilion, looking conflicted. Outside the pavilion, the only remaining paladin commander of the entire Knight's Order stood meticulously on the perimeter, scouting the situation. Although it's unlikely that anything will happen in this mansion, it's also unlikely that anyone more dangerous than Chunyi will appear there. But the paladin commander remained faithful to his duty. It's not just because of the paladin's doctrine, and my own broken, guilty heart. When danger struck, it wasn't the saintess he was protecting, but the saintess who protected him. Even after danger, it was the saintess who protected him. After so many days, he had long since witnessed the fate of the holy maiden in his heart. He might have died long ago if the saintess hadn't sacrificed herself. It's all because I'm too weak, otherwise the holy maiden wouldn't have sacrificed herself for me. The paladin commander felt extremely guilty, but he had no good solution at the moment, so he could only do his duty. This was the only way he could alleviate the resentment and guilt in his heart. Chenyi, one day I will expose you to the Holy Church, I definitely will. The paladin commander made up his mind once again. Only, in a corner unseen by him, his own holy maiden was recalling certain unspeakable scenes. Alicia placed her hands on the mountain peak and carefully felt it. Sure enough, the energy is increasing. Alicia's thin eyebrows showed embarrassment. Everything was just as he had predicted. Every interaction and request he made from Chun-Yi would cause the unknown energy within his body to intensify. The increase in strength is accompanied by a shift in faith. I seem to no longer be a purely faithful believer of the great God of light. She stared at the wisp of black mist in her hand, lost in thought for a long time. What to do? How am I supposed to explain this to the Godfather when I get back? How should I explain this to the Holy Church? No, that's not right. Alicia quickly shook her head, trying to banish the thought from her mind. The more divine power I have, the stronger I become. As long as I remain undiscovered, I can possess the power of two gods. Yes, that's it. Alicia's long eyelashes were tightly closed, then she opened them. The doubt in his eyes had vanished, leaving only determination. She wants to become stronger. As for the reason? Because she didn't want to return to the ruins of that village, consumed by flames and monsters. The firelight shone on her face, leaving only despair. From that moment on, she vowed to become stronger. She needs to be strong enough to be below the level of a god, strong enough to be in the top tier. So powerful that no one can kill him at any time. No one. Once Alicia understood this, she got up and left the relaxing place. She's going to find Chun-Yi and become stronger. Holy Maiden, that guy summoned you again? The Paladin commander instantly realized something when he saw his Holy Maiden take heavy steps with a resolute expression. Brute. Brute. Yesterday wasn't just. The Paladin cursed Chun-Yi, then looked up heavily. His eyes were filled with heartache and pity as he looked at the saintess who bravely faced her death. This shouldn't be the case. It shouldn't be. A saint should be high above. A saint should be revered by all. It should be. The Paladin commander was furious, but seeing the Holy Maiden who had already stepped over him and was about to leave, the words that came out were, "Please, take care of your health." Alicia was somewhat surprised, but nodded nonetheless. Okay. After the saintess left, the Paladin commander punched the air with a loud bang. Damn it. He did not have the authority to allow the saintess to come and go freely. He could not even escort her out of the garden. Alicia went to Chun-Ye's room, but couldn't find him. She thought for a moment and decided to go check on Su Qingyu's room. It's you. As Alicia stepped out of her room, she bumped into a haughty woman dressed in elegant, understated, and fragrant attire. The other person's aloof and unapproachable demeanor was in no way inferior to that of a saintess like herself, who was above all others. Saravel looked at the woman in front of her with surprise. He was neatly dressed, his expression was normal, and his cheeks were not flushed. Chun-Yi is not in the room. Sha instantly discerned the truth behind Chun-Ye's room. Then she turned and left. Seeing this, Alicia didn't say anything, and the two walked together tacitly. Why are you following me? Sha frowned, vaguely sensing the other person's thoughts, and felt a little uneasy. I follow you. Alicia's soft voice reached Salivir Sha's ears. I'm just going to find Saintess Su. Alicia quickened her pace as she spoke, guessing what the other person was thinking. She absolutely couldn't let them take the lead. I came here to become stronger, and no one can share my power. Squeak. Sha clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Little Branch Church Saint, if it weren't for certain prohibitions, I certainly wouldn't lose to you. No, I won't lose to you now either. Sha snorted coldly at the air and quickened her pace to the battlefield. Chapter 279, Purifying the Soul Stone. Chunmo's territory. Damn it, are these Ant-Men crazy? Did they discover I took his soul stone? Ant-Men with antennae, long jaws and insect-like limbs were frantically attacking Chunmo's territory. The snow dragon's powerful body continuously swept away the Ant-Man who tried to surround it, while the winged wolves formed a force that charged again and again to block the Ant-Man's attack. But none of this seemed to be working. Or it has some effect, but not a significant one. Because there were just too many of these Ant-Men. There were so many that he couldn't possibly kill them all. What's even more deadly is that Ant-Man, as a lower form of life, has no concept of military might or life and death. His winged wolves were trained by him to be like a well-trained cavalry. Such an army would be invincible on the battlefield. Wherever they went, the enemy fled in disarray, proving that such an army was far more effective than a few snow dragons. But the situation is exactly the opposite now. The aura of the snow dragon's bloodline seemed to exert some pressure on Ant-Man. The winged wolf's charge only served to charge. It did not break the enemy's morale at all. This can't go on. Chun-Mo shook his head as he looked at the battlefield in the distance. My winged wolf only has 700 points, and I have 3 snow dragons, none of which are adults yet. This can't go on. Or, Chun-Mo thought of asking Chun-Yi for help. If it were Chun-Yi, he could definitely drive away the Ant-Man. But this way I'll owe the other person a favor. Damn it, I should never have taken that soul stone. Regretted his impulsive act. But regret is useless. Roar, roar. With a desperate, agonizing howl, the first snow dragon fell. His enormous body crushed a group of Ant-Men surrounding him, killing them all. The other Ant-Men immediately stepped forward and covered him, gradually covering the snow dragon's body. This snow dragon killed thousands of Ant-Men, but he eventually fell in the endless sea of Ant-Men. How come these Ant-Men seem endless? Don't they care about the losses of their own race? Chun-Mo clenched his fist and slammed it on the desk. He was unaware that, due to the previous Snow Dragon Lord, the Ant-Man who came this time was equipped with 10 snow dragons and thousands of other troops. Ant-Man didn't swarm out because he was worried about a trap due to the small number of snow dragons. However, this slow, insidious process was extremely unpleasant for Chun-Mo. Forget it. Owing someone a favor is better than having your territory destroyed. After much deliberation, Chun Imo finally decided to ask Chun Yi for help. Is that so? Don't worry, I just need to talk to those ant-men about something. The troops are already on their way. Grateful. Chun Imo did not expect the other party to reply so quickly, and that they had already dispatched troops. I guess the idea that the army is on the road is fake, but I'm comforting myself by thinking it's real. The military? Has its powerful capabilities started to be categorized according to military ranks? Chun Imo came to his senses and felt somewhat disappointed that they were both originally in the first tier of lords. But now I have to swallow my pride and beg the other party. Before their own territory was even fully formed, the other side had already begun to command an army. The difference is really big. Chun Imo sighed. Beep beep. Chun Yi sent another message. I can help you, Ant-Man, but I want those soul stones. Chun Imo replied with a strange look on his face. No problem. Good. Chun Imo became even stranger. Why is Chun Yi constantly typing spaces? What is he busy with? Is he manipulating interagency warfare? Chun Imo fell silent. People who are more talented than you work even harder than you. Thinking of this, he admired Chun Yi even more. He's always calculating and coordinating the overall situation. No wonder he's successful. Ding, Chun Imo has sent you an item, Soul Stone. Chun Yi, who was training millions of troops to fight, suddenly froze. What the hell? Why did you send the Soul Stones? Didn't I say I'd just take care of it as is? I also took his Soul Stone. Is Chun Imo really that easy to talk to? Chun Yi, who was engaged in battle, stopped his campaign. However, this is for the best. He glanced at the unconscious Su Qingyu, while Sha, whose throat was sore, felt somewhat relieved. Fortunately, Alicia will surely become strong enough to withstand my attack. He straightened Alicia and declared a ceasefire. Whoa. Alicia instinctively lowered her head, but Chun Yi stopped her. It's serious business. Come on, help me take a look at this. Alicia gasped for breath as the mountain peaks heaved violently. It's important business. I'm doing the right thing. Isn't increasing our strength the most correct thing to do? Oh, right. It seems that Chun Yi can't obtain energy from it. Yes, these are my important matters, not his. Alicia gradually regained consciousness, and her gaze changed from infatuation and turbidity to a partially clear turbidity. Soul Stone, a collection of souls, crude energy, incomplete energy, and energy with extremely high concentration. Note, this is an experiment by the gods. Something seems to be hidden within it. Note, the broken substitute for the Stone of Truth, an experiment that ended in failure. Note, the bewitching stone can be absorbed after being purified by the power of holy light. This is the information Chun Yi saw, and he decided to let Alicia try it out first. After all, in later memories, saint-level figures from the Holy Church could purify soul stones. The purification process seems to be very slow. Let me see if this is really a useless product. With that thought in mind, Chun Yi handed over the soul stone. Woo! Chun Yi took out the soul stone, and Alicia instinctively bit it. He then vomited it up again. The texture is wrong. This is... Alicia felt the murky, brutal, yet extremely familiar thing in her hand, and was instantly awakened. This is evil? No, this is holy light. Alicia stared at Chun Yi in shock. He sensed tremendous energy emanating from the stone. However, the stone seemed to be tainted by something. Do you recognize this? Chun Yi inquired. This? Alicia tossed her long pink hair, which was scattered across the mountain peak, and carefully examined the item in her hand. After a long pause, she confirmed, I don't know him. Don't you recognize me? Chun Yi was somewhat surprised. But thinking about it, it makes sense. It doesn't seem like a glorious thing for an entire country to be involved in the creation of evil things. It would be understandable if the church concealed this fact. Can you purify the negative energy above? Chun Yi asked with a serious expression. The moment he took over, he sensed the powerful, chaotic spiritual energy contained within it, which must have come from those wronged souls. If this stuff isn't purified, the soul stone will be difficult to use. Alicia nodded, looking at the stone in her hand. I can give it a try. Holy light, exorcism. Alicia held the soul stone and used the energy of advancement to activate her skill. The next moment, the holy light touched it. All the filth and vengeful spirits on the soul stone vanished instantly. Soul stone, a collection of souls, crude energy, incomplete energy, and energy with extremely high concentration. Note, this is an experiment by the gods. Something seems to be hidden within it. Note, The broken substitute for the Stone of Truth was an experiment that ended in failure. Note: purified by the power of holy light, it can be absorbed. Chapter 280. Human Wave Tactics? Is this how you play it? The Soul Stone was purified so easily? This is different from what I remember later. Wasn't this supposed to be a useless thing? Was shocked to see that the Soul Stone in his hand could be absorbed. Absorb. Chunyi eagerly absorbed the power, and the power of the abyss began to circulate. A grayish-white mist enveloped the Soul Stone, which began to shrink visibly. You absorbed the Soul Stone and gained 1 point of divine power. Divine power storage quantity, 2.1. A little at a time. A little bit of divine power at a time. Chunyi stared at his panel in shock. No one knew better than him how difficult it was to obtain divine power. After 7 days and nights of tireless efforts by Su Qingyu and Alicia, he managed to squeeze out a little bit of divine power. But now, a mere stone has increased his divine power? This is something that can strengthen 5 Curse Seal Goblins. No, there are a lot of these soul stones. They can strengthen more than just 5 goblins. Chunyi recalled Chun Mo's comment about the large quantity. According to Chun Mo's description, the soul stone seemed to have fallen from a wall. In other words, a fragment, a bit of divine power. If it were an entire wall. Chunye's breathing became hot, and his eyes were full of longing. If we can really take down this wall, what is there to fear about the will of Atlantis? He could wipe out mere orcs or alchemical creatures with a flick of his wrist. How much does this skill cost you? Is it big? Chunyi asked eagerly. Big? No, not big. Alicia's shocked reply. It's good that it's not too big. It's good that it's not too big. Having obtained the answer he wanted, Chunyi immediately ordered the goblins to obtain the massive soulstone wall. It's not very big, but what are these? In his excitement, Chunyi completely ignored the strange behavior of the people around him. At this moment, Alicia was staring blankly at the energy body within her. The purification we just experienced was less a purification process and more a case of the energy attached to the object automatically invading us. What exactly are these? Wrong souls. So many wrong souls. But why? Why are there so many wrong souls on such a small stone? Why are these vengeful spirits entering my body? Why? Do these wrong souls seem to possess divine power? Is this the third kind of divine power? Alicia carefully sensed the energy, and within it seemed countless wrong souls were struggling, wailing, and suffering. Their deaths were gruesome. They were sacrificed alive. They died in their dreams, in countless studies, and under the sword of a hero. Besides, High Priest. Alicia shuddered in shock. She could actually sense the High Priest's presence emanating from these vengeful spirits. Isn't the High Priest supposed to be the closest apostle to the God of Light, the most powerful person second only to the Pope? Why? Why am I involved with these wronged souls? Alicia finds things seeming to be getting tense, and her faith is crumbling imperceptibly. He opened his hand, and a shrunken figure of a wronged spirit appeared on his palm. She seemed to have acquired a divine power. Is this really a good thing? Alicia was also unsure. What merit did she possess to receive the favor of 3 deities? The blessing of 3 gods. This power must be incredibly strong, right? Alicia murmured to herself. She looked up at Chunyi and found that he wasn't looking at her. She glanced around again at Su Qingyu and Saravel Shah, neither of whom seemed to have the energy to get up again. Hidden, to hide. She subconsciously concealed this power that could potentially change her destiny. The blessings of the 3 gods, though dangerous, also granted her 3 times the power. Anything is acceptable as long as it grants me power. The power of the God of Light is primarily for defense and support. The power of the Black Mist is for killing, and this soul seems to advocate an alternative view of life and death. At the same time, Chunyi also shifted his focus to Ant-Man's cave. This quantity is rather large. Chunyi frowned, somewhat displeased. Just as he had guessed, these ants were very small in number, but their numbers were large. So much of it that it annoyed him. Feed the goblins with iron. Chunyi was getting really impatient with the endless stream of Ant-Men. Ant-Man had almost filled the entire cave passage, but more and more Ant-Man continued to emerge from the passage ahead. Gagaga. A dragon goblin seemed to have been waiting for this moment. He excitedly took the balloon off his waist, then grabbed the Ironhide Goblin's tail and short limbs. Ironhide Goblin's short limbs, which cannot touch the ground, now serve a purpose. Its tail acts as a switch, and its limbs as handles. Boom! Oh! The goblins roared excitedly, and the dragon breath emitted by the Ironhide Goblins was like a laser sweeping across the winter snow. melting it upon contact. Whether it's Ant-Man or the cave walls, all living beings are equal under the giant cannons of the Ironhide Goblin. A moment later, breath of the Iron Goblin ended, accompanied by the aroma of Ant-Man's roasted meat. Swish, swish, swish. A familiar disturbance occurred. No one expected that Ant-Man would crawl out of the destroyed passage again. They are like emotionless machines, faithfully carrying out orders. Damn it. Chun-Yi looked around at the surroundings. The cave had become like a sinkhole under the bombardment of the Ironhide Goblin, but the powerful attack did not cause much casualties to Ant-Man. The tunnels of these Ant-Man goblins are not straight, or rather, they are not continuous. Iron-eating goblins' attacks may seem powerful, but in reality, most of their attacks are neutralized by the stone walls. They've forgotten that anthills are intricate and complex. Chun-Yi was annoyed. Swish, swish, swish. Ant-Man surges out again, and the goblins once more face this seemingly inexhaustible horde of enemies. Although goblins don't have a sense of fear, continuing to kill them like this would definitely result in heavy losses for your goblins. His dragon goblin to suffer heavy losses in this place because of some low-level monsters. Okay. Chun-Yi chuckled as he looked at the ever-growing number of Ant-Men. Is this how you play it? You're going to use sheer numbers on me. Chun-Yi immediately ordered the goblins to retreat, and then he notified another special force. The force was small, consisting of only about 50 goblins. At this time, the mushroom goblin is swallowing a huge monster whole. With a tilt of his little head, he received the command from his god. Ant, is it tasty? The mushroom goblin, drooling, sped toward the Ant-Man's lair. Chapter 281, The Spore Goblin's First Battle. Were these monsters also brought by that guy? Inside the anthill, Badu and his loyal subordinates were listening to reports of battles taking place throughout the anthill. They had already observed the intruder's appearance through special means. Although they are somewhat different, they are similar to the monsters brought by that guy who created the hero. In other words, this is retaliation from the other party. Revenge? You really dare to do that? Badu's anger was spreading. As a former ruler and now a powerful figure, he never expected that before he could even cause trouble for the other party would come looking for trouble for them first. You're asking for it. My lord, there's no need to be angry. Although these monsters are powerful, isn't that precisely giving us an opportunity? One of his subordinates stepped forward to offer advice. This talent for creating heroes far exceeds our expectations, but let's think about it another way. The subordinate deliberately paused briefly while buying the lawsuit. If we leave these monsters here, won't they be ours? As he spoke, the subordinate glanced at the queen ant not far away. With the queen ant present, any monster can be fused into her. Although this fusion is somewhat abnormal, as long as it can be fused together and becomes obedient, what does it matter? Obedient and powerful, that's a good type of soldier. 2. Badu's anger subsided. The revenge that created the hero doesn't seem to be all bad. At least it led him to discover more powerful monsters. If we can get our hands on these monsters, maybe. A bold idea was born. Perhaps I can use the properties of the Soul Stone to transfer myself into a new, powerful monster. Badu looked at his own body. Although Ant-Man was not bad, compared to the monsters outside, he seemed to be somewhat lacking. Okay, we'll do it your way. After a brief hesitation, Badu immediately decided to take down the group of goblins. Although the opponent is powerful, we have more people. Human wave tactics are what he excels at. Buzzing. The anthill trembled again. This is the third time in this period that the entire force has been mobilized. Badu spared no expense to capture all of these goblins. Creator hero, what if I turn all your monsters into mine? Your expression will be priceless then, won't it? Very well. I'm already looking forward to tying you up and making you our toy again. Badu revealed a ferocious expression and shifted his gaze to a crystal ball. This is the very scout he cultivated using the scout left behind by the creator hero. This is something he taught the other person, so using it now couldn't be simpler. Outside the cave, Chun-Yi, ? So arrogant. Chun-Yi stared blankly behind him. Ant-Man would calm down after he withdrew, and that he could execute his mushroom goblins when they arrived. But he never expected the other party to be in such a hurry to die. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Ant-Man's overwhelming military force caused the ground to tremble. Quack! The goblins raised the Ironhide Goblin again, ready to blast it back when it came out. Iron-eating goblins have been deployed at each of the cave exits. If anyone dares to come out, they will be met with dragon breath. Buzz! Boom! To the surprise of all the goblins, a group of Ant-Men rushed out, not from any of the holes, but from another tree hole. Depend on. Chinyi cursed. He thought that 20 or 30 entrances to an anthill was already excessive, but he didn't expect that the other party would even target trees. Damn it, this cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. During Chunye's angry outburst, the two sides had already started fighting. Roar! The goblins were not afraid of these ant-men. Even without the Iron Eater goblins, they were not afraid of these things that could be crushed with a single squeeze. Soaring into the sky, the dragon's claws emerged collectively. Boom! The neatly assembled dragon claws formed a giant grid, which crashed down and killed a group of ant-men. Roar! Ant-Man roared, then unfurled his nearly transparent wings. Hey, this little guy is pretty versatile. Chinyi took a deep breath. He was genuinely getting annoyed by the enemy's sheer numbers. This monster is just as useless as its capture value. They're hard to kill, and they keep sticking to you, which is really annoying. Oomph, you who create heroes, just wait and see what happens. Inside the cave, Bado was watching the battlefield with smug satisfaction. His methods are not simply a matter of sheer numbers. Once these guys are almost exhausted, those soldiers who have truly fused with the Soul Stone will be my backup plan. The already powerful Imperial soldiers gained even greater power after merging with the power of God and Ant-Man. However, he revives too few of these soldiers, and he won't use them unless absolutely necessary. Huh? What's that? The subordinates behind him were also watching the crystal ball, when suddenly a group of thin goblins emerged from it. The goblin was thin and small, and did not look nearly as strong as the dragon goblin. And the same was true in Ant-Man's tests. While these monsters are still far stronger than Ant-Man, they are not as powerful as the dragon goblin. Weakling, die in the sea of people. Bada said sarcastically. In his view, the goblins had reached a dead end. They even sent out such weak goblins. It seems you have no more powerful means. In that case, I'll take these monsters. He shouted at the non-existent creator hero from afar, believing that he had the upper hand. Suddenly, no, sir, something's not right about those monsters. His subordinates behind him were extremely panicked. What's wrong with it is just... What is this? When did it appear? Bada stared wide-eyed at the group of flesh and blood-like monsters that had suddenly appeared on the battlefield. He didn't even see clearly when these monsters appeared on the battlefield. It doesn't matter, just 20 more enemies is no problem. Bump! Another one appeared. The mushroom goblin exploded, scattering bits of flesh everywhere before beginning to take shape. The moment the spore goblins took shape, they immediately swarmed outwards, catching the ant-man army off guard. Who would have thought that a bunch of minced meat would suddenly attack them? No, it's okay. Let Ant-Man fly. These monsters can't fly. Bada felt slightly uneasy, but still immediately gave the order. Sure enough, after Ant-Man took flight, those strange creatures stopped exploding. Only, why is one of them eating Ant-Man's corpse? Bump, having eaten its fill of Ant-Man, exploded once more. 10 seconds later, a group of flesh and blood aggregates with Ant-Man wings took to the sky. Yes, sir. The subordinate asked, trembling. Bada swallowed hard. No problem, these guys. These guys are few in number. Only about 20 of them can fly. The next moment. Bang, bang, bang. The firecrackers of the new year resounded across the battlefield, and the flying flesh and blood were like mushroom spores, exploding everywhere when they encountered the wind. They blossomed everywhere, taking root in every part of the battlefield. Chapter 282, Mushrooms, of course, are what breed goblins. The minced meat explodes and quickly takes shape. 10 seconds later, a horrifying scene unfolded. Aggregates of flesh and blood spread like a virus across Ant-Man's entire battlefield. A leopard's head, a bear's claws, Ant-Man's wings, and even some unidentified insect-like shells. What exactly is this thing? Damn it! Has the creation of heroes reached this level? Inside the crystal ball, Badu watched in horror as his soldiers were suddenly torn into countless pieces. Those small creatures looked like there were only 50 of them, but they separated into 1,000 in a very short time. Our strength has also increased significantly. It's like having 1,000 more mindless monsters who only know how to fight. Bada's expression gradually turned serious. These monsters are bizarre yet perfectly formed, possessing the strength of a bear, the speed of a leopard, the exoskeleton of an insect, the wings of Ant-Man, and some genes they cannot understand. Absolutely perfect. At this moment, even Batu, who was originally an enemy, couldn't help but praise the other party. If the appearance of the Dragonman Goblin caught his eye, then the current Mushroom Goblin is something he really desires. I must get my hands on this monster. Absolutely. Bada's desire to create heroes reached its peak. The opponent truly deserves to be called a hero whom I summoned with all my nation's resources. If those guys from the Holy Church had arrived a little later, the creator hero would have had enough time to grow. Without going into too much detail, just having a monster like this now would have made the outcome of the battle back then uncertain. You are strong, but your numbers are still too few. Badu acknowledged the other party's opinion, but still believed in himself. The battlefield was now littered with the corpses of Ant-Man, whose casualties had reached an astonishing 23,000. Even if these Ant-Men stood still, it would take them a long time to kill 23,000 people, but in the face of these monsters, so many people had already died in just the first wave of battle. This is enough to prove the power of these monsters. They seem to have been born for war. Bada's eyes turned cold as he said, "Keep raising the stakes." The ant colony surged again, and the already crowded entrance to the cave was now burst open. Even some Ant-Men who were hunting outside were recalled. He knew that taking down these monsters would not be an easy task, at least with the current 150,000 ants in the anthill. Oh, now there are only 130,000 left. With the current strength of the anthill, it will not be easy to accomplish this. When there are more people, things change. You all get tired eventually. Bada looked at the goblins inside the crystal ball, who were unharmed, with a cold gaze. The monsters haven't suffered any casualties yet because they have abundant energy reserves, but once their energy is depleted, what awaited them was being instantly swallowed up by the Ant-Man army. They used this method to hunt countless powerful creatures. At the same time, Chenyi, who was also observing the battlefield, nodded. These mushroom goblins are indeed quite good. The mushroom goblin was quite satisfied with its performance. But, aren't there too many Ant-Men? Chenyi sighed slightly. He originally thought there were only tens of thousands of Ant-Men, maybe around 50,000 to 80,000. But so far his goblins have been slaughtering for nearly half an hour, and the enemy has lost tens of thousands of troops. But these guys didn't care at all, and the money kept pouring out. The first wave of troops was completely destroyed by the fierce attack of the mushroom goblins, but the new Ant-Man has taken over the battlefield again. The things deep within this 1,000-ghost forest are indeed not to be trifled with. Chenyi sighed. He knew that the depths of the forest were far more powerful than the outer perimeter, but he hadn't expected that the enemies on the outer perimeter, whom he had only just entered, would be so formidable. Give me some more mushroom goblins. Chenyi sighed helplessly, then teleported back to his territory. The goblins are currently in the lead on the battlefield, but they eventually get tired and exhausted. It's not good if you kill someone until your hand gets sore. Chenyi was prepared to bleed a lot in order to take down this ant nest as soon as possible. Open the goblin panel. The mushroom goblin has been added to the fountain and can be summoned using an energy stone. At this moment, the wealthy and powerful Chun Yi could finally wield his power unconditionally. What a load of rubbish. Chenyi wanted to say he could spend money as he pleased, but the price of the mushroom goblin still made him stop. Why is this thing so expensive? 1,000 energy stones. His finger, which he had intended to use to summon, had stopped. 1,000 energy stones summon a mushroom goblin, which is about the same price as a cursed goblin. Cursed goblin are only around 1,000. But Chenyi remained silent for a moment. The cursed seal goblins is undeniable. Each one has a strength of over 80 and possesses the ability to control the gray mist, as well as various other enhanced versions of their abilities. But, are disposable items like mushroom goblins really that expensive? Chenyi hesitated. Even if he was rich and powerful, he couldn't play like this. Could it be that we've trained a useless unit? Chenyi felt a pang of heartache. He had thought his training was perfect, but now it seemed to have some flaws. Forget it. Let's just send some more dragon goblins instead. Chenyi was somewhat disappointed. At this moment, he had already regarded the mushroom goblin as a high-end consumable. One mushroom goblin is equivalent to about 2 dragon goblins, although the former still brings greater overall benefits. After all, 20 spore goblins with 60 to 70 attributes are also born for battle, which is similar to dragon goblins. It might even be more powerful. However, one is permanent, while the other is temporary. Chenyi sighed as he watched the spore goblins battling in the scene. Hey, it's not that we can't afford mushroom goblins, it's just that dragon goblins are more cost-effective. You guys. Chenyi had just purchased a portion of the Dragon Man goblins, and then mobilized a batch of black armor goblins. After he finished doing all this, he was going to quietly observe the battlefield, but he discovered something interesting. Those look like mushrooms. Chenyi stared blankly at the battlefield, where some ant-men were covered in mushroom-like things. No, it doesn't look like a mushroom. After careful observation, Chunyi confirmed that it was indeed not a mushroom. It seems to be. Goblin. Mushroom goblin. Chunyi's pupils dilated instantly. On Ant-Man's body are mushroom goblins. At this moment, the mushroom goblin was quietly clinging to Ant-Man's body. They are gradually growing bigger. Congratulations, Lord, for triggering the troop achievement, creating the most comfortable breeding ground on the battlefield. How do goblins reproduce? Through mushrooms, of course. Chapter 283. Overestimating the mushroom goblin? Clatter. Gaga gaga gaga. Under Chunyi's shocked gaze, the mushroom goblin grew larger and larger until it fell to the ground. He did not return to his original size, remaining only the size of a head, a size that did not even attract the attention of the other ant, man and goblins. But he was reborn. Chunyi used a reconnaissance technique. Mushroom goblin. Quality, king rank. Attribute, 20. Level 5. Weapon, none. Skills, poisoning, chaotic fusion, explosion, advanced healing. Current number of gene fusions, 0. Energy reserves, 0. Note: this is a monstrous unit created by a pervert. Note: how do goblins reproduce? Through mushrooms, of course. Note: who says childbirth has to be female? Men hold up half the sky, and reproduction is no exception. In progress with advanced healing. Life countdown ends in 24 hours. 24 hours remaining life. He's really revived? Chunyi swallowed hard, speechless. So, in a real battlefield, one mushroom goblin can summon 40 more powerful goblins? At that moment, even he himself realized the perversion of his goblin. Even though the spore goblins had already been destroyed by the enemy, each destroyed spore goblin still managed to leave a seed on the enemy during their fight. And these seeds can grow into a new goblin? 20 times 20, which means one mushroom goblin can turn into 400 goblins. Perverted, absolutely perverted. Chunyi no longer knew how to describe the terror of the mushroom goblin. A 24, one exchange is already very strong, but now it can even split twice. After the second split, there will be 400 units. Could there be anything more terrifying than that? At this moment, the miniature mushroom goblin had already begun to devour the corpse. Thousands upon thousands of corpses, and the ever-falling corpses, became their buffet. Crunch, crunch. More and more mushroom goblins are reborn with the help of Ant-Man's body energy, and they begin a new round of devouring. They're really troublesome. However, it's coming soon. Your death is imminent. Badu watched the battlefield with excitement, even though the goblins still held the advantage. But he saw the goblins' exhaustion. The monsters were exhausted. Not only are the intervals between skill releases longer, but their attack movements have also slowed down considerably. Ha ha ha. No matter how strong you are, the scales of victory always tip in favor of the majority. Badu shouted excitedly. He had already foreseen his victory. If I win this battle, and then use the queen ant to reproduce, then a bright future awaits me. Subdue these monsters, train these monsters, use them to seize the position of apostle, and finally take revenge on everyone. Snort. Badu's initial desire for refuge in the forest has also changed. The flames of revenge are quietly rising. Titan Empire, Holy Church, I will make you pay the price. Badu clenched his fists, remembering the culprit who had turned him into this. So what if I just have another god to believe in? It's all about faith. I'm not abandoning your faith to worship other gods. Badu did not feel that he had done anything wrong. He had not betrayed any god. He simply wanted to build statues for all the gods. However, such a good thing was actually not tolerated by the god of light. What a false god, what a hypocrite. Badu cursed inwardly, then remembered another god he worshipped. Evil god Yuna. What a kind god is, who even tells his believers his name. My goddess Yuna is far better than that hypocritical god of light. What a pity that we have lost the radiance of my goddess Yuna. Badu shook his head at this thought. Yuna, however, was too beautiful and too wonderful for them. Not only did he not dwell on the fact that he had another god to worship, he also helped them fight against the Holy Church. Winter will be more sensible this time. Badu murmured softly. Although the current evil god can no longer protect them, he will never give up his faith in the evil god. God of Winter, while maintaining his faith in the evil god. Although it's somewhat dangerous, it's worth it for Lord Evil God. The evil god Darren is the only true god. Badu was secretly pleased, for it was only with the protection of the evil god that he was able to escape danger and have his wishes fulfilled time and time again. This time will be no exception. If I want them, these monsters will definitely be mine. It's about time, it should be. Bada put an end to his daydreaming and turned his attention back to the crystal ball. But the expected scene of the goblins being carried back to the nest by Ant-Man did not appear. He stared in shock at the crystal ball in his hand. How come there are so many monsters? He watched in horror as the number of fleshy aggregates in the image increased from 1,000 to more than 2,000. And this number is growing rapidly. They are like viruses. They multiply at an astonishing rate in the blink of an eye, appearing before you in the blink of an eye only for a moment. What's with the sheer number of those monsters? Bada didn't see any enemy troops coming to support him, but the number of monsters inexplicably increased. Suddenly, he witnessed a horrifying scene. A mushroom goblin actually drained one of his Ant-Man soldiers right before his eyes, and then regenerated its body. The first thing this goblin did after regaining its body was to devour the buffet on the ground. A moment later, another mushroom goblin exploded. This is impossible. Bada swallowed hard as he watched the minced meat gradually transform into a familiar synthetic monster. These monsters can split into two again? This doesn't make sense. At the same time, Shen-Yi was also observing the state of his second-generation spore goblin through the vision link. One goblin can transform into 400 goblins. If these goblins are all powerful units with around 60 in attributes, then even if they are disposable units, the conversion rate is incredibly high. Spore goblin. Attribute, 30. Number of fusion genes, 9. Weapon, none. Skills, tear, poisoning, shadow wings, hard armor, deformed body. Belongs to Goblin God. Life countdown, 15 hours, 50 seconds. Sure enough, although the quantity has increased, the quality has decreased relatively. Shen-Yi looked at the attributes and life countdown on the panel and showed a relieved expression. Finally, my troops aren't so overpowered anymore. I knew it. This is how things work. Chapter 284. The Law, Praying to the Great Evil God. Impossible, this kind of thing. This goes against the natural order. Badu watched in horror from inside the cave as his army of Ant-Men was gradually driven back. It wasn't that their own Ant-Man army wasn't strong enough, but rather that the enemy's monsters were simply too monstrous. There were only 50 of them, but now they've grown to over 10,000. The more they fight, the more they get. That's impossible. Bada's ferocious expression was accompanied by heavy breathing. He recalled the teachings of the evil god. In this world, dragons represent the pinnacle of the new era. If you wish to cultivate powerful creatures, you can strive to emulate the dragons. That's right. Dragons represent the pinnacle of the new era, and dragons are the strongest direction for cultivation. This thing in front of us can't possibly surpass the genes of a dragon. Batu gritted his teeth, watching the goblins continue to multiply, his heart filled with resentment. There can only be one new strongest species in each era, and there can only be one new god in each era. This is an ironclad rule. The evil god has already told me that the strongest creature of the new era is the dragon. It should be a dragon from the eastern continent. Bada gritted his teeth, his arms trembling uncontrollably. My lord, could it be that the evil god is deceiving us? Ant-Man beside him begins to doubt his former beliefs. Presumptuous. Batu reached out, and the former flew several meters away, embedding itself in the wall not far away. You dare to criticize even an evil god. The other Ant-Men, seeing this, dared not speak again, and could only bow their heads deeply and pray that their elite army could annihilate the enemy. The evil god would not deceive us. Bada scanned the room for a week and emphasized it earnestly. Others may misunderstand the evil god, but he won't. His current achievements are all thanks to the evil god. If it weren't for the evil god, he might still be some little beggar scavenging for a living in some corner right now. It was the evil god who kindly reached out to him, and it was the evil god who guided him all the way to success. It was with the help of the evil god that I was able to become the minister who now holds power over the king. His faith in the evil god was unwavering. The evil god would never lie to us. Dragons come in different kinds. The monster in front of us is probably just a stronger dragon, but it is definitely not stronger than a real dragon. Bada spoke. He then delivered a message that surprised everyone. Go and awaken the Empire's elite. It's time for them to fight. Imperial elites? Around immediately gasped in surprise. My lord, the Imperial elites are our last resort. Once activated, there's no stopping them. Yes, sir, it hasn't come to that yet, has it? We still have the numerical advantage. Ant-Man looked at the crystal ball, even though on the surface the two sides were evenly matched. However, most of our troops have not yet been deployed. 10,000 Ant-Men are not easy to mobilize. even though the battle has been going on for more than half an hour. But they only sent out half of their Ant-Men. Ant-Men on the battlefield. There are at least 60,000 more Ant-Men still emerging from the cave. My lord, I think this is inappropriate. It is not easy to cultivate elite Ant-Men. Each one is the result of hard work and dedication. They are only trained as a last resort. I said send the Empire's elite warriors. Bata didn't waste any words. He simply repeated himself in a heavy voice. The surrounding Ant-Men immediately fell silent. The one before them was not the Queen Ant who had no power or strength whatsoever. The man before me is a true powerful minister. Even as Bata was speaking, Ant-Man was already releasing his unique pheromones into the surrounding holes. Elite Ant-Men, due to their special status, are not subject to the orders of any other Ant-Men. They can only be activated by these special pheromones. Bata glanced at the people around him. Most were filled with fear, while only a small number showed loyalty. He sighed but didn't explain further. The goblin monster before him had already made him feel threatened and uneasy. The last time I had this feeling was when the Holy Church besieged my own country. My feeling is not wrong. This is a gift from the evil god. Everyone, pray to the evil god. Pray to the evil god. The Ant-Men around them murmured amongst themselves as they watched Batu assume his fighting stance. Lord Evil God hasn't held a regular meeting with us in a long time. He's probably abandoned us long ago. That's right. I haven't seen the evil god appear since the country was destroyed. I think Lord Batu has been bewitched by an evil god. Boom. Before Ant-Man could finish his last criticism, he was suddenly pierced through the abdomen by a huge fist. He stared in shock at the person in front of him, who was Lord Batu's personal guard. He then turned his head with difficulty to look at Lord Batu, whom he had been following. The other person was praying sincerely and did not turn around. Batu, Lord, why? Brush. The guard pulled out his arm and shook off the blood. You actually, Lord Batu, is this also your intention? The surrounding followers, shocked by the incredible scene, questioned Lord Batu. Unfortunately, all Batu received was his prayer to the evil god. Great evil god, we sincerely pray to you. Please protect us. Please bless us. I am your most loyal believer. Batu was praying when the guard coldly watched his colleague speak. Pray to the evil god. The icy sound was even louder than the wind and snow outside the cave. For a moment, everyone lowered their heads. Great evil god, please hear the prayers of your believers. It looks like it will be over soon. Chinyi used a goblin that was positioned high in the sky to observe the battlefield. At this moment, his goblins had already pushed Ant-Man to the edge of the cave, and the scales of victory seemed to have tipped. Wait, what's that? Chinyi looked down at the sky. Suddenly I noticed a strange phenomenon. I don't know when, but strange patterns have appeared beneath my battlefield. The pattern was so large that its entirety could not be seen from a height of 100 meters. He made the goblin fly higher in an attempt to see the full picture of the pattern. He quickly took in the entirety of the pattern, which possessed a strange and beautiful aesthetic. It's something like a scale. Ant-Man and the goblins is on one side of a scale, while on the other side stands a cloaked man in black. The magic circle emitted a faint light, and the man in black seemed to be waiting for something. Chapter 285. The anthill will ultimately belong to the Queen Ant. Go ahead and fight. The man in black stood at a distance, watching the crowd inside the crystal ball with a smile. I never expected the two of you to actually start fighting. Ha, good. The man laughed excitedly, then looked at the dragon goblin in the distance with some reluctance. I didn't expect you had so many kinds of monsters. It's a real shame to sacrifice them all. He looked at the dragon goblin in the distance with some regret, then touched the center of his palm. It's okay, I already have one of these. The man chuckled, then looked at Ant-Man in the distance with a malicious gaze. Batu, we need to settle this score properly. This time, I want you to experience what I feel, that pain. The man stared at Ant-Man with a sinister look, as if he were looking at a mortal enemy. Suddenly, Ant-Man with unusual appearances burst out of the anthill from the crystal ball. His eyes suddenly turned cold, and then he clenched his fists. I know the soldiers of the Empire. Looks like that evil god treated you well. Your core group has been preserved so intact. The man gritted his teeth, manipulating the vision bug to lock his gaze on the elite Ant-Man who had just moved in. Broad, triangular shoulders accompanied by golden armor, a huge claw in the left hand, and a strange, spiral-shaped spear in the right. This thing is twice the size of a regular Ant-Man. The Empire's most elite soldiers have all come out. I suppose you're praying to that damn evil god right now. The cloak fluttered in the cold wind, but the man's heart was colder than the wind. What's so great about an evil god? I'll show you that the god of alchemy is the strongest. Wait and experience the power of a high-ranking deity. Hee ha ha ha. The man was initially angry, then burst into laughter. Badu, what kind of expression would you have if your strongest trump card failed when facing a powerful enemy? The man's expression was strange and playful, with the corners of his mouth turned up to his eyebrows. Isn't that interesting? This is going to be really interesting. Ha ha ha. He held his face with one hand, revealing only one teasing eye. It's a pity I can't see it now. I can only turn you into the stone of truth, and then feel your body temperature day and night. Don't worry, the stone of truth is not comparable to your failed soul stone. With just a little manipulation, I can perfectly preserve your soul. This is so much fun. The man chuckled to himself, while two goblins stared blankly at him from above. You're crazy fuck. Chenyi listened to the goblin's mutterings, and then cursed under his breath. He was right. That guy was the same creator hero who had used his abilities to kidnap one of his cursed goblins last time. The other party had suffered a loss at this anthill a few days ago, and I didn't expect them to come here again so soon. His injuries have also healed. Chenyi sized up the other person. Clearly, this guy has some skills. He recovered from his injuries in such a short time. I don't have time to deal with you right now, as long as you don't interfere with my work. Chenyi spoke coldly, then continued to command the battlefield. My goblins need a leader more and more than ever. The task of cultivation cannot be stopped. Chenyi sighed inwardly. While the current battlefield can handle goblins, it's clearly a bit of a stretch. After their numbers reached 20,000, the goblins were somewhat bewildered, unsure of where their enemy was. These new Ant-Men are a problem too. Chenyi turned his gaze to Ant-Man in the distance. Elite Ant-Man. Attribute, 60. Quality, King rank. Weapon, threaded spear. Skill. Note: creations formed from the fusion of chaotic souls carry the risk of spiraling out of control. Note: former warriors, their battles never cease. They fought until death. More than 800 king-level Ant-Men. This is really troublesome. Ant-Man's new troop reinforcements greatly hindered the advance of Chunye's forces. Do all the creatures deep in the forest possess such profound knowledge and abilities? Chunye was slightly irritated. I've never encountered this situation before when I hunted other tribes deep in the forest as a goblin. I thought it would be an easy win, but unexpected things kept happening. He commanded the battlefield for a short time. He then made a decision to send his 200 cursed seal goblins to the battlefield as well. This time, he intends to resolve the battle in one fell swoop. At the same time, inside the anthill, Badu was leading all the Ant-Men in a prayer. A devout prayer, attempting to elicit a divine response. Although there are no statues or authority of evil gods here, there is a group of loyal believers. God, great evil God, please respond to your believer, and I will offer you sufficient sacrifices. Great evil God, I am your humble believer. All the Ant-Men inside the cave, except for the Queen, were bowing their heads in prayer. The power of faith vanished into the cave as wisps of light. The Queen Ant watched all of this silently. She did not participate in the so-called prayer, because she knew that this ritual had been performed many times before they transformed into Ant-Man. If it were useful, the evil god would have come out to help us long ago, just like before. The Queen Ant's murmur was tinged with disdain. Batu, I am Ant-Man's savior. The Queen Ant touched her belly and said, just wait, I can feel my child about to be born. When my child is born, that will be the time when my throne returns. As the Queen Ant spoke, she took out a soul stone and swallowed it when no one was around. Gurgle. The soul stone entered his stomach, and a warm current spread throughout his body. Immediately afterwards, a powerful surge of mental energy threatened to engulf his mind. Knock knock, knock knock. The fetal movement in my abdomen instantly diverted the mental turmoil that should have been rushing to my mind. The negative effects disappeared, leaving only pure spiritual energy and divine power to nourish the whole body. At this moment, the Queen Ant longed to groan in comfort, but she forced herself to suppress it as she looked at Batu and the others who were still praying in the distance. That's about it. The Queen Ant felt her strength growing. The enhancement of divine power was enormous for any creature. An Ant-Man soldier not far away, then her eyes narrowed. Deterrence. The Ant-Man who was praying was startled at first, and then the Queen Ant's deep voice rang in his mind. Go and bring me more soul stones. Ant-Man dazedly withdrew from the prayer line and gradually moved backward. The Queen Ant smiled as she felt the success of her manipulation. She couldn't see Badu because of her physical structure, but she knew he was there. She gazed in Badu's direction, her heart filled with emotion. Batu, sending out elite Ant-Men to guard the Soul Stone may be your biggest mistake. The anthill will eventually belong to the Queen Ant. Chapter 286. Those with God will surely triumph over those without. Crunch, crunch. Between goblins and Ant-Men outside the anthill could be clearly felt even from a cave hundreds of meters below. Soldier ants are responsible for fighting. Worker ants are responsible for repairing the cave and fortifying its defenses, while Badu and his elite Ant-Men are responsible for praying. Meanwhile, the Queen Ant, who is the apparent leader of all this, is leisurely munching on one soul stone after another. Original purpose of these soul stones was to be injected into the Queen Ant when she created the powerful Ant-Man. Within the soul stone will seize control of Ant-Man's body when he is at his weakest. This was originally a means of restoring the Imperial Foundation, but now it has been ruthlessly devoured by the Queen Ant. Crunch, crunch. Deterrence. Go find me some more soul stones. While devouring soul stones, the Queen Ant manipulates more Ant-Men to retrieve soul stones that are normally strictly limited. Of the gap in her pregnancy where the child in her womb could clear the negative effects attached to the soul within the soul stone, she prepared to strengthen herself as much as possible. Of course, there's also the need to strengthen oneself, this unborn but already powerful child. As for the war outside the cave and Badu and others inside the cave, she didn't care. Let's fight. The more intense the better, the longer the better. The Queen Ant sensed the outside world and then revealed an excited smile. Having regained her physical body and partially controlled Ant-Man, she has begun her plans. Instead of praying to that evil god who will not answer, it is better to offer a sacrifice directly to the one in the forest. The real God is right beside us, yet we seek help from a non-existent god. How foolish. The Queen Ant continued to submit to the one in the forest. Previously it was for self-preservation, now it's for complete control of their anthill. Badu and others' repeated failures and the strength of external enemies made her see an opportunity to completely control the anthill. Of course, all of this is based on the child in her womb who is constantly demanding nutrition and the soldiers she has sent out. If the plan succeeds, I can completely control the anthill. I will be the first among all queens to rule the kingdom. The Queen Ant was full of confidence, so the powerful enemy outside had made Badu lose his sense of proportion and vigilance. Great evil God, please hear the prayers of your followers. Great evil God, I am your faithful follower. I am willing to sacrifice all the corpses outside the cave to you. Please descend. Great evil God, I am you. The echoes of summoning the evil god filled the entire cave. When human strength is insufficient, praying to the gods becomes one of the ways to achieve victory in war. Those who possess divinity will inevitably triumph over those who do not. This is an ironclad law. The power of faith converged into wisps of lines that disappeared into the cave, connecting with the gods whose whereabouts were unknown. Outside the cave, in the snowy distance of the battlefield, the creator warrior, dressed in a black robe, suddenly furrowed his brow. He looked at the goblins on the battlefield with some displeasure. Just what are these monsters? It can actually devour corpses to forge new life? This sounds like the Queen Ant's methods. The creator observed the battlefield. He was very familiar with this method, but he didn't understand how the former Queen Ant's method could appear among these monsters. Did the enemy have this type of unit when I attacked that city? The creator recalls the time when he attacked Chunye's city. Chunye only released a goblin that emitted black mist and could transform into a powerful creature. He didn't seem to have any abilities similar to the Queen Ant. But why does Chunye now possess this type of soldier? Is it because... It's because the little magma imp felt that if it came out, it would just perish together with me, so it didn't release it? The creator frowned and guessed. He looked at this familiar scene and was very worried about something. That is his own magic circle. If the opponent's ability is similar to that of the Queen Ant, which can devour monsters and temporarily fuse them into a more powerful monster, then that would be unfavorable to my magic array. Energy is constant. When you use the same amount of energy to create a larger organism, it proves that there will be consumption in other areas. It's like having increased strength, but a shorter lifespan. The Queen Ant's method requires devouring a large number of magical beasts beforehand, and then she can create bronze, silver, and gold-level species whose lifespan can be sustained for 1 hour. This can make life powerful in a short time, but it also increases energy consumption. If energy is consumed between heaven and earth, the weight of life will be reduced. The creator hero murmured as he watched the mushroom goblins devour corpses and then emerge to engulf even more goblins. I hope you guys are heavier. In the balance of equality, the heavier the weight of life, the more stones of truth one can obtain after offering sacrifice. Therefore, he, who was prepared to sacrifice the entire battlefield, naturally hoped that the lives here would be of greater weight. Suddenly, thump, thump, thump. The rhythmic vibrations splashed up snowflakes around the creator of the hero. He turned around abruptly, then cursed under his breath. Damn it, did we really end up passing through here again? He was about 5 miles away from the battlefield, where the shockwaves of the battle rarely reached him. Therefore, the tremors at this time did not originate from the battlefield. This regular vibration reminded him of someone he had always been wary of. A solitary king deep in the forest, a man with a fiery temper. Hopefully, this guy will just mind his own business and not interfere. The creator gazed at a crimson hue deep within the forest. The opponent's massive body could be seen from the jungle several kilometers away. At the same time, in the midst of the battlefield, an ant-man on a mission also spotted a crimson figure not far away. The other side was enormous, resembling a crimson mountain peak. Damn it, our battle seems to have triggered something terrible. We need to contact that master deep in the forest as soon as possible. Ant-Man has thin limbs, but his eyes gleam with a sharp light. He tightened the contents of his shell. Among these were some of the soul stones that the queen ant had asked him to bring out. This was his stepping stone to meet that person, and also the hope of the anthill and the queen ant. He was originally a lucky, ordinary citizen of a kingdom, but because he was weak and had no fighting ability, he was sent to the battlefield. The ant queen values him because he was revived and gained intelligence through the soul stone. At this moment, he is carrying out a difficult task. They took the soul stone and surrendered to the one in the forest. That monster is too strong. I'd better go around it. Swallowed hard, watching the crimson figure in the distance and the constant tremors beneath his feet. If you were to encounter that kind of monster, you might die from the aftershocks even before the monster actually makes a move. Let's try a different direction. Tightened his armor again and hurried off in another direction. Chapter 287. Prayer, God to God. Roar. Deep in the forest, a huge figure strides forward on its broad hind legs. That aura is right ahead. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was quite pleased, and steam sprayed out of its nostrils at a level of 100 degrees Celsius. The spray melted the surrounding frost and snow, and the enormous figure continued forward. Knock, knock, knock. Every step the Tyrannosaurus Rex took forward caused the ground to tremble slightly. It's not just because of his 100-meter physique, but also because of his body weight. Tyrannosaurus Rex possesses the bloodline of dragons and can be considered a mutated species of dragon. With its wide hind limbs and short forelimbs, it has a bloody maw that can swallow anything. They possess the blood of dragons, surpassing them in some aspects, yet falling short of them in others. Take this one, for example, the Crimson Tyrannosaurus, the king of Tyrannosaurus dragons, an anomaly among dragons. They possess extremely strong physical bodies, but their weaknesses are also quite obvious. Its strength, defense, and attack far surpass those of ordinary dragons, and it can even fight against several dragons of the same level on its own. However, her flaw was that she lost the wings of a dragon and the magical talents of a dragon. She has no ranged attack methods, nor any corresponding magical defense methods. All magical talents are reduced to 0, but all physical talents are maximized. He's an outlier. It's great to be able to have a buffet before the fight. The Crimson Tyrannosaurus Rex advanced toward the battlefield. As she walked further out, the surrounding trees could no longer obstruct her view, and the menacing crimson peaks gradually emerged. Thump, thump, thump. That damn guy is really annoying. Not far from the Crimson Tyrannosaurus, at the rear of a white Orcish column, a strong orc revealed his dissatisfaction. If it weren't for the need to conserve my strength to take down that human, I would definitely kill this Tyrannosaurus Rex first. The orc leader sat on the last chair in the group, the chair bobbing up and down. I'm sorry, sir, we don't know what happened, this vibration. Carrying the chair immediately apologized. The orc leader glanced at his subordinates, and then spoke. It's not your fault. The tremors from this Tyrannosaurus are not ordinary tremors. The orc leader spoke as a magical rune radiating a blue aura expanded downwards from his palm. The runes expanded rapidly, instantly engulfing the surrounding land visible to the naked eye. The blue runes vibrated and swirled, neutralizing all the tremors from the surrounding land. Upon closer inspection, The fact that the magic circle moves along with the orcs suggests it's a high-level application of some kind of magic. The surrounding earth continued to tremble, but the land around the orc leader remained unaffected, showing no signs of disturbance. All right, let's get going. The orc closed his eyes. The next moment, his eyes, which had just closed, suddenly snapped open. This is an orc? Real orcs? The orc leader's eyes revealed disbelief. He hadn't expected that there were other orcs besides himself in the area he ruled. He carefully sensed that there was indeed a nimble figure within his magical range. The figure evaded the Tyrannosaurus Rex's path and headed towards its own area. Even after the fall of the beast god, new beastmen are still being born. The orc leader stared in shock at the ant-man advancing in his direction. Although the other party still appeared to have more ant genes in terms of physique, the clarity, panic, and anxiety in its eyes were undeniable. Possessing intelligence, are you really a wandering orc? The orc leader stared at the ant-man in astonishment, his eyes widening. At the same time, on the battlefield, Chen Yi was in charge of the overall situation, but a sense of irritation rose in his heart. The ant-man army is no match for them. Even their so-called elite legion is no match for them. It seemed that the ant-men were about to be wiped out by their own goblins. But why do I feel so irritable? Chen Yi shook his head, trying to calm himself down. Could there be a problem somewhere? He re-examined the battlefield. Ant-Man is retreating step by step, trying to outsmart the creator hero who is already under his surveillance. There shouldn't be any surprises about either of these. Chen Yi racked his brains. Ant-Man's strength is likely due to the Soul Stone. But even if the opponent possesses the power of the Soul Stone, the power he is displaying right now should be the full extent of his strength, right? He didn't think Ant-Man had any greater power, because the enemy's army is being slaughtered by them. Even now, no one from the other side has come out to stop it. This means that the opponent doesn't have any stronger trump cards. But why am I still so irritable? Chen Yi tugged at his collar, feeling hot and restless. This feeling of heat seemed to originate in his mind. Since absorbing divine power to strengthen himself and undergoing the baptism of lightning tribulation, his perception has gradually improved. At this moment, his senses were telling him that something was about to happen. Could it be that it creates heroes? Is there anything special about this magic array? Chen Yi looked at the giant scale pattern magic circle on the ground. Although this creator hero is quite powerful and possesses a strange alchemical array, but he has already sent 2 cursed seal goblins. With the strength of the 2 cursed seal goblins, even if they couldn't defeat the opponent immediately, they could still stop them. He can stop the other party from making any move immediately. And he only needs to hold him off for about 2 seconds before his rest of the goblin army drops everything to deal with him first. If creating heroes shouldn't cause any trouble, then what is subconsciously influencing me? Chen Yi rubbed his temples. The burning sensation persisted. Inside the cave. Inside the cave, a group of ant-men are making sincere prayers, and behind them, a bloated and enormous body is struggling. The queen ant tries to control the range of her body movements and minimize the whimpering she makes. What's wrong? Why? Why does it hurt so much? Child, what are you doing? Child, stop. Stop right now. The queen ant feels as if someone is tearing her soul apart, and the source of the pain is her own abdomen. She knew that her child was about to be born, and this could very well be their best child. But why am I in so much pain? She's given birth tens of thousands of times. Why is it so painful? The queen ant wanted to roar, but after glancing at Badu and the others not far away, she held back. She knew she couldn't let her child come into contact with Badu and his group. You shouldn't do it until you've applied your own pheromones. Child, don't worry, I'll get right away. I'll provide you with the necessary nutrients right away. The queen ant tried her best to send nutrients into her abdomen, but her subconscious told her that what this child needed was not nutrition, but a soul. The deprivation of the soul is like a curse deeply imprinted on the soul of the queen ant. Chapter 288, The Best Nourishment. My soul is going to shatter. The queen ant howled in agony, feeling the excruciating pain in her own soul. Huff, huff. His large belly rose and fell like a balloon, and the breath inside his abdomen became more and more complete. No, I don't want to. I'll die. I'll definitely die. The queen ant was overwhelmed by deep fear. She felt that if she continued to carry the baby in her womb, she would definitely die. I don't want to die. Get out here. The queen ant swallowed another mouthful of soul stones, and with the brief replenishment from the soul stones, she regained some of her strength. After regaining some strength, the first thing she did was to concentrate her power in her abdomen. Unlike previous concentration efforts, This time the focus is not on transferring one's own power to the child in the womb. Instead, they wanted the child to be born ahead of schedule. Although the premature baby was not whole, she did not want to die on the spot. While Badu and the others were praying, she was going to force herself to give birth to her child. Learn about these Ant-Men quickly. On the battlefield, Chunyi issued the latest orders to his goblins. He had a feeling that things might change if he delayed, and even the remnant lightning artifact on his wrist was emitting bursts of warmth. Roar! Ga ga ga, kill, kill, kill. The goblins on the battlefield reached another peak, and their god issued a new command. An urgent command. They could sense God's anxiety. It is their duty to relieve God's worries and troubles. Activate the cursed seal. The 8 leading members of the Dragonman Goblin instantly activated their cursed seals, raising the intensity of the battlefield to another level. Roar! The elite Ant-Man opposite him roared at the goblin with his cloudy eyes. Although his opponent had become stronger, he remained unafraid. Because he had long forgotten what fear was, his second life seemed not a blessing, but a punishment. Their souls were haphazardly mixed together and then crammed into this small body. Using his small body, he contributed his last bit of strength to the country. Dragon's Claw. After activating the cursed seal, the Dragon Goblin's strength increased tenfold, and the elite Ant-Man, who could have given him a run for his money, was instantly killed. The Dragon Goblin's enormous claws continued to seize one elite Ant-Man after another. Bang bang bang. Once activated, the 8 cursed seals, like gods and demons incarnate, unleashed a massacre on the Ant-Men on the battlefield. All the Ant-Men were like paper in front of him, crumbling at the slightest touch. Even elite Ant-Man couldn't withstand a single blow from a cursed seal goblin after its strength increased tenfold. But that's not the most deadly thing. The most deadly thing is the gray-white mist that the cursed seal goblin emits when it's slaughtering people. The fog spread rapidly, soon covering most of the battlefield. The moment these mists came into contact with the goblins on the battlefield, all of them changed. The black tattoo stripes on his body seemed to respond to the mist, flashing and shimmering as they absorbed the mist into his body. Your goblin has been influenced by the power of the abyss, unleashing a portion of its true nature. The goblin has been specially affected. Its strength, speed, and recovery have all increased by 10%. Your goblin has returned to the embrace of the abyss. Your goblin will be in a state of excitement, tireless. Quack! Gagaga! At that moment, all the goblins felt the changes in their bodies. Their already fierce attitude instantly became even fiercer. Whoa! A spore goblin, which was being attacked by Ant-Men and was covered in wounds, miraculously had the negative effects of its wounds removed the moment it came into contact with the gray fog. Although the wounds were still there, he could not feel the pain. It seemed that the more wounds he had, the more excited he became. Quack! The spore goblin, dragging its 3 severed ant tentacles, extended a claw similar to that of the elite Ant-Man and swiftly killed the Ant-Man in front of it. His injuries are healing rapidly after he kills Ant-Man. Roar! Quack! Ant-Man roared, but was immediately silenced by the goblin's roar. Within the gray fog lies the Shroud of God. Under the Shroud of God, they cannot possibly lose. Ant-Man, who was already on the verge of collapse, collapsed instantly at this moment. The presence of the gray fog blocked their 5 senses and their pheromone communication. They lost sight of their goals and could only go around in circles. Meanwhile, the goblins regrouped and began sweeping away the Ant-Men piece by piece. It's only 10 minutes, but that should be enough. Chunyi felt heavy-hearted. The cursed seal goblin is powerful. It only lasts for 10 minutes. During these 10 minutes, they must kill all the Ant-Men. Even if you don't kill them all, you should at least kill them until they have no power to resist. This was originally intended as a backup plan, but Chunyi used it prematurely due to his unease. The gray fog grew thicker and thicker, gradually enveloping the entire battlefield. On the battlefield, the gray fog also became a reconnaissance tool for Chunyi. Because he only had 10 minutes, he had to find out everything about the anthill so that the goblin army could enter. The grayish-white mist entered through the openings of each anthill. The anthills that were originally used to facilitate travel have now become the best means of defending against the invasion of gray fog. The gray fog is spreading, the battlefield is raging, and the number of Ant-Men is rapidly decreasing. A moment later, Badu and the others, who were praying inside the cave, also sensed the changes within their cave. Don't get distracted, I can feel the response from the evil god. Batu excitedly spoke to Ant-Man behind him, who seemed a bit lost in thought. Don't worry about Ant-Man's deaths and injuries. As long as Lord Evil God responds to us, everything will be fine. His remarks were utterly insane. My Lord Evil God, as expected, you finally responded to me at the most critical moment. I am the most loyal follower of the Evil God. I am the most talented member under the Evil God. I will definitely succeed. Lord Evil God, please grant your protection and respond to your followers. Batu, along with a group of fanatical followers, continued to use the power of faith to contact the Evil God. The wisps of faith gradually broadened and then drifted away. However, the direction they drifted away from was no longer the stone wall, but behind them. Behind a group of foolish believers, a young life is absorbing the best nourishment. The power of faith is incorporated into it. The power of the gray fog was incorporated into it. Knock, 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 knock. The heartbeat is like the rhythm of a drum, light, joyful, and accompanied by new life. Chapter 289, The Source of the Unrest. Found it. Chenyi used the gray mist's power to permeate the entire anthill and found what he wanted. A wall made of soul stones. That's really weird. Chenyi looked at the soul stone through the gray mist with a look of astonishment in his eyes. Because at that moment, a transparent soul with red undertones was struggling to emerge from the soul stone wall. A soul entity, or a visible soul entity. The effect of divine power. Chenyi examined the soul stone and roughly guessed why the other party could manifest a physical body as a soul. So the so-called filth is actually these souls. Chenyi recalled the soul stones he had absorbed. No wonder they needed divine power to purify them. But isn't it easy for divine power to purify such a soul? Chenyi recalled the scene of Alicia purifying the soul stone. It couldn't be simpler. Has the soul on the soul stone weakened over time, or has the Holy Church been engaging in false advertising? If it's the latter, Chenyi thought of a possibility. Soul stones are not as difficult to purify as advertised. In fact, they are quite easy to purify. It's just that their advertising uses this to deceive some people. That doesn't seem right either. The people in the scene were all their own people. If they're deceiving people, who are they deceiving? Chenyi was puzzled. Who cares? Once it's in my hands, it's mine. After pondering for a while without success, Chenyi simply stopped thinking about it altogether. Anyway, the item will be in my hands soon, so there's no need to think about anything else. Although that feeling of irritability is still there. But, once the item is in his hands, Chenyi will immediately transform the soul stone into divine power, and then transform that divine power into his own strength. Unless a god himself comes, no one will be able to take it away. Fine, then nobody will be able to take what belongs to me. Chenyi originally wanted to say that once something is in his hands, even if a god himself comes, he can't take it back. But considering the absurd state of the gods in this world, and how they were all so bored, they took back what they originally wanted to say. I really don't understand. Do these gods have nothing else to do but spy on humankind? Chenyi muttered to himself, but didn't say it aloud. After all, he didn't want to be overheard by that idol god again. Withdrew his divine sense and refocused his attention on the battlefield. The goblins had already killed most of the ant-men, and the remaining ant-men did not fight to the death as they had guessed. Instead, they began to retreat quickly back to their anthill. Quacked. Almost without Chenyi giving the order, a goblin used the weapon of a nearby ant-man to kill the fleeing ant-man. The goblins, having initially fought outnumbered, were already quite angry, and their policy towards Ant-Man was to exterminate him completely. Send some people to take the things out. Seeing that the situation was settled, Chenyi immediately ordered the goblins to bring over the soul stone wall. He may not have forgotten what his original purpose was. Suddenly, a surge of heat welled up within me. What exactly is it? Chenyi's restlessness became more pronounced, and he even felt a sense of unease. Damn it, what on earth is that? Grass. Chenyi cursed angrily. He had thought the commotion came from the soul stone, and that there was some danger within it. However, after examining the soul stone, he found nothing on it that posed a threat to him. Release some spore goblins to scout the situation. For safety reasons, Chenyi ordered the goblins to split into 3 groups. One team was used to hunt down Ant-Man, another to transport soul stones, and the third to scout the surrounding area. Boom. Thump. 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 Just as the spore goblin was about to explore its surroundings, it felt a violent tremor. It felt like a small mountain was constantly bombarding the ground. However, that is indeed the case. In Chenyi's eyes, a crimson Tyrannosaurus Rex was rapidly approaching the battlefield where he was located. Its overwhelming power is like a bulldozer, pushing aside all obstacles except itself. The forest seemed utterly vulnerable, sculpted into various shapes by the Tyrannosaurus Rex's rampage. With each step he leaves a deep crater. He can even shorten the distance between himself and the battlefield by jumping. This thing, of all times, came at this time. Chenye's eyes were serious. This was exactly the powerful magical beast he had wanted. Judging from its size and the strength it displayed, it is at least a saint-level magical beast with attributes of 120 or higher. If nothing unexpected happens, the opponent is likely to be even stronger than a normal frost dragon. He would be more than happy to receive such an enemy under normal circumstances. But it just so happens to happen at this time. Chenye took a deep breath. So far, the goblin battle has left more than 5,000 spore goblins, more than 700 dragon goblins, and 10 curse seal goblins. Although the lineup was powerful, their own troops were already severely damaged. Chenye watched quietly as the crimson figure drew ever closer. It seems we're destined to suffer some losses. I thought the mushroom goblin outbreak would reduce my goblin losses, but the appearance of this Tyrannosaurus Rex has brought everything back to square one. Could this be the reason for the heat and unease? Chenye suddenly made the connection, but the restlessness in his heart remained. What on earth is that? Somewhere in the forest. You mean that most of your race are intelligent beings like you? Orc leader, holding a spear, looked solemnly at the tiny Ant-Man before him. Yes, sir. Ant-Man looked at the orc in front of him with a slight tremor. The creature's fur was white, but apart from the fur, he could neither see nor sense any animalistic aura about it. If it weren't for the long white hair on its face and arms, he would have thought the other person was human. Very good, take me to your tribe, the orc leader said with a pleased expression. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that there were other intelligent Ant-Men besides himself after the fall of the beast god. One of the keys to becoming a god is to possess a powerful race of your own as a mark. He has been searching for this symbol for decades. His own race was too few in number, and he looked down on the other orcs. Those creatures, devoid of intelligence and possessing only brute force, don't deserve to be called orcs. He thought he had lost the right to become a god, and that becoming a minor god was the limit of his life. But unexpectedly, things took a turn for the better. My lord, I have a mission to perform right now. Ant-Man looked troubled. He was responsible for the entire anthill and didn't want to waste time with this guy in front of him. Task. What mission? The orc leader clearly showed displeasure, but did not pursue the matter further because the other party was his hope for becoming a god. Ant-Man remained silent, not intending to reveal his mission. However, the next second, truth. The orc leader noticed the Ant-Man's distress and immediately cast a spell. Chapter 290, not enough for me. My mission is to seek refuge with the Lord of the Forest, carrying gifts. Ant-Man is perfectly lucid, but his mouth is also incredibly honest. Casually revealed his mission in front of the truth. Ant-Man stared at the other man in horror, feeling that he probably wouldn't survive. Ha ha ha. The orc leader didn't care about Ant-Man's reaction. He said happily, "Are you going to surrender to that one in the forest?" Ant-Man gritted his teeth and nodded. Since the other party already knew his plan, there was no need to hide it anymore. He just hoped that the other party would allow him to leave at this moment. After all, one's own anthill might not be able to hold out for very long. There's no need to go, the orc leader said proudly. No, I still want to. I said there's no need to go. The orc leader reiterated this point. He added, that's me. Ant-Man visibly paused for a moment when the other person spoke. He observed the orc before him. The orc's aura was indeed very powerful, but it did not carry the kind of chilling cold that could freeze everything. The aura emanating from the other party did not blend in with the surrounding snowscape. Instead, it carried a wild desolation. Although I don't know what it is, it's definitely not the aura of that person in the forest. Sir, Ant-Man looked troubled. Kid, don't think that just because you're of a certain status you can repeatedly disrespect adults. Orc beside the orc leader spoke solemnly. Hey, don't do this. Another orc wielding a spear interjected. Children in the countryside are isolated from the world and have never seen anything like it. Wielding a spear first stopped his companion, who was about to reprimand the Ant-Man. He then explained, our leader may not be now, but he will be soon. It will be soon? Ant-Man was shocked, but he wasn't stupid. He figured it out almost instantly. Could it be that you are the apostle? Ant-Man's face lit up with surprise. He harbored very ulterior motives regarding directly meeting the one in the forest. But if it's the apostle, although the other party's status was still noble, they were now someone I could come into contact with. Or rather, it's someone you can summon by offering your own soul crystals. He asked again incredulously, may I ask, Which apostle are you? How dare you? With the sword roared again. This time, however, he was personally stopped by the orc collar. The orc leader looked at the Ant-Man with doting eyes. One of the necessary conditions for one's own ascension to godhood, so one can be lenient towards it. He explained himself. I am not an apostle yet, but I will be soon. Ant-Man blinked twice, giving off a feeling that he was being misled. However, due to his position, he had no choice but to cooperate with the other party. Such a subtle action, naturally, did not escape the notice of the orcs. With the sword immediately drew his sword, ready to teach this country bumpkin a lesson. Don't do that. The gun-wielding orc stood between the two. The one in the forest is searching for a candidate for a new apostle, and our Lord is the most likely to obtain the position. Do you understand now? Wielding the spear patiently explained. Ant-Man, though still disdainful, didn't show it this time. The fact that the one in the forest had offered a bounty for the position of a new apostle was known even within their own cave. The elders in the anthill once said that those who knew this news all possessed considerable strength. So, does that mean the strength of these guys in front of us is about the same as the strength of our entire anthill? Ant-Man sized up the group of 10 orcs. The opposing force is small in number, yet they received the same information, meaning they still possess considerable strength. How about we take it back? Ant-Man had this idea. It wasn't that he wanted to be lazy, but based on his deduction when he came out, he knew that his ant nest wouldn't last long. The situation at your anthill doesn't seem to be very good, does it? The orc leader stepped down from his chair and spoke first. Yes. Ant-Man answered. The orc chieftain scoffed. Then let's go. He didn't want the orc he had finally found, one who truly possessed intelligence, to disappear right before his eyes. Buzz. The orc leader descended. A magic circle surrounded him. The blue magic circle formed a ring that left the palm and spread towards the feet. Soon, the intricately patterned magic array was completed. How could orcs possess array formations? Ant-Man stared in shock at the opponent's methods. Only then did he realize how he had inexplicably appeared beside the other person. Formations? Aren't orcs unable to learn formations due to their intelligence and physical limitations? Why? This can't be. Who is this person? Ant-Man was so shocked he didn't know what to say until something lifted him up by the back of his neck, at which point he came to his senses. The orc leader grabbed Ant-Man and said, Give me directions. Direction? Probably around there. Ant-Man, still in shock, pointed out the location of the anthill. Teleport. The orc leader's eyes gleamed with confidence. He seemed to be intentionally showing off his abilities in front of this Ant-Man. A flash of blue light, and the two disappeared from the spot. Why? You didn't take us? The sword-wielding Ant-Man was taken aback at first, then came to his senses. That's right, your magic reserves aren't very high yet. Let's go. The gun-wielding orc was the first to react and led his men forward on foot. At this point, one can't care about appearances anymore. Buzz. The blue light faded, and Ant-Man crashed to the ground. Oh dear, have we arrived? He heard the word teleport from the other party, and before he could even be shocked, he was already teleported here. He looked around at the intact trees and the clean snow. This is not where his anthill is located. The actual scene surrounding the anthill should have been destroyed by the battlefield long ago. Could it be that I pointed to the wrong place? Sir, this is not the place. Boom. Just as Ant-Man was about to correct the position of the cave, a powerful attack struck him, blasting a huge hole in his feet. What is this? Ant-Man swallowed hard and looked in the direction of the attack. In the distance, 2 goblin monsters are attacking a human in a black cloak. These 3 are what you call the strongest in the enemy army, right? The orc leader looked at the 3 people in the sky above. 2 of them were winged, dragon-like monsters, and the other was a human. The orc leader snorted and then confidently stepped forward. 2 peak 4th-tier alchemical synthetic beings and a human alchemist at the star level are indeed beyond your capabilities. However, it's still not enough for me. Chapter 291, An Accident, Alchemical Synthesis. This isn't an anthill, so what's with these guys in front of me? Ant-Man stared blankly at the great battle in the sky. The 2 goblins fought with perfect teamwork, overwhelming the human alchemist who had appeared out of nowhere. Although the alchemist continued to create and refine various other strange creatures to fight against them, they were all quickly torn apart by the 2 goblin monsters without exception. The 3 of them smashed the sky, causing alchemical creatures to fly everywhere, and various poisonous insects and worms to swarm the 2 goblins. The fight between just a few people somehow felt like a battle between 2 armies. This goblin's appearance is indeed that of a creature that has invaded our anthill. But who is this human? Is this human also an enemy of goblins? So strong. Ant-Man's awe-inspiring duel with several people. Each of these people possesses star-level strength, and their techniques are increasingly bizarre. It's one thing that goblins can use the techniques of other races. But that human was actually controlling various Zerg that he had never even seen before. Could he also control the ant tribe? Ant-Man was filled with worry. After all, strictly speaking, Ant-Man is also part of the Zerg. After a period of speculation and shock in Ant-Man's mind, the orc leader stepped into the air and soared into the sky. With the blue magic circle beneath his feet stabilizing his stance, he forcefully entered the battle between the three. I am Dragon's Claw. The orc leader was about to announce his name when he was interrupted by a goblin's gigantic energy claw attack. Goblins don't care who the person in front of them is. Anyone who interferes with their mission is an enemy. The enemy is dead. Clang. The orc leader hastily pulled out a hand to defend himself. Little thing, do you know who I am? I am. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A swarm of colorful insects had somehow landed on the orc leader's back, and their sharp fangs pierced down instantly. Depend on. The orc leader roared and hurriedly shook off the swarm of poisonous insects. You little monster attacked me, so you attack me back? Are you both looking for death? He glared angrily at the humans before him. The true leader of the Forest King orc race and a peak saint-level powerhouse was interrupted twice while speaking. Don't I have any pride? The orc leader angrily raised his spear to meet the three men at once. Little darling, come out. Upon seeing this, the hero quickly slashed his own neck, drawing blood. A crimson magic circle appeared, stained with blood and carnage. Immediately afterwards, a gigantic martial art with a dragon-like body, knife-like claws, and a ferocious appearance emerged from it. What a magnificent alchemical behemoth. The orc leader first thrust his spear forward, but finding that he could not easily break through the centipede's defenses, he then chose to create distance. These three are indeed quite capable. No wonder they can threaten an anthill that has developed intelligence. The orc leader marveled at the enemy's power, glanced back at Ant-Man, and then became full of confidence. Only when the enemy is strong enough can one demonstrate their strength. Only by demonstrating their strength can they better conquer this group of Ant-Men. The orc leader then unleashed his full aura. The powerful aura instantly cleared away all the snow in the area and also transported Ant-Man to a safe zone. You're not good enough. The orc leader's fur gradually changed, and a kingly aura spread out. The next moment, the spear danced like a dragon, and with a single thrust, it sent the centipede-like pseudo-dragon flying. The pseudo-dragon's old wounds flared up, and its red blood rained down on the ground. The orc leader's eyes narrowed. So it's from the eastern continent. No wonder it wasn't affected by my aura. Damn it. The creator cursed angrily and retreated several steps. The orc's strength was as great as he had expected. At the moment, he didn't have enough stones of truth to summon a powerful alchemical creature. It's your turn. The orc leader brandished his spear and charged toward the two dragon goblins. The spear struck with such force that it damaged the bracers of a goblin that it was trying to block the attack with its own scales. Every move was ruthless and deadly. The orc leader tried his best to demonstrate his strength in front of the Ant-Men. These three people forced the anthill to the point of calling for help, so the anthill is probably not as strong as I thought. The orc leader, fighting 3 against 1, still had time to think about other things. He felt this was a gift from heaven, the protection of the great orc god. This led him to discover a not-so-powerful, but still somewhat capable intelligent orc race. This was the key to his regaining control of the orcs and recreating them. Orcs' advantage lies in human intelligence and the power of magical beasts. Only orcs with intelligence can be considered true orcs. The orc leader thought this. Suddenly, a familiar presence appeared in his senses, and his movements involuntarily quickened. Is that Tyrannosaurus Rex nearby? The orc leader frowned. He didn't want to fight that muscular Tyrannosaurus while battling a powerful enemy. It will be very troublesome. At the same time, Chinyi was rubbing his temples. A Tyrannosaurus Rex, an orc king. Things seemed to be getting complicated. The restlessness in his heart remained, perhaps because of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, or perhaps because of the orc king at this moment. Or perhaps both. Chinyi felt as if something was guiding all of this. Is it the will of Atlantis? He wasn't sure. Hurry up and take care of this Tyrannosaurus Rex. Then go and capture the orcs over there. Chinyi gave orders to the goblins besieging the Tyrannosaurus Rex on the battlefield. Compared to the orc leader's easy 1 against 3 battle, the The Tyrannosaurus Rex was currently in a terrifying hell of fighting 700 enemies at once. Thousands of spore goblins sweep through anthills in search of the soulstone wall. 700 dragon goblins besieged the crimson Tyrannosaurus. Even though the Tyrannosaurus Rex was powerful, it couldn't withstand the sheer number of goblins. He has 8 of those cursed goblins that the orc leader fought against. Who? With a deep sigh, the crimson Tyrannosaurus Rex fell. His muscles were covered in grayish-white toxins, and his numerous wounds, large and small, were not healing in time. The largest wound was a 20-meter gash on his most vital thigh. The fracture of the white bone became the fatal injury. All right, go and take down that orc too. Chenyi looked at the remaining dragon men and gave the order helplessly. Taking down that Tyrannosaurus Rex wasn't easy. The dragon goblin fought on, sustaining various injuries. If it weren't for the last few minutes of its cursed seal state, it would have suffered heavy casualties. And now, he lost more than 70 dragon goblins while capturing this Tyrannosaurus. Because living is more difficult than killing, and also because of this Tyrannosaurus Rex's extreme regenerative abilities. This guy's regenerative abilities actually countered the goblin's innate poison. If it weren't for the various wounds on his body, he probably would have been able to stand up again by now. At the same time, he all done. As the crimson Tyrannosaurus fell, the creator warrior, who was far away, also sensed that the entire anthill had been wiped out. He used the centipede to buy himself some last bit of time, a look of joy spreading across his face. Hee-hee-ha-ha. Come on, you atheists, let me show you the power of a god. He spread his arms, and the huge magic circle beneath his feet began to rotate. Sacrifice, activate. Great god of alchemy, I am willing to exchange all life forms within this magic circle except myself for your authority. Please grant me the power of truth. Boom. The massive formation emitted a dazzling light the instant the oath was completed. A gigantic phantom of a scale appeared between heaven and earth. Chapter 292. Orcs will never be slaves. The enormous magic circle unfolded across the snow and battlefield like a magnificent landscape painting or a strange circle in some kind of forest. The magic circle went from being barely noticeable at the beginning to encompassing all traces in an instant. By the time everyone realized what was happening, the enormous phantom of the Libra scales had already appeared in the sky. Ha 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 ha. Foolish fools, let me show you the power of the god of alchemy. The creator opened his arms, his black cloak fell down, revealing shocking wounds. There were huge scars extending from the cheeks to the lower abdomen, as well as smaller scars of varying degrees, and holes left by various insect bites. Only he himself knows how many hardships he endured to acquire his strength. Bring it on. Boom. An astonishing force descended, and a red beam of light filled both ends of the scales. Everyone present felt the pressure from God. It felt like my whole body was filled with molten lead, making even breathing difficult. If Chenyi were here, he would definitely exclaim in surprise, because he had personally experienced this. The phantom of the scales swayed back and forth, and with each sway, the pressure increased. The first to be hit were Ant-Man and his corpse. The few remaining Ant-Mans that survived the explosion burst open under this pressure, but instead of a bloody scene, they turned into a sky full of red and slowly disappeared. The surviving Ant-Man disappeared, followed by his corpse. The numerous corpses that the goblins hadn't had time to devour on the ground began to turn into crimson snowflakes under the shroud of divine power. Crimson snowflakes drifted upwards, brushing past the white snowflakes. 2 completely different snowflakes, one falling downwards, the other upwards. Damn it. This person has actually reached the point where he can directly communicate with the god of alchemy? A favorite of the god of alchemy. The orc leader lost his arrogance as he was pinned to the ground. Although he was powerful and ranked first below the demigods, he could only be suppressed in the presence of the gods. Orcs who can use magic must be remnants of the beast god race. The creator looked at the other party with disdain. The opponent's strength just now almost killed him and his centipede pseudo-dragon. But things are different now. Have you ever heard of the saying that you can fight alchemists, but never fight an alchemist who is prepared? The creator looked at the orc leader with an expression as if he were looking at an idiot. The orc leader trembled all over, but still could not stand up. Its long white fur kept fluttering, trying to pull him up, but was pressed down again in the next second. Orcs, those creatures that are neither human nor beast, are born to be slaves. The creator looked at the other party and explained the current situation of the orcs. While it appears to be a fusion of the advantages of 2 races, in reality, Most orcs lack high intelligence and can only serve as henchmen for humans or monsters, making them low-class soldiers and cannon fodder. Orcs, never slaves. The orc leader struggled to get up, his neck veins bulging with anger like writhing dragons. The creator of the hero watched this scene with a smile. It's no use. Under the influence of divine power, all those without gods will be suppressed. With your strength, you shouldn't be directly refined by the alchemy array. It's a pity, said the creator of the hero. But he then changed the subject, speaking mockingly. Having resisted the power of the gods, your strength will be reduced to less than 1/10. Hey. As if struck by a sudden thought, the creator of the hero exclaimed with delight, I will train you to be my slave. He seemed quite interested in the other side's resistance, especially the so-called orcs' refusal to be slaves. The more you say you can't be a slave, the more I want to train you to be my slave. A peak-level orc slave? Not bad at all. Great, haha, really great. The creator of the hero has already seen the fruits of his labor. When the formation ends, he will not only gain a large number of truth stones, but also a peak-level orc slave. Caw. A mocking laugh came from the goblins nearby. What are you laughing at? The creator of the hero suddenly changed his tone and angrily rebuked. Little monsters, I've already made arrangements for you. You'll be used for crossbreeding to breed even more monsters for me. You will experience the longest reproduction of your lives. You will die in reproduction. You. The creator of the hero was gesturing wildly as he spoke. Suddenly, the expression on his face gradually stiffened. Because he saw no fear in the eyes of those two little monsters, and even some anticipation. No way. Even the most lewd species would be terrified if they heard that they would have to keep reproducing in the future, right? But these two little monsters weren't afraid at all. This shouldn't be happening. This isn't right. Quack. The two goblins' excited reply was like two slaps to the face of the creator hero. I'll let you mate all day long. Quack. I'll let you breed for a whole month. Quack. You'll breed with powerful creatures. They'll demand even more. You'll be drained dry. You'll become dried-up human shells. Gaga. The creator hero, seeing the goblin getting more and more excited as he spoke, suddenly fell silent. Suddenly, he discovered something else. The goblins actually straightened up under their own suppression. How? How can you stand up straight under the suppression of divine power? He stared at the goblins in shock. The orc leaders at the pinnacle of star power were forced to kneel when faced with the oppressive power of the gods, and were eventually forced to the ground. But these little goblin monsters. Instead of kneeling, they slowly straightened their backs. Impossible. Unless there's another divine power to counteract it, or one's own strength is extremely great, it's impossible not to be suppressed by divine power. The creator took a step back, somewhat fearful. The opponent's strength was clearly inferior to that of the orc leader, and even inferior to that of himself. But it actually managed to be propped up. That means, glug. The creator swallowed hard as he spoke. So, you also have a god behind you. But there's a human being behind you. Could that human also be a believer in God? The creator of the hero had a gloomy expression. The reason he waited until the war was nearing its end before activating the magic array was because his mental strength was limited and he could not sacrifice too many creatures at the same time. Their weight was too heavy. Even if God bore the majority of it, the remainder was still too heavy. Therefore, he chose to activate the magic circle when Ant-Man was almost dead. According to his plan, he could not only take revenge by sacrificing and killing the remaining Badu and the others who were hiding, but also harvest these monster goblins. Although the plan changed as a Tyrannosaurus Rex broke into the battlefield, it had already been severely injured by a goblin, and its weight had naturally become much lighter. The orc leader burst in. Logically speaking, the biggest change should have been the orc leader, right? Why these goblins? The creator's face grew increasingly dark. If the other party truly has a god behind them, then it would be impossible for them to be refined. No god would allow another god to sacrifice its followers. Damn it, you guys are the biggest variable. The creation of a hero is met with a curse. Suddenly, orcs, never slaves. The orc leader, who had been pinned to the ground, slowly rose again. Buzz, a platinum-colored phantom appeared behind him. The body of a human, the spear of an orc, sharp fangs, and long white hair on its chest. The figure rapidly grew larger, soon reaching the same height as the Libra phantom. He raised his hand and reached out towards the scales. Chapter 293, Birth. This is a phantom of the beast god. The orc leader slowly rose to his feet. then looked in shock at the phantom of the beast god. You've gained the beast god's approval? But weren't the orcs already dead? This is impossible. To the astonishment of the creator of the hero, the platinum gold phantom of the beast god was reaching for the scales. He wants to extract his followers from the divine power of the other. Buzz. Bang. The beast god's grab was clearly aimed at the orc leader, but at the moment of contact, the phantom of the scales actually bounced the beast god's phantom back. Upon witnessing this scene, the creator of the hero was shocked, but his shock turned into mockery. As expected, I knew it. The beast god is dead. How could he possibly protect you? He glared menacingly at the orc leader. There are differences even between gods. So what if you get the beast god's personal presence? That weak fellow was no match for the god of alchemy when he was alive. So how could he possibly be a match for the god of alchemy now that he's vanished? The creation of heroes, who, like foxes borrowing the tiger's might, revel in their triumphs and laugh. Orcs should be slaves, he said with certainty. Of the beast god tried several times to break through the phantom of Libra, but was bounced back by Libra's phantom each time. Ding ding ding. On the other side of the scale, several crimson stones are gradually coalescing. Ha ha ha. The stone of truth has begun to condense. The creator spoke excitedly. Of the beast god in the sky, which was trying its best but to no avail, and felt quite pleased with himself. Those with gods will inevitably defeat those without gods, and when two people with the same god are compared, their underlying strength will be compared. Once the stone of truth is formed, even if you are not affected by divine power, you will not be my match. The creators turn their spears on the goblins. One's strength depends half on the pests within oneself, and the other half on the reserves one possesses. Just like when I first arrived. He sacrificed a city of 50,000 people, so he was not afraid at all when facing 200 cursed goblins. Not long ago, he lost all his reserves, and now he was struggling to face the 2 cursed goblins head-on. Therefore, as long as he has enough stone of truth, he doesn't care about any powerful enemy. The stone of truth, formed from 100,000 ant-men, is more than enough to take down you little monsters. The creator looked at the 2 goblins under his control with greedy eyes. At the same time, on the other side of the illusory scale, Shinyi was also watching the battle between the beast god and the Libra phantom. Calling it a battle is not entirely accurate. It's more like a weak god attempting to wrest his followers back from a powerful deity. Is this a concrete manifestation of divine power? Shinyi clutched his chest as he stared at the 2 enormous phantoms in the sky. It's a little different from mine. He thought about his own application of divine power, and it seemed that the other party's divine power was directly acting on the god. His own was used on the goblins. It's hard to say which is stronger or weaker, but they are clearly 2 completely different paths. How long are these 2 going to keep fighting? Shinyi frowned. His goblins not only had to protect themselves, but also had to separate the gods to protect the Crimson Tyrannosaurus Rex. He didn't want to lose the powerful creature he had finally obtained just like that. There's still something not quite right. Shinyi, who was clutching his chest, suddenly felt his heart pounding. Faster and faster, faster and faster, as if something is about to emerge. On the battlefield, the phantom of the orc god and the phantom of the scales fought for a long time, which was obviously the most attractive scene. After all, gods are such a thing. Let alone seeing his face. Even the miracles he usually performs are extremely rare. But now the 2 gods are actually fighting. This was the thing that should have attracted Shinyi the most. However, Shinyi, the person involved, seemed completely unconcerned and was searching for something. Once he realized from the goblins' reactions that the so-called alchemical array wouldn't cause them any real harm, he stopped paying attention to the battle between the 2 gods. He always felt that something was attracting him, calling him. However, it is impossible to know exactly what it is. It's like a beautiful girl who always asks you out, but each time she wears a veil so you can't see her true face. Just when you're about to lift her veil and take her soft hand, she runs away at lightning speed. Where are you? Shinyi looked around the battlefield with a dazed gaze, but he couldn't find what he was looking for. Ant nest. Gap. Inside the queen ant's cave, Batu and the others were still praying, knowing that their army had been wiped out. But they didn't care, because they have already contacted the evil god. As long as the evil god responds to them. Under the mighty power of the evil god, all enemies are nothing but dirt. Even if the opponent is extremely powerful, those without gods are bound to fail under the might of God. Just like the fog technique the opponent is using right now. Bata knew that his troops had been defeated by this fog. But he also knew that the evil god was protecting him, and all the mist disappeared when he entered the cave. Therefore, they became even more obsessed with praying to the evil god. Gap. A burp came from inside the queen ant's belly. Immediately afterwards, a small goblin cautiously peeked out and gradually separated its body from the queen ant. He looked around curiously, his intelligent eyes no longer green, but blue. It's like the azure sky, and also like the deep sea. Ding. An evil goblin has entered your perception. The evil goblin has detected that you are not the only option. Please subdue it as soon as possible. Chapter 294. Asking a question, answering wrong. Not the only option? Could it be that there's some special goblin tribe nearby? Chenyi listened to the system's voice and pondered. But he quickly dismissed his own conjecture. He had already scouted the area and found no tribes or powerful forces there. The only power he considered worthwhile was the snow dragon territory that Chun Mo had exchanged with him. That goblin in the cave, right? Chenyi guessed. Why couldn't I find him before? He suddenly remembered that his previous exploration in the gray fog had not revealed the Ant Queen's nest. I was so focused on checking the existence of the soul stones that I forgot about this. However, although the gray fog of his goblin had ended, he knew his future location. Because the creator hero had once taken his goblins inside. The problem is that all the goblins are currently unable to move due to the opponent's suppression. Let this farce end quickly. Of the beast god and the Libra still fighting in the distance. The orc leader nor the creator hero loses anything by winning. The remaining person can be eliminated with his own troops. It's just a matter of how many troops he would need to expend. Let's finish this quickly, then get the soul stone we want and subdue this new goblin before leaving this place. Chenyi thought this way. He always had a bad feeling about this place. He didn't want to stay a moment longer if he could. At the same time, the phantom of the beast god and the phantom of the Libra continues. The phantom of the beast god was clearly no match for the phantom of Libra, yet it still persisted in trying to pull its followers out of the opponent's clutches. He knew that if he didn't rescue his followers now, they would be controlled and imprisoned by the other party even if they weren't refined into the stone of truth by the time the alchemy ended. Orcs, never slaves. Haha, don't bother trying, it's useless. It's no use. The creator of the hero spoke with pride. There are differences between gods. The authority of the alchemy god that I obtained at great cost is far beyond the reach of lowly beast gods like you. The creator of the hero spoke with pride. He paid a heavy price to escape the combined pursuit of the sword hero and the holy church. After escaping, he gained the authority of the god of alchemy, but he paid a heavy price once again. He has been paying the price from beginning to end. He has been paying the price for the other party summoning him in the first place. Does he want a lot? Not much. He just wanted to survive and live a better life. He was summoned here from his initial life of freedom and then subjected to torture to become a fighting machine. Then he was defeated by the sword hero, became a wanted man, and fled everywhere. Then they fled all the way to escape the pursuit of the Holy Church and the Empire. Until he fled to the territory of the Silver Moon Empire, until he unexpectedly made a deal with the god of alchemy. Only then did he gain true freedom and the ability to protect himself. Correspondingly, he also paid a higher price. It can be said that, from beginning to end, apart from his own skin which no one wants, nothing about him truly belongs to him. Become my slave obediently, and I will give you the best job. I will lead you to destroy the humans you despise. The creator spoke to the struggling orc leader. Impossible. Orcs will never be slaves. With the blessing of the beast god, the orc leader was now able to stabilize himself. He tried to move, but to no avail. He had no power to move until the beast god defeated the Libra phantom. How could I, blessed by the beast god, die so easily? Orcs will not be slaves. Orcs are the highest form of life. Orcs are the strongest beings. The orc leader spoke angrily, but met a calm gaze. Those eyes looked like they were staring at a dead person. Why can't you just behave and listen to me? As the creator watched the other struggle, he instantly recalled his own arrival. I was summoned here, and then came torture. He gave up resisting the moment he was tortured. Why don't you give up resisting? You shouldn't give up the fight. You should beg me, and if I refuse, I'll trample you underfoot and torture you mercilessly. Beg me now. The calm gaze of the hero who created the hero seemed to be telling a story of ordinary life. In his memory, this was how he had lived, but the orc leader in front of him was not following his script. Beg me quickly, hurry up. The creator tilted his head and then reached out. A well-formed stone of truth flew into his hand, but he did not use it to refine anything. He opened his throat and swallowed it. His throat was modified so that he could easily eat anything. Gurgle. The stone of truth was swallowed whole. These are 10,000 ant-men without intelligence. Excellent. The weight of the soul and the weight of the body are both sufficient. The brave forge ahead with a smile. After consuming a stone of truth, he can move freely within the scale's phantom without worrying about being refined. Although the stone of truth has many other uses, he still chose to use it to obtain this privilege. He slowly approached the orc leader. Now, I'll ask you questions, and you'll answer them. The creator looked at the orc leader with eyes as calm as still water. What's in your world? He gradually approached the orc god. What? What do you mean? Aren't you from this world? The orc leader was somewhat bewildered by the other party's nonsensical behavior. Incorrect answer. The creator's eyes were spiral-shaped, and he seemed to be in some kind of special state. He opened his palm, the lines of which shimmered, and then a pair of iron pliers was taken out. Pliers? Does this human think that something like this can harm them? The orc leader looked at the other party with disdain. However, the moment the pliers touched him, he knew he was wrong. That's ridiculously wrong. With a mournful cry, the crescent-shaped fangs that represented divine power, the fangs that he had hidden in the corners of his mouth, were mercilessly pulled out by the other party with iron pliers. Fresh blood dripped from his teeth onto the ground. The orc leader was in so much pain that he could not speak. Those were no ordinary teeth, but his own ladder to the gods, the divine power gathered by his entire surviving tribe. As expected, you have it too. The creator hero glanced at the beast god in the sky, then at the orc leader on the ground, and nodded. Continue with the questions. What is your mission? A mission? My mission. The orc leader, still reeling from the pain, mumbled. I have no mission, no one can command me. My staircase, The tooth, formed from divine power, was pulled out once more. The excruciating pain reached the very soul, yet transcended it. The method used to create heroes at this moment is not pulling teeth, but extracting the divine power from their bodies. The divine power that he had carried since birth, deeply rooted in him from birth, was now being pulled out by the other party. Clatter. The hero who created the sword lost his teeth and spoke again in a low voice. Question. How big is your brain? Can it fit a centipede? Centipede? The orc leader shook his head hastily as he looked at the centipede that stretched for tens of meters behind him. No, I can't. Answer, wrong. Chapter 295, The Morbid Creator of the Hero. Answer, wrong. The giant centipede shrank several times in size, and then burrowed into the ear of the orc leader. The centipede entered the ear. Even in its shrunken state, it was nearly a meter long. The enormous shape gradually crawled into my mind, and the rustling sound echoed in my head. No, the orc leader cried out in terror. Get out of here. He endured the pain while trying to drive away the centipede. The centipede, however, seemed to have found something. It shrunk its size, lay on a ball of light, and began to absorb it quietly. That was his origin, and also his divine power. This is no longer a normal punishment. It was not a forced plunder of divine power. The deep-rooted divine power nourishes every part of the body, like the fingertips, yet more sensitive than fingertips. The 10 fingers are connected to the heart, and the power of the gods connects the body and the soul. This is the most painful punishment, and also the most painful way to live. Quickly, beg me. The creator stared expressionlessly at the orc leader kneeling before him, convulsing and twitching. He went to great lengths to break the orc's limbs, stuff a centipede into his mouth, and pull out 2 of the orc leader's teeth, but the orc still refused to submit to him. This is strange. Orcs never submit. The orc leader coughed up a mouthful of primordial essence. He personally despises orcs who cooperate with humans. In his view, these orcs are simply not intelligent enough, which is why they cooperate with humans and are exploited by them. Such people do not deserve to be called beastmen. The fall of the beast god, the overall intelligence of the orcs has declined rapidly. This is the tragedy of the orcs. And he was the only orc who could break through this sorrow and lead the orcs back to glory. How could they possibly submit to humanity? Kill me. I won't. He desperately wanted to keep quiet, but the dual pain from his soul and body made him cry out unconsciously. Now, every tooth that the other person pulls out adds a difficult obstacle to their path to godhood. A question. The hero once again raised the iron pincers in his hand. However, the next moment, his palm stopped in place. A powerful pressure pressed down on him, rendering him unable to move and almost causing him to kneel. The creator looked up and saw that the beast god in the sky was waving at him. Of the beast god grew even weaker, and he himself was also oppressed by the power of the gods. The creator was somewhat surprised by this scene, but did not show much emotion. He calmed down and then waved to the sky. On the other side of the scales, a stone of truth slowly flew in. He used the same method to swallow the stone of truth with great difficulty. Under the divine power of the god of alchemy, anything is possible as long as the price you pay is high enough. The next second, enveloped in divine power, he regained his freedom. Two of the stones of truth, which are usually extremely rare and must be used with great care, were easily squandered by him. Their purpose was to torture the orcs in front of them. No, or rather, it should be used to subdue the orcs in front of them. Why won't this orc submit to me? Why don't you cry and beg for forgiveness immediately like you used to? If you don't beg for mercy, you'll miss out on a lot of the fun. He tilted his head and walked towards the orc leader again. Meanwhile, the orc god outside lost the ability to intervene again. If he, who is already an afterimage, were to make another move, he would probably shatter instantly. It's alright, you can continue to use your stones. I still have many more stones of truth. The creator looked at the gods in the sky as if in defiance. Because the opponent's rank is lower than that of the god behind him, and because the opponent's god is not as powerful as the god behind him. So he was just a bully using someone else's power. The phantom of the beast god was furious, but there was nothing he could do. The opponent used the passive effect of activating the alchemy array to prevent him from attacking or interfering with the two of them. But if they really give up like this, by the time the alchemy is finished, their successor will probably be tortured beyond recognition. Snort. The creator warrior looked at the withered beast god and snorted coldly. He was not afraid of retaliation. With such a weak projection, he wouldn't care about the other party even if the alchemical array ended. Although he did not create the goblin monsters as planned, he did manage to create 100,000 Ant-Man. 100,000 Ant-Man coins would be enough for me to squander for a long time. Especially Ant-Man characters like Badu who have fused with soul stones. That Ant-Man must have a very strong soul force, right? The creator thought that he would probably have more than 10 soul stones by the time he finished his alchemy. Therefore, even though he had wasted 2 of them, he was not afraid of the beast god's phantom at all. If the other party is oblivious, then use the power of the alchemist god to shatter their phantom. Ding, ding, ding. The living Ant-Man is successfully created. The dead Ant-Man is even easier to create. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The dead Ant-Man is easier to refine, and the Libra phantom is slowly disappearing after a total of 7 have been refined. What? The confident face of the hero finally showed surprise. His pupils widened as he watched the alchemical array disappear. This is impossible, impossible. There must be at least 10. There are at least 100,000 Ant-Men in this anthill. And those guys like Batu, their soul stones should be even heavier. This, boom. The beast god, who had been holding back for a long time, immediately attacked the creator hero. The magnificent pillar of divine power pressed down on the creator hero like Mount Tai. Alchemy exchange, authority. The creator hero's wounds burst open, blood gushing out, and he hurriedly raised his stone of truth. At this moment, he no longer had time to wonder why the dead Ant-Man had only managed to forge 7 stones of truth. The enraged beast god has launched an attack, having lost his former arrogance. Even if the opponent's divine position is low, it is still at the god level, while I am not even a demigod. The light of the vanished Libra has reappeared. One of the stones of truth, used to initiate the trade, has disappeared, and the creator hero has regained his ability to move. He glared resentfully at the beast god, for he still possessed 4 stones of truth. He was contemplating whether or not to crush the other party. He only had 4 stones of truth left. If he used them to fight the beast god, what would happen to those goblin monsters? The hero is forged from those chaotic memories. There weren't as many stones of truth as he had imagined. Snort. The beast god snorted coldly, seemingly having discerned the predicament of the hero. But when he glanced at his already battered air, he had no choice but to suppress his anger. With his divine power nearly depleted, rather than wasting it avenging his heir, he decided to take his heir away and help heal his injuries. I'll take the loss. The beast god, filled with malice, transformed into a beam of light and enveloped the miserable orc leader below. The light gradually solidified and then departed with the orc leader. The creator hero watched the 2 departing figures and couldn't help but sigh. Thankfully, the other party didn't make a big deal out of it. The creator of the hero looked at the flowing light and secretly rejoiced. However, the next moment, that the beast god had transformed into suddenly stopped, as if it had bumped into something and had to come to a halt. Look closely. A grayish-white mist had enveloped the entire surrounding area at some unknown time. This is one of my methods? Chen Yi, who had been secretly observing the whole situation from the goblin's perspective, finally revealed his shock. He looked at the grayish-white mist and was quite certain that it was his own doing. However, the goblin's cursed state has ended, and he himself is not present. Who is using my methods? Chapter 296, The Powerful Evil God. Ant-Man Cave. Ha ha, Lord Evil God. Welcome to the Lord Evil God's presence. Welcome, Lord Evil God. The supreme glory of the evil God. The supreme glory of the evil God. Each time Bada spoke a sentence, the people behind him would repeat it. Their object of worship changed from the cave walls to the queen ant. Now, the direction of the queen ant. The queen ant's enormous body is shrinking, and Ant-Man's belly and the features that represent him are gradually changing within a thick black fog. Badu and the others continued to worship, constantly contributing their faith to the black fog. Faith solidified, and the fog continued to shrink. Soon, a blurry figure gradually came into view. Upon seeing this, Badu hurriedly ordered, "Quickly, go and get some soul stones." Soul stones? Everyone was stunned when they heard Bada's absurd order. They stared at each other, bewildered. Soul stones do indeed possess extremely powerful energy. But, sir, the soul stone contains our former companions. Someone pleaded. It is important to know that the soul stone contains not only powerful energy, but also the souls of former comrades from the same country. More accurately, the entire nation is contained within that soul stone wall. They are their hope for restoring their country. I said go quickly. Bada emphasized this sternly. With the radiance of the evil god present, what is there to worry about in restoring the kingdom? Yes. Despite Bada's oppressive policies, some people still chose to obey. Risking discovery and death by goblins, some people set out in search of the soul stone. Fortunately, there were no goblins left in the cave, and they managed to obtain many soul stones without any serious danger. These are soul stones that did not break free of their own will. They are a chaotic mix of souls without a dominant one. Badu ordered the soul stone to be thrown into it. The black fog gradually became clearer. As more and more soul stones were thrown in, the energy within the mist increased at a visible rate. Very good, my believer. From within the thick fog. Lord Evil God. Welcome to the Evil God. Batu and the others hurriedly knelt down and loudly proclaimed the title of the Evil God. As everyone bowed their heads in worship, the black mist slowly dissipated. Instead, a woman wearing a long black dress, a crown of thorns, and a face shrouded in divine light appeared. The woman was holding a strange-looking child in her arms. Lord Evil God, your glory has finally enveloped us once more. Lord Evil God, we are currently. I already know about your situation. The evil god spoke softly. However, your forces are few and far between, and I cannot directly help you eliminate all the enemies. I cannot interfere excessively in matters under God's rule. What? Upon hearing this, Badu and the others turned deathly pale. Can't you help yourselves anymore? Didn't Lord Bada say that as long as the evil god descends, there's nothing that can't be solved? Yes, Lord Badu also said. The crowd below was abuzz with discussion. They had never really believed in the evil god, and now they had heard him say with their own ears that he could no longer help them. This is undoubtedly a huge blow to faith. Bada said anxiously, My lord, my god, you must have a way. Aren't you omnipotent? Omnipotent? The evil god exclaimed in disbelief. I am not that hypocritical god of light. If I can't do it, I simply can't. I cannot interfere with too many creatures that do not possess divine power. What? Bada sat down, his face ashen, as if he had lost his soul. The evil god he worshipped, the evil god he had summoned after all he had done, couldn't even help him escape his predicament. No, it can't be. Bada muttered to himself. The evil god comforted the child in his arms while looking at his followers. He felt his faith power rapidly declining. That won't do. My divine power hasn't fully flowed through this passage yet. So she changed the subject, saying, Fortunately, most of your enemies right now are involved with the power of the gods. They're all involved. Bada's dull eyes gradually regained their vitality. He suddenly exclaimed excitedly, Yes, yes. Isn't it up to God to decide whether something contains divine power? The image of Ba revealed some blind spots. Yes, yes, Lord Evil God. Everyone outside is connected to the power of the gods and is within your direct reach. The evil god ignored all the 2 words the former had said and did not intend to correct them, and chuckled lightly. I will handle it for you. Yes, yes. Thank you, Lord Evil God. The glory of the evil god. Before Batu could finish his flattering words, the black mist grew thicker and thicker, then spread and disappeared into the entire cave. Thump, carrying the orc leader, seemed to have been immobilized by something and remained in place. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Beast God, it's been a long time. A sinister voice echoed through the air, followed by a woman holding a child appearing in the center of the battlefield. Its small body did not grow to a gigantic size. However, this figure immediately stopped the beast god, who was trying to leave. He transformed back into a gigantic phantom, staring intently at the woman before him. Look at you. You look terrible. It seems they chose you after me. The evil god calmly looked at the phantom of the beast god, his words carrying a hint of contempt and disdain. The phantom of the beast god continued to stare at the other party. Why aren't you saying anything? Have you become this weak? The evil god stroked the child in his arms and sneered. Let me go. The composed beast god finally spoke. Isn't this beast god just an illusion? It can speak. Below, the creator looked at the beast god and the woman who had suddenly appeared with surprise. Who is this woman? Conversing with the beast god like this, could she also be a deity? A female deity, dressed in black. I've never heard of that before. The creator looked at the other party, but he could not see the face of the evil god. He could only guess based on the other party's clothing. However, after searching through all the information he knew about gods, he had never heard of such a god. Let you go. You didn't let me go back then. The evil god looked at the beast god with a mocking expression. The creation of the hero was even more astonishing. The beast god still possessed power, but he begged the other party to spare him. In other words, this woman's power is greater than that of the current beast god? The creator looked at the other party with apprehension and unconsciously gripped the stone of truth in his hand even tighter. The beast god sighed, as if he had known this outcome all along. He spoke slowly. You and I are both projections. You won't have an easy time before I die. The evil goddess sneered, showing utter disdain for the beast god's threat. Yeah. The evil god beckoned downwards in front of the beast god. Boom. A loud noise came from below, and then a red wall rose up from the ground. Damn it, my soul stone. Chen Yi, who was watching the drama unfold, cursed out the moment he saw the red wall appear. Remained on the crimson wall, seemingly attempting to uproot it, but were suppressed near the soul stone due to the Libra phantom. Now that the soul stone has been taken away, they are desperately trying to hold on to it. The evil god shook his head, and the remaining goblins were thrown off. Gagaga. The goblin tried to grab the soul stone, but was pulled in front of the evil god by a force. The evil god examined him carefully, then smiled. She stroked the child in her arms and chuckled softly. I didn't expect you to actually be here. Chapter 297. Past events, inquiring personally. She can see me? Within the territory, Chun Yi felt his hair stand on end the moment he was being watched. He was certain the other person could see him. The last time I felt that sense of being watched over was on that statue in the holy church. But at that time, I was right under their feet. And now, gurgle. Chun Yi immediately cut off his visual connection to swallowing saliva. The opponent can see me through the goblin's vision. His heart was pounding, and at that moment he naturally guessed the other person's identity. God, yet another true god. Are all the gods in this world just bored out of their minds? Are even gods this lacking in class? Chun Yi recalled the scenes of his encounters with gods, and if he included the beast god, he had seen 3 deities. And gods' methods are as commonplace as eating a meal. Thunderous annihilation, the howling legion, alchemical arrays, the arrival of the beast god, the forging of soul stones. The appearance of gods in this world is far too ordinary. While muttering about these idol gods, Chun Yi instructed them to activate the protective shield of his territory. Gods can know of their existence through vision links, but he can't guarantee that the other party can locate him directly through vision links. Although the possibility is extremely small, he still needs to activate the protective shield just in case. At the same time, the evil god sneered after sensing that Chun Yi had broken the link and was not observing him through the other goblins. Quite cautious. Ignore the goblin that you shook off. She placed her arm on the soul stone, and a ghostly blue light began to flicker and flow into her body through her arm. The beast god was at a loss upon seeing this scene, knowing that he was unlikely to have a good outcome today. However, even if things couldn't end well, he didn't intend to surrender easily. He only has one successor, and he doesn't want to just abandon him like that. Name your price, as long as we let him go. He was referring to the orc leader, who was enveloped in divine light, whom he commanded. However, this time the evil god ignored him, removed her hand from the soul stone. Then, he looked in the direction of the hero. If I remember correctly, you should be the hero summoned by my followers, right? Why make enemies of them? The evil god asked the hero who created it. Why? Don't you know these things? The hero who created the stone of truth gripped his hand tightly and angrily questioned. The evil god's eyes flashed with a sinister light. Then he revealed a look of sudden realization. I see, I understand now. She slowly approached the direction of the hero who created her. What did you just do to me? The hero retreated in great strides, questioning the evil god. Although he still held the stone of truth in his hands, he did not believe that he was a match for his opponent with just those few stones of truth. He felt an unprecedented power emanating from the god before him. It was as if a god had exhausted all his strength to personally descend upon this place. However, doing so is not only costly, but also offers no benefit. He doesn't believe any deity would go to such lengths for a few of its followers. As far as he knew, in the eyes of the gods, believers were either objects of experimentation or bargaining chips. Perhaps a better scenario would be being a slave to one's own work, like the current relationship between oneself and the alchemist god. He could not explain the power of the god before him. The divine power emanating from the other party was so dense, it was almost bursting out. Could it be because of that soulstone wall? However, the opponent was already very powerful when it first arrived. As the god drew ever closer, the creator warrior couldn't help but activate his magic circle once more. Alchemy and synthesis, in total. Bang! The illusory image of the Libra scales unfolded instantly, but was crushed by the girl just as it unfolded. Squeezed it, crushed it. The creator hero stared in astonishment at the divine power drifting in the sky. That was the divine power contained within the stone of truth, which was now completely shattered by the girl before him. As my believer, it's best not to use anything from other sources. With a wave of his hand, the remaining stones of truth in the hands of the creator warrior flew into the hands of the evil god. The hero who created it retreated again. Suddenly, a mournful wail echoed from the sky. It turns out he was the orc leader. A giant centipede flew out from the orc leader's ear and then rapidly grew larger. You audacious beast. The beast god was the first to be enraged. He hadn't expected that even under his suppression, the other party could still summon his pre-existing beast. Just as he was about to kill the beast, he was blocked by a cloud of white mist. He looked up and met the evil god's gaze. At this moment, the once invincible creator is trapped in a cloud of black mist and cannot escape. Even all the methods he used could not break through the black mist. The reason he summoned the centipede was because he had exhausted all his options. When the beast god saw the evil god using his methods to stop him, he snorted coldly and gave up. There was no way around it. Not only could he not defy the other party's methods of obstruction, but even the life or death of this illusory figure now depended on the evil god's will. The girl floated forward. It's nothing. This guy is mine. What belongs to my guy is naturally mine too. She collected the centipede into a cloud of black mist, then looked around to examine it. Stop looking. What exactly do you mean? What do you want? The beast god knew that the other party was only trying to expose him and demonstrate their abilities. His phantom wouldn't last long, so he had to do everything he could to protect his successor under the projection of the one before him. The evil god pretended to think. I really don't know what I want. How about you summon another phantom so I can kill it and vent my anger? The evil god provoked, he said. What exactly do you want? The beast god took a deep breath, paused, and asked helplessly. Haven't I already said what I want? The beast god clenched his fists. Killing my successor will do you no good. Although I participated in the war 100 years ago, I did not really contribute anything. You should know that I'm just a handyman and henchman. Despite his humble attitude, the beast god revealed a startling secret. In contrast, consider the evil god. The girl slowly approached the beast god, stepping on black snowflakes. You're too tall, I don't like it. Boom! The gray mist transformed into black snowflakes and instantly pressed down on the beast god. Like a mountain peak, it overwhelmed the majestic man. A short while later, the black snowflakes stopped, and in the light stood a panting golden figure and a half-dead, unconscious orc. Is this okay? The beast god asked weakly. He did not retaliate against the attack, which allowed the other party to vent the anger he felt when he participated in the siege. The evil god tapped his chin with his finger, deep in thought. No. What? Don't go too far. The beast god felt as if he had been tricked and was about to fly into a rage. Even if a god needs something from people, he will not easily lose his dignity. Despite retreating again and again, the evil god before him remained relentless. In this situation, he would rather fight to the death than continue begging. Snort. A white spear floated on his chest, and a golden spear appeared in the hand of the beast god at some unknown time. However, just as he was preparing to start the battle, the evil god waved his hand and showed no intention of fighting. Haven't you noticed that the methods I've used so far seem somewhat familiar? The evil god spoke. Means. The beast god was taken aback, then his pupils dilated. You gray mist, this is the Lord of the Abyss's method, what do you mean? Humph. The evil god sneered. Since you know this, then the fate of your successor should be decided by the two of us together. After all, you didn't just attack me back then. The evil god spoke slowly, while the beast god's expression changed repeatedly, finally settling on fear and suspicion. What does making decisions together mean? The beast god asked with a hint of trepidation. What's the meaning? Slash behind him, tearing open a rift in space. She said, word by word. Of course, it's so you can ask them yourself. Chapter 298. All the power of gods belongs to you. Damn, the restlessness in my heart is gone. Could all my unease stem from that woman? Chenyi recalled the moment the other person appeared, and all his unease vanished in an instant. In other words, the source of everything is that woman. Damn it, where did this woman come from? Chenyi couldn't understand why all sorts of strange guys had gotten involved when he was the one attacking the anthill, and in the end it even turned into a war between gods. Even a creature as powerful as my goblin can only be suppressed in place when facing these guys. Damn it, I should keep a lower profile in the future. Chenyi made a plan in his mind. It seems that I am naturally connected with God, but I do not currently have the ability to face God, so I can only keep a low profile. Once I've made it big, I'll blow away all that bullshit God. As his strength grew, Chenyi increasingly had no doubts about the system's claims of godhood and immortality. After all, I've seen God several times already. His power is even rapidly approaching that of a god. Goblin, your attributes have reached the high-level saint rank, around 70 to 90. The Frost Dragon's attributes reach the critical value of 150 after the curse is activated. Although he hasn't broken through to the level of a demigod, he's come incredibly close. Therefore, he still has high hopes for his potential. Of course, we're bringing him here so you can ask him yourself. A seemingly random sentence suddenly came from the void, startling Chenyi. Then, sizzle. The space felt like it had been zipped up, and the zipper opened smoothly. Holy crap, what is this? Chenyi stared in shock at the technique in the sky. The gap wasn't large, but it had truly torn open space. Tearing apart space. Is that something a saint-level being can do? Chenyi swallowed hard, already having some guesses in his mind. No way. Chenyi said somewhat uncertainly. The next moment, a gigantic hand, made of gray mist, reached out to grab Chenyi. Holy crap. For the first time, Chenyi felt the fear of his own methods. The gray fog filled the sky, leaving no place to hide. The world around us seemed to have changed color. The whole world was filled with gray fog. Suddenly, roar. With a roar, a series of sword strikes stretched for miles and quickly reached Chenyi's location. Bang! The enormous hand of grayish-white mist was mercilessly shattered by the attack. This is Black Greyhound. Chenyi felt a surge of relief as he regained control of his body. It's all right, it's all right. He looked at the enormous figure outside the territory with gratitude. The tentacles of the Black Greyhound flew everywhere and continued to extend, blocking the snowflakes within a radius of several miles, and the entire sky was covered by the tentacles. He seemed to be on guard against something. I never expected that you would be the one to protect me at this time. Chenyi stood frozen in shock as he stared at the enormous tentacles waving across the sky. The Black Greyhound's form grew larger again, standing abruptly in the forest, its tentacles obscuring the sky. On the tentacles, countless souls struggled and roared, a terrifying picture of countless wronged souls replacing the sky. It was such a harmonious-looking giant, seemingly harmless, but now, Chenyi seemed to know how the snow dragon had disappeared in an instant. Such terrifying methods are befitting a demigod-level being. Huh. A surprised voice came from within the crack. Black Greyhound is actually here. It really is you. What do you mean who? This woman is crazy. Chenyi learned about the other party's identity through the fragmented memories of the queen ant in his home. Dressed in a long black dress, with an unconventional personality, she is none other than the evil goddess Yuna. Yuna, who was defeated by the Holy Church. I originally thought the other party was just a minor god. It seems that your grandpa is still your grandpa now. Chenyi took a deep breath, feeling grateful for the protection of the Black Greyhound. God is good, but my own secondary god, Black Greyhound, is not bad either. Speaking of which, why does this evil god keep using some of my methods? Could it be that my method is publicly available? Chenyi looked at the still-present crack in the sky with a puzzled expression. Don't you have your own methods? The words had barely left his mouth. The grayish-white mist within the crack turned into a blue, eerie light. The ghostly light easily bypassed the black-gray dog's multiple blockades and quickly approached Chenyi. Damn, so it's confirmed that I'm a jinx, right? Chenyi tried to dodge, but the eerie blue light had already enveloped him. He looked at the Black Greyhound, but this time the Black Greyhound did not react to the eerie blue light. Damn, you're still a cut above the rest. Chenyi closed his eyes. The next moment, I felt my body's energy being drained. Why? I wasn't kidnapped. Chenyi opened his eyes and looked at his palm in surprise. It's still my own body, there's no difference. Wait, there seems to be something there. Chenyi sensed that there seemed to be something outside him, and with a thought, he shifted his perspective. Here it is. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the shrunken beast god, the unconscious beastman leader, and the creator warrior trapped in the gray mist. And a girl in a black dress whose face was obscured. Well, they still managed to pull me over. Although he was only a partial energy being, it seemed he was ultimately destined to face this calamity. Oh, you're online? The evil god spoke with a hint of mockery, a small hand made of gray mist teasing Chunye's chin. It felt like the older sister next door was teasing the little brother next door. Chenyi waved his hand, and the energy hand formed by the mist instantly dissipated. This was originally his own method, so he was naturally adept at using it. He even felt that his authority seemed to be above that of the evil god before him. However, he didn't have much divine power within his own body, so he couldn't control the other party to the same extent. Chenyi had dispersed the energy hand and didn't know what the situation was now, so he could only wait for the two to talk. Now that things have come to this point, he has nothing to be afraid of. Anyway, what comes as a portion of my own energy, not myself. Anyway, I've already been forced into this position. Chenyi looked around, then at the two people. He couldn't make out Yuna's face, but her figure. Forget it. This person is a god. It wouldn't be good if he knew what I was thinking. Chenyi shook his head, then turned his gaze to the miniature version of the beast god. Wasn't it big just now? How come it's so small now? Also, why is he looking at me like that? What exactly is going on here? Chenyi looked back at the beast god, puzzled. He saw shock and fear in the other person's eyes. But how could I, a mere mortal, have shocked and frightened the other party? Suddenly, the beast god spoke first. I am willing to dispel the illusory image, and all divine power will belong to you. Chenyi. Chapter 299, The Price is Marry Me. Manipulating the Power of the Abyss. The beast god stared in shock at the energy hand of the young man before him, which casually dispelled the power of the abyss. Besides the evil goddess Yuna, only the Lord of the Abyss can manipulate the power of the abyss. The beast god couldn't believe that the other party was still alive, but given the precedent of the evil god Yuna, he already had doubts about the fate of the Lord of the Abyss. Oh, right, this boy. The beast god suddenly seemed to notice something. I see blue light emanating from Chunye's body. A curse from the heavens. Now he had no choice but to believe it. Before Winter mentioned the existence of a new traitor and his plan to defeat him to increase his chances of becoming a god, it seems he was referring to him. The beast god thought of the Abyss Lord's past actions, which were almost contrary to the will of heaven. At this moment, the boy also bears the curse of the heavenly Tao. The identity of the Lord of the Abyss is almost obvious. The beast god felt a lump in his throat, and the words he wanted to say remained unspoken for a long time. He stared intently at the boy before him, but there was no fear or terror in the boy's eyes towards him, the beast god. Yes, to be able to face a god with such composure while not being a god, the other party must definitely be. Careful consideration, the beast god sighed and made a decision. I am willing to dispel the phantom, and all the divine power will belong to you. He could offer Yuna appropriate compensation, but as for the Lord of the Abyss, he knew that ordinary compensation wouldn't be of any use to him. Chenyi. What's the meaning? Chenyi had a huge question mark above his head. He was inexplicably pulled over, and then the powerful beast god suddenly offered to give him his divine power. No. Didn't you bring me here because you were planning to kill me for spying on me? Chenyi turned to look at Yuna. He knew that the enemy must have done something while he wasn't observing the battlefield, but he didn't know exactly what it was. Yuna glanced at Chenyi, naturally understanding his doubts. She stroked the child in her arms and said, "You are the child's father, so you should decide." Chenyi, what's going on here? Wait, what Yuna is holding is an evil goblin? Chenyi seemed to understand what the other party meant by the so-called father of the child. Could it be that Yuna subdued the goblin in the anthill? If that's the case, then I am indeed the child's father, but why should the beast god give me compensation? Could it be that he has wronged our child? Looked at the beast god and Yuna with suspicion. The beast god, seeing that Chenyi had not granted his request, felt even more troubled. This is all I can give. Is that all? Yuna questioned. The beast god gritted his teeth, his fists clenching involuntarily. Even if I help you through this crisis, the Lord of the Abyss will still not be able to escape the will of heaven. That's his business. Yuna said. Crisis? Lord of the Abyss. Chenyi heard words that were familiar to him. Is this the real crisis facing Atlantis? But isn't this too big? Two gods. He looked at the beast god, who instantly broke out in a cold sweat. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, I can help him get rid of the heavenly Tao's pursuit this time." Holy crap. Chenyi stared at the beast god in shock. How did he know I was targeted by Atlantis? And weren't you two here to destroy me? What exactly is going on now? Chenyi swallowed hard. Although I don't know the reason for this, it seems that everything is developing in a direction that is in my favor. Yuna, standing to the side, agreed on Chunye's behalf. Okay, I hope you keep your word. The beast god immediately began to compress his divine power. A moment later, a golden orb of light appeared beside the orc leader. So rich. Chenyi was shocked. Within that golden sphere of light, he sensed immense divine power, vast and pure. He looked at Yuna beside him. Yuna nodded. Buzz. The golden orb drifted towards Chenyi. Chenyi caught the ball of light, and was even more shocked. This thing is actually heavier than I imagined. Cursed goblins can this imprint. Chenyi was shocked, but he didn't absorb it on the spot. There's another deity right beside me. He didn't believe the other person would be kind to him for no reason. What is the price? Chenyi asked directly. Price? Yuna paused for a moment, then chuckled. We're all family. What price are we talking about? Chenyi was suspicious. He sensed that something was amiss. Yuna then continued speaking. Here, take this. Tossed the evil goblin she had been holding for so long to Chenyi. The evil goblin still has the appearance of a child, and at first glance, it is actually quite cute. Goblins, being demi-humans, possess characteristics of both humans and beastmen. The evil goblin in front of us seems to be more human-like. Aside from his skin color, black markings, and long, pointed ears, he seemed to have no other demi-human characteristics. I have cleansed the chaotic soul within this little guy, so you can safely proceed with the replication. With him around, it will be much faster for him to return to his peak than for you. Yuna looked at Chenyi and said, Back to the peak. The evil goblin in his arms, Chenyi had a guess in his mind. The evil soul goblin sensed the abyss's presence and has voluntarily become your unit. A special unit has been discovered at the Fountain of Life. The special unit has been recruited. By the way, I saw the black greyhound outside your territory. I didn't expect you to still haven't given up on him. But he doesn't bear your mark. Didn't you win him over? Recover. That thing is a demigod. I can't take it even if I wanted to. Chenyi looked at Yuna helplessly and speechlessly, wondering what she was up to. Here, take this. It can help you subdue the black-gray dog. As Yuna spoke, she tossed out a ball of light and a scroll. Inside the sphere of light was a struggling, writhing centipede, while the scroll was shrouded in black mist. The centipede is a pseudo-dragon cultivated by the creator hero, and the divine light on the scroll doesn't look like a low-end item. Chenyi quietly watched the two objects floating in front of him. He did not immediately put these things into his own space. He looked at Yuna solemnly and asked seriously, What is the price? Cost. Yuna reiterated, There's no price to pay. Chenyi remained silent and did not take the items in front of him. A few seconds later, Yuna sighed. He then stepped forward and said softly, If I had to say, there is. Chenyi breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that there was a price to pay. Tell me about it. So far, the power of the gods, the evil goblin, and the so-called method of subduing the black-gray dog have all been of great help to him. It was as if the other party had done it on purpose. He believes in windfalls, but he doesn't believe that what falls from the sky is exactly what he wants. Yuna paused, looking at Chun-Yi's serious expression. Immediately afterwards, Chun-Yi felt the humid heat in the air. The price is marry me. Chapter 300. Tell me, what do you want? You me this? Is the divine realm really this chaotic? Chun-Yi was momentarily stunned when he heard the price the other party would pay. I don't sell myself. Chun-Yi suppressed the fragrance around him and the flutter in his heart. Yuna scoffed, stepped back, and revealed a triumphant smile. Want to know what the real price is? Think. Chun-Yi answered almost without hesitation. The reason is simple. He simply couldn't refuse the conditions offered by the other party. A phantom god, a brand new unit, and a method to subdue a demigod-level vassal unit. He could let the first two go, but he really couldn't refuse the last one, which concerned the black gray dog. He had just witnessed the power of the black greyhound, which could change the world in an instant. Although the deity before him still managed to pull a part of himself towards him. But the other party is, after all, a being capable of fighting against a true god. The secondary god is the deity among one's own lords. A demigod unit. Just thinking about it is exciting. If he really gets the black gray dog, then his title as a demigod lord will be confirmed. However, he still didn't understand why the other person was being so kind to him. He doesn't believe in kindness without a reason. What exactly happened here during the time I wasn't investigating? While confronting Yuna, Chun-Yi also contacted and received messages from the goblins. Although I didn't see it myself, my own troops did see it. The girl in black was delighted for a moment, then stepped forward again. She said with a hint of smugness, "You must have noticed that the will of this world is deliberately targeting you, right? Or rather, the will of this world is at odds with your choices in every way." Yuna asked a question with the smugness of an all-knowing prophet. Chun-Yi received the message from the goblin while reflecting on his own situation. It seems so. Do you think you can get through this crisis with these goblins? Yuna asked. Chun-Yi thought for a moment and replied, yes. Snort. Yuna's smug snort made Chun-Yi doubt her personality. Why does she seem like a haughty and somewhat sickly older sister next door? What exactly happened while I was away? Impossible. Yuna said to Chun-Yi with great certainty. She then added, if it weren't for my believer's chance to communicate with me, and my chance to sense your presence and decide to come, your fate would have been absolutely tragic. Miserable. Chun-Yi was puzzled. He retorted, if it's just about that orc and that Tyrannosaurus Rex. Not your match. The evil goddess Yuna once again predicted what Chun-Yi wanted to say. Chun-Yi was left speechless but nodded helplessly. Yuna laughed and said, do you know what awaits you after you defeat that orc and that Tyrannosaurus? Yes. It's an envoy at the level of a sub-god. Yuna once again outmaneuvered Chun-Yi, showcasing her intelligence. She puffed out her chest and said, I can tell you with absolute certainty that you have no chance of winning. Even if your power has grown to the point of being unmatched by any envoy, what about the gods? The heavenly Tao is not one to reason with you. You defeated the envoy, and what awaits you is the personal intervention of that guy, Winter. And Winter, at the very least, is still a candidate for a true god. Therefore, you are definitely no match for them. Yuna spoke at length, giving Chun-Yi a general idea of the dangers that awaited him. After the message from the goblin was delivered, he roughly understood his current situation. The conversation between Yuna and the beast god, it seems that they are on the same side. No wonder you're so nice to me, but even if we're on the same side, isn't this a bit too much? Chun-Yi pondered something deeper. Meanwhile, Yuna continued smugly, don't you want to know why I'm so good to you? Chun-Yi shook his head. He deduced roughly everything from the goblin's message. Although he didn't understand some of it, he didn't want to ask the woman anymore. Nothing more. That's too pretentious. Or perhaps they're too eager to show off. Chun-Yi preferred to deduce it himself. Let me tell you, Yuna suddenly heard Chun-Yi's words clearly halfway through her sentence. You don't want to? Chun-Yi nodded affirmatively. I don't want to. Yuna asked in confusion, don't want to? How can you not want to? I'm an evil god. It's dangerous for me to be kind to you, without any ulterior motive. It is very dangerous, but we are on the same side. Chun-Yi said. Huh? How did you know? Yuna was clearly a little surprised, but that didn't stop her from continuing to perform. She said, that's right, we're on the same side. But aren't you curious why I, a dignified god, would condescend to be on your side? You must have some connection with the Lord of the Abyss, or perhaps you were besieged together, like two grasshoppers in the same boat. Yuna? You found out too? Yuna took a deep breath, slightly dissatisfied. After adjusting her demeanor, she said, although we're in the same boat, I've been so good to you. Aren't you curious why I've gone to so much trouble to help you? Young man, every gift from the gods comes with a price tag attached in secret. Yuna said smugly. Chinyi thought for a moment. Perhaps it's because we have a common enemy. You want me to grow up quickly so you can hold off the enemy. Yuna was about to answer when she heard Chunye's words. She extended a finger, but then angrily clenched her fist and pulled it back. Okay, very good. Do you want to know what the price is? I just said that all the gifts from the gods come with a price tag attached in secret. Aren't you worried that you won't be able to afford them? Yuna's tone was slightly threatening. After pondering for a while, Chinyi then connected Yuna's situation with his own room for growth. It should be to help you delay or deal with a god, right? Yuna's chest heaved violently as she took a breath in preparation for answering. Hee. Good. You're good at pushing, aren't you? Do you want to know if I need your help to deal with that god? No, goodbye. Chinyi didn't even think about the last question and turned to leave. Just kidding, fighting against a god? Maybe you can bring that up with me when I become a god. But now, he doesn't want to die so young. Chinyi was just about to leave when he was pulled back by a beam of dark blue light. He turned his head, his exquisite face scrunched up like a little lion's, his pearly teeth chattering. This deity, with a strong and calm kind expression, said, You want to. Chapter 301. How about we pay a deposit first? I don't want to. Chinyi remained steadfast in his choice. Chinyi, may not have much else, but I have backbone. If I don't want to, I simply won't. You want to. The girl emphasized it again, and then the endless snowflakes around her stopped for a moment and then started flowing backward again. The surrounding air was excessively oppressive, and a heavy, leaden feeling washed over him again, and even he, an energy being, was no exception. Boom! The oppressive weather instantly turned a muddy yellow, and within that muddy yellow, the world underwent a dramatic transformation. The snowflakes on the ground began to melt, or rather, to hatch. Bottom up, hatching into streaks of ethereal blue in the sky, like cocoons of souls hanging there. Immediately afterwards, the storm of the soul played a hymn of calamity. A shiver emanating from his very soul was clearly transmitted to Chunye's body. Gurgle. I suddenly want to know who you're talking about. Chinyi said that at this time, one should follow one's heart in making choices. Very good. Yuna was satisfied, and then the power that filled the world began to dissipate. In just a moment, the surrounding scenery returned to its original state. Snowflakes fell from the sky, still white, settling on a patch of crimson earth. She crossed her arms and gave a slightly arrogant snort. I don't want to talk about it now. That expression practically screamed. Beg me now. But is Chunyi that kind of person? Is he the kind of person who lacks tact? Phoenix eyebrows, purple eyes, long straight black hair, 176 centimeters tall, 51 kilograms, 36D, slender waist, dress that exposes the shoulders without revealing the skin, a mature and sophisticated style. Yes, that's it. Chinyi nodded affirmatively. He couldn't see her face clearly before because of the divine light blocking his view, but now he can see her clearly. This god is not only not as aloof as he imagined, but is also very close to life and very close to the aesthetics of ordinary people. Beauty like a solo performance on stage of temperament and soul, making everything around pale in comparison. What strange things are you thinking about? Yuna noticed the other person's strange reaction. Chunyi quickly shook his head. I guess it should be the god of light. It seems like you don't have a very good relationship with the god of light. Oh, Yuna's eyes widened in surprise, her purple eyes not only sparkling with a beautiful light, but also with a murderous rage. Okay, you're very good at guessing. Yuna took a deep breath, her previously composed demeanor turning into a trembling fist and teeth, but ultimately, she didn't lose her temper, having already secured her trump card. Since you know that she and I don't get along, do you think she'll be able to find out that I'm here this time? Yuna smiled and tilted her head, then continued to ask, So, do you think we're now in Winter's territory? Will Winter tell on us? Guess what they'll do to you if they find out I helped a boy belonging to the Empire before I left? Yuna's expression grew increasingly ferocious as she spoke, and even her beautiful features made Chunyi feel immense malice. I haven't collected these yet. Before Chunyi could finish speaking, he discovered that the energy ball that had previously imprisoned the centipede and the scroll radiating holy light were already in his hands. Depend on. Chunyi hurriedly tried to shake off the hand. The next second, you have received a forced gift from the evil god Yuna multiplied by 1. You have received a forced gift from the evil god Yuna multiplied by 1. Holy crap, you can do that. Chenyi was terrified. He had originally planned to stay out of it, but now it seemed he was really in the same boat as the other party. Well, sister, why don't you choose someone else? I know someone who is much more powerful than me. She fought against 100,000 powerful figures all by herself without being at a disadvantage, and in the end, she even opened the gates of hell and escaped from this plane. Chenyi sincerely recommends it. But Yuna just rolled her eyes at Chenyi and then said, "You mean that little girl who's good at manipulating hellfire?" Chenyi nodded immediately. Yes, she. That little girl did cause quite a stir in hell, but she's no good. Yuna said, I still think you're better than her. Chenyi immediately made a bitter face. No, you're asking me to fight against God? I'm really not that kind of person. Chenyi gave this account. It's alright, I can help you. With me here, that old woman won't have a chance to make a move against you herself. Chenyi was speechless. The old woman is probably referring to the God of Light. I am no match for the Titan Empire and the Holy Church alone. It's alright. She has her own power, and so do I. I can give you full control of my power to do whatever you want. Yuna comforted her. Chenyi seemed to have heard some pretty good terms. To have complete control over a force under God's command, like the Holy Church? Chenyi was tempted, and Yuna added fuel to the fire. You're training goblins this time, which should require a lot of powerful magical beasts for breeding, right? I can help you. Think about it. I will tell you how to subdue the black gray dog. You will have a demigod, and your territory will be extremely secure. As for the development of your power, I will also do my best to help you. It's more worthwhile for you to have the help of a god than to develop it on your own, isn't it? Also, this bracelet on your wrist is part of a deity's plan on Earth, and I can help you with that too. While there are downsides to working with me, the benefits are also obvious. Yuna said confidently. You can not only see it, but you can also touch it. Have you ever seen a god give payment up front when making a deal with a mortal? No, right? I have. After Yuna finished speaking, she waited quietly for Chenyi. Chenyi thought it over and over again and felt that it seemed feasible. Just as Yuna said, my own path always seems to go against the way of heaven. What the other party didn't know was that he had long been an enemy of the God of Light. He not only insulted her idol, but also defiled his saint and killed her godfather. So, if I think about it that way, I've just turned someone who was destined to be my enemy into my own enemy. Then you can get the full help of a god? This deal seems pretty good. Chenyi looked at the 2 gifts that he had already collected in his private space. If what Yuna said is true, then cooperation is definitely more beneficial than harmful. After all, with its own development speed approaching that of a god, the development speed is getting slower and slower, and the accumulation required is increasing. Cooperating with this evil god in front of it might actually be complementary. No, it seems like the other party is unilaterally supplementing me, while I'm just prematurely establishing an adversary relationship with someone who is already an enemy. A moment later, Chenyi finished thinking. He shamelessly reached out his hand and said, How about we give you a deposit first? Deposit? Yuna frowned. I've already paid so much, and you still want a deposit back? She instinctively wanted to get angry, but she held back because she knew she would need this guy's help in the future. Her cheeks twitched, and she bit her red lips as she asked, What kind of deposit do you want? Chenyi wasn't greedy. He just wanted 2 energy cores. Chapter 302. Cooperating with God. Yuna. No. Yuna was prepared to accept the other party's shamelessness, but she did not expect that the other party would be shameless enough. No way. No way. Aren't you supposed to be a powerful evil god with immense strength and influence? How come you don't even have something like an energy core? Chenyi's tactic of provoking him was obvious. He didn't believe that the other side didn't have what every city possessed. Even the creator of heroes would sacrifice tens of thousands of lives or massacre cities at the drop of a hat. So this evil god in front of us definitely does the same. This shouldn't be difficult for a great evil god like you, right? You're going to help me grow, right? This is exactly what I need for my growth. Chenyi spoke with righteous indignation. However, he was met with a huge eye roll from Yuna. Evil gods are still gods, beings recognized by the heavenly Tao. I don't want to completely clash with the will of the heavenly Tao. What's the meaning? Chenyi understood the meaning behind the other party's words. This energy core actually involved the heavenly Tao? Isn't it something that everyone has? Yuna rolled her eyes at Chenyi again and explained, Let's take the most common energy core in human cities as an example. Do you think that people can withstand several attacks from a dragon using only a few hundred or 1,000 energy stones? Is it due to the energy stones themselves? Even if you turned 1,000 units of energy into dust, it wouldn't amount to 1/10 of a dragon's power. That's the principle behind energy. Something that originally has only 10 units can change shape and state, but it is impossible for it to suddenly become 20 or 30 units of energy. This is the law of conservation of energy. It's somewhat similar to the scales of the alchemist god. Or rather, the alchemist god's scales rules also follow the will of heaven. Yuna looked at Chun-Yi as if he were an idiot, and then said, "Do you still think that measuring the core is a simple thing?" Chun-Yi shook his head. After hearing what the other person said, it does seem to make some sense. What is this kind of thing? Chun-Yi looked puzzled, waiting for an answer. However, after waiting for a long time, I still didn't receive an answer. He could tell that this evil god in front of him not only liked to show off, but also held grudges. This was clearly retaliation for his earlier quick response. Damn it. It's better to rely on yourself than to ask others for help. Chun-Yi stroked his chin. The energy core is related to the heavenly Tao, and one's own upgrade requires the energy core. Wait, isn't the fountain of incubation that I used to summon goblins also similar to the protective shield constructed by the energy core? Chun-Yi woke up with a start. If, according to what the other party just said, energy is conserved but can change into any form, then is the fountain of my own birth also subject to energy conservation? Effort-saving lever. Chun-Yi suddenly thought of this word. The energy core before him and his own spring water seemed to be similar to levers that save effort, allowing him to obtain more with less effort. The energy contained in 1,000 energy stones is less than 1/10 that of a dragon. Let's assume the total number of dragons is a little over 10,000. That is, it looks like you summoned 10 cursed goblins, and an ordinary dragon is definitely no match for 10 cursed goblins. 1,000 or so energy stones are enough for me to summon 10 dragon goblins with stats of 90 or higher. In other words, one's own leverage is better than the leverage of the world, and one's leverage comes from the will of another world. This thing is related to the world's consciousness. If we combine these elements, is the energy core equivalent to the embodiment of the world's will? Chun-Yi made a connection to his own identity. The lords were thrown into this land by the will of another world, and then plundered the things of the local forces to develop themselves. To put it nicely, it's a scheme to create a conflict between two worlds. To put it bluntly, they are like parasites. As for parasites, if it were themselves, they would definitely direct their parasitic tendencies towards the most important things in the other party. You mean these energy cores are like the embodiment of world consciousness, or some kind of primordial power, so you gods can't easily hand them over, right? Chun-Yi suddenly understood. Everything made sense now. Forehead. Just as Chun-Yi was feeling smug, he saw a delicate face on the verge of collapse and madness. Good, as expected of you. You're really smart. Yuna clenched her fists. If the current Abyss Overlord weren't so weak, she might accidentally kill him. She would absolutely pin that person to the ground and torture them to death 800 times. 800 times. Seeing the other person's near-collapse state, Chun-Yi didn't dare to speak and could only make plans in his mind. If the evil god can't help, you still have to acquire things like energy cores yourself, and you still have to take the initiative to conquer cities and strongholds. The Atlantean crisis was inexplicably wiped out in a deal among a group of gods. There's no need to worry about the crisis. The next goal is to train goblins and conquer cities and strongholds. Chun-Yi thought about how he had inexplicably achieved all his original goals. The acquisition of divine power was intended to overcome the crisis in Atlantis, but now, the crisis in Atlantis has been taken over by the beast god, and he obtained the power of the gods himself. There's also the matter of raising goblins. I've already witnessed the power of mushroom goblins, and I also have a new breed in my possession with unknown skills. He looked at the little goblin in his arms, which was growing rapidly after being released from Yuna's embrace. It seems that the restrictions on growth have been removed. However, this goblin was clearly not the kind of general he wanted. In other words, we need to continue our efforts in goblin breeding, and then conquer cities and strongholds to obtain new divine power. Okay, that's all for now. Chun-Yi nodded, confirming his direction. As for his target, he already had one, Haina. The opponent not only possessed the divine power of the alchemist god, but also the powerful magical beast he desired. And most importantly, the other party is a neutral small country, so it is reasonable for me to conquer it as an empire, and it will not cause any surprises. Conquering the small kingdom of Haina yields an energy core and a guardian beast. As for divine power, the god of alchemy, maybe we should just forget about it. Chinyi thought about it and realized that he already had the god of light as an enemy, so it was not appropriate to create another one. Even though I now have divine protection, it's best not to be too arrogant. Otherwise, if the other party blames you for making too many enemies and then runs away, you'll be in a bind. Chinyi nodded, his thoughts becoming increasingly clear. With Yuna's support, taking down Haina shouldn't be a problem. Well, perhaps future developments won't be a problem. Yes, that's it. What is this person thinking? Yuna watched Chun-Yi nod repeatedly, and really wanted to turn the pages of his soul book to see what he was thinking. Unfortunately, the opponent is currently just an energy entity, making it difficult for me to control. Unbeknownst to her, Yuna had developed many strange thoughts about Chun-Yi. This man is not only annoying to talk to, but he also has a personality that is like a rabbit that will not be released until it is caught. How about we give him some benefits? Yuna looked at Chun-Yi. Chun-Yi continued to nod, as if he was pondering something. Is this guy planning to ask for other benefits? Yuna was startled. After considering her situation, she immediately decided to take the initiative. Abyss, you don't need to worry about the benefits. As long as you do things for me, you'll get plenty of rewards. Yuna adopted a cool and aloof demeanor. There's a small favor I need your help with. Once you help me solve this, you'll naturally realize how generous I am. Benefits mine? Chun-Yi's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this. He immediately asked, what is it? That alchemist has established his own faith around one of my followers' territories, and I need your help to destroy it. Chun-Yi, you want to provoke two gods at the same time? Chun-Yi asked, more shocked than puzzled. Yuna puffed out her chest. So what if there are two gods? I'm a god too. Chun-Yi's lips gradually parted into a smile, and his tongue traced across the corner of his mouth. Okay. Chapter 303. A gift without any problems. Haina. Is your territory the kingdom of Haina? Chun-Yi looked at Yuna in surprise. He never imagined that the tiny, remote country was actually the other side's territory. If that's the case, perhaps he can consider withdrawing from this so-called cooperation and alliance. He had a general idea of Haina's capabilities. Even the former city of Ostaban could be treated like a clown and easily destroyed. It is one of my territories. The evil god Yuna corrected me. Oh, I see. Chun-Yi felt relieved. That makes much more sense. We can still work out the alliance and such. Oh, right. Yuna seemed to remember something and suddenly said solemnly to Chun-Yi, once you find a suitable location for this territory in the forest, you should move out. Why? Chun-Yi was surprised. Yuna sighed. How come the person in front of her sometimes seemed like a shrewd little zhuge liang, and other times like a mentally challenged idiot? Oh, I see. You mean it overlaps with the so-called territory of the god of winter? Chun-Yi suddenly spoke, as if struck by a sudden thought. Oh, ha ha. You figured it out again. You really are something else. Yuna clenched her fist, relaxed, clenched it again, relaxed it again, and clenched it again. Yes, that's right. She turned around and, with an air of magnanimity, explained, this entire forest belongs to her. If you don't want to have a conflict with her, you'd better move away. Isn't it you I have? Chun-Yi looked up and gave the newcomer a look. You're not afraid of even the god of alchemy and the god of light. So you can't be afraid of a candidate god, can you? Chun-Yi looked at the other party with a slightly provocative expression. Yuna knew that the guy in front of her was trying to provoke her, and she didn't fall for it this time. We are enemies with the god of light because we are at odds, and we are enemies with the god of alchemy because we have a conflict of faith. He has turned my once rich and beautiful territory into a complete mess, and my once strong and healthy believers are starving. As for you, Yuna glanced at Chun-Yi. Why should I clash with another candidate for godhood over something as trivial as moving house for you? That makes sense. Chun-Yi was speechless. All right, handle it yourself. You'll see how generous my reward is when you help me reclaim my faith. Yuna said that her body was rapidly dissipating. Soulstone below also vanished. Chun-Yi felt it was a pity, but he didn't dare to say anything. I've already received enough from the other party, and if I were to speak up now, the evil god in front of me would probably curse me. By the way, how can I contact your contact person? As Chun-Yi watched the other person's figure grow fainter and fainter, he suddenly remembered that the other person had promised to help him, but hadn't given him any token or anything like that. The pale blue light was rapidly dissipating, and at the same time, a sentence entered Chun-Yi's mind. My people possess the power of my god. The code is, odd changes, even remains the same. Odd changes, even remains the same? Look at the sign. Chun-Yi almost answered the question correctly. So you really are from the same place as him. The light dissipated along with the soul stone wall, leaving only the echoing sound. Holy crap, what kind of strange legacy is this left by revolutionary predecessors? Qinyi fell silent in the face of this familiar, yet unfamiliar code. Iron River Alliance. Are you even capable? It's not ready yet. Dongfang Tiexin's dissatisfied voice reached Bai Lua's ears. Bai Lua, who was refining the scroll, immediately put down what he was doing, stood up solemnly, and emphasized. What do you mean by can it or not? That's the greatest insult to a man. Dongfang Tiexin stood there in a daze, blinked a few times, and then looked at the other person with a suspicious gaze without saying a word. This, Bai Lua sensed immense pressure reflected in his calm eyes. Really? The next second. I'm not feeling well. I need to rest for a while. I'm not energetic today. This has happened 3 times already. Hey, wait a minute. Bai Lua quickly gestured for him to stop. I think we can change the subject. Snort. Dongfang Tiexin snorted coldly to express his dissatisfaction. It's not usually a big deal, but now that you've brought it up, I naturally need to vent. Oh my dear aunt. I'm already very strong. Don't believe any of the Lord's rumors. They're all rumors. What 1 versus 3, nothing happened overnight, and Little King Kong are all rumors. Bai Lua hurriedly stepped forward to coax him, but it was easy to get angry, but difficult to appease him. Dongfang Tiexin's shoulders felt like they were coated with lubricant, impossible to grip. Left with no other choice, Bai Lua had to change the subject. He took out a scroll and said, It's a success, it's already a success. With this, the protective shield will be consumed faster, and Qinyi will definitely be satisfied. I've looked at his shop. Not only are the items he sells mediocre, but he doesn't even have any jade gambling stones left right now. Bai Lua held up his scroll and said, Once this thing of mine is released, it will definitely become the prized possession of any store. Dongfang Tiexin took a deep breath and had no choice but to get down to business with Bai Lua. Now, the higher the Lord's level and the larger the scale, the less likely a war will break out. You might not be able to sell this. Alas, that is incorrect. Bai Lua comforted him, supporting his shoulder. It's precisely because no lords are buying it, but it still has some use, that we're using it to trade with Qinyi. Bai Lua said, I've investigated the news in the forest, but the more I look, the more unusual it seems. I'm certain there's a great secret hidden in this forest. Of course, we have to pay a price to get Qinyi to share with us. Mine is just right. It has enough weight to exchange for information, but it won't enhance Qinyi's strength. This is a win-win situation. Yeah. Dongfang Tiexin was suspicious. Bai Lua is resolute. Certainly. Unless Qinyi attacks a local city, he wouldn't need this to destroy any lord. There aren't many lords with protective shields. Qinyi can't exactly fight himself, can he? By the time everyone had their own protective shields, I had developed a new scroll. So, there's absolutely no problem. Chapter 304. The Scroll, an Unexpected Surprise. The snow, white as snow and accompanied by the cold wind, fell upon the world, and the snow fell heavier and heavier without any sign of stopping. As the snow continued to accumulate, the weaker monsters were unable to venture out, allowing the powerful monsters to hunt them. For the strong, this is a golden age. For the weak, it is a disaster. The white disaster came a bit early this year. On the thick city wall, a young man dressed in purple armor and wearing an elegant blue cloak exhaled a breath of cool air. The boy stood atop the city wall, his gaze drifting further and further along the white snow. Young master, rest assured, although the white calamity came early, we are no longer the Haina we once were. The city is now self-sufficient, and we even have a lot of surplus grain. Phew. Heinerlo exhaled breath that formed white smoke in the air. Although the news was good, he couldn't be happy. Is the city lord still planning to launch a war? He asked with concern. The surrounding guards were speechless for a moment, then said with some regret, Yes, young master. The city lord said that the city of OSS was attacked by magical beasts some time ago and should be in a weakened state at present. The boy said with worry, But now it's a white disaster, and we're not having an easy time either. The soldier sighed helplessly upon hearing this. The city lord said that with you in the rear, there's nothing to worry about. Hainalo. All I wanted was peace and prosperity for the country, so why did I end up with such a father? The guard gave an awkward smile, and then said, The city lord and the young master can be considered to complement each other. The boy shook his head. Fine, let's attack then. The Hainao of today is not the Hainao of the past. The city of OSS shouldn't be a problem. Heinerlo was helpless against his belligerent father, But he didn't have any better options. Since that person was his own father, he had no choice but to clean up the mess for him. By the way, we've captured the 2 young masters of OS City who leaked the information. Has Ostanden responded yet? Hainarov asked. No, the guard replied. But it seems that another woman has been chosen as his successor. What a cruel guy. He doesn't care at all that his 2 heirs have been arrested, and he even appoints another heir. Lo was struck by Ostantin's cold-bloodedness. The other side's obsession with the war seemed even more stubborn than his own father's. By the way, who is that woman? Is there anything special about her? Luo Wei inquired. He had investigated Ostantin, and given Ostantin's character, he would never allow his heir to be a useless person. But now, with the 2 young masters captured, Ostantin shows no concern and has even chosen another heir, which means this woman is likely to be more outstanding than Rogue and Solo. Nothing special has been observed yet. The city of OS has been acting strangely lately, activating its protective shield during the next snowstorm. Once the protective shield was opened, only entry was permitted in the west without special permission, and exit was not allowed. This greatly hindered our communication. Is that so? Luo Wei seemed to understand something. I guess Dad sent troops at this time because he was aware that the enemy's protective shield didn't have much energy left, right? Is the hardest part of conquering a city defeating the enemy's forces? Yes and no. Because unless there is a huge age difference in troop strength between the 2 sides, the attacker can disregard the defensive works of the other side that can withstand the shield. The clumsy method of constantly harassing the opponent and forcing them to activate their energy shield to deplete their energy stones. Once the energy stones were exhausted, the city naturally fell. This requires strong support, because when you consume others, you are also consuming yourself. Therefore, the most important thing to completely conquer a city is to wear it down. After defeating the opponent, wear them down until their protective shield expires. Of course, attacking during this period can accelerate the depletion of the opponent's shield. I think so. The city lord has a keen intuition when it comes to warfare. The guard exclaimed in admiration. Without the energy shield, and with Haina's current formidable strength, they should be able to take over the city of OS before the white disaster strikes. Have they already set off? Forget it. They've probably already set off. I'd better go and interrogate the 2 heirs directly to see how the reserves of the city of OS are. Luo Wei wanted to ask, but after thinking about his father's personality, he figured the soldiers were probably already on their way. Chunye's territory. You're using this to exchange information with me? Chunye stared blankly at the scroll sent by the other party. Tier 1 scroll, ruined, increases the target's energy consumption by 50%. Note, this is a special scroll designed for energy entities. Note, the genius creation of a madman. Note, it would be even better if he wasn't henpecked. As is customary, he ignored the useless annotations and saw something extraordinary. The scroll's function is actually to accelerate energy consumption. Luoha may not know how important what he created is, but Chunye does. This thing will definitely cause a huge uproar once it gets out. The most important step on the ladder to level 5 is the energy core. However, the most common way to obtain energy cores is by conquering cities. The protective shield is the most important element in conquering a city. To put it simply, if it weren't for Chunye, the probability of anyone else capturing the city without this scroll would be only 10%. It is likely that only the leaders of the 3 alliances could achieve this after paying a huge price. But after this thing appeared, this is absolutely a tremendous victory for the revolution. Chunye could imagine how big the market would be for this product in the future. But the other side actually intends to give us this strategic level weapon? I agree to the deal. Are you sure you want to entrust this item to my casual shop for sale? Chunye asked somewhat nervously. Of course, I can guarantee that there is no third chamber of commerce besides our own that can be sold. Luoha is still proud of this aspect. In his view, since Chunye asked the question, it meant he had his eye on his things. He gave Dongfang Tiexin a smug look, as if to say, you see. Does anyone actually want something like this, which is neither here nor there? Dongfang Tiexin was somewhat surprised. The 2 sides then exchanged intelligence. However, after the exchange, Chunye made a request that the ruined scrolls be made in the future and split equally between the 2 parties. Luoha keenly sensed something important. Chunye might have some information that I don't know, or this scroll might be more important than I think. He originally wanted to refuse or test the waters by suggesting ways to increase the future pricing power of the scrolls. However, after exchanging information with Chunye, he lost all interest in the matter. God, there's actually a god living in this forest? His subconscious feeling was that it was impossible, but Chunyi wouldn't deceive him with such information. But this news alone is already worth as much as his own scrolls, or even more. Furthermore, this message from Chunyi saved his own life and the Iron River Alliance. He and Dongfang Tiexin had originally planned to attack and explore the forest. Luckily, I didn't go there rashly. Bai Luoha felt a lingering fear. On the other side, Chunyi looked at the scroll with delight, welcoming his moment of reward. A massive mass of divine power, a centipede enveloped in energy, a scroll capable of subduing the black-gray dog, and a brand new goblin. Let's start with you. Chunyi looked at the goblin in front of him, whose eyes had turned a deep blue. He looked at the goblin, and the goblin looked at him. Just as they were about to unleash their reconnaissance technique, the goblin stepped forward and knelt on one knee before Chunyi with standard etiquette, placing one hand on his chest. Evil spirit, pay homage to God. A glint flashed in his blue eyes. Chapter 305, The City of OSS, A Way to Die. You can talk. Chunyi stared in shock at the goblin in front of him. The other person's eyes were gleaming with intelligence. The goblin had already started trying to speak back in the City of OS. The reason for trying it was strange. But the goblins did try, though the results weren't very good. While ordinary goblins possess exceptional intelligence in combat, their ability to speak is more akin to their everyday life skills. As for their daily lives, their learning abilities are, to put it mildly, questionable. But this guy in front of me, he's only been born for a short time, and he's already learned to talk? Chunyi couldn't resist casting the scout spell when he saw the goblin in front of him. Evil Soul Goblin. Quality, King rank. Attribute, 50. Level 5. Level increases by killing creatures. Loyalty, unwavering. You are the goblin's absolute faith. Weapon, none. Skills, poisoning, soul fire, deduction. Characteristic, ignores reproductive isolation. Note, the combination of 2 divine powers and an exceptional mind. Note, there are 2 kinds of death for living beings. One is the loss of vital signs, and the other is the loss of the thinking brain. Note, a chaotic mix of souls, fused with too many souls, which have been purified by special power. Soul fire, deduction. This is... Chunyi's eyes were serious. Could this goblin be developing in the direction of intelligence? Goblins have intelligent versions. Chunyi examined it carefully and found that the creature did not have any parts suitable for combat. The biggest difference between it and an ordinary goblin was its eyes. Ordinary goblins have eyes that gleam with bloodlust and savagery, but this one, her eyes, as blue as orchids, were filled with clarity and depth. Come back to your senses. Evil spirits can speak. The evil goblin looked up at Chunyi, seemingly waiting for his next command. What are you good at? Chunyi couldn't see anything special about the other party's attribute panel. Perhaps the other party had some special characteristics, just like the spore goblin. What I'm good at? The evil goblin was visibly taken aback for a moment, then asked, My God, do you count as ruling? Domination? Chunyi frowned, but his heart was filled with anticipation. He asked, Is the kind of control you're referring to the kind I understand? The evil goblin replied, My God, I cannot directly reach or fathom your heart. You can think of my expertise in command as that of a strategist in human warfare. Military advisor. Chunyi exclaimed in surprise. What our goblins lack most right now is a ruler and a leader. He once fantasized about training goblins to become generals, the kind with high attributes who could make other goblins submit to them. But he never fantasized about getting a strategist. Is it possible for a strategist, someone who represents wisdom, to appear in a goblin? Impossible. But he has indeed appeared now. I wanted a general, but I unexpectedly got a strategist I never dared to dream of. Seek the middle, and you will get the top. Chunyi still found it hard to accept his gains. He may have underestimated the evil soul goblin. Its role might be even more important than that of the demigod, level black-gray dog. The spring water should be included, right? Chunyi suddenly remembered something, and with a feeling of trepidation, he went to the spring. After searching through the spring water panel, I finally found what I needed. Evil soul goblin, total exchange conditions, 100,000 energy stones, 1 power of an evil god. I knew it. Seeing the result he had expected, Chunyi felt a mix of emotions. Good news, my own spring water has indeed collected evil goblins. Bad news, exchanging for the evil soul goblin requires the power of the evil god. The power of the evil god. Does that mean the existence of the evil spirit goblins was indeed the work of the evil god Yuna? Or rather, it was formed by combining with my power? The evil goblin involves the evil goddess Yuna. which makes it extremely unlikely that the goblin can summon any unit. However, there will always be a chance. Chenye's heart sank. Yes, there will always be a chance. I have already established a cooperative relationship with Yuna, and I still have a chance to get her help. It's just that this opportunity isn't so easy to come by. Take down Haina as soon as possible, and try to make Yuna owe me a favor. Thinking this, Chenye then looked at his other items. He had once absorbed the ball of divine power into his body. Its weight was unusual, roughly equivalent to more than 100 portions. More than 100 units of divine power are equivalent to more than 500 cursed goblins. 500 cursed goblins. That's almost equivalent to 2 statues of gods, or the result of Chunye's diligent cultivation on the 2 sanuses for over a year. 500 cursed goblins, plus the 200 I already had. That's 700 cursed goblins. 700. What an enormous number. With this army, he could sweep across any force within 100 miles except for the Thousand Dark Forest. Of course, he wouldn't use all of this divine power to strengthen the goblins. He will choose to strengthen the goblins depending on the situation. If possible, he prefers to obtain new powerful goblins before using this divine power. After all, the goblins are now very powerful, and his number of goblins has reached 6,000, with even the weakest of them having an attribute of 50. That is, 6,000 platinum-level troops. 6,000 platinum-level troops. That's almost enough to rival a powerful kingdom. You search 3 or 4 cities like OS, you still can't gather 6,000 platinum-level troops. As for the scroll, Chenye couldn't help but check it on his way back. The method to subdue the black-gray dog is very simple. Just extract the tens of thousands of evil souls from its body. The reason why black-gray dog needs reputation points and cannot be directly subdued is because he carries more than 1 soul. This resulted in Chun-Yi subduing not just 1 black hound, but tens of thousands of them. Some are willing to submit, while others are not. This means Chun-Yi needs a sufficiently high reputation to win them over. The method to extract the evil spirit was something else that Yuna gave herself. That centipede-like dragon. The centipede pseudo-dragon has been modified by Yuna, and the skull-like scales on its back have now become the most suitable instruments for extracting and storing souls. Only, is this holding a grudge? Chenye looked at the centipede pseudo-dragon. The scroll said that the pseudo-dragon needed to have at least 150 peak attributes. But right now it only has a barely 100 attribute. Chenye was extremely embarrassed. I should have known better than to block that guy. Let's ask again later. Maybe there's a shortcut. Chenye muttered to himself, then turned and arrived at the city of OS. If we're going to send troops to Haina, we should start from here, since we need a legitimate reason for the attack. Wasn't the young master here kidnapped by the other side? At the same time, in a snowy field, a troop of cavalry marched in orderly fashion. Snowflakes swirled and scattered beneath the horses' hooves, their magnificent presence awe-inspiring. The cavalry numbered in the tens of thousands and were well equipped. Suddenly, before joining the army, one rider rode against the flow of traffic, directly facing the cavalry force. Report. The cavalryman pulled on the reins, and the horse turned around at an astonishing angle at high speed. Reporting to the general, the city of OS is 5 miles ahead. The protective shield in the city has been removed. Remove? The general's face lit up with excitement as he looked at the cold iron mask. It seems they don't have many energy stones left, and they're actually using them to isolate themselves from the wind and snow. They're really courting death. Chapter 306, Yaden's Defeat. General, we have already scouted the area. The snow around the city is relatively thin, which is suitable for cavalry and infantry operations. After the scout knight returned, he reported on the situation in the city of OS. Snort. During the White Disaster, we opened the protective shield to defend ourselves, but then we only cared about our own business. This is self-contradictory and unpredictable. The general snorted coldly and did not choose to set up camp in the area where the snow was thinner in front of the city of OS. He tossed his robe behind him and said, "Sweep away the snow and set up camp here." Yes. The general gave the order, and the surrounding cavalrymen immediately moved, their dismounting movements perfectly synchronized. Phew. After the rider dismounted, flames suddenly shot out of the horse's mouth and nose, blasting towards its feet. The flames quickly melted the snow, revealing ground suitable for setting up camp. It's a bit damp. Tell the soldiers to be patient. We should be able to take down the city of OS in less than 3 days. The general, observing the rapidly changing environment around him, relayed orders to those around him. Yes. General, rest assured, The conditions in Hainan during the most difficult times were much worse than they are now. Let alone 3 days. The soldiers could endure even 3 months. The adjutant replied. The general scoffed as he looked at the city of Os ahead. In less than 3 months, without the protective shield, the city of Os will be easily breached. Yes, the general is wise. The adjutant looked at the spirited general with immense admiration. This person was the one who led them to conquer 3 cities. His strength has deeply impressed people. It was he who led the weak Hainan step by step to fight for their backbone and dignity. Reconnoiter the situation in OSS city, and then prepare a probe attack with 1,000 cavalry. Yes. The general issued orders methodically, then walked toward the marching tent that had been erected at an astonishing speed in the distance. Yes. The adjutant replied that he would arrange everything step by step, and that he would handle everything from now on. At the same time, in the city of OSS, Mrs. Hai was busy with stacks of account books. The number of people who need to be managed has increased from several thousand to 100,000. This is a huge improvement in status, but also a huge improvement in trouble. The entire city has far more to consider than a single family. Disputes between nobles and commoners, rumors circulating within the city, the recruitment of troops, and a bunch of guys dissatisfied with the new policies. After all, getting 80% of the population to join the army is no small task. After finishing these tasks, there's still the issue of housing for city residents, such as how to get through the winter, which is a major problem right now. The white disaster doesn't seem to be stopping. Mrs. Heidi looked worried. Mother, I have some news to tell you. The door opened, and a wisp of cold air slipped in. Lady Heidi pulled her cloak tighter. You brat, you're a master now. Can't you make your own decisions? Mrs. Heidi gave a feigned, angry look. All of this was originally Heidi Yaden's job, but she took it over because she felt sorry for her daughter. If the other party contacts you at this time, it's definitely not for anything good. Hee hee. Mother, no matter how old I am still your child. If I am unsure about anything, I still have to come to you for advice. Yaden walked over with a smile, brushing the snowflakes off her cloak as she went. The snow is really heavy. Mrs. Heidi sighed again as she looked at the snow on the former's body. Hair was already completely white from the snow, just walking from the city lord's mansion to where he was. The able-bodied soldiers and civilians in the city all joined the army, leaving the elderly and weak to struggle to survive the winter. Mother, I've come to ask you something. Yaden chuckled as she looked at the stack of documents, and then revealed her purpose for the visit. Mother, is there anything special about the country of Hainan? Or rather, has anything changed in the country of Hainan recently? Hainan. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Heidi immediately put down the documents in her hand and began to think seriously. Hainan is a small, lawless country located between the Silver Moon Empire and the Titan Empire. At first, I heard that even eating was a problem, but in recent years, it seems that they have made a small fortune for some reason, and there's something special about it. It doesn't seem to have anything special about it. No, that's not right either. It seems like there is. As soon as Lady Heidi finished speaking, she added, the unusual thing recently is that Hainan actually launched an attack on the city of Os. Mrs. Heidi looked at Yaden. You know about that attack? You were one of the victims. Given Hainan's military strength, even if they made a small fortune, they probably wouldn't dare to launch an attack on the renowned city of Os. As for the rest, there doesn't seem to be anything. Mrs. Heidi thought about it, and it seemed that Hainan didn't have anything else particularly special about him. It's just a small, remote border country. Just like Solo's attitude towards him back then, he was someone who could be wiped out by a few thousand cavalry. He even treated the other person as a secret stash of money. It's strange that Solo hasn't returned yet. They must have known that the city of Os had changed hands and fled with their cavalry. Mrs. Heidi did not find this surprising. I see. Heidi Yaden frowned. What's wrong? As a mother, she noticed her daughter's melancholy. A group of cavalrymen came from outside the city, claiming to be from Hainan. I thought Hainan was something special or had undergone some special changes. Yaden felt a great weight lifted off her shoulders. My mother has already said that there's nothing special about the other person, so there's nothing to worry about. It seems that the people of Hainan City have learned of the turmoil here and are preparing to take advantage of the situation. Yaden shook her head, then hurriedly went out. Mother, I'm going to handle the Hainan cavalry matter. I'm taking the Dragon Tiger cavalry with me. Yaden is decisive and swift in its actions, able to set off on a whim. Good. Mrs. Heidi watched her daughter's departing figure in silence. The Dragon Tiger cavalry are cultivated using the bloodlines of frost dragons and tyrannical tigers, giving them a significant advantage in this icy and snowy weather. They are currently the strongest unit in the city. Of course, this strongest category excludes the man's unit. Why do I feel uneasy? Mrs. Heidi remained seated, still picking up the documents beside her, but her heart could not find the same peace as before. It seems that venturing out in Yadin is dangerous. However, his cavalry was powerful while Haina was extremely weak. How could they possibly be a match for his daughter? Very weak, yet actively provoking others. Could it be that Haina has undergone some major changes recently? Mrs. Heidi gripped the documents in her hand tightly. Probably not. He lowered his head and continued to ponder issues concerning people's livelihoods and getting through the winter. A moment later. No, I have to go and see. Mrs. Heidi's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and a great unease swept over her. She put down the documents in her hand and quickly stepped forward. As soon as he stepped outside, he encountered a soldier covered in blood. Lady. Seeing Heidi's excited expression, the soldier said, Madam, the Haina army has attacked, and the city lord has been defeated. What? Heidi was stunned. How could we lose with the Dragon Tiger cavalry? How many people did they send? 30,000. The soldier answered, his voice trembling. 30,000. Lady Heidi took a step back, her expression grave. Hainer's entire population is only 20,000. Where did they get 30,000 soldiers? Chapter 307. The panel, a shortcut to taming the black-gray dog. Are you sure it's 30,000 troops? Mrs. Heidi looked at the wounded soldier. The soldier seemed to sense fear from those imposing eyes, then gritted his teeth and said, I would never dare to deceive you, madam. Is Yadin currently under siege by 30,000 soldiers? Mrs. Heidi looked flustered. You must understand that although their Dragon Tiger cavalry is powerful, there are only 1,000 of them, which is no match for the enemy's 30,000. No, that's not it. The soldier seemed to recall something terrifying. It's 2,000 cavalry. 2,000. Lady Heidi frowned upon hearing the number. How could a mere 2,000 cavalrymen possibly be a match for the Dragon Tiger cavalry? The Dragon Tiger cavalry are powerful mounts obtained by breeding with frost dragons. Not only will it not be affected by the blizzard, but it will also be enhanced. Furthermore, possessing the bloodline of dragons, they have an innate ability to suppress ordinary creatures. Ordinary cavalry mounts would have difficulty even walking when encountering Dragon Tiger cavalry due to the suppression of their bloodline, let alone charging. In the world of Warcraft, the suppression of bloodlines is an absolute reality. Just like the previous attack by the Fallen Ones Association, the enemy found a dragon with absolute bloodline. At its command, Ostandin's more than 1,000 dragon blood riders, which he had carefully nurtured, instantly self-destructed. Suddenly, she turned her gaze to the soldier before her and said sternly, Do you know the crime of falsely reporting military intelligence? I wouldn't dare. Every word I've spoken is true. Upon hearing this, the soldier immediately knelt down to show his stance. Could it be that something drastic has really happened to Haina in such a short period of time? Mrs. Heidi felt that the winter snow was a bit dry and irritating. She said, Go and ask General Su for help, and have her lead the wildebeest army to provide support. Yes. The soldier went immediately after receiving the order. Feeling uneasy, Lady Heidi walked towards the city wall. A huge figure stands silently on the city wall like a sculpture, and that huge figure has become the symbol of the city of Os. A powerful frost dragon. In this city, the only things capable of dealing with any situation are Chunye's goblins and the giant dragon before him. Although Su Qingyu had already been dispatched, Mrs. Heidi still wanted to be on the safe side. The goblins are Chunye's exclusive force, and no one can mobilize them. As for the dragon, perhaps a few words of pleading might persuade the other party to help. Thinking of this, Mrs. Heidi quickened her pace. Should we notify Qinyi? Her worry for her daughter made her want to inform Qinyi, but she didn't want to bother him with precious bronze weapons over something like this. Mrs. Heidi thought about it, and finally decided to give up. With only 30,000 troops, and without city defenses, crossbows, and protective shields, they are no match for the frost dragon on the plains. At the same time, inside the city lord's mansion, a person was observing everything below through the dragon's perspective. On the battlefield, 1,000 cavalrymen riding mutated Dragon Tiger cavalry were surrounded by another group of Haina people riding strange horses. The situation wasn't good, but the Dragon Tiger cavalry was strong enough to hold on. This thing must be an alchemical creature, right? Qinyi looked at the enemy's steeds on the battlefield. They had wide feet with only 3 thick toes, somewhat resembling birds and horses, but their lizard heads also had a dragon-like feel. He had long since learned to distinguish between such obviously fused organisms. Aside from himself, Only the god of alchemy could create such a thing. Is there any chance of winning against 2,000? Chenyi quickly recalled the scene in his mind and asked a blue-eyed goblin nearby. The evil goblin quickly observed the scene, analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of both sides, and devised countermeasures. The next second, he replied, absolutely certain victory. Chenyi nodded in satisfaction. Surrounded and outnumbered, this evil goblin is actually quite good. What if I ask you to use your ordinary troops in the city to wipe out the enemy? Chenyi asked another question. Destroy the enemy. The evil goblin began to ponder. What exactly does annihilating the opponent mean? They wiped out those 2,000 cavalrymen. No way. Why would my god assign me such a low-level task? They wiped out 30,000 enemy troops. That doesn't seem right either. It doesn't seem like a difficult task. The goblin pondered other possibilities. Suddenly, he thought of God's goal and some details that God had mentioned to him before. It requires divine power and the guardian beast of Haina. A strategy has been devised to conquer Haina. I was just born. This was God's test for me. The city currently has 40,000 infantry and 10,000 cavalry, of which 20,000 infantry are responsible for defending the city. Of the 10,000 cavalrymen, 6,000 used ordinary horses, and of the 40,000 infantrymen, only 20,000 had armor and other weapons. In other words, the forces I can utilize are 20,000 infantry and 4,000 cavalry. An army of nearly 30,000 annihilating an enemy force of 30,000 is not a test, nor does it meet the standard of a test. Understood. Having analyzed the matter to this point, the evil spirit understood God's meaning. God wanted him to destroy the entire Haina. Based on the enemy's deployment, the enemy has at least 60,000 troops and at most around 100,000. 24,000 men against 100,000. This is God's test for me. So that's how it is. The evil spirit looked at the god with excitement. Return to your divine form. The evil spirit will surely not fail in its mission. Oh, Chenyi was somewhat surprised by the other person's resolute expression. The enemy's cavalry are alchemical creatures, and each alchemical creature is no weaker than its master, which is equivalent to 60,000 troops. Can this evil goblin really wipe out 60,000 enemies with just over 20,000 men? Chenyi was somewhat surprised. After all, he had only used ordinary soldiers, not his own goblins, when he had the evil spirit use them. Goblins could take on 10 or even 100 men, but these soldiers he had hastily assembled. Let alone being able to take on 10 men, it would be quite an achievement if someone could be equivalent to an ordinary soldier after a week or so of training. 20,000 soldiers wiped out 60,000 enemy soldiers. If the evil goblin can really kill 60,000 enemy soldiers with 20,000 ordinary soldiers, then I can confidently hand over the goblin army to him. At that time, when facing the so-called Haina, he will be able to minimize the deaths of his own troops. He can't make all the decisions on his own. As things pile up, he needs more and more help to share the burden. The battlefield aspect is a good example of this. The evil goblin is loyal enough on its own, so there's no need to worry about betrayal. What we need to worry about now is the evil goblin's intelligence and comprehension. What level can the other party actually reach? Is it possible to reach the level of an ordinary human? But if one can reach the level of an ordinary human being, where would one start? All of this requires practical testing. After all, there are varying levels of intelligence among humans. 20,000 against 60,000. What a massive war. Looking at the screen, Chenyi suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment. Many new soldiers will grow from this battle, becoming veterans, becoming their own, etc. Chenyi watched the fighting on the battlefield. Soldiers can grow into veterans through war, and can one's own unit also gain experience through combat? There is no doubt that the Lord's panel can accelerate the growth of troops. Not only the troop types, but even the mounts have templates. In other words, anyone who has a first-order relationship with the Lord, or any other creature, can have a panel. If that's the case, then could the centipede? Chenyi suddenly thought of a possibility. To subdue the black-gray dog, the centipede's attributes need to reach 150 points. This attribute requires a lot of upgrades. If he were to cultivate on his own using a centipede, it's unclear how long it would take to reach that level. But what if we upgrade it through the interface after capturing it? With a thought, Chenyi conjured a small black sphere enveloped in the power of the abyss in his hand. Chapter 308. Evil Souls. No one understands them better than me. Frost Dragon. Attribute, 121. Quality, Saint rank. Level, 15, can be increased by killing creatures. Skills, Frost Guard, Frost Control, Dragon Breath. Note, this is a dragon with a mental illness. It has both mental and physical problems. Note, gender, male, preferences, male. Clearly, this is a dragon that hates procreation. Note, subdued by a mysterious being, possessing a hidden power. Has this guy lived for hundreds of years and only reached level 15? Xingyi was somewhat surprised by the level of the frost dragon. However, he still saw what he needed. It really works. Once tamed, monsters can level up by killing other creatures, just like your own troops. In other words, powerful creatures grow slowly, both in terms of growth and development. Xingyi was certain of his guess. If we just let the centipede level up on its own, who knows how long that would take. But now, by killing creatures. Xingyi opened the system notification panel that he usually didn't pay attention to and issued a command to the dragon. Rescue the besieged cavalry. Boom. The frost dragon moved, massive chunks of ice and snow sliding off its body, and it flew out like a sharp sword. Those in the center of the battlefield hadn't noticed the changes in the city wall not far away. They only felt a chill in their hearts. Immediately afterwards, a sonic boom came from the direction of the city wall as the dragon took off. They instinctively turned their heads, but what awaited them was a blanket of frost engulfing their entire bodies. Their minds were forever frozen at that moment. Dragon, retreat. Retreat now. There is a giant dragon in the sky. Encountering a dragon in the open wilderness is undoubtedly a deadly situation. The cavalry leader first used his skill to block the frost attack, and then immediately recalled his troops. But in that brief moment, his soldiers had already lost 100 men. They hadn't expected a sudden dragon attack. This war was only prepared for the enemy's cavalry. Withdraw. Retreat. The cavalry came quickly and left quickly. Upon witnessing the dragon's power, they retreated without hesitation, their horses' hooves leaving messy, panicked marks on the ground. Your Frost WIRM has slain a common alchemist cavalryman. Experience plus 10. Your Frost WIRM has slain a common alchemist cavalryman. Experience plus 9. Your Frost Dragon has slain a common alchemist cavalryman. Only 9 or 10 at a time. Xingyi got what he wanted, but he had too few experience points. He glanced at the dragon's upgrade panel. It required 140,000 experience points to advance to the next level. In other words, only by killing all these soldiers can the dragon barely advance 2 levels? No, the experience required for each level up increases, meaning there's only enough experience for one more level. 30,000 people advancing 1 level? That's outrageous. Xingyi was somewhat surprised, but after thinking about the other party's strength, he understood. It's much faster than leveling up slowly on your own. At worst, the centipede pseudo-dragon can handle all the kills from now on. Xingyi made his decision and then approached the teleportation array. Before leaving, he summoned back the frost dragon. The battle here to the evil spirit. He needs to know the evil spirit's potential. Hold head high. With a roar, the frost dragon, having completed its mission, flew towards Chunye's territory. The master can create a teleportation array, but his own size does not allow for it. Therefore, he had to fly there himself. What puzzled him was why they didn't just let him crush the ants. If you can't figure it out, then don't think about it. Go sleep somewhere else. The massive frost dragon swept across the sky above the heavily armed Hainao army and then sped away. Lord Xingyi, were you in the city all along? But why didn't he just let the frost dragon deal with those guys? Having been rescued and returned to the city, Yaden looked at the departing frost dragon with bewilderment. The next moment, she suddenly remembered something. Xingyi had once taught him that protecting the town's residents was his responsibility as the city lord, not his. In other words, it's fine to entrust Xingyi with powerful creatures that he can't fight, but it would be too complicated to entrust him with ordinary city-to-city attacks as well. If everything is left to the leaders, then what is the point of our existence? After figuring out her role and responsibilities, Yaden began to condemn the change in her mindset. Yaden, you are independent. When did you start relying on others? Keep going, you can do it. Yaden cheered herself up and then walked towards the city lord's mansion. She needed to find the remaining soldiers to discuss countermeasures. Failure is not terrible. What is terrible is failing and then continuing to fail without finding a solution. One person's strength is ultimately limited, so he needs to listen to the guidance of some veteran battlefield experts. Teach yourself how to fight between cavalry, and teach yourself why you were surrounded and captured by the enemy, even though your troops were clearly stronger. It's worth noting that Ostatanden earned his fearsome reputation for his dragon blood cavalry. Now that similar troop types are in my hands, I certainly can't let the people of OS City down. Yaden walked straight ahead, and had just arrived at the conference room when a human with green skin walked up to him. No, it's not human. Green skin, long, pointed ears, a demi-human. You were sent by Lord Chunyi. Yadin guessed the identity of the evil spirit the moment he saw it. The evil spirit, on the other hand, politely gave a gentlemanly bow. Evil soul pays respects to Lord Yadin City. This guy. Yadin sized up the strange creature in front of her. If he hadn't been dressed in a tuxedo or a mage's robe, he would have mistaken the former for a polite young nobleman. In the upcoming war, please entrust me with the command of the army. You can regard me as your most trusted strategist. The path of evil souls. The military's power. Do you even understand the military? Yadin was surprised by what the other party said. She knew that although Lord Chunye's troops were powerful in combat, they were like children in other aspects. Whether it's those glowing demi-humans or goblin-like monster demi-humans, they all share this characteristic. But this? No one understands the military better than me. The evil spirit answered confidently. Could it be that Lord Chunyi has cultivated a special demi-human with both combat prowess and intelligence? Yadin looked at the other person strangely and said, War is not child's play. Are you sure you understand war? Yadin asked somewhat uncertainly. After all, even she, a noblewoman who had been familiar with military affairs since childhood, experienced defeat this time. No one understands war better than me. The evil spirit bowed once more. All right, then I'll leave the rest of the battle to you. Yadin took a deep breath, walked up to the evil spirit, and patted its shoulder 3 times. Lord Yadin, patting the left shoulder 3 times signifies trust and importance, while patting the right shoulder has no meaning. The evil spirit said respectfully. Yadin, who was about to move forward, suddenly froze, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She said awkwardly, I didn't expect that you demi-humans would understand the etiquette of our nobles. The evil spirit responded with a half bow. Of course, no one knows etiquette better than me. Chapter 309, Pre-Battle Training. The dragon has been dispatched? Great. It seems that person has been monitoring the entire city all along, truly. Mrs. Heidi didn't know whether to describe the other party as powerful or terrifying. After all, any action taken by the other party has exceeded one's comprehension. When she first heard Yadan mention Chunyi, she was planning to match the two up, but now he has become someone she has to address as master. Even his own daughter became the other party's subordinate. This seems different from what I expected. It feels like I've lost both my wife and my army. However, the other party also successfully helped me regain ownership of the city. This isn't entirely without its advantages. She even stopped trying to win back her husband because of this, which she considered a benefit she had gained. But won't it be hard for the head of the household to accept this when he comes back? Mrs. Heidi was somewhat worried. If Chunyi only had her daughter, then with his power and talent, he was definitely worthy of her. But the other party's woman is not just his own daughter. Forget it, we'll see how well the boss does by then. Mrs. Heidi shook her head. If her family was not doing well, it would mean that her Heidi family was climbing the social ladder. Even if someone is in charge at that time, they won't be able to say anything. After all, matters concerning his daughter and family were his own responsibility. Lady Heidi arrived atop the city wall, just as the dragon launched itself with a sonic boom, reaching the battlefield in an instant at a speed she couldn't even see. With a downward flap of its wings, a sphere carrying wind and snow instantly froze the cavalry surrounding the Yardong landform. Retreat. Retreat immediately. A dragon. It's a dragon. The group of Haina cavalrymen below the city walls were fleeing at breakneck speed. Sure enough, everything was fine after this man took action. Mrs. Heidi watched with relief as her daughter escaped with the dragon's help. 30,000 men should not be a match for the dragon. Mrs. Heidi knew that this dragon was no ordinary dragon, or rather, it was far more powerful than ordinary dragons. For ordinary people to contend with a dragon, they would need both city walls and heavy equipment, and only a force of around 20,000 people would be able to pose a threat to the dragon. However, the soldiers below the city now have neither protective shields nor favorable terrain. This is practically tantamount to suicide. Mrs. Heidi seemed to see the victory of the city in her mind, and felt that she had nothing to worry about. Even with the dragon's intervention, the soldiers in the city no longer needed to worry about anything. All under that person's protection. Before Mrs. Heidi could finish speaking, she suddenly saw the giant dragon in the sky change direction. Rescuing the dragon tiger riders with a single blow, the dragon ceased its attack. The dragon is gone. Mrs. Heidi stared in astonishment at the giant dragon flying further and further away in the sky. The dragon had been gone for a long time. She then realized that the other person had really left. Why not press your advantage? What a great opportunity. Mrs. Heidi felt a little regretful. Because that wasn't Lord Chunye's task, it was mine. A crisp voice came from behind. Mrs. Heidi turned around and saw her daughter. The bright armor on her daughter's body was still stained with blood, a scar of war. Behind the daughter stood a green-skinned demi-human. Your mission? Mrs. Heidi murmured, repeating her daughter's words. At that moment, she suddenly felt that her daughter had grown up. I am the city lord, isn't protecting my people my duty? Yadin said it as if it were a matter of course, but her face turned red instantly after she glanced at her mother. Because he did not protect the city by his own means. He also had a strategist following behind him. Is that so? My daughter has really grown up. Mrs. Heidi watched her daughter's retreating figure, which reminded her so much of herself as the head of the household. She was captivated by his charm, which is why she drugged Yadin's father. Do you know what to do? There are quite a few of them. The lady asked Yadin. How do we do it? Yadin turned her head stiffly. She really hadn't thought it through. It was a war involving tens of thousands of people. She didn't seem to have ever commanded such a large-scale war before. The next second, before Yadin could answer, the evil spirit behind him spoke naturally. Please rest assured, madam. I will assist the city lord in achieving victory. The evil spirit bowed slightly to Mrs. Heidi in a standard salute. Oh, who are you? Mrs. Heidi looked at the evil spirit with surprise. I am the strategist for this operation. The evil spirit answered. All right, mother, you should go back now. We need to prepare for battle. Yadin blushed, not wanting her mother to ask any more questions. All right, then I'll leave it to you. Mrs. Heidi, unaware of her daughter's unusual behavior, smiled slightly and turned to leave. By the way, you need to be careful this time and don't rush into battle rashly. Before leaving, Mrs. Heidi gave instructions. Don't worry, mother. Yadin answered. Then, she turned her gaze to the evil spirit. So, strategist, what should we do next? Yadin asked and expressed her thoughts. I think if we combine wildebeest and dragon tiger cavalry, we should be able to defeat the enemy's cavalry. No, their mounts are not afraid of dragon might, and their numbers far exceed ours. We are no match for them in a head-on battle. The evil spirit calmly analyzed. He had noticed this difference when he had previously viewed the images provided by God. Even with General Su Qingyu's 3,000 horned horses and the dragon tiger cavalry's 1,000, I only have 4,000 cavalrymen. But the other party has 10,000. It seems that we have no advantage in either quantity or quality. They're all above us, so how are we supposed to win? Are we going to send an infantry? Yadin hesitated. The open terrain in front of the city is suitable for cavalry charges. If the infantry in the city were to charge, most of them would probably be killed or wounded. However, he had 20,000 armored infantry, 20,000 unarmored infantry, and 4,000 cavalry. If we really choose this method, it's not impossible. But that would simply be overwhelming the opponent with sheer numbers. Furthermore, it will take a long time for my city to recover after this battle. Because these 40,000 soldiers were nearly half of the city's residents, and they were all young and strong. No, of course not. Most of the empire's terrain is plains, so infantry is not a good choice. The evil spirit denied Yadin. Then how do we win? Yadin scratched her head, knowing she had no better solution. The evil spirit chuckled. Since the quality is poor, we can just improve it. Improve quality? How? Training troops. Yadin. The enemy has already invaded our doorstep, and you're training your troops now. Chapter 310, Constructing Military Power. Yadin looked helplessly at the serious, looking evil goblin. She had initially thought the other party would have some good ideas, but now it seemed she had overestimated him. Training troops on the eve of battle, what a ridiculous thing to do. Even if you have the skills to train troops and can train a powerful cavalry, it will take a lot of time. With such a formidable enemy at hand, there is no way to give you sufficient time to train your troops. Lord City Lord, have you ever heard of military forces? Evil spirits pursue the Tao. Military strength? Yadin naturally knew about this kind of thing. It was a term that belonged only to top-tier legions. Military power is similar to the aura and domain of a star-level expert. These are all important manifestations of mental strength and aura. There was once a saying that when an army is powerful enough, even if the army has fewer than 10,000 soldiers, it can still kill a star-level expert. The army mentioned here refers to the most ordinary army, which is almost bronze level or even worse. Even such an army, after comprehending military strategy, can still kill star-level powerhouses. It should be understood that ordinary armies, without any rank, can only kill star realm experts by sheer numbers. That is, The dumbest method is to keep pestering the opponent until they get tired of killing, and then take the opportunity to kill them. But everything changed after the military forces appeared. If an individual's level is too low to comprehend aura and domain, what about a group of people? When a group of people share the same beliefs, the same goals, and their actions and behaviors are extremely similar, can this group of people be considered as one person? If one person isn't enough to grasp the aura and domain, surely 1,000 will be enough? If 1,000 times it's impossible, then surely 10,000 times it's possible. By breaking down the whole into one, that is military strength. A tool that allows lower-ranking armies to fight against higher-ranking forces. Wait, you don't mean you want to train their military forces, do you? Yaden looked at the evil goblin in disbelief, as if he had just realized something. That look was like looking at a madman, or a fool. Military strength is something that cannot be achieved overnight. This involves strict requirements on military tacit understanding, military atmosphere, military aura, and even the mental strength of each soldier. Generally, to train and cultivate an army, one must select suitable and similar individuals from a base of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of troops to form an army. Is military strength formidable? It is very powerful, but the price of this power is undoubtedly extreme rigor and difficulty in obtaining it. Is it not allowed? The evil spirit nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. This was his trump card, the one he had promised his lord he could complete the mission. He was born from 10,000 souls, and his mind contained the souls and skills of 10,000 people, which should have been a huge burden. Fortunately, the evil god helped him cleanse and organize his chaotic soul and gave birth to his new soul. Therefore, all he had left were those pure things. Only things that are useful to me. He searched through his entire memory, and this was the only way to complete the task God had given him. No, of course not. Yaden interrupted without hesitation. Do you know how long it takes for an army to be formed? Do you know what conditions are necessary for the formation of an army? Do you know how many people it takes to train an army? This is an absolutely absurd plan, not even as good as winning by risking one's life. How long? What are the conditions, and how many people? The evil goblin looked at Yaden with a puzzled expression. He said, how long it takes to develop depends on the degree of coordination and similarity between the military forces. There are 3 conditions for its birth. First, the mental strength of each soldier in the army should not differ too much. Second, they should have a consistent way of thinking. And third, the members of the army should have extremely strong physical fitness. As for how many people are needed to train an army, at the very least, 10,000 should be enough, right? The evil goblin answered all of Yaden's questions. But Yaden, the one asking the question, froze on the spot. She affirmed everything except the last point about the required 10,000 people for cultivation, which she denied. In other words, the other side knows the conditions for cultivating military strength. They knew how difficult it was to cultivate an army. But, if he knows all this, why is this guy still so confident? Yaden stared intently at the evil goblin. The evil goblin was also keeping a close eye on her. The next second, remembering something, the evil spirit took the initiative to explain, Lord City Lord, rest assured, I can handle all of this. The evil spirits weren't just making empty promises, they genuinely possessed solutions. In terms of spiritual power, his own soul fire comes from an evil god. He can use the skills of the soul fire to help these people purify their souls, thereby improving their spiritual power and achieving unity. As for thinking, as long as everyone believes in my God, isn't that fighting for my God? Isn't that a unity of thought? As for the final issue of physical fitness, surely the entire city of OSS must have at least a few thousand martial artists with the required level? It's been around for a while, hasn't it? He's not training ordinary soldiers. He's training soldiers with specific ranks. That makes things much simpler. Do you really have a solution? Yaden looked at the evil spirit's serious expression and realized that it really seemed feasible. He didn't know what the other party was planning to use, but they seemed to really have a solution. Then, I'll leave it to you to try. Yaden compromised. Since I don't have a better way, if all else fails, I'll just wait until the other party fails, and then use the dumbest method. Thank you for your generosity, Lord City Lord. The evil soul will not let you down. The evil goblin bowed and said, My lord, I will need about 7 days. During this time, please ensure that the city remains closed, and that you do not venture out to engage in battle lightly. The evil goblin added, Don't worry about that. Yaden readily agreed, since she naturally wouldn't go out if she could. I just don't know if those guys on the other side of the city will give me 7 days. After all, the battlefield isn't a game. The enemy won't discuss and prepare beforehand. At the same time, in opposition, my lord, it has been confirmed that the dragon has left. They shouldn't be accomplices of the city of OS. The adjutant nervously reported the situation. It shouldn't be. The general gave his adjutant a cold look. What I need isn't should, but certainty. That dragon only attacked our soldiers. I need you to find out why. The general was slightly angered. Just as he was about to devour the enemy's 1,000 cavalry, a giant dragon suddenly appeared and disrupted his plans. He was certain that the iron cavalry were no ordinary iron cavalry. They must be another powerful type of cavalry besides the dragonblood cavalry. Such a cavalry unit is definitely a trump card in the city of OS. The enemy underestimated us and sent a girl who couldn't command troops to practice on. What a great opportunity. He almost managed to eliminate one of the opponent's trump cards. But all of this was ruined by a giant dragon that appeared out of nowhere. And the most important thing is not the dragon's interference, but the dragon itself. Why is there a dragon here? Why is the dragon attacking me? A single dragon, without a city or protective shield, can wipe out their entire group. If it's just passing by, that's fine, since there's a long-standing belief that dragons exist in the 1,000 Dark Forest. But if it weren't for, that proves that the dragon and the city of OS are one and the same. If it's one side, as I just said, then what's the point of fighting? Could wipe out our entire team by sending out just one dragon. My lord, we can't find the reason, and we don't know where that dragon came from. However, the dragon ultimately flew towards the 1,000 Nether Forest, which should be. Should it be again? The general instinctively wanted to get angry, but stopped himself halfway through. The dragon's personality and temperament are inherently difficult to fathom, and even if one were in charge of the investigation, it would probably be impossible to find out the truth. He thought for a moment and finally said, wait 3 days. If there is no sign of a dragon within 3 days, attack the city of OS immediately. Since we're already here, we can't just turn back because it looks like a giant dragon is passing by. However, the existence of dragons cannot be ignored. Therefore, he decided to observe for 3 days. If the dragon did not reappear, then it was all an accident. If it occurs, then retreat without hesitation. Yes, I'll arrange it right away. The adjutant hurriedly accepted the order to retreat, while simultaneously deploying measures to control the dragon. Chapter 311, Soul Fire, Curse Mark. From now on, everyone shall obey the strategist's command and orders. A strange order was sent through the military. A strategist? When did we get a strategist? And who is the strategist? Everyone was curious, but soon someone satisfied their curiosity. Because all the most powerful military experts were transferred to the same place. Soon, 4,000 soldiers selected from 50,000 men arrived before the evil spirit. The reason it was 4,000 was because he wanted to cultivate a cavalry force. Cavalry is faster and stronger, but it is also more troublesome. Otherwise, with his methods, it would probably take him less than 3 days to train an army with military might. Of the 3 conditions for training an army, the most important is the unity of spirit. It's like the echo of sound. Only sounds on the same frequency can help each other on the same channel and travel further. Who is this person? Is this not human? Why is its skin green? Not human? What is it then? A demi-human? No way. Could the rumors about the subhumans in the city be true? No way. I don't usually see any demi-humans. Don't talk nonsense. This is probably our strategist. The crowd was abuzz with discussion, but they were divided into 2 factions. Some were puzzled, while others were terrified and clung to their companions. The latter was afraid that his companion might say something wrong that would implicate them all. After all, the demi-humans are the true rulers of this city. Some of these people came from various families, while others were veterans themselves. The reason they treated demi-humans differently from their companions was because of one thing in common. They had witnessed the power of these demi-humans. Some of them had participated in the war at the previous city lord's mansion and witnessed the courtyard full of corpses and the dissipation of divine light. Some had witnessed the slaughter of fused monsters by cursed goblins, which resembled demons from hell, on the city walls. These have all become indelible marks in their hearts. Boss, war is war. Why are we in such a hurry too? In the crowd, a child complained to the person next to him. His swordsmanship yet. He was only interested in practicing swordsmanship and becoming stronger. Everything else was a waste of time and troublesome. I don't know. Maybe it's because we also belong to Lord Chun Ye's command. Fei Yin looked helplessly at Asia Union beside him. He would never admit that he came here because he didn't want to practice swordsmanship with the other person. Asia Union has progressed too fast. Since advancing to platinum, even I, at the peak of platinum, am not a match for him. The two-handed swords in each hand were difficult for him to defend against, and he was afraid that in a few days he wouldn't be able to defeat this little guy even without using the curse seal. Quiet. Buzz. A 2-meter-tall, ghostly blue flame suddenly rose above the plaza, and the evil spirit slowly descended. He said, "This flame is the fire of the soul. As long as you enter it, you can improve and purify your spiritual power. If you want to become stronger, take a step forward." The evil spirit finished speaking. No one around moved. To obey a demi-human is a great disgrace to them. Considering the other party's so-called strategist status, the fact that they didn't insult this guy was already the greatest restraint they could show. To get them to obey a demi-human's orders, no one wants to be the first. The scene was completely silent. The evil spirit did not continue. It simply waited quietly. The only way to unify the thinking of this group is to have faith in my God. To gain the faith of these people in my God, I naturally start by acquiring and obtaining great power. The fire of the soul is the first step. He couldn't rush the granting of power. Instead, he let these guys get to know him slowly. Slowly come into contact with the power of my God. Slowly crave the power of my God. And finally become obsessed with the power of my God. In this way, faith is established. I'll do it. Among the crowd, a member of the Heidi family took the lead. He came under orders to prevent this from happening. The man stepped out from the outer edge of the group and then approached the dark blue flame. The flames drew closer, but they had no heat whatsoever. He tried touching it with one hand first and didn't feel any pain. The flames appeared intensely hot, but there was no burning sensation whatsoever. Not only was there no burning sensation, but there was also a refreshing feeling that went straight to the soul. The man groaned in pleasure, feeling his whole body lighten up. The feeling was like washing your body after rolling in the mud, like suddenly unloading your burden while running, like the goddess you've always looked up to finally take pity on you. Awesome, the ultimate feeling of pure bliss. The man let out a sound of pleasure, and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Is it really that fun? Let me try it too. At first, people were resistant and skeptical, but gradually they began to rush to participate. A moment later, a comfortable groan was heard across the square. The crowd grew increasingly excited, and their voices gradually reached a climax. At the end of the line, a hunched old man gazed longingly at the flame of the soul. If someone observes carefully, they will find that the old man is no ordinary person. He is the steward of the city lord's mansion. Such a large-scale mobilization naturally attracted the attention of the housekeeper. Upon arriving here and seeing the soul flame, the butler was unable to look away for a long time. This is the power of God. This is absolutely the power of God. As expected, following Lord Chun Yi offers the hope of making contact with the gods. The curse on my body finally has a chance to be broken. Chapter 312. The simp who flirted to the end. Is the shaping of military power accomplished through faith in and power of God. On the plaza, the evil spirit's actions not only caught the butler's attention but also that of another person. Her pink hair fluttered in the air, like a ray of warm sunshine in the cold winter. The elegant Chong Sam made her look like a snowflake, as if she came from dark clouds but was untouched by any dust. She stood there quietly, the scepter of justice in her hand tilted slightly. Military force first appeared when a genius in the empire sought to combat powerful magical beasts. As time went by and people grew stronger, the skills were almost lost, because his conditions for achieving this were too demanding. However, with the appearance of the gods, military strength was mentioned again. Because it is too easy to train an army using faith in and power of God. While the ease here is relative, it is indeed much simpler for believers to rally an army than for ordinary soldiers. The same faith ensured their belief and mindset about what they were fighting for, while God's rewards strengthened their bodies. But only high-ranking holders can wield such extensive authority. Does this goblin represent Chinyi? Asia stared blankly at the goblin in front of her. The formation of an army requires the approval of God for a large number of people, and this approval is not ordinary approval. Instead, it's about providing feedback and recognition. Among thousands of believers, only a handful receive favor and positive feedback. To expand this scope, one needs someone with sufficient authority to communicate with the gods. This person is usually a figure of the priestly rank. The ranks of the saintess are divided into 1 to 6 feather. Those with 3 or more feathers are called priests, those with 7 feathers are called high priests, and those above that are the pope. The path to becoming a godfather is similar to that of a saintess. Godfather, grand godfather, and then the only one above him is the Pope. But the goblins in front of us are so weak. Alicia looked at the evil goblin in front of her with a complicated expression. The opponent's strength is at the platinum level, which is incomparable to my own star level strength. However, the other party gained roughly the same amount of power as himself. After much effort, he gained the strength of the 3 feathers, which could barely be called a priest, allowing him to communicate directly with the gods. Communicating with a god with platinum level strength. No, this seems to be a direct use of divine power. She stared at the soul fire with a fascination. Behind Chun-Yi is truly a generous god. God's power is given away as soon as it's given. Yaden looked at everything in the arena with surprise and envy, and the scales in her hands tilted slightly again. Forget it. Let's get down to business. The church staff will probably arrive soon. Alicia turned around. Her stay here did not arouse suspicion from the Holy Church or her own city, but as a newly established city, the establishment of a faith would involve priests who would come to investigate. At this moment, the city of OS could not withstand reconnaissance. She was going to take the initiative to meet the priest. At least, I'll buy you some time. Consider this payment for the excessive demands I've made on you during this period. Alicia walked away, carrying with her a sense of guilt towards Chun-Yi. These days she has been constantly seeking to become stronger with Chun-Yi, and finally broke through to the 3rd level of the Feather Realm in recent days. During this time, she absorbed an unknown amount of divine power from Chun-Yi. Therefore, she often obeyed Chun-Yi's requests to make amends, but physical pleasure could not ultimately compete with the demands of divine power. Consider it an act of divine power to do something for you. Alicia arrived at her small courtyard and looked at the paladin commander, who was still standing guard at his post not far away. After a moment's hesitation, I still decided not to bring it. In fact, given her current status, taking the paladin commander away would be as simple as telling Chun-Yi. However, this paladin commander seemed to have a strong dissatisfaction with Chun-Yi. The other party has protected her safety for many years, so she can't bring herself to kill them. Therefore, she should stay here. Alicia watched as the paladin left without saying goodbye. It smells so good, I can smell the saintess's scent. The paladin commander, who was confined to the courtyard and unable to leave, wrinkled his nose. It seems that Chun-Yi had something to do, and that the holy maiden returned early. Hee, I'll be able to smell it and see the holy maiden soon. I wonder if that damned Chun-Yi has properly cherished the holy maiden. The paladin commander recalled that once when the holy maiden returned, she was delirious and walked unsteadily. It was he who timely used the shoulders of his armor to support the saintess's figure. From then on, he decided that the armor could be washed, but the shoulder armor could not. Holy maiden, please come back soon. I have been waiting for you. The paladin commander looked expectantly at the doorway, hoping to see the figure he had longed for day and night. Chun-Yi's territory. Keep beating him. Hold head high. Boom. Above the sky, 2 enormous figures are locked in combat, one of which is a gigantic, futuristic dragon. Each flap of the dragon's wings generates a massive surge of icy air. Air currents, accompanied by winter snow, freeze everything. Opposite him was a centipede of equally enormous size. Its nearly 100-meter-long body stretched out in a line, appearing at first glance even more terrifying than a dragon. However, this makes it somewhat unsightly. A third of his body was frozen, and his body was covered with the dragon's claw marks. The skull on his back constantly emitted a cold, ghostly aura, but it could not reach the dragon even a fraction of its size. The centipede is incredibly powerful, undoubtedly so. With 100 attribute points, it can be considered a mainstay of this forest. But his opponent was the frost dragon, a former guardian of the outer edge of the forest. The attribute of 121 is not something that the opponent can easily counter. Not to mention that the frost dragon has activated its cursed state in order to win. A peak attribute of 150 completely crushes the opponent. Hold head high. With a roar, the dragon charged forward once more. I must say, this centipede is quite troublesome after being nurtured and strengthened by the creator of the hero, nourished by the divine power of the orc leader, and transformed by the evil god. Even with a 20-point attribute difference, it would still be a life-or-death struggle if it weren't for the cursed seal bestowed by the master. Because the opponent's skills are either poison gas or directly target the soul, making them impossible to defend against. Beep beep, beep beep. While watching the 2 giant creatures fight, Chun-Yi finally received the private message he had been waiting for. Boss, we found out the best place to level up. Across the forest from where you are, there is a large area of alchemical creatures that you can slaughter at will. On the other side of my forest? Where are Bai Luoha and the others located? Chenyi was somewhat surprised. Was he going to meet Bai Luoha in this way? No, boss. The entire outer perimeter of the forest is currently under attack by alchemical creatures. Manhwa replied. Boss, Bai Luoha and the others are on your other side. The place I'm talking about is somewhat similar to the small country of Haina that you mentioned. However, what I found out was not a small country with only one city, but a country that occupied 3 cities. 3. Chenyi touched his chin. Yes, no problem. A few cities are no problem for me. Send me your location, and then you should also advance your territory as soon as possible. Chenyi said. Yes, thank you, boss. Manhwa gripped the tattered scroll in his hand with great excitement, his excitement evident in his expression. He never imagined that he would become the second lord to advance to level 5 territories. This is the benefit of following the right person. As the saying goes, a sycophant can have everything if they lick the right person. While outdated news and useful items may be of no use to the big shots, they can be of great benefit to oneself. Chapter 3:13. We're good friends despite being strangers, right? You have forcibly subdued the undead pseudo-dragon, which has become your mount. The false dragon of the dead. Attribute, 100. Quality, saint rank. Level, 40, can be increased by killing creatures. Skills, soul possession, poison barrier, blade of bone, dragon's might, devour, frenzied devour, bloodblade. Note, the carp leaps over the dragon gate, and the centipede transforms into a true dragon. Note, its soul is broken and its intelligence is damaged, but it still lives on tenaciously. Note, a vessel specially cared for by God. Note, the creatures reshaped by the gods seem to be trying to return to that era. Wow, they really have a lot of skills. Chenyi looked at the pseudo-dragon of the dead, which had finally submitted after being repeatedly ravaged by the frost dragon. Many of its skills were minor, but they were quite useful. The level is also high. It must have been the culmination of most of the effort put into creating the hero, right? Chenyi looked at the pseudo-dragon that had already submitted to him, and he didn't know whether to call it lucky or tragic. Tragically, he suffered torment throughout his life, first being modified in various ways by the creator of the hero, and then being forced to absorb the divine power of the beast god and being tortured. Then it was completely transformed by the evil god Yuna, and eventually ended up in his hands. It can be said that his life journey was filled with anxiety. Even beings like gods came into close contact with the two. But it is precisely this painful and unsettling experience that has made him so strong. Otherwise, even if the other party's bloodline had a trace of the so-called Eastern pseudo-dragon, it would be impossible for their attribute points to exceed 30. Because it's too thin. It's okay, follow me, and you'll reach even greater heights in the future. Chenyi touched the head of the centipede pseudo-dragon. The huge, bony head felt very textured and was also very cold. It felt like touching a piece of cold iron. Roar. The undead pseudo-dragon growled instinctively. Chenyi looked at the pseudo-dragon, whose soul and mind were damaged, and which was acting entirely on instinct. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been tortured by the frost dragon several times before finally submitting. Now, it represents another of its instincts. Eat. What do you want to eat? What do you want to eat? Chenyi looked at the other person, somewhat uncertain. Roar. The massive body of the undead pseudo-dragon swam towards its territory, and the goblins in the territory did not stop it after sensing that it shared the same aura as Chenyi. Chenyi followed behind and soon discovered the destination of the slain pseudo-dragon. Who? The frost dragon followed. This is alchemy, giant ape, bone-armored lizard dragon. Chenyi looked at the 2 mangled alchemical creatures on the ground. One of the ancient swords, having lost its 4 limbs, had both of its blades broken off, while the other had lost its tail spike and had a huge claw mark on its chest. These 2 guys were overjoyed when they first caught them. But when it was later discovered that both were male, they were left there. It feels like a waste to lose it, but there's no point in keeping it, so I've just left it here. I didn't expect those 2 guys to be so resilient. You want to eat these 2 guys? Chenyi asked the ghostly pseudo-dragon. Roar. The ancient dragon's answer was affirmative. Eat. Chenyi ruthlessly sentenced the 2 alchemical creatures to death. Anyway, these 2 guys aren't of any use to me, so it's good to make the most of them. The 2 were probably sent by the god of winter to take over the position of the frost dragon. Unfortunately, the main character returned, and even more unfortunately, they launched an attack on the frost dragon. Look at you, look at you. You said you didn't want it, but but you still insisted on sending it to your own territory. Crunch, crunch. The sound of rejecting steel rang out, and the two giant beasts, already on the verge of death, were now completely dead. Your demigod dragon has slain the alchemy giant ape, level +1, energy stones +100. Your undead pseudo-dragon has slain the bone-armored lizard dragon, level +1, energy stones +101. You only leveled up by killing two guys with stats of 80 to 90? Chunyi expressed his deep sorrow over the result. Such powerful creatures are hard to find. If you want to upgrade using other lower-level creatures, you'll probably need a lot of them. The task is arduous and the road ahead is long. Chunyi sighed. Even with a training ground, it seemed that the advancement of the undead pseudo-dragon could not be achieved overnight. Ding dong. As Chunyi was feeling sentimental, a round ball rolled to his feet. What's this? Chunyi was surprised. The Heart of Balance, an essential element for alchemical creation, crafted by a powerful figure. The Heart of Balance, alchemical creation, it must be the work of the alchemy god, right? Chunyi looked at the thing at his feet. He remembered that alchemical creatures all had this thing. He had studied some low-level balance principles, but they were of little use, or rather, he couldn't figure out anything useful for himself. After all, you can't just study the methods of a god so thoroughly. It's useless. Chunyi was about to throw it, but his hand suddenly froze in midair. He withdrew his hand and re-examined the Heart of Balance. This thing is a creation of the god of alchemy. The god of alchemy, if I'm not mistaken, his principle is barter, right? It seems like anything can be obtained as long as the price is right. Chunyi recalled the situation when the hero was created, and the other party even used his body and soul to exchange for divine power. Then, is it possible to? Chunyi turned his head and looked at the undead pseudo-dragon behind him, a bold idea rising in his mind. Although his immediate goal is to destroy the city and faith of the alchemist god, he hasn't taken any action yet. Without taking any action, the two remain friends who have never met. As for friends, if a friend is in trouble, it's only right to stab them in the back, isn't it? Chapter 314. Good friends, treat each other with sincerity. Chunya's territory. So, to obtain the authority of the alchemy god, one must first possess a summoning array? Yes, sir, magic arrays are the most basic method of communicating with the gods. High-ranking authority holders can communicate directly without a magic circle, but you haven't had any experience with that, so a magic circle is required. Within the territory, a child carrying two swords on his back was looking at Chunyi with a serious expression. This person was none other than Asia Union, who had just undergone the baptism of the soul fire. This guy once told Ostanton about his background, which I thought was a joke at the time. However, as his power grew, Sha thoughtfully helped him investigate. The investigation confirmed that the other party's identity was genuine. The prince of a technologically advanced nation that favors manufacturing has come to the Titan Empire, which reveres military might, for an adventure. There's definitely some story behind this that you don't know about. But Chunyi didn't care. Anyway, the more lice there are, the less it itches. He had already offended a prince of the Titan Empire, who was far away from the emperor, so he didn't care about taking in a prince of the even more remote Silver Moon Empire. Moreover, everyone who knew about this news except for their own people was dead. As long as he doesn't reveal his identity and Asia Union doesn't expose himself, the other party can continue to live here as his subordinate. And here lies what he desires, the power to grow. This is too much trouble. I'd rather practice swordsmanship. Having just undergone the purification of the soul flame, I feel that my strength has improved even more. Asia Union looked helplessly at Chunyi, who was eager to try. He was actually trying to draw out an alchemical array himself. Need 3 to 5 years of experience to memorize alchemical arrays. Because it is not just a simple pattern, but a manifestation of divine power. Only by gradually understanding God can one become God's power, communicate with God, and become a believer in God. After becoming a believer in God, you must see if God values you. Only if he values you will he give you the power to make exchanges with him. However, this last point is easy to discuss. Because the god of alchemy accepts almost anything, he will agree to anything useful or anyone with even a little potential. Bang! The magic circle drawn by Chunyi shattered, and purple light scattered across the sky. Asia Union sighed helplessly as they watched this inevitable scene unfold. Sir, you should find someone to teach you this. You can't possibly draw a magic array on your own based on something you saw somewhere. Asia Union looked at Chunyi, who was trying again, and advised him. But what awaited Asia Union was Chunya's silence. Ugh, this is so troublesome. Why would this person suddenly want to communicate with the god of alchemy? Why do I happen to know some information about the god of alchemy? If only I hadn't known. Asia Union was like a wilted eggplant, languishing in place. In his view, everything except sword practice and getting stronger was a hassle. And troublesome things are really troublesome. Perhaps because he had spent so much time with Fei Yan's team, he desperately longed to become a nobody with no presence. But things often don't go as planned, and all sorts of things keep happening to me. Bang! The magic array shattered once again, and Chunyi failed once more. No, that's not right. I remember doing it this way. Chunyi recalled the time when the hero used the alchemy array. His goblin had watched the other party draw alchemical arrays many times, and the last time the array was drawn was on a huge array on the battlefield. I know it very clearly. I absolutely remember it. Something just doesn't feel right when I draw it. Could it be that my method is wrong? Chunyi stared blankly at the energy stone in his hand. This was the third time it had broken, totaling 300 energy stones. How about I try using the power of the abyss? Chunyi frowned. He decided to give it a try and started his attempt again. Meanwhile, the Asian Union was left with a bitter pill to swallow. It was already difficult enough for this person to use energy stones to outline the magic circle, but now that they've switched to using their own magic power, it's even more impossible. It is well known that very few people can match the purity of an energy stone with their own magical power. Otherwise, they wouldn't use energy stones for everything, including magic arrays. Asia Union saw that Chunyi's latest actions had already sealed his fate. This is absolutely impossible to succeed. If it were to succeed, I would immediately go back and inherit the throne. Yilian watched as Chunyi continued to sketch. Something seems off. The more Asia Union looked at it, the more he frowned, and the more something seemed off. Why hasn't it collapsed yet this time? Holy crap, no way. Seeing that the formation was about to succeed, he hurriedly changed his vow. I won't go back. I won't go back. I guarantee it with the happiness of Boss Fei Yan for the rest of my life. If you succeed this time, sir, the eldest will be single for life. The Asian Union hastily changed its vow. Then, almost the instant he changed his oath, the entire territory was bathed in a golden-purple light. It's done. Chunyi was pleasantly surprised. It doesn't seem too difficult. A golden-purple phantom of Libra appeared before Chunyi. Circle he drew wasn't very large. The phantom of the scales wasn't very big either, only a few tens of meters. He turned to Asia Union and asked, "What's next?" Next comes the sacrificial offerings. Asia Union, having recovered from his astonishment, stammered out the steps. Is it meant to be placed in this way? Chunyi pointed to one of the Libras. If he remembered correctly, it was this one. Anyone is fine, but you yourself must stand on another scale, the one where you receive God's grace. Asia Union spoke haltingly. He still couldn't believe that Chunyi could actually summon it successfully. No one can successfully summon an alchemical array on the first try, at least not among the people he knows. Who exactly is this, sir? Could it really be, as Old Ghost said, one of the rulers? But he's too young, and among all the known rulers, none of them have such peculiar methods. The Lord of Grey Mist, is there really such a candidate as a god? Which divine position is he applying for? In an instant, a variety of questions arose in my mind. Asia Union stood there dumbfounded, while Chunyi watched as the energy stone he had placed inside showed no sign of being taken away. It seems this sacrifice isn't a labor-saving lever after all. Chunyi was somewhat disappointed. The core of the system was the principle of leverage, like the lever in a balance scale. If it is placed in the middle, it is a balancing lever. If one side is favored, then the side that is favored is the effort-saving lever. Otherwise, it is the effort-consuming lever. If it's not a lever that saves effort, then it must be a lever that requires effort. Chunyi stepped out of the formation and took a deep breath. He exerted 120 to 130% of his energy to achieve 80% of the results. This was no longer just taking advantage of his stinginess. Instead, they are challenging the bottom line of this miserly person. Can this be used as a substitute? Replace. Asia Union did not understand Chunyi's meaning for a moment. How will you replace it? The finest things can be anything, but the alchemist god's favorite things are the flesh and soul of all things, because he is a god who is good at research. You like meat and soul? That's not a good hobby. Chunyi shook his head. He didn't have any extra flesh and blood. I glanced at the crimson Tyrannosaurus Rex deep within the territory. No, those were meant for goblin breeding. After pondering for a long time, he asked again, does the god of alchemy eat vegetarian food? Asia League. Amidst the shock of the Asian alliance, Chun Yi continued. For example, free snowflakes, free fresh soil from Atlantis, or items used by the Lord of the Abyss. This, I guess. I don't think they'll want it. Asia Union was completely bewildered. He didn't understand what Chun Yi meant. But he sensed a hint of danger. He wouldn't really be trying to fool the god of alchemy with these things, would he? Probably not, right? At least not. So far, I've never heard of any madman daring to try and fool the gods with useless things. Even if there were any, they would have been blasted to smithereens long ago, right? But, that's snow, right? He looked at the large, white mass in Chun Ye's hand. It must have been snow that I just grabbed from the ground. Chapter 315, Offensive. My lord, I think it's better not to sacrifice such things, isn't it? If the sacrificial offerings are too despicable, they may incur divine punishment. Seeing Chun Ye's impending actions, Yilian hurriedly tried to dissuade him. No matter what, the other party is a god who is constantly monitoring the human world. Perhaps the gods don't usually pay attention to insignificant people, but they are definitely watching when you use their power to try to communicate with them. I had heard before that someone once recited the oaths and vows of the gods during a sacrifice, and then immediately insulted the god of alchemy. The result for that person was that, under the watchful eyes of thousands, he was transformed by the gods into an alchemical creature. Although Chun Ye's behavior was slightly different at this moment, it was extremely similar. Imagine you are a nobleman, and many people bring you gifts and ask you for favors. But one day, someone knocks on your door. The person grabs a handful of mud from the ground and throws it on your door, then asks you to open it and do them a favor. That's tantamount to courting death. Asia Union tried its best to stop him, but Chun Yi had already put what he was holding inside. Divine punishment? Surely not. As Chun Yi spoke, he used his ability to add the snow around him into the snow. He didn't think there was anything impolite about what he did. The snow here is no ordinary snow. It comes from the god of winter. He knew the true nature of the snow. It was entirely composed of divine power. Although it wasn't as extravagant as the blessing from the Holy Church, it still contained divine power. Only this divine power was much less. However, if the power of the gods is limited, one can make up for it with sheer numbers. If one pile doesn't work, then make another pile. If two piles don't work, then continue. Anyway, this thing is everywhere, so there's nothing to worry about. And so, to the surprise of Asia Union, Libra actually accepted the ordinary snowflakes on the ground. The scales began to sway, bobbing from side to side. This is something that's everywhere, yet the god of alchemy didn't refuse it. The Asian Union could not accept what was happening before them. Precious items that others had searched for a long time, or power that had been obtained by slaughtering and sacrificing tens of thousands of people in a city. At this moment, it was replaced by a pile of snow that could be seen everywhere. He subconsciously felt that this was impossible, but reality was unfolding right before his eyes. What's a vow again? Chun Yi picked up a piece of paper, on which were the words he would say after the magic array was successfully completed. But no matter which way he looked, he had to address the god of alchemy as Sir, and himself as humble. This isn't my usual habit. He omitted some words and changed the sentence to, God of alchemy, I offer my divine power to you to initiate an exchange. Please open the exchange channel. This won't do. Asia Union became increasingly anxious as Chun Yi once again defied convention. He was about to stop him, but then he remembered Chun Ye's identity and Chun Ye's previous actions. If Chun Yi is truly the successor of some god, a ruler of some being, the vow made at that moment seems to be without issue. The successor of a god represents the same deity, so it's normal for gods to speak to each other without using honorifics. Is he truly the successor of the gods? Yilian swallowed hard, watching nervously as the magic circle slowly rotated, but the divine punishment he had imagined did not come. Does this prove the identity of the person in front of us? Am I, following a ruler, a candidate for God? Asia Union's panicked mind instantly calmed down. Unlike others who were overjoyed, he was not happy after learning that he had followed a powerful being, because it means that one is to participate in the struggle between gods. I just want to find a quiet place to practice my swordsmanship. Asia Union was inwardly wailing, but no one could hear it. A moment later. It really works, hey. This method is indeed feasible. This god of alchemy is indeed not a proper god. Chun Yi looked at the tiny, sesame seed-sized divine power in his palm and thought to himself. His actions at that moment were somewhat similar to stealing railroad tracks and selling them to scrap dealers. Although winter doesn't represent a region, and the god of alchemy isn't a junk collector, there's no difference in their relationship. If that's the case, Then I've got something to do. Chunyi turned his head and looked at the white world. It was the first time he had ever loved this useless snow so much. Oh, how can it be useless snow? This snow is as lovely as an exquisite pastry at a high-class private banquet. Just looking at it makes one's mouth water. Next, Chunyi began his freeloading, his own hard work. Helping to clear snow around the territory is something every helpful resident should do. Outskirts of the city of Os. My lord, are you really going to let that saintess go? Nonsense. The Holy Maiden represents not only the Titan Empire, but also the Holy Church. The general angrily rebuked his adjutant. The Titan Empire is unaware that we have already pledged allegiance to the Silver Moon Empire. The Battle of Saintis is safe, will be judged as a conflict between two cities. If we kill the Holy Maiden, it will undoubtedly be a defection, and then we will have to face the army of the Titan Empire. The general, still shaken by the thought, added, perhaps it's not just the Titan Empire, but also the Holy Church. Those people at the Holy Church are all crazy. It's best not to offend them. How did this city get involved with the Holy Church? The general looked suspiciously at the distant city that remained closed and refused to fight, and suddenly felt uneasy. I heard that Ostanden went to the capital of the Titan Empire recently. Could it be? My lord, could it be that a Holy Church has already moved into the city? The adjutant asked with concern. If a Holy Church is established, it means that the city has received God's blessing and approval. The city's strength will increase significantly in a short period of time. It's as if they received a blessing from the alchemist god after joining the Silver Moon. The only difference is that the gift from the alchemy god can rapidly enhance one's strength. It was through this that they were able to quickly conquer the two surrounding cities. The idea that those who have gods will inevitably triumph over those who do not is exactly that principle. It's not impossible. The general's thoughts coincided with those of his adjutant. My anxiety grew stronger. The general glanced at the tightly closed gate and hesitated whether to launch an immediate attack. The saintess who just went out was clearly not from the city of Os. He sensed a powerful magical energy emanating from her. She was a powerful saintess, someone the city of Os could never cultivate. It's uncertain whether that roughneck Austin could even train a saint and build a holy church. But he didn't dare to gamble. The appearance of the saint means that the church is definitely involved. If the reason Osrin is currently secluded is to digest the divine power bestowed upon him by the god of light. Gurgle. The general was unsure whether he could stop Ostanden in the midst of the army as originally planned. The opponent was already abnormally strong. If they become even stronger now. Attack. The general's heart tightened. There was no time to wait 3 days to see if the dragon had truly gone far away. Attack. Now. Wah. The snow ox horn sounded, and the long brewing atmosphere of impending doom instantly locked onto the city of Os. The white world, the black killing intent pressed down heavily on the thick city walls as if it were a tangible entity. Chapter 316, Star Realm Expert, the city gate is about to break. Sir, the enemy has launched an attack. My lord, the enemy army has already closed to within 3 kilometers of our position. My lord, the enemy army is already at the city gates. Should we take the initiative to meet them? Grown-ups. On the city wall. Yadin frowned as she listened to one bad piece of news after another. Close the city gates tightly and prepare to defend the city walls. Yadin remembered what the strategist had told her before he left. Try to avoid conflict with the other party as much as possible. She had expected the other party to launch a probing attack, but she hadn't anticipated that they would immediately launch a full-scale, fierce attack. But it's all right. As long as there's a city, it's not a big deal. Defending a city is always much easier than attacking it. Yadin considered her advantages. She didn't have many energy stones left, but she still had some, which she could use to activate the protective shield in a critical moment. There are still 4 days left. As long as I persevere for 4 days, I will see the victory that the strategist spoke of. With 40,000 troops still in the city, holding out for 4 days shouldn't be a problem, given the advantage of the city walls. Yes, that's it. Once Yadin understood her advantages, she instantly felt that she still had a fighting chance. Defend the city with all your might. If any diamond or platinum level experts attempt to force their way in, let the generals deal with them. Yadin made the most appropriate judgment. Without a star level expert, no one can directly damage the city. Even diamond and platinum level experts cannot shake the city. As a small country, Haina could not possibly possess a powerhouse at the star level. Yes. The soldier who came to report immediately retreated, and then announced new orders. Haina, Yaden's fingers tapped lightly on the stone bricks of the city wall, her eyes fixed on the approaching enemy troops in the distance. Why would a small country dare to attack my city? Also, where did this small country get 30,000 troops? Has something happened to Haina? Yaden experienced for the first time how difficult it was to be a city lord. There are more things I need to think about now. And they also have to face all sorts of unexpected events. Just like now. Previously, Haina was clearly a small country that anyone could bully. To say that they are one country is to overestimate each other. The enemy has a population of 50,000, but only a few thousand soldiers. Even the former young master of the city of OSS, Oslo, once led several thousand cavalry to attack Haina. But, wait, hasn't Solo returned yet? Yaden suddenly remembered something. If Solo had succeeded, he should have returned long ago. But, they didn't come back. Could they have been captured by Haina's people? Did Haina begin to change back then? What has turned this small country into what it is today? Yaden pondered for a moment, but couldn't find a suitable reason. Haina's rise was like a tsunami without warning. It came too suddenly. One second, he was a small guy who could be bullied by anyone, but the next second, he suddenly turned into a strong man. Kill! Kill! The cowards of the city of OS dare to send men to attack our country, but don't they have the guts to fight back? The shouts from below the city pulled Yaden back to reality. In a short while, the enemy had arrived at the foot of his city wall from 3 kilometers away. However, with the city wall 100 meters high, he was not only worried about his own safety. This level is insurmountable for anyone except those at the platinum or diamond level. Could remain unharmed thanks to the soldiers in their army and the hidden guards lurking in the shadows. Ignore them, just defend. Yaden prepared to defend as planned. Suddenly, brush! A long spear grazed past Yaden's hair, nearly killing her. The reason the spear went astray was because of the hidden guards who attacked from the shadows. Yaden turned her head and saw a diamond-level hidden guard beside her trembling with one hand while using the other to protect himself behind his back. My lord, be careful. This is definitely not an attack from an ordinary diamond-level expert. The hidden guard covered his injured and trembling right hand with his left hand, trying to calm him down. Yaden also recovered from his shock. Numerous soldiers and guards. She looked down from the city wall. A young general with blue and white hair was clicking his tongue and shaking his head with a regretful expression. A mere golden female general has diamond-level protectors. It seems this is the so-called new young master of the city of OS. His ability to lead troops is mediocre, and his personal strength is also mediocre. It seems that Ostanton's judgment is not very good. The general spoke arrogantly, his warhorse emitting white smoke. Where is Ostanton? Isn't he going to come out and fight? This person. Yaden stared intently at the person in front of her. She suddenly realized she had made a mistake, allowing the enemy to approach her city so she could use the city walls for defense, which was only effective against low-level strongmen. But at higher levels, it has absolutely no effect. A master at the star level can only hold off an opponent by fighting against a master of the same level. Otherwise, the star realm experts could rely on their superior strength to force open the city gates. Having lost the city gates, they also lost the means to fight the enemy. Haina not only possesses an army of 30,000, but also star realm experts. Yaden clenched his fists. He was no match for such a powerful expert without Chunye's help. What do we do about that group of soldiers? Impossible. The enemy also has soldiers. Unless they're stupid, they'll break through the city gates and rejoin their own army. Yaden looked down at the general, fearing that the general might launch an attack on the city gate at any moment. City Lord, please step back. We'll take care of things here. The soldiers behind him realized the danger of the situation. At this point, we must stall this powerful figure. No. Yaden refused. He knew what the group of people protecting him were thinking. It was nothing more than an attempt to kill the powerful figure below at the cost of one's own life. If you succeed, that's fine. But if you fail, then we will completely lose the opportunity to compete with them. What should we do then? The soldiers looked left and right, but couldn't come up with a better solution for the time being. In my opinion, that strategist is a fraud. If it weren't for his orders, we should have engaged the enemy 3 kilometers away. One of the generals behind him voiced his dissatisfaction. Yes, in my opinion, it's that demi-human. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have let the enemy advance so easily. Yes, I think so too. Suddenly, the soldiers who were protecting the Yaden landmass, except for the hidden guards, started arguing. That's enough. Instead of blaming others, we should say that we are not capable enough to cope with even the slightest change. Yadin became quite annoyed when she heard someone complaining about the strategist's dissatisfaction. After all, the strategist represented not only a strategist, but also Chun Yi. Insulting Chun Yi was something she would not allow. What's wrong, Ostanton? If you don't come out soon, I'm going in. The star-level expert below the city wall was getting impatient. He would have rushed in long ago if he hadn't been worried about Ostanton. But now that Ostanton has not appeared for a long time, he is increasingly convinced that Ostanton is absorbing the power of the gods. He had absorbed divine power, and he knew what kind of changes that kind of thing could bring to a strong person. He even claimed that he himself was transformed into a star realm expert because of the power of the gods. With his current strength, he might be able to hold off Ostanton, but if it were Ostanton after absorbing the power of the gods, he wouldn't be so confident. With that thought in mind, he decided not to wait any longer. Since you're not coming out, don't blame me for forcing you to come out. The general raised his long sword high, imbuing it with the power of his domain, making it emit a dazzling light. Oh no, the city gate is about to fall. Chapter 317, where the flames slash, those who cross it die. Boom. The attack, imbued with the power of a domain, landed mercilessly on the city. A huge gap immediately appeared in the thick city wall, which was tens of meters high. It's as ugly as a strong, middle-aged man losing his two front teeth. The city gates have been breached, truly breached. The reason why the city, which is hundreds of meters high, is not afraid of diamond-level experts but only star-level experts is because of the star-level experts' domain power. That kind of power, that utterly unreasonable power, is simply beyond the reach of ordinary people. The power of a domain is almost like idealism. As long as one's aura is strong enough and one is confident enough, that magnetic field will infect the surrounding magnetic field, thus unleashing powerful energy. Some exceptionally talented individuals may be able to sense or possess this power in advance, but without exception, only true star realm experts can truly use this power. Only those at the star realm level can manipulate their own magnetic field to attach to objects, and use their own magnetic field to influence the magnetic field around them. Although the person in front of me has not reached the point where their own magnetic field can influence the surrounding magnetic field. However, this star-level powerhouse can indeed control his domain and attach it to weapons. The powerful strike blasted a large hole in the city gate, which was tens of meters high and 5 meters thick. Humph, Ostanton, since you won't come out, don't blame me for going in to find you. Couldn't help but feel a little smug seeing that his attack hadn't lured Ostanton out. Now is the best time for Austin to appear. If Austin doesn't come out now and waits until his people have killed all his men before he appears, it will be too late. Buzz. A powerful force once again coalesced on the blade. This time, he would break through the city gate with a single blow. We can't let that guy break down the city gates. Absolutely not. I'll stop him. No, let me do it. Let me do it. The generals guarding the Yardong landforms on the city walls all volunteered to take up the post. However, not a single general actually went down to confront that powerful figure. Perhaps a diamond-level expert can block the opponent's attack, but what about the third attack? What about the fourth attack? One's life is only once, but the opponent's attacks are endless. Therefore, everyone just kept volunteering but didn't actually go down to fight. However, if we don't fight, the city will be breached, and when the nest is overturned, no egg remains intact. The group looked at each other, each afraid that Yadin might actually call their name. If my name is actually called, should I participate or not? If I take this opportunity, is the city lord deliberately weakening my family's power, or is he preparing to take over my family? After all, it was a city formed by the merging of several families. Although there was a nominal ruler, the people's hearts were divided. Everyone watched as Yadin remained silent, or perhaps she didn't know what to do either. This seems to be a situation that no one expected. Her gaze swept over the generals, but all she received in return were bowed heads. It's all that demi-human strategist's fault. If it weren't for him, we would never be in this situation now. That's right. If it weren't for that strategist, we could have had our soldiers block that star realm expert 3 kilometers away. The generals felt a little guilty when they saw that Yadin was really looking at them. After all, nobody really wants to die. Yes, it's all because of that strategist that influenced the city lord's judgment. Lord City Lord, could you perhaps contact that person? Or perhaps we could. Yes, sir. At this point, if that lord were to take action, all problems could be easily solved. When one person mentioned it, everyone felt like they had found a lifeline. Chun Yi, there's still Chun Yi. As long as Chun Yi takes action, there will definitely be no problem. After all, he was the one who defeated Ostanton. Chunyi. Chunyi. So is it really useless of me to support you all? Yaden was annoyed to hear that this group of people were actually pinning their hopes on Chunyi. This was originally their own business, a matter for everyone in the city of OS. But this group of people were single-mindedly seeking the support of others. Yes, Chunyi is indeed very strong, but Yaden thought of the strategist's existence, and she said somewhat embarrassedly that Chunyi had actually given her a backup plan before leaving. A strategist is someone who helps you. The outcome was just unexpected by everyone. No one knew that the country that could be bullied by anyone had actually produced a star-level powerhouse. My lord, After being reprimanded, everyone lowered their heads. My lord, it's not that we can't place all our hopes on that person, but only that person can solve the current situation. Yes, if it weren't for that demi-human giving chaotic orders, we could have held out, but given the current situation, everyone immediately blamed the strategist, who wasn't even present, which made Yaden even more furious. So you can't even handle the slightest unexpected situation? Now, who's willing to go down and stop that man's attack? Everything happened in an instant. The Star Realm expert's attack did not land, or perhaps that Star Realm expert was toying with them. But as the attack dragged on, everyone lowered their heads and remained silent. Very good, very good. So this is the kind of people I have under my command. Looking at this group of people, Yaden suddenly realized that she seemed to have no trusted confidants. Even at this point, no one has stepped forward to help him out of this predicament. However, this is normal, since the Haina family has only recently taken control of the city of OS. So it's somewhat understandable. Yaden's fingers clenched, revealing the immense resentment in her heart. This was the only way she could comfort herself. Perhaps I really have no other choice. My lord, we really could ask that lord for help. After all, the fault lies not with us, but with that strategist. A general from the Paro family said. However, the next second, he felt as if the air around him had almost solidified with murderous intent. I don't want to hear those words again. As Yaden spoke, the air around them seemed to grow colder. Wait, it's so cold. Suddenly, the hidden guards beside Yaden shielded her behind them. The next second, the previously disrespectful general suddenly clutched his neck, and blue flames rose from his body. The flames were not scorching hot. Instead, they sent a chill down your spine. Help me, help me, help me. The wailing sound lasted for less than a few seconds from its appearance to its cessation. Thump. The charred body crashed heavily to the ground. Boom. The city below also suffered another attack from the powerful beings from this star realm. This time, the city gates were almost fully open. Only, the imagined scene of a massive army pouring in did not materialize. Call. A wall of blue flames rose above the city wall, replacing the city gate. From within the flames, a strong figure gradually straightened up and emerged. He simply twisted his stiff neck and said calmly, "Anyone who trespasses within the reach of the flames shall die." Chapter 318, The Second Star-Level Powerhouse. The eerie blue flames halted the army below the city and also prevented the generals on the city walls from collapsing. Who are you? General Hayner looked at the person in front of him with some doubt. He could say with certainty that he had never seen this person before. Even their own intelligence reports didn't mention anyone of that caliber. A powerhouse at the early Star Realm stage. You're from the city of OSS? He stared at it cautiously. The person in the flames turned their neck. I guess so. The ghostly blue flames. This isn't a skill, nor is it a spell. This is... General Hayner looked at the flames with some apprehension. Field. He recognized the peculiarity of the flame. It was no ordinary flame, but rather the result of the application of a domain. This person's application of their domain is superior to mine. A seasoned early-stage Star Realm expert. Who exactly is this person? The other party's control over the territory is clearly superior to ours. He could only crudely imbue his weapon with the power of his domain, while his opponent had already reached a level that could influence the surrounding magnetic field. It not only affected the surrounding magnetic field, but also created a 100-meter-high wall of flames in an instant. This is definitely a veteran powerhouse who is still immersed in the Star Realm stage. The general's eyes gradually filled with apprehension. Where is Ostanton? He asked cautiously. Ostanton. The burly man chuckled. I'll tell you once you cross this fiery wall. However, the next second. But he said mockingly, those who cross the flames will die. You. Hayner's general naturally realized he had been tricked. With a wave of his hand, the soldiers behind him immediately stepped forward, their synchronized movements demonstrating the extraordinary nature of this army. However, splash. Behind the burly man stood an equally astonishing number of soldiers, none other than the soldiers of the city of Os. The two stared at each other across the flames, the distorted air becoming the final barrier. Although I don't know who this person is, they seem to be on my side. Yaden looked on. The army below was naturally her doing. Not only did she not pursue the matter of the other party killing a powerful member of the Paro family, she also sent troops to provide support. 2-star-level powerhouses from the city of OSS. General Hayner was deep in thought as he made his own comparisons. I am no match for the other party. Although he was very confident in his soldiers, he was not confident in himself. Because the strength of a star-level expert can be judged entirely by their domain. And this person's field is definitely above mine. This guy who appeared out of nowhere, plus Ostanton. 2-star-level powerhouses? 2-star realm experts. Damn it. If it were a star realm expert, whether it's the current one or Ostanton, he's confident he could hold them off. Even though these 2-star-level experts are stronger than him, he can definitely hold them off. As long as I can hold off these powerful warriors, victory will still be mine once my soldiers win. The key issue is if the other side only sends this one strong person to hold them off. That turned into him being held back, while Ostanton and his Dragon Blood Riders wreaked havoc on all sides. What should we do? This seems to be an unexpected situation. General Hayner's eyes flickered with uncertainty, his mind unsure of what to do. Ostanton's absence at this point could also indicate that something is wrong. What exactly went wrong? Or was this guy simply sent to stall me? Snort. The powerful figure within the flames snorted coldly, ignoring General Haina before him, and leaped upwards, his feet forming lotuses of flame as he reached the city wall in a few bounds. Elegant and powerful, this precise control over the power of the domain once again aroused General Haina's doubts. This guy is too calm. It's definitely a trap. Ostanton, that treacherous and despicable fellow, definitely wanted to. General Hayner clenched his fists, his mind filled with doubts. But if that's really the case, wouldn't it be better for Austin to just come out now? Is his continued absence due to some real issue, or is he setting a trap for himself? The horse he dismounted staggered back several steps. He dared not gamble. On the city wall. The Star Realm expert landed on the city wall atop a blue lotus flower, glanced at the charred corpses, and looked at them with disdain. He glanced at the rest of the people around him and said, "Anyone who dares to speak ill of the strategist again will be killed without mercy." Buzz. Flames formed in his hand, then were extinguished with a sharp squeeze, as if giving everyone a heavy warning. "You are the butler?" At this moment, Yaden finally saw the face of the newcomer. This person was the steward of the city lord's mansion. Or to be more precise, this person was Chun Ye's butler, who was said to have previously come from the Sarah Chamber of Commerce. Was this Salavel Shah's work? Could it be that Salavir Shah, a star-level powerhouse, hasn't completely lost her position in the family? Yaden was suspicious, but said nothing and did not object to the person in front of her. She remembered that the butler was only at the peak of the diamond level, but now, the other party mentioned a strategist. Could this also be the work of Lord Chunyi? A diamond-level expert suddenly became a star-level expert. When he thought of this bizarre and outlandish thing, Chunyi was the first person he thought of. Perhaps it wasn't that Shah hadn't lost power, but rather that Chunyi wasn't comfortable with the second backup plan he had arranged. It really is reassuring. Yaden felt a warmth in her heart. With such powerful individuals, it becomes much easier for the enemy to breach the city and allow us to hold out until the deadline given by the strategist. Below the city walls. After several changes in expression, the general of the Haina kingdom finally looked at the massive number of soldiers behind the blue flame city wall. At least 30,000. 30,000 soldiers plus a star-level expert. In theory, I should be able to take down such a force. After all, without the protection of the city gates, the people inside the city are like lambs to the slaughter. My 30,000 troops are far superior to the enemy's 30,000. Not only are they fully equipped, but each of them is also equipped with an alchemical creature. This is not an army of 30,000, but an army of 60,000. Only, is that guy Ostanton hiding behind the city walls? If the opponent had one more Star Realm expert, the battle would be turned around instantly. Withdraw. After much deliberation, General Hayner ultimately decided to retreat. After the army withdrew several miles away, the general looked back towards the city and issued new orders. Everyone, take out your energy stones and prepare the alchemy array. Yes, he is not prepared to give up so easily. The city of OSS has its own backup plans and hidden methods, and he naturally has made preparations in this regard as well. Type A Battalion, step forward. Splash. The 2,000 cavalrymen who had almost defeated the Dragon Tiger cavalry earlier stepped forward again. Their armor, weapons, and mounts were all standardized, and even their heights were roughly the same. 2,000 people stepped forward together, forming a straight line. Very good. The general looked at the 2,000 elite soldiers with satisfaction. Although the 2-star level powerhouses were strong, their armies were by no means weak either. Once certain necessary conditions are met, an army can create an aura similar to a domain. This aura is enough to allow an ordinary person to kill a star-level expert, even if they are several levels higher. This thing is military power. The army before us has not yet reached the point where it can effectively establish military power. However, with standardized weapons, standard mounts, and long-term training, they have come very close. Getting close does not equal success. However, this final step can be achieved with the help of the great god of alchemy. Chapter 319, Haina's Military Strength. Lord City Lord, is this your intention? Another powerful member of the Paro family on the city wall stared intently at the suddenly appearing butler. He recognized the other person. They had always been seen in the City Lord's mansion. However, since the City Lord's mansion is currently being used by that person and Yadin together, he was unsure whose intention it was. It's Yadin using this opportunity to eliminate its rivals. Or perhaps that person has some grievance against the Paro family. After all, among the 3 major families today, the patriarch of the Ainaville family has a close relationship with Chun Ye's bodyguard, known as Old Ghost. The president of the Sarah Chamber of Commerce had long been associated with that person, and the Heidi family, needless to say, are practically the embodiment of that person. In other words, only the Paro family had no way of establishing a connection with that person. So, is this a purge targeting the Paro family? The relationships within the city are complex, and this time the steward even used ruthless methods to kill a powerful member of his own family, which makes him think twice. No, this is my own opinion. The butler answered the Paro family fellow before Yadin could. He then explained, anyone who disrespects the strategist will be killed. He had only regained part of his strength through the strategist's methods, and he would not allow anyone to insult or slander the strategist. Fine, I have nothing to say. The powerful members of the Naparo family lowered their heads and remained silent. The other party claimed to be a strategist, and since I was no match for the person in front of me, there was nothing to criticize. Seeing that the Paro family members remained silent, the butler glanced at the rest of the group. In his eyes, most of these people were at the pinnacle of platinum, diamond level, and a few at the pinnacle of diamond. Although they have some strength, it's far from enough. Even he, a former star rank 3 expert, was a subordinate in the Sarah Chamber of Commerce in the capital, so why would he care about these self-proclaimed diamond experts? The butler's eyes swept over everyone, and there was no longer any disrespect for the strategist in their eyes. At this point, strength represents everything. Butler, what brings you here? What's the situation with the strategist? Yardong landforms have broken this awkward situation. Although she was also somewhat displeased with the behavior of these people, one of them always had to play the good cop. Moderate suppression is called crackdown, while excessive crackdown is called attack. Reporting to the City Lord, no one understands military affairs better than the strategist. The butler performed the standard bow. He still had to show respect to Yadin, the City Lord. Whether it was because of the other party's superior status or because of Chunyi, he could not easily ignore the person in front of him. Everything is good, which seems like good news. Yadin nodded, finally receiving some good news that could stabilize morale. What comes next? My next suggestion is to take the initiative to isolate the enemy. Seeing that Yadin was about to issue orders, the butler hurriedly offered his opinion. Although his presence successfully forced the enemy to retreat, there was no second-star realm expert in the city to hold the line. The city walls have been breached. Any further mistake could allow the enemy to break through in one fell swoop. Since their own army is currently no match for the Haina army, they have no choice but to take the initiative. As long as we take the initiative to delay until our strategists and military forces are fully developed, all problems will be solved. Indeed, that's exactly what I was thinking. Yadin nodded in agreement. She also realized the current situation. Continuing to wait was tantamount to waiting to die. She must take the initiative. The goal is not to win, but to keep the opponent at least 3 kilometers away, outside the city gates. In this way, even if they make a mistake, the enemy cannot directly attack the city, giving them some breathing room. Does anyone have any objections? Yadin looked at the generals behind him. I'm willing to be the vanguard. A general from the Anavian family volunteered. Now that his city also has Star Realm experts, He feels that his soldiers are not much weaker than the enemy. Okay, then it's your turn. Yan nodded. In a short while, the dilapidated city gates were completely opened, and a force of 3,000 men took the initiative to attack. The army traveled 3 kilometers and soon came into contact with Haina's army. Strangely, Haina's army should have discovered them long ago, but why is no one going to fight? The general leading the team looked at Haina's army in surprise. He had already reached the enemy's doorstep, yet no one had come to stop him. This could be considered a legitimate provocation, so what are Haina and his group doing? The general looked curiously in the direction of Haina's army. I didn't deliberately hide myself. The terrain here is flat, with nothing to obstruct my view except for a little snow. It's impossible that the other party didn't notice you, but why didn't they stop you after they noticed? The general was puzzled and confused, and then gave up trying to understand. Everyone, attempt an attack, surround, and strangle them. At the general's command, all troops immediately sprang into action. This military order is similar to the principle of when the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy retreats, we advance, which is a common tactic of attrition. However, boom, a golden pillar of light shot into the sky, its majestic power overwhelming everyone. What's going on? Even though they were still some distance away from each other, everyone was under immense pressure once the golden light enveloped the earth. A golden phantom, a Libra constellation, what is that? Ainaville stared in horror at the pillars of light and the enormous projection in the sky. He sensed an immense threat from that thing in the sky, a threat he could not resist. Buzz. The illusory image in the sky appears quickly and disappears just as fast. The golden scale phantom disappeared, and everyone regained their mobility. My lord, could this strange phenomenon be some kind of high-level magic created by Haina and his group? The subordinate inquired with concern. What high-level magic? Haina has already used all his trump cards to have a Star Realm expert and 30,000 soldiers. How could I possibly possess it? Call out. Before the general could finish speaking, a sharp arrow pierced his body. His stiff head turned back. I am a diamond-level beginner expert. Who could possibly kill me instantly? A Star Realm expert has attacked me. Why? I was just testing the waters, and this has already drawn the attention of a Star Realm expert. His eyes were filled with resentment. Immediately, that unwillingness turned into shock, which remained forever on his face. The one who killed me wasn't a star-level expert. This is impossible. That person's level of cultivation is clearly the same as mine. Tada. In the cavalry army, a young general slowly lowered the powerful bow in his hand, and the huge phantom of the bow and arrow behind him gradually dissipated. Chapter 320. What are the chances of success? The general is dead. The adjutant standing nearby was still shocked by the death of his general. They merely displayed a massive, phantom image of a bow and arrow. Then, a low-level diamond rank cultivator instantly killed a general of the same rank. Don't panic, everyone, don't panic. Form ranks and meet the enemy. Upon seeing the general fall from his horse, the adjutant quickly seized the military flag and issued orders. The thousands of infantrymen behind him were unaware of what was happening ahead, and they didn't even see their general fall. Only a few frontline infantrymen were lucky enough to see everything. But under the adjutant's orders, they had no choice but to raise their shields. The enemy's troops were cavalry, and as infantry, they could only form ranks in place to fight them. Fortunately, the general had anticipated this situation before going out, so long barricades were attached to the shield. Swish swish. The shields were arranged in neat rows, each topped with a long spike, while long spears protruded from the gaps between the shields. Kill, kill, kill. This is a square formation specifically designed to counter light cavalry. Once this formation is deployed, it means that most cavalry attacks will become ineffective. Shields can protect against cavalry arrows, while the spikes and spears on the shields can protect against cavalry charges. It's alright, stay calm, we'll be fine. The enemy only has 2,000 cavalry. We have 3,000 infantrymen. We have the advantage in numbers. The adjutant quietly comforted himself. Everything happened so fast that he didn't even realize what had killed the general. By a martial artist of the same level is impossible. No one can instantly kill a powerful opponent of the same level. But then, how did the general die? He recalled the scene. A huge phantom of a bow and arrow suddenly rose from the enemy army, and then the general fell off his horse. Charge! While the adjutant was struggling with his decision, the enemy cavalry charged forward like a torrent of steel. Smoke and dust billowed, sounding like thunder. It was clearly a light cavalry charge, but it made the appearance of a heavy cavalry charge. It's alright. Light cavalry is still light cavalry. They can't possibly break through my prepared square formation. Everyone, form a chevaux de frise. Yes. The soldiers obeyed the orders, their shields moving slowly with heavy footsteps, like clumsy elephants. Closer, closer, even closer. Boom. The two colossal beasts collided, and the billowing dust obscured the tremendous roar. We held on. The adjutant of the naval family on the battlefield was secretly delighted. Everything went as he had expected. The light cavalry's sword struck the shields, but did not cause any real damage. Instead, they were blocked by the spikes and spears on the shields. The advantage of light cavalry in combat lies in their flexibility. There is no doubt that cavalry will win when infantry faces cavalry. However, if the infantry were prepared, the cavalry would lose their chance of victory. Although the enemy could gradually erode his army through flexible combat methods and kite tactics, this also achieved his goal of delaying the enemy. Moreover, his own city was just a few kilometers away. If he wanted to, he could slowly retreat back towards the city and the enemy would not be able to annihilate him. Roar! The cavalry of Haina were furious when they saw that their charge had failed to break through the enemy's formation. He sat down and his warhorse spewed flames from its nostrils, venting its emotions. That look was as if to say, try again, and you'll definitely succeed. Change. At the command of the young general who had previously shot and killed the Ainaville family general, the entire cavalry formation miraculously turned around and shifted. As is well known, the cavalry's greatest strength lies in charging, while their greatest difficulty lies in turning. Although light cavalry is much less vulnerable than heavy cavalry in this regard. But what's with this 90-degree turn? The adjutant stared in shock at the cavalryman who was rapidly turning around and changing course. This maneuver by the enemy was something that no normal cavalry could do. But before they could even marvel at the enemy's second charge, they rallied once more. The cavalry of the kingdom of Haina broke into smaller units, and then regrouped at an astonishing speed before launching another charge. If I can block it the first time, I can block it the second time. The adjutant watched the enemy charge with disdain. Given that they were prepared, the cavalry didn't seem so formidable. Everyone, form ranks. The adjutant gave orders in the direction of the cavalry charge. In his view, if he could block the opponent's first charge, he could naturally block the second charge as well. But why does this charge seem a little different? The same men and horses charged forward, raising the same clouds of dust. But the adjutant could sense that this charge was different. Aura. Yes, aura. The opponent's aura is different now. As the Haina kingdom charged forward, the phantom of a warhorse gradually solidified. As the charge drew closer, the silhouettes of the warhorses became increasingly solid. What is that? Yadin frowned as he watched Haina's cavalry army from atop the city wall. She had noticed something was wrong with the enemy cavalry when her own general fell. Now she was absolutely certain that something was definitely wrong with the enemy's army. Its military force. The butler behind Yadin said calmly. Military strength. Is it the military strategy that the strategist is studying? Yadin exclaimed in surprise. No, that's not true. The butler said dismissively. The enemy's military force at this level can hardly be called a military force. It's merely something to be used, albeit barely. It doesn't even qualify as utilization. Having witnessed the true power of a military force, he looked down on this half-baked product. True military power lies in the ability of the army to unleash a domain attack equivalent to the full-force strike of a Star Realm expert each time it launches an offensive. They failed just now, and even this time they were lucky to get released. The steward seemed to have seen a lot of the world and also had some knowledge of military affairs. Is that so? When Yadin received some good news, she wasn't very happy. The other side has already involved military force. Although it is a rudimentary military force, it is indeed a military force. What are the chances that these soldiers will survive? Yadin spoke solemnly, for although the two sides had not actually clashed, she could already foresee the outcome. The butler frowned. 30%. Yadin felt a tightness in her chest and clenched her fists. May I command you in battle? Yadin asked the butler. The steward bowed and said, Your Excellency, the city lord, of course. Yadin secretly breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. What if I send you to rescue these people? How confident are you in protecting yourself? The butler's lips curled into a sneer. Perfect. My esteemed city lord. Chapter 321, The Messenger of Winter. With their imposing presence, the horses galloped like thunder. On the battlefield, the Hina Legion's army suddenly erupted in orderly formation, once again coalescing into a gigantic phantom of a horse. Damn it, we can't stop it. The adjutant trembled as he watched the horses approaching, but he had no better way to deal with them. We can't very well order the army to flee at this point. But after such an attack, my own army will probably suffer heavy losses, right? How many of my 3,000 men will survive? Or is it possible for me to survive? The Ainaville family's lieutenant sighed, preparing to face his own death. Although the enemy's charge, formation, and personnel remained unchanged, he knew he couldn't stop them. Unable to withstand the opponent's attack, he turned to look behind him, and the soldiers behind him, just like him, were all pale-faced and barely maintaining their formation. It's all show and no substance. As long as it has a shape, at least it can help more people survive. The adjutant sighed, and then gripped the spear in his hand tightly. He knew that this might be the essential difference between a truly powerful army and a weak one. A truly powerful army can instill despair in its opponents simply through its sheer force of will. Bring it on. After a sigh, the adjutant showed unwavering resolve to die. Suddenly, your expression is great. I like it. He heard a voice and instinctively turned his head. There was no one in sight, only a wisp of blue flame. Immediately afterwards, the flames grew larger and larger among the crowd, until the flames spread across the entire battlefield, standing horizontally before the imaginary horses on the battlefield. Snort. Upon seeing this scene, the members of the Hina Legion collectively snorted coldly and continued their charge. So what if they are Star Realm experts? Once my military might is triggered, everything in front of me will be crushed into mincemeat. Blue flames covered the battlefield, and although they couldn't stop the warhorses in front of him, the steward wasn't too worried. He watched the horses get closer and closer, a sneer playing on his lips. Military strength can be comparable to the domain of a Star Realm expert, but there are also different levels between domains. Back in his prime, he was a third-tier Star Realm expert. How could this half-baked army possibly be a match for him? The horses in the void drew ever closer, their galloping momentum unstoppable. However, just as they were about to reach the butler, the once powerful horses suddenly slowed down, and blue flame chains had somehow appeared on the horses that were actually military formations. Chains of flame clung to it, and the phantom of the giant horse quickly dissipated, as if the blue chains of flame were draining its energy. As expected, that guy's domain is above mine. If I'm not mistaken, he should be about to advance to the second-tier Star Realm expert. The powerful beings of the Star Realm watched this scene from afar, sighing inwardly. But it's useless. No matter how powerful your domain is, how many times can you use it? Military strength is the condensation of the spirit and energy of 2,000 men, which can last much longer than yours alone. He was not flustered by the sudden intervention of the opposing Star Realm expert, because he knew that once his military force was established, he would only be worn down and killed. Damn it, he doesn't want to kill my army, he wants to escape. Suddenly, the composed general's confidence turned into angry curses. He seemed to have never imagined that such a high-level expert would do something so shameless. You've already personally taken to the battlefield, yet you didn't take down the enemy in one fell swoop, but instead rescued your own troops and left. Shameless, utterly shameless. As the general watched this scene, he repeatedly condemned the steward's shameless behavior in his heart and in his mind. However, the butler could not hear him. He didn't care even if the butler could hear him. My goal is to save the army. As long as the goal is achieved, the method doesn't matter. Even if the method is excellent or shameful, so what? Her purpose in doing this was to show off and to get Lord Chun-Ye's attention. Only when Lord Chun-Ye watches over him can the curse on him be completely expelled. Only by completely banishing the curse can one have any further progress. Therefore, he didn't care at all about being scolded. Damn it, that's shameless. They already have 2 Star Realm experts, yet they're so shameless for the sake of 3,000 soldiers. How shameless. The powerful figure from the Sea of Stars felt a pang of unease as he watched the 3,000 cavalrymen depart. Wait, why would he care so much about these 3,000 cavalrymen? General Hayner seemed to have discovered some blind spot. Could it be that Ostenden isn't in the city and has taken most of the soldiers with him? Or a rebellion broke out in the city of Os, and this Star Realm expert ambushed and killed Ostenden, but his own army and he himself were seriously injured. Haina's Star Powerhouse had a flash of inspiration. He felt that the truth must lie within his own guess, or the truth was the second guess. That explains everything. No wonder the enemy didn't appear when I blasted the city gate. It turns out Ostanin had already been killed by them. No wonder the enemy sacrificed the dignity of their Star Realm experts for 3,000 infantrymen. It turns out they didn't have many troops left in the city. Yes, Ostanin has a long history of prestige and is quite powerful. Even if they manage to ambush and kill Ostanin, our side will definitely not fare well. In that case, General Haina looked at the city of Os, whose gates had been breached and whose protective shield was slowly being opened. The fact that the protective shield was closed proves that there aren't many energy stones left. Now that it's open again, is it trying to make a last-ditch effort? He looked at the other person's self-deceptive behavior with sarcasm, a rare confidence on his face. Your protective shields can only be used once, but my military force can be sacrificed twice more. I will accept the city of Os without hesitation. In Chunye's territory, an innocent boy was frowning as he looked at the now-stopped teleportation array in front of him and a male humanoid alchemical creature in front of him. Are you saying my behavior has affected your household gods? Yes, my god has said, please stop your behavior immediately. Chunye blinked. I was happily holding the snow that was free to exchange for money, when suddenly someone said that the snow was chargeable. But he landed on my territory, and since he landed on my territory, he's mine. Humanoid creature. Yes, but you must immediately stop collecting snow outside your territory. Chunye nodded. He had known all along that his actions might be stopped by the other party, but he hadn't expected them to arrive so quickly. I guess I've made one last effort. After all, the other party didn't know that the city of Os also belonged to their territory. So he agreed. Okay, from now on I will only collect snow from my own territory. The humanoid creature nodded, then added. This only applies to the territory here. Your territory in the city of Os is not included. Chunye. Chapter 322, Winter's Demand. It's all my territory, so why can't it be the city of Os? Chunye looked at the person in front of him seriously. His own ghost dragon was almost there. As long as he collected the snow in the city of Os and exchanged it, it should be about the same. However, the other party demanded that he not use the snow in the city of Os, which disrupted his plans. The humanoid creature looked at the empty grass around it and fell into deep thought. Not only is there no snow in this territory, but grass has even begun to grow, all because the other party keeps changing locations. But given the current situation, how could this guy have the audacity to ask such a question? Looking at the determined Chunye, he recalled the instructions of his god. Try not to offend the other party, but absolutely do not let them collect more snow. This is the order of the Supreme God, and there is nothing I can do. If you still insist, I can consult the Supreme God. The humanoid creature said calmly. What's the point of asking her for instructions unless she does it herself? Chunye stopped abruptly halfway through his sentence. He recalled one of his crow-like traits. He swallowed hard, then changed his mind, saying, No need to trouble your main god. I understand. I won't collect it. Chunye gritted his teeth and looked at the other person. If the other person hadn't been male, he would never have been so easy to talk to. That would be best. Thank you for your cooperation. The humanoid creature extended white tentacles and bowed. Chunye looked at the other's body, which was composed of countless tree roots and withered wood-like tentacles, with a sense of curiosity. Is this guy an alchemical creature or some other strange species? No wonder I couldn't find any strange and powerful creatures. They had already been collected by the god of winter. Your Excellency, there is one more thing I need to tell you. The humanoid creature retracted its white, withered branch tentacles. He said, Your territory overlaps with that of the Supreme God, and the Supreme God wishes to discuss the relocation of your territory with you. If you are willing to relocate voluntarily, the god can provide some compensation. Territory relocation? Chunye looked at the other person, not expecting one bad news after another. He had heard Yuna mention this before, but he hadn't expected to be informed so quickly. Not letting me collect snow is bad enough, but now they want to relocate my territory? This is outrageous. In a fit of anger, Chunye snapped. This was something I couldn't resist, and it was something I had planned long ago. There's nothing I can do. My skills are simply inferior to theirs. If you fall behind, you will be attacked. Although we haven't been attacked for some reasons, we still have to give up some of our interests. Never mind, it's not really a discount. Chunye thought about his current situation. Since our territory overlaps with the other parties, let alone continuing to explore and obtain rare resources, the other party won't even allow us to use the currently shared resources. Since things have come to this point, it's best to take the advice and move away. At least this way I can get some compensation. Understood. I'll consider it once I find a new territory. Chunyi waved his hand and agreed. That would be best. Thank you for your cooperation. The white, withered tree branch, resembling a humanoid creature, once again performed the rituals of the human world, leading Chunyi to suspect that the creature's soul might not belong to a true imperial noble. Seeing that Chunyi had nothing else to say, the humanoid creature immediately shrank its size, and then became smaller and smaller until it disappeared into the void. Everyone says this person is difficult to communicate with, but it seems that apart from being a bit thick-skinned, he has no problem communicating with her. The humanoid creature left, filled with doubt. It seems that moving out of the territory is inevitable. Chunyi sighed. His own demigod dragon has leveled up 8 times to reach level 50, and is only 10 levels away from reaching the attribute level of 120. It may seem like a lot, but the experience required is enormous. Looks like I'll have no choice but to go grind monsters. Chunyi thought of a slightly less ideal way to upgrade, which was to use the monster spawn points in Manhwa. It is said to be relatively close to Haina City. In that case, we can just take Haina along the way. Chunyi considered it for a moment. If I go to Haina by myself, I can not only improve the strength of the false dragon of the dead, but also fulfill my promise to Yuna. Yes, we can also find a city nearby, conquer it, and make it our new territory. Chunyi discovered new benefits. If I choose to locate my new territory around the city of Haina, wouldn't that be equivalent to becoming neighbors with a friendly god? Like the one involving the harsh winter from happening today from occurring. That's a good idea, but I don't know if there are any decent cities or settlements around Haina. Chunyi began searching through the map. You must carefully confirm the location of your new territory. You absolutely cannot be careless. It must have its own rivers, its own geographical advantages, and the ability to be self-sufficient. Ideally, it should be a wealthy city, so that after taking it, you can use the wealth to train troops and develop your territory. Haina City. After 3 days of questioning, you still won't say anything? Hainaravi waved to the 2 blood-covered figures, signaling for someone to remove the gag from their mouths. As expected of Osrog's offspring, he's quite stubborn. The 2 people, tortured to the point of being bloodied and mangled by various instruments of torture, were the 2 young masters of the city of Os. He may have previously estimated that Ostanden's face would not be subjected to actual punishment. After all, he didn't want to break ties with Ostantin at this time. But his own father had already sent people to break off relations first. Since that's the case, I might as well tear off this mask even wider in exchange for the information I possess. One of the bloodied figures stood firm, while the other looked on with pleading eyes. Suddenly, the latter murmured aggrievedly in a voice that was almost broken and already hoarse. I'll talk, go ahead and ask, just ask. After saying this, Roger had lost his last bit of strength, and the only thing he could move was his eyelids. I'm not exactly a tough nut to crack, so just ask me whatever you want to interrogate. But he didn't expect that the other party would keep gagging him, asking whether he would tell or not. The other party hit, questioned, and tortured the victim simultaneously. Tell me, I'll tell you everything. Ask away, go ahead and ask. He desperately wanted to question the other person like that, but he no longer had the strength. He was so happy to have the chance to speak that he almost fainted. Or perhaps it was because he was too soft-spoken that Haina's people gave him the opportunity to faint. The group led Rog to the outer perimeter of the prison, where his subordinates immediately began to flatter their young master. As expected of an adult, you have a good method. This way, the boy will surely reveal all the detailed information about the city of Os. Heiner Lo was unimpressed by this, and simply ordered, continue interrogating that solo. He's much higher up and knows much more. Yes. The subordinate gave an affirmative response. Heiner Lo sighed as he looked at Roger, who was covered in blood and had fainted. For General Slock, who has control of the military, to have not sent back any good news or reports for 3 days, could the city of Os be hiding some secret? Chapter 323, Energy Core, The Secret of Level 5. Iron River Alliance Territory. Taixian, your method is indeed very effective. Bai Luaha looked at his partner with a solemn expression. Of course it's effective. If we continue to kill those alchemical creatures excessively, who knows if it will attract the attention of the god in the forest. Dongfang Tiexin spoke smugly, as if he had finally made the right decision among many and had earned Bai Lua's praise. Little Bai, be impressed by my wisdom. By protecting our own territory and placing alchemical creatures in the city, we can not only reduce our own losses, but also weaken the city's power, thereby reducing the pressure if the enemy discovers us. Dongfang Tiexin patted Bai Luaha on the shoulder with a big laugh. However, as she continued taking pictures, she noticed something was wrong. The other person didn't seem very happy. They still had a serious expression on their face. Hey, what do you mean by this? Can't stand that I'm smarter than you. Dongfang Tiexin was somewhat displeased. No, that's not it. Bai Luoha said heavily. Why is that? Dongfang Tiexin had no patience to beat around the bush with others. Seeing that the fair, lotus root-like arm was about to wrap around his neck, Bai Luoha hurriedly revealed his discovery. Look at this. He tossed out an information panel. Energy core. An energy core originating from the city, possessing extremely high energy. Note. He seems to possess some special ability. Note. What are you looking at? I'm the person you're looking for, so hurry up and get me. This is... Tai Xian instantly abandoned his playful thoughts and looked seriously at the message Bai Luoha had sent him. Energy core. This is the core material for upgrading a level 5 territory. Energy core. The core material for level 5 territories has stumped countless people and lords. Currently, many lords have reached level 4, but they are unable to advance to level 5 because they cannot find the energy core. Numerous lords searched the world in various ways, but none of them revealed any information about the energy core. At least not openly. Qi Hongyi upgraded her territory to level 5, while Chunye's territory was suspected of being upgraded to level 5 within the entire lord circle. The source of the energy core has always been a mystery, and now, the answer to this mystery has suddenly appeared before my eyes. Where did you see that? Dongfang Tiexin quickly inquired. Bai Luoha remained solemn. Within the city. Is someone selling them within the city? What's their value? Have you managed to get them back? Dongfang Tiexin anxiously grabbed the former's arm and shook it repeatedly. She desperately wanted to know if the energy core had been obtained so that she could upgrade her territory. In this way, I will no longer fear the surrounding cities, nor the threats from the depths of the forest. No, it's not for sale. This thing is the core of the entire city. Bai Luoha recounted how he had tracked the movements of the alchemical creatures and observed how the surrounding cities were responding. He was surprised to use the reconnaissance skill only after the other party released a protective shield, and the reconnaissance skill prompted him to explore further. His further exploration and subsequent analysis led him to discover the existence of an energy core. That is the foundation upon which every city is built. Is that so? Dongfang Tiexin hesitated. To be honest, the surrounding cities were not weak, and they were not confident of victory. Upgrading the territory is a must, but since they can build a city, they must have some strength. It's not something that can be easily taken over. Moreover, the opponent has a protective shield as a trump card, allowing them to retreat into a defensive posture. We still need to think about how to win this over. Let's not rush it. The usually impatient Dongfang Tiexin actually started to comfort Bai Luoha. Bai Luoha was naturally in no hurry. He knew that taking over a city was not something that could be done overnight. That was a city. If it collapsed from within, it would face the enemy's siege. If it collapsed from the outside, it would face the enemy's large army and protective shield. No matter which direction you try to break through, taking down the enemy's city is no easy task. Unless someone is powerful enough to ignore more than 10,000 soldiers, the numerous city defense equipment and city wall shields will directly and overwhelmingly overwhelm them. But do such people exist? No, it's impossible. Even if Chunyi wanted to take the city using the methods mentioned above, he would have to pay the price of heavy casualties. Wait, Chunyi the scroll. Bai Luoha remembered something. The tattered scroll he had been researching a few days ago seemed to be able to speed up the process of breaking through the protective shield. Could this be considered an unexpected but positive outcome? Chunyi unintentionally helped him, saving him from dying at the hands of God, and he unintentionally helped Chunyi in return. Judging from Chunyi's reaction at the time, the other party definitely knew about the existence of the energy core and was probably worried about how to take over the city. Chunyi just happened to be helping the other party. It's a way of helping each other out. Bai Luoha comforted himself in this way, unaware that he had fallen behind this guy again. I'll go and refine the scroll. Bai Luoha turned to leave, but was stopped by Dongfang Tiexin. Don't refine it yet. That's too slow. Perhaps we can make use of those alchemical creatures. Dongfang Tiexin had another flash of inspiration. By secretly helping alchemical creatures, we might witness a city where both sides suffer heavy losses. In this way, we might be able to advance to level 5 before Chunyi. Dongfang Tiexin spoke earnestly. Even if Chunyi didn't want to suffer heavy losses in his troops, he still had to proceed step by step, right? But he has natural helpers. At this moment, she felt a strange sense of familiarity with the massive number of alchemical creatures that had previously been a problem. Chunyi's territory. Which city should we choose? This place seems to have good mineral resources, but the surrounding environment isn't very suitable for combat. This city is good. It has a suitable environment and the ability to be self-sufficient, but there are too few people and not much labor force. Labor is the greatest asset. Whether it is converted into a regular soldier or participates in other labor, it is a good choice. Chenyi looked at the map of the Fallen Ones Association that the old ghost had given him. This map is from Blizzard's previous map, so it might be a little inaccurate, but it shouldn't be too far off. Chenyi spent some time choosing his new territory. The population is okay, but it's too poor. There's absolutely no infrastructure. Isn't this just a refugee camp? Chenyi saw another city he liked, but it was not suitable as his new territory. It seems this is the only suitable place after looking around. Chenyi looked at a city on the map, but it wasn't a city, it was a small country. It has a certain population ratio, a certain amount of wealth, and its terrain and resources are not problems. Although, based on the intelligence from Manhwa, there is likely a large number of alchemical creatures here. However, this was a plus for Chenyi. However, the most important question here is that the name of this place is Haina. Forget it. Haina is a territory that the alchemy god and Yuna are fighting over, so I'd better not join it. Let's choose the one nearby. If the infrastructure is weak, we can rebuild it. As long as there are people and an energy core, it will be fine. Chenyi pointed his finger, and a refugee settlement next to Hainan was marked. Chapter 324. Choosing a new territory. Hainan Nation. Is everything taken care of? Reporting to the young master, it has been taken care of. Under the Work for Relief program, the infrastructure construction of City Number 2 is nearing completion. Although this white disaster came fiercely, we reacted quickly and have already taken all of this into account. Heinerlo nodded. What's the situation regarding the number of refugees? The soldier did a quick mental calculation and said, Young master, there are a total of 34,000 refugees so far. Adding the previous 23,000, the total number is now 57,000. Yes, continue with the Work for Relief program. City Number 2 will be a necessary place for us to bring in fresh blood. Heinerov nodded in satisfaction. Since he annexed the two surrounding cities, City Number 2 had become his source of troops, and City Number 3 had become his strategic pass. Due to its unique geographical location, many homeless people gather in City Number 2. It can be said that as long as City Number 2 exists, it can continuously increase its country's population every year by accepting refugees from the borders of Titan and Silver Moon. As for City Number 3, although the terrain doesn't look good. However, once Haina, City 2, and City 3 are connected, the rugged terrain of City 3 will form a natural barrier for the Haina kingdom without any worries about its rear. Furthermore, City Number 3 also has decent mineral resources, which can be used to forge armor for its new soldiers. It can be said that under his management, as long as they get through this winter of disaster, the entire Hainan will be like a fish leaping over the Dragon Gate, unstoppable. By the way, young master, Oslo is about to give his instructions. He said there's something in the city of OS that you'd absolutely be interested in, but he'll only tell you if you meet his conditions. Oh, he actually agreed to talk? Loe was somewhat surprised. He originally thought that there was nothing that could force this kind of person to speak, and he was even prepared to give up. But to my surprise, the other party actually relented. What are his demands? Love asked. The soldier hesitated for a moment, then relayed. Young master, he means you must release him, not only him, but also the 2,000 soldiers he brought with him. He said he would only reveal Ostan in secret if that was the only way. Is that so? Lovi tapped his long, slender fingers on the purple armor on his wrist. His armor was a trophy from Rogue. Although it wasn't bronze armor, it was made of King Cobra's scales, which was quite good. He had previously been compared to Solo because of his intelligence. The passing hero riding the dragon said, within 300 miles of this place, only 2 young men are considered good. One of them is himself, and the other is Solo. Since then, Solo has been searching for him everywhere, and finally, not long ago, the other party found him. Unfortunately, the result was that he ended up wearing the opponent's King Serpent armor. Did he say he wanted the armor back? Luo Wei inquired. No, but he said he'll leave it with you for a while. The soldier answered. Humph, quite arrogant. Ro instantly guessed what Solo was thinking. He wanted to reclaim his own troops, return to the city of OS, reorganize his army, and then personally take back the armor from himself. But, does he think he'd let him go back because of a single piece of news? Let's go take a look. Lowell turned and headed toward the prison. Solo was right. If his information is valuable enough, he might consider letting the other person go back. As for the so-called releasing the tiger back to the mountain, that's impossible. Let's not even talk about how the other party isn't even a tiger in front of me, even if I let the other party go back. At that time, the city of OS will also be captured by General Slock. He was eager to see what would happen if he let Solo go back, and Solo, filled with anger and hatred, prepared to raise an army for revenge, only to return home to find his city already breached. Brought back by General Slock. That will definitely be amazing. Let's choose this small town next to Haina. Chunyi decided on the location of his new territory. This city is not only close to Haina, making it convenient for me to become neighbors with Yuna after completing the mission, but it also has a certain population and a large number of alchemical creatures. Let's see if there's any more detailed information from Manhwa. Chunyi decided to establish his new territory and planned to ask Manhwa for more precise intelligence on its location. After all, it was he who found and provided this position. Beep beep. Manhwa. Chunyi was surprised. Before he could even look for Manhwa, Manhwa actually came looking for him. Boss, I successfully advanced to level 5. Such a simple message, yet it contains so much heartache and excitement. Manhwa never imagined that he could be the third leader to advance his territory to level 5 ahead of the other alliance leaders. He seized the wealth of a city by using scrolls and wisdom. The wealth of an entire city, wealth he had never seen before in all his business dealings. Although the city was just a small city with only 30,000 people, he still gained a considerable amount of wealth. 300,000 energy stones. I've never seen so many in my entire life. Congratulations. Chunyi was not surprised by the other party's promotion. He had personally funded the South River with 100,000 energy stones and a tattered scroll. It would be surprising if it failed. Boss, this is your energy stone. You have received 200,000 energy stones. Manhwa immediately converted most of his gains into cash. He is a grateful person. His success was partly due to the information provided by Chunyi, partly due to Chunyi's scroll, and partly due to Chunyi's 100,000 energy stones. It can be said that Chunyi has paved the way, and now it's just a matter of him walking the path. Such a great favor cannot be repaid with a single energy stone. The first city I captured was just the beginning. With 100,000 energy stones at the start, I could capture many more cities. Although there were no more tattered scrolls after that, but, boss, I'm ready to follow you. This was Manhwa's solution. He planned to follow Chunyi, which was far better than any tattered scroll. What's the meaning? Chunyi didn't quite grasp Manhwa's meaning for a moment. Aren't you already working for me? Chunyi was puzzled. No, that's right, boss. I've been given the opportunity to relocate my territory, and I'm going to come find you. Chapter 325, Reorganization, Objective, Haina? You've come to find me? You mean you're moving your territory to my area? Chunyi looked at the message with some surprise. Was the other party planning to completely bind him to me? But thinking about it, it makes sense. The relationship between the two seems to have been intertwined for a long time. Yeah, boss, I don't have any good resources here. I don't even know where to start doing business. I can only go around in circles among the lords. Manhwa said. His wish has always been the same, to honestly be a businessman who earns more with less work. However, as his territory leveled up, he realized that the only way to continue leveling up was to develop his own power. However, there is a conflict between his desire to develop his own power and his wish to do business. He didn't want to be in a constant fighting position. Fighting and killing are pointless. Doing business is much better. Sure, but you're quite far from me. Chunyi nodded as he looked at another treacherous spot on the map. If Manhwa were to come, the two could not only form a mutually watchful position, but he could also make full use of the city's unfavorable terrain. To be honest, the neighboring city of the city I chose has good mineral production, but it's easy to be attacked from both sides. However, if the plan succeeds, Haina will be captured by Yuna, who will take another city, while the city with its rugged terrain and mineral resources will be given to Manhwa. At that time, the three parties will form a triangle, and if they are all on the same side, there will be no situation of being attacked from both sides. Manhwa, you've only just captured one city, which could easily serve as your base. Are you sure you want to come to my side? Chunyi asked again. He didn't know why the other party actually wanted to come here. Stones in the city are not as plentiful as ours. The most important thing in a city is its population. Population is the source of labor and enormous wealth. Is the other party preparing to abandon the population to come looking for me? Yes, of course I'm sure. Manhwa answered decisively. Once he's with the boss's protection, he can focus on his business without worrying about fighting or killing. The business circle can also begin to extend from the lords to the cities of the Titan Empire. He didn't even need to worry about any enemies around him. Others may not know Chunye's strength, but he knows it very well. They were already far ahead. Let alone 1 or 2 alliance leaders. Even if everyone attacked together, they might not be able to defeat the boss, especially if no one had broken through to level 4 fountains and level 5 territories. That's how powerful he is, my boss. He'll take on 100 of them. Chunye's status in Nanha's heart has risen to an extremely high level without him even realizing it. After all, he only has a little over 100 soldiers, while his boss has nearly 10,000. It seems to be the result of suppressing the use of energy stones. Why would someone choose to develop on their own instead of relying on such a powerful figure? Is that crazy? Okay, so how are you getting here? Chunye agreed to the other party's request, as Nanha's arrival would indeed be a better help to him. Because after conquering more cities, they will definitely collect energy cores, but the safety and population management of the population after losing energy cores will become huge problems. He's not good at handling this kind of situation, so having more people would be a good thing. Hee, don't worry, boss. Nanha chuckled. As long as Chunye agreed, nothing else mattered. He said, Boss, my unit is a king-level earth dragon, which can traverse underground at will regardless of any terrain, and it is extremely fast. There are only 3,000 li between us. I can cross that distance in about 2 days. Even if I bring my belongings, it will only take 3 days. So fast. Chunye was somewhat surprised. 3,000 li was no short distance, yet the other party was confident of arriving in 3 days. Even if going underground can avoid many disputes with monsters and cities, it is still an extremely terrifying speed. Like the frost dragon, its full-speed flight can reach the speed of sound, making it extremely fast. However, such high-speed flight is extremely energy-consuming and cannot be used for long-distance travel. The creatures in this world are not technological creations of my original world. They are all made of flesh and blood. Therefore, the journeys are all short and fast, but rest and recuperation take up most of the time during long-distance travel. My earth dragon is biased towards the speed attribute. Nanha explained with a smile. Their own troops, like themselves, are not good at fighting. His earth dragon attribute is as high as 60, most of which are allocated to speed and defense. This allows them to travel freely underground for extended periods of time. Okay, then there's no problem. Just go to this location. Chunye gave the location of the city to the other party. Isn't this one of the spots I just assigned to help the boss level up? Nanha looked at the position given to him by his boss. Is the boss planning to take over a city while leveling up? As expected of the boss. Nanha was extremely excited. Only the boss could take a city so easily. I knew I hadn't chosen the wrong person to follow. Then we can move our territory to a location next to the city and enjoy the trade of the city's seeds. That would be great. Nanha looked at the coordinates with satisfaction. If he remembered correctly, there were good mineral resources there. He had expected that the boss would hand over the management of the city's mines to him, but he never imagined that Chunye would give the entire city to Nanha. The city that he had spent a long time using the Earth Dragon to finally capture through a ground collapse was, in Chunye's eyes, nothing more than something easily obtained. Give the city with mineral resources to Nanha, and I want another city with a population and Haina. Taking 3 cities in one go is a bit stressful. Chunye shrugged. Originally, I planned to wait until the evil goblin demonstrated its usefulness before leading the goblins to take down Haina. Now that there are 2 more targets, I have no choice but to take matters into my own hands. Currently, the army has 2,200 black armor goblins, 230 fire attribute dragon goblins, 980 wind attribute dragon goblins, 999 ice attribute dragon goblins, 1,000 iron-eating goblins, and the rest, including earthwalking, lazy, evil soul, mushroom, and goblin, total less than 100. After various battles, a total of more than 5,000 goblins were lost. Chunye summarized the heavy losses his troops had suffered during this period, with the greatest losses occurring in the Anthill War, in addition to exploring the forest. Finish it. With a single thought, Chunye increased the number of black armor goblins to 2,500, fire attribute dragonman goblins to 1,000, wind attribute goblins to 1,000, ice attribute goblins to 1,000, iron-eating goblins to the same number, and mushroom goblins to 100. Troops were replenished rapidly, and energy stones were consumed at a rapid pace. He had already spent nearly 100,000 energy stones just to replenish these goblins. A total of 80 black armor goblins are needed to exchange for a dragon goblin. 85 to 90 dragon goblins are needed, and mushroom goblins are even more expensive. But the price is worth it. The immense power I gain is enough to easily destroy my target city. Let's have 1,000 black armor goblins and 500 dragon goblins of each of the other attributes. Chunyi thought for a moment. He needed people, so he wouldn't bring any mushroom goblins this time. After reorganizing his troops, he marched towards Haina. Chapter 326. The military might is now established. Haina Kingdom, prison. You have no title. I demand that you swear an oath to the gods. A man who had been cleaned but was covered in wounds looked at the guy opposite him with a cold smile. The former was dilapidated, while the latter was bright and glamorous. Luo Wei snorted coldly. Huh. A mere piece of news, and I have to swear to the gods. He met with Solo and prepared to agree to the other party's request. But Solo went a step further and demanded that he swear an oath himself. Luo Wei looked at the other person and almost laughed. Whether it's the Titan Empire or the Silver Moon Empire, these so-called nobles all possess their own pride. Even though he was already a prisoner, he still maintained his aristocratic composure, and even washed himself clean a day before his interrogation. Now, he despises his status as the heir to a small country and is pushing his luck by demanding that he swear an oath to the gods. For other nobles, even those from the Silver Moon Empire, they generally only swear an oath to their family ancestors when making important agreements. But Solo insisted on swearing an oath to the gods himself. This is blatant self-loathing. He himself, the heir of a small country, was not even as good as the remote nobles of the empire. Lo felt disdain and contempt for this arrogant behavior. Okay, no problem, I can swear to the gods. Luo Wei smiled and agreed. The more arrogant the other party was, the more he wanted to see the pleading expressions on the faces of these so-called true nobles, these nobles who looked down on remote small countries, after all their failures and complete collapse. He had no bad habits, but he looked down on those who relied on their father's influence. If you're truly capable, then support your father like you would support yourself, instead of expecting your father to support you while you act arrogantly and domineeringly because of your father's status. Solo stared intently at the other person without saying a word. Loei also swore an oath to the god of alchemy, as he had wished. Great god of alchemy, I now swear in your name. Please oversee me. If I break this oath, I, Lovi, am willing to offer my soul to the great god of alchemy. Lo Wei was full of sincerity and offered his vow. They even added Rog, that useless byproduct, to the oath. Solo, finally relieved, smiled and revealed his long-hidden secret. As Luo Wei listened, his expression gradually grew serious. Could it be that Ostanden received permission from the Holy Church to open a holy church in the city of Os? The city of Os has received a blessing from God. This is a big problem, a huge trouble. Lovi never imagined that the city of Os would also receive a divine blessing. He has everything he has now because he changed his faith in a god. Now that the other party has also gained the faith of the gods, how could he not be worried? Decades ago, my own country also had a religion, but it worshipped an obscure evil god. Under the guidance of the evil god, their lives became increasingly difficult, to the point where they were unable to support themselves and could not survive. The evil god was undoubtedly powerful, and under his leadership, the military strength of his city did improve, but the people's livelihood was in a complete mess. Several years ago, through my own efforts to correct myself, I changed my faith. After changing their faith, they not only experienced a significant improvement in their livelihoods and military, but also established their own kingdom. After its founding, it gained recognition from the Silver Moon Empire and joined the empire. The country is once again experiencing comprehensive growth. All of this was brought about by the great god of alchemy. The other side brought them faith, military power, improved livelihoods, and prestige. Therefore, he knew the power of the gods. Isn't the god of the Holy Church on the same level as the god of alchemy? Luo Wei was in a heavy mood. If the other party gains the approval of a minor god, then there is nothing to fear. After all, they are like the evil god who was before me. I can barely survive with them. But the god of light and the Holy Church, it is a formidable opponent. Ha ha, how about it, regretting it now? Are you scared? Solo looked at the other man triumphantly. The shackles on his body had been removed when the oath was fulfilled. He glanced back at Luo Wei and said, My armor is here with you. Next time, I will retrieve it myself. After saying that, Solo strode forward and arrogantly left. Remind me next time not to be arrogant or underestimate my opponent. The potential dangers caused by his mistake, Lo was not upset. He simply calmly reminded the soldiers behind him. Yes, young master. The soldiers who followed also realized the seriousness of the situation. However, he did not blame his young master either, but treated him the same way. The problem has arisen, and the solution is to think about how to solve it rather than wasting time being upset and regretting. All of this stems from the young master's influence. In Haina, the city lord is not the supreme ruler, the young master is. Young master, if we switch our allegiance to the Holy Church, shouldn't we be recognized given our current strength? The followers offered their own humble opinions. He knew his young master's thoughts. His young master had no faith. He only wanted peace and prosperity for the country. As long as the country is peaceful and prosperous, people can believe in any god. Or, to put it another way, he would worship whichever god could bring peace and prosperity to the country. No, Luo Wei denied it. He knew that the god of light was not a generous god, and the other party was unlikely to give him too many benefits. In terms of increasing national strength, the god of alchemy was more practical. Moreover, he had already joined the Silver Moon, and for the Titans, it was a sign of disrespect to join a neutral nation like his. It's good enough if the other side doesn't send soldiers to attack us. Changing the nameplate at this point is unlikely to gain the other party's approval. In fact, it may end up pleasing neither side. Send another 10,000 troops, led by the city lord, to take down the city of Os before it can fully digest God's grace. Luo Wei came up with the safest solution at the moment. One day later, city of OSS. Report, Lord City Lord. Our army has repelled the enemy's third attack, suffering a loss of 1,400 men. Report, Lord City Lord. Our army has repelled the enemy's fourth attack, suffering a loss of 1,500 men. Report, Lord City Lord. Our army has repelled the enemy's fifth attack, suffering a loss of 1,000 men. Report, Lord City Lord. Our army has repelled the enemy's sixth attack, suffering a loss of 5,340 men. Why were the losses so severe in the sixth instance? Yaden's already worried expression became even more furrowed. The soldiers below hurriedly explained, Sir, the enemy has launched another military attack. We barely managed to repel the enemy with the help of the steward. Is it that thing again? Yaden touched her forehead. Be too devastating for them. The hastily assembled army was already no match for the enemy, and now, under the onslaught of their superior forces, they appear even more helpless. Keep going. Hold on. We must hold on. Yaden sighed, but remained resolute. We're almost there. It'll be almost time to meet the strategist. As long as the strategist comes out, victory awaits us. Yes. The soldier gave the order and quickly withdrew. As soon as the former left, another soldier responsible for relaying messages brushed past him, knelt down on one knee, and reported an urgent military situation. Is it bad news again? Yaden felt short of breath looking at the frequent messengers. Report, Lord City Lord. The strategist has completed the military preparations and requests permission to leave the city to meet the enemy. Hold on, what? Yaden suddenly stood up, her worried brows immediately smoothing out. Good. I agree to engage the enemy. Chapter 327. The situation reverses. Remember this well. The strategist once said that you can become whatever you believe in and whatever you desire. Fei Yin stood directly in front of the army, looking down at the cavalry. He used to be a slacker, but now he's been forced to become a general in the army. He was also a general who commanded 4,000 iron cavalry. Even in a normal country, such a commander wouldn't be considered a junior general. This cost him his leisure time. However, in return, he also gained immense power. However, this power is not manifested in a direct way, but rather in the military. He felt that once he mastered military power, he could face even the strongest beings at the star realm without fear. Not only was he fearless, he even wanted to try and kill 1 or 2 star realm experts. The passion hidden deep within was ignited. That's right, a little mobilization will suffice. The evil spirit nodded with great satisfaction as it looked at the state of the army and the crimson flames. Military strength is the embodiment of the overall morale and spirit of the army. As long as the morale and spirit are strong enough, the military strength will be strong enough. How many of us are left? The evil spirit asked the surrounding soldiers. Reporting to you, sir, the enemy has been attacking fiercely during this period, and we have suffered losses of about 10,000 men. 10,000 people? The evil spirit looked at the shattered gate and sighed. It's within acceptable limits. During training, he received intelligence that the enemy army had encountered star realm experts, and since he was training his troops, he couldn't show himself. It was simply a matter of sending out stewards who were too powerful, couldn't integrate with the army, and were of little use to help. But not long after that, they received news that the other side possessed military strength. This surprised him somewhat. I originally thought that even if the city lord managed to hold out, he would suffer heavy losses. But now that we've only lost 10,000 people, it's much better than we imagined. He could train troops, so he naturally knew the difference between an army with troops and one without. Now that the military situation is complete, he wants to see how the enemy's military situation differs from his own. Let's see who's stronger. The enemy army in the distance, which was organizing its next attack, the evil spirit asked again, has the city lord's order not been issued yet? Although he was the city strategist, Yadin was, after all, the city lord personally appointed by the gods, and he still needed Yadin's approval for everything he did. They're down. My lord, the city lord has ordered permission to engage the enemy. A soldier rushed over in a panic to relay Yadin's orders. Very good, go. The evil spirit gave Fei Yin a wink, and the latter immediately mounted his warhorse and turned to attack. The evil spirits arrived atop the city walls, eagerly anticipating the impending battle. They're out again, this time with cavalry. I'd like to see how many troops you can afford to lose. Slock glanced at the cavalry that appeared in the enemy city with disdain. He had already assessed the enemy's strength. They were no match for his army, not even without using military force. The opposing force was like a hastily assembled motley crew, utterly vulnerable. If it weren't for the powerful figure skilled in using fire techniques in the enemy city, who broke through his encirclement during the last use of military force, he might already be standing on the city walls of OS City. In other words, I am absolutely certain of victory. Not only that, he also received news about Haina. The young master, with his keen foresight, knew that things were not going well for him, and even sent the city lord to help him. Given the city lord's fighting style, he will definitely carry more than 5 military offerings. That means that at that time, their side will have an additional Star Realm expert, and they can also use their military power at will. All signs indicate that the scales of victory have tipped. Your cavalry might be a bit better, but they are definitely no match for me. Slock stood up. I will fight with all my might to hold off that strong man in this battle. I want to see the victory horn sound. Can I do it? Slock looked at his adjutant. The adjutant replied with a firm look in his eyes. Absolutely. As long as his superior officer can hold off the enemy's strongmen, he can definitely defeat the enemy's ragtag troops. Excellent, attack. At Slock's command, the army once again mustered and set off, the 30,000 soldiers creating ripples across the land. Leading the charge was a cavalry contingent with military might. They are like the arrowheads of a bow, unstoppable. Kill, kill, with overwhelming momentum, and after learning that there were reinforcements behind them, the morale of Haina's soldiers reached an astonishing level once again. They also want to make a good impression on their friends. Take them down before reinforcements arrive. At this moment, this became everyone's thought. The army has not yet arrived, but it has already played a significant role. Having reinforcements allows them to fight with greater freedom, and their morale and cohesion are also stronger. And a strong spirit and morale are accompanied by a strong military force. The military force that usually requires 1 or 2 attempts to achieve success was successfully assembled on the very first attempt. A sharp spear instantly materialized, filling the entire battlefield with a chilling aura. Military momentum, consolidate. Fei Yin, who already knew that the other side also had military strength, was not surprised by this scene. He simply ordered and mobilized his own army to gather military strength in the same way. At his command, everyone immediately focused and visualized the image in their minds. Buzz! A simple longsword was conjured. The longsword lacked both a menacing aura and a flamboyant appearance. It was simply like a low-level sword that could be found anywhere. Military strength. Slock was startled by the situation. But then, the shock turned into sneer. Longsword? Where would anyone gather an army and use a longsword? Using longswords and spears to exchange blows on the battlefield? Are you out of your mind? He was waiting for the opposing Star Realm expert to come out and cause trouble. Strangely, none of the opponent's Star Realm experts appeared. Does this piece of trash really think it can clash with our military force? Slock had no idea where his opponent had learned such a terrible military formation. He hadn't even learned it properly. Not only were the conjured objects unsuitable for combat, but the conjured military formation itself lacked any imposing presence. However, since the opposing Star Realm expert didn't make a move, he didn't either. He was very confident in the army's combat capabilities alone. Foolish bastards, Pay the price for your arrogance. Slock watched with regret as the two armies were about to clash. The spear, symbolizing power, is about to pierce the simple longsword. Suddenly, just as the two armies were about to collide, an unexpected change occurred. Lotus patterns instantly rose from the simple longsword, and then the lotus transformed into flames, melting the unstoppable spear in one fell swoop. What? Boom! The lotus flower transformed into flames, first melting the spears, and then charging straight into Haina's army with undiminished momentum. It wasn't until the giant lotus exploded amidst the army's cries of agony that Slock finally realized what was happening. Impossible! Damn it, my army! He roared forward. But the next second, a familiar figure stopped him. The butler smirked and uttered a line that should have belonged to Slock. What? Does a powerful Star Realm expert have to meddle in the war between mortals? Chapter 328. Clash of Armies. Absolute, overwhelming. You. Slock looked at the person blocking his way. Those were the very words he had originally said to that person. After becoming a Star Realm expert, one begins to touch upon the level of a god, and thus can be arrogant. But he never expected that his words would be used against him in return. Furthermore, their positions have reversed. He has gone from delaying the other to being delayed by the other. Get out of here. Slock opened his full range in an attempt to defeat the butler. However, the butler himself is stronger than this one, and perhaps he cannot kill Slock in a short time without fully unleashing his power. Holding off Slock is absolutely no problem. The blue flames, acting as a cage, imprisoned the opponent's attack and attempted to imprison Slock himself. Damn it! Slock roared, his long sword imbued with his domain as he slashed and hacked, but after cutting open one cage, he was met with another. He couldn't break free from the other person's entanglement. Damn it! How could you possibly have a military force? Since you possess military power, why didn't you use it immediately? Why wait until now to use it? Also, why is the military formation below being used so strangely? He screamed helplessly, his endless frustration finding no solace. This guy is definitely not suited to be a general. He's better off as a lone wolf. The evil spirit on the city wall looked down at Fei Yin, who was leading his army to slaughter the Haina army, and gave his evaluation. This person is not weak in combat, but he is too lazy. He is so lazy that even though he could use a better weapon to achieve a better effect, he just keeps using the longsword because it is convenient. This is because the enemy's military force was irregular. The enemy's military strength was so poorly constructed that it was simply appalling. Not only can it be released occasionally, but based on the information one knows, it cannot be used easily. So far, it has only been used 3 times. Otherwise, its city would have been destroyed long ago. The evil spirit sighed as it watched the Haina army, which had once again rallied its forces, only to be severed by a single sword strike. He thought he had met his match, but it turned out to be just a pretentious nobody. A normal military force can gather whatever it wants, and can gather whenever it wants. The army led by Fei Yin now, their military strength can be used until their energy and spirit are exhausted. And the other parties? Not only does it fail to coalesce from time to time, but it also cannot be used lightly, as each use comes at a price. And after use, it can only last for a few hours. This kind of garbage dares to call itself a military force? It's practically a castrated version of the worst. The evil spirit looked down with disdain. The results should be available shortly, barring any unforeseen circumstances. At this moment, on the battlefield, 4,000 cavalrymen were brutally beating 30,000 troops. The cavalry led by Fei Yin not only had no restrictions on the use of military force and could be changed at will, but also successfully formed a force every time. This caused them to move like sharp arrows, darting back and forth through the enemy's army, tearing them apart with each pass. Each journey resulted in the deaths of hundreds or even thousands of people. They are like death itself, ruthlessly reaping lives. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Retreat! Retreat now! In the sky, Slock roared as he retreated. He saw that his adjutant was dead, so he could only try to use his voice to minimize the army's losses. Retreat! 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 Someone in the army noticed the situation and quickly influenced those around them. Panic spread rapidly across the battlefield like a virus. Of 30,000 could be routed by an enemy force of only 4,000, yet it actually happened. Trying to leave? Fei Yin wanted to chase after them, but was stopped by the strategist. Wait, don't kill them yet. Fei Yin turned his head in confusion and immediately saw the infantry army emerging from the city. He understood that the strategist was planning to use this group of remnants to train his troops. The city's military strength expanded rapidly, but it lacked practical combat experience, and the few veterans were all in their own camps. This is indeed a rare opportunity for trial. So he drove the army like sheep, and the battle was completely decided. At the same time, horses galloped across the snow. This damn snow is so annoying. We were finally able to fight, but the snowstorm stopped us from making progress. A burly man, his face contorted with rage, disdainfully felt the speed of his warhorse. To be honest, the alchemical warhorses purchased by the Silvermoon Empire are already quite good. They not only have the ability to breathe fire and burn, but also the ability to adapt to various environments. This meant that while adapting to the environment, their advance slowed down considerably. What should have been a half-day journey has now taken a whole day of driving, and we still haven't arrived. How much further until we arrive? Haynax asked his adjutant. Reporting to the city lord, there are still 10 miles to go. 10 miles, not far. Let's speed things up, or by the time we get there, that guy Slock might have already taken over the city of OS. Haynax said angrily. Although the city of OSS possessed faith according to his son's information, it did not last long. Even if the opponent's strength increases, they are still no match for us. The city of OS only had 20,000 troops, but he sent out 30,000. The city of OSS possessed 1,000 Dragon Blood War riders, while he himself dispatched 2,000 cavalry capable of displaying military might. The only possible unexpected event in the entire city of Ostanden is that of Ostanden. But as long as Slock can hold off Ostanden, his own cavalry, with its formidable military strength, can easily tear apart the enemy's 20,000 troops. Run! Kill! Ha! As they approached the battlefield, the faint sounds of fighting could already be heard. Damn it, as expected, that guy Slock has already taken over OS City. Quick, speed things up. Haynax heard pleas for mercy and excited slaughter, and knew that his army had won. The anxious desire for battle in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Ostanden, you must hold on. Don't die under the combined attack of my army. He prayed. He was excited. He went. Chapter 329, quickly inform my son. Military momentum, consolidate. On the battlefield, ordinary infantrymen pursued and killed the enemy's remnants, while Fei Yin and others turned around and besieged High Na's Star Realm experts. Damn it! Slock cursed under his breath as he sensed the crossbows conjured by the army below, and was forced to focus his attention on defense. During this period, he, who was already weaker than the butler, was easily caught out by the latter. Die! Blue flames, or like a long dragon, roared in. A brilliant streak of color appeared in the sky as Slock was blasted down by the dragon. Huh, he's not dead. The butler looked at Slock in the deep pit on the ground with some curiosity. It seems the opponent used their longsword at the last moment to block most of the damage. Click, click, click. The bronze-grade longsword shattered after being caught off guard and blocked the fire dragon's attack. Trading a bronze weapon for your life? You're really getting off easy. The steward walked over, lifted the man by the neck like a dead dog, and carried him back to the city. Although they didn't manage to kill him, capturing a Star Realm expert alive seems even more perfect. Given the other party's status and position, we can definitely extract a lot of useful information from them. For example, how was that military force formed, and what caused the dramatic changes within the enemy's city? He had heard that the country of Haina originally had only 20,000 people, but now its soldiers alone numbered 30,000. Indeed, the strategist can be trusted. I knew that Lord Chunya's backup plan was definitely not weak. Yaden, standing atop the city wall, finally felt relieved as he watched the battle unfold. Strategist, we owe you a great debt this time. Yaden praised the evil spirit beside him. No, 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 this is an order given by the Supreme God, and it should be carried out by the two of us. The evil spirit answered. I'm not very good at military operations, so I'll leave it to the strategist. Yaden recalled that during the period when she took over, she was constantly being attacked, but as soon as the evil spirit took over, it immediately brought the horn of victory, so she simply handed over her military power. Thank you for your trust and generosity, Lord City Lord. The evil spirit bowed. He did not reject the power that had come his way, because this will allow me to better complete the tasks assigned by the Supreme God. After all, taking over an entire city is no easy task. Even just getting around in this blizzard is a significant challenge. However, their horses seem capable of traveling through such a blizzard. The evil spirit began to think about how to kill his opponent's lair in the midst of this blizzard. Although the task is difficult, it is still possible to complete it. As expected of the test from the Supreme God, it's truly challenging. The evil spirit's eyes shone brightly, filled with excitement at the unknown challenge. What he didn't know was that Chen Yi never imagined that the evil spirits could take over Haina City with the army of OS City. After all, traveling in a blizzard is a problem, and then there's the protective shield that the Ironhide Goblin's giant cannon simply can't break through. Huh, what's that? Another group of people has arrived? The evil spirit standing on high looked at the small white dot in the distance. In the distance, an army was rapidly approaching. It looks like Haina's army. With the same mounts and the same attire, the enemy was undoubtedly Haina's army. What a pity, you're too late. The evil spirit looked at the enemy army, thinking that if the enemy army had arrived earlier, it might have posed a threat to it. After all, it would take them quite a while to kill an army of 40,000. Defeat them. The evil spirit gave orders to Fei Yin and the others. Even though reinforcements have arrived, I still do not intend to change my policy. While having Fei Yin and others' army defeat the enemy, they also trained their own troops. For him, Haina's reinforcements only brought him 3,000 mounts. I was just worried that we didn't have enough alchemical horses to travel with. The evil spirit glanced at it disdainfully, then unleashed its skill, deduction. Blue smoke billowed from above, growing larger and larger, while the evil spirit was consolidating all the information and strategizing how to take down Haina in one fell swoop. What are the chances of me winning over Hainan? What countermeasures might they take? What are the countermeasures I need to take? Bullshit. You're saying everyone who came back is one of ours. Haynax glared angrily at the soldier who had given him the order. I was totally fired up by the screams, howls, and shouts of battle coming from ahead. And now you're telling me that the enemy is the one fighting, while our own people are the ones wailing. Go to hell. Gather all the remaining troops and follow me back. I, Haynax, am here. Everyone, charge back. Haynax tried to amplify his voice in an effort to bring more disorganized and undisciplined soldiers back to his army. However, what awaited him was a huge bow and arrow. Military attack. Haynax noticed the unusual nature of the attack and was startled. It's impossible for one's own army to attack another. This attack must be from the enemy. The other side has gained military control. This attack power seems even stronger. Haynax managed to block the attack with great difficulty, but the next attack came hurtling in again. Like Slock, he was a Star Realm expert who advanced through the alchemy god's transformation and blessing. Therefore, his control over the domain was not strong. Arrow after arrow rained down, and the relentless barrage left him somewhat overwhelmed. Damn it! Our military strength. Where is our military strength? Haynax roared. My lord, our military force requires a sacrifice before it can be used. Depend on. Haynax let out a furious curse. The other side is really cunning. They actually performed the ritual in advance, and then attacked me, leaving me no time to perform the ritual and engage in the real battle. Mean. Boom. Haynax was once again knocked back dozens of meters by an arrow, and his mount, unable to withstand the bombardment from both sides, died. General, let's retreat. The enemy's offensive is too fierce. The adjutant felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the 30,000 infantrymen following behind the main force. Bullshit. We're here to kill, to attack, and invade. What kind of country is this, running away? Whoosh. Boom. This time, Scarlet Flame unleashed her signature attack, the Fire Lotus. This Fire Lotus is not only swift, but it can also explode after attacking, making it a great area of effect skill. It is also his most powerful skill in commanding troops. Cough, cough, cough. Depend on. Haynax rose from the smoke, his armor shattered by the explosion. I refuse to accept this. He originally wanted to continue to step forward and fight the enemy's army head-on, but then he saw another world-destroying Fire Lotus condense. Damn it, retreat, retreat. He was forced to retreat after his words were cut short, and he mounted his new warhorse with great frustration. 1 kilometer later. Damn it, stop chasing him. 2 kilometers later. Damn it. Are they really going to fight to the death? After a crushing battle. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Let's retreat. 5 kilometers later. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered, don't go too far. The butler arrived on the battlefield, and it was another absolute rout. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Quickly notify my son. Quickly notify him. Chapter 330. Boss, if you're not too busy, please save my life. Who are all these people? Does the city of OS have that many soldiers? The city of OSS has a military force. Isn't it said that only the Holy Church's top-tier army has military power? These tactics don't seem like a military attack from the Holy Church. And what's with that unfamiliar Star Realm expert? Haynax, carrying one question after another, calmly fled. Behind them, a long and sluggish army was in pursuit. The army did not rush to kill the enemy, but instead followed behind and arrested those who had fallen behind because they were slow to escape. Yes, try not to kill them. People are also a form of wealth. These are all the property of the Lord God. In the eyes of the evil spirit, the people of Haina at this moment have become Chunye's people and his property, just like the people of OS City. Therefore, he tries his best not to kill his opponent. However, this was not a friendly situation for Haynax, who felt humiliated as if he were being strangled by the other party. What's even more humiliating is that we started this fight ourselves. He started the fight himself, only to be chased and beaten by the other side. He can only pray that the other side won't actually follow him all the way to his country. Then your own son will have to clean up your mess, which would be really embarrassing. Chunye's territory. Compared to the marching and supply issues that a normal army needs to consider when going out, Chunye doesn't need to worry about them at all. My army is no longer the bronze-level troops it once was, nor is it the three-headed goblin that couldn't fight because it was too tall. The soldiers at this time were generally 170 centimeters tall, wore armor, and were very powerful. Even blizzards couldn't conceal their figures, and no matter how harsh the weather, it couldn't stop their progress. At the platinum level, one can disregard most weather factors. Reaching the diamond level means being able to completely ignore normal weather changes, while the star level signifies the beginning of contact with domain and divine power. Winter here, and it's too cold. I'll move away from here as soon as possible after I finish upgrading my undead pseudo-dragon and subdue the black-gray dog. Chunye sat atop the giant ice dragon's head, arms crossed, and said, ever since Winter said that the snow here could not be used, he lost his attachment to the forest. It's better to throw away meat that you can see but can't touch as soon as possible. As Chunye traveled, he kept looking into the depths of the forest. He could sense a powerful aura emanating from there. Powerful, cold, a deathly stillness that freezes everything. This guy has been plotting all along, but he never reveals his true identity. What exactly is he planning? As his level increased, Chunye no longer feared these so-called gods, but instead began to come into contact with their existence. After all, his goal was also God. I heard this guy is just a candidate for God. What are the conditions for becoming a god? Start as a candidate? Should we start as one of the 12 apostles? Chunye was a little unsure. Who? With the frost dragon flying at full speed, they quickly crossed the forest. Perhaps due to the harsh winter, no powerful creatures hindered their passage. He even saw a two-headed giant python. The creature's aura was extremely powerful, but it only raised its two heads and looked at him without making a move. Roar! The slain dragon also roared. He was riding on the back of more than 3,000 goblins. After the upgrade, the undead pseudo-dragon has mastered the skill of expanding its body. Although this skill has no real combat use, it can be used for transportation. Are there a large number of alchemical creatures below? Chunye discerned the information from the illusory dragon. He looked down, and indeed, the edge of the forest was home to many alchemical creatures. Some have strange appearances, like fusion monsters, while others have had their body's mechanical structure directly modified. Go down. I'm leaving this place to you. He signaled the undead pseudo-dragon to release the goblins and begin the hunt. Although there are many alchemical creatures here, none of them are powerful, so they can only be used as experience points for the undead pseudo-dragons. We'll go to Haina first. You can kill these alchemical creatures all the way to Haina. Your undead pseudo-dragon has slain an alchemical spider, gaining 3,000 experience points and 3 energy stones. Your vengeful spirit dragon has slain. Hearing the notification in his mind, Chunye signaled the dragon to slow down. After all, without the guidance of the undead pseudo-dragon, the goblins couldn't keep up with the flight speed of this purebred dragon. The dragon goblins below began to fly around the dragon, accompanied by the black-armored goblins. It's clearly the territory of winter, yet there are so many creatures created by the alchemy god. I've helped you clean up the trash, so remember to thank me. He looked back at the forest. Although the alchemical creatures were moving in a scattered direction, they all seemed to be heading into the forest in the end. Once we leave the forest, we won't be far from Haina. Let's prepare for battle. Chunye looked at the distant city and gave orders to the goblins around him. Gagaga. The goblins excitedly declared that they had been ready for a long time. Siege warfare is incredibly simple. Fire cannons, fire cannons, fire cannons. If one shot doesn't work, try 2. If 2 shots don't work, try 3. All the difficulties stem from the insufficient number of iron-eating goblins. This time, they brought 500 iron-eating goblins, which was enough. Why do these 3 cities seem to want to unite? Chunyi looked at the city from afar. The city of Haina, the city he had his eye on, and the city he was going to give to Manhwa, were actually surrounded by a city wall. Although the city wall was not yet completed, it already showed signs of an attempt to encircle the city. A discontinuous, triangular, tall city wall surrounds the 3 cities. Interesting, this makes things much easier for me. Go down, try not to damage the basic structures, I need to. Beep beep beep. Just as Chunyi was about to order the goblins to attack the city, an anxious voice came through the private channel. Boss, do you have time? Please save my life if you have time. Chunyi. A plea from the South River. This plea was followed by a very interesting video. A huge beast's mouth was constantly opening and closing behind it. Each time the giant mouth opened and closed, it crushed the surrounding rocks and 1 or 2 slow-moving earth dragons. Manhwa charged ahead, like a piece of metal on a conveyor belt, with a relentless machine of crushing iron behind him. Chunyi looked at the other party's situation with some helplessness. I originally thought there wouldn't be any enemies underground, but now it seems that the underground of Atlantis isn't very safe after all. Where are you? Chunyi inquired. How could I possibly stand idly by when the other party was about to be killed? We still have 1 more teleportation opportunity this month. Let's use it here. Chunyi gripped the remnant lightning artifact on his wrist, preparing to march toward the coordinates provided by Manhwa. But when he was about to teleport, he froze on the spot. These coordinates are less than 50 miles from me. You're over here? Isn't it supposed to take 3 days? How did it arrive in just 1 day? Chunyi asked in surprise, but the response he received was Manhwa's pleading. Boss, stop asking, help me. Little dragon, let's go. Chunyi patted the giant ice dragon beneath him, and the ice dragon immediately rushed towards the coordinates at full speed. This distance doesn't even require teleportation. The dragon can reach the destination in an instant, even if it activates its spell seal, covering a distance of tens of miles. Chapter 331. The End, a Meeting Again. Haina. Has the sacred beast returned from its foraging trip? Luo Wei had already sent his father to provide support, but he still felt a little uneasy. At this moment, he could only place his peace of mind in the sacred beast. As long as the sacred beast exists, and as long as he exists, Haina has endless possibilities to turn the tide. Not yet. Lord's sacred beast has been away for 3 days. It seems that food is hard to find in winter. The soldier behind him answered. It's a pity that the sacred beast got tired of those alchemical creatures. Otherwise, we could have cleaned up the area around the forest again to prevent those guys from invading city number 2. Luo Wei felt a little regretful, but he knew that it was impossible to let the sacred beast keep eating the same thing. The sacred beast is the foundation of our country's security. If the sacred beast doesn't return for some reason, then it would be a great loss. Without the help of the sacred beast, he needs to spend a lot of time maintaining the safety of his surroundings. Have any ancient trees produced fruit recently? Love asked again. Some. The subordinate replied. The ancient tree had just borne several fruits not long ago. Luo Wei breathed a sigh of relief and nodded, saying, Then let's call the sacred beast back. Yes, I'll get on it right away. The soldiers immediately carried out Ro's orders. The fragrance of ancient tree fruits will actively attract the return of sacred beasts. At the same time, help me. Stop chasing me. Stop chasing me. My meat doesn't taste good. More than a dozen earth dragons were frantically fleeing forward underground, while behind them was a gigantic monster with a gaping maw. Run faster, run faster. Didn't you just teleport long distances? Teleport again. Manhwa pounded his earth dragon, his heart filled with anxiety. According to his plan, he should be riding the earth dragon to avoid most dangers and is on his way to the boss's territory. But somehow, his troops underwent a sudden transformation when they encountered a massive tree root system. The tree's root system was so vast that it was like a giant underground kingdom, and he spent several extra hours trying to get around it. During this time, he only complained that his troops were still too slow and that it would be better if they could teleport. As it turned out, he really did teleport, and not only did he teleported right next to a giant beast. It can only be used once in a very long time. The earth dragon conveyed the news of its new skill to its master. He didn't know how he suddenly acquired multiple skills, but he could only use these skills once every few days. You're really unlucky. Your grandma opened the door for unlucky people. The unlucky kid's home. Nanha looked at the giant beast behind him with a mixture of relief and frustration, constantly praying that Chun-Yi would arrive sooner. Whoa! You have lost a ground dragon. The beak behind him accelerated again, suddenly swallowing another earth dragon from the South River. My earth dragon, my property. Nanha turned around, his expression filled with grief and indignation. Those dragons are not just simple earth dragons. Each dragon carries its own wealth. Many lords may not know that a lord's private space is also limited. This limitation will increase as strength increases, but the current level in the south is only about 100 square kilometers. While 100 square meters would be more than enough for many lords, it would be far from sufficient for a merchant. Therefore, what he lost was not just a single earth dragon, but an earth dragon plus 300 pieces of leather, 200 gambling stones, and some spiritual plants used for exchange between lords. Those are essential ingredients for berserk potions. Nanha was heartbroken, but there was nothing he could do. He could only urge the soldiers under his command to run faster, lest the enemy devour him before his leader arrived. Damn beast, when my boss arrives, I'll make you suffer the most painful punishment. I want you to experience immense pleasure amidst pain, and intense pain amidst immense pleasure. I don't. Perhaps Nanha really is a good person. He has very little knowledge of even swear words, and was momentarily at a loss for words. Run to the surface and lure that thing out. At this critical moment, Nanha finally received good news from Chun-Yi. He hurriedly patted his earth dragon, shouting, "Upwards, quickly upwards." The earth dragon twisted its body segment by segment rapidly, swimming vertically upwards at an astonishing angle. Roar! The giant beast behind them was not to be outdone and chased after them like a madman. Light the end. After a few seconds, Nanha looked ahead and saw the light getting brighter and brighter, and he knew that he had reached the ground. He shouted excitedly. Then the next second, a giant dragon, its body entirely ice blue with eerie black markings, stretched out its massive claws and lunged fiercely towards him. Gurgle. No way am I that lucky. Another giant beast. The moment the earth dragon bursts out of the ground, it is unable to twist its body and has nowhere to avoid being caught in midair. However, just when Nanha thought he was doomed, the giant claw missed him and grabbed the giant beast behind him instead. Roar! The underground behemoth was gripped by the frost dragon's claws, and then pulled out with a powerful tug. The enormous body landed in front of everyone. Its thick limbs resemble coiled dragon pillars, its angular head gives it the appearance of a real dragon, and its massive back resembles an arched mountainside. This is a mountain-moving tortoise? No, it's a black tortoise. Chun-Yi watched as the giant beast, pulled out by the frost dragon, fought alongside it. The opponent's back seemed to have an island on it, and its shape was somewhat similar to one of the golden units that attacked my territory, the mountain-moving turtle. However, its angular head had a hint of oriental features, resembling more of a dragon turtle or a black turtle. Wah, boss, you're here. You've finally come. Nanha watched the dashing figure leap down from the dragon's back and rushed over to hug him, bursting into tears. For someone who doesn't particularly enjoy fighting, what he had just experienced was a life-or-death moment. Boss, your unit doesn't seem to be a dragon, right? You think you can beat this dragon? Nanha originally wanted to question whether the frost dragon could defeat the giant tortoise. During his escape, he had already determined the turtle's attributes. It was a terrifying creature with a power level of 110. But the next second after he turned around, the Xian turtle was already pinned to the ground by the frost dragon and couldn't get up. Roar! With a roar, the frost dragon unleashed a powerful frost that froze the Xian turtle's limbs, locking it firmly to the ground and the ice. Okay, never mind. Nanha swallowed hard. He was unaware that the frost dragon's attributes reached a staggering 150 after activating its curse seal, making it virtually invincible below the level of a demigod. He could only silently shout, "Boss is awesome." Roar. After capturing the Xian turtle, the frost dragon eagerly followed behind it. Let me see if they are male or female. With a wicked grin, the frost dragon, having followed Chun-Yi for so long, naturally knew what the first step after defeating the enemy was. Suddenly, a fragrant aroma wafted over, and the frost dragon sniffed, looking into the distance. Roar! Bang! The fragrance also reached the black tortoise's nose, and a sudden change occurred. Crackling sound. Unbeknownst to the frost dragon, the frost that had frozen the Xian turtle was cracking inch by inch. Chapter 332, News of the Second Ancient Tree Soul. Roar! The frost on the Xian turtle's body shattered in the golden light. accompanied by a fierce, scarlet gaze. A massive tail lashed out at the frost dragon. The frost dragon seemed somewhat surprised that its opponent could break free of its restraints and turn to dodge the attack. In that instant, its massive dragon claw slammed into the Xian turtle's head. Roar! The black tortoise, its ferocity aroused, opened its mouth and lunged at it. Careful! Seeing this, Nanha couldn't help but offer a reminder. He had experienced this guy's mouth parts before. A king-level earth dragon could be devoured in one bite, and any mineral underground could be swallowed at will. The opponent's enormous mouth was like a stone crusher, capable of pulverizing everything. Although the dragon in front of me is powerful, it wouldn't be pleasant to be bitten like that, would it? Yes, even the dragon fears this enormous mouth, but as long as it doesn't get bitten, isn't that enough? The dragon easily dodged the Xian turtle's next attack. Bang! The attack from the Xian turtle was met with a dragon claw strike. The powerful blow sent waves through the air. The shockwaves spread for dozens of miles. Under this attack, the Xian turtle also revealed bone-deep wounds, and even its eyes became a little clearer. The dragon tilted its head and looked at the black tortoise beneath it. The wound I inflicted on the other person's head is healing rapidly? My attack isn't just a simple physical attack, it carries the power of frost. The recovery time for such wounds should be calculated in months. But now, right under my nose, this black tortoise is actually starting to recover? The dragon was puzzled, but that did not stop it from continuing its attack. The dragon's limbs clamped down hard on the tortoise's limbs, and dangerous frost power kept condensing in its mouth. The meaning of the frost dragon is already quite clear. You think you have a strong recovery ability? Let's see if you can recover if we just open your forehead wide. Roar! The Xian turtle struggled violently on the ground, while the frost dragon grinned smugly. Wow, what a bizarre scene. Nana couldn't help but stare at the sinister giant dragon. This dragon's fighting style is different from others. It feels like it's come out to take revenge on society after experiencing some inhuman torture. Boom! Ultimately, the powerful dragon breath did not strike the opponent's head directly, but instead landed on the Xian turtle's most defensive armor. The frost dragon didn't really want to kill the black tortoise. The top of the carapace was cracked by the dragon's breath, and then the entire Xian turtle was completely frozen. The frost, which had spread for miles, made this already cold winter even more terrifying. Nanha tightened his clothes and muttered to himself, as expected of the boss, "Awesome. Why did you suddenly come here?" After the battle ended, Chunyi looked at Nanha. If I remember correctly, the other party was still quite a distance away from me. So how did they suddenly come over? Oh boss, it's like this. Nanha hurriedly told Chunyi about the strange things she had encountered during her move. Chunyi showed an excited expression after hearing this. You mean you teleported here on your own after you thought about it? Yes. One of my units even gained an extra skill. Nanha nodded in bewilderment, not knowing why his unit's awakening skill had happened so suddenly. No, it shouldn't be your unit skill awakening. As Chunyi listened to Nanha's story, he immediately recalled something he had once seen. The soul of the ancient tree. The power to transform illusion into reality, fulfilling the wishes of the strongest being in the surrounding area. This is extremely similar to the ancient tree spirit I encountered back then. However, he was still somewhat uncertain due to the distance. Your skill will take 3 days to develop, right? He looked at the earth dragon swimming below the South River. The segmented shape of the earth dragon does not resemble that of a western dragon. Rather, it looks more like an earthworm with dragon heads mixed in. As the saying goes, anything mixed with the blood of a dragon is bound to be rare. Yes, but that place. Nanha Games is in a difficult position. After teleporting here, he fled all the way, and he couldn't guarantee that he could teleport back directly to the enemy if he was hit by a precise enemy. That's alright. That thing should be easy to find. It's just that I don't know what might be guarding it around here. While comforting Nanha, Chunyi was mentally calculating when he would obtain the soul of the ancient tree. If I hadn't run into it, I wouldn't have bothered, but since I have to go. Alright, let's go. I'll take you to settle into your new territory first. After learning the details of the matter, Chunyi led Nanha towards the direction of Haina City. Boss, have you taken the city? Nanha looked at Chunyi in surprise. He was thinking of settling down around Chunyi City yesterday, but he didn't expect that the other side would have already taken it over today. That's fast. Nanha sighed. I had made thorough preparations and spent a long time before I finally captured a city. By the way, what's the boss's unit again? I don't think I've ever seen it before. Nanha followed Chunyi with curiosity as they walked towards Haina City. Luo Wei's face was slightly gloomy. The sacred beast did not respond. The unease that had been lurking in my heart eventually came true. The sacred beast did not respond. Either the beast had gone out to forage and had gone too far to smell the fruit. Secondly, the sacred beast no longer wants to cooperate with him. The second one is what he cares about most. The fruit from the ancient trees of one's own country can help monsters improve their strength, but there is a drawback. That is, it has no effect on the top-tier magical beasts. Their kingdom's sacred beasts were originally among the elite, but after consuming fruits over the years, they are probably not far from reaching top-tier strength. In other words, the other party may have given up on cooperating with Haina because the fruit was no longer effective against them. Crush a fruit to let its fragrance travel further. Luo Wei gritted his teeth and gave the order to destroy a sacred fruit. Yes. The soldiers carried out their young master's orders without hesitation. A bright green fruit was crushed on the altar, and then a strange fragrance wafted around. Young master, a soldier anxiously brought the message. Seeing this, Luo Wei hurriedly turned around and asked. The sacred beast responded? No, the soldier said, slightly out of breath from the long run. It's the city lord who has returned. Father, the city lord? Luo Wei's eyebrows twitched, wondering why his old man had come back at this time. There's still. The soldier stammered, as if he had more to say. What else? At this moment, Luo Wei was worried about the sacred beast and had no time to wonder why his father had suddenly returned. Lord of the city, the soldier said timidly. It seems that the lord of the city was chased back, and there are pursuers behind him. Luo Wei. Chapter 333. Come on, boss. I'll help you conquer the world right here. Lord City Lord, isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to just bring the enemy back like this? During their escape, the adjutant felt a sense of fear as the city drew ever closer. The three cities are connected by intermittent walls, although they are not completely connected. However, the intermittent construction has already proven the young master's efforts. The young master is working towards a peaceful and prosperous nation and is striving to make Hainan even better. However, the city lord of his own family keeps sabotaging his son, which has delayed the young master's plans for a long time. Now they're even bringing the enemy into their own home. This kind of behavior. What are you afraid of? Do you think I want this? It's because those guys didn't let us go. Also, I brought him back because I believe my son can handle these people. What do you mean by that? Do you not believe my son? Hainax shut the former up with an expression that said, I have a good son. Yes, young master is extremely wise and will surely be able to think of a solution. The soldiers had no choice but to agree. Quickly, we're almost at city number 2, let's go in. Hainax urged his soldiers to clear the way. Yes. Moments later, the remnants of Hainax's army finally entered the city before the city gates closed. 10,000 people were taken there, and 11,000 returned. In the main city of Haina, Luo Wei clenched and unclenched his fists, then clenched them again. He naturally understood what such a result meant. It didn't mean that his father had done anything particularly meritorious or was particularly capable. Instead, the 30,000 troops previously led by General Slock were defeated. Not only were they defeated, but even the deserters managed to escape back with only 1,000 men, thanks to the support of 10,000. A crushing defeat. Why? Has the city of OS become this powerful? Didn't he just come into contact with the Holy Church? Could it be that Solo lied to me? Luo Wei gritted his teeth, finding it hard to accept the current outcome. Probably not. That guy swore in his family name, not the God of Light. Lo recalled Solo's situation at the time. If the other party had already come into contact with the God of Light, then the oath could not be made in the name of their own family, because that would be disrespectful to the God of Light. However, the other party easily swore an oath on behalf of their family, which means that the other party had not come into contact with the God of Light at that time. Or, to put it another way, the city of OSS remained unchanged before I captured Solo. What exactly happened in the city of OS after that? Luo Wei felt a headache coming on, probably from overwork. Young master, the enemy is already outside the city. Should we send men out to meet them? As a subordinate, one should not interrupt the young master when he is pondering a problem. But the enemy is almost at the city gate. If they get there and breach the gate, it will be difficult to defend against their attack. To meet the enemy, of course we must. Luo Wei instinctively wanted to fight back, but then he remembered something else. The alchemical materials haven't been moved to City 2 yet, have they? Luo Wei asked. No. The subordinate replied. Then open up City number 2 and welcome everyone to Haina. Abandon city number 2. The subordinates looked at their young master in disbelief. Young master, if we abandon city 2, we can easily take city 3 from its position. The subordinate reminded him. Then let's abandon number 3 as well. Luo Wei gritted his teeth and said, this was done for a more comprehensive reason. The enemy must have some skill to have repelled my 40,000 strong army and chased me all the way here. If they don't want to abandon the city, they can only activate the protective shield or send soldiers to make contact with the enemy. The former consumes a large number of energy stones, while the latter consumes the lives of ordinary soldiers. Activating the protective shields of all 3 cities would be extremely costly, and if they were to fight back, their soldiers would suffer heavy casualties as well. Neither of these is what I want to see. Rather than doing that, it would be better to take the key items first and abandon the 2 cities. Anyway, the 2 cities only have some basic buildings and some low-level ores, so it doesn't matter if the other side occupies them. Moreover, given enough time, I can take back these 2 cities. Giving up 2 cities for a period of time in exchange for an opportunity to observe and wear down the enemy is a strategic retreat. Yes. Luo Wei did not explain these principles to the soldiers beside him, but the soldiers, trusting their young master, were only slightly shocked before immediately carrying out the order. Take away the heavy energy stone and all resources. Luo Wei gave instructions. Yes, young master, rest assured. The soldiers retreated again. As the soldiers left, Luo Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Give the other side 2 empty cities. Without food and energy stones, they simply cannot survive there for long. In this way, as long as we hold the main city of Haina for a period of time, we may be able to easily take it back without having to attack it ourselves. After all the food currently comes from their own city of Haina. It means that the residents of those cities will also have to go hungry for a while. In a short time, Luo Wei had arranged everything. Boom! A huge spear slammed into the retreating gate of City Gate 2. Because no one was there to defend against the enemy and the protective shield was not activated, the city gate shattered instantly. Military strength. Luo Wei immediately recognized the opponent's attack method. Sure enough, he must have some tricks up his sleeve to have driven his father and General Slock to this point. What? Boss, you're going to give me a city? On the way back, Nanhabin's square, honest face was so shocked that it turned into a cone shape. With his slender build and square face, Nanha was indeed the kind of honest person who was easy to bully. I just don't know how this honest man suddenly came up with the idea of going into business. Chunyi sized up Nanha, while Nanha stared at his boss in shock. No way, no way. As a newcomer, I was already lucky to get a place to stand, but the boss just gave me a whole city? No, boss, this is too valuable. You should keep the city for yourself. Just find me a place nearby to relocate your territory. Nanha said sincerely. For him, any place near Chunye's city would be fine. As for the specific location, anywhere would do. Keep them? What would I do with so many cities? Chunyi looked at Nanha with a puzzled expression. Having already taken control of the city of Os, it would be difficult to manage the 2 surrounding cities of Haina without ceding one of them. So many. Boss, how many cities do you have? Nanha grasped the key point in Chunye's words and asked him suspiciously. Could this person be even more extraordinary than I imagined, able to easily conquer one city after another? Currently 1. Chunyi gave an honest answer. Okay, that's settled then. I'll just stay by the boss's side. Nanha felt a strange sense of relief. Thankfully, his boss wasn't that abnormal. But we can play with what's already available. Chunyi saw Nanha turn his head towards the 3 cities of Haina and said, of these 3 cities, apart from the large one and the one located on the plain, you can choose any of the others. Nanha. Boss, stop messing around. That city doesn't look like it has a small population. The 2 of us can take it down together. Although the other party only gave me the option to choose one city, it is still a city. Nanha thought Chunyi was joking and didn't really take it seriously. I'm not kidding. If you say you want it, I'll print it for you right now. Chunyi spoke earnestly. The troops I brought this time are indeed capable of easily taking over any city. Okay, then I'll take that one. Nanha continued speaking, casually pointing to the rugged terrain of city number 3 in the distance. Boom! Thunder rumbled, and the snow loosened. As Nanha looked at the defense line of city number 3, a golden light rose up, and then the city gates opened wide. Chapter 334, Gift of the City, Alicia's Return. Boss, are you serious? Nanha swallowed hard, utterly shocked. Is this what they mean by immediately? I just pointed out that city, and then that city was bombed? They are humanoid units, but they can unleash powerful attacks. possess impressive warhorses, and wear full suits of armor. This is the boss's unit? So many of them. So impressive. Manhwa sized up the troops attacking the city below. The army consisted of 10,000 regular troops, more than 10,000 scattered troops, and more than 20,000 prisoners. It is clear that the fighting ability of this group of soldiers is several times that of ordinary soldiers. Although these individual units are not as strong as his Earth Dragons, the overall strength of the enemy is definitely superior. Just like that attack, a single blow could shatter a city gate that is hundreds of meters high and several meters thick. If this were applied to one's own Earth Dragon, it probably wouldn't even leave a trace, right? Manhwa turned his head and glanced at the giant dragon behind him, which was slowly flying with the Xian turtle in its mouth. Even if that guy got hit by one, he'd probably be in a lot of pain. He knew that his boss might not be a demigod unit, and that his boss's unit count might exceed 10,000. However, I never expected that my main force would have more than 20,000 troops. Well, this is just the troops that go out to fight. The actual strength should be around 40,000, right? If this is the strength of the troops, it doesn't matter if they are not demigod-level units. This aura should be top tier among silver-rank soldiers. Manhwa continuously deduced Chun Ye's troop type and strength from the soldiers below. His deduction was correct. The soldiers below were almost entirely composed of veterans and nobles, both of whom were highly skilled individuals in the city of OS. It can be said that this is almost the strongest army in the city of OS. But why would Fei Yin bring people here? At the leader of the army below, with a strange expression. It was Fei Yin. But why is Fei Yin here? Shouldn't he be guarding the city? Also, what is that exaggerated military formation? How could such a large city gate be breached so easily? Boss, so are you serious? Manhwa looked at Chun Yi expectantly. From the moment the military attacked and blew open the city gates, he knew that Chun Yi was definitely not making empty promises to him. The other party genuinely wanted to give him a city with tens of thousands of people. I've definitely followed the right person. This was Manhwa's only thought at that moment. Chun Yi nodded somewhat strangely. Although he was unaware of the situation, the city that Fei Yin had captured was essentially the city he had captured himself, so he naturally had the right to dispose of it. Can I move in right now? Manhwa's expectant gaze shone brightly. It would be a lie to say that one doesn't want it or doesn't look forward to it. No one would easily give up the experience of being a city lord and wielding power. Even his own small town was something he thought about and struggled with for a long time before finally deciding to give up. And now, a loss may turn out to be a blessing in disguise. This city is much bigger than mine, and it also has mineral resources and a larger population. Perfect, absolutely perfect. Of course, it's just, all of this came a bit suddenly, and I haven't arranged for anyone to prepare the basics, food, and lodging yet, so I'm afraid it's a bit. All of this was abrupt for Chun Yi. His plan was to take the city first, and then have the city of OS send over supplies. But now the city of OS has directly taken over its target. Who will deliver this? Haha, thank you, boss. I'll figure out these things myself. Manhwa couldn't wait to ride his Earth Dragon down the river. He couldn't wait to experience the feeling of being second only to the Emperor. As for infrastructure, do you think a businessman would not survive due to a lack of infrastructure? This is an insult to a businessman. Therefore, Manhwa didn't think twice before maneuvering the dragon downwards. From this moment on, he was no longer simply the lord of a group of magical beasts. He was also the lord of a city with his own subordinates. Someone helped me move the goods, someone cooked for me, someone helped me with the accounts, and someone even brought me tea and water. The good days are finally here. Manhwa departed, who was completely bewildered, finally accepted the fact that most of his goal had already been achieved. The city is only missing a sea of people. What happened in the city of OSS while I was away? At the same time, city of OSS. My strategist. Good news has come from the front lines. They have already approached within 30 kilometers of Haina. My strategist. Good news has come from the front lines. They have already approached within 10 kilometers of Haina. My lord, as you instructed, some of the prisoners have been brought back to the city. My lord, as you instructed, the follow-up supplies have begun to be delivered. My esteemed strategist. Messages were continuously transmitted to the evil spirit's ears through a prearranged plan. Through deduction, he gained insight into all the situations he might encounter on his path. If nothing unexpected happens, I should hear news of the soldiers arriving in the city in about 3 hours. You should hear news of the city's capture in about 3 to 6 days. Everything is going according to plan. My strategist, Lady Alicia, requests an audience with the city lord. The evil spirit was somewhat surprised to hear this news, which was outside of its own deductions. Alicia, didn't she say she was going back to St. Laurent's City? They've only been gone a few days. They shouldn't have arrived yet, right? Why did they turn back halfway? Of course, take him to see the city lord. Although everything is decided by the evil spirits during the military period, the evil spirits will not actually seize power from the Yardong. Firstly, both of them serve God. Secondly, it's because they simply don't think much of it. The power here is merely a trial given to him by the Supreme God. Once he passes the trial, he will lead the Supreme God's direct army. That will be when true power is realized. But, the soldier hesitated. Lady Alicia is followed by a group of people who seem to be paladins. A paladin. The evil spirit suddenly turned its head and stared intently at the soldier who had delivered the message. Alicia didn't return to her city. Where did these paladins come from? Chapter 335. The sacrifice arrives, an urgent mission. City of OSS. Your skills are improving rapidly. Perhaps in a while I will have another colleague. A woman dressed in a white gold robe, strikingly similar to Alicia, looked at Alicia from inside the city lord's mansion. The large cloak concealed the graceful figure beneath the cheongsam, giving her a sense of composure. It was only by chance that I received the blessing of the God of Light while helping to build the holy church here. Alicia responded modestly. The priest glanced at Alicia, his eyes filled with approval. Your ability to receive the blessing of the God of Light is also due to your talent. The priest waved his hand, signaling Alicia not to continue being so humble. She turned to the paladin beside her and asked, Has the city lord been notified? Why hasn't he come out to greet us? As a priestess of the Holy Church, she did not have the status to be greeted by the imperial nobles. At most, she was on equal footing with local officials. However, the city lord here is special. He is a member of the Holy Church. And he was also a godfather in the church. Within the Holy Church, aside from subordinates such as knights, the social hierarchy was divided into saints, priests, high priests, and popes. The saintess and the godfather are of the same rank, but the godfather is slightly higher than the saintess. Following the godfather is the priest, a position that can be obtained by both the holy maiden and the godfather, depending mainly on whether one's abilities are favored by the God of Light. Therefore, when her position was higher than that of the local lord, she was qualified to be greeted by him. The paladin bowed and said, Reporting to the high priest, we have informed the city lord of this place, and the other party is on their way. So fast. Alicia was shocked to learn that the city lord was already on his way to provide support. The reason she was so hesitant in bringing the other party to this city and kept delaying was because of the problem with the city lord. This priest was unaware that the godfather appointed by his holy church had been killed and the city had been plundered. Can Yadin and the others react in such a short time? Alicia remembered the special announcement she had made when she entered the city. Given her status, she could have led this group in without prior notification. The reason for issuing a notification was to give Yadin and others time to react. If they can react quickly enough, that's fine. They can just make up some excuse to fool the priest. If you don't react in time, this high priest and his paladin commander are both powerful experts at the 4th level of the Star Realm. There is no such thing as being bad at combat when you reach the position of priest. Their existence is more terrifying than that of a grand mage of the same rank. Because the healing spells of the Holy Church undergo a qualitative change in this realm. When the warm sunlight reaches a certain height, it will turn into the scorching heat of the sun. And her paladin commander goes without saying. To become a paladin commander, one must have gone through countless selections among those of the same rank. If these two experts at the 4th level of the Star Realm start fighting, things could get messy. I wonder if Lord Chenyi is in the city or not. Alicia was filled with anxiety, fearing that Adon and the others would not understand her intentions. Greetings, High Priest. Greetings, High Priest. As Alicia pondered, 2 familiar figures hurried into the main hall. Su Qingyu. Great, it seems that Adon understands my intention. The moment Alicia saw Su Qingyu, she knew that the other woman understood her meaning. The priest nodded, but a hint of doubt arose in his heart. She first turned her head to Su Qingyu and said, This person, who possesses the power of holy light, is the saintess of my holy church. Then he turned to Yadin with a slightly puzzled look and asked, Then who are you? Yadin stepped forward and said, Lord City Lord, you are leading your troops to conquer a small country. I am the acting Lord City Lord. Acting City Lord, is that so? The priest's eyes flickered slightly. No wonder the City Lord hadn't come to greet him. I heard that the City Lord here is a warlike man, but I never expected that he would go out to fight the enemy when the White Calamity came. That's good. Since the other party is such a warlike person, he probably won't have much resistance to the tasks issued by the High Priest. Get up, everyone. The officiant raised his hand in a gesture of respect. He then got straight to the point. I have 2 missions here. The first task is to check whether the construction of your holy church is successful and whether the saint has been chosen. She turned her head to look at Su Qingyu and nodded firmly. Although the holy church has not yet been seen, the holy maiden here is already radiating tremendous divine power, suggesting that the holy church is well constructed. The second task. She then turned to Yadin, who represented the city, and announced, issuing an urgent mission from the Empire and the Holy Church. An emergency mission? Isn't that the key point? Upon hearing about the second task, everyone's hearts clenched. From both the Empire and the Holy Church, no wonder they wouldn't reveal a single detail along the way. A glint of light flashed in Alicia's eyes. The priest glanced at the crowd around him and solemnly said, according to reliable sources, a small city called Haina has established itself as a nation in recent years and, along with the resources belonging to the Empire, has pledged allegiance to the Silver Moon Empire. This is contempt for the Empire, and it is something that neither the Empire nor the Holy Church can tolerate. These neutral small countries, though seemingly neutral, occupy the territory of my Titan Empire. Now that small country has pledged allegiance to the Silver Moon Empire, it has not only taken away the land, population, and other rare resources of my Titan Empire, but also sent a signal to the surrounding neutral countries. As the priest spoke, his imposing expression, though not angry, weighed heavily on the entire hall. In just 1 year, 12 small countries have already joined the Silver Moon Empire with their resources and land. Such acts of defection must be stopped. Otherwise, the territory of my Titan Empire will be carved away inch by the enemy. The priest's solemn expression made everyone realize the seriousness of the matter and understand the true purpose of their trip. It turns out that the Silver Moon Empire has taken action against the land bordering the 2 countries. As an imperial nobleman, Yadin was well aware of the conflict between the Titan Empire and the Silver Moon Empire. Both countries were superpower empires. With their continuous expansion, parts of their territories were soon merged together. This part is the edge of the land where they are now located. The 2 countries have fought several wars over border issues, but each one ended inconclusively. In one of the most brutal wars, the Empire mobilized a full 1,000,000 troops to fight a major battle against the Silver Moon Empire. The battle resulted in heavy losses for both sides, after which they returned home to recuperate. After a major war, the territory between the 2 countries not only remained undetermined in its ownership, but also subtly expanded. These undefined lands gave rise to various cities and small states. According to Yadin's understanding, there are hundreds of cities and small states interspersed and coexisting between the 2 countries. Although only 12 countries have declared and sided with the Silver Moon Empire so far, this is undoubtedly a signal. A signal of challenge from the Silver Moon Empire. The good thing is that we don't know how the Titan Empire will respond, whether they will ignore this signal or accept this challenge. Haina. Yadin seemed lost in thought. Isn't this the very country I'm currently attacking? So, High Priest, what do the Empire and the Holy Church mean? Yadin tried asking. The priest glanced at them. Then his expression turned icy. Kill them all. Chapter 336. The statues here should look radiant, right? Kill and kill all have very different meanings. The former represents slaughter, roughly meaning the massacre of Haina. This kind of thing often happens at the border. Because they are neutral small countries and not protected by the 2 great empires, the border lords of the 2 great empires often plunder these neutral countries. Some city lords with more volatile tempers occasionally resort to massacres. But this is all about killing. Attacking 12 cities simultaneously is no small matter. Yadin clenched his fist in front of his chest and bowed slightly, saying, My lord, we will certainly answer the call of the Empire and the Holy Church. But if we kill everyone. Yadin paused several times before saying this. I'm afraid I'm a little overwhelmed. She wasn't lying about that. Although the city of OS is powerful, she really doesn't have the ability to attack 12 cities at the same time, or to conquer them one by one. Putting aside the costs of war, the current weather is not a suitable season for launching a war. During a blizzard, both marching and resupplying will be severely hampered. Therefore, even without any expenditure, the city of OS could not possibly complete such a task. The officiant smiled gently. She discerned the attitude of the acting city lord. He did not seem to object to marching through the blizzard and attacking other cities. This makes things much easier, she explained. Of course, I'm not saying you'll have to face all 12 cities alone. Your mission is to deal with the ringleader of these cities, the small country of Haina. As for the other cities, if you have the capability, you can continue to attack them. If not, you can wait for reinforcements from the other cities. Your city is not the only one participating in this mission. Many border cities in the surrounding area will also be involved. The most important task she came to issue was to contain Haina, the leader. In this way, making an example of someone will surely reduce the number of other neutral countries that would defect. Of course, if it's impossible to stop these neutral countries from defecting, or rather, if the Silver Moon Empire's recruitment tactics cannot be curbed, the Holy Church and the Titan Empire wouldn't mind starting another grand and magnificent imperial war. With the Titans as their totem, warlikeness and bravery were also characteristic of the Titan Empire. The Titan Empire has never backed down from war. I see. Then we will certainly do our utmost to complete the mission. When Yadin heard that he wasn't asked to destroy 12 cities on his own, he felt relieved. If we simply conquer Haina City, then the enemy's objective will overlap with our own, so we can do it as a matter of convenience. Very good. Seeing that Yadin and the others were very cooperative from beginning to end, the priest was even more satisfied. She never imagined her mission would be completed so easily. Marching and fighting through a blizzard was an extremely difficult task in itself. It's important to understand that for most cities, the first task when a catastrophic disaster strikes is to recuperate and strive to survive. She had assumed he would refuse her and had even prepared words of persuasion and threats. But the mission went surprisingly smoothly. The priest looked at Yadin and Su Qingyu with satisfaction. You can rest assured that the Empire and the God of Light will not let you give in vain. From now on, every city and every resource empire will be evaluated and you will be awarded merits. When you have enough merits, you can use them to apply to the Empire for a promotion in rank, or exchange them for rare resources at the Holy Church. What? You can be promoted to a higher rank in exchange for rare resources in the Holy Church. Yadin was so shocked by this bombshell that he was speechless. You can be promoted to a higher rank. You should know that in the Empire, the possibility of being promoted to a higher rank is only possible when facing a large-scale war or when the Emperor personally appoints you. Many nobles have never been promoted in rank over the centuries, and many capable and wealthy people, but without status, have to bow to lower-ranking nobles who are weaker than themselves. These people tried every means to improve their status and obtain titles, but unsurprisingly, they all failed. The Empire has actually proposed such an enticing policy. Could it be that they are really preparing to trigger another war between the two empires? Amidst her shock and confusion, Yadin seemed to see a glimmer of hope for her family's title to be elevated. Alicia was just as shocked as Yadin. The Holy Church has even opened up the right to exchange rare resources. The rare resources of the Holy Church are a treasure trove that can enable a low-ranking saintess to quickly advance and grow into a high priestess. I heard that during the last Great War, a low-ranking saintess made many great contributions and was promoted from saintess to high priestess in just 3 years. The transition from saintess to high priestess is a leap that seems like an insurmountable chasm. For example, if a highly talented saintess were to cultivate alone, it would take her 60 years to reach the level of a high priestess. This is still the kind of saintess with exceptional talent, 1 in 10,000. Most saintesses never break through to the saintess realm in their entire lives, or stop at the position of priestess. An opportunity. This is an incredible opportunity. The extraordinary opportunity, no less than the one that came when Chun Yi was by his side, even stirred the heart of Alicia, who was already a 3-winged saintess. Unbeknownst to them, the empty hall was filled with several rapid, heavy breaths. My lord, how are the exchange conditions and merit points calculated? Yadin and Alicia asked at the same time. The ritual was explained without reservation. Conquering Haina City grants 2,000 points. Conquering the remaining cities grants 1,000 points per city. Every 10,000 people in a city grants 100 points. Any rare minerals or other resources found in a city and reported and handed over will be exchanged for an equivalent number of points. The priest explained all the details of the exchange process in detail. Their gazes gradually heated up, and even Su Qingyu, who was unaware of what this meant, understood what it represented from their expressions. You all think it over carefully. I'll go take a walk around. The priest gave a smug snort and then left the main hall. She did not believe that points could be earned and resources exchanged in the city of OS in a short period of time. But this didn't stop her from appreciating their country bumpkin expressions and their compliments to her. However, while I admire it, now that I've come to a city with a holy church, I should still pay a visit to the God of Light. As believers of the God of Light, they would worship whenever they visited a place with an image of the God of Light. The girl named Su Qingyu has just become a saintess, and the fluctuations of divine power on her body are already no weaker than those of an ordinary senior saintess. This is clearly a sign that the ceremony was a great success. Since the ceremony was very successful, the statue must have received even more blessings in return. Shouldn't it be a radiant statue, radiating holy light? The priest led the paladin toward the idol he longed for. Chapter 337. What type of soldier is the boss? Completely lacking in luster? How can it be completely lacking in luster? Where did the divine power on this statue go? Could it be that someone stole the divine power from the statue? The priest approached the statue, his eyes widening in size, burning with fury. Who stole the power of the gods? The priest clenched his fists and then unleashed an extremely powerful force. A magnificent, divine power spread across the sky above the city of Os like the aurora borealis, with the snow and ice making way for it. They all deserve to die. The priest was panting heavily, and his aura gradually became terrifying. The paladins behind her also glared angrily at the statue that had lost its luster and looked like an ordinary statue. However, his emotional control was clearly a level above that of the priest. He did not show his anger, but instead transformed it into a terrifying power that was compressed within his body. The absence of any radiance on the statue is clearly blasphemous. The two high-level experts watched, one furious, the other extremely calm. But they all had their own thoughts. If a reasonable explanation is not given, then there is no need for the city lord and the city to exist. The priest looked at the statue of the god, which was so great and so beautiful, yet it had lost its luster. The saintess here possesses considerable divine power, and she originally thought the statues here should also be extremely powerful. After all, the population here is as many as 100,000, which is not a small population. The growth of the population will allow the statues of gods to grow healthily. But the fact that the statue has no radiance proves that the divine power here has been plundered. The church here are guilty of the same fault. An atmosphere of anger and repression permeated the city of Os, alarming many people. Who's causing trouble up ahead? A large captain carrying an exaggerated shield led a squad of soldiers toward the two priests. Damn it, I forgot about that. Yadin and Alicia snapped out of their shock, and, sensing the oppressive atmosphere in the air, immediately panicked. The two were so preoccupied with calculating the Empire's rewards and being astonished by the Empire's grand gesture that they forgot that their own city was also rife with hidden dangers. The high priest must have discovered the matter of the statue. Prepare for battle. Alicia sighed, then regretted her mistake. I completely forgot to remind Yadin not to let this person touch the statue. My resource exchange, my bright future, damn it. Alicia cursed inwardly as she quickly headed towards the statue. She had to come up with a proper way to explain all of this. Otherwise, let alone enabling the exchange of rare resources, she might not even be able to keep her status as a saintess. If those two guys start causing trouble in the city with their own people, she doesn't know whether to help the Holy Church or Chunyi. If she were to help the latter, her status as a saint would be in jeopardy. Or we could just kill them and pretend we never saw them. Alicia hurried on her way while pondering a solution. Meanwhile, Yadin, standing behind him, had only one thought in his mind. The other side has discovered the anomaly of the statue. Should we just kill it? He had no solution to fool two star-level powerhouses. But how do we kill these two? The troops with military strength have already gone out, and Lord Chun Ye's goblin army has not stayed here either. Only tens of thousands of ordinary soldiers remain. Should we inform the strategist? Both of them had their own thoughts, and their thoughts revealed a hint of panic. The arrival of two-star rank 4 experts in the city is no different from a natural disaster. If the two of them were outside, she might be able to hold out for a while with the protective shield and then wait for Lord Chunyi to arrive. But the two of them had already come in. Damn it. Why are these two in such a panic, leaving so suddenly and in such a coordinated manner? Su Qingyu followed behind, not understanding what was going on. Ever since she recognized Chun Ye's brother, she has been playing the role of a decorative vase. She took it for granted and was very proud to be the vase. This is their way of survival, relying on those stronger than themselves to survive, as this is the most secure way. If possible, she didn't want to get involved in any wars other than fighting for Chun Ye's brother. But these two are both my major competitors. They ran toward the statue, where the newly arrived priest and the paladin commander were. Could it be that these two are trying to win over the priest and the paladin commander to elevate their own status, and thus better help Brother Qinyi? Su Qingyu felt a sense of tension. No, I have to do something too. But I don't seem to have anything that can attract the attention of the two powerful figures of the Holy Church. Right, yes, it seems so. She remembered the few things her brother Qinyi had given her, and she also remembered the common problem among people in the Holy Church. Humph, I'm the one who can win over two powerful individuals. Thinking this, several figures rapidly approached from within the city. At the same time, Hainan number 3 city. Ha 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 ha. Thank you, boss. Thank you so much, boss. Nanha's hearty laughter echoed throughout city number 3. This city is even more beautiful than I imagined. Not only does it have a staggering population of 40,000, but it also boasts incredibly abundant mineral resources. He roughly estimated that if such mineral resources were mined, they could definitely arm at least 200,000 soldiers. This is a windfall. Although all these minerals have to be handed over to the boss after they are mined, given the boss's generosity towards his own people, he will definitely keep a share for himself. Even a portion of that 200,000 that is casually revealed is a huge fortune for him. These ores can be converted into equipment or into energy stones. This is equivalent to Qinyi providing him with a stable source of income. Moreover, it's the kind of awesome feeling where you don't have to do anything and energy stones just keep arriving in your account every day. Nanha quickly tallied up his gains and then immediately went up to the city wall to stand with his boss. With an excited expression, Nanha watched the soldiers attack the city alongside Qinyi. The opponent doesn't seem to be weak. Nanha frowned. The last and largest of these triangular cities was clearly not an easy nut to crack. The other side not only dispatched a force with equal military strength, but also a much larger one. The industry's total army numbered around 20,000, of which 4,000 possessed that strange military formation. The opposing side, on the other hand, also dispatched an army of around 20,000. However, what was different was that half of the enemy's 20,000 troops possessed that strange military formation. For a moment, Qinyi was actually at a disadvantage. Boss, the situation is not good. How about we send my troops into battle? Maybe we can break through that strange military formation. Nanha said solemnly. Although his earth dragons weren't very good at attacking, he was confident that if he could create some ground advantages and use their massive size to break through enemy lines, he could succeed. After all, his own troops were at least king-level troops, which was equivalent to platinum-level powerhouses. More than 200 platinum-level experts, even those who aren't skilled in attack, are a force to be reckoned with. No need, my troops have arrived. Qinyi waved his hand and politely declined Nanha's request. What does the boss mean by that? Your troops have arrived? Aren't they fighting down below? Nanha expressed his doubts. The next second, suddenly, dark clouds covered the sky, and a flock of strange, large birds rushed into the battlefield with loud, cawing laughter. Chapter 338. The unit is a goblin? Nanha looked up at the strange creature in the sky. He had never seen anything like it before. Orcs? No, they should be demi-humans. The knowledgeable Nanha roughly determined the goblins' race, but knew nothing about the specifics of goblins. Boss, aren't you in that group of soldiers? Fian and the others below and asked. Soldiers? When did I say my branch of service was them? Qinyi cast a questioning look at him. This? Nanha was about to refute, but then he thought about it and realized that his boss had never admitted that the soldiers below were his troops. They're not your troops. Why would these people obey your orders? Nanha found the blind spot. When I took over city number 3, just now, those soldiers obeyed Qinyi's orders completely. Oh, those are the soldiers from the cities I have recaptured. Qinyi explained casually. What? These are the soldiers from the cities we've conquered? Nanha's puzzled eyes widened instantly. When did our leader capture the city? Has he already been able to convert the local forces within the city into his own? Nanha swallowed hard, once again realizing the gap between himself and his boss. He had even considered this idea when he conquered his own city. After all, converting local soldiers into their own soldiers would not only save resources, but also strengthen their own power. This is why he said that population is of paramount importance. Because population can not only help produce and create wealth, but also serve as a second army. But he looked down at the surging group of soldiers. Although they were no match for the enemy, they were still engaged in fierce fighting with the enemy's soldiers. There was even a hint that they were going to fight to a draw, or even launch a counterattack. They had the same strange military formation, and the enemy had twice as many soldiers as their own, yet they still managed to achieve such a record. Without a doubt, this army is extremely powerful. It could even be said that it has surpassed most gold-tier units. He wouldn't be surprised at all to classify soldiers with such military formations as platinum level. But, you're telling me this powerful army isn't your own, but rather something you trained using local people? Manhwa reflected on why he had abandoned the soldiers who had already captured the city. Firstly, instead of training those soldiers to increase their own safety, it would be more cost-effective to come directly to the boss for protection. Secondly, training those soldiers takes too long and is very costly. Whether it's the consumption of time or the consumption of things like military armor. That would be a huge expense. But now, not only did the leader master it, but he also trained this group of people to be so powerful. How much effort did he put into it? When did this training begin? Could it be that while we were still struggling for energy stones and other supplies, our leader had already conquered this city? Manhwa did not believe that such an army could be built in a short period of time. It must be something the boss trained hard for a long time. The boss truly lives up to his reputation as the boss. Thinking of this, Manhwa couldn't help but praise his boss. This made him even more eager for the soldiers with the greatest skills. Manhwa looked at the army in the sky. The dragon goblin was using its claws to grab the black-armored goblin as it flew low towards the battlefield. These demi-humans are the boss's troops, and they even know how to cooperate. Could it be a perfect orc that combines the advantages of human intelligence with the powerful physique of an orc? Manhwa looked at the group of goblins. After all, ordinary trained soldiers were already so excellent, so it was only reasonable that the leader's troops were even more outstanding. Boss, what's your unit? Can you tell me? Manhwa asked curiously. My unit. Chinyi paused for a moment, then said, Goblin. Since the other party has already come looking for me, I will definitely see my unit type frequently in my daily life from now on, so there is no need to hide it. What? Manhwa thought he had misheard and asked in surprise. Boss, what did you just say was the type of soldier? Chinyi answered again. Goblin. Goblin. The man twisted his eyebrows into a knot. He simply couldn't compare that group of filthy, ugly, and weak fellows to the formidable army before him. Look at these demi-humans in the sky. They are handsome, have wings on their backs, and are generally over 1.7 meters tall. Each of them exudes an extremely powerful and terrifying aura. How could this be a goblin? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Those goblins don't even bother with teamwork. When they fight, they just charge and head first. That group of demi-humans not only knew how to cooperate, but were also very. Manhwa couldn't finish her sentence. Because in his eyes, those powerful demi-human soldiers actually acted like foolish goblins. Zhang, who had no winged companions, was thrown directly from a height of 100 meters. At that height, you'd be either dead or crippled, right? Manhwa turned to look at Xiao Chainai, who was used to it. Goblins will adopt whatever hunting method is most effective. When the hunting target is too weak, they become more relaxed. Oh, things have changed. I knew it. Manhwa looked excitedly at the battlefield below. Contrary to his expectations, the black-armored goblins that had been thrown down did not die or become maimed from the fall. Instead, poked around with the opponent's spear. Prodded like a ball by the legion on the ground using spears. The dragon goblins who had air superiority in the sky did not offer any assistance. A cheerful kakakakaka sound came from the sky. Their companions were punished by the enemy, while the goblins in the sky were actually laughing at them. Manhwa's face instantly darkened, as if he had been slapped in the face by something invisible. This action was anything but cooperative. On the contrary, it was remarkably similar to that of a group of mindless goblins. In other words, the boss's troops are a group that have grown taller and undergone a physical mutation. Goblins. That shouldn't be the case. At least not. Manhwa's pained expression seemed to defy description. Boss, it's fine if your unit isn't a demigod unit. I can accept it even if it's not a dragon unit. I could even accept that it wasn't these soldiers with their strange formation. But, goblins, a bunch of foolish goblins who throw their comrades into the enemy's spear formation during battle. Boss, are you serious? Manhwa turned around and asked very sincerely. Chapter 339. You call this a goblin? Serious? Of course I'm serious. Chinyi nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. My unit is a goblin. This. Manhwa received a positive answer, but she was not happy at all. The boss, troop type isn't a good troop type for long-term development. Boss, how about we Manhwa thought to himself. Boss, why don't we change our troop type or territory? We can provide all our troops as combat power. But then he thought that the soldiers under his boss were already stronger than him, and they should be able to replace him without his help. And that giant dragon was also a great help. Manhwa glanced at the approaching dragon. The giant dragon was carrying the black tortoise that had been chasing it earlier. He had witnessed the dragon's power. It was extremely strong, even more so than any dragon he knew. The snow dragon that besieged Chi Hongi back then, it's not even worthy of carrying the shoes of this giant dragon in front of us. But if the leader has such strength, why doesn't he change his territory and his troop type? Gagagagaga. The goblins below were still being poked and prodded like a ball, while the goblins in the sky showed no intention of helping, and the enemy showed no sign of letting them go. However, this goblin's defense seems a bit high. Manhwa noticed something unusual. Although the goblins were being poked and prodded, they weren't actually injured, and enjoying it. You're enjoying it, aren't you? He realized that the goblins weren't struggling to break free, they were just playing around. Something seems off about these goblins. Nana's expression turned serious as he began to take it seriously. Something's not right with these weirdos. On the city wall, Luo Wei, who was watching the battle, also noticed that something was wrong. These monsters that fell from the sky could not be killed by stabbing. To be precise, their own soldiers' attacks were ineffective against it. Withdraw the troops and release the Alchemist Legion. After observing for a few seconds, Lo finally made the order. Oh, yes. The soldier hesitated for a moment, then immediately carried out the order. The troops fighting below were also filled with doubt after receiving the order. Why withdraw troops? We clearly had the upper hand. Young master, give me some more time. I can do it, I can. The general turned his gaze to Luo Wei, but only received a cold look in return. Yes, I understand. He had no right to object to the young master's orders. Withdraw the troops. Although he was very unhappy, the general had no choice but to force himself to withdraw his troops. Damn it, they're just a bunch of guys who know military strategy, a bunch of clowns from heaven. Why would the young master make such a decision? As one of the few remaining defensive lines in Haina, he naturally knew which army would take his place after his retreat. The young master would send out those guys with such a small army. Is this some kind of army, along with a bunch of clowns, really making such a big fuss? The general led his army in a fighting retreat, and soon returned to the city. Fei Yin and the others pursued for a short distance before stopping, as it would be dangerous to approach the city rashly without defeating their opponent. You don't know whether you'll be met with heavy crossbow bolts from the city walls or by other ambushes. What's going on? Are they changing the army? Manhwa watched the enemy city's actions with some dissatisfaction. He still couldn't figure out what was so special about these goblins. Forget it, I was really stupid. They're just a bunch of goblins. I guess their toughness is the most special mutation they've ever had. It wasn't that Manhwa looked down on these goblins. Rather, it's because the goblins' existence and battle record are simply too weak. Take, for example, the apothecary who recently decided to join his alliance. The opponent's unit is a slime. Slimes are inherently very weak in combat and are unlikely to survive the first wave of crisis. However, because the first wave of crisis against the anti-lord was the goblins, he managed to overcome it thanks to his strong physique. A normally trained human can kill several goblins with their bare hands. Goblins, your race, is beyond simply being described as weak. It's already good that the boss's troops have good resistance to being hit, but that's all. Roar! What is this thing? Nana's thoughts were interrupted by the sudden roar. Looking back, a group of humanoid soldiers rushed out of the city. It is described as humanoid because although its body shape is humanoid, it has many non-humanoid decorations on its body. Warcraft wings, Warcraft arms, steam heads. They were practically a bunch of fusion monsters. Is this the alchemical creature the boss was talking about? So much. Manhwa looked down in shock. These monsters were clearly not weak. In fact, their appearance caused the alchemical horses on their side to show signs of going out of control. Steam filled the sky, melting the snow before it could even fall, thanks to the steam emitted by the soldiers. So strong. Manhwa instantly felt the pressure from the enemy. Gagaga. The opponent roared, and the goblin roared back. So weak. A drop of cold sweat slid down Manhwa's back. It wasn't that the goblin's voice wasn't loud enough, but rather that its cawing was nowhere near as impactful as the opponent's roar. The enemy army numbered 5,000, while their own goblins numbered only 3,000. It seemed that no matter which direction he looked from, he could not see any hope of victory. Fortunately, they still had a strange army of considerable strength on their side. Kill. The two armies charged at each other without any suspense. The goblins ran head-on into the enemy's alchemy army. Both sides possessed ground and air forces, thus dividing the battlefield into two parts. One piece is in the sky, and the other is on the ground. Wait a minute. Why aren't those soldiers going up? Nana's eyes suddenly widened, because the army he regarded as his trump card actually showed no intention of going forward to fight. Are they planning to send those goblins to their deaths? Boss, these goblins may be weak, but there are still quite a few of them. We can't just... While observing the battlefield, Manhwa tried to advise Chenyi, but before he could utter the word waste, he witnessed something that would shake him for the rest of his life. The two armies clashed, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. But the flying goblins weren't from their own goblins. They were from the group of alchemical creatures that looked incredibly strong and ferocious. The goblins pierced through the enemy army like arrows, moving back and forth and slaughtering their way through the ranks. This. Manhwa observed the current situation. It was like a spectacular firework display, but at the cost of enemy lives. Gurgle. Manhwa swallowed hard, then turned to Chenyi and asked again, Boss, what's your unit again? Goblin. Chenyi answered. Manhwa stared blankly as the group of stupid creatures in the distance, who could only squawk, transformed into hellish demons and relentlessly tore apart the enemy army. People fell like grass, and a rain of human-shaped dumplings fell from the sky. Goblin. Heh. This is a goblin. You call this a goblin? Chapter 340. Just watching is enough. Son, how are you? Have we defeated the enemy? In the city of Haina, Hainax, who had changed into a brand new outfit, came to his son's side. He patted his son's shoulder with a smile, pretending to be relaxed. I just saw the Alchemy Legion has gone out to meet the enemy. How is it? Have they taken care of the enemy? Hainax felt ashamed of his unauthorized deployment of troops and of leading them here instead of defeating them. It was clearly a war of expansion and aggression that they started, but they managed to turn it into a battle to defend the capital. In the blink of an eye, they lost 20,000 soldiers in 2 cities. Thinking of this, he slowed his pace as he moved toward his son, like a child who had done something wrong, cautiously touching his parents. Hainax noticed that his son was in a bad mood, so he pretended to laugh and comforted him. Son, the enemy is indeed quite troublesome. You were right to send out the alchemy team. However, it's all right. I believe my son, Hainax, can solve any problem. Although the enemy is powerful this time, it is still no match for you. Hainarkes comforted his son and then approached him. But when he got closer, he saw Luo Wei's face, which was as black as an iron pot. Solved. Luo Wei suppressed his anger as he looked at his worthless father. He said, Take a look at the situation of the battle, and then tell me how to resolve it. This. Hainax instinctively lowered his head, but then raised it again when he remembered that he was outside and there were many subordinates around. I am the city lord. Don't I have any dignity? Gurgle. He glanced at his son's expression and nervously walked towards the edge. It's just a glance. Even if the situation is bad, I have a good son who can handle it. Besides, how bad can the situation be? That alchemical army was created under his watchful eye by Luo Wei. Although the forging process was cruel, the soldiers produced were indeed powerful. They are not only far superior to ordinary soldiers, but any one of them alone is like a powerful monster. It usually takes 2, 3, or even more other monsters of the same level to kill a monster. The soldiers created by his own son were even more powerful, capable of taking on 10 opponents at once. Moreover, these soldiers were not afraid of death or injury. They were practically invincible. Thinking of this, he quickened his pace. He was trying to save face for his city lord. The surrounding soldiers were already used to this scene. It's common in Hainan for a son to discipline his father. The sounds of fighting below continued, along with a series of clattering noises. I knew it. My soldiers are stronger. They were beaten so badly they were screaming in pain. Upon hearing the news, Hainax strode over to the city wall. However, he was dumbfounded when he looked down. What's going on? What are those things down there? Hainax's shocked pupils trembled uncontrollably. The army they thought was invincible was being slaughtered by others. He checked again and again, but the result remained the same. His invincible army was being slaughtered by those monsters. The powerful mechanical arm shattered with a single tear, and the robust wings of the magical beast were forcibly ripped off. Goblins slaughter alchemical creatures like adults crushing children. Although these alchemical soldiers don't feel pain and don't know how to retreat, they probably can't hold out for long under such a massacre. Love, retreat. Hainax panicked instantly. He turned to look at his son with a hurried expression. The troops below must be withdrawn. Continuing to stay below would only result in pointless losses. But when he turned his head, he was met with his son's cold gaze. He certainly knew to retreat, but based on the information he had gathered, the monsters were moving too fast. It was so fast that he dared not retreat, because if he did, the enemy would definitely follow and break through the city walls. Are the energy stones ready? Luo Wei asked his subordinates. Although he cannot retreat immediately, he can still save these alchemical soldiers if he activates the protective shield. Unlike ordinary protective shields, their own city's protective shield, after being modified by the Silver Moon Empire, is not completely impassable once activated. Instead, it can identify individuals and grant them the authority to allow a certain number of people to enter and exit at will. Ready, the subordinate replied. Activate. Luo Weidao. Yes. The soldier gave the order to a badge on his chest, and then transparent wave patterns began to appear in the sky above the city. What a powerful army. It looks like it's also a fusion of different forces, but it's much more perfect than mine. Ro observed the goblin with admiration. With the protective shield already activated, he didn't need to worry too much. He had already notified the surrounding cities that as long as he could hold out for about 3 days, reinforcements from friendly cities would arrive. It's a pity that I only mastered the basic sacrificial array and did not master the more advanced alchemical array. Otherwise, I would definitely have created a more powerful soldier. Ro looked down at the goblins, his eyes burning with intense heat. Buzz! The protective shield was activated, and the alchemy soldiers retreated into it in an orderly manner. Quack! A goblin that charged faster crashed into the protective shield, letting out an angry roar. Knock knock knock. The goblin's angry fists pounded against the protective shield with resounding thuds, but the shield remained unmoved. Boss, do you still have any tattered scrolls? Manhwa looked at the protective shield and asked. He had by now reluctantly accepted the special nature of the elite soldiers unit. Of course, he still couldn't accept that this thing was a goblin. No, that kind of thing is hard to come by, and I doubt there will be another one like it anytime soon. Chenyi answered. Then let me do it. My troops can activate the ley lines and change the layout of the ley lines within the city. At that time, the enemy will collapse on their own without a fight. Manhwa said. That's how he used the Scroll of Ruin to conquer the enemy's city. Although there are no Scrolls of Ruin at the moment, I should be able to hold out for a while by relying on my troops. You don't need it, just keep it to yourself. Chenyi refused Manhwa's help again. Looking, could it be that these goblins can break through the protective shield? Manhwa was very puzzled. He knew how tough the shield was. Attacks could accelerate its depletion, but no creature could break through it before the energy stones were exhausted. However, this time he was smarter. Despite his doubts, he didn't immediately look down on the goblins. Let me see what method you're going to use. Caw caw caw. The goblin let out a few strange cries, and after realizing that he couldn't break the thing, he drew out the thick, hard cannon from his waist. Is there any special significance to bringing balloons into battle? Manhwa was puzzled. Then, the next second, something even more puzzling happened. The goblin actually hoisted the balloon onto its shoulder, then grabbed its legs, and made a firing motion. Chapter 341, The City Falls. If only the sacred beast were here, we might not have needed to ask for help. Luo Wei sighed helplessly. If the sacred beast were present, it could at least put up a fight against the monsters, if not defeat them outright. Lovi didn't know the goblin's exact strength, but he believed that no creature could rival the sacred beast. After all, sacred beasts are comparable to dragons. Unfortunately, the sacred beast has gone out to forage and has not returned yet. It may even no longer need its precious tree and has thus broken away from Haina. The sacred beast is gone. Haynax turned around in shock to look at his son. It's like when it rains, it pours. My last trump card has disappeared without me even realizing it. No wonder my son looked like that. The sacred beast did not respond to the summons, and a fruit was opened, but it was useless. Luo Wei sighed helplessly. Even though his father was a terrible son, he was still his father. Also, now that things have happened, the first thing to do is to solve the problem, not complain. It was my fault. Hearing that the sacred beast was no longer there, Haynax immediately lowered his head. He had actually forced the entire city to the point where it could only use a protective shield to resist. He must admit that this was a mistake he made in a moment of impulse. If he hadn't insisted on going to war against the White Disaster, giving Haina more time to develop, even if the city of OS was powerful, it would never be in this situation, being suppressed and beaten at its own doorstep. Seeing his father's dejected state, Luo Wei felt a pang of pity. Never mind, it's alright. As long as reinforcements from the surrounding cities arrive, we still have a chance to win. I can comfort you, Lo said. They are no longer the isolated city fighting alone, but a member of the Silver Moon Empire with powerful backers and allies. What is the city's energy stone reserve? Haynax asked. He knew that the current situation could be resolved when the other allies arrived, but the prerequisite was that he could hold out until the other side arrived. Don't worry. Luo Wei glanced at his father. We have plenty of reserves. 3 days is not a problem. Even 5 or 10 days is not a big issue. Even in extreme circumstances, it's not a problem to last for half a month. That's good. Hearing this, Haynax breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his mistake wasn't too serious. If we can hold out until our allies arrive, we can launch a counterattack and reclaim the 2 cities that have been captured by the enemy. Everything can be taken back. No irreparable mistakes have been made yet. Hey, what's that little monster doing? Just as Haynax breathed a sigh of relief, he saw the monster below charge at the protective shield twice, but after realizing it couldn't break through, it took out the balloon from its waist. Could they be planning to use these balloons for an attack? Wait, that doesn't seem right either. Is that balloon moving? So balloons are living things too? Haynax looked at the other party curiously, then felt something getting closer and closer, something getting bigger and bigger. Boom! The earth trembled, and a huge ripple spread across the protective shield. This is... Haynax stared in horror at the impact that was blasting at his head. If it weren't for the protective shield, he would have been hit. If you are hit, you will definitely be seriously injured. Even a Star Realm expert like myself would be injured after facing such an attack. What kind of tactic is this? It's probably a siege tactic specifically prepared by the enemy. Haynax asked a question, and Ro answered. However, Luo Wei's expression was extremely unpleasant. It was obvious that the other party had made thorough preparations. While a protective shield cannot be broken immediately, the energy stones required to maintain it when facing a powerful attack will definitely increase by more than double. It's alright. The other party probably only has 1 or 2 of these. Haynax said in shock. Knowing the power of the attack just now, he guessed that it was definitely not something that could be launched by an ordinary thing. Lo Wei nodded in agreement, acknowledging his father's point of view. Such a powerful offensive tactic is something the opponent, even if they possess it, will certainly not have many of. Boom! As they were talking, 2 more attacks came, powerful attacks like the breath of a dragon, which actually affected the direction of the Earth's veins. This powerful attack was so strong that if it weren't for the protective shield, the city would have been completely breached. Forget about city gates. Even thicker city walls would be breached. At this moment, Luo Wei was glad that he had activated the protective shield earlier. My lord, the energy consumption is extremely rapid. The attack just now has already consumed 1,000 energy stones. The subordinate was shocked to learn from the badge on his chest that the damage from the previous attacks had been incurred and immediately reported it to the authorities. It's alright, the opponent won't have any more of this kind of attack. Luo Wei inwardly sighed at the immense power of the God of Light. After receiving help from the alchemy god here, my strength increased rapidly in all aspects, while the city of OS was obviously even stronger after receiving help from the God of Light. But is this monster also from the God of Light? Isn't the God of Light supposed to be very concerned about his reputation? Why would he give birth to such an ugly creature? Luo Wei was somewhat puzzled. Boom! The attack came again. Luo Wei frowned. There are still some left. Luckily, I left some energy stones when I built the city. Boom! Another powerful metallic breath struck, and the protective shield trembled once more. Luo Wei. Fortunately, I withdrew the energy stones that were reserved in cities 2 and 3 in advance. Boom! Boom! One attack after another. Luo Wei's expression darkened, revealing a hint of displeasure. Why are there so many of these attacks? Are they free? Boom! Ro was met with repeated dragon breath attacks. The dragon's breath struck the city again and again, causing it to tremble and even the city walls beneath their feet to shake. Damn it! Why are there so many identical artillery pieces? How many energy stones do we have left? Luo Wei asked through gritted teeth. The soldier next to him even handed him the badge. Reporting to the young master, there are still 93,000 coins left. Reporting to the young master, there are only 90,000 coins left. Reporting to the young master, there are only 85,000 coins left. Reporting to the young master, the attack was too strong, and there are still 80,000 coins left. Reporting to the young master, there is still... The messages coming from the other end of the badge were getting faster, more urgent. and made Rome more and more nervous. Reporting to the young master, we only have 23,000 coins left. Reporting to the young master. Boom. Boom. B. The gunfire in the sky drowned out all other sounds, turning the sky a grayish-white color, like a ravaged battlefield. This battlefield allows no sound, no difference. Luo Wei felt that his sky, like the sky at that moment, was full of devastation and finally shattered. Click, click, click. The protective shield directly above the sky shattered with a crash, and the gray-white column streaked across the sky before disappearing. Reporting to young master, the energy stones are exhausted. Chapter 342, The Holy Child. So you train this army? Chenyi focused his gaze on the evil spirit and asked, somewhat speechless. Upon seeing the military forces, he contacted the evil spirit to inquire about what was going on. After learning the whole story, Chenyi was at a loss for words. The evil spirit kept apologizing for not completing the main god's task within the stipulated time, but this wasn't a task I posted in the first place. Chenyi's initial task for the evil spirit was simply to defeat the enemy's attack, since he knew about the scoundrels in OS City. Without long-term systematic training, combat effectiveness cannot be formed. However, this ragtag army with no fighting ability was actually trained by the evil spirits to have some skills. The Supreme God is someone I trained. I spent too much time on him. If it could be done faster, I should be able to complete the mission before the Supreme God arrives. The evil spirit deeply regretted his actions, as he had intended to forge an absolutely perfect military force, which had taken him a full 7 days. But he didn't expect that the Supreme God had secretly imposed time rules on him. It seems that the main god cares about and approves of him very much, otherwise he wouldn't have issued such a task. But I have failed the trust of the Lord God. This is a mistake I cannot undo. It's okay, it's already very good enough. Chenyi didn't know how to comfort the other person for a moment. If I were to reveal everything directly, wouldn't it make me seem like I haven't considered things enough? Therefore, he decided to keep this misunderstanding hidden. I'm not contacting you this time to interrogate you. I'm here to ask you. Can that kind of army still be trained? Can. The evil spirit answered without hesitation. Can it be used on goblins? Chenyi asked solemnly. Sure. The evil goblin answered decisively and added, if it's used on a goblin, it definitely won't take 7 days. Only 3 days. No. 2 days. It will only take 2 days. To prevent further mistakes, the evil spirit hurriedly changed its time. 2 days is enough time for goblins, given their obedience. Very good. Chenyi was overjoyed to receive a positive answer. You should deal with the matters in OS City first. I'll handle things here. Yes. The evil spirit responded with shame. It is a disgrace for me, as a subordinate, that the main god has taken over the task that was originally mine because of my mistake. Oh, by the way, remember to send some people over. The infrastructure here is rather poor. Chenyi looked at the goblins in the distance that were bombarding the protective shield. Of the 3 cities here, only Haina City is relatively good. The other 2 cities lack basic infrastructure, and even the survival of most people is a problem. The other 2 cities were like 2 refugee concentration camps. Fortunately, even if it's a refugee camp, we can handle it here. As long as you have a population, nothing else matters. It's just infrastructure. A few gold coins can build it. It's not a big deal. Yes, understood. I will dispatch them immediately. The evil spirit acted immediately upon receiving the order. Crack, crack, crack. Chenyi had just ended the call when he saw the protective shield of Haina Sky shatter in the distance. How could it be so fast? Chenyi looked at the shattered protective shield with some surprise. How could it have broken so quickly? My goblins fired only a few dozen cannon shots before the enemy's shield ran out of energy. According to my calculations, the opponent should be able to hold out for a long time, at least 100 shots. But this is only the beginning. It broke after only a few dozen shots? Didn't Yuna tell me that this place is very prosperous under her protection? What? You've run out of energy stones so quickly. Chenyi walked forward with doubt in his eyes. The goblins have already approached the enemy's city. Without the protective shield, the outcome is already decided. However, the opponent's protective shield ended too quickly. Even if this city doesn't have a powerful noble family, it still has at least 200,000 or 300,000 energy stones, just like the small city that Manhwa attacked. Where did the energy stones of this city go? Boom. Once again, the giant cannons of the iron-eating goblins blasted the gates of Haina City wide open. City of OS. You said these are children. The priest sized up the several children before him, each about 1.7 meters tall, with robust builds, wings sprouting from their backs, and radiating holy light. She simply couldn't connect this adult body with an 8-year-old. However, the other person's face was extremely uniform, and he was gnawing on the long sword at his waist. With this kind of mentality, she would believe you if you said he was 3 years old instead of 8. The reason the idol lost its luster is because these children were created during the ritual, right? The priest looked at the holy light goblin before him and reorganized his words. The god of light himself created several children. Such a thing is unprecedented. However, the holy light emanating from the children before us was undeniable. Could this truly be the will of the god of light? Are these children truly exceptionally talented? The priest was puzzled, but then affirmed. Yes, that must be it. Only a god could directly transform a child into an adult and bestow upon them the power of light. At this moment, the priest's eyes kept shifting as he looked at the holy light goblin before him. These children bear a resemblance to the legendary angels, though their appearances are somewhat strange. If I were to offer these children to the Pope as holy children, would I receive a great reward of divine power? Yes, it definitely can. The priestess's eyes gradually burned with desire. She was already thinking about the merits she would gain after handing over the holy child. Now is a tense time for the expansion of the Holy Church's power. If a holy child, similar to an angel, could be gained to stand on their side, even the royal family would likely have to concede some of their interests. And after His Holiness the Pope gains the benefits, he will undoubtedly receive a tremendous reward of divine power. It's not impossible for him to leapfrog his current level and directly reach the high priest level. Yes, it's the high priest. As the priest thought of this, his eyes gradually became fervent. She cleared her throat and said, I already know about it. I forgive your offense, but the divine power above the idol must be restored quickly. If it cannot be restored, a portion of the ignorant masses can be sacrificed. Fooling the people. Turned cold upon hearing the word, but she didn't show it. Yes, sir. Su Qingyu bowed deeply, looking quite pleased with herself at Yadin and Alicia behind her. See? In the end, it was I who won over these two, not you. I am Chunya's biggest helper and support. You too, humph, humph. The two of them pretended not to see Su Qingyu's provocation. This big-breasted, brainless woman posed no threat whatsoever. She merely managed to avert a crisis in the city by sheer luck. All right, the task of reviving the idols is now in your hands. Next, I need to quickly escort these holy children to the capital. The priest looked at the undisguised greed of the holy children and said, What is that? Su Qingyu was about to agree when she suddenly realized what was going on. Sir, you mean you want to take these holy children away? Su Qingyu was stunned. Although she had temporary command over these holy light goblins, she couldn't just send them away on her own. These goblins are essentially Chunya's. What? Do you have a problem with that? The priest's eyes instantly released an invisible chill that enveloped everyone. This was her career advancement opportunity, and she couldn't allow any accidents to happen. Chapter 343, The Treasure Tree, Haina's Secret. Swish swish. The moment the holy light goblins sensed the threat from the priest, they stood in front of Su Qingyu and the others. Although Su Qingyu's stats as a lord are no longer comprehensive, she still possesses abilities that the others do not have. Therefore, Chunyi temporarily gave away several of his precious, but useless holy light goblins to the other party. There was no way around it. Su Qingyu was just too good at it, and the green tea she brewed was truly delicious. Therefore, Su Qingyu is the primary protector of the holy light goblin at this moment. The holy child? The priestess was surprised by the holy child's reaction. She hadn't expected the holy child to protect these people. Although the holy child's strength was no match for him and his knight commander, he was not in a position to attack the holy child. Of course, it's just not very good. My lord, please don't misunderstand. It's not that we are unwilling to hand over the holy child. Seeing the atmosphere suddenly become tense, Su Qingyu quickly came up with the most appropriate explanation. Sir, the holy child is not something we can control. If you can get the holy child to go with you willingly, then we will naturally have no objection. Is it not something you can control? The priest looked at the 10 holy children with suspicion. Their reactions just now didn't seem like they were out of control. Su Qingyu clearly noticed this as well, and she hurriedly explained. The holy child only serves and protects the statue. Anyone who attempts to launch an attack will be listed as a target for the holy child's defense. Only serving and protecting idols. The priest was skeptical when he heard this, but it was reasonable that the holy child, created by the divine power bestowed upon the statue, would protect the statue after its birth. But if that's the case, wouldn't I be unable to take these holy children with me? The priest asked, what means can be used to take the holy child away? Of course, it is the divine power of the god of light, my lord. Su Qingyu replied. Could this woman really be planning to betray Lord Qingyi? When Yadin and Alicia saw that Su Qingyu had revealed the method for controlling the holy child, their expressions changed immediately. After all, these are Lord Chunye's assets. Is this woman planning to give them away? But if we don't send them out, this crisis will be really hard to get through. Damn it. Next time we must leave a few strong people in the city. Yadin felt a pang of regret when she thought about the butler's departure. If the butler had been there, they would never have been in such a passive position. The power of God. Let me try. Priests do not possess any divine power, but the very act of being a priest carries divine power within them. Old man. The divine power spread and enveloped the holy child, who then stuck out his tongue to lick it. Damn it. The priest was startled and immediately withdrew his divine power. Just now, a portion of her divine power was actually absorbed by the holy child. At this moment, the identity of the holy child was absolutely confirmed, because no one but God himself could so easily devour the divine power within him. It seems that we will need divine power to take these holy children away. The priest outlined the conditions for taking the holy child away and began to make new plans. Although the divine power of the ingredients is precious and rare, one can still grit one's teeth in exchange for one. Like divine power that she wouldn't normally have access to, she is now qualified to access them. Even after he had completed all the border cities, the points he had earned were just enough for 1 unit of divine power. It's just a bit of divine power. I'll get much more if I hand over the holy child. The priest was ready to use the divine power he had used to enhance his own strength on the holy child. As the priest withdrew his divine power, he understood his plan and said, in that case, leave the holy child here for now and take good care of him. Certainly. Su Qingyu nodded in reply. This is the method for removing the statues and offering new ones after conquering a city. You can only get points after you erect the statues after you have conquered the city. The priest tossed out an ancient parchment scroll containing some of the secrets about the gods. Yes, thank you, High Priest. Su Qingyu hurriedly took the scroll. Very good, I have done a good job again. In this way, I am the only one who is useful to Brother Qingyi. Su Qingyu glanced triumphantly at the 2 people behind her, her meaning clear. Haina City. So this is what swallowed my energy stone. Qingyi looked at the unremarkable little tree in front of him. He estimated that the harvest of energy stones this time would not be as much as in the city of OS, and he assumed it would be a loss. And the reason for all of this is this little tree. After conquering Haina, I learned that most of the energy stones in the city, besides being used to purchase various resources, were used to cultivate this tree. The sapling is not tall, only 2 meters, with distinct branches and few green leaves, only a few large fruits hanging on it. You have activated the reconnaissance skill and obtained the following information. Seed of the Soul. It blooms once every 3 years and bears fruit once every 3 years. Each fruit possesses the special ability to enhance the bloodline and strength of magical beasts. Note, the power of the precious tree is fixed due to the seeds emitted by a powerful ancient tree and the resulting prayers. Note, the tree is growing very slowly. Try using an energy stone. Note, what are you looking at? I'm not bald or without leaves. Look at the top of your own head. Can enhance the strength of monsters. Qingyi looked at the information on the tree with surprise. I see. That explains how a small city could control such a Xian turtle. Qingyi unraveled the secret of Haina possessing a guardian beast, and then thought of the tree's other uses. I wonder if we can increase the strength of the undead pseudo-dragon, so that we won't have to go through the trouble of leveling up. Qingyi acted immediately, summoning the pseudo-dragon to his side. Having resolved his doubts and realized that the other party had no other trump cards, Qingyi arrived at the very center of the city. Haina's infrastructure is quite good, at least comparable to that of the city of OS, and much better than the other 2 cities. However, many of these buildings are brand new and clearly were only recently constructed. This made Qingyi doubt Yuna's claim that the city was very wealthy under her management. It took up most of the city's resources to grow just 1 tree, and all the buildings in the city are brand new. It gave Qingyi the feeling that this city had only recently emerged in the last 2 years. Qingyi looked up and saw a huge, faceless statue standing in the center of the city, holding a book in its left hand and a scale in its right. This god of alchemy looks like a male god, and his appearance is quite good. Qingyi nodded to himself, The other person's attire suggested he was a wise man. At that moment, all he could think about was how to pull out the statue of the wise man. According to the information I have received, the first step for a city to change its faith is to replace the statues. But how do we remove this statue? Chenyi gasped as he looked at the statue, a sense of anxiety rising within him. The act of removing the idol and changing faith in Haina was carried out by people from the Silver Moon Empire. He obviously couldn't ask the people from the Silver Moon Empire to come again at this moment. What should we do? Should we go back and ask the Holy Church? Chenyi thought of the Holy Church, a force that corresponded to the alchemy church of the Silver Moon Empire. The church must know how to remove it, but how should I put it? I helped the Empire conquer a city. Please give me a way to remove the enemy's idol. Putting aside the credibility of such a thing, even if the other party did grant it to me, the creation of the statue of the god of light would still be completed under their supervision. Instead of the statue of the evil goddess Yuna. Yuna is unreliable too. She said there was a contact person, but she only gave me a code word. How am I supposed to find the code word? Chenyi made a sarcastic remark about Yuna, and then his mind became somewhat scattered. He casually remarked, odd changes, even remains the same. Grown-ups. With a soft exclamation, a strange man stood in front of Chenyi. Chapter 344. The secret of the energy core is revealed. The contact person? Chenyi marveled at Yuna's speed, then repeated the code. Odd changes, even remains the same? Housekeeper. What did the master say? You're not the contact person? Housekeeper. Who is the contact person? Chenyi looked at the strange man in front of him with great disappointment. It seemed he was not the person he was supposed to meet. If you're not the contact person, then who are you? Chenyi looked the person in front of him up and down. He looked to be in his 40s, with silver hair mixed with black bits, giving him a very refined appearance. Its strength is considerable, already at the star level, but I have never seen it before. Strangely, the other party addressed him as Sir. The steward bowed and said, My lord, this is your subordinate, Alban. Alban. Chenyi searched for the name and found it somewhat familiar. It seemed to be his butler from the city of Os, but his butler looked to be in his 60s, with a hunched back and the appearance of an old man, nowhere near as handsome as the uncle in front of him. Are you Alban? Yes, sir, it is I. The butler bowed again, daring not to show the slightest disrespect in front of this man. How did it become like this? Chenyi asked curiously. He finally asked. He asked. The butler appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. Wasn't his deliberate contact with Chun-Yi all for the purpose of getting the other party to help him recover and remove the curse mark? Alban recounted his situation to Chun-Yi. Chun-Yi clicked his tongue in amazement. I never thought there were gods who were so idle. So you only regained part of your strength through the evil spirit? Alban nodded. Chun-Yi pressed further. What level are you at when you've recovered your full strength? Alban said, Star rank 3. 3rd tier star realm, not weak at all. If imbued with a curse mark, it would be considered a mid-level combat force. That's right. In the outside world, the star rank 3, which is incredibly powerful and can even fight dragons, is only considered to be of medium strength in Chenyi's eyes. Chenyi thought for a moment. He would rest for a few days before searching for the soul of the ancient tree he had encountered on his way to the South River. The city did indeed need a strong person to guard it. So he said, Alban, do you want to regain your full strength? Yes, of course I want to. Alban was so excited that he could no longer maintain his calm expression. Very good. Reveal your spell mark. Chenyi was very satisfied with the former's reaction. The curse seal is precious to him now. It's not as valuable as it used to be. He still has the 100 units of divine power given to him by the beast god. Alban immediately exposed his shoulder, on which a strange pattern of deep red flames was imprinted, seemingly burning his body. Chenyi glanced at it, but didn't recognize which god it was, since he hadn't encountered that many gods yet. However, this does not prevent him from removing the curse mark. The evil spirit's skills can remove part of the curse mark, so it's naturally easier for him to remove it. Chenyi placed his palm on the other party's curse mark, and then a grayish-white vortex appeared. The vortex continued to spin and devour, quickly consuming the deep red curse mark and taking its place. Alright, the curse mark has been removed and replaced with my own. From now on, you won't be suppressed by that thing anymore. Chenyi looked at Alban, who looked 10 years younger. Yes, thank you. Alban paused halfway through his words of thanks, then asked, My own curse mark? I've been marked again, with a cursed mark. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Alban said, Thank you, sir. Alright, you can go now. Chunyi waved with amusement, signaling Albin to step back. Albin left behind a storage ring and then retreated. Interesting. Chunyi picked up the spoils from the 3 cities from the ring and watched the other party walk away. Just now, he sensed more than one strong emotion from the depths of Albin's heart. After placing a curse mark on someone, their life or death is entirely in your hands, and you can also sense their deepest emotions. And Albin's emotions just now. A moment of joy, followed by shock and regret. Am I supposed to personally activate the curse seal and kill the first one of my own? Chunyi watched Albin leave and thought to himself. He doesn't want the other person to have any feelings of betrayal, but he won't allow any traitor to exist. Chunyi did not act immediately, but instead used the curse seal to delve deeper into the other party's thoughts. Lord Chunyi also possesses the ability to brand curse marks. But what does it mean that he branded my body with a curse mark? Distrust of me? Are you planning to control and suppress me like that person did? Albin felt a mix of emotions. He felt abandoned once again. She was already wavering after being abandoned by the Sarah Chamber of Commerce, but she was extremely grateful to have climbed up to Chun Yedwa's high branch through Saraville Shah. I found someone better, someone more worthy of following. I'll gain more and become stronger by following Chun Yi. He was also prepared to reveal his secrets to help Chun Yi succeed, but at this moment, he seems to have been abandoned again. So that's how it is. Chun Yi chuckled and nodded. He thought it was something else, but he didn't expect that the other party was afraid of his own curse mark because of the shadow of the previous curse mark. It's all right. You'll find out when you're in battle. Chun Yi naturally didn't care about such emotions. He hadn't expected that the reason for the other person's emotional fluctuation was this. Whether the curse seal is good or bad will be known to Albin in the future. This is different from his previous curse seal, which was a restriction. Instead, it is the power he desires. However, Chun Yi was somewhat interested in the other party's so-called secret. What secrets might someone who can be personally branded by God be hiding? The next few days, Chun Yi's men completely occupied and consolidated their control over Haina and the other 2 cities. Furthermore, the city of Os brought some very interesting news. Unexpectedly, the Church of Life actually delivered the method they wanted for removing the statue, which was, "You want me to build an idol of the God of Light? That's a bit difficult." Chun Yi gasped, pondering how to resolve the situation. It seemed that he was caught in the middle between 2 gods again. Suddenly, "Boss, something terrible has happened. Something terrible has happened." Before he arrived, his voice preceded his arrival. Nanha's anxious voice reached Chun Yi's ears. Immediately afterwards, the tightly closed door of the room was knocked open, and a flustered figure rushed in. "What is it?" Chun Yi frowned as he looked at Nanha. "Boss, look at this." Without wasting any words, Nanha directly produced the panel information that only the 2 of them could see. The page is a general chat page, and the most prominent post title is, "The secret of the energy core has been cracked. I have obtained the energy core." Chapter 345, The One Chi Alliance. The secret of the energy core has been cracked. I have obtained the energy core. The calm words stirred up a storm on the general channel. What? Why is it a paid service? I don't believe you unless you let me see it. That's right, I don't believe it. The 2 idiots upstairs, isn't there photographic evidence to prove it? Even if we have the truth, it won't work. Who knows if this thing is Photoshop? Exactly, it's too hasty. We need to see the details before we believe it. If you want to see content, just buy it. Once you buy it, you can watch it, right? Or join our alliance. Joining our Chi Dao alliance will allow you to watch for free. Otherwise, even if you find out, you won't be able to get the energy core on your own. The channel was in an uproar, so Chun Yi directly clicked on the information that everyone wanted but couldn't afford. This thing costs 500 energy stones. That's really expensive. I guess the real purpose of the Chi Dao alliance is to get more people to join its alliance. Chun Yi deduced the other party's purpose based on the price. Indeed, after learning how to obtain it, apart from a few lords, most people do not have the strength to conquer a city and obtain the energy core. At this point, the role of the alliance becomes even more important. In particular, the ability to change the location of a territory after reaching level 5 further highlights the importance of alliances, enabling them to truly establish alliance organizations rather than just online alliances. Chun Yi opened the so-called exorbitantly priced information, which, as he had expected, contained a method for obtaining energy cores through cities. It seems we've finally been discovered. Chun Yi sighed. He knew that someone would find out about this sooner or later, and he had already made preparations. All 3 members of his alliance had successfully advanced, and Nanha had even successfully joined him. Even if more people receive this news and more people become stronger, they will not pose a threat to themselves or their alliance members. Once this discovery is made public, the lords will likely experience another wave of growth and strength. Chunyi had already anticipated the lords' reactions and their subsequent rapid development. Developed rapidly after obtaining 1 million energy stones. For a lord, as long as there are enough energy stones, plus a little time, one can multiply their strength. The income from conquering a city is quite considerable, especially cities like the city of Os, which have ancient noble families. These cities have a richer cultural heritage. However, the income of a typical city is around 100,000 to 300,000 energy stones. This is already a huge sum of money, enough to drive many more lords crazy. Boss, what should we do? Should we release the news as well? Manhwa inquired. He knew that Chunyi had previously mentioned that he would sell the energy core at an appropriate time. But now someone else has beaten us to it. Is this kind of information only sold by their company? Chunyi inquired. He didn't believe that the other major leagues would remain indifferent and not follow suit after learning this news. After all, information is something that belongs to whoever shares it. No, that's not the case. South River Channel. He was also curious about this, but the other 3 major leagues did not release this information for sale. The attitude of the 3 major leagues seems to be laissez-faire, allowing this new league to grow unchecked. Let it out. After receiving an affirmative answer, Chunyi snorted coldly. He knew that he had been excluded by these people, or rather, that the One Chi alliance had excluded him. The other party did not believe that their casual alliance could compete with his alliance, or that the 3 major alliances were more cost-effective. Okay. Manhwa was slightly excited. This was a great opportunity to make money. By the way, boss, should we recruit new members? Manhwa asked further. Not for now, but we can consider it if there are any elite individuals. Chunyi said. I see. Manhwa seemed to remember something. The pharmacist back then should have been an elite, but the other party only contacted him once and then never contacted him again. It seems they've been incorporated into the One Chi Dao alliance. Manhwa Dao. After all, only true high-ranking lords knew the true power of Chunyi and the Suabian alliance. Ordinary lords were becoming increasingly unfamiliar with Chunyi's name. In fact, if Chunyi hadn't easily defeated the Snow Dragon Lord back then, his name would probably have been forgotten. After all, in this era, the other alliance leaders are constantly flexing their muscles, and all sorts of powerful videos are constantly being released to win over people. Meanwhile, their own boss is extremely low-key and has never posted any videos. He knew that releasing the video of the city's capture would definitely lead to many lords defecting to him. Leaving aside the ridiculously strong goblins, even the ordinary soldiers alone could spark heated discussions. But the eldest brother is really low-key. Manhwa shook his head and uploaded the prepared information. In his mind, Chunyi was very low-key and always did great things quietly. But Chunyi disagreed. His reason for not recruiting new members is not because he wants to be low-key, but because it's unnecessary. Unless he has some special talent, such as Manhwa's business acumen or Gu Xiaoyu's forging skills, his development speed is currently slow. The rest, sorry, I don't like them. I don't like them at all. Even if chives were delivered to his door, he wouldn't bother cutting them. They were too small. The effort to harvest energy stones from hundreds of lords was less than what he could earn by having Sha do one business deal, let alone conquering cities. It's not worth it to go under the knife yourself. Perhaps after this, once the lords have developed, we can try to harvest the energy stones from their pockets. Chunyi had an idea in mind, which had already led to the creation of an entire industry chain. He still has a trump card to make money. At the same time, the moment Manhwa posted the message, someone from the Chi Dao Alliance notified their leader. Have you notified him to remove it from the shelves? Of the One Chi Alliance asked impatiently. We notified them, but the other party is Manhwa, with Chunyi backing them up. They don't care about us at all. Manhwa, Chunyi, let's form an alliance? Of the Chi Dao Alliance casually uttered 3 titles. For the Chi Dao Alliance, which rose from humble beginnings, they remembered every alliance, no matter how small or insignificant. Even the League of Legends was once their goal, but now? They were just the strongmen of the old era. There's no ship for them in the new era. Even the Warriors Alliance has changed its leader now, and Chunyi has long lost his former prestige. The leader of the One Chi Alliance did not pay too much attention to Chunyi's existence. He had already thought of Chunyi when he arranged for the other alliance leaders not to interfere, but he didn't care. Because the opposing alliance was small and lacked members, and the strongest support comes from the person behind you. Behind him lies an absolute powerhouse, so powerful that even the three major alliances had to temporarily retreat from his wrath. Send someone to directly notify Chunyi to cancel the post. The leader of the Qi Dao Alliance said casually. Fine, I'll give him some benefits. The leader of the One Qi Alliance decided to give this ancient powerhouse from the old era some face. Give him 1,000 energy stones to make him cancel the post and prohibit him from posting it again. Yes. Chapter 346, Another Energy Core. Interesting, Chunyi also posted the news about the energy core. Didn't that guy give Chunyi some benefits? The Iron River Alliance, by Luoha, was looking at the posts on the general channel with great interest. These days, any post about energy cores quickly rises to the top of the trending topics. However, without exception, the posters, apart from those from the Qi Dao Alliance, were all minor lords, and these minor lords deleted their posts very quickly after posting. As for why it was deleted, it's simply because it was threatened or attacked. For those with strong capabilities, or those who already knew about the news, the Qi Dao Alliance would choose a different solution. Offer some benefits, then shut yourself up. Of course, this is on the premise that the Qi Dao Alliance itself possesses considerable military strength, since private transactions are all based on equal footing. If you don't have a certain level of strength, who will pay attention to you? And now, it was obvious that the guys from the One Qi Alliance hadn't given Chunyi any benefits. He was no exception in that Chunyi knew the secret of the energy core. The other party knew about it even earlier than we did, let alone the Qi Dao Alliance. This is going to be interesting. Two tigers fighting. That'll be a sight to behold. A mocking smile appeared on by Luoha's lips. Chunyi is very strong, but this newly emerging Qi Dao Alliance is no weakling either. Or rather, the forces behind him are very powerful. Therefore, he was looking forward to the two guys fighting. Only in this way can I. Beep beep. Bai Luoha stopped abruptly, looking at the message panel before he could finish speaking. Chunyi. Why is Chunyi contacting me at this time? Is he trying to find out about the One Qi Alliance? Bai Luoha never expected that this melon, which he was eating, would end up on his own head. About the tattered scroll? Bai Luoha opened the message and was somewhat surprised to find that it wasn't about the One Qi Alliance. Instead, Chunyi was asking about his remaining supply of the broken scroll. Is this a prelude to selling the information followed by the sale of the ruined scrolls? He immediately saw through Chunyi's intentions, since he was also planning to do the same thing. Once lords learned that breaching a city could yield core energy stones and break the daily troop limit, the ruined scroll, which could weaken a city's protective shield, became an absolute necessity. Bai Luoha could imagine the madness of this group of people, and at the same time, he could see the vastness of this market. However, regarding the information about the energy core, he couldn't sell it himself due to a private agreement he signed with the One Qi Alliance. That leaves only the tattered scrolls that can be used. However, he had made an agreement with Chunyi earlier that the production of the tattered scrolls would be split in half and sold in Chunyi's shop. Sigh. Really, all the benefits have been taken away. Bai Luoha said this, but his fingers replied honestly, I have prepared 10. If you need them, I can give you 5 according to the agreement. The cost of each is 1,000 energy stones. He did not want to go back on his promise to Chunyi. He had only given up a portion of the benefits, while the information the other party exchanged saved his life. Let's not do it for now. We'll sell them together when we have more. After learning the quantity, Chunyi did not intend to rush to sell. Firstly, the pricing issue needs to be discussed with Bai Luoha. Secondly, the quantity is too small. After some discussion, the two decided to price each energy stone at 20,000. A 20-fold profit is quite substantial, a sum that would make the Lord wince, but one he had no choice but to pay. Of course, it would be better to sell the scrolls after some people have obtained the energy cores to upgrade their fountains or territories. Because the disparity and contrast will drive everyone to crave cities and energy cores. It will definitely sell like hotcakes. After all, this is not a one-off deal. A scroll and a single charge are unlikely to take down an entire city. Aren't you going to ask me about the One Qi Dao Alliance? After discussing it, Bai Luoha couldn't help but ask Chunyi, is there anything special about the One Qi Dao Alliance? Chunyi asked in surprise. Bai Luoha nodded in reply. This small alliance has risen too quickly. According to our investigation, it must have someone supporting it. And that person is very strong. They have support and are very powerful. Chunyi couldn't find a suitable target for the moment. There shouldn't be anyone like that among the lords, right? Chunyi countered with a question. Bai Luoha smiled gently. There isn't one among the lords, but it's not necessarily the case outside of them. So that's how it is. Chunyi chuckled, understanding what the other person meant. So they've latched onto a local power. They're really bold. Chen Yi was unconvinced. He wasn't afraid of even local forces, and he would repeat himself. With the emperor far away and me residing on the border, no one can control me. The powerful can't control him, and the weak. Chen Yi won't care either. Therefore, they each go their own way, and as long as the other party doesn't provoke him, he won't provoke the other party either. Bailuaha chuckled at this and didn't get involved much. As long as Chen Yi knows about this, his mission will be accomplished. This could be considered a favor, neither a large nor a small one, or perhaps not even a favor at all. But Bailuaha was willing to do so. After all, he knew of Chen Yi's strength ever since that incident in the forest where the news was different. The other party had begun to make contact with the gods, and had already put a great distance between himself and most lords. Alright, let's take my city as soon as possible. After seeing Chen Yi off, Bailuaha lost interest in browsing the general chat, and began directing his army to attack the city he had his eye on. More and more people are learning about the energy core. To ensure the Iron River Alliance's position among the three major alliances, we must stay at the forefront. One Qi Alliance. Alliance leader, good news. We have a new target. We're about to get our second energy core. A member of the Ichi Dao Alliance excitedly tagged his alliance leader in the group chat. Is the Silver Moon Empire making a new move? The leader of the Ichi Dao Alliance was equally excited. Previously, he had only upgraded the spring water to break through the daily limit on the number of summons. Now that he has a second piece, he can upgrade his territory. Upgrading the fountain yields huge benefits, and the same is likely true for the territory. He was already looking forward to it, and even asked with a hint of anxiety, which city? The member replied, it's not clear yet. They said they would help them take back one city first, and then launch a counterattack on the enemy's city. To be able to capture a city, it seems the other side has some strength. The leader of the One Qi Alliance said with some concern. No problem. The member was very confident. We have mobilized troops from 3 cities, and with yours, we have troops from 4 cities. 4 cities? The leader of the One Qi Alliance's eyes lit up, and he said, good, very good. With the combined forces of these 4 cities, there is absolutely no possibility of defeat. He immediately used a special teleportation array to teleport his troops there. Another energy core in hand. The leader of the One Qi Alliance looked up, a sense of invincible loneliness and sadness about it. Chapter 347, The Abyss Thief, The Apothecary. I sell it for 500 each, and you want to buy out our information for 1,000 energy stones? This guy is crazy. Manhwa rejected the other party, as if he were a fool. I hadn't paid attention to the general chat group for about 3 or 4 days, but during that time a so-called Qi Dao Alliance suddenly appeared. Of the Ichi Dao Alliance before, or rather, I had never paid attention to it. In other words, it was a small alliance, one of the many small alliances that sprang up like mushrooms after the Snow Dragon Lord incident. A small league has expanded so quickly. It seems that what the boss said is true. This guy has the support of locals in Atlanta. Manhwa rejected the other party's request and ignored their threats. If he were still in his original territory, he might still be wary of the other party, but now that he has come to Chen Yi's place. If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. Besides, with Chen Yi around, the sky won't fall. Beep beep, beep beep. Manhwa had just rejected the other party's message when she received another private message. Big brother Manhwa, I've made up my mind. I'm joining the Suabian Alliance. Could you please help me apply for it with the alliance leader? A DI named Lei Qi spoke up. This guy? Manhwa was somewhat surprised. This guy was the pharmacist who was planning to join the Suabian Alliance. He had tentatively asked the boss, who said that only special talents could be taken in, and the other party's potion-making abilities did indeed qualify him as a special talent. But there are 2 things Manhwa doesn't understand. First, the other party's potions are clearly very profitable, so why don't they continue to make money from them? Second, given the current situation where the Qi Dao Alliance is at its peak, the other party should be considering the Qi Dao Alliance first, right? Why did they come to the relatively unknown boss instead? Have you made up your mind? Manhwa asked uncertainly. Yes, please inform them. Lei Qi Dao. Excuse me, can I ask you a question? Manhwa thought for a moment, but in the end he couldn't help himself and asked, why do you want to join a faction? If I'm not mistaken, with your abilities, you must have already developed a complete system of potions, right? Lei Qi felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He knew he would definitely face this problem. He explained, I have a complete system, but it has also brought a lot of trouble. Lei Qi explained to Manhwa why he needed to pledge allegiance to a particular power. It turned out that his long period of potion making had inadvertently triggered the alchemist's secondary profession quest. Accepting this task means he can forge potions faster and more independently, thus avoiding the need for slimes. But after accepting the task, he realized just how difficult it was. All the rare secondary professions so far have been obtained and learned directly through gambling on stones. But his was something he discovered on his own. He took on the task precisely because he had no prior experience. The task is to travel to the eastern continent to find a pharmacist and obtain any of his potion recipes. Everything was going smoothly until he found out the location of Dongzhou and risked going there, successfully inheriting his master's mantle. Yes, it wasn't just a simple recipe, but rather the complete inheritance of the mantle. However, after receiving the mantle, he discovered that he was inexplicably cursed. A mark from the abyss. You have inherited the power of the abyss thief, and you will be wanted by the forces of the abyss. It turns out that the pharmacist he inherited was actually a mortal enemy of the abyss faction. Having gained all of the other's power, one must also bear the other's curse. Since then, he has been on the run, wanted and hunted by various abyss factions. Therefore, he urgently needs a strong person to protect him. So, after we accept you, we have to bear the hostility from the abyss faction? Manhwa asked, somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that the other party's reason was this. But you can also obtain various potions from me. I inherited many special potions from that abyss faction. Although the effect on ordinary creatures is reduced, my potion is still far superior to other potions of the same level. Lei Qi said solemnly. I need to ask the boss. Manhwa did not agree immediately because the other party's situation was beyond his control. You'd better hurry. I can stay in this city for another 3 days. After that, I'll have to move on. If I were to move to another city, I don't know if I could make it there alive. Lei Qi smiled wryly. He knew he had wasted time, but how could he know which camp to choose without careful consideration? He was the kind of person who focused on research and didn't go out much, so his memory of the alliance was still based on the scene where Chunyi dominated it all. Although after learning more about it, he discovered that the recently emerging Qi Dao alliance was also quite powerful. He ultimately chose Chunye's side. The reason is simple. He purchased all the information about energy cores released by the Qi Dao alliance and Chunyi. Chunye's is more comprehensive. None of the 3 members of the 3 Singles Alliance have information on energy cores, which proves that they are weaker than the one Qi Dao Alliance and Chunyi. Of the 2, Chunye's information included a special energy core. Clearly, Chunyi is more powerful. It's that simple and quite unpretentious. The next step is to see if Chunyi will agree to his request before he is killed. If there is enough time, he can use the teleportation array between cities to quickly reach Chunye's side for protection. If there's not enough time, we'll have to find another way. It's best to let the boss make the decision on these kinds of things. In the heart of the city, Manhwa strode toward Chunyi. Because their cities were relatively close, Manhwa simply decided to stay in Haina with Chunyi first. Because of the short distance, he now chooses to find Chunyi and then tell him many of the news. At this moment, the boss should be thinking about how to handle the statue issue, right? Manhwa made a rough guess. The leader wanted to find the so-called soul of the ancient tree, but before that, he had to deal with the city's statues. However, this issue of idols involves a struggle for faith in the gods, and it is not so easy to handle. Really, arriving at the center of the city, Chunyi was staring blankly at the statue. This is so annoying. Chunyi scratched his head, inwardly grumbling about Yuna's so-called code. These past few days he's been spreading coded messages everywhere, and no one except Manhwa has been able to answer them. But Manhwa couldn't possibly be the other side's spy. Yuna probably didn't expect Chunyi to be able to break through Haina so quickly, so she left this coded message for Chunyi to find slowly. This put Chunyi in a difficult position. He was good at fighting, but this kind of thing, difficult to handle. Chunyi turned around and saw that Manhwa was standing not far behind him at some point. Boss. Manhwa stepped forward. Reporting to my lord. Just as Chunyi was about to approach Manhwa, a very anxious voice came from the badge on Chunyi's chest. Reporting to my lord. We have discovered a large force approaching our city at full speed, estimated to be over 30,000. Chunyi looked down at the badge on his chest. It was a communication tool he had captured from Haina City. He had heard it came from the Silver Moon Empire and was quite useful. It allows people without a control panel to communicate with you from a distance, serving a similar purpose to the bronze necklace that Yadin gave you. This one is just more convenient and can be used by multiple people at the same time. The army? Who could it be at this time? Chunyi looked slightly puzzled. Sir, The enemy army is already within 5 miles of us, and their numbers are estimated to be over 40,000. Chapter 348, Killing a City. Brother Wong, I'm once again asking your troops to be at the forefront. Outside the city of Haina, a menacing army arrived 2 kilometers away to discuss countermeasures. Don't worry, General. As long as there are enough energy stones, I can always be at the forefront. Great, that's satisfying. The general who was speaking smiled with satisfaction. The other generals around him nodded in agreement. Don't worry, brother, there will be plenty of energy stones. As long as the rescue mission is completed, I will give you 20,000 energy stones. In the subsequent counterattack, as long as you continue to contribute, we will definitely contribute another 50,000 energy stones. The general spoke very frankly, seemingly not caring at all about the energy stones. Yes, compared to living soldiers, energy stones are utterly insignificant. They wanted to save the soldiers' lives, while the other side completely disregarded the soldiers' lives and only wanted the energy stones. The two sides reached a consensus through the introduction of a certain important figure. General, energy stones are secondary. After we launch a counterattack on the city, I will need a lot of energy cores. The general, addressed as Brother Wong, spoke with great conviction. On the surface, it's Brother Wong, but in reality, it's the leader of the Qi Dao Alliance who is in charge of the operation. As a lord, his desire for energy cores far surpassed that for energy stones. Yes, of course it's yours. A hint of apprehension flashed in the general's eyes. The brothers sent from above are very loyal. Whether it's charging into battle or fighting in a limited formation, they are always at the forefront. Such friendly forces should be appreciated by everyone. But the person in front of me has a strange habit. After conquering an enemy city, he actually liked to seize the city's foundation. The energy core is the foundation upon which a city is built. In past wars, whether national wars or other wars, no matter how fierce the battles were, no one would touch the energy core. Because this is not only the core of a city, but also the guarantee of the lives and safety of tens of thousands of people. Under normal circumstances, even with the deepest hatred, the worst-case scenario is nothing more than the massacre of a city. A massacre of a city means killing tens of thousands of people, while taking away the energy core means permanently destroying the city. Without the protection of the energy core, people's status is no longer safe, and any powerful monster that emerges could sweep through and erode this peripheral city. Only a sufficiently strong military force can guarantee the safety of the city at that time. How many cities can possess such a powerful military force? They were deeply wary of such behavior, but due to orders from their superiors, they had no choice but to agree to the deal. I really don't understand these guys. They actually want to wipe out an entire city and destroy it, leaving no descendants. Aren't they afraid of retribution? Aren't they afraid of divine punishment? The general on the side whispered to another general. Who knows? Another general looked at the army of the One Qi Alliance and replied, Look at these people. Their faces are expressionless. They're just like Deadpool. A person who can train so many Deadpools must have no conscience at all. The other general who was speaking to him looked at the Qi Dao Alliance upon hearing this. Qi Dao Alliance was very well organized, and even after a long journey, they did not show any dissatisfaction. They wore uniform yellow and white armor, had uniform faces, and even uniform expressions. I don't think it's Deadpool. Do you think it could be a mechanical soldier forged by one of the Empire's powerful alchemists? Mechanical soldiers? No way. The general who was speaking to him was taken aback at first, and then retorted. It does look very similar, but I heard that the funds for the past 2 years have been used to develop how to eliminate the protective shield. I don't think anyone has the spare resources to develop such a thing. Who knows? Perhaps someone disobeyed the Emperor's orders. Be careful what you say. You can't bring up these kinds of things again. The general realized his slip of the tongue and immediately stopped. At the same time, Chen Yi, inside the city walls, was unconcerned about the sudden attack. With a mere 40,000 troops, goblins can easily handle it. With a single thought, the goblins who had just finished licking the idol and were digesting the god's power immediately rose and formed a neat army. 1,000 people are enough. Chen Yi considered the number of enemy troops and decided to send out 1,000 black armor goblins. Until a stronger unit is developed, the black armor goblin, the king of ground warfare, is still very useful. Now that I have gathered a Tyrannosaurus Rex with off-the-charts combat power and a Shin turtle with off-the-charts defense and endurance, I can start raising new goblins once I collect 3 more powerful creatures. Boss, the enemy has 40,000 men, and you're only fielding 1,000? Manhwa asked unexpectedly. That's enough. Chenyi answered. That's enough. Manhwa swallowed hard. He didn't think his boss was lying, but he realized that he had underestimated the strength of these terrifying monsters again. What level does the boss belong to? Manhwa sighed inwardly. He felt as if the gap between him and his boss was as vast as an eternity. It's okay, it's okay. It's normal for someone in business to have slightly weaker combat skills. Manhwa comforted herself in this way. What brings you here? Chenyi looked at Manhwa and asked. Oh. The latter then realized that he had come with important business as well. Abyss forces. Chenyi was somewhat surprised by what Manhwa described. Yes, boss, the other side has been targeted by a force called the Abyss. Although this apothecary lord is exceptionally talented, however, it's alright, we can accept him. Just have him come over. Chenyi interrupted Manhwa. Yes. The eldest brother made the decision. Manhwa no longer hesitated and immediately replied to Lei Qi. Hey boss, what's going on? Manhwa sent the coordinates and the message of agreement to Lei Qi at the same time, and in the blink of an eye, he saw Chenyi holding 2 energy cores. Upgrade. Chenyi said matter-of-factly. Upgrade. Manhwa gasped. He hadn't expected that just when he caught up with his boss was about to reach an even higher level. You have met the requirements to upgrade your fountain. Would you like to upgrade? Yes. Chapter 349, Spring Upgrade. Congratulations. Your fountain has reached level 5, unlocking a new gene lock. Current number of gene lock fusions, 6. Congratulations. Your fountain has been upgraded to level 5. Your troops will receive double the post-battle experience. Congratulations. Your fountain has been upgraded to level 5. The time it takes for your units to reach adulthood has been shortened. The current estimated time is 3 hours. Congratulations. Your fountain has been upgraded to level 5. You have obtained a temporary fountain banner. Current number of battle flags, 3. Congratulations on becoming the first lord to reach level 5 with your fountain. You have received a special reward. The cost of summoning your special units will be significantly reduced. Chenyi heard the long-awaited notification sound incessantly, and a sense of urgency welled up inside him. Awesome, so awesome. Although I've experienced this many times before and no longer feel the same excitement, the substantial increase in my strength still excites me. The breakthrough in gene lock was expected, since the fountain would increase with each upgrade. The unit maturity speed is probably for upgrading high-tier units. It's useful for me personally, but not very much. As for double experience, it does have some use, making it easier to develop your own troops. However, what he valued most in this upgrade was not the double experience, but the special rewards and battle flags. The battle flag over the spring. You can temporarily plant a battle flag to gain the right to summon a unit type in a different location. This feature, Chenyi was taken aback. This was somewhat similar to the token reward he received when he first conquered the city of Os. The only difference is that the token allows you to store a unit and summon it at any time, while this one allows you to summon it directly, but it cannot be stored. While it lacks some of the conveniences, it places greater emphasis on protecting its territories. Chenyi instantly distinguished the difference between the two. With the battle flag, as long as you have enough energy stones, you don't need to worry about your city being captured. It's a good new ability. Chenyi exclaimed in admiration. As for the reduction required to summon special units for this special reward, Chenyi opened his spring water panel. The first thing you see is a selection panel that shows you have already occupied 4 cities. You can choose to plant a flag and fix a troop type. He skipped that option and went straight to the energy stones needed to summon units. Dark Goblin requires 30 energy stones to summon, quantity, 5. Goblin with ram horns, summoning requires the necessary energy stone. Werewolf Goblin. Iron Goblin. Giant Wolf Goblin. Of regular goblins summoned remain the same as before, until Black Armor Goblin requires 40 energy stones to summon, quantity, 1. Dragon Goblin requires 45 energy stones to summon, quantity, 1. Lazy Goblin requires 20 energy stones to summon, quantity 1. Holy Light Goblin requires 50 energy stones to summon, quantity 1. Mushroom Goblin requires 300 energy stones to summon, quantity 1. The Evil Soul Goblin requires 10,000 energy stones and 1 Evil God's power. My goodness, this is... Back to the starting village. Chenyi was speechless with shock when he saw the energy stone needed to summon the goblin. That's incredible. Absolutely incredible. He originally thought that there would be no more rewards for the first time at this level, since the rewards decrease as you go higher. But unexpectedly, there was a final gift. What's the difference between this and returning to the starting village with a max-level character? Chunya's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. At this moment, all he wanted to do was shout, "Who else?" The energy stones required to summon a golden goblin are equivalent to those at the silver level, while those at the king level are equivalent to those at the golden level. This upgrade is enough to make the goblins, who already have an advantage in numbers, even better. Especially the mushroom goblin, this monstrous unit. Now summoning one only costs 300 energy stones. Is there any justice left? Is there no justice at all? No. But it's not good. Ha 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 ha. Chunyi chuckled involuntarily and continued studying his control panel. Dark Goblin Fountain, a unique unit building. Level 5. Daily Goblin breeding limit, unlimited. Current energy required for conception, 30, 40, 45. Materials required for advancement, 1,000 extraordinary crystals, 40 units of indigo stone, 1,000 units of molten iron, for energy cores. Note, these are cunning creatures from the dark abyss. Any creature that underestimates them will pay a bloody price. Be careful, these vile creatures disregard reproductive barriers. Chunyi was excitedly studying the material, while Manhwa watched his boss chuckle and then burst into wild laughter. Looks like we've had quite a haul. I wonder if the boss upgraded the territory or the fountain. At this moment, Manhwa had completely given up on pursuing them. Perhaps this is why the boss only hires exceptional talents. The rest simply can't keep up with his development. Manhwa sighed and then left. There's nothing I can do, it's just too discouraging. He needs to browse the general chat channel to try and make himself noticed. Although he was insignificant to the boss, he was among the top tier of the entire Lord's forces. Even if the secret of the energy core is now exposed, the number of people who can actually upgrade their territory or spring will be no more than a handful. I glanced at the battlefield as I passed the city wall. The goblins have broken out and are slaughtering on the battlefield, like lions hunting sheep. TSK. What a punk, daring to cause trouble here. Manhwa shook his head and then left. Sure enough, once I'm with the boss, I don't have to worry about safety at all. I can confidently make great strides in the business world. In the battlefield, unlike the leisurely pace of Manhwa and Chunyi, the people here are fighting frantically. That doesn't seem quite right. To be more precise, he's struggling to avoid being killed by the monster on the other side. Brother Wong, help me. Have your men cover the rear. Have your men cover the rear. One of the fleeing generals appealed to the leader of the Qi Dao Alliance. Brother Wong, as long as your men cover the rear, I'll double the energy stones. The general, looking at the silent members of the Qi Dao Alliance, gritted his teeth and offered a large sum of money. Don't worry, brother, leave it to me. Seemingly triggered by a keyword, the general of the Qi Dao Alliance, whose eyes had been empty and devoid of any color just a second ago, instantly regained his color and began to command his soldiers to carry out a suicidal rearguard action. These monsters are goblins. How do these monsters resemble goblins? Special goblin? Are they trained by someone, or are they troops from other lords? After accepting the mission to cover the rear, the leader of the Qi Dao Alliance looked at the monsters on the panel in front of him. I initially thought this battle would be easy and simple, but now it seems that's not the case. Their own troops are being rapidly reduced. Their 40,000 strong army has been reduced to only 30,000, and they are still desperately retreating. If it's a military branch, then we could try to win them over. The leader of the Qi Dao Alliance was not concerned that his troops were being slaughtered at an alarming rate. His troops were special and did not have a loyalty system. Therefore, he doesn't care about the death of his troops. As long as he is given energy stones, he can have as many troops as he wants. On the contrary, he was quite interested in the monster on the other side. If such monsters become one of our own, the Qi Dao Alliance will develop even faster. He said to the people around him, check which lords are around this coordinate. After finding out, try to win them over. Yes. The subordinates began to act, while the leader of the Qi Dao Alliance kept a close eye on the screen. The opponent is strong, but he is even stronger behind him. He hopes the opponent won't be ungrateful. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind killing another high-ranking lord to establish his authority. Chapter 350, The Alchemical Beast. Damn it, where did the city lord of OSS get these monsters? After the battle, the remaining 10,000 or so defeated soldiers looked at the city behind them in frustration. Now he didn't know how to explain this to his city lord. Not only did he admit that his rescue mission was not completed, but most of the soldiers he brought with him were also killed or wounded. The generals looked at each other, their expressions not good. Only the general-level soldiers promoted by the Qi Dao Alliance showed no expression. Stones of several generals ensured that they suffered almost no losses. It's just a shame that they didn't manage to capture the energy core they had planned for. Damn it, I almost forgot about this. The generals glanced at the general from the Chi Dao alliance with long faces, and instantly remembered that they had promised to give the other party double the energy stones. Although energy stones are not gold coins, they are still valuable, especially in the Silver Moon Empire, where they are used extensively for research, making them even more valuable. What a pity that damn guy didn't die in there. The generals watched with a sinister look. If the enemy died on the battlefield, they wouldn't need to provide them with energy stones. Now, not only will they be reprimanded by the city lord, but they will also have to shamelessly ask the city lord for resources. How about we kill him? The generals kept a close eye on the general of the One Chi alliance, their expressions unspoken. Chi Dao alliance, seeing this, naturally knew what these people were planning. He took the initiative to speak, saying, "Everyone, don't be discouraged. This defeat was purely due to the enemy being too strong, and it is not your fault. I have already reported the situation here to the Empire, and aid from the Empire will arrive soon, so you don't need to worry about the mission." What? The Empire has already been notified. The generals' faces darkened again. The other side had already notified the Empire, which meant that the city lord already knew about their affairs. Damn it. Seeing this, the generals knew they could no longer kill the deadly servant in front of them, and resentment grew in their hearts. This move by the opponent has caused us to lose face. However, because of the Empire, they cannot kill this guy. In fact, they have to swallow their pride and ask for the specific details. Brother Wong, may I ask how the Empire handled this? The group was not surprised that the other party possessed long-distance communication capabilities. Such things, while rare in the Silver Moon Empire, were not considered particularly valuable. The other party was able to possess it entirely because of their city lord's generosity. Of the One Chi alliance glanced at the changed looks in everyone's eyes and said, "The Empire and the city lords behind them mean, wait." The generals asked in confusion, "May I ask what kind of support we are providing? Since the higher-ups have told us to wait, it means there must be reinforcements. But what kind of reinforcements are they? How many reinforcements are there?" The leader of the One Chi alliance sneered. "The reinforcements should be alchemical behemoths, but we don't know how many soldiers they have." As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward the city of Hainan not far away. More accurately, it refers to the two small towns surrounding the city of Hainan. He said, "Gentlemen, the two small cities surrounding this city must have been built in recent years, right? They don't seem to be on the map of the Empire." One of the generals immediately knew what this guy was thinking. The general said, "The Empire has no records of this. It must be a newly built city. Then do these two cities possess energy cores?" The leader of the One Chi alliance asked. The general's expression changed, and after a moment of silence, he said, "As long as a city becomes a city with a certain population and sufficient living conditions, it can receive the blessings of heaven." So it exists? Of course there is, but the ownership still needs to be determined by the Empire. The general quickly took over the conversation. He had been so focused on the battle that he hadn't noticed that Hainan wasn't just one city, but three. With 3 cities, no wonder they dared to be the first to establish a kingdom among so many cities. Although there are many cities now, they have already been targeted by jackals. Glanced at the general of the Chi Dao alliance and sighed deeply. "Certainly." Of the One Chi alliance said with satisfaction, "I will." He naturally wanted to take advantage of this unexpected windfall. As for how to win, naturally, this includes the energy stones already compensated by the opposing city lord and the support from the Empire. The alchemical behemoth that the Empire has repeatedly tried to defeat is not so easy to deal with. He will surely conquer this city today. Silver Moon Empire. Thick steam rises from the towering city walls, and skyscrapers rise one after another. Unlike the detached houses of the Titan Empire, the houses here are stacked one on top of another, like a multi-layered cake crookedly forming a steel forest. Whoosh! A tall building, as if it had a life of its own, emitted black smoke that melted the snowflakes that were about to fall. The tall buildings continuously emitted black smoke to dissipate the snowflakes, making the originally terrifying white disaster only slightly colder for the people of the Silver Moon Empire. Of course, this treatment is limited to the more central cities. Ordinary cities do not possess this level of alchemical technology. Many cities are forced to adopt even less efficient methods to survive the white catastrophe, such as raising an alchemical creature with a furnace in its belly. This way, he could not only keep himself warm, but also take on some orders for forging alchemical tools. However, These alchemical creatures also require a considerable amount of gold coins. Besides these two, there is another type, the alchemical stove, which is the most popular heating device among commoners. While alchemical heaters may not be as comfortable as alchemical creatures or alchemical buildings, their low price makes them popular among ordinary people. However, this thing needs to be constantly replenished with energy stones, which makes many ordinary people afraid to keep it running all day. Phew, this damn snow. I wonder if there's such heavy snow anywhere in the Alliance. A man wearing a cloak and carrying a blazing brazier stood at the back of a long queue, complaining. Chunyi had already agreed to join his cause, and he needed to get protection from the former before his pursuers caught up with him and marked him again. Why are there so many people in this group? Aren't only rich people supposed to be able to afford to use formations? Lei Chi looked on with a grumbling expression. These days, it takes at least half a day to get a turn in the queue. The longer he couldn't reach Chunyi, the greater the danger he would be. Damn the rules. We can't even use gold coins to cut in line. Lei Chi complained again. Suddenly, someone bypassed Lei Chi and headed straight for the teleportation array. Hey, you're fucking stupid. Before Lei Chi could finish speaking, he felt a tremor behind him. The earth trembled, and behind that person came three enormous and bizarre alchemical creatures. One was bloated like a lump of flesh and blood, another was like a giant steel ape, and the last one was like a combination of a standing lizard and a human. This is a high-end product of the Silver Moon Empire, an alchemical behemoth. Damn, so what if you're a noble, running around with little monsters everywhere? Lei Chi whispered sourly. If his unit wasn't a slime, he wouldn't need to seek Chunye's protection right now. They could also be just like the person in front of them, arrogant and domineering with their own monster. Unfortunately, his unit type was slimes. The slime, one of the three idiots. It's not that our units are weak, it's that the three idiot units simply can't be developed. Damn it, Lei Chi realized he had touched a sore spot, and couldn't help but feel sad for a few seconds. Chapter 351, The Spy Lord. The spring has been upgraded, and the power of the gods has been obtained. Inside the city of Haina, Chunyi summarized his gains. My purpose for this trip was to capture the guardian beast of Haina City and obtain the divine power from the statue. Among them, the divine power was licked by goblins. About 100 dragon goblins possessed abundant divine power, which allowed them to seize the opportunity to plant curse marks without consuming any of it. In other words, one idol can bring you the benefit of 100 cursed goblins. His other plan was to raise another goblin. This plan originally required 5 powerful magical beasts, but now, due to the upgrade of the spring, he needs 6. Xian turtle that he already possesses, he is still missing 4 more. In that case, the next goal is clear. Chunyi organized his gains and his needs. The next primary goal is search for the soul of the ancient tree to obtain the second special core. Seek powerful magical beasts to continue training your goblin troops. Continue to cultivate the undead pseudo-dragon. At the same time, we also need to find a solution to the problem of the preservation of the statues of Yuna and the god of light. There is only one city, but we want 2 gods, so we must handle this carefully. Or more accurately, how to build the statue of Yuna without the knowledge of the people in the Holy Church. After all, while exchanging 3 cities for a share of divine power is tempting, it's far less substantial than Yuna's reward. The other party forced the beast god to give him 100 portions of divine power just for helping him. Of these tasks, cultivating the undead pseudo-dragons turned out to be the simplest. After all, once you possess the treasure tree within the city, you can reap experience fruits simply by investing energy stones. Oh, right. We also need to pay attention to the harvesting of Lord's energy stones. Chunyi remembered something. Once the Lords find out how to obtain the energy core, it will definitely cause chaos. Although I don't care, I should still pay attention to the chaos caused by these Lords. However, this can be left to Manhwa, since he was in charge of the news section before. Chunyi thought about it and realized that he only needed to know the general idea. In other words, I still only have 3 goals. The issue of the statues can be temporarily shelved because the correct contact person cannot be found and the church is not pressing for action. As for finding powerful magical beasts, the breeding base at Atita's place should be ready by now, and we can harvest a giant dragon. The remaining 2, we can only search around or pray to the spirit of the ancient tree. Chunyi summarized what he needed to do next. First, we search for the soul of the ancient tree. Second, continue searching for powerful magical beasts. You can harvest them at the breeding base through prayer. Third, cultivate false dragons from the dead. Okay, these are the 3. After summarizing his recent plans, Chunyi looked at the ring that the butler had given him. There's nothing I need, except for some materials for upgrading my territory. Everything else is worthless. Among them, energy stones are only around 10,000. I don't know where Albin squeezed out 10,000. Chunyi thought for a moment, took out the useful items from the ring, and then stuffed in 20,000 energy stones to maintain the protective shield in special circumstances. There are 3 cities, 3 of which contain energy cores. 2 of them were used to upgrade the fountain. The last one, Haina, was preserved because it was to be given to the evil god Yuna. Someone, give these to Albin. Chunyi summoned his subordinates, saying that if nothing unexpected happened, he would assign Albin to manage this place from now on. Of course, before that, we need to give the butler some confidence and let him fight a battle to see the benefits of his cursed seal. At the same time, Chunyi calmly carried out his plan to become stronger step by step, and the other lords did the same. In a small chat group with only 5 people. Immortal Buair, Old Dog Huang, is it true that your so-called local strength will help us? I am innocent of shooting you. To emphasize, there is not a single yellow character in my group name. I am honest, upright, and have a clean conscience. As the group admin, he felt helpless about the constant rumors about him. You re-awesome. Old Huang, stop with the nonsense. We all know how to get the energy core. Do you really think the locals will help us if we reveal our identities? It's a small group, so any one person's comment will attract the attention of the others. I am not guilty for shooting you, I emphasized. I am referring to the power of the Silver Moon Empire, not all of it. As long as it's a force of the Silver Moon Empire, once you reveal your identity, someone will contact you and help you conquer other cities. I'm practically 2 meters tall. Old Huang, is there really such a good thing? Another person popped up, and everyone was paying attention to the small group's every move, especially when this kind of news, which they considered fundamental to them, was mentioned. The dog, still clinging to its owner's affection, interjected, 1.5 meters? Old Huang has already explained it very clearly. The Silver Moon Empire just sees us as cannon fodder that can be used at will. They don't have the various tricks you're imagining. I am innocent of shooting you. Brother understands things more thoroughly. The people of the Silver Moon Empire don't care about our identities. As long as we can charge into battle and help them take more than 100 cities located between the 2 countries, we are a useful blade. And they will certainly not treat us poorly with good blades. Regarding the worries of the group members, the group leader, Zheng Sun, I, the Emperor, am not guilty, patiently explained. After all, they're all on the same side. If one of them becomes stronger, the rest will benefit from it. Rounding up to my 2-meter height. That's what I said, but I still feel like I've been fished out. I am innocent of shooting you, no problem. Even if those guys from the Silver Moon Empire have designs on us, they'll have to wait until we've received the first wave of benefits. Once we obtain any one of the energy cores, a qualitative change will occur. At that time, there will be no restrictions on the summoning of different troop types, and we will all be heroes. I am innocent of shooting you. As the first person to come into contact with this plan, I have long since figured out the pros and cons. Once we develop ourselves, even if the Silver Moon Empire has designs on us, they will be powerless to stop us. After all, once the summoning restrictions of that day are lifted, he has a great chance of conquering the next city on his own. It just takes a few more days to accumulate energy stones. I'm roughly 2 meters tall. Okay, let's do it. After careful consideration, he realized that he already had a significant advantage over the lords who had information but lacked the ability and methods to capture the city's energy core. It was a bit risky, but it was worth it. Let's do it. The Immortal of No 2 also expressed the same opinion. Damn, what am I supposed to do? As the most clear-headed person in the group, I'm stuck on this unresolved bond between a human and a dog. Among us, I'm the only one not on the border of the Silver Moon Empire. I'm still quite a distance away from this place, so I can't participate in such a plan. Why don't you try contacting the cities on the border of the Titan Empire? The group owner, I am innocent of shooting you, suggested. He had long considered that since the Silver Moon Empire was using them as cannon fodder, the Titan Empire had no reason to give up such high-quality cannon fodder. Isn't that a bad idea? The dog, still clinging to its past, said somewhat awkwardly. You're all from Silver Moon. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for me to join Titan as a spy? I'm about 2 meters tall. There's nothing wrong with it, as long as we don't fight over the same city. Immortal Buair. That makes sense. We can even act as each other's inside agents. I am innocent of shooting you. That's right. Anyway, all we want is the energy core. As for the ownership of the city and the people, it doesn't matter who rules it. Hiss. The unbreakable bond between humans and dogs seems to have opened up some amazing ideas, giving me a slightly itchy feeling. Is this feasible? Feasible. Multiply by 3. Chapter 352. Asking Chunyi about the issue of troop types. 1 Chi Alliance. My lord, we have found the 2 strongest lords in that area. A low-ranking lord reported to the leader of the Chi Dao Alliance. Among them, there are 2 who are most likely to possess such strength. One is Hanyu, and the other is Chunyi. Hanyu Chunyi? The leader of the 1 Chi Alliance listened to these 2 names with surprise. He spoke first. Hanyu is unlikely. Hanyu just inherited Atita's territory, and his troops should be genuine flame dragons. As for Chunyi, of the Chi Dao Alliance was somewhat perplexed about this person's troop type. The legendary former strongest lord's troops were downgraded from demigods to saints, and now he's become the Lord of Goblins. Are there any other lord's territory nearby? Of the Chi Dao Alliance was not very satisfied with the result. After all, the opponent's unit type, Goblins, was a bit abstract. It seems that there is no one like that. There was a Chun Mo before, but it seems that this Lord Chun Mo disappeared some time ago and lost his territory. Our people have already verified this on site, and the other party's territory has indeed been abandoned and replaced by a silver-level lord. Is that so? Of the 1 Chi Alliance stroked his chin. Could it really be Chunyi? But even if Chunyi's troops are terrible, they shouldn't actually be goblins, right? Never mind. After a moment's thought, the leader of the Chi Dao Alliance waved his hand and said, let's start like Chunyi. He was speaking when he recalled the scene of Chun-Yi killing the Snow Dragon Lord. He then changed his words to, go and ask Hanyu for information about Chunyi's troop type. The 2 lords are very close. The other may know something. The leader of the Chi Dao Alliance ultimately decided to play it safe. Me? Alliance leader, wouldn't it be inappropriate for me to go? The lower-ranking lord said somewhat nervously. Although the other party was a newly appointed saint-level lord, he was still a saint-level lord and had forcibly subjugated the warrior alliance members through force and skill. If I go there myself, they might not even pay attention to me. 2 of the 1 Chi Alliance realized his mistake and said, you continue to investigate the relevant information. I will personally handle the inquiries. Yes. The subordinates breathed a sigh of relief. Haina City Dungeon. A somewhat decadent-looking young man in purple armor chuckled as he stroked the instruments of torture in the dungeon. I never imagined I'd end up in the dungeon I built myself. Luo Wei stroked the torture device he had created, feeling a sense of emotion. He knew he had failed this time, and failed completely. He never imagined that someone could breach his city so quickly that he didn't even have time to retreat. They imprisoned themselves and others in the dungeon, but did not subject them to torture or restraint. The other party was clearly very confident in their own strength, and he had no choice but to believe that the other party did indeed possess such strength. Son, I can handle the 2 guards outside, but after that, you'll have to rely on yourself. There's still a chance to escape through the underground passage you built earlier. There's no chance. Luo Wei interrupted his father. He didn't believe the other side would confidently send only 2 monsters to guard the area, and that those 2 monsters could be easily killed by his own father. Why don't you believe me? Your old man is a Star Realm expert. I've already investigated these 2 guards. They're only diamond level. I can't. Quack. The goblin turned and glanced at Hynax. Gurgle. Hynax swallowed hard. These monsters probably can't understand me, right? Hynax dared not move, fearing that the other party might actually understand what he was saying and then summon more guards. Then I really won't be able to escape. Gagaga. The goblin yawned boredly and then turned its head away. Both of them were cursed goblins bestowed by the supreme god, so after activating the curse, it wouldn't be difficult to defeat this guy who had just reached the star level. Fortunately, these monsters don't understand human language. Hynax was relieved, then added, son, just do as I say. No need, I have a better way. Lo Wei interrupted his father again. It wasn't that he looked down on his father, but rather that his father's plans had a 1 in 10 chance of success. He learned from the person who delivered his meals every day that the city had been completely captured by the enemy. Even if he managed to get out, he wouldn't be able to go far, let alone reach the underground passage. However, this does not mean that I have no chance at all. He had treated the people of the city quite well, so the person who delivered his food took good care of him. With 2 monsters protecting him, he had a pretty good grasp of what was going on in the outside world. After occupying the city, the enemy did not do anything significant except collect energy stones once. Furthermore, this newly arrived city lord had no intention of developing or exploiting the people of the city to work for him. This made him think of a possibility. Although the possibility is small, it is indeed a possibility. That is, the other side doesn't even consider this city worth their attention. Their goal is a much larger city, or something else entirely. In short, for the other side, both their own city and the city of OSS may be a stepping stone. No one cares about the color of a diving board, as long as you can stand on it. Therefore, he could negotiate with the other party to exchange his terms for leaving the city, and even, he could regain control of the city. The reason for this speculation is entirely due to Chun Ye's incredibly large military force. This kind of monster doesn't seem like the methods of the Titan Empire at all. On the contrary, it seems more like the Silver Moon Empire. However, if it were the Silver Moon Empire, my chances of survival would be much greater, since I had only recently joined their ranks. I wonder which noble from the Silver Moon Empire has arrived. Luo Wei pondered Chun Ye's identity, while also considering his own role, or rather, his bargaining chip. You need a bargaining chip to meet the other party or make a deal with them. Are you the former lord of this city? Luo Wei looked up and saw a young figure standing in front of him, seemingly out of nowhere. Where did you get the seed for this tree? Chun Yi reached out and took out a bright green fruit. The fruit exudes an extraordinary magical power. A centipede with numerous skull faces attached to its back coiled around Chun Ye's arm and devoured the fruit. Your undead pseudo-dragon has consumed a special fruit, level +1. Chapter 353. If you don't listen, beat you until you do. You're here? When did you arrive? I didn't notice at all. Luo Wei stared in shock at the young man before him. Although the other man was almost the same age as him, the aura he exuded far surpassed that of himself. His intelligence was recognized by many people, even by a powerful warrior, which cultivated his extraordinary temperament from a young age. Although his demeanor was not flamboyant, it made him stand out from the crowd, far surpassing that of ordinary nobles. In fact, the only ones in the entire city who could overpower him in terms of aura were the 2-star level experts from his own city. But the person before me. Luo Wei felt his breathing become rapid, and his composure under pressure was instantly shattered. Just a second ago, he was marveling at how he had ended up in the dungeon he had created as a prisoner, looking relaxed and strategizing. But the next second, when the person in question arrived, he was suddenly drenched in sweat. Strong. This boy is stronger than me. No, stronger than my own father. Wait, the pet centipede in his arms doesn't seem to be weak either. It's a magical pet that's even more powerful than his own father? At this moment, Luo Wei's brain seemed to freeze, and beads of cold sweat slid down his forehead. Absurd, utterly absurd. I actually wanted to make a deal with someone like that. Monster that can be easily crushed by a random magical pet? This isn't just some nobleman from the Silver Moon Empire. It's more like a prince of the Silver Moon Empire himself. How could someone like that trade? There's no need for any trade. The other party can simply take what they want from me. I don't have the capital to trade with them. Luo Wei was so nervous that he didn't know what to say for a moment. The only person he could think of who could reach the star level at his age and also possess such a powerful monster army was the prince of the Silver Moon Empire. I forgot to put it away. Chun Yi looked at the other person's dazed expression and suddenly realized that he hadn't suppressed his aura after the upgrade. Although the experience points contributed by each goblin after the battle were small, the sheer number of them allowed Chun Yi to level up. He had just finished adding points and was feeding the undead pseudo-dragon when he suddenly remembered the annotation on the Sea of Experience tree. It came from the seeds of the ancient tree. Is this ancient tree the one I've been looking for? Chun Yi thought it was very likely. Because the spirit of the ancient tree will manifest based on what the people nearby desperately desire. Perhaps someone at the time desperately wanted this tree and thus obtained the corresponding seeds. According to his inquiries, the precious tree was obtained by the young master of Haina City. So he came. Where did you get the seed of that precious tree in the city? Chun Yi asked again. Sir, this sir, after swallowing his words several times, Luo Wei finally composed himself. Although I am not worthy, and although the other party can directly obtain whatever they want from here through various methods. But for his own sake, and for the lives of his father and his trusted confidants, he decided to take the gamble. We're betting on their arrogance, on their disdain for using other methods against us, and on their indifference to our lives. My lord, the seed of that precious tree comes from a mysterious ancient land thousands of miles away. If you need it, I can show you the way. But Luo Wei sensed that Chun Yi had withdrawn his aura and mustered his courage to say, but I beg you to release the people in this dungeon. Oh, Chun Yi was surprised. Are you making a deal with me? Chun Yi looked at the person in front of him, and their eyes met. Although the other person was afraid, he did not back down. A few seconds later, Chunyi nodded. If you help me find that place, I can agree to your request. Chunyi didn't care about the lives of these people. They were just bigger grasshoppers, and he could easily crush them if he wanted to. Conversely, if one can subdue the enemy, it seems like a good option for city management. I heard that everything in this city was built by the so-called young city lord, so it seems that the young city lord has some skills in managing the city. Hanyu's territory. Who? The sound of a dragon's roar echoed through the valley. Hanyu was feeding his dragon with the so-called special food for alchemical behemoths from the Silver Moon Empire that he had purchased. This stuff can accelerate the growth cycle of alchemical behemoths. The alchemical behemoths of the Silver Moon Empire are powerful creatures that can stand shoulder to shoulder with dragons. It is precisely because of this special ration that the valley now contains 2 adult fire dragons, 3 subadult fire dragons, and 10 juvenile fire dragons. Such a golden age is unprecedented in Dragon Nest, surpassing even the reign of Adida. Beep beep beep. A rapid system notification sound. The One Chi Alliance. Hanyu looked at the person who had sent him the private message with surprise. The other party offered 1,000 energy stones to learn about Chunye's troop type. Chunye's military branch information? This news instantly stirred up a memory in Hanyu, a memory etched deep in his heart. Those monsters who slaughtered the city lord's mansion is still vivid in my mind. 10,000 energy stones. Hanyu didn't even hesitate and immediately chose to raise the price. If the other party wants to know about Chunye's unit type, he can say with absolute certainty that, apart from Chunyi and the members of the Suabian Alliance, no one knows the terror of the other party's unit type better than himself. 10,000 energy stones. Has Hanyu gone mad with greed? Upon seeing the message sent by the former, the leader of the Ichi Dao Alliance immediately pulled back and cursed angrily. Chunyi isn't a demigod-level being. I was just asking about the enemy's unit type, and you actually want 10,000 energy stones from me? 10,000 energy stones, but rather that I don't need to. Spending 10,000 energy stones just to find out what type of soldier Chunyi is. Even if you have money, you don't spend it like that. This is not cost-effective at all. Even his offer of 1,000 was due to the fact that both parties were leaders of the alliance. Could it be that there's something strange about Chunye's unit? Ichi Dao Meng thought of something and became worried again. Does that mean we really have to pay 10,000 energy stones just to find out what kind of troops the enemy has? But what if there's something fishy about the enemy's unit composition, and I just blindly rush over? The leader of the One Chi Alliance gritted his teeth and said, 5,000 energy stones, and I'll ask you 2 questions about his troop types. 5,000. Hanyu snorted coldly upon seeing the number. Fine, just 2 questions, not a word more. Good. The leader of the One Chi Alliance immediately agreed. He was the first to ask, is Chunye's unit a goblin? Knowing this, no wonder you came to me to ask about Chunye's troop type. Hanyu was surprised for a moment, then replied, yes. Yes. It really is. The leader of the Ichi Dao Alliance stared wide-eyed. He hadn't expected that the guy who was rumored to be so powerful was actually using goblins as his unit. The leader of the One Chi Alliance paused for a moment, then continued. Using your dragon as a unit, how much combat power does its troop type possess? Damn it. Upon seeing the other person's comment, Hanyu immediately cursed their mother, for they actually used my giant dragon as a unit of measurement. He was somewhat annoyed, but because the other party had paid him money and had an impressive background, he had no choice but to suppress his anger and reply, 2 giant dragons. Based on his speculation about Ostanton and Chunye's unit types, although the opponent's units were as terrifying as hellish demons, their actual strength was roughly equivalent to 2 giant dragons. At that time, Chunyi was equivalent to more than 1 giant dragon, but with his growth over this period, he should be equivalent to 2 giant dragons. Both ends. The leader of the One Chi Alliance received the information he wanted and transferred 5,000 energy stones. He instantly felt that his energy stones were not worth the money. With only the strength of 2 dragons, he had commanded 3 alchemical behemoths comparable to dragons. What a waste of my 5,000 energy stones. The leader of the One Chi Alliance cursed under his breath, then opened the information panel. Knowing the disparity in strength between the 2 sides, he had no more reservations and could confidently try to persuade the enemy to surrender. If the other party doesn't listen, then beat them until they do. Chapter 354, Harvesting the Breeding Base. Upon receiving the 5,000 energy stones, Hanyu immediately used them to purchase food for the alchemical behemoth. For some reason, he's been feeling uneasy lately, with a sixth sense telling him that something is about to happen. His solution was to improve his own strength as quickly as possible. This feeling has occurred 3 times so far. This was the first time he managed to evade an ambush set by a Gold Lord. Only afterward did he learn that the Lord had known all along that killing other lords would yield energy stones and had begun a massacre. The second time was when he followed Adida on a mission. That time, his sixth sense allowed him to escape death once again and obtain his current territory. The third one was a recent riot launched by several high-ranking lords of the Warriors Alliance after they discovered that their leader had been replaced. He had anticipated this and then forcefully replaced those high-ranking lords to stabilize his position. Hanyu muttered to himself, recalling everything that these sixth senses had brought him. There is no doubt that my sixth sense is accurate. This time, my sixth sense definitely tells me something is about to happen. What could it be? Could it be that the other alliance leaders are preparing to attack me? Probably not. What is that? The Silver Moon Empire is enraged that I refuse to become their pawn and is preparing to attack me. Hanyu was feeding his dragon while making guesses. This scenario also seems unlikely. After all, passing through here would mean traversing most of the Thousand Dark Forest. What exactly is that? Hanyu stroked the dragon's warm body, trying to gain a sense of security. Ooh. The dragon suddenly raised its head in response. What's wrong? Hanyu sensed the dragon's unease. The next moment, call. The dragon flapped its enormous wings, spread its massive body, and soared into the sky, roaring angrily at the distance. Is there an enemy? What kind of person could make a dragon so nervous? Hanyu frowned and looked at the sky. In the sky, adult dragons, sub-adult dragons, and even young dragons took to the air and roared at the distant horizon. What is that? Hanyu sat atop one of the sub-adult dragons, watching the figure in the distance grow ever closer. Birdman. Hanyu looked at the figure in the distance with some curiosity. The other party was actually a humanoid creature with wings. As the creature drew closer and closer. Suddenly, holy crap! Hanyu exclaimed in surprise. Goblins. Goblins. Chunyi is here. Chunyi has discovered my territory. I don't have any grudge against Chunyi, do I? No, I just betrayed his troop type information. Hanyu's expression changed, and he became very flustered. Wait, that's not right either. Chunyi's troops are at most equivalent to 2 giant dragons, but I have more than 2 giant dragons here. Hanyu suddenly remembered something. Based on his own estimation, the opponent's units were at most equivalent to 2 adult dragons, while he had 2 adult dragons, 3 sub-adult dragons, and 10 juvenile dragons. But I'm still so nervous. Hanyu swallowed hard, watching the approaching goblin manipulate one of the young dragons to retreat behind the rest of the dragons. How many are there in total? Hanyu stared in shock at the goblins in the sky. 100, 200, 400, 1,000, 2,000, 2,005. This thing, when did it start being measured in thousands? Wait, what's that behind us? A giant, dark blue dragon. The shocked Hanyu even forgot to run away for a moment. How many goblins killed that dragon back then? How many dragons do I have now? Gagaga. The goblins flew to their breeding grounds with their horns. Haina City. A complete idiot. Chunyi angrily closed his private messages and blocked the other party. A guy who claimed to be the leader of the One Chi Dao Alliance wanted to add me as a member, but I didn't agree at first. He already had a bad impression of this alliance, but this time they gave him 1,000 energy stones as a gesture of friendship. When Chunyi accepted the offer, he assumed it was to discuss the sale of information about the energy core. He had thought that since the other party's attitude was good, he could take some time to chat with them. To their surprise, the other party immediately said, "Join our Chi Dao Alliance, and you'll receive unexpected benefits. As long as you give up your current city and contribute your energy core, I can let you join us and become a founding member of the Chi Dao Alliance." Chunyi felt his brain instantly turn dirty, and he no longer wanted to pay attention to this idiot. Manhwa has already investigated the other party's background, and it is estimated that an ancient and meritorious noble family of the Silver Moon Empire is backing him. Its status is equivalent to half of the Sarah Chamber of Commerce. Although powerful, it is not powerful enough to inspire fear in me. This person immediately asked him to join the Chi Dao Alliance and hand over his energy core. I handed over the energy core that I had gone through so much trouble to you, just in exchange for what you call unseen benefits, and to join your alliance? If that ancient noble patriarch above you had said such a thing, Chunyi might have thought the other party was arrogant. But you, a lackey actually. Chunyi was speechless. If the other party's territory weren't so far away in the Silver Moon Empire, he would definitely have gone to ask them for advice. Sir, what's wrong? Beside Chunyi, Luo Wei asked somewhat reservedly. The aura that Chunyi had inadvertently emitted just now made him feel very uncomfortable. As expected of a prince of the Silver Moon Empire, he is truly powerful. It's all right, please continue. Chunyi regained his composure and continued watching Luo Wei. Not everyone can enter the ancient tree. It can only appear at specific times, and at other times the ancient tree will be surrounded by a barrier. Furthermore, these barriers are guarded by a group of very powerful soldiers. What kind of soldiers are these formidable? Chunyi pressed for an answer. Have no idea. Luo Wei answered. At the time, we tried to attack the companions who were exploring the ancient tree with me, but we were defeated before we even saw their faces. Send them away? Chunyi was somewhat surprised. You attacked them, but they didn't retaliate. They just sent you away? Yes. Luo Wei answered. It's hard to believe, but that's why he was able to come back alive and build Haina. He and his companions received a blessing from the ancient tree after they stumbled upon it. As they realized the power and benefits of the ancient tree and prepared to enter again, the tree's barrier opened. They tried to attack, but were easily driven back. He was even accompanied by a nobleman from the Silver Moon Empire, who mobilized the army of a nearby city to try to force his way in, but to no avail. Perhaps they are a group of soldiers who don't enjoy killing. Lowell added. They did sense the other party's emotions at the time. They felt a mixture of goodwill and hatred, probably because they had forced their way in. Is that so? After hearing the news about the soul of the ancient tree, Chunyi had a general idea in his mind. My decision was quite wise. By releasing some insignificant people, he not only obtained the specific location of the ancient tree spirit, but also unexpected intelligence. Sir, then may we? Luo Wei looked at Chunyi expectantly. Okay, you are now free. Go find this Albin. He will arrange your place. They contributed so much just to get Chunyi to let them go and to ask to serve Chunyi. Chunyi naturally agreed to this free labor that was offered to him. Bestowing upon him a cursed seal, he was left to roam freely. No matter what thoughts or schemes you may have, they all amount to nothingness. It's best if you don't have any thoughts about it. If you do, it's just a matter of a single thought. Sir, outside the city. Luo Wei, who had just left, has returned. What happened outside the city? Chunyi looked at the other person with some surprise, wondering why they had returned so soon after leaving. Those people from outside the city are here again, and they've brought an alchemical behemoth with them. You'd better come and take a look. An alchemical behemoth? Chunyi was puzzled. As the former young city lord of Haina, he should have seen alchemical creatures quite a few times, right? What's so interesting about this? With a sense of doubt, Chunyi connected to the goblin's perspective on the city wall. Immediately afterward, two familiar figures appeared in his field of vision. Chunyi's cheeks gradually flushed with excitement. This is a bone-clad lizard dragon and an alchemy giant ape. No, it's a plus version. Chapter 355. This subordinate can't tell the male from the female. Bone-clad lizard dragon, alchemy giant ape, and an unidentified fleshy blob. Great. Chunyi looked excitedly at the army preparing to invade him in the distance. Among the scattered group of several thousand people were three astonishingly large creatures, clearly reinforcements brought by the other side. However, this helper just happened to be the one who touched his heart. He was just wondering where to find powerful magical beasts, and he was even prepared to pray to the ancient tree spirit for a few, but he never expected that someone would actually deliver them to his door. This is a good person. Chunyi's eyes shone brighter and brighter. At that moment, he suddenly felt that the Qi-Dao alliance wasn't so bad after all. Sir, should you reveal your identity and ask them to leave? Luo Wei asked somewhat embarrassedly. After all, these people were probably invited by him. They summoned those who came to help them resolve the city's crisis. Unfortunately, their city had already fallen, and the enemy was extremely powerful. Even if reinforcements arrived, they would have to ask for more. However, although the reinforcements arrived, they were clearly no match for this man. This person's true identity is the eldest prince of Silver Moon. Although the alchemical behemoth is powerful, it would never attack members of the royal family. As a prince, he only needs to reveal his identity, and the other party will obediently step back. Identity. Chunyi stopped his vision connection with some surprise. What identity? I don't have any identity. Luo Wei was stunned by Chunyi's answer. What is this guy still pretending for at a time like this? There's no benefit in hiding your identity at this point. Did he plan to wait until the alchemical behemoth breached the city before revealing his identity? I've heard he's brutal, but I've never heard of him having a masochistic fetish. Luo Wei was somewhat puzzled, but he didn't show it. They've already said they don't have any identity, so that means they don't. Anyway, the current city lord isn't me, and he's unlikely to actually cause heavy casualties in the city. After all, he now belonged to Silver Moon, and the people here were also part of Silver Moon. No wonder this person didn't exploit the city's citizens, but only symbolically harvested some energy stones. Luo Wei's self-justification suggested that he had seen through Chun Ye's identity. Sir, perhaps I should go and explain that this is all a misunderstanding? Luo Wei stepped forward and said, it all started because of him. If he doesn't want to take matters into his own hands, he should go out and explain things himself. Simply say that you have already reclaimed your city, or subtly hint at Chun Ye's identity. All of this could resolve the current crisis. After all, 3 alchemical behemoths comparable to dragons had suddenly appeared, and even his own guardian beast was no match for them. What misunderstanding? Chun Ye didn't understand. This is not a misunderstanding. It is simply a struggle between 2 lords. On the surface, this battle appears to be a conflict between cities or something else, but in reality, it is a battle between myself and the leader of the One Chi Alliance. These alchemical behemoths were clearly brought in by the leader of the One Chi Alliance through his connections with the Silver Moon Empire. Given the great distance, how did they manage to bring these giant beasts here so quickly? As Chun Ye watched the alchemical behemoth's eyes light up, he tried to guess how it was traveling. The Silver Moon Empire reveres technology, so it's highly likely that they've developed some advanced equipment or formation that allows for ultra-long distance teleportation. If we could obtain this, future battles would be much easier. In the future, one's territory and subsidies will only increase, and because the energy core has been lost and the protective shield is gone, the army will become especially important. If you encounter a strong enemy, and that city doesn't have a fountain banner, you'll be at a significant disadvantage. But if you obtain the other party's methods, things are different. Being able to teleport over extremely long distances is very convenient for both offense and defense. To give a simple example, consider the Flame Dragon breeding ground, one of my own breeding bases. If I had something like that, I wouldn't need to specifically send frost dragons back to lead the goblins to attack. Teleportation in 1 second. At this moment, Chun Ye not only set his sights on the other person's body, but also on their skills. He's not a jerk. If you love him, you should have his everything. Why does this guy have such a fierce look in his eyes? Luo Wei swallowed, somewhat puzzled. Chun Ye didn't seem afraid or surprised by the arrival of the alchemical behemoth. On the contrary, he was very happy. I'm very happy. Could this person really have some kind of unusual fetish? Do you know anything about these alchemical behemoths? Chun Ye suddenly turned to Luo Wei and asked. Yes, some I guess. Luo Wei replied that, after all, he had joined the Silver Moon Empire. Although he hadn't had time to introduce some of the Silver Moon Empire's advanced magic arrays and alchemical tools, he still had some understanding of these basic things. Then can you help me determine whether these alchemical behemoths are male or female? Luo Wei. Chun Ye's sudden remark made my mind freeze for a moment. This. Gurgle. This person's little quirk is that he likes alchemical behemoths. No way. It can't be. Can you tell? Chun Ye urged him again. He has already dispatched his army, but he doesn't want his army to end up with 2 or 3 infertile creatures after a campaign. Mother, right? Luo Wei replied hesitantly. Knowing the peculiar quirks of those in positions of power is not a good thing. Female. How did you know? Chun Ye looked at Luo Wei in surprise. What he had only asked to reassure himself had actually received an affirmative answer. How did the other party know that what they needed was a breeding alchemical behemoth? Looking at Chun Ye's intense gaze, Luo Wei felt a pang of fear. The first generation of alchemical behemoths were primarily male, in an attempt to create the strongest behemoths, but it was eventually discovered that males were not conducive to the transmission of genes. Therefore, the second generation of behemoths were basically based on the mother body. The behemoths created in this way were not only powerful in themselves, but could also integrate a variety of powerful genes to reach a higher level. This is common knowledge that everyone in the Silver Moon Empire knows. There's no way he wouldn't know it. What does this mean by asking oneself? Could it be? Luo Wei suddenly realized something and decisively changed his words, saying, this subordinate does not know. Perhaps it is because there are more male attributes. This place is remote, so it should have a lot of first-generation alchemical behemoths. Love replied. Only then did he realize that this person meant he should keep it a secret and not tell anyone. The first generation? Could there be a second generation? Chun Ye inquired. Playing dumb, huh? Fine, I'll play dumb too. I can't tell if these are first generation or second generation. Ignoring the metallic sheen on the alchemical behemoth's body, Luo Wei said in a hard voice, the second generation is mainly based on the mother, but from what I see, these are all from the first generation. Is that so? Chunyi immediately lost interest. This is boring. Let me see if the flame dragon has anything I need. Upon receiving a negative answer, Chunyi immediately lost interest in these alchemical behemoths. Let's place our hopes on the flame dragon. Hopefully, it will have a mother. Male seem to be fine too. As for Liao Michelle, I don't know if she needs dragon flesh and blood. Chapter 356, The Bandit Chunyi. Dragon Nest Territory. Robbers. Robbers. My dragon, my mighty dragon. Rarely, human wails echoed through Dragon Valley. Han Yu felt a pang of sorrow as he gazed at the two adult dragons in the sky, one being carried away by a goblin and the other being grabbed and carried away by another giant dragon. Good news, I survived. Bad news. The two adult fire dragons I had painstakingly raised are gone. Robber. Han Yu watched with grief and indignation, his fists clenched tightly. Chunyi, I will avenge this humiliation. Inevitable. Inevitable. Fine, I'll let you off this time. Han Yu got angry for a moment, then let the matter drop. What puzzled him was how Chunyi knew he had sold his information and how quickly he could send troops. Could it be that the leader of the One Chi Alliance betrayed him? Han Yu thought this was Chunyi's warning and punishment, and had no idea of Chunyi's true purpose. Of course, he could never have guessed Chunyi's true purpose. Chunyi is growing too fast. We absolutely cannot provoke him in the future. When the goblin had completely left, a look of apprehension flashed in Han Yu's eyes. He originally thought that after he had luckily obtained a method to shorten the growth cycle of dragons, he could firmly sit on the throne of the first tier. But unexpectedly, Chunyi also had his own opportunities and luck. And it's quite obvious that the other party's opportunities and luck are much stronger than his own. They easily defeated all the dragons in their Dragon Valley. 2 dragons? These are not just 2 dragons, but a number of goblins. I would believe you if you said they were equivalent to 20 dragons. Han Yu felt a chill run down his spine at the thought. A sky full of goblins might not be so terrifying, but if it were replaced by 20 adult dragons, a sense of oppression would instantly overwhelm him. If 20 dragons simply spread their wings, they would be enough to cover a small city, right? 20 dragons, if that's the kind of force they send to attack the city, then there's no doubt that even if the enemy has a protective shield, they won't last more than 3 minutes. The 3 minutes were all granted by the energy stone. Moreover, Chunyi also possesses a frost dragon, an extremely strange and powerful frost dragon. Han Yu recalled the scene at that time. After the strange frost dragon roared, his entire Dragon Valley was left with only adult dragons and subadult dragons who still had the strength to fight. The young flame dragon, said to have extremely strong bloodline, was unable to stand up at all. After understanding Chunyi's terrifying nature, Han Yu became even more wary and resolved never to provoke him again. Fortunately, this time Chunyi only gave him a warning, etc. Han Yu was just feeling relieved when he discovered a serious problem. Damn it! How am I supposed to proceed with my siege without those 2 dragons? After learning how to obtain the energy stones, I immediately arranged to organize an attack on the city. The leader of the alliance was revealed at this time. After learning how to obtain it, he immediately selected the weakest city around one of his alliance members and ordered his alliance lords to attack it. It's difficult for one person to breach a city, but what if there are 10 or 20? As the leader of the alliance, he possesses such resources and power. This makes attacking the city much easier. Of course, this is only much easier, since as long as the opponent has an energy stone, they will always be invincible. During this period, the other party will also seek help through special means. What he had to do was break through the city's defensive shield before the enemy reinforcements arrived. The plan was perfect. Their own members had already activated the protective shield of the city they were besieging. Next, all I need to do is send out the flame dragon to accelerate the depletion of the opponent's protective shield. But, dragon, where do I have any dragons left? Han Yu angrily swung his fist and smashed it into the air. At this moment, he resented himself for not being able to control himself and for agreeing to the deal for 5,000 energy stones. At the same time, they also paid their respects to the entire family tree of the leader of the Ichi Dao Alliance. Damn it, the city issue can't be delayed. If all else fails, we'll have to go through that guy from the Silver Moon Empire. Han Yu gritted his teeth. Although he was extremely unwilling to become a disposable cannon fodder for the other side, the current situation did not allow him to refuse. Perhaps only by relying on the methods of that nobleman from the Silver Moon Empire can he quickly spawn a new adult dragon. The plan has already been implemented, and we absolutely cannot afford to let it all fall apart now. Hanyu knew that this was a time to seize every second. If he missed this opportunity, he didn't know when the next one would come. Meanwhile, it's unknown what kind of power the other alliance leaders will have if they break through the limitations on the number of troop types. More importantly, once one alliance leader breaks through the limit on the number of troops, a large number of lords under his command will begin to break through as well. At that point, the difference won't just be between 1 or 2 people. That might have led to the situation we see today. Like Chunyi, the opponent could crush him at any time by relying on their numerical advantage. Thinking of this, Hanyu took out a silver badge from his hand. The badge features a giant ancient tree, towering into the sky and reaching the earth. At the same time, not far from the battlefield of Haina, a general in a yellow and white robe had eyes that had almost lost their color. They've been arrested? This is what happened. Why? This is impossible. That Hanyu lied to me. Didn't he say that Chunye's combat strength was equivalent to 2 giant dragons? Why did my 3 alchemical behemoths, comparable to dragons, disappear without a trace and be captured alive by the enemy? Damn it! Damn it! How are these goblins so powerful? Why can't he be killed? Why are there so many of them? Damn goblins. Damn Chunyi. Damn Hanyu. The leader of the Ichi Dao alliance immediately wanted to contact Hanyu to demand an explanation, but when he tried to contact Hanyu, he found that he had been blocked by the other party. This immediately infuriated him. You dare to deceive my Chi Dao alliance? Fine, very well. We've now formed a grudge. The leader of the One Chi alliance was furious and had already begun to plan how to retaliate against Chunyi after he conquered Chunye's city and obtained the energy core. This is not Chunye's territory. As long as Chunyi does not upgrade his territory to level 5, he cannot remotely use the energy core to upgrade his territory. In other words, the other party's energy core is still in my hands, waiting to be taken. Humph, the strength of 10 alchemical behemoths. Chunyi, you really are impressive. The leader of the Ichi Dao alliance made a specific judgment based on the 1,000 goblins that Chunyi sent out. Although he was defeated this time, he obtained real information about the other side. Chunye's troop numbers should only be 1,000, roughly equivalent to the power of 100 alchemical behemoths. It was an extremely powerful and undeniable force, and Chunye's strength even exceeded his expectations. However, nothing is absolute. Just because you are not good enough doesn't mean the power behind you is not good enough. After all, Chunyi wasn't blocking his own path, but rather that person's. He was just a more valuable piece of cannon fodder. Since you have some strength and are not unwilling to submit, then we have no choice but to eliminate you. The leader of the One Chi alliance took out a badge, and after thinking it over, he pressed it. The badge is silver white, with a towering ancient tree printed on it, reaching to the sky and standing firmly on the ground. Chapter 357. They're all female. All of them are female. The leader of the Ichi Dao alliance had just tapped his finger on the badge and hadn't even had a chance to select a contact when he saw the light on the badge flashing rapidly. Is this the adults taking the initiative to contact me? The leader of the One Chi alliance was slightly shocked, but quickly agreed. Brush. A beam of light appeared out of thin air through the badge. The figure, dressed in a platinum suit, exuded nobility. His fair face appeared somewhat youthful, but a chilling aura emanated from the window to his soul. Grown-ups of the Ichi Dao alliance immediately bowed in respect. Damn it, she's younger than me. So why do I always feel compelled to submit to her when I see her? He glanced up at the light and shadow, then immediately looked down. The other person wasn't looking at him. Instead, he picked up a book beside him. But this gave the leader of the Chi Dao alliance the feeling that he had been seen through. This feeling is very unpleasant, like the natural suppression that superiors have over inferiors. You failed, didn't you? I can't sense my 3-headed alchemical behemoth anymore. The figure in the light and shadow spoke calmly, yet it exuded immense pressure. Even though the other party didn't show any signs of anger or anything, the leader of the One Chi alliance knew that the person above him was angry. My lord, this was an intelligence failure. Please give me another chance. This time we absolutely won't fail. The opponent's strength is at the level of 10 alchemical behemoths. I saw it with my own eyes. As long as we give it to them this time. 10 alchemical behemoths? I never imagined that a mere border region of the Titan Empire would possess such power. The voice was calm, yet tinged with a hint of surprise. My lord, this person is not a native of the Titan Empire. but an outsider like myself. Of the One Chi Alliance explained. So you're outsiders. There are quite a lot of you outsiders, and each and every one of you is quite capable. Upon hearing that the person was an outsider, the figure was not surprised, as he had already investigated quite a few strange outsiders during this period. His idea regarding these outsiders was to exploit them. After all, these guys have no sense of national boundaries, making them the most reliable weapons. Of course, this is a double-edged sword, and how to use it depends on oneself. My lord, although this person is an outsider, he is not one of us. As long as you are willing to provide enough energy stones, I can subdue him even without using the alchemical beast. No. The figure interrupted the leader of the Chi Dao Alliance. He knew that the other party's purpose was nothing more than to use him to eliminate dissidents. Although he didn't care, now was not the time. Put this person aside for now. I have something very important for you to do. The figure put down the book in his hand and said solemnly, My lord, we cannot abandon this person. He shares the same attributes as me. Given enough time and enough energy stones, we can. The leader of the Chi Dao Alliance was very nervous. He knew that if Chun Yi was allowed to grow up, it would definitely be a big problem. Once the opponent upgrades their fountain or territory, they will know to break the daily troop summoning limit, or they can directly relocate their territory to Haina City. Neither of these is acceptable to me. Moreover, in his eyes, that energy core already belonged to him. It's just temporarily stored with Chun Yi right now. However, he must maintain a certain number of troops to prevent Chun Yi from returning to his territory. Otherwise, the opponent will definitely deplete their own energy core. The leader of the Chi Dao Alliance felt a surge of relief. Fortunately, Chun Yi hadn't upgraded his territory to level 5. Otherwise, he would have had the ability to remotely upgrade his territory. Delay could lead to unforeseen consequences. I must defeat Chun Yi quickly. The leader of the Chi Dao Alliance volunteered again, saying, My lord, this person is definitely a major threat. I can personally contribute half of the energy stones I use for war to kill this powerful enemy for you. I said, No need. The man's voice turned cold. The leader of the One Chi Alliance immediately lowered his head and remained silent, cold sweat instantly forming on his forehead. Foolish, truly foolish. I actually ignored this person's words and attempted to continue attacking Chun Yi. The leader of the One Chi Alliance was moved by his own courage, and his heart trembled. You need to understand that your current position is due to the person behind you. Without them, you are nothing. In other words, the person behind me can replace someone else as the leader of the Chi Dao Alliance at any time. Seeing that the other party had finally stopped speaking, the figure said, I will give you enough energy stones, 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. I want you to gather a large enough team for me in a short period of time. The energy stone is already on its way. How you get it out is up to you. I need a huge, completely obedient team of Deadpools in a single day. The sounds of light and shadow are inescapable. He stared intently at the person in front of him. The reason he valued the person in front of him, besides the fact that he was incredibly stupid, was because the other person could quickly assemble a team of Deadpools. As long as you provide enough energy stones, the other side can continuously provide you with an army. This army was completely uninvolved by anyone else in the empire. It was a very clean army, well suited for doing some private business. Yes, sir, rest assured, I will definitely complete the mission. The leader of the One Chi Alliance nodded hurriedly. Having already broken through the limitations of the fountain, troops, and the like are just numbers to me as long as I have energy stones. They have no meaning whatsoever. Very good. Meet here when the time comes, and I will teleport you there. The man nodded in satisfaction and then hung up the call. The leader of the One Chi Alliance stared at the address, somewhat stunned. So far, deploying an army to a desolate frontier, what are they planning to do? Chun Yi's territory. Female. All of them are female. Ha ha, we've hit the jackpot. Ha 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 ha, this is great. Chun Yi looked excitedly at the 3 giant beasts in front of him. Based on his goblin's reaction, these giant beasts were actually all female. This made him extremely happy. I had given up hope, but I never expected such a pleasant surprise. Without hesitation, Chun Yi moved the 3 giant beasts to his mansion and summoned Dark Goblins to begin his great biological research. Bone-faced lizard dragon and alchemy giant ape. These were creatures I valued highly back then, but unfortunately, the 2 I had were male. I never expected to run into 2 women today. A massive explosion of pregnancy energy. A massive explosion of pregnancy energy. Chun Yi carefully observed the goblin's actions. After the spring upgrade, goblins can grow from birth to adulthood in just 3 hours. He had prepared 5 giant beasts, and a fire dragon was on its way. 6 colossal beasts, 6 powerful magical beasts. He managed to gather them all so quickly. It was truly an unexpected turn of events. Chen Yi sighed, but more than that, he felt anticipation for his new goblin. One day, after one day, I will obtain a brand new, strongest goblin. Chapter 358. Listen to me, smash it. Tyrannosaurus Rex, Flame Dragon, Black Tortoise, Bone-Armored Lizard Dragon, Alchemy Giant Ape, and Big Meatball. Each one was an extremely powerful magical beast, with the weakest having an attribute of over 110, while the strongest approached 120, reaching an astonishing 119, which was almost the level of my own Frost Dragon. Chen Yi looked at the deep pits on the ground, each of which contained a goblin. It started with 50 fleshy goblins, followed by 30 goblins with Tyrannosaurus genes added to the fleshy goblins. Chen Yi used these 2 giant beasts, which possessed incredibly strong regenerative abilities and physical constitutions, as the foundation for his strongest goblin. The pit behind contained 20 special goblins possessing the powerful genes of Tyrannosaurus Rex, Pawball, and Black Tortoise. Looking further back, there were 10 4-gene goblins, each possessing the traits of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, a Pawball, a Black Tortoise, and an Alchemy Giant Ape. Further on, Chen Yi continued to breed goblins, creating more and more pits on the ground, but the number of new goblins produced decreased. Even during the time of the Fire Dragon, the number of goblins was reduced to 2. As for the last bone-clad lizard dragon, there might only be 1 left if nothing unexpected happens. The entire energy of the massive mother body can only nurture 1 individual, which means that this individual is extremely powerful. Come on, let me see if you really meet my expectations. Chen Yi was filled with ambition. Ever since he learned that he could intervene artificially, he began to search for all kinds of rare and powerful magical beasts. Although he didn't assemble an absolutely powerful or absolutely offensive lineup, the monsters he found were all extremely powerful. 6 powerful magical beasts, each with its own strengths. Let's see what kind of formidable monsters will emerge. Chen Yi stared at it excitedly. Finally, a new war goblin has spawned in your territory and will become your default unit. The war goblin has been collected into the fountain. The war goblin has been detected as a special unit. Based on your rewards, the summoning cost for the war goblin has been significantly reduced. The system voice rang in his ears, but Chen Yi's gaze was fixed on the brand new goblin in front of him. This goblin looks, well, it doesn't have the majesty of the Dragon Man goblin, the size of the Pawball goblin, or the bulging muscles of the giant ape goblin with steel blades inside. However, this goblin perfectly matched Chen Yi's aesthetic. Still standing at 1.7 meters tall, its body is covered in crimson dragon scales, with its vital parts protected by Xian turtle heavy armor and goblin symbol incantations wrapped around the dragon scales and Xian armor. 2 folded blue scimitars were attached to his forearm, and a hat-like thing with a long tail was on his head. The new goblin was thin and small, but exuded a murderous aura. She's the type who can scare children to tears just by standing still. Perfect, truly a perfect design. Chen Yi was extremely satisfied. These weren't goblins at all. They were the killing machines he had always dreamed of. He saw no liveliness in the goblin's eyes, only crimson and murderous intent. You used the probe spell and obtained the following information. Goblin slaughter. Quality, Saint rank. Attribute, 115. Level 5. Level increases by killing creatures. Loyalty, unwavering devotion. You are the goblin's absolute faith. Weapons, Boneblade, Tail Needle. Skills, Poisoning, High-Speed Regeneration, Mystic Armor Protection, Killing Breath, Dragon Wing Heavy Armor. Characteristic, Ignores reproductive isolation. Note, a chilling creature, whose birth seems to have been to satisfy some perverted thirst for slaughter. Note, you succeeded, you pervert. You've put together something that everyone is afraid of. Note, from this moment on, you must protect not only your own chrysanthemums, but also your own lives. Hee ha ha. Okay. Chen Yi said good several times in a row, clearly very satisfied with the goblin slaughter. He couldn't wait to witness the terrifying power of this killing machine, not only because of the system's nomination, but also because he wanted to see just how powerful the strongest species he had cultivated really was. Shall we go find a city to play in? Chen Yi first thought of the generals who were attacking his city. According to Ro, these guys were all generals from the surrounding cities. It's not in my nature to not fight back after being hit. But, isn't it a bit of an overkill to just attack cities? Yi frowned. If the other party discovers his strength and hides in the protective shield instead of fighting him, wouldn't that be like a steel fist smashing into the air? He thought about it and decided to change his target. Come, follow me to find the ancient tree. Yi thought of a more challenging goal. The task of seeking revenge was given to the approaching evil spirit. This kind of trivial matter can be left to the evil spirits. As for myself, I'm off to do something big, of course. With a wave of his hand, 9 more battle goblins appeared not far away. Yi had already planted one of the fountain banners in his number 2 city, and a new goblin was born there. 90,000 energy stones. Yi felt his energy depleted, but instead of feeling dissatisfied, he was even more excited. After the system's reduction, summoning this guy still requires 10,000 energy stones. Just how powerful is that? Let's go, let's set off. Yi grinned and summoned the frost dragon. At this moment, he was the Dragon King. With their arrogance growing, children now have the right to become unrestrained and arrogant. In a small, outlying town, Lord Alliance leader, we have successfully breached the city walls. This is the energy core. Several low-ranking lords handed over a very small energy core to their alliance leader. The leader of the Ichi Dao alliance was stunned when he had just summoned 300,000 troops. Good, good, good. The League will remember your contributions. He never imagined that the seeds he casually scattered would actually yield a harvest. Lord Alliance leader, do you know about the evil god? The low-ranking lord looked at the statue beside him and asked. An evil god? What kind of god is that? Never heard of it. The leader of the One Chi alliance grew increasingly impatient. He had never heard of any evil god. He only knew of the god of alchemy and the god of light. Oh, I see. Then I'll just have to tear this statue down. The lower-ranking lords turned their attention to the video. Whatever you say. The leader of the One Chi alliance said casually. His superiors were pressing him urgently, and he only agreed to the video call because of the other party's energy core. Good. Hey. The leader of the One Chi alliance hung up the communication, and several low-level lords immediately showed excited smiles. I knew the alliance leader definitely didn't know about the existence of divine power. And these? My companion pointed at the statue and asked with a greedy look. Of course they're ours. Another companion answered excitedly. They discovered the statue after conquering the city and learned about the term divine power through their contact with it. The annotation already indicates that divine power is the key to one's own godhood. In other words, as long as you have enough divine power, you can become a god. To become a god, who wouldn't want that? How do we extract the power of the gods? A companion asked. Smash it open. The power of the gods must be inside. The other companion answered decisively. Isn't this a bad sign? I have this feeling that the statue is watching us. The former seemed somewhat uneasy. The latter scoffed. It's just a statue. It can't possibly live and crush us, can it? Listen to me, smash it. Chapter 359. The Abyss. I'm here to supervise. Damn it. They've made us work all this time, and now it's finally our turn to collect some interest. A low-ranking lord walked towards the kneeling crowd around him, complaining as he did so. Thank you for your protection, Lord Evil God. These outsiders did not damage our city. Thank you, Lord Evil God. Thank you, Lord Evil God. Thank you, Lord Evil God. Prayers of gratitude to the evil god were whispered among the crowd. What a load of rubbish about thanking the evil god. I clearly have no interest in killing. The low-ranking lord scoffed upon hearing this. He had finally managed to break through the city with the help of 5 or 6 brothers around him. Not only did he have to hand over the energy core he obtained, but now even his good intentions were being attributed to the so-called evil god. This infuriated him. Stop praying to that damn evil god. Get me a hoe. He casually pointed to a villager and said, the city here is very dilapidated, and even the energy core was only recently generated, so most of the common people here are still farmers. The city was extremely barren, which was why they were able to breach it. After all, there wasn't even a legitimate merchant here, so naturally, there weren't many energy stones in reserve. Yes, I'll go right away. The villager hurriedly got up and rushed to find a hoe. Although these outsiders disrespected the evil god, their lives were still in their hands, so he ran very fast. A moment later, to the villager's astonishment, the outsider actually swung his hoe and smashed it against the statue. No, sir. That's the evil god. The evil god is watching. Yes, sir, no. This is a statue of a god, possessing divine power. It cannot be easily insulted. The villagers tried their best to stop them, but the lord's troops easily blocked them. If I were to let these villagers charge at my lord, I'd be out of a job. Soldiers blocked the villagers, who watched in despair as the outsiders pounded on the idol again and again. The low-ranking lord rolled his eyes at the villager who was shouting the loudest. Of course I know there is divine power inside. I wouldn't have bothered to smash it if there wasn't divine power inside. The lord was somewhat dismissive, but after a few moments, he felt that the statue did not seem to show any signs of decay. Grandma's pretty tough. All of you, go back and get me hoes, picks, and hammers and tear this statue down. The low-ranking lord pointed to the statue dozens of meters above him, whose face he couldn't see clearly. No. This is a grave taboo. The villagers stood with their heads down, not one of them moving. Perhaps in their despair, faith became their only refuge. Great evil God, please save us. Great evil God, these people actually dared to ask us to destroy your statue. We will not yield. Please protect us, evil God. Great evil God. Streams of faith transformed into threads that flowed into the statue, making it even more lifelike. Hey, is there something wrong with the method? I feel like this statue is alive. Another companion lord asked somewhat nervously. What do you mean alive? Even if he does, he'll be the first to crush me. What are you afraid of? Quickly have your troops supervise these lowly people to get to work. The low-ranking lord's desire for divine power had taken over his reason. After all, the secret of God, the secret to becoming a god, is right before your eyes, and no one can stop you. Even one's own rationality is failing. Okay then. The lord hesitated several times, but felt that his companion was right. After all, it was just an inanimate object. At his signal, his troops began to drive the surrounding villagers to work. But none of the villagers were willing to take any action, even though they would rather be beaten. It's obvious that the poisoning has progressed to a severe stage. Court death. Seeing that these men would rather be beaten than obey orders, the lord's troops immediately picked one out at random to make an example of him. Suddenly, bump. The lord's troops, intended to make an example of the enemy, immediately exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Who? The low-ranking lord looked around in a panic. His first thought was of a reclusive hero from anime taking action. But the next second, the darkness above and a stone pillar finger answered his question. A giant finger, as thick as a stone pillar, slowly descended, while he was trapped in place, unable to move. Despair spread through his heart. He wanted to speak, but no sound came out. He looked at his companions in despair. That look seemed to say, "You're lying to me. The one who will die first is." Bump. Another cloud of blood mist appeared. Then, the same scene unfolded for the other lower-ranking lords and their troops. The evil god is not a benevolent god. The evil god has appeared. Thank you, evil god. The evil god has manifested. The evil god is alive. Thank you, Lord Evil God, for protecting us. Thank you, Lord Evil God. Thank you, evil. Bursts of blood mist. The villagers collectively prostrated themselves and kowtowed repeatedly, not daring to look directly at the deity. As more and more faith flowed in, the statue of the evil god became increasingly lifelike. These outsiders are really something. They've even managed to get onto my turf. Yuna reviewed the entire story through the statue's records. She never expected that her already scarce territory would be targeted by someone else. By the way, regarding territories, has that guy from the abyss helped me reclaim my territory? Yuna thought of a certain city that she felt sorry for. Haina was one of the few cities under his command that had broken away from the peasantry and possessed commerce, and its population was also quite good. That guy from the abyss hasn't contacted me at all, really. Yuna complained for a moment, then switched her perspective to that of another believer. The villagers felt the statue return to its original place and prayed respectfully once again. Congratulations, Lord Evil God. Congratulations, Lord Evil God. Marching troops. We're almost at Hainan, and I don't know how to tell Chunyi. Alicia longed for the points exchange from the Holy Church, but she knew she couldn't obtain them on her own. Or rather, it's something I can't possibly have. Unless we rely on Chunyi. After all, only Chunyi could conquer cities. Even his own city, Saint Laurent, couldn't do it. Each attack on a city represents a loss. It's about soldiers. It's about the expenditure of money. Only by conquering 3 cities can I obtain a share of the God of Light's power. Chunyi, will you help me? No, Alicia, you're shameless. You've already gained so much divine power by staying by their side, yet you still want them to help you conquer cities and strongholds? That's too much. Alicia inwardly berated herself, but she still refused to give up this opportunity. God and the Holy Church can be perfectly absorbed by oneself, which is much better than the divine power obtained from Chunyi. But what do I have that Chunyi can help me with? With your skills and your body? Sometimes a woman's best bargaining chip is your skills and your body. The sudden sound echoed in her mind, and Alicia trembled, her eyes glazing over. The next second, his eyes regained their sparkle, but this sparkle had a touch of eeriness to it. Abyss, I'm here to oversee the construction. Chapter 360, Yuna's Special Preferences. The long procession stretched out in a thin line across the snow, with an unknown behemoth leading the way with its body. The snow had been compacted and thickened, making it easier for people to walk, but the procession still moved slowly. Because most of these people were construction workers in the city of Os, this group, while not as pampered as nobles, did not have any particularly strong physiques. In order to better control and integrate the city, the evil spirits even brought along the few remaining civilians. Only when the common people are integrated can the city be considered to have truly come under the control of the main god. Suddenly, one of the leaders of the group, an evil spirit, walked towards Alicia. You lot, step aside. The evil spirit spoke to the soldiers guarding the area. Yes. The soldiers immediately left, and then the evil spirit controlled the reins of the warhorse and walked towards Alicia. Greetings, Lord Evil God. The evil spirit bowed respectfully. Although he belonged to Chunyi and was 100 times loyal, the person in front of him was like a second mother to him. Oh, interesting, you recognize me? Alicia looked surprised. The evil spirit proudly raised its head. No one understands your aura better than me. Cut. Alicia snorted coldly and did not reply. She had just tried to control the evil spirit, but she couldn't. This means that the other party has completely become Chunyi's person. Never mind, they were soldiers of the abyss to begin with. I'm just adding icing on the cake. Alicia stopped worrying about it, and also stopped attending the regular meeting with the evil spirits. After all, it's a very unpleasant feeling to be a shareholder, but not be able to control the company. Sir, may I ask what brings you here today? The evil spirit inquired. You're quite loyal. Alicia knew what the other party's purpose was, which made her already bad mood even worse. They're both our children, yet he suspects I'd hurt his father. It's unbelievable. It won't cause any harm to your god. Alicia said unhappily. That's good, you're busy. The answer he wanted, the evil spirit immediately stopped bothering him. Who are you? Why can you possess my body? With the evil spirit gone, Yuna was finally able to deal with the other consciousness within this body. Who am I? I am your guide. I can help you obtain the power of the abyss. You have a good figure and appearance. If arranged properly, the abyss. Yuna was stunned into silence halfway through her sentence. Before me are 3 large orbs of light. The larger one, brimming with the power of light, comes from that bitch, the god of light. The smaller one is mine. But the last and largest orb of divine power was actually from the abyss. Okay. Yuna was stunned for a few seconds before she finally came to her senses. She had originally planned to guide this messenger of light into the abyss, but she never expected that he had already fallen into the abyss. And the extent of their depravity was far deeper than they had imagined. This woman was so clever that she had already begun to draw upon the power of the abyss. It's because we've fallen behind. You are very brave, but aren't you afraid that the guy from the light will find out that you possess 3 divine powers within you? In front of outsiders, Yuna maintained a divine elegance and rationality. Who are you? Alicia persisted in her questioning. Yuna reached out, and the ball of evil god power belonging to Alicia immediately transformed into a dagger and a scythe, which flew into her hand. What kind of person do I look like to you? As they spoke, the mass of divine power that Alicia could not control kept changing. Sometimes she transforms into various weapons, sometimes into various creatures, and she can even transform into another Alicia. Yuna asked with amusement, do I look like a human being? No, it doesn't look like it. Alicia sat down in her own consciousness space in a panic. My worst fears have come true. The gods eventually discovered that he possessed the power of multiple gods. What's worse, the god they discovered wasn't the god of light, but another god they didn't recognize at all. If it were the god of light, perhaps he could fight for it, and survive even after having his cultivation abolished and subjected to various punishments. But the person in front of her, she didn't know him at all, and she showed absolutely no mercy. TSK, don't be so scared. Am I the kind of god who is unapproachable? Yuna, holding a scythe formed from divine power, inquired. Alicia swallowed hard, not daring to answer. At this moment, she is thinking about how to survive. She had considered the possibility that her affair with 3 men would be discovered, but she hadn't expected it to happen so soon. She didn't want to die. Great being I know you are angry at the divine power within me, but Alicia's heart clenched, and she fell silent halfway through her sentence. She couldn't think of any reason to keep living. Let's just wait patiently for death to come. Laugh. Yuna didn't need to say anything. She just sensed Alicia's thoughts. Although this is the other party's spiritual space, the other party is too weak, so it's no different from him entering my own home. Relax, young lady. I am not the kind of petty god. I allow the existence of shared beliefs. Yuna calmed the former's mind, then waved her hand. Wong. The two orbs of divine power, apart from the power of light, vanished instantly. Although it has disappeared, Alice can still feel the presence of divine power when it rains. The power of the god still exists, but it's hidden. Why did this god do that? Not only did she not punish her own greed, but she also helped her deal with potential problems? But that shouldn't be the case. Alicia was puzzled, but the gifts from the other party didn't stop there. The ball of light representing the power of the evil god flew in front of him and slowly merged into him. This is my power, and how I use it. Study hard. I'm looking forward to seeing the shocked look on Guangming's face. As Yuna spoke, she transmitted a memory into Alicia's mind. She did this for two reasons. One reason is that he wants the god of light to see that the seed he has painstakingly nurtured has already become his own. Another one. Having two consciousnesses in this body is too troublesome and affects my performance. From now on, it's best if I have complete control over this body. Yuna gazed in the direction of Haina City in the distance, sketching out a scene in her mind. On the enormous bed, he whispered the secret code into the abyss's ear, intending to use this body to seduce him when the other was shocked. Then, he revealed his identity, forcing him to hold back. Interesting, this is definitely going to be fun. Chapter 361. For a tree? Give military command and defense of the city to Alban, internal affairs to Ro, and as for Haynax, go take care of your undead pseudo-dragon and experience tree. 1,000 goblins will remain in the city for emergencies. The rest will be arranged when the evil spirit arrives. Chenyi looked at the city he had captured, and before leaving, he had basically arranged all the affairs. Even Manhwa was assigned his own exclusive task. Currently, there is various turmoil among the lords, and many lords have begun to search for and attack cities using various methods. Given the methods of the lords, it is likely that someone will soon be promoted to a higher level or territory. Although conquering cities is extremely difficult, the lords actually have a wide variety of troops and use different methods. Therefore, sieges will be difficult, but there will definitely be lords promoted. Then it will be another round of power and power division. Although he didn't care who created the new order, or who replaced whom like Hanyu. However, he cares about the profits generated from this, and the reason he doesn't give up the Lord's market is because the Lord can generate huge profits. For this world, a Lord is a sharp scythe. For the Lords, Chun-Yi was an even sharper scythe. He no longer cared about directly harvesting wheat. Instead, he became the sickle that harvested the farmers. He can just directly take over the Lords. This task was assigned to Manhwa. Boss, it's all settled. The Iron River Alliance has started cooperating with us, and the final price of the ruined scroll has been decided. Just as Chun-Yi was finishing his thoughts, news came from Manhwa. This means Chun-Yi can let go freely and set off on his own. How is the pricing? How are the profits distributed between the Iron River Alliance and the others? Chun-Yi inquired with concern. If anything could stop me from experiencing the power of the new goblins, it would definitely be the energy stones. Only money could make Chun-Yi pause his pace. Manhwa responded. The price is 10,000 energy stones. Both of us can sell it. As for the distribution, the other party's idea is for us to get 70% and them to get 30%. We, 7, them 3? Chun-Yi asked in surprise. Yes. Manhwa nodded, then added, but the other party wants us to start selling rough stones again, that. Manhwa only spoke halfway through, and although everything had been discussed, it was Chun-Yi who actually nodded in agreement. Only when Chun-Yi nodded could this all be considered truly accomplished. Chun-Yi agreed almost without thinking. The initial reason for stopping the sale of rough stones was to limit the development speed of the lords, that is, to prevent too many people from entering new areas prematurely. However, now that the members of their alliance have all met expectations, they can no longer restrict the development of jade gambling. It is extremely difficult to obtain energy stones through gambling on stones. Just like Manhwa back then, although he obtained energy stones through gambling on stones, the number he achieved was in the tens of thousands. If someone buys tens of thousands of energy stones and unlocks an energy core, then the first thing they have to pay is a large number of energy stones. As for Iron River Alliance wanting to repurchase Jadeite, it's probably because of their secondary profession. As for this, his current strength is enough to crush everything, and the lords have already shown themselves through gambling on stones. Oh right. As if he had thought of something, Chenyi added, reselling is fine, but we need to increase the price of the rough stones. Yes. Manhwa nodded excitedly. He actually wanted to do this too, since judging from his conversations with Gu Xiaoyu and himself, gambling on stones seemed to be becoming less and less common. Although the total volume remains enormous, the actual output is decreasing. If I'm not mistaken, the total amount of this stuff is fixed. In other words, it's a non-renewable resource. Boss, can I voluntarily disclose that jade gambling can yield energy cores? Manhwa thought for a moment, and then gave Chenyi a hint. He had unknowingly begun to develop the mindset of a shrewd businessman. Chenyi paused for a moment, then nodded. Okay, but you have to decide the quantity to sell. You can state on the surface that you will sell a small number of energy stones. Secretly, more high-end rough stones are being sold. In terms of unscrupulous businessmen, Chenyi still holds the upper hand. His actions not only boosted the price of rough stones through official channels, but also allowed him to legally and legitimately sell his rough stones at even higher prices through the underground black market. I understand. Manhwa instantly understood his boss's idea. He simply wanted to improve the sales of gambling stones. But now it seems I'm still too young and need to learn from my senior. Manhwa began a new plan, and Chenyi also excitedly rode the frost dragon towards the ancient tree. My lord, I have arrived at my post. The leader of the Ichi Dao Alliance gathered his troops at the designated location and then contacted his superior. But strangely, I didn't get a reply from the other party right away. Receiving no answer, he began to look around. Besides its own 50,000 troops, there are many other types of troops here. A small portion consisted of troops from lower-ranking lords that he knew of, totaling approximately 20,000. Another group consisted of alchemists. This clearly shows who it is, a direct descendant of someone. Suddenly, a silver-white teleportation array flashed, and then dozens of alchemical behemoths appeared in front of him. This immediately shocked the leader of the Chi Dao Alliance. This guy actually summoned more than 10 alchemical behemoths. What on earth is he trying to do? These dozen or so alchemical behemoths were identical, clearly custom-made rather than mass-produced alchemical behemoths used to guard the city. If we are considered to be one of that person's own people, and the alchemists are considered to be the direct line, then these mindless alchemical behemoths that only know how to obey orders and fight are the direct line among direct lines. What kind of move is this? The guy we're facing this time is actually sending out such a lineup? The leader of the One Shi Alliance went from being shocked to speculating about the target. 80,000 dead servants, hundreds of alchemists, and dozens of high-level custom-made alchemical behemoths. With this kind of lineup, let alone attacking a city, you could even believe they were going to launch a surprise attack on the Titan Empire and start an imperial war. Old man. The teleportation array flashed again, and 2 adult fire dragons appeared. A fiery dragon? This is Hanyu. Just as the leader of the Ichi Dao Alliance was about to ask a question, he saw the teleportation light flash again. However, this time only a few humans came out. 3 of them vanished into thin air the instant they appeared, as if they had never been there at all. And the person right in the middle. Greetings, Your Excellency. The leader of the Ichi Dao Alliance saw this person. He forgot all about the so-called Hanyu and hurriedly ordered his troops to step forward and pay their respects. Greetings, Your Excellency. The surrounding lords and alchemists also immediately bowed in respect. This person actually came in person. The leader of the One Shi Alliance couldn't help but twitch his eyes. What could be so important that it had brought this person here in person? He was incredibly curious, but he didn't dare ask directly. Fortunately, someone answered his questions. The dragon spoke in human language. Is it that ancient tree in the distance? Wow, that's really big. An ancient tree? The leader of the One Shi Alliance temporarily set aside Hanyu's identity and followed the other party's directions. There was a towering tree in the distance. Although they were far away, they could still see the ancient tree from where they stood. So many powerful individuals and so much financial and material resources were mobilized this time, just for a single tree. Chapter 362. It's all thanks to Chenyi. Haven't we already taken it down? Yuna couldn't help but laugh as she looked at the stickers on the city wall. On the city walls and the surrounding streets, secret codes indicating odd-even changes were prominently displayed. Unfortunately, No one could actually match it. You're posting coded messages here? My spies are in the city of OSS. You'll never find them. Yuna smiled inwardly, revealing a provocative expression, while also looking forward to Chunye's reaction when she told him the code at night. That's a tongue twister. Is it a code? Beside Yuna stood a familiar woman, dressed in a cheongsam and a mink cloak, exuding an air of authority even in her casual pose. Salavel Shah, one of the heirs of the Sarah Chamber of Commerce, and one of Chunye's women. Yuna learned the identity of the person in front of her through Alicia's memories. Why is this woman here? Oh, right. She's here to sell furs and try to establish trade between the two cities. Not bad. It can be considered a contribution to my city. Yuna nodded in satisfaction and then ignored her. The other party clearly wanted to decipher the code to help Chunye, but as a local, there was no way she could possibly know what the second line was. Yuna confidently turned her head and surveyed the city. Strange. How come it's even more prosperous without my protection? Could it be because of Chunye? Yuna curiously looked around at the buildings. It was clear that not only had the city walls been thickened, but many new houses had also been built in the city. As for food, it was even more abundant. Although there had been a battle that changed the rulers, she did not see any refugees. Clearly, this city is much more prosperous than when I took it under my protection. It has even transformed from a place that was unable to be self-sufficient and needed to rely on trade to improve its situation into a self-sufficient city with a perfect closed loop of its own trade. Chunye's contribution? Wait a minute, this house looks like it was built a year ago. Yuna touched the nearest house with a puzzled look in her eyes. The prosperity here was clearly a recent phenomenon. Could it be that these guys left me and turned to the god of alchemy instead? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chunye, it must be Chunye. Yes, it's Chunye. Chunye actually started planning a year ago, which is why he was able to take over the city so quickly. Yes, that must be it. In order to cover up the truth that was right in front of her, Yuna decided to shift the blame to Chunye and prepared to give Chunye a generous reward. That guy from the abyss isn't bad. He started planning so early and got my things back so quickly. Yuna puffed out her chest and said to the nearby evil spirits, "Where's Chunye? Call him to come see me." The evil spirit bowed and replied, "My lord, my god is not in the city." Not in the city? Yuna was instantly puzzled. Her first thought was that the evil spirit was lying to her, since she knew from his memories that Alicia had come to find Chunye. Chunye is in this city. But even though the evil spirit is already Chunye's person, there's no need for him to deceive himself about this. Or is this Chunye's order, that Chunye made the evil spirit say this? That doesn't make sense either, does it? Yuna was puzzled, and then she prepared to verify it herself. Although Abyss's actions are difficult to investigate, it is still possible to pinpoint her location based on her relationship with the previous Abyss. At least if Chunye is unaware or does not refuse, he can locate the other party. At this moment, Chunye had clearly not yet grown to the point where he could manipulate his divine power at will. Yuna left the city and immediately began to unleash her divine power. Boom! The statue of the god of alchemy within the city trembled slightly, emitting a warning rumble. Although the divine power on it had been plundered by Chunye, as the god of alchemy, he had mostly small trinkets on him, and even the statue itself possessed them. Damn it, they can still detect me even after I've come out. Yuna cursed under her breath, and then walked further away. It wasn't that she was afraid of the statue of the god of alchemy, but rather that she didn't want the other party to discover her, thus making it more difficult for her to remove the statue or being discovered directly by the other party. A wealthy man like Alchemist has many cities under his control, so he wouldn't immediately care if one or two were missing. That's exactly the time difference she wanted. Yuna continued cursing as she walked further away. What is this person doing? The evil spirit looked at Yuna as she left, somewhat puzzled, but did not interfere. One reason is that I don't have the right to question the other party's actions, and another reason is that the main god has left me with many tasks. Not only do I have to handle the affairs of these cities, but I also have to conquer and retaliate against those guys who attacked my main city a few days ago. Those who show disrespect must pay the price. The evil spirit's eyes glowed, and it even showed an excited expression. Because the supreme god finally entrusted him with such a trump card as the Goblin. They trained them into an army, and then slaughtered several cities. The evil spirit's latent genes were influenced by Yuna's divine power outside the city. But he quickly shook his head. No, the supreme god said that population is very important. It's better to just attack the enemy's city, get the energy core, and then take over their population. The evil spirit corrected its mistake. At the same time, Yuna, who had just finished her spell outside the city, showed a shocked expression on her face. Can't calculate it? How could it be impossible to calculate? I'm quite certain that the abyss hasn't reached the point where it can manipulate its divine power to conceal its location. But if he hasn't grown to that level, why can't I perceive his potential? Yuna was puzzled at first, then something occurred to her. The only realm that one god cannot reach is the realm of another god. Could it be that the abyss has entered the realm of another god? The realm of gods. There shouldn't be any gods nearby. Are those sleeping and severely injured beings beginning to awaken? Yuna was startled. She realized why she couldn't figure out the other person's location. At the same time, he also put away his playful thoughts. It seems we need to speed up the plan. Abyss, now that you've been led to the realm of another god, then, please, don't die. Yuna sighed, then left a message for the sleeping Alicia. These damn guys, they all woke up too early. I haven't even dealt with the remnant thunder issue yet. Yuna looked at the 2 pieces of damaged lightning equipment in her hand, which were also left in Alicia's consciousness space. Chapter 363, Gambling on Stones, Remnant Thunder Weapons. Boss, we've found 3 small cities. We've already started sending men to launch an attack. Oh, are there enough people? It's enough, and they're all small towns, so there shouldn't be any problems. It's just that the protective shields are a bit of a hassle. Oh, that's fine then. The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance seemed lost in thought. Although his subordinates' reports were extremely important, he showed no interest whatsoever. Dad, I think I'm sick. I feel weak all over, dizzy, and even have a bit of an urge to urinate. The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance said weakly to his deputy. The man referred to as Dad helplessly covered his forehead. Leader, if the gambling on stones is over, so be it. It's a good opportunity to kick your gambling addiction. I'm not addicted. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Blood Oath Alliance immediately snapped back, then slumped his chin in the chair, looking half dead. I'm not a gambler. Gamblers are doomed. I'm not a gambler. I just have some personal hobbies. No, I'm just sick. It has nothing to do with jade gambling. The Blood Oath leader returned to his listless state, as if he had lost all hope in life. The father looked helplessly at his family's leader. The alliance leader of our own is good in every way. He is intelligent and has a high IQ. His troops are also of a special type and are not weak. The alliance is also managed very well by him. But there is one thing that is very frustrating. Such a perfect person is actually a gambling addict. If it weren't for their leader being a gambling addict, the Chi Dao Alliance would never have had a chance to rise to prominence. The Blood Oath Alliance had long harbored designs on those smaller alliances, but had refrained from doing so because their leader had not yet recovered. The Chi Dao Alliance rose to prominence during this period. Otherwise, the baby would have died in the womb long ago. This can't go on. We have to find a way to change the situation of the alliance leader. The father, still half dead, asked again, Lord Alliance Leader, what method can help you quit gambling? I don't need to quit. I'm not addicted. The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance reiterated this point. The father nodded. If I could create a game similar to Jade gambling, and with gambling elements, could it help you recover? The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance sighed helplessly. No, you don't understand the status of gambling on stones, and you don't know what you can get from gambling on stones. Gambling on stones is gambling on stones. Each stone is unique. One and only, Alliance Leader, why are you so obsessed with Jade gambling? Just because of the short-term benefits he brings? But gambling on Jade doesn't always yield profits. Often it results in losses. Although you can get some strange and unusual things from gambling on stones. But, Dad, you don't understand. The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance suddenly interrupted, saying solemnly, only sufficient benefits would motivate me to take the risk. I will do everything I can to get my hands on stones if gambling on them brings me enough profit. The father shook his head. He really didn't understand what was so good about gambling on stones. What huge benefits can it bring? A side job? Some strange and unusual scrolls? Or just 1 or 2 pieces of refined iron? The father didn't say anything more, but his expression spoke volumes. The Blood Oath Alliance leader thought for a moment, then looked solemnly at his deputy. This deputy was someone he personally selected later. He hadn't trusted him much before, but now, he had seen all the efforts the other party had made to help him recover. I guess you could call them half one of us. You'll see for yourself. This time, the leader of the Blood Oath Alliance did not answer his father's question, but simply threw something out. A small ring that flashes with a lightning bolt. What's this? The father, puzzled, asked his alliance leader. You'll see when you take a look. The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance said. You used the reconnaissance skill and obtained the following information. The Remnant Thunder Weapon, a broken artifact, once a weapon of the gods. Note: you have unfortunately come into contact with something that is flawed to the extreme. Note: you are lucky. Keep searching for more. Once you collect them all, this will be a divine tablet. Note: this is a lost artifact of a mysterious ancient god, possessing unimaginable power. This is... The father saw the small silver ring, his eyes went blank, and he looked around in panic. Fortunately, this is the territory of my alliance leader, and there is no one else in the territory except for myself and the alliance leader at this moment. This thing. God. Become a god. This. The father recalled the system's notification when he was first born. It is indeed possible to become a god in this world, but he always thought that such a thing could not be discovered by himself, nor could it make him a god. He didn't even believe that the people around him could become gods. After all, Shen Zhihong's ideas are too ethereal. At this moment, he understood perfectly why his alliance leader was so enthusiastic about starting a stone gambling business. So that's how it is. Open it. We have to open it. I also found an energy core in the rough stone. Before Zipper could even ask about God, the Blood Oath leader dropped another bombshell. Energy core. So, alliance leader, you're all ready? Yes, it has been like that for a long time, but the city I chose had such a strong protective shield that I didn't think much about it at the time. But now that I think about it, it's about time. The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance spoke as if nothing had happened. He had actually upgraded his fountain long ago, breaking through the limitations of unit types. The reason why my own alliance has stagnated is not largely due to my own lack of form or negligence. This is just the facade he wants others to see. The real reason was that he used more energy stones to buy scattered gambling stones, and also to summon more troops to seize the second energy core. Alliance leader, it's me. Learning about the importance of jade gambling, the father couldn't wait to ask Chenyi if there were any more jade stones for sale. He even wanted to buy up rough stones at high prices. It's not that he's making a mountain out of a molehill, but this kind of thing is really too important. The energy core that all lords currently need can be unlocked, and the secret to becoming a god can be unlocked. It seems there's nothing that can't be found in jade gambling. How exactly were these rough stones formed? Was it the will of the world? The father didn't know, and didn't want to know either. The question only flashed through his mind for a moment before being forgotten. What I need now is to gamble on jade. It's a huge quantity of rough jade. Alliance leader, I'll discuss this with Chun-Yi right away. They should still have some gambling stones left. I'll do whatever it takes. No, you can't. The Blood Oath Alliance leader immediately stopped his chosen deputy. Although his deputy was someone he had chosen, he still lacked his composure. Doesn't he know how important this thing is? I know. Of course I know. But the more this is the case, the less I should rush things. He even felt that he was getting a little too anxious about creating the persona of a gambling addict. Chun-Ye's decision to stop selling rough stones likely stems from discovering something, or revealing something. Although the probability of the opponent getting another artifact is extremely small, it is not impossible. Therefore, all he could do was wait and pray. Pray that the other party is unaware of the broken thunder artifact, and pray that they will resume selling jade gambling stones. Alliance leader. The old man's voice trembled. What's wrong? The Blood Oath Alliance leader asked with a hint of smugness. Didn't I tell you to learn from me and be more composed? No, Alliance leader, it's open. The father stammered as he pointed to a system page. What do you mean? Open it up and then calm down. Gambling on jade. Buy it. Get it. We have to get it. The voice of the Blood Oath suddenly rose 8 do higher, and at the same time, he immediately opened his own page and skillfully flipped to the section on gambling on stones. Purchase. Chapter 364. The Prince's Call. The marriage contract returns. These rough stones sold out as soon as they were put on the shelves. Manhwa stared in shock at his shelves, which had been full just moments before, but were now completely empty. All buyers share the same ID, a Blood Oath. Does the Blood Oath Alliance leader know that you can find energy cores by gambling on stones? Manhwa looked at the familiar ID with some confusion. He knew that the other party was a gambling addict and had investigated the other party's behavior through various channels. It was indeed simply buying and opening gambling stones. It's not something like a resale. But why would anyone be so fascinated by something like this? Manhwa was puzzled, and at this moment he could only attribute the reason to the other party knowing that gambling on stones could yield energy cores. Forget it, let's investigate further. This guy is acting strangely. I had just launched my new products and hadn't even had a chance to promote them when this guy bought them all. This means he's been keeping an eye on the jade gambling industry. Something seems amiss. Manhwa replenished the gambling stones and then began to investigate the blood oath ID and the relationship between the person who was most reluctant to buy gambling stones and the blood oath. On the other side, purchasing all the rough stones, Shui looked at the new ones in silence. He wanted to buy it, but if he bought it himself, it would definitely arouse the other party's suspicion. Never mind. How about we buy a few more? Yes, I'll buy a few. The father standing to the side couldn't help but nod in agreement. He became obsessed with gambling on stones after learning about their importance. If it weren't for his rationality telling him that he couldn't allow the top 2 leaders of the Blood Oath Alliance to simultaneously purchase large quantities of gambling stones, he would have bought them immediately. He sent a knowing look through his blood and then made another purchase. Don't buy too much, just a little bit more, just a tiny bit, just a little bit. Had sworn an oath of blood tapped repeatedly, but it didn't tap any further. Buy it. Why aren't you buying it anymore? The father's expectant gaze also froze. The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance turned his head blankly, then revealed a grief-stricken expression and stammered, No money left. Oh. For a moment, Dad didn't even realize what was happening. Nothing happened. No money. You, the leader of a major alliance, with nearly half of the alliance's assets in your hands, are saying you have no money. The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance nodded helplessly, admitting that he was indeed out of money. They secretly purchased gambling stones at high prices, continuously invested energy stones to allow their troops to obtain a second energy core, and also sent out several teams to search for and conquer small cities. All of this requires a large number of energy stones. The few energy stones I had left were meant to deal with emergencies. But now it's all used up. Wait a minute. With my money, I should be able to buy more. Suddenly, Shui remembered something. His long career as a gambling addict had given him a clear understanding of the price of rough stones. I shouldn't be broke unless... He opened the page again to examine it more closely. Really, the Blood Oath's expression immediately turned ugly. Jade gambling prices have gone up. And it wasn't just a small increase, it increased 5-fold. A single rough stone can now fetch 10 energy stones. A swindler. This is outrageous. Wait, why did Manhwa suddenly raise prices like this? Is it because... Quickly, inform the Lord I asked to buy the rough stones, and tell him not to mention me. Although this matter had already been explained, he still chose to notify them again, just in case someone let it slip. City of OSS. The evil spirits are training a new army. Manhwa is handling Chun Ye's special mission, and Alicia remains unconscious. In charge in the city was Albin, Saravel Shah. At this moment, Shah arrived at Albin's office area. Although they were in charge of the army, the other side had its own camp. It's a kind of demonstration of strength. After all, in the recent battle, the opponent single-handedly routed 10,000 enemy remnants. It was truly a case of one man holding the pass against 10,000. Shah knew very well that the other party did not possess this ability before. Even at his peak, he didn't possess that. In other words, Chun, the Lord gave Albin new power. Albin. Sarah arrived at the former's residence, knocked on the door, and inquired. President Shah, please come in. Albin still has some respect for his past. After all, without her identity, she would never have been able to get in touch with Chun Yi, nor would she have been able to receive any favors from him. Shah gave a wry smile, and then directly stated her purpose. You should have received the letter, right? Received. Albin opened the tent flap and answered. Although he didn't particularly like Shah, she was Chun Ye's woman after all, and he couldn't be alone with her. Even if it's in the military camp, he will make the scene of their meeting public to prove his innocence. After opening the tent door, Albin tossed an old-fashioned envelope onto the table. He said, The patriarch has informed us that the family trial has been changed. It will no longer be based on wealth, but on the cities on the border and the cities of the Silver Moon Empire. You didn't come here to persuade me to send troops to conquer the surrounding cities so you could seize the position of family head, did you? Albin asked in surprise, then immediately replied, That's impossible. I am now directly under Lord Chun Yi, and all my actions require Lord Chun Ye's orders. Give up that idea as soon as possible. Albin retorted without holding back. His initial goal in contacting Chun Yi was simply to remove his curse mark. Now that the original curse mark has been removed, his goal has changed to acquiring greater power. He felt a miracle from Chun Yi, and he wanted to become stronger and receive another miracle. Therefore, it is impossible for him to betray Chun Yi or do anything against Chun Ye's wishes. Even using these most ordinary soldiers is not an option. No, that's not it. Shah's face was somewhat pale, perhaps because of Albin's directness. But more often than not, Chinyi was not around. She stroked her storage ring, then took out a letter as well. However, unlike the former, this letter was printed with a gold-embossed image of a titan on the envelope. This is a royal envelope. Albin looked on in surprise, then remembered the identity of the person in front of him. The second prince's fiancé. What are you doing? Albin asked seriously. You'll see when you see it. Sa said weakly. Albin didn't stand on ceremony and immediately picked up the envelope to read it. Perhaps before, he might have held the royal family and the Sarah family in awe, but now, he was following a ruler, a candidate for God. I have nothing to fear. Soon, the envelope was read, and Albin's expression grew even more grim. The second prince will soon be taking you back to the capital for your wedding. Sha nodded with a wry smile. Albin's expression turned even more grim. The prince and Sha, but he couldn't bear to see the woman of his own god being taken away to marry someone else right under his nose. This, absolutely impossible. Chapter 365. Attack the ancient tree, burn it. The Titan Empire. Capital. Don't turn around, sir. Close your eyes. I'm the eldest sister. Their bodies pressed gently against each other. No, you are not her. Why isn't it? Wah, #%. Inside the room, a scene of eroticism unfolded, and as spring's beauty burst forth, the clothing of a man and a woman gradually diminished. Suddenly, greetings, Your Excellency. Injio has something important to report. Just as I was engrossed in my conversation, a discordant sound suddenly came from outside the door. The second prince of the Titan Empire sighed in frustration, his interest in having fun greatly diminished. Come in. The prince. The woman beside her looked at the order given by the person next to her with some disbelief. It's all right. Injio is one of us. He knows what he should and shouldn't see. The man addressed as the second prince ignored the woman's reaction and pulled her into his arms, pinching her chin and scrutinizing her closely. You look a lot like her, but it's a pity you're not her after all. Although the second prince said it wasn't her, his actions didn't stop at all, and he didn't go any further. Similar, but not the same, which seemed to stir up some emotion within him, making the matter even more interesting. Injio below kept her head down since entering and was not affected by the seductive panting on the bed. He said, none of those outsiders are willing to submit. My subordinates have used all means, including soul detection. But we didn't find anything. What are you reporting if you haven't found anything? The second prince's grip was noticeably stronger, causing the beauty in his arms to wince in pain, but she showed no sign of displeasure. Injio was not affected by all of this. He continued, although we didn't get anything out of them, the entity behind them wants to cooperate with us. Cooperate? How did the entity behind him know about him? All right, let's talk about the cooperation. The second prince originally wanted to ask how the other party knew that his people had been arrested and were being interrogated. But after realizing what he had discovered, he lost interest. Everyone has their own opportunities and special means. If the secret to becoming a god has been found by oneself, then it is acceptable for others to have some minor tricks. Here's the thing. They said they could help us conquer the surrounding cities of the Silver Moon Empire, but Injio truthfully explained the Lord's demands and everything he could give. It is roughly the same as the One Chi Alliance, which introduces itself as being able to transform into the most suitable knife once it obtains an energy core. Therefore, he volunteered himself. As long as there are energy stones, troops can be provided continuously. This is an interesting proposal. However, upon learning this news, his first thought was not to gain military strength by continuously supplying the enemy with energy stones. Instead, the goal is to find the other side and obtain their method of continuously producing troops. This is much safer than taking advantage of the other party. After making some arrangements, the second prince dismissed Injio and then made detailed plans. All of this was overheard by the beauty in his arms. The second prince has started discussing important matters in front of me. Does this mean he truly considers me one of his own? Good, very good, this is a good sign. I will win back the second prince's heart from you very soon. The woman's eyes hardened, and she immediately went along with the movements behind her. A moment later, you performed very well, and you acted very well. You may leave now. The second prince waved his hand, and the woman stepped back. He watched the woman leave, savoring the beautiful moment they had just shared. Although you haven't experienced Salavir Shah, you feel pretty good. It's just lacking a bit of bloodline. The second prince pointed out the shortcomings of the woman before him. This also exposed their own needs. He waved his hand and summoned a hidden guard, instructing him. Have Hidden Six hurry up. I need to see Salavir Shah as soon as possible. Yes. The hidden guards retreated. The second prince straightened his clothes and then left the room. The Silver Moon Empire's old rival is not content to stay put. It wants to do something too. Although, I'm already doing it. But it's always good to have an extra trick up your sleeve. Ancient trees. The white flames burned on the towering ancient tree, whose top could not be seen at a glance, reaching straight into the clouds. Meanwhile, the white flames were struggling to climb upwards from below. Roar! Kill! 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 Despicable humans! How dare you ignore our barrier? Damn it, don't these humans feel pain? Aren't they afraid of casualties? Retreat! Retreat! Backwards! Forest, ancient trees, fire training, elves, melee, Deadpool charging. On the complex battlefield, a group of elegant elves are being slaughtered by a series of death servant-like soldiers. The slightly stronger elves immediately had their alchemical behemoths rush in, quickly tearing a gap in the battlefield. The corpses from the battle were transformed into Philosopher's Stones by alchemists who had been preparing for a long time. The Philosopher's Stones were then used to summon hell soldiers and hellfire to attack the elves in the forest ahead. They really are elves. It's better if such things don't exist in this world. As the creator of this battlefield, the young man with an air of nobility did not become careless or show any kindness just because the other party was an elf. Just like himself back then, no one knows if letting an elf go this time will lead to the elves coming with a powerful enemy to destroy him next time. This wasn't the first time the boy had been here. He had encountered this place 2 years ago with some like-minded friends. I received some benefits at the time and was gently expelled. He was suspicious of the guards there at the time, but due to the disparity in troop strength, he never actually saw them. Even after mobilizing 10,000 troops from an entire city, they still couldn't find the enemy. But things are different now. Having failed once before, how could I not give it my all this time? The boy stood up and gave the order to exterminate them all. All he wanted was the ancient tree. Flames roared up, adding another layer of black to the fire atop the ancient tree. This is the hellfire summoned by the alchemist. Now you. He waved his hand behind him, and 2 fire dragons appeared on the battlefield. The dragon opened its mouth and spoke in human language. Given everything already, is there any need for anyone else to join my dragon flame sect? It's always good to have an extra trick up your sleeve. The young nobleman answered with a smile. He knew the consequences of letting the enemy escape, so he prepared meticulously, using almost every means at his disposal. All right. The dragon reluctantly agreed, and then a breath of dragon fire accurately struck the unsuspecting ancient tree. The third-colored flames rose again and gradually climbed up the ancient tree. The boy just watching the battlefield engulfed in flames, watching the one-sided battle, watching the ancient trees being burned from the roots. Buzzing. Ripples spread from the ancient tree, as if searching for something. Ancient tree, don't try to struggle anymore. You chose this place. There is no living thing within 100 miles. The boy scoffed. If you really want your wish to come true, aren't there plenty of strong wishes right here? Come on, grant it, grant it. Grant this, be burned by flames, die a miserable death on the spot, and finally reveal the absolute core of your desire. The boy opened his arms, revealing a victorious expression. Clearly, he had conducted thorough research and preparation regarding the ancient tree's barrier, its guardian units, and even its combat mechanics. However, the ancient tree did not intend to die just like that. Although he could not find many creatures in the surrounding area, his search never stopped. Chapter 366. The Secret of the Elven Race, Broken Shackles. Why has all the snow around us melted, and why is the temperature getting higher and higher? Chunyi looked at the ancient trees in the distance. The ancient trees were towering, and although he was still a long distance away from them, he could already see them. The ancient tree grew from the ground, straight up into the clouds, becoming a bridge between heaven and earth. The direction is right, and the ancient tree is right, but isn't this ancient tree a bit too big? Chunyi was amazed by the ancient tree in the distance. He looked at the goblins around him. Although the war goblins seemed very strong, could they really cut down such an ancient tree? Or are the guardians of this ancient tree something that goblins can defeat? Chunyi felt a sense of doubt. He was really unsure about this, since he had never seen the true strength of his goblin. They were just stunned by the sheer size of the ancient tree. This kind of bridge between heaven and earth makes everyone feel small. I hope so. If we can't take down the ancient tree, we can always go back and ask for help. Chunyi looked at the ancient tree, which was as wide as a mountain peak, and felt somewhat uncertain. Suddenly, an absurd idea formed in Chunyi's mind. There's not a single snowflake around here. Could the guardians of these ancient trees possess the ability to control the wind and snow. Chenyi was startled, but then shook his head violently, trying to shake off his thoughts. Although it's quite far, I can't have these thoughts. If the ancient tree catches them, it'll be troublesome. Forget it, it shouldn't be. These snowstorms are all the work of the god of winter, so no one should be able to use his snowstorms. Unless it's another god. Thinking this, Chenyi sighed, that guy Lin Dong is really strong. He's already 2,000 or 3,000 miles away, yet he's still under the control of the other party's domain. Does this guy want to control the entire winter season in Atlantis? Chenyi had an absurd idea, but he immediately rejected it. To date, no god has been known to control the natural elements of Atlantis. Even the god of light only controls his own light and the light of his followers, not the light of the entire Atlantean world. The consciousness of this world is also a stingy fellow. It has already given birth to gods, but it is unwilling to truly give them power. As Chenyi watched the ancient tree in the distance draw closer, his thoughts drifted further and further away. At the same time, ancient trees. My lord, this group came prepared. The barrier has not worked, and our army is about to be wiped out. Within the ancient tree lies a hidden world, with numerous tree hollows weaving together to create another wondrous realm. Beside a spring where branches and chains intertwine, a general in emerald green armor stands with his hands behind his back. The slender branches were surrounded by various chains, most of which had broken and piled up on the ground, with only a snow-white chain of ice and snow remaining. At this moment, the general's heart was filled with complex emotions. He looked at the spring in front of him and then felt a little lonely. We were just one step away, just one last shackle away, but, at this moment, a powerful enemy has attacked. Is it really going to wipe out my elven race? The general asked helplessly, but the spring water bubbled and did not respond. 1,000 years ago, the elves offended the gods and were driven out and wiped out by the gods. After that great battle, the gods were greatly weakened, the elves suffered heavy casualties, and most importantly, they were cursed by the gods. From that time on, the elves lost the right to reproduce. At that time, the elves were still powerful, and the gods dared not easily invade them, but the elves also knew that they were cursed. If they do not have offspring to replenish them, they will naturally become extinct without the intervention of the gods. The elves searched everywhere for a way to break the curse, but to no avail. Because the gods have taken over almost all the laws of the world except for the natural elements, there are no other laws that can oppose them. Until the appearance of an ancient tree. This ancient tree possesses abilities that this world does not have. Dream, fantasy, or turning the illusory into reality, whatever you call it, it's a magical power of law. Amazing and powerful. This new power of law can grant your wishes and realize your dreams. The ancient tree was also targeted by the main god the moment it appeared. After all, his laws are too comprehensive, covering almost all the laws of the gods. Although a few laws do not exist, they can still be created if used properly. So the gods once again set out to destroy the ancient tree, while the elves, upon learning of this, did everything in their power to protect it. The Second War of the Gods began. The result of the war was the fall of many gods, the severe injury of the ancient tree, and the reduction of the elven population from 1 million to less than 100,000. The high elves were almost completely wiped out. Similarly, the price paid by the gods was also immense. The gods were wiped out. A few gods preserved their strength, but they were wary of each other and dared not make a move easily. And the elves also got what they wanted, the right to reproduce. The ancient tree helped them break one shackle after another set by the gods, and the elves regained the right to reproduce, although offspring born before the complete breaking of the curse would become weaker and weaker. However, the shackles and seals are constantly decreasing, which is the hope of all the elves. The shackles have been broken one after another, until only one shackle remains. The general said dejectedly, but we don't have time. He looked at the last shackle, a white shackle of ice and snow. This was the final shackle, and also the hope for the revival of the elven race. Once this shackle is broken, and they are given 1 or 2 generations to reproduce, the elves will once again reign supreme over this world. Unfortunately, there's no time left. It seems that the worlds will deliberately obstructed them, causing them to encounter a powerful enemy at this crucial moment. Notify all members of the tribe to prepare for relocation. The general's voice sounded somewhat dejected, but it was truly a helpless situation. Although only one last shackle remained, the elven race had no more members to resist the powerful enemy that came to destroy the ancient tree, allowing it to break free of the final shackle. The The subordinate looked at the winding shackles that followed in the center of the spring with the same regret, feeling a strong sense of resentment. Yes. The subordinate slowly turned around to prepare to convey the order. Although he was unwilling, he had no better choice. Now that things have come to this, it's a matter of timing and fate. The general was equally distressed. He opened his hands, and the shackles representing ice and snow were reflected on his own hands. Unless this constraint is broken, the elves' ability to reproduce will only weaken until they become the bottom of the food chain and are eventually devoured. Shackles, these damned shackles, when will you finally be released? Bump. The general was speaking when the shackles in the center of his hands suddenly shattered. This represents the shackles of the god of ice and snow. This. The general stared in disbelief at the disappearing chain mark on his hand, while a warm current flowed through his body, and his power was growing wildly. Chapter 367. Can I simply sit back and reap the benefits? Atop the ancient tree, the battlefield. Damn it. Aren't these people afraid of dying? Why are people still charging forward even after we've killed so many of them? Damn it. This alchemical behemoth is too powerful. Even a magic armor-piercing bow made up of 30 people can't penetrate it. The sprites kept moving around and retreating. That dragon too. Even 30 people's magical hurricane arrows couldn't penetrate its fiery armor defense. The elves complained and retreated, their territory crumbling inch by inch. Damn it. If only we had more people. One of the elves, unwilling to give up, retreated while firing. The main reason they lost this battle was their lack of manpower. The elves are very powerful, but their population is small. Like the alchemical behemoths and fire dragons of today, they can easily handle any one of them. After all, due to the unique nature of the elven race, if a magic circle for 10 people isn't enough, then a magic circle for 20. If 20 isn't enough, then a magic circle for 30. If 30 isn't enough, then a magic circle for 40. The elves are a race that has become powerful through sheer numbers and unity. If there are enough people, we'll kill even a god. Unfortunately, their numbers are now too small. The enemy has 100,000 troops, while our side only has 30,000. Therefore, the elves retreated step by step, feeling increasingly frustrated. For thousands of years, the elf race has grown weaker with each generation due to the curse, while the enemies of the ancient tree have never ceased. From beginning to end, various people became obsessed with the news of the ancient tree and launched an attack. They even thought this had cleansed the continent's records about elves and ancient trees, but the effect wasn't very noticeable. People still trespass on the ancient tree. They could only struggle to resist. As time went by, the ancient tree's enemies remained the same, but the elves became fewer and weaker. Damn it. Should I retreat another floor? These alchemical behemoths are too powerful. We can't hold them off. One of the elves suggested. No, I'm not willing to give up. If we retreat today, we retreat tomorrow. How long are we going to retreat? Another elf, unwilling to accept defeat, glared at the distant alchemical behemoth and roared, "Give me a chance. My bloodline is pure. I can use 4th-tier magic. I'll lead the way." Lava arrow formation, condense. Although the surrounding Pokemon kept retreating, their formation remained intact. Elves are such a race. Even if their companions die before them, even if they are seriously injured and on the verge of death, but they still clearly know what they need to do and what they should do. Therefore, although the elves retreated step by step, their formation did not collapse. Yes. Seeing that the elves with high bloodlines were taking the lead, the elves immediately made the most appropriate decision. More than 100 elves gathered together, determined to make that alchemical behemoth pay the price. Lava. Bump. The sound of ice breaking echoed in everyone's minds. Although no one in the midst of the battlefield noticed this subtle change. However, the leader who was condensing lava arrows suddenly discovered that the arrows in his hands were more powerful than ever before. Could it be that there are other nobles of high bloodline among them? He didn't speculate too much, simply assuming that a low-profile nobleman was hiding within his magic array. Buzzing. The arrow in his hand had already reached an astonishing 100 meters, and the crimson lava light illuminated the surroundings, yet it still did not stop condensing. This power. Okay. The leader was amazed by the purity of the bloodline of the person hidden within his formation, and at the same time, he fiercely shot out the huge arrow that had expanded to 150 meters. Call out. The arrow pierced the wind resistance, leaving a scorching heat in the air before striking precisely a giant alchemical beast that was slaughtering it. Roar, roar, roar. The entire process, from the behemoth turning around to shock, and then to death, took less than 3 seconds. The lava arrows did not stop after killing the alchemical behemoth. Instead, they drew a magma dividing line across the battlefield. The massive dividing line cleaved the battlefield and intimidated everyone. Haha, good. Who is it that has? The elven noble who had fired the arrow turned around, but saw no other noble in sight. Among the elves, the clothing of nobles is different from that of ordinary elves, and they can be distinguished at a glance. All elves are proud of their bloodline. Some may prefer to keep a low profile, but no one would deliberately hide their bloodline. But why? Why are there no aristocratic clothes? The shot I just fired. He looked at his palm, where the warmth was still present and a faint power was rising. This power doesn't seem to come from the battle formation behind him, but rather from within his own body. The elf stared in surprise at its palm. The snow-white chains that had been there had vanished without its noticing. The mark of the last chain has shattered? Careful! Hurricane break. A Deadpool who was about to launch a sneak attack was spotted by the elf behind him and was severely injured and fell to the ground. That person was equally shocked. When did my magic reach this level? The same thing happened everywhere on the battlefield. All the elves noticed the anomaly and felt that their power had increased. Enemies that were once extremely difficult to defeat can now be easily shot down. Arrows that previously could not penetrate the defenses of 30 people can now be broken by just over 20 people. Excitement echoed across the battlefield as the elves reclaimed their lost territories, layer by layer. Far away, on the back of a frost dragon, a handsome man curiously watched the war in the distance. Wow, these elves are so fierce. Chinyi watched the battle between the two sides. It was obvious that someone was trying to invade the ancient tree, and the ancient tree's guards were fighting each other. The guardians of the ancient tree are actually elves. Such a rare species must be every lord's dream, right? Chinyi clicked his tongue in amazement. These elves were incredibly beautiful, especially the female elves, each of them exuding a gentle, yet dashing aura. In addition, with their distinctive long, pointed ears and unique clothing, elves are visually superior to any other type of soldier. Among all the 100,000 lords, apart from the earth elves, no other lord has been known to possess the elven race. Chinyi observed the battle while analyzing the situation. It seems that the two sides are evenly matched. So, I can just sit back and reap the benefits? Chapter 368. The Silver Moon Empire's Space-Based Weapons. Elf. The guardians here are actually elves, haha. Such fair skin, and such a figure, he. On the battlefield, the leader of the One Chi Alliance greedily observed the elves through each type of unit. The elves are strong in individual combat, but even stronger in team combat. But none of that mattered to him. What mattered to him was the elf himself. Elves, creatures that exist only in legends, are extremely rare in both the Imperial market and the Lord market. If we could capture these elves alive. The leader of the One Chi Alliance watched as the alchemical behemoth climbed the ancient tree like a tumor. His troops surged up like locusts, the dragon echoed from the side, and the alchemists continuously created dead soldiers at the very end. He seemed to have already foreseen victory in this battle, and had already seen his own illusions. An elf. I wonder what it's like to be an elf. The One Chi Alliance licked his dry lips, his eyes growing increasingly greedy. He had already decided that after the war he would definitely request a portion of the elves, and a portion of the female elves, from his superiors. They would not hesitate to expose their location. Anyway, my boss is always trying to figure out my position, so even if I don't actively expose myself, I'll be found out soon. Every time I send troops out, there are traces to follow, and no matter how well I handle it, something will always be exposed. Their identities will inevitably be discovered over time. Since that's the case, it's better to just reveal your identity directly. You might even gain more trust from the other party. The leader of the Chi Dao Alliance thought this. He felt even more grateful to this world. Atlantis, what a wonderful world. My lord, after this battle, could you give me some of these female elves? The leader of the Chi Dao Alliance, unable to bear the sight of the elf's body and the defeated situation, questioned his superior. He tried to lower his voice, but it was still lewd. The eldest prince of the Silver Moon Empire looked at the lewd face on his badge, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded. Have your people fight to the death, and if I get what I want after the battle, the female elf can share some with you. As an imperial prince, he naturally knew the allure of female elves to those high-ranking officials and nobles. Although he himself despises such behavior and practices, he has to admit that such methods can indeed quickly win over a group of people. But Are these female elves really that easy to obtain? The elves' behavior now is quite different from what is recorded in the ancient books. The eldest prince looked at the battlefield with worry, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Haha, don't worry, sir. There's absolutely no problem. My men are your men. Even if they all die in battle, I will have no regrets. Boom! A crimson beam of light shot across the battlefield, piercing through an alchemical behemoth and simultaneously splitting off a small section of the battlefield. The leader of the One-Chi Alliance immediately stopped speaking, his face darkening. There are even high-level elves here. Trying to ruin my plans? You're asking for it. With a furious expression, he manipulated several units to clear a path in a suicidal manner, sending one of the soldiers to the side of the high elf. Then he leaped up and slashed in midair. Boom! A powerful whirlwind struck his chest, and the soldier he was controlling instantly lost control of his body. What's going on? The leader of the One-Chi Alliance was shocked. When did ordinary elves become capable of severely injuring his own troops with a single blow? He had certainly anticipated that his sneak attack would be discovered by the ordinary elves. However, if I accept the condition that my unit is doomed, I should be able to kill this high-ranking noble elf before the ordinary elves' attacks become concentrated. Why is that? Boom, boom, boom. Before the leader of the Chi Dao Alliance could even be shocked, a series of powerful attacks were launched. The elves, who were normally only able to be ravaged by their allied forces, actually began to fight back. The leader of the One-Chi Alliance was bewildered and broke out in a cold sweat. The eldest prince breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this scene. That makes sense. As expected, the elven race, which once ruled half the continent, still has its own trump cards. But why wasn't this trump card used after the situation became unfavorable? The eldest prince was puzzled. If they had used it after being at a disadvantage from the start, they would have reduced their losses considerably. Instead of being driven into a corner and surrounded and killed step by their own soldiers, as they are doing now. Could there be some preconditions? He looked suspiciously at the elven corpses on the ground. Perhaps the opponent's trump card requires certain conditions, such as sacrificing a certain number of their own people, to be activated. That was all the prince could think, and at the same time, the weight that had been hanging over his heart finally lifted. He hung up the communication on his badge and waved at the air. Ripples appeared out of thin air, and then a person materialized. Backup plan, begin charging. Yes. The figure flashed by and disappeared again. The eldest prince looked at the battlefield in the distance where the elves had quickly turned the tide, and a surge of pride welled up in his heart. Let me see the splendor of the ruler from 1,000 years ago. Let me see whether the former ruler is more powerful or the current empire is stronger. The clash between the new and old eras on the battlefield, the sudden surge in the elves' strength caught many soldiers off guard and put them at a disadvantage. Deadpools, whom he had carefully selected, did not care about death and were therefore not affected by so-called morale. This is just an appetizer of the clash of eras. A real collision. The eldest prince turned his head, and an alchemical building had appeared behind the entire battlefield at some unknown time. The enormous alchemical structure resembled a house, yet also a chimney, standing straight behind the battlefield, harmless to humans and animals. What is this? Outside the battlefield, Chen Yi, an outsider, looked at the cannon-like building in the distance. The surface was covered with familiar alchemical patterns. Suddenly, bang, 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 3 black pillar-like objects were launched from the chimney and flew continuously in the sky, activating the magic array on them every once in a while. The black pillar was continuously teleported, and after a burst of energy, it completely disappeared from sight. This thing missed. Chen Yi looked at the chimney that made a lot of noise but did little, and felt a little puzzled. Etc. Continuously teleporting upwards, if this thing can reach a sufficient height. Is this person trying to commit suicide? Chen Yi thought of a satellite-based weapon from his previous world, which had a well-known name, the Rod of God, or the Hand of God. A type of space-based weapon that relies on gravity and gravitational acceleration. Damn, you're insane. Chen Yi cursed loudly and immediately manipulated the frost dragon to retreat. Based on my own impression, the most difficult part of that kind of thing wasn't sending it into space, but rather positioning it. That thing is as destructive as a nuclear bomb. The slightest deviation would cause the surrounding area to fall silent instantly. After escaping a sufficient distance, Chen Yi used his abyss power to observe the sky above. Sure enough, the 3 toothpick-like black pillars were rapidly igniting and accelerating their descent. Holy crap, This is like a dimensional reduction attack? Chun-Yi cursed angrily and immediately made a decision in his mind. If the elves are wiped out after the enemy's attack ends, I must first kill all those who can wield this weapon. The terrifying weapon drew ever closer, completely unbeknownst to the elves below, while the soldiers and alchemical behemoths fighting the elves showed no sign of retreating. Madman. Chun-Yi cursed inwardly while observing the impending absolute authority from afar. Chapter 369. The Clash Between the Old and New Eras. Inside the ancient tree, the general stared in disbelief at the broken chain in his hand before turning his gaze to the spring not far away. In the center of the spring, the small branch that had been bound by various chains had been freed from its shackles. Hee ha 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 ha. Okay. My elven race. Finally, the era of my elven race has finally arrived. We have finally broken through all the shackles. Atlantis, your ruler has returned. The general's emerald green armor fluttered wildly, and he felt an immense surge of arrogance. The sorrow on his face vanished instantly, and the domineering aura from 1,000 years ago unconsciously appeared in his eyes. Confident, assertive. Last time, when you gods joined forces, our elven race was almost wiped out. And this time, the general scoffed, this time, you don't have enough gods to stop the rise of our elven race. The general knew that after his own race and the elves, the gods had once again fought a great war for some reason. After the 3 great wars, the gods were no longer as powerful as they once were, and even their numbers were far fewer. This is also why ancient trees can quickly break through some of the chains. Those laws that are not controlled by a master are very fragile. The laws that are controlled by someone, like the laws of ice and snow, were only recently regained by someone, but this has cost the ancient trees several decades. The laws of wind and snow, which were originally thought to take about 50 years to break through, have suddenly shattered. It's unclear whether the problem lies with the laws of ice and snow, the person who controls them, or some other reason. But we're back. Atlantis, your ruler has returned. Boom. The general opened his arms and heard a tremendous roar. General, we the law. The soldier who had just reported the news returned, his face beaming with joy. I already know about the laws, but what's the situation outside now? The general spoke confidently. The subordinate immediately reported, Sir, we have now launched a counterattack. Although the enemy is powerful, they should not be a match for us. Should? The general frowned. He had heard a word he didn't particularly like. The other side has the means to summon undead warriors using the corpses of dead soldiers, which must be the work of some god. The subordinate reported. Although they have the upper hand at the moment, that may not be the case later. Even if they improve their strength by breaking the last chain, they will eventually be defeated by the enemy's overwhelming numbers and strategy of using war to sustain war. God humph. It's those annoying guys again. The general gave a cold reply and then turned around. The branch that had been freed from all constraints in the spring water was developing rapidly, and soon it had grown from an unhealthy branch into a sturdy sapling. A glistening, tempting fruit is rapidly forming on the sapling. This is an emergency measure that the ancient tree has come up with in response to the crisis, and it is also the core of the elven race. Over thousands of years, the ancient tree and the elf race have helped each other, and have long been entangled with various laws and causes. As the ancient tree used its immense power of rules to help the elves break through the last line of defense, it sensed a special signal. From that moment on, they seemed to be bound to the ancient tree. The ancient tree seemed afraid that the elves would truly abandon it, so it bound the elves to it. At this moment, we share both prosperity and adversity. The general turned to look at the sapling and picked the fruit from it. Although the fruit is not fully developed, it already possesses the necessary functions. For 1,000 years, since you gods like to test us and keep targeting our elven race. Then I'll grant your wish and let you witness once again the splendor of the elven race. As the general spoke, he took the light orb fruit in his hand and walked outside. Upon reaching the outer perimeter of the ancient tree, the battle below and the flames climbing it are clearly visible. These lackeys of God, so many years have passed, and they haven't made any progress at all. The general looked down. His ego swelled to its peak as he was freed from his last shackles. Freeing them from their final shackles not only meant their return to the world, but also that they could begin to harness the power of the ancient tree. The elves thrive when they encounter trees and grow stronger when they encounter forests. Previously, no other trees grew around the ancient tree because of it, and because the ancient tree needed to be freed from its shackles, the elves rarely had the power to rely on it. And at this moment, They can easily draw upon the immense power of the ancient tree. Come, ancient tree, fantasy, the power to turn illusion into reality. The general channeled his power into the orb of light in his hand, using the connection between the orb and the ancient tree to mobilize the mountain-like power. The ancient tree itself possesses a power that amazes everyone, which is also the capital that enables him to turn some of it into reality. However, the world is fair, and the ancient tree, which possesses all the laws and the power to manipulate them, does not have the ability to attack. Everything he did depended on the strongest emotions and prayers in the vicinity. Although the elves are no longer among these creatures, he can still achieve the same effect with the heart of the ancient tree in his possession. With the infusion of immense energy, the heart of the ancient tree grew rapidly, its tendrils instantly appearing and surrounding the general, forming a giant sphere of wooden vines. The spherical vine was constantly expanding and molding, its outstretched tentacles resembling steel nails driven into the ancient tree. Listen to my story. With ancient trees as the foundation, the power to overturn the world, come forth, ancient tree dragon. A magnificent, resounding sound filled the air as a colossal dragon roared across the world. Roar! With a roar, all things revived and grew, trees rose from the ground, and in an instant, a sea of trees was formed. Wow, the elves are quite something. Fight! 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 Chen Yi, always eager for excitement, pointed out that the attributes of the wooden dragon that had suddenly appeared at the top of the ancient tree had reached an astonishing 150, according to his panel. This is the peak state that the frost dragon can reach after activating its curse seal, and it is also the pinnacle of this world below the gods. Second only to the power of a god. Even with Chun Ye's help, the frost dragon could only maintain this state for 10 minutes. This wooden dragon, however, clearly does not have such restrictions. Let me see which is more powerful, modern technology or transcendent magical dragons. Chen Yi was filled with anticipation, but also with a desire to see the spectacle unfold. These two sides really forces you to attack. The outcome could be quite difficult. With the people he brought, it's not certain that they can defeat either side. The two sides had already started fighting when he arrived. All I need to do is watch the show and then wrap things up. With these feelings in mind, Chun Yi watched the impending heavenly punishment and the already formed dragon's might. A collision of the century will shake this world. Chapter 370. What's thrown on the ground is what nobody wants. Roar. The azure wood dragon was formed. It detected the enormous threat above the sky. These are just a few pillars, yet they pose a threat to the azure wood dragon. Clearly, these pillars are not ordinary pillars. It must be the power of God again. The general, inside the dragon's body, coldly faced the explosion in the sky. The azure wood dragon. The eldest prince, who was observing from the rear of the battlefield, was equally shocked the moment he saw the astonishing dragon appear. The dragon race hasn't heard of the birth of the azure wood dragon for a long time. As one of the most unique dragon species, the azure wood dragon had long since disappeared from everyone's sight. Nowadays, most dragons are either fire dragons or frost dragons. The latter, in particular, is now showing a trend of dominating the discourse and dominating the dragon race in terms of sheer numbers. Azure wood dragon. Dragons would be very excited to see something like that, right? The eldest prince watched with relief as the giant dragon of the azure wood charged towards the sky, adding another name to his list of potential post-war transactions with various parties. Although the azure wood dragon is rumored to be incredibly powerful, he doesn't believe his preparations will be inferior to the azure wood dragons. How could the power of the alchemist god be inferior to that of the dragon clan? The eldest prince just watched, as did the leader of the One Chi alliance and the other low-ranking lords. This dragon is different from ordinary dragons. Not only is it made entirely of wood, but its appearance is more in line with the legendary dragons than with the dragons we see today. The current dragons have long necks, like they evolved from lizards, while the azure wood dragon has a similarly long neck, but it is extremely wide. The relationship between the two is like that of a swan-necked young woman and a burly man with a thick neck after practicing martial arts. While the former is beautiful, the latter is clearly more combat-ready. At that moment, the azure wood dragon sensed the location of the space-based weapon in just 2 breaths. Ugh! Snap! The frost dragon was about to roar and assert its dominance after witnessing the azure wood dragon's actions. Chen Yi noticed in time and interrupted its declaration with a slap. If I am discovered by both sides because of you, and my territory happens to be short of a batch of dragon hybrid mounts, you should understand. Frost Dragon. Wah. Upon hearing Chun Ye's words, the frost dragon instantly tucked its tail between its legs and trembled uncontrollably. It never wanted to experience that long, lingering erection again. Keep quiet. Absolutely do not make a sound. Chun Yi saw the frost dragon acting cautiously and continued to observe the battle in the sky. As a space-based weapon, the greater the distance and the greater the gravitational pull, the greater the destructive power. The Azure Wood Dragon's decision to fly up and meet them at this moment was clearly the right thing to do. But it is also foolish. Because the most difficult part of space-based weapons is aiming. If the space-based weapon is allowed to fall, it could destroy not only the Elven army, but also the invaders' forces. Chun Yi knew that the ability to use space-based weapons proved that the other party could basically locate space-based systems, but he absolutely did not believe that the other party's location could be very accurate. So precise that it only harms elves and not allies. It's like someone dropping a missile during a fight. No one can guarantee that the missile will only hit the enemy and not harm their own people. This is also the fundamental reason why Chun Yi said the other party was crazy and that he should get away from them immediately. Therefore, it's hard to say whether Tsangmu Giant Dragon's initiative to confront the space-based weapon at this moment is a good thing or a bad thing. Boom! To Chun Ye's astonishment, the Azure Wood Dragon, like a native who had never seen firearms before, actually charged forward with its claws. Unsurprisingly, the Azure Wood Dragon's claws were shattered, and the powerful space-based weapon pierced through half of the Azure Wood Dragon's body before losing most of its power and turning into a small meteorite that crashed onto the battlefield, killing a few lucky survivors. This dragon is a bit savage. In the future, when you encounter something like this, first find the channel through which it was launched. If you can't find it, don't try to meet it with your physical body. Just use your dragon breath. Did you hear that? Chun Yi gave instructions to the frost dragon beneath him. The frost dragon nodded repeatedly upon seeing the Azure Wood Dragon's gruesome state, having lost half its body. The dragon was very powerful, but it's a pity, Chun Yi said regretfully. There were still 2 space-based missiles in his field of vision that hadn't landed yet. Furthermore, the 2 space-based projectiles are closer together, meaning it's impossible for the Azure Wood Dragon to withstand 2 more projectiles with its damaged body. Before Chun Yi could finish speaking, the vines on the Azure Wood Dragon's body began to writhe, rapidly healing its injuries. Well, alright, I admit you have the savage strength to confront the space-based system. Chun Yi looked at this extremely powerful native speechlessly, feeling somewhat helpless. Soon, 2 enormous, upside-down mushroom clouds, accompanied by howling flames, descended upon the world as divine punishment. 2 space-based missiles arrived as scheduled, their blazing flames reflecting the majestic power of the heavens, turning the entire earth crimson. Amidst this crimson expanse, a touch of green stepped forward. This time, the Azure Wood Dragon was shocked, but also learned a lot and became much smarter. He forcibly changed the direction of one of the shots using his green dragon breath, while he caught the other shot using the original method. Okay, some of them are smart, but not many. One mushroom cloud exploded in the distance, creating a 1,000-meter deep abyss, while the other, like the first one, exploded in the sky, scattering flames across the heavens. Chun Yi watched helplessly as the giant dragon of the Azure Wood, whose hands had been crippled after flinging the space-based weapon away, was rapidly recovering. You could at least use some other ranged attack to whittle down their health before taking the hit head-on, instead of sigh. Hey, wait a minute, is something flying over here? Chun Yi was watching the drama unfold when he suddenly noticed a black, strip-shaped object flying towards his defensive line. This is a space-based weapon that was thrown away by the Azure Wood Dragon. Chun Yi was somewhat bewildered as he saw the approaching weapon. Until, thump. As the crisis loomed, one of the slaughter goblins immediately stepped in front of Chun Yi and caught the space-based weapon, whose kinetic energy had been almost completely depleted, with one hand. Don't lose it. Chun Yi stopped the war goblin from discarding it. He ordered the latter to show him the thing. Your reconnaissance skill has yielded the following information. Name, Divine Punishment. Rank, Divine Artifact. Status, incomplete. Note, be thankful, you witnessed the divine punishment, but you weren't struck by it. Note, once all the pieces are collected, it might become a divine artifact, but right now it's just a useless piece of divine scrap metal. Note, what a pity, how could it have missed? This. Chun Yi silently stored the heavenly punishment weapon in his private space, then looked at the chimney launcher on the battlefield and the other 2 heavenly punishment weapons that had been blasted far away. Those things thrown on the ground are things that other people don't want, right? Chun Ye's eyes lit up as he turned to question the heir, then nodded to himself. Yes, that's it. Seeing that even the heir seemed to accept his actions, Chun Ye's last shred of shame vanished instantly. Go and pick up those big iron bars that nobody wants on the ground. He ordered the war goblin, adding, Be careful, don't let anyone see you. That chimney, never mind. Let's not pick it up now, we'll pick it up later. Chapter 371. They're all dirty, nobody wants them, right? Roar. The azure wood dragon was radiating steam and burning damage. Its imposing aura remained undiminished. They were even quite pleased with themselves after breaking through the enemy's powerful attack. Have the human race, who haven't ventured out into the outside world for so long, developed to this extent? The elven general was somewhat surprised, but even more so, he felt proud. This level of weapon must be the strongest weapon this group has, right? He knew this weapon must have come from some god, but even a god wouldn't give humans such a powerful weapon. It's not because the latter is beyond control, but because I feel sorry for them. Because the gods here possess authority that they themselves have acquired, rather than that which is possessed by nature and bestowed upon them by Atlantis, they cherish their power all the more. And the divine artifact is one of the most important powers of these gods. Divine artifacts are extremely precious. Even gods may not be able to possess more than a few. Even thousands of years ago, many gods used their divine artifacts as the means to pass on their divine positions. Therefore, they were reluctant, absolutely reluctant to give such a powerful artifact to their servants. The giant dragon of the ancient tree raised its head and looked down at the tiny world beneath the ancient tree, once again letting out a roar of victory. The azure wood dragon's wounds healed rapidly. Although the steam generated by friction and explosions on its body had not dissipated, it had become its best battle metal. As expected of the azure wood dragon, a unique species among dragons. The eldest prince looked at the giant dragon of the azure wood in the sky with a sense of longing. At this moment, he changed his mind. How could he trade such powerful strength to the dragons? Controlling it himself was the safest option. Roar! The azure wood dragon roared again, then swooped down and severely injured an alchemical behemoth. Upon seeing this, the fiery dragon roared and tried to rush forward, but was ordered by its lord to launch a ranged attack and engage in guerrilla warfare. Although the fiery dragon was furious, it was forced to obey its lord's orders. However, this azure wood dragon was simply too powerful, ignoring the elemental advantage and directly disregarding the flame dragon's attacks, continuously sweeping away the alchemists and alchemical beasts in the center of the battlefield. The dragon only had 2 heads and was extremely agile, so it wasn't his primary target. The azure dragon's target was obvious: alchemists who were physically weak and had limited defenses. The azure wood dragon continued its attacks, scattering seeds wherever it went, and trees sprang up from the ground, instantly growing into towering trees several meters tall. This is undoubtedly more suitable for elves to fight. Therefore, the elves quickly reclaimed their plundered territories and began to turn the tide of battle, overwhelming the invaders. The battlefield instantly became heated again, with the entire battlefield ablaze by the azure wood dragon. This guy is way too arrogant. Upon seeing this, the eldest prince snorted coldly and continued speaking to the air beside him. Recharge again, launch the rest. This time, the target is the ancient tree. Having witnessed the agility of the azure wood dragon, his chosen target this time was not the battlefield, but the ancient tree. He feared that the azure wood dragon would avoid the remaining divine punishments after seeing them. Therefore, choosing an old tree is the safest option. According to the information he had gathered, the elves had been guarding the ancient tree for 1,000 years. Over the course of these millennia, the elves suffered heavy losses in battles against various powerful enemies while protecting the ancient tree. But no matter how severe the losses were, they never gave up protecting the ancient trees. Therefore, if you attack an ancient tree, the other side will definitely not give up. Azure wood dragon, no matter how strong you are still no match for a divine artifact. The eldest prince watched as his divine artifact began to recharge again, his heart still full of confidence. Even if the opponent withstood the vanguard of the divine punishment, even if the opponent displayed extremely strong combat power, he still did not think he would lose. Because what I hold in my hand is a complete divine artifact. The eldest prince watched the battlefield with unwavering composure. The true power of the divine weapon had not yet been revealed, and he could not possibly fail. If this is all you have, then I'll take the victory and the spoils of this battle with me. The eldest prince smiled sarcastically. If this is all you guys are capable of, then I'm going to slaughter you all. The giant dragon of the azure would also revealed a confident expression on its face. Although the purity of his bloodline limits him to summoning only this level of azure wood dragon, such an azure wood dragon is already at the pinnacle of the mortal realm. No one can resist it. After today, once I lead the elves to develop for 1 or 2 generations, the true power of the elf race will be fully revealed. Even if a true god were to appear in person, he would not be afraid at all. I have a feeling that this day will come soon. Transforming into a giant dragon of ancient wood to slaughter the invading enemies. The general also comprehended the information given by the ancient tree. He sensed something extremely important in it. That merge with the ancient tree will grow up very quickly than the naturally growing elves. In other words, after 1,000 years of waiting and the final fusion, the elf has completely merged with the ancient tree and, with the help of the ancient tree's power, has broken through to a new peak. As long as the ancient tree remains, reproduction will not be a problem, and the time required for elves to grow from infancy to adulthood will be greatly shortened. With these 2 characteristics, my elven race will surely rule the entire Atlantis. Roar! The general roared inwardly, and his steam injuries were finally almost completely healed. Suddenly, the giant dragon of the azure wood, which was slaughtering its prey, sensed something. The atmospheric pressure suddenly increased, and the azure wood dragon looked up in surprise, its expression instantly turning serious. The massive, meteorite-like rain of fire and mushrooms hanging upside down in the sky were still there, and even more of them. The overwhelming flames pressed down on everyone's hearts like an abyss of despair, and even the entire battlefield came to a standstill. There are still more. The target is an ancient tree? Damn it! Roar! The azure wood dragon roared and gritted its teeth as it rushed into the sky, attempting to intercept the attacks once again. At the same time, Chen Yi had just collected the 3 artifact fragments in his personal space, but because he didn't have enough space, he transferred most of his miscellaneous items to Manhwa. Sensing the change in pressure, he looked up, his eyes still brimming with surprise. Besides, there are still some. It's landed, all dirty, nobody wants it, right? Chapter 372. Pioneers who ushered in an era. Is this the power of a divine artifact? How magnificent! Chen Yi looked at the fiery rain in the sky, each one like a meteorite capable of destroying the world. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. So, including the previous 3, that makes 11? After ascertaining the exact number of casualties, Chen Yi considered whether to continue retreating. After all, if such a thing were allowed to fall, he had no doubt that it could destroy ancient trees as big as a small mountain into dust and turn the place into a dead zone without mercy. The last 3 were already so strenuous, so these 8 must have already exceeded the limit, right? Chen Yi shook his head, feeling sorry for him. In his view, the elves were definitely not going to survive this crisis. What intrigued him was how these invading people would survive such an attack. Could it be that there's some other group of people who are a suicide squad that came here with the intention of taking down these elves together, and then another group of people will come to harvest them? Chen Yi nodded. This was the most reasonable explanation he could think of so far. If that's really the case, then he can only say that the power behind this group is truly immense, managing to gather such a group of soldiers and a divine artifact just to perish together with these guardian elves. But why are these guys attacking the ancient tree? Why don't they just pray for what they want? Also, why don't these elves pray to the ancient tree to overcome this crisis? Oh, right, these elves are guardians, so they probably can't pray to the ancient tree anymore. Then why don't these invaders pray to the ancient tree? Chen Yi still didn't understand. Actually, one of his purposes in coming here was to see the guards and at the same time test his skills in fighting goblins. Secondly, one can pray for 1 or 2 new, powerful monsters to prepare for leveling up. Although this time the goblin swarm will definitely last me a long time. However, when he needed to upgrade his territory again, the number of powerful magical beasts he needed increased to 7. He spent a long time collecting 6 of them, and finally managed to collect them all by chance. If there are 7, one should naturally plan ahead. Furthermore, the ancient tree can directly grant troop skills. He wants to try granting Lord skills as well. If so, the possibilities would be much greater. If that doesn't work, the only option is to seize the behemoth and then destroy the ancient tree, whose soul is an energy core, and a special one at that. I just don't know what these ancient tree hearts are for. On a whim, Chen Yi took out 3 ancient tree hearts from his private space. This is what I obtained after destroying the ancient tree next to me. At the time, Sha told me that the Empire had no way to use the soul of the ancient tree, and that she used it to upgrade the spring. As for the heart of the ancient tree, it seemed that it could be used as a low-level consumable for the formation. Chenyi recalled that Sha did say that, but he felt it was a waste and never used it that way. The first ancient tree spirit created the lazy goblin, whose special feature is that it can learn the special skills of other unit types. So what can we get from the ancient tree soul this time? Chenyi looked at the enormous ancient tree in the distance. If even a small tree had given him such great help, then this mountain-sized ancient tree must be able to give him unexpected benefits, right? Chenyi was calculating his purpose, a surefire way to make money. All you have to do is wait for the two forces to fight to the death, until they are both severely weakened, and then you can get everything you need. Oh no, it seems we won't be able to see that scene. The Azure-wood dragon in the sky. Although this guy had destroyed 2 heavenly punishment attacks in a short period of time, his body's recovery could not keep up with the consumption of the heavenly punishment. Boom! One of the divine punishments struck the ground, instantly creating a massive tornado, while the surrounding air instantly rose by hundreds of degrees, even reaching an astonishing 1,000 degrees at one point. Chenyi was able to see the situation clearly through his own gray mist before the smoke and dust dissipated. It was even more terrifying than what I had seen. The ancient tree targeted by the space-based weapon seemed to have a certain degree of resilience, only managing to create a hole 100 meters wide. Behind it, the space-based weapon continued its relentless blast into the ground after penetrating the ancient tree. An ancient tree was pierced through a large hole, behind which was a bottomless sinkhole, and the rocks around the sinkhole were turning into flowing lava. As for the members of both sides who are fighting on the ancient tree, where are the members? They've all vanished without a trace. Space-based weapons, they're truly terrifying. Chenyi was deeply shocked as he watched the attack, which, despite its twists and turns, still felt like a natural disaster. There are still 5 more attacks like that. If all 5 hit, the entire ancient tree will be riddled with holes, right? No, not only will the ancient trees be riddled with holes, but this entire world will be riddled with holes. Chenyi was terrified and retreated even further. At the same time, the elven general stared, his eyes bloodshot, at the ancient tree on the ground and the elven figures that had vanished from it. The elven race was already nearly wiped out, and that attack just now killed at least 5,000 elves. If we take into account the losses so far, the elven race's losses have reached an astonishing 15,000. The elf race only has 30,000 people in total. The general's eyes were filled with tears of blood, and he then made a momentous decision. We absolutely cannot allow any of our elven people to be lost. His gaze was resolute as he reached out and clutched his heart. There lies the heart of an ancient tree. He could have used the power of the ancient tree heart to purify his bloodline, freeing himself from the general's bloodline and becoming the sole king of the elves. But now, oh, the general scoffed. Perhaps those who usher in a new era are destined to die. Then let me become the pioneer of the awakening of the elven race. He took a deep breath and then crushed his own ancient tree heart. A tremendous power circulated and surged within his body, simultaneously elevating his condition to its peak once more. No, not just the summit. This guy. In the distance, Chenyi had just retreated some distance, and he had originally thought that the area around the ancient tree would become ruins. But now, the tattered and incomplete Azure-wood dragon roared once more, and then began to recover at an astonishing speed. In just 1 second, he was completely unharmed again and charged towards the space-based weapon once more. This recovery ability, something's not right. This dragon's aura. Chunya's pupils trembled in shock. This aura is, at the demigod level. Chapter 373, The Unrecoverable Divine Artifact, broken? One is a divine artifact, and the other directly activates a demigod state, this. Chunyi stared in shock at the two sides. This was the first time he had ever witnessed a battle that had reached the level of gods. The battle involving Black Greyhound was nothing more than a one-sided massacre. Black Greyhound had barely even made a move before killing the so-called 10,000-strong allied army. This time is different. This time it's a clash between a divine artifact and a demigod. The term subgod corresponds to the demigods among the Lord-level troops. This is the highest level below the gods. As for whether there are different ranks among the subgods, that remains unknown. Chenyi watched the battle between the two with rapt attention. The Azure-wood dragon grew many ancient bone spikes all over its body. These bone spikes were like thick armor or the marks of time. Time mercilessly descended upon him, bringing him divine power. I just don't know if using the power of God in this way will have any side effects. He didn't believe that the other party's original strength was at the demigod level. For the current elven race to produce a peak level being below the level of a demigod. Even this time, the god peak was obtained at a certain cost. Otherwise, they wouldn't have waited until halfway through the war to make their move. The level of a demigod at that moment is self-evident. Naturally, they paid a much higher price. Wow, this guy is amazing. Are dragons like this even in Atlanta? Chen Yi watched as the Azure-Wood dragon recovered at an astonishing speed. Despite losing both arms after taking the heavenly punishment attack, they grew back in an instant. However, as he came into contact with too much divine punishment, his body began to emit a lot of steam again, which seemed to be a sign of insufficient recovery ability. It's strange. The signs of insufficient recovery have already appeared, but this ancient wood dragon is still robust and can recover quickly. Could this be one of the powers wielded by the demigod-level Azure-Wood dragon? Chen Yi was taken aback. Roar! The giant dragon roared, and then shot out the sharp spikes from the dead branches on its body. The spikes grew larger in midair and quickly approached a black iron rod. As expected, the wooden spikes melted away with the iron rod, but in return, the rod's power was also reduced. As the spikes multiplied, the iron rod lost more and more kinetic energy. Once the Azure-Wood dragon determined that it posed no threat, it abandoned the rod and instead unleashed its dragon breath on another target. The dragon's breath was just as intense as the heavenly punishment weapon, and it blocked another heavenly punishment attack. Another divine weapon exploded in midair. The sky bursts with color amidst the roaring sounds, yet it also loses its color at the same time. The overly bright colors rendered the sky to only red and dark green. The world has lost its original diversity, and everyone is shocked. The center of the battlefield has unknowingly transformed from the battlefield into the giant dragon of the azure wood in the sky. Everyone, do not let the general's efforts go to waste. Attack. One of the high-ranking elves with superior bloodlines understood what had been exchanged for the situation above and immediately brought his previously dazed companion back to his senses. While they were in shock, the enemy continued their attack without stopping. He didn't know why the enemy soldiers were so fearless, but he knew he had to defeat them before the general's life and the heart of the ancient tree were consumed. Only in this way can we truly achieve victory. Elves have only just begun their rise to power. The curse has only just been lifted. How can they fall in a place like this? Kill. An aura of murderous rage spread through the forest as the elves once again unleashed a wanton massacre. After the curse was lifted, their strength had already increased, and with the forest cast by the Azure-Wood dragon, their combat power was now enough to overwhelm the enemy's Death Servant Legion. The battlefield below was once again in chaos. These suddenly appearing ancient trees were an asset to the elves, but an obstacle to the troops. They were caught off guard by these sudden trees and suffered heavy losses in a short time. My lord, if this continues, we may not be a match for these elves. The leader of the Ichi Dao Alliance looked at the battlefield with a solemn expression. As the main operator of the battlefield, he naturally knew the outcome of continuing to fight like this. The sudden surge in the elves' morale was very disadvantageous for them. Although he didn't care about the deaths of his troops, his own interest would be greatly diminished if victory couldn't be achieved after their deaths. He tentatively suggested, "Sir, how about we activate the teleportation array again? I can personally fund another 10,000 dead servants, as long as the female elf." No. The first prince interrupted the leader of the Ichi Dao Alliance before he could finish speaking. He said softly, "Just keep watching. We won't lose this battle." Won't lose. The leader of the One Shi Alliance stared in shock at the gray curtain above the sky, which was no longer pure white, but filled with the smoke of war and rampant divine power. Although the Azure-Wood dragon was severely injured, the steam generated by its resistance to the divine artifact was almost completely enveloping it. But the opponent managed to resist the divine weapon almost entirely with such a physique. Boom! Cough cough. As the final divine punishment was intercepted and shot down, most of the wood chips on the Azure-Wood dragon's body flew off, and it coughed up a mouthful of blood, its breath weakening once again. This, sir, how about we activate the teleportation arrays faster? If we have enough of them, we should be able to overwhelm this guy. The leader of the Ichi Dao Alliance sounded anxious. He never expected that his opponent would survive after resisting the attacks of all the divine artifacts. Although the Azure-Wood dragon was almost completely devoid of life, and its aura was constantly weakening, it was indeed not dead. The opponent is someone who can fight against us with his physical body and divine artifacts. If such a guy catches his breath, we will definitely be killed without any doubt. It looks good. The eldest prince smiled confidently. A divine artifact is the authority of a god. Do you really think that a mere temporary demigod can contend with a divine artifact? The eldest prince picked up the badge and sneered. Charge, summon the artifact, fire a volley. The giant dragon in front of him was powerful, so just in case, he prepared to fire 11 divine weapons at once. Such a spectacular scene would surely be enough to completely vaporize the opponent. How can your crippled body possibly contend with my divine weapon? The eldest prince calmly watched the giant dragon of the azure wood, who had recovered its breath and seemed to be preparing to advance towards him. The next second, my lord, the recovery of the divine artifact has encountered obstacles. A panicked voice from within the communication badge shattered the crown prince's composure. What? The eldest prince re-examined the metal in his hand. He even thought he had misheard. What did you just say? What went wrong with the artifact retrieval? God, the artifact recovery. Only 6 were recovered. No, 5. No. Now it's 4. The voice in the reply was almost crying. At this moment, he had no idea what was going on. The artifact that could be automatically recycled seemed to be in his hands, but it was broken. Chapter 374, Littering? Then I'll go all the way and be a good Samaritan. Here's today's bonus chapter. Thank you all for your votes and support. How stingy. Even a big tycoon would pick up something that's been thrown on the ground. The 7th fragment of heavenly punishment that his goblin had finally managed to snatch and pick up, and gave the intruder a disdainful snort. If I were that rich guy, I would never throw things on the ground. The ground is so dirty and filthy. Chunyi looked at the chimney in the distance. That thing seemed to be part of the same system as the heavenly punishment, and it was also the thing that launched the heavenly punishment. He had to think of a way to pick them up. There's nothing I can do. The other person always throws things on the ground, and I happen to have a collecting habit. At this moment, in the center of the battlefield, the azure wood dragon, having ascended to the demigod level, experienced a surge in spiritual power and finally discovered the hidden first prince and his companions. It also learned the origin of the weapon that had forced it to shatter the heart of the ancient tree. Wouldn't it be enough to just destroy this? The giant dragon charged toward the chimney-like structure standing on the ground, its breath gathering as it prepared to destroy it in one fell swoop. Damn it, stop them. Upon seeing this, the eldest prince hurriedly ordered his personal bodyguard to stop it, as that thing was the core of the divine artifact and absolutely could not be lost. Yes. Deadpool disappeared from sight. Only a yes was heard, and then he appeared behind the azure dragon. Damn it. Tell me properly, what happened to my divine artifact? The eldest prince stared at his badge in exasperation. If the other person weren't some distance away, he would have crushed them and directly questioned their soul. This, sir, I don't know what's going on either. The sobbing intensified. After following your command to initiate the recycling, only 8 wires were originally supposed to respond, and 4 of those 8 were lost during the recycling process. It's like someone intercepted it halfway through. Believe me, cousin. You have to believe me. It really wasn't my fault. The adult was now addressed as cousin, a gesture aimed at rekindling the few remaining familial bonds within the royal family. You. The eldest prince's veins bulged, and he was no longer calm and refined. This artifact is considered divine because as long as there is enough energy, it can be fired infinitely, and after collecting 11 of them, it can trigger a chain magic circle that provides additional attack bonuses. He had originally planned to use this move to kill the azure wood dragon, but now he was being told that the artifact was lost. Impossible. How could this be? The artifact is so heavy, and even if it loses its kinetic energy after landing, it is not something an ordinary person can touch. Furthermore, the power of the divine artifacts is such that even ordinary Star Realm experts would not be able to snatch away their 7 divine artifacts during the summoning period in a short time. Could it be that there are 7 powerful beings from the Star Realm lurking in the shadows, waiting to take my divine weapon away as soon as it lands? That's not right either. Putting aside the fact that his whereabouts were completely unknown due to the multiple teleportation arrays, even if someone knew and planned all of this, that won't allow you to take the artifact with you. The eldest prince knew that the spatial priority of divine artifacts was higher than that of storage rings, and ordinary rings simply could not take away divine artifacts. In other words, this matching ring, a masterpiece by a god, can hold divine artifacts. But how did I lose my divine artifact? The eldest prince felt incredibly hard at that moment. His fists were as hard as refined iron. He even regretted using the artifact to test the opponent's cards. Stupid, so stupid. This actually led to a situation where the magical artifact was lost. I should have fired all at once immediately. The eldest prince calmly considered the situation. In general, the first person to suspect in this situation is the one who has access to and operates the artifact. However, he only brought trusted and confidants with him this time, and those who could be assigned to operate the artifact were his most trusted confidants. He even specifically chose one who was related to him by blood. But now, that's impossible. This shouldn't be happening. He knew the possibility of his cousin betraying him was almost zero. But where was his magical artifact? Where's my magical artifact? Where did the divine artifact I painstakingly obtained from the god of alchemy go? Your Highness. Another Deadpool gently patted his master's shoulder. During this time, the first Deadpool who went out to stop the Azure Dragon was already seriously injured and on the verge of death. If I don't stop this guy, I'm afraid I'll really lose the artifact. The eldest prince regained his composure and gritted his teeth, saying, "Fire. Aim at the ancient tree. Fire." Although he was extremely unwilling, he had to stop the dragon. At this point, the best option is to relieve the siege of Wei by attacking Zhao. Boom, boom, boom. The remaining 4 heavenly punishments were launched into the sky, their target clearly identified as the ancient tree. Roar! The Azure Dragon was momentarily stunned, but then gritted its teeth and focused its attention on the divine artifact before it. This artifact's attack has a delay, and if I rush back now, I can indeed intercept it before it lands. But he knew that the real determinant of the battlefield was not the threat from the sky. Because when someone was carrying something, not only were some of our own people killed or injured, but also some of our enemies. More importantly, this is the core of the artifact that can be recovered and relaunched. To achieve true victory, this thing must be destroyed. The Azure-Wood Dragon unleashed its dying power once more, its body growing even larger as it roared to the sky. On the other side, Chunye's gaze was not drawn to the final battle, but rather fixed on the divine artifact that was about to fall from the sky. Littering is not a good habit, so he decided to go all the way and pick up the trash. Yes, absolutely no other thoughts. Chapter 375. What does this giant dragon mean? Has he gone mad? Why doesn't he go back to protect his ancient tree? Aren't ancient trees extremely important to them? The eldest prince cursed angrily at the Tsangwu dragon, who had gone mad. What's wrong with this guy? Why isn't he protecting the ancient tree and instead keeps attacking me? Could it be that I pushed them too hard, making them feel hopeless and thus preparing to fight me to the death? The eldest prince felt a pang of regret, realizing that he had indeed lost some of his composure because of the loss of the divine artifact. The way to deal with a behemoth of this magnitude is to wear it down one attack at a time, letting it die in a long, agonizing ordeal, rather than fighting desperately with no hope in sight. That's not right. The eldest prince reflected on his previous actions, realizing that this was exactly what he had planned. But the result was that he lost his magical artifact. Something stole his magical artifact. The eldest prince was completely bewildered. It was something he had planned meticulously, something he was certain of succeeding in. So why had it turned out this way? 2 other hidden dead servants nearby had already set out to meet the Azure Dragon that posed a threat to its master. In an instant, the remaining troops immediately surrounded and attacked the Azure-Wood Dragon. But, before a raging demigod, all the remaining troops seemed pale and powerless, crumbling at the slightest touch. 5,000 soldiers lost their fighting power with a roar, and the rest were no match for him either. Only 3 high-level Star Realm Death Servants could barely put up a fight. If the artifact had been aimed at the Azure-Wood Dragon, perhaps the Azure-Wood Dragon crew would still have a chance to block it. But since we've already set our sights on the ancient tree, there's no other way. Faced with such a demigod, they lost their last means of resistance. Aren't you going to defend your ancient trees? Aren't those ancient trees the foundation of your elves? Damn it. To ensure his divine artifact wouldn't be destroyed by the enemy, the eldest prince quickly put it away. Although the artifact wasn't that fragile, he still didn't dare gamble on whether a demigod could destroy it. However, once the divine artifact was put away, the eldest prince became the target of the Azure-Wood Dragoness attacks. Its massive body was like an unstoppable overlord. Boom! The first divine weapon landed on the ancient tree, causing massive casualties once again. The ancient tree has a large hole, and the earth has another sinkhole. A bottomless sinkhole. In the dim light, a figure was rapidly approaching the sinkhole. You don't care about your ancient trees, your people? The eldest prince roared. Roar. His response was a roar from a dragon. Clearly, the Azure-wood dragon has only one goal at this moment, to destroy the opponent's artifact. By destroying the opponent's artifact, the opponent lost the means to threaten their own elven race. Their own elven race truly possessed the resources to survive and rise again. This powerful artifact can be recycled and used without limit, which may be a bit cumbersome for battles between gods. However, for ground troops, it is an absolute weapon of mass destruction. Therefore, he must eliminate this hidden danger. Damn it! You don't even have your hometown anymore. Even if you kill me, what use is my hometown if it's gone? The eldest prince suddenly sprouted a transparent wing on his back, and with the help of the wing, his flight speed actually exceeded that of an ordinary dragon. Of course, it was just an ordinary dragon, not a sub-god level Azure-wood dragon. Killing the death servant who had been harassing him, the Azure-wood dragon caught up with the culprit before him once again. Brush! As space tore open, a dragon claw appeared behind the crowned prince and slammed him to the ground. The massive impact sent it flying backward, where it became deeply embedded in the ground. Damn it, don't push your luck. Looked at the Azure-wood dragon with some annoyance. He was a prince, the eldest prince of an empire, the future master of the continent, the master of this world, yet he was being chased around by a mere Azure-wood dragon. What kind of behavior was this? The eldest prince stood up angrily, only to be slapped back to the ground. Click, click, click. The transparent glass dome surrounding the eldest prince shattered as if it were glass. This was one of his methods of saving his life. Damn it. Seeing this, the Azure-wood dragon became even angrier. He didn't have much time left, but his opponent was full of treasures. He couldn't kill this guy immediately. The Azure-wood dragon began to recover, and then the withered tree branch armor reappeared. Depend on. The eldest prince cursed angrily. He had witnessed this move before. It had blocked a powerful attack from heavenly punishment. He hadn't expected the recovery to be so quick. He quickly tapped his body a few times, and immediately, his elegant attire began to radiate a metallic sheen, with a faint divine power flowing within the sheen. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The surrounding space shattered instantly, and the withered trees poured down on the prince like a torrential rain. Roar. Even before his attack was over, a terrifying aura gathered from the dragon's mouth, dragon breath. If a dragon's breath were to be unleashed at such close range, even a demigod of equal rank would likely suffer greatly. This is no different from using a super move at point-blank range. Boom! Another divine punishment struck the earth, splashing up countless cries of agony, along with the breath of the Azure-wood dragon. The dragon breath spewed continuously into the deep hole, and even Chunyi, who was far away, felt the terror. These guys are all incredibly fierce. Chunyi shook his head as he looked at the battlefield, then directed his goblins to another location to collect trash. He should just focus on being a good environmental protector. The land has been blasted into dust. Now that invading guy, he probably won't even have any dust left, right? Chunyi shook his head. This absurd and inexplicable war seemed to be finally coming to an end. All that's left is to wait for this sub-god level Azure-wood dragon to die naturally, and then nothing will be able to stop me. During this time, he made several wishes to obtain some powerful giant beasts, but none of them came true. It seems there are still some rules within this ancient tree that I haven't figured out yet. Perhaps the ancient tree had its power mobilized and didn't have enough to fulfill its wish. Or perhaps the ancient tree could choose which wishes to fulfill, but not all wishes were granted. Otherwise, if the invaders from Western Zhejiang had simply wished for the entire elf race to be killed by the unknown monsters, then there would have been no battle. If the other party actually came to attack the ancient tree, then they must know at least some of the ancient tree's rules or power, otherwise they wouldn't have come. Therefore, he guessed that he might not have followed the correct rules for handling ancient trees. However, there's no longer much time to delve into the rules. After the remaining 2 heavenly punishments fell, there were no more ancient trees left. Perhaps the only thing I can obtain is the soul of the ancient tree from its ruins. Chunyi felt a little regretful. In an instant, Chunyi suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He looked in the direction of the Azure-wood dragon and felt as if he were being watched by something. Is it the intruder? No, that guy should be dead by now, right? Could it be a giant dragon? The dragon has discovered itself. Chunyi's alarm blared. Suddenly, a familiar figure reappeared in Chunyi's sight. No way, this guy, he's still alive. To Chunyi's astonishment, a disheveled man tore off his shirt, revealing a fairly well-built physique. The badge bearing the ancient tree on his strong chest radiated a powerful divine force. It actually forced out my second divine artifact. A pair of scarlet eyes stared intently at the azure wood dragon. The man shouted angrily, "You deserve to die." Chapter 376. The Invader's Pyrrhic Victory. A second divine artifact. Holy crap, this guy. Chinyi was shocked that the intruder not only survived, but also revealed a new trump card. Who exactly is this person? Does he really have so many trump cards up his sleeve? Artifacts. Alchemical wings that allow flight speed comparable to a dragon, a protective shield that can withstand attacks from demigods, an alchemical robe that can withstand attacks from demigods, and now there's even a second artifact. This guy, is he perhaps the illegitimate son of the god of alchemy? Chinyi felt that the other party's resources were beyond what ordinary nobles of the Silver Moon Empire could offer. Based on the alchemists and alchemical behemoths in this event, he previously speculated that the person behind the scenes should be a nobleman from the Silver Moon Empire. However, the other party shocked him more than once. This guy not only didn't hide behind the scenes, he was actually on the scene. With such protective gear, it's no wonder they don't care about the aftershocks of the bombing. Chinyi sighed, then stared at the other party's so-called second artifact. A badge worn on the chest, radiating intense divine power, was somewhat different from the short-range communication badges commonly seen in the Silver Moon Empire. First of all, the difference in texture is obvious. Compared to this, the communication badges I captured are just garbage. Secondly, their badge features an ancient tree, a mark that looks a lot like an ancient tree. No, that is the ancient tree, isn't it? This guy has been eyeing the ancient tree for a long time. Chinyi frowned deeply. The other party was too well prepared. It seemed they had indeed targeted the ancient tree long ago. But why is there an ancient tree mark on this badge? This badge is undoubtedly a divine artifact, and the divine power emanating from it is astonishing even to itself. But aren't divine artifacts weapons of the gods? Wasn't the divine artifact already in place? Why would an ancient tree mark appear on a divine artifact that was already fully formed? Could it be that all of this is not supported by a god, but rather is God's own plan? Chinyi guessed, and based on the faction to which the other party belonged, he could clearly deduce the identity of the deity behind them. The god of alchemy. So it was the work of the god of alchemy. The azure wood dragon saw the badge. It recalled some things from its own memory. After numerous wars among the gods, only the god of alchemy and the god of light remained the most active. The two not only each occupied a country, but also intentionally or unintentionally suppressed the other gods. Furthermore, there are separate records about the god of alchemy on the ancient tree of elves. The other party has been giving away ancient trees and elves for quite some time now. The badge worn by the person before them was crafted hundreds of years ago. According to records, that thing was a semi-divine artifact with only two functions. First, it possessed considerable protective capabilities and could protect the wearer. Secondly, it can devour ancient trees. The weapon's design concept is based on the ancient tree's power. As long as it absorbs the ancient tree's power, even just a little bit, it will be effective. The ancient tree is like a child who possesses immense power but doesn't know how to use it. This weapon attempts to extract a portion of the power of this enormous child, even if that power is less than 1% or 1,000th of the child's. Even if this extraction process could directly lead to the death of a child. But the god of alchemy didn't care. How great the power is, it's useless if it can't be used, so he decided to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. And this badge is used for egg retrieval. Over the past century, the alchemist god has launched dozens of attacks through various means. They were simply driven back by the elves. You lackey of the god of alchemy, even if you possess a second divine artifact, how do you intend to kill me? The azure dragon left behind a sentence and then charged into the battlefield without looking back. Knowing he couldn't break through the badge's defenses in a short time, he simply went to the ancient tree to block the impending divine punishment weapon. Damn it! The eldest prince glared angrily at the departing azure dragon. The other party actually knew something about his own artifact. But to say I am incapable of killing you is true. I have no way to kill you. But do you even need me to kill you in your current state? The eldest prince looked at the battlefield in the distance. He had no intention of personally leading the next battle. As for the soldiers on the battlefield, if they die, they die. They're just consumables anyway. As long as I can win, I don't care at all. He controlled his already tattered alchemical wings to slowly descend to the side of a soldier who had been crippled but not killed by the azure wood dragon. We've put in so much effort. How could we possibly fail? The eldest prince's eyes hardened as he looked at the distant battlefield. The elves and his own soldiers were locked in fierce combat. but it seemed that his soldiers had a much smaller chance of winning. The Azure-Wood Dragon survives the 2 heavenly punishments. It should have little chance of survival in its current state. At most, they would just slaughter another portion of their own soldiers. Victory is mine in the end. The eldest prince casually pulled the dying soldier to his feet and said to him, 50,000 soldiers, now immediately. Yes. The dying soldier used his last strength to utter a single word. The eldest prince found a high slope turned into scorched earth, sat down on the ground, and put on his new clothes. He knew that the outsider had overheard his words. Relying on the opponent's abilities, as long as they possess the energy stone, they can instantly create tens of thousands of dead servants. He was already exhausted from the battle and didn't intend to use the opponent to summon Deadpool again. But given the current situation, we have no choice but to do this. Phew. The eldest prince exhaled a long breath and tidied up his somewhat disheveled appearance. Although it was a mess, it did not disappoint the alchemist god's expectations. A Pyrrhic victory. This is his assessment of the battle. At the same time, Chun-Yi shook his head repeatedly as he watched the situation unfold with one twist after another. His judgment was the same as the crown prince's. The victor in this battle would probably not be the elves. He looked up, and the aura of the giant wooden dragon was even weaker, but it had indeed withstood 2 more heavenly punishments. It has a very strong vitality. The goblins, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately headed to the location where the divine punishment had landed. Chun-Yi looked at the approaching Azure-Wood dragon with sympathy. What a pity, this dragon was quite a hero. Wait, why is he getting closer and closer to me? Is that giant dragon heading precisely in my direction? Damn it, I just realized that what I have is actually the Azure-Wood dragon. Chun-Yi was shocked and immediately recalled the slaughter goblin that had gone to pick up the items. A near-death but not yet dead demigod is approaching, which is not a good sign. If the other party assumes he is a backup plan for the intruder or an ally and wants to eliminate him as a potential threat, he'll be in trouble. The invading nobles of the Silver Moon Empire possessed a second divine artifact, while he had none. Chapter 377, The Elf Clan's Hidden Friend. The second artifact. It seems the gods and the will of the world have really gone to great lengths to destroy my elven race. The Azure-Wood dragon finished exhaling. It stared blankly at the badge on the other's chest. He knew perfectly well where this stuff came from. With this thing, the elven race would have absolutely no chance of winning. Knowing that he would disappear from this world after this battle, it would be too much of a stretch to forcibly borrow the power of the ancient tree heart to improve himself. But he had no choice but to do so for the survival and rise of the elven race. But he didn't expect the current situation. The opponent possesses a divine artifact protecting him, making it impossible to kill him before his life force is exhausted. Letting them go means certain destruction for the elven race. The elves have a better chance of winning at the moment. What about later? What happens after this battle? After the elves lost their protection and that of the ancient tree, how did they survive? The giant dragon of the Azure would receive the 2 heavenly punishments. It looked back at the ancient tree that was already in ruins. The ancient tree's body had already been pierced by the previous divine punishment, although it would not be in mortal danger if it could withstand the remaining 2 divine punishments. However, the ancient tree will definitely fall into a deep sleep after being injured, and the only function that can be activated at that time will be the barrier. However, the barrier is useless against the other party. In other words, after this battle, the elf race lost the protection of the ancient tree and lost their strongest fighting force. Meanwhile, the opposing side, with their background and status, could easily annihilate the few remaining elves by gathering another army. One of the heavenly punishments with a single breath. He was pondering where the way out and survival of the elven race lay. If it were the previous him, he would have thought about where the elves' rise lay, rather than the elves' way out and survival. However, now that they have been tricked by the will of the world and a god, it is a miracle that the elven race has survived. What is that? The Azure-Wood dragon was pondering. It suddenly saw a figure rapidly approaching the heavenly punishment that it had blasted away. Suddenly, the giant dragon of the Azure-Wood suddenly awoke. He flew quickly toward another divine weapon, intending to destroy it, and then seek a way out for the elven race. Upon seeing the figure, he seemed to have found a way out for the elven race. Roar! Dragon's breath. In order to find a way out for the elf race as soon as possible, the Azure-Wood dragon immediately decided to unleash its dragon breath to resolve the final divine punishment. There's even the possibility that the dragon's breath might miss due to distance, or that its power might be insufficient due to the user's severe injuries. causing further damage to the ancient tree. He couldn't care less about any of that anymore, because he saw the only chance of survival for the elves amidst this deadly attack. While helping the elves eliminate enemies on the battlefield, the Azure Wood Dragon also observed its surroundings. After the saplings. Really, after he knocked away another heavenly punishment weapon, a black figure rushed over as he had guessed. With a sweep of divine power, the entire surrounding scene came into view. Found it. The Azure Wood Dragon charged toward Chun-Yi the instant it saw him. This person possesses the aura of my elven race. It seems to be the aura of the clan that separated from the ancient tree before. The Azure Dragon was even more delighted after learning that Chun-Yi possessed the aura of an elf. No wonder this person helped us fight the invader's artifact from the very beginning. So he's one of our own, the elf race. The giant dragon of the Azure Wood was overjoyed. He knew that even if the other party wasn't a pure elf, this strong elven aura meant they must have some connection to elves, and a positive one at that. This rich elven aura must be the result of the elves' own initiative. But why didn't this person, who has 2-star-level subordinates, help our elven race fight against the powerful enemy earlier? The giant dragon approached. It pondered Chun-Yi's credibility. He quickly came to a conclusion after seeing Chun-Yi's appearance. Is this person human? Did they not help before because they knew the other party had a second divine artifact? I see. Since we're both human, it must be difficult to expose our identities. Yes, that must be it. It must have been quite an achievement for them to find out about this person's attack on the ancient tree and to come and protect it secretly. The Azure Wood Dragon nodded inwardly at this thought. Unexpectedly, this person, though not an elf, helped them because of some connection with the elves, even at the risk of having their identity discovered. Then we absolutely cannot let you be exposed. The Azure Wood Dragon immediately cast a concealment spell on Chun-Yi. Suddenly, swish, swish, swish. The two figures beneath his feet leaped over the dragon at an even faster speed and headed toward Chun-Yi. This time, the Azure Wood Dragon got a clear look at these guys. Clearly multiple genes, an alchemical creature. Indeed, everything was correct. But was it because of my arrival that they didn't help us intercept their divine artifact this time? Afraid I'll hurt you? The dragon was even more pleased with this. This person is not only willing to make sacrifices for the elven race, but also acts cautiously, making him a good person to entrust with important matters. He approached Chun-Yi, spread his wings, and the wings quickly transformed into a multi-sphere barrier that enveloped the two of them. There aren't just two. There are 10 more of these star-level alchemical creatures. As the barrier of the forest expelled everyone except Chun-Yi and the Azure Wood Dragon itself, he sensed the exact number of those hiding there. They're really cautious, and not only cautious, they also possess considerable strength. He must hold a fairly high position in the Silver Moon Empire. The Azure Dragon had no doubt that if the other party hadn't been on the same side as the invader, they would probably have shown up to help the elf race. It's just that at this moment, because of the intruder's identity, it's not convenient for them to directly help the elves. Don't be afraid, my friend. The Azure Dragon looked at the tense Chun-Yi and felt the attacking war goblins on the outer edge of the tree sea, offering words of comfort. However, this comforting reassurance left Chun-Yi somewhat bewildered. How could I not be afraid? You almost killed a big shot from the Silver Moon Empire just now. And you even drove all my guards away. Chun-Yi secretly gathered his gray mist power, while also contacting the goblins outside. He sensed the strength of the barrier. It wasn't as unbreakable as he had imagined. If everyone attacks together, they can definitely break through in an instant. This dragon is very powerful, but it is also too badly injured, and even this skill cannot be maintained perfectly. Although he didn't possess the luxurious artifacts of that Silver Moon Empire nobleman, he wasn't as weak as his opponent either. He was a powerhouse equivalent to a star-level expert and would not be easily killed by the opponent. If I cooperate with the goblin slaughter, I can break this barrier instantly, and then... Hey, wait a minute, what did he just call me? Chun-Yi finished calculating how he would escape the dragon's claws. He remembered how the other party had addressed him. What did he call me just now? Friend. Chun-Yi realized it too late. My friend, I know everything you've done. Thank you for your hard work. As Tsangmu Julong spoke, a hint of embarrassment appeared on his pale face. He continued, My friend, although you have helped us a lot, there is still one thing I need your help with. You need my help? Halting the charging attacks of the battle goblins outside. He saw sincerity, piety, and even restraint and embarrassment in the dragon. He was certain that the other party meant him no harm. Because if the other party really intended to eliminate the misunderstanding that they had mistaken them for an intruder's accomplice or a potential threat, given their current physical condition, they wouldn't have bothered to say much and would have already taken action. Why did this dragon come looking for me, but not attack me? Could it be that they really want my help? Chapter 378. You can go ahead, leave the elves to me. That can't be right. Why would he ask me for help when we're not related? Chun-Yi looked at the Azure Wood Dragon, and the Azure Wood Dragon looked at Chun-Yi in return. However, he found it difficult to speak to Chun-Yi at the moment. His plan was to hand over the elven race to Chun-Yi, in other words, to have Chun-Yi help and protect the elven race. But this person even helps me secretly, which proves that this person doesn't want to reveal their identity. How can I ask the other person for help? Furthermore, the fact that the other party was willing to help him based on their relationship with the elves was already an act of great kindness. But what's even more outrageous is that he wants the other party to risk being discovered to protect the entire elven race. Race is undoubtedly a mess right now, and to let the other side take over such a mess without any benefit is. He simply couldn't bring himself to say it. The Azure Dragon pondered deeply, but couldn't figure out what benefits the other party would gain by handing over the elf race. Can the remaining elves conquer all directions? It's obviously impossible. After this battle, the elven race will have no more than 3,000 soldiers left, which is far less than the few alchemy guards outside. Or, we could tell them that our elven race has merged with the ancient tree and become even stronger. They only need to nurture 2 or 3 generations. How stupid. The Azure Wood Dragon was incredibly stupid for his actions. Although the fusion of the elves and the ancient tree made them even more powerful, it also significantly reduced the time required for their offspring to grow up. But how much less time is this? You can't exactly tell them that you went to great lengths to help and protect the elves, and then continue to nurture them. Elves will repay you after 2 generations. All you need to do is 2 generations. How long will it take? The elves' natural lifespan is 100 years. How long will it take now that the ancient tree has shortened their lifespan? 20 years, 30 years. The other party must protect the elves until their lifespan is almost over before they can enjoy the benefits from the elves. Because it had just broken the curse and merged with the ancient tree, the Azure Wood Dragon could not be sure how long the shortened adulthood period of the elves granted by the ancient tree meant. If it really is as I suspect, then I wouldn't be helping, but rather a pure burden. Not only do we need to protect and shelter them, but we also need to nurture 1 or 2 generations for a period of 40 or 60 years. The costs involved are enormous. The dragon was ashamed. Am I repaying kindness with enmity? The two of them looked at each other, and for a moment neither of them spoke. Chun-Yi watched as fragments kept falling from the dragon's body and knew that the dragon really didn't have much life left. Having endured numerous battles and the exploitation of his potential, the opponent was already a dead man. His death was only a matter of time. But, brother, you're almost dead. Your pieces are almost all gone. Say what you want to say. Chun-Yi was helpless. It feels like someone covered in blood suddenly grabs you and says, I have one last message for you. Please convey it to me. My last words are. Then nothing more happened. He just stood there, stunned, letting the blood rush through his body. At this moment, the Azure Wood Dragon was also struggling with how to bring up this matter. It's so embarrassing. Click, click, click. The Azure Wood Dragon began to peel away, and its massive body shrank in circles. This was the final countdown of his life. At the same time, outside the battlefield, the eldest prince stared blankly at the suddenly departing Azure Wood Dragon. What does this mean? Why did he suddenly leave? Doesn't this guy continue to help his elven race clear obstacles? The Crown Prince knew that the Azure Dragon's life was nearing its end, and the best course of action was to help the elves fight against his soldiers to minimize losses. But this guy suddenly left? What's in that direction? The eldest prince stood up, not believing that the other party would abandon his clan for no reason. There's definitely something in that direction. He maneuvered his alchemical wings toward that direction, but due to the attack from the Azure Wood Dragon, his alchemical wings could not reach their previous speed. A moment later, he saw a huge sphere wrapped in vines. Pieces of the vines were falling off the sphere. Around the sphere, 10 powerful, alchemical-like fused creatures were guarding it. Are these things alchemical creatures? The eldest prince was somewhat unsure. Suddenly, he saw another enormous figure. A dragon. A frost dragon. What do you mean? These guys are here to help the elves? Suddenly, the eldest prince's alarm went off. The fused creatures guarding the tree vines were all star-level powerhouses, and the giant dragon was even stronger. If such a powerful group of reinforcements really came to help the elven race, then I have no chance of winning at all. No, we've come this far. We absolutely cannot give up on the elves and the ancient tree. The eldest prince hardened his heart and hurriedly returned to the battlefield. 10,000 reinforcements are not enough. We need more. At the same time, not long after the eldest prince left, the tree and vine ball completely shattered. Huge chunks of wood chips crashed to the ground, kicking up dust. In the center of this sphere, there was no trace of the dragon, not even the general's own body. He was seriously overdrawn. And Chunyi. He looked down at the elven mark on his hand and remained silent for a long time. He had seen everything the other person did, never expecting that this person, even in death, had always been thinking of his clansmen. Although the two were not friends, the general had inexplicably won Chunyi's praise at that moment. Chunyi looked up slowly at the elven mark on the back of his hand. The two sides were still fighting in the direction of the ancient tree in the distance. He knew the other party must have misunderstood something, but he did indeed gain unexpected benefits because of that misunderstanding. Since you took away the other person's most precious possession, you have to take responsibility. Chunyi whispered, "Don't worry, you can go ahead. I'll take care of the elves." Chapter 379, The Second Branch of Soldiers. At this moment, the elven race is in a complete mess. Chunyi's best course of action is to destroy the ancient tree and obtain its soul and heart. That was my original purpose. However, the Azure Wood Dragon's actions changed his mind. It wasn't because the other party acted impulsively or anything like that. Rather, it was because the other party actually gave me unexpected benefits. The heart of the elves' approval. You have become the temporary leader of the elves. Congratulations. You have obtained your second, temporary, unit through a special method. Note, due to a strange misunderstanding, you have become the temporary leader. Note, do you want to become a true leader? Go and find out. I have hidden all the secrets within the ancient tree. A second branch of the military? Chunyi looked at the elves in the distance. The elves were definitely not weak, even though they were only at the high-level gold rank. In his view, the ability to summon the Azure Wood Dragon alone already surpasses many other unit types. There are level 150 behemoths, and even demigod-level behemoths. This is definitely a huge help. I wonder what the summoning conditions for the Azure Wood Dragon are like. Are they very demanding? Chunyi ordered the goblins to fight and help the elves kill the enemy while advancing towards the ancient tree. The already disadvantaged Crown Prince's forces were completely overwhelmed after the addition of the goblin slaughter. The slaughtering goblin doesn't have many fancy moves. Its arms extend steel blades, and it transforms into a series of ghostly death reapers, rapidly traversing the battlefield. It wasn't that the war goblin was deliberately concealing its size. It was just too fast. The war goblin engages and finishes off enemies is too fast. It can take the lives of several enemy units in a single second. Chunyi glanced at it briefly and learned about the situation of the slaughtering goblin. It's either a fatal blow to the throat or a direct plunge of the steel knife from the arm into the heart or head. Every attack, regardless of its nature, is aimed at killing the target in one strike. These guys seem to be born killers, just like the description says. The enemy was too weak to see the goblin's other stats, but he was very satisfied with the efficiency in killing it. Let's go see what secrets are hidden in that ancient tree. Based on the annotations, it seems he can turn the elves into his second unit. The remaining fragmented tribes of the elven race simply could not attract his attention or help. But having permanent possession of the elf race is a different story. A permanent unit. None of the current lords possess a second type of troop. Chihongyi was suspected of being a second type of troop, shocked many lords at the time, but now they are no longer shocked, because the so-called second type of troop is actually just a vassal troop. Each lord can possess vassal troops. The biggest difference between vassal troops and regular troops is that vassal troops cannot increase their numbers through springs. They can only increase their numbers through natural breeding. Therefore, vassal troops are somewhat of a double-edged sword for lords. Of course, vassals like Chihongyi were still very popular. Not only does it reproduce quickly, but it also has the ability to merge with its own unit type, resulting in a synergistic effect greater than the sum of its parts. Chunyi, on the other hand, planned to reserve his vassal position for Hate Songo. A vassal at the level of a sub-god is far more powerful than some Tom, Dick, or Harry. The Azure Wood Dragon filled him with envy and astonishment for a long time. Not only can it withstand powerful artifacts, but it can also maintain its strength even after repeated serious injuries. If the opponent hadn't possessed a second divine artifact, the outcome of this battle would have been uncertain. And now, He is not only about to subdue the black-gray dog, but he can also control the elf race and thus summon another demigod. 2 demigods, plus their own goblins, top-tier combat power, high-end combat power, low-end combat power, plus the commander. His power was nearly complete. Walk. Under Chunye's command, the frost dragon flapped its wings and arrived in front of the ancient tree. The local troops he encountered were damaged after being frozen into ice blocks, while the elves he encountered did not try to stop Chunye because of the general's mark. Upon entering the ancient tree, one finds that the space inside is enormous. Palaces connected to buildings, making it almost like a small underground city. As Chunye sighed, he followed the handprint on the back of his hand and walked deeper into the ancient tree. However, the further you go in, the narrower the surrounding environment becomes, until finally there is only a passage that can only accommodate 2 people. Is there anything special about this place? Chunye didn't understand why the core of the elven race wasn't in those palaces, but in this narrow passage. However, one's own mark should be correct. Suddenly, a sudden burst of light revealed Chunye's arrival at the deepest part of the ancient tree. The passageway widened, and he entered the room. A tree-hole room of about 10 square meters. The room was illuminated only by the faint green light emitted by the intertwining fireflies, and by this light, Chunye could clearly see the only building inside. A spring. Inside the tree hollow is a pool of spring water, and above the spring water is a small tree growing rapidly. On the small tree hangs a tiny, crystal-clear fruit that does not seem to be ripe yet. This is really spring water? Looking at this design, Chunye noticed that it seemed very similar to the structure of the Lord's Springs. It's all about the fountain water plus the core components that make up the summoning fountain. It seems this is the key to obtaining a permanent unit. Having mastered the spring that can summon spirits, one could naturally control the spirit race. But why is there a spring here? Could it be that these elves were once a unit of one person? That can't be right. Chunye didn't seem bothered. He hadn't heard of any other foreign lords in this world before them. The only outsiders who possess this world are probably the heroes summoned by the people of this world. Could it be that the ancient tree was formed because of someone's wishes? Chunye made a guess, and the system gave him the answer. You have discovered a new spring and possess partial access to it. Would you like to subdue it? Whether to? Yes. Chunye clicked yes, without hesitation. The sapling immediately flew towards Chunye, and a soft green light enveloped him. At that moment, he felt a kind of intimate connection between himself and the sapling. Suddenly, Chunye looked at the roots of the sapling, where something seemed to be hanging down. This is divine power. Chunye was shocked. Although it is unknown why divine power appears in the spring, this divine power does indeed exist at the roots of the sapling. Furthermore, there is more than one kind of divine power. The next second, snow-white divine power erupted from among the many divine powers. The moment it appeared, the snow-white divine power leaped over the small tree like a serpent and rushed towards Chunye. Chapter 380, New Territory, Ancient Elven Tree. What is that? Chunye was shocked. How could this thing seem to be alive? Snow-white chains wrapped around Chunye's arms and attempted to invade more of his body. Court death. Seeing this, Chunye also released his abyss power. I am no longer the ignorant person I once was, and I have no way to resist the methods of some gods. Just like his own abyssal power, that grayish-white mist was his best means. The mist was made up of tiny insects that devoured everything. Their mouthparts were like entrances to an abyss, capable of swallowing anything. At this moment, the chains of the snow-white divine power are being reversed and driven away by himself. Trying to leave? Chunye sensed that the divine power was trying to escape, so he immediately intensified his efforts to capture it. A moment later, he completely devoured the chains that were the embodiment of divine power. At the same time, a secret past event also surfaced in Chunye's mind. Elves, rulers of the continent, besieged by the gods, sealed by a curse, descend upon an ancient tree, seeking an opportunity. Is this a secret from 1,000 years ago? Chunye recalled the information contained in this divine power. According to the information, all the gods participated in the battle against the ancient tree and the elves, and all of them cursed the elves. The numerous weakened divine powers at the tree roots indeed confirmed this situation. Among these were the powers of the beast god, the god of light, the alchemy god, and the ice and snow god, which he was familiar with. Although it differs slightly from the current power of the winter god, it should belong to the same lineage. As Chunye sensed it, the power of the gods began to dissipate one by one. Even though the curse has been broken, it still manages to gather all the remaining divine power in an attempt to severely injure the person who controls the ancient tree spring. Chinye's face was gloomy. Just how afraid are these guys of the rise of the elves? It seems these elves are not as simple as I thought. Did I just receive a great opportunity, or a great karmic consequence? Wait a minute, why isn't there any power from the evil god, or the abyss? Chinye looked at the dissipating wisps of divine power with some surprise, and searched around. Indeed, they do not possess the divine power of these two. Carefully recalling the information he had just received from that divine power, he realized, it seems that neither the evil god nor the abyss was present in the previous two wars of the gods. Could these two be newly established gods? Chinye was puzzled. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. You have already bound the spring. Congratulations on acquiring the territory, the Ancient Elf Tree. Name, Ancient Elf Tree. Territory level, level 1. Territory range, 3,000 meters. Territory building, Ancient Tree Barrier. Currently available unit types, Common Elf, Elite Elf, High Rank Elf. Summoning requirements, 20, 40, or 60 energy stones. After Chunyi resolved the last remaining threat, he finally gained control of his second territory. Already possessing a territory barrier at only level 1. The territory's range is 3,000 meters, that's outrageous. Chunyi looked at the panel, which was completely different from the one he had seen before. This new panel eliminates the distinction between fountains and territories, and boasts incredibly powerful base stats. He checked the 3 types of spirits that could be summoned. Among them, ordinary spirits were equivalent to gold level, spirit spirits were equivalent to king level, and high-level spirits were also king level. It's already a high-level elf, but its quality is still only king level. Is there some other special feature about it? Chinyi was puzzled. Your territory is under attack. Please retaliate immediately and defend your territory. The system notification sounded again. What's going on? A mere 10,000 people, and they haven't been killed yet. Chinyi focused his gaze on one of the slaughtering goblins. Based on the rate of slaughter I had before entering, there shouldn't be any creatures on the battlefield other than elves and goblins by now. Why is the system reporting an enemy invasion? Chinyi connected to the goblin's perspective and immediately saw everything outside. Outside, the war beneath the ancient tree and the war atop the ancient tree have largely ended. A few goblins were chasing after 1 or 2 deserters, while the elves collapsed to the ground, exhausted. At the edge of the territory, a white line is rapidly approaching. Behind the white line was a huge crowd. Where did these guys come from? Chinyi frowned. Although he knew that the other party was using the Lord's troops, he didn't know how the other party's forces could appear in this place so quickly. Slay the goblins, go and take care of them. Chinyi looked at the crowd, which numbered around 100,000. Although there were many, they were no match for his goblins. On average, that's only 1 goblin for every 10,000 people. Wait, that's an alchemical behemoth? Chinyi frowned as he looked at the alchemical behemoth mixed among the soldiers in the distance. There are 3 right now. If there were more, it would be troublesome. Just who is this person? How could he gather such a massive force after already having 100,000 soldiers, hundreds of alchemists, 13 alchemical beasts, and 2 divine artifacts? Chinyi began to suspect the other party's identity. But now we have to solve the immediate problems. We can't wait any longer. We must take the initiative. Seeing the enemy forces getting closer and closer, Chinyi immediately took action and unleashed his abyss power. The power of the abyss began from the ancient tree, spread outwards, and finally stopped beneath it. Although most of the corpses here were refined by alchemists, there were still tens of thousands of corpses that could not be refined in time. These corpses, at this moment, became the best nourishment for his gray mist. Roar! Seeing this, the frost dragon was eager to try, and as the enemy drew closer, he, who was guarding outside, also saw the enemy. Quiet down, the goblins are fighting. Go and protect the elves below. Chunyi calmly gave the instructions. Although the frost dragon was unhappy, it had no choice but to do so. With a whoosh of its enormous wings, it arrived at the place where the elves were resting. At this moment, the elves were unaware of the impending danger. A dragon. One of the ordinary elves immediately went on alert upon seeing the frost dragon overhead. We just killed the fire dragon, and now an ice dragon has appeared. The elf struggled to his feet, but was immediately pressed down by a hand beside him. Take a break, this guy isn't an enemy. A high-ranking elf stood up to stop him. He saw the giant dragon carrying the general's mark flying towards the ancient tree. This frost dragon was perhaps summoned from the dragon's lair using special means when the general transformed into the azure wood dragon. When the soldier saw that the frost dragon was only keeping a distance and not making any move to approach, his vigilance immediately relaxed. How did you know about this frost? The ordinary elf was about to ask a question when it saw the high-ranking elf, who had previously blocked its way, staring intently at a cloud of gray mist below. When did this gray fog appear? The ordinary elves also noticed what the high-ranking elf was staring at this moment. He was immediately struck by a realization, as if he had remembered something. This is the power of the abyss. How could such an embodiment of calamity appear here? Chapter 381. The Methods of the Abyss Overlord. The embodiment of calamity, the decay of an era. Why is the power of the Abyss Overlord here? This high-ranking elf was also stirred by the grayish-white mist below, which stirred up his hidden memories. As a high-ranking elf, some memories are inherited and set in one's mind from birth. Aside from the majority of information about the rise of elves, elf skill learning, and various common knowledge and skills about elves, the most profound of all is probably the elf history books. Elven history records how the elven race came to Atlantis from the outside world over thousands of years, from being unknown in Atlantis to becoming a dominant force, ruling over most of the continent, and finally declining in strength. The two battles that led to the decline of the elven race were both wars against the gods of this world. One of the two great wars cursed the elves, while the other caused them to lose their status as the dominant land race and truly begin to decline. This is a general overview of the elven race's development from its beginnings to its peak, and finally its forced decline. After that, the elven race also recorded another story that did not belong to the elven race. That battle is known as Ragnarok. After the two wars of the gods were weakened, but still powerful, just like the elves were in the past. Even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. No one dares to provoke it easily. But there was one exception. A guy named Abyss single-handedly turned the entire age of gods into the age of empires. This is something that even the elven race couldn't achieve back then. Even the mighty elf race, at its peak, only ruled over half the continent, as the other half was the domain of the gods. Isn't this grayish-white mist a method of the Abyss ruler? Why are you here? Could it be that the Lord of the Abyss has also set his sights on our elven race? The High Elf recalled the few battle goblins that had just helped the elven race. Could these sudden reinforcements be a trick of the Abyss? Isn't the unit of the Far Overlord the Black Greyhound? When did it become this kind of thing? He looked at these things, speechless and indescribable. He had initially thought it was the work of the alchemy god, or that another force within the Silver Moon Empire had reached some kind of agreement with the general to come and help. But now it seems. That's right, these guys shouldn't be the work of the alchemy god. The alchemy god's alchemical behemoths are much cruder. My lord, are these things the legendary power of the Abyss? The lower-ranking elf next to him asked the higher-ranking elf beside him. I'm afraid so. The high elf was somewhat dejected, and his silver-white armor fell to the ground in disappointment. Having gone through too many battles, his armor was already in a terrible state, and he had only been able to barely condense it by relying on his own magic. Now, in that instant of losing his composure, the armor naturally slipped out of his control and fell to the ground. He didn't see the Abyss's assistance as a good thing. Perhaps it was like escaping one wolf's den only to fall into another. Abyss can stand up to, since none of the Abyss's four major troop types are inferior to the elves. The other party is likely after the ancient tree. The power of the ancient tree's rules is too eye-catching. Is it so powerful that even the Abyss covets it? The high elf looked up, his disheveled hair cascading down like a waterfall. If it were the god of alchemy, they might still have a chance to deal with it. But if it were the Lord of the Abyss, if it really is this person, how can we possibly defend ourselves? The high-ranking elf was somewhat disappointed and even lost the will to resist. However, he couldn't show it too obviously when he saw the many low-level elves beside and behind him. This will cause the morale that has just been built up to plummet again. Sir, enemy has been spotted ahead. Please give your command. A regular elf on scouting discovered an approaching enemy force in the distance, which made the high-ranking elf, who had been somewhat discouraged, straighten up again. He was about to give the order, but then he thought, even if we repelled the enemy, what then? Even if we repelled the enemy in the distance, there were still even more powerful enemies inside the ancient tree. My lord, the alchemical creature that helped us just now has come to greet us. The low-ranking elf suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He hadn't expected that the powerful creatures that had just disappeared had already sensed the enemy army in the distance and had taken the initiative to meet them. Wow, so powerful. As the enemy approached, the low-ranking elf revealed a look of terror. Part of the fear stemmed from the sheer number of enemy troops, which remained at 100,000. Another reason is that those monsters were too powerful. They were practically killing machines. Not only can steel blades spring out from its arms and transparent wings grow from its back, but even the tail stinger connected to its head, which looks like a decoration, is now a deadly weapon. The tail needle connected to the back of the head suddenly split into 6, transforming into long hairs that constantly weave through the crowd. These guys' 2 steel knives were already an extremely efficient way to kill, but now, the killing has doubled. It still increased several times over. These guys, this is the Abyss Overlord's unit? The high elf looked in the direction the former pointed, and among the sea of 100,000 people, the goblins were slaughtering indiscriminately. Apart from the alchemical behemoth, there was not a single one who could withstand a single blow from this group of monsters. If it's not the Black Greyhound, and not Jumong, could it be one of 2 other unrecorded troop types? The high elf's memory inheritance was obviously more complete, but even a high elf as powerful as them could not fully understand what the 4 types of troops in the Abyss were. They only knew that the 4 types of troops in the Abyss were very powerful, each one being no less powerful than their own race, but they did not know what these troops were. My lord, it seems we don't need to intervene anymore. These reinforcements are incredibly strong. The enemy is on the verge of collapse. The low-ranking elf spoke excitedly, his words seemingly filled with joy. Reinforcements? Is this really reinforcements? The high elf scoffed. Right now, your so-called reinforcements might be stealing the power of the ancient tree from its upper levels. The news of the fusion of the ancient tree and the elf has been known to everyone, and the higher one's bloodline, the more one knows. The ordinary elves only knew that their curse had been broken and that their affinity with the ancient tree had increased significantly. As a high-ranking elf, he knew that the ancient tree had become the foundation for the rise of their elven race. Right now, this very foundation is being plundered by another enemy. These guys are weaker than I thought. Oh no, it seems the goblins are too strong. A voice came through. Yeah, it's just that those monsters are too. Wait, who are you? The high-ranking elf was about to respond when he suddenly retreated, looking warily at the person in front of him. When did a human appear in front of me? Wrong. Where did humans come from? Ancient tree of spirits. Sensing the tension of the higher-ranking elves, the elves instantly entered battle mode. At the same time, the high-ranking elf's forehead was covered in cold sweat, because he saw that the human man in front of him was actually touching the power of the abyss. No, caressing it. He was playing with the grayish-white mist, as if he were petting his own pet. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through his mind. You can enter the ancient tree, assume your human identity, and touch the power of the abyss. You are the Lord of the Abyss. The high elf gathered magic in his hands and asked nervously. Chapter 382, The New Leader of the Elves. Are you, the leader of the elves here? Chen Yi sized up the person in front of him. Although the elven-style armor on her body was broken and lying on the ground, the brocade robes underneath still revealed her noble status. Her slightly messy hair on her head was also different from that of ordinary elves. The other elves here all have golden hair, but this elf in front of me. There were 3 clumps of silver-white hair in the star-guiding ornament worn diagonally on her head. The star-holding clasp itself is a symbol of the nobility of the elven race, and it also has 3 clusters of silver-white hair that symbolize a higher level. This person's bloodline is probably among the best of the remaining elves. After observing the other party, Chen Yi came to a conclusion about their identity and his own. He could only roughly guess the identity of the high-ranking nobleman wearing the star-tracing clamp. No. Although this person is powerful, he doesn't seem to have reached the level of a god. Are you, the Lord of the Abyss, or one of its subordinates? What is your purpose? The high-ranking elf transmitted his voice to the many elves behind him using a secret technique, while keeping a wary eye on Chen Yi. Judging from this person's strength, he shouldn't be the Abyss Overlord. It seems he still has a chance to fight. Everyone, prepare for maximum combat readiness. Battle preparation? Are they preparing to fight me? Chen Yi, who possessed the mark of an elf, also heard these words and felt somewhat helpless. It's probably not a good idea for someone to plot against you right in front of you. Your name is Zegors? Chen Yi looked at the other party's panel and said, Name, Legolas. Quality, King rank. Attribute, 60. Race, Elf, Lego family. Skills: combination of tactics and techniques, spirit transmission, battlefield command. Having already mastered the Elven Spring, I can now view the opponent's basic attribute panel. You know my name? Known as Ragnarok was startled and became even more vigilant. They even know my name. Could it be that they've been investigating our elven race all along? Legolas became wary and transmitted his voice again. This person belongs to the Abyss faction, and his strength is unfathomable. After the battle formation is transmitted, I will hold him off, and you all leave immediately. Immediately. He reiterated this point. Chenyi. While he was up there, he tried to summon spirits using the energy stones, but he couldn't summon any of them. The system message further indicated that the reason was because the individual had not gained the approval of the 4 major families. Only by gaining the approval of the 4 major families among the elves can one summon the corresponding elf. The 4 major families are Lond, Bilo, Lego, and Kalen. Although they are called the 4 major families, they are actually 4 different types of soldiers. The Londo clan is the most skilled in combat, unmatched in single combat. The Azure-Wood Dragon was transformed from a member of this clan. The Bilo family specializes in elven magic and summoning. The Lego family excels in battle formations and command, becoming stronger with each battle. The Kalen family is skilled in forging. All the armor and other related items for the elves are made by this family. The Lund family, in particular, has already submitted because of the mark of the previous general on the back of their hands. And what's in front of me? This highest surviving member of the Lego family was clearly very wary of himself. At this moment, he understood the helplessness of other lords who ruled intelligent races. They not only had to consider the development of their territories, but also how to subdue these creatures and their loyalty. The loyalty of the Lund family is 60 due to their mark, which is barely passing. And the Lego family in front of us only has 10 members. This 10% might also be due to the natural affinity that comes with becoming the lord of the other party after merging with the spring water. You don't need to be nervous. I actually, Chenyi originally intended to comfort the elves in front of him. But after thinking about it, I didn't know what to say. To say that you had no malicious intent? But I came here to subdue them. Please wait a moment. After thinking for a while, Chenyi made a decision. If I were to subdue every family like this, wouldn't that be incredibly troublesome? Thick fog rolled in, and Chenyi disappeared from the spot. They're gone. Why did those people from the Abyss just leave? No, he seemed to have told me to wait a moment. Legolas lowered his tense arm slightly. This person is really strange. Even though he's from the Abyss faction, I feel a strange sense of closeness to him. What's going on? He shook hands, sensing that he hadn't been cursed or anything like that. But that person made me feel a strange sense of familiarity. Could it be that he actually didn't mean us any harm? Legolas was thinking just that. Suddenly, then he raised his arm again after lowering it. He sensed that a large number of elves were approaching him. These elves did not come of their own volition, but were instead swept away by a cloud of grayish-white mist. Damn it, so they really are hostile. At Legolas's command, the battle formation behind him was fully activated. Everyone, prepare for battle. Etc. Chenyi's figure appeared behind the many elves. Attack. Legolas did not hesitate when faced with the kidnapping of his own people as a form of blackmail. If the opponent is far stronger than you, it would be incredibly foolish to still consider other factors at this point. I said, wait a minute. Chenyi suddenly increased the volume, and the mark on the back of his hand shone brightly. The battle formation that was originally preparing to attack immediately dissipated like a deflated balloon. In the elf race, which reveres bloodlines, the suppression of lower-ranking bloodlines by higher-ranking bloodlines is absolute. Although Chenyi did not have the blood of the elven race at this moment, he had the highest priority because he was the supreme leader of the elven race. What's going on? Why have our battle formations broken up? The ordinary elves looked at their battle formation in surprise and tried to form a new one, but no matter how they tried, it was ineffective. Legolas, who understood everything, was now staring intently at the mark on the back of the other's hand. He had initially thought the mark the other party had obtained through the general was a temporary mark, but now, this isn't a temporary mark, it's a permanent, ultimate mark. Having this mark proves 2 things. First, the previous leader is dead. Secondly, this person was chosen by the previous elven leader before his death, as the new leader. Chapter 383, Malicious Competition Among Peers. On the battlefield. Damn it. Where did these alchemical creatures in this area come from? Whose alchemical creature is this? No, this is definitely not an alchemical creature. Damn it, what's going on? everything unfolding in the center of the battlefield. The 100,000 pursuers he had painstakingly summoned were no match for these guys. Although his army was large, it seemed to these monsters that he was just going to kill them for a little longer. Apart from the alchemical behemoth, no one in the entire army could actually spot these monsters. So let alone the idea of overwhelming them. If you can't even touch your opponent, how can you overwhelm them? My lord, it's still not working. We can't catch it at all, we can only. The leader of the One Chi Alliance said somewhat nervously, we can only kill these monsters when they are exhausted and their strength is low. Although the Ichi Dao Alliance was very unwilling, they had no choice but to tell the truth. Well, these creatures look somewhat familiar. If it weren't for the ancient tree's barrier preventing him from using reconnaissance, he would definitely have checked the attributes of these monsters. These monsters, on the surface, are fused creatures like alchemical beings, but in reality, they are far more powerful than ordinary alchemical beings. Well, not just ordinary ones. Even the alchemical creatures custom-made by the first prince are far inferior to these guys. I really didn't want to admit it, but the opponent was far superior to ordinary alchemical behemoths in terms of both agility and combat power. Then let's wait. I refuse to believe their hands won't get tired. The eldest prince was equally frustrated. Letting the opponent tire themselves out before you can make your move is such a frustrating battle strategy. If this person's summoned creatures weren't all Deadpools, he wouldn't have been able to accomplish this. Even though these are Deadpools, they can only make contact with the other party when the other party is tired of fighting. There's nothing more frustrating than this. Damn it, didn't the alchemy god say that the alchemical creature he gave me was already the highest level? Why do these monsters look so much more advanced? He looked down at the fused monsters slaughtering below. These guys were far superior to the alchemical behemoths he had brought, both in terms of genetic fusion and overall combat power. Although this support was somewhat rushed, these alchemical behemoths were not custom-made versions. But they're not that bad, just a little weaker in appearance and overall strength. But this is still the fighting power of a normal dragon. It's important to know that the alchemical behemoth was initially designed to be a companion to the dragon race. Even after several generations of updates, it can still barely reach the level of an ordinary adult dragon. However, as one of the top predators in the food chain, the dragon race is already a force that cannot be ignored. Although this force, which could not be ignored, still could not stand up to these real monsters. Are these monsters comparable to dragons? As the eldest prince watched the battle between one of the battle goblins and his alchemical behemoth, he had no doubt that these creatures were comparable to dragons and could even kill ordinary dragons. Okay, finally, he's injured. The eldest prince was suddenly excited because he saw his alchemical behemoth finally strike the opponent after sustaining more than 10 sword marks on the mountain. Furthermore, this alchemical behemoth has been modified. Although its movement is cumbersome, its attack power is extremely formidable. If it strikes its opponent, even a dragon would struggle to withstand its attack. Depend on. The eldest prince's pupils trembled as he uttered a curse. In his view, the monster, after enduring a powerful attack from the alchemical behemoth, had only managed to break through the Xian turtle armor on its chest. If that were all, it wouldn't be so bad, since the opponent had already lost their defensive armor. But what truly made him swear was that the broken armor was actually recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. A fist-sized wound tore open in the flesh protected by the Xuanjiao armor. The wound healed in the blink of an eye, and even the broken Xuanjiao armor was rapidly repairing itself, as if it had never happened. Just how many genes has this guy fused with? The eldest prince's face grew even uglier. So far, he had seen a beast with similar agility to the bone, armored lizard dragon, a beast with powerful defensive genes, and a beast with powerful offensive genes. I never expected there would be high-speed regeneration at this time. It seems they don't know that yet. Damn it, that's not all there is to it. The eldest prince cursed angrily. The other party has high-speed regeneration. I'll have to wait until they get tired, and they'll probably still be full of energy by next year. To deal with this level of enemy, you can't just overwhelm them with gold-tier troops. You need at least platinum-tier troops. The eldest prince was filled with resentment, but at the same time, he recorded the appearance of this type of soldier and the video of the kill. He wanted to use this to accuse the god of alchemy that his failure was not due to his own fault, but to the malicious competition from his peers. At the same time, Chun Yi slowly released all the bound elves, allowing them to gather together. After a full day of fighting, the number of elves has been reduced from the initial 30,000 to the current 1,600. 1,600 people. If it weren't for the final battle with the goblins, the number would probably be even lower. Chunyi looked at these elves. As an outsider and a leader who had fallen from the sky, he did not seek to gain much loyalty from these guys. After all, you need to grind for these things yourself. However, he first needs to gain the approval of several major families. Only when these families approve can he officially unlock the right to summon troops. Only then can the entire area of the ancient tree be formally incorporated into one's own territory. At this moment, he wasn't craving the Azure-Wood Dragon, but rather the entire elf race. It was only after becoming their leader that he learned that they actually possessed many different kinds of summoning spells and magic, such as the Azure-Wood Dragon's demigod-level spells. No wonder they were a race that dared to fight against the gods. To obtain such a powerful force, he must first subdue these elves. In response, he decided. Chapter 384, Subduing the Elf Race. As the saying goes, confess and you'll be treated leniently. Resist for 3 years. Oh, that's inappropriate. It seems you told one lie, and then needed countless more to cover it up. But eventually, under a mountain of lies, the truth will come out. Therefore, Chunyi did not intend to deceive these elves with any grand principles or fabricated stories. That's too much trouble, and it will eventually be exposed. The best approach to dealing with such a highly intelligent and loyal unit is to eliminate any potential threats. Let's get straight to the point and avoid any potential betrayal at the end. Elrond, Byrodes, Legolas, Galadriel. Chunyi called out the names of several people, including the elf who had just confronted him. He said, Elrond has already submitted to me on behalf of the London family. As for the remaining 3, you, as the highest-ranking members of this family, must also make a choice. What? Elrond, what do you mean by this? You want to pledge allegiance to a foreign tribe? This is a betrayal of your race. No sooner had Chunyi finished speaking than he heard someone question the first person to submit to him. Chunyi gave Elrond a look, and he immediately offered an explanation. Betray? I didn't. As he spoke, Elrond pointed to the mark on the back of Chunyi's hand, and said, Look closely at what that is. That is the mark of our previous general. I am just following the general's choice. He then recounted everything Chunyi had told him to his fellow clansmen. The gist of the story is that Chunyi originally discovered the ancient tree by chance and fulfilled his friend's wish. So he came to explore the ancient tree, but by a twist of fate, he became the person entrusted with the general's dying wish. At this moment, he felt that he had the strength and the obligation to incorporate the elven race, and that he would be the first to submit on behalf of the Londo family. After all, the previous leader of the elven race was a member of the Lund family, so he naturally obeyed the orders of the previous leader of the Lund family. Was it a twist of fate? Bylodes, the new leader of the Bilo family, stared calmly at the man before her. She didn't think the general's choice was a coincidence. From the very beginning, she sensed a familiar aura emanating from the other person, a feeling that made her want to get closer. This feeling is usually only experienced among members of the same race, but she could still feel it even after using elven magic to shield herself from the influence of the leader's mark. As an elf specializing in magic and summoning, she was very confident in her spells, yet she could still feel that way after being sealed away. Then there's only one possibility. The other party had previously been in contact with elves or things extremely related to elves. She even suspected that the other party might have devoured the scattered ancient tree heart and soul, or that he had something to do with the elven woman. However, very few elves are left to wander, and the power of design rules for things like the heart of the ancient tree and the soul of the ancient tree is not something that ordinary people can use. Even gods wouldn't be able to do it. God's role with these ancient trees is primarily to utilize them, rather than to digest them. The general must have his reasons for making this choice. On behalf of the Bylodes family, I express my submission to you. After some deliberation, Bylodes finally decided to temporarily submit to the foreign heir chosen by the general before his departure. She wanted to see what caused her to have this misconception, and she also wanted to see what made her take over and protect the elven race. Some ordinary elves couldn't see the current situation clearly, but she could. At this moment, the elven race is a complete mess, and no one will pick it up for no reason. Unless the other party intends to sell the elves. She was certainly aware of the potential benefits, but if that were the case, she would fight tooth and nail to kill him. Bylodes' loyalty to you plus 60. Byrodes' loyalty to you minus 1. Chunyi. Okay, although it's not quite at the level where I can use it with peace of mind at level 60, at least it shows that I've submitted. Bylodes, are you also going to betray the elven race? Another female elf glared angrily at Bylodes, who was also a female elf. This person is just a mere human, and a member of the Abyss faction at that. Do you really think he's sincere towards my race? Human, I, Galadriel, will never submit to you. The Kaelin family will never submit to you. Galadriel said this, while hundreds of her fellow elves stood behind her, filled with righteous indignation. The elven race reveres bloodlines, and since Galadriel is now the highest-ranking member of the Galadriel family, they naturally follow her choice. I don't know how you obtained your mark, but I will not accept the great elf race passing on its heritage in such a way, Galadriel said firmly. Then she turned to look at another companion who had remained silent throughout, Legolas. Legolas, you are wise, and you are an elf admired by everyone except the general. And your bloodline is the highest among us. I recommend you to be the new leader of the elves. We do not need to submit to you. Legolas. Galadriel called out a few times, but found that the handsome young man beside her was ignoring her and was instead deep in thought, which made her slightly dissatisfied. Legolas, are you really going to acknowledge the position of the elven leader just because of their rhetoric and a mark? Of course not. Legolas answered the question. Very well, I knew you wouldn't approve of someone like that. With your battle formation, plus members from our two families, we can carve out a place for ourselves even against the Abyss overlords. Galadriel excelled at forging but not at fighting, so she was delighted to see that Galadriel had not submitted like Byloris. As long as we cooperate with the former's battle formation, we still have a chance to fight against the people of the Abyss. Only, the next second, Legolas's words stunned her. I have no intention of joining you in rebelling against the person in front of me. What? Galadriel was shocked. But before she could continue speaking, Legolas said to Chun-Yi, I may submit to you, but you need to show me that you truly possess the strength to protect the elven race. Legolas saw things more clearly. He understood what Bylotis understood, and perhaps even more deeply. He believed in the general's choice, but at the same time, he had doubts about it, or rather, he was testing it. Legolas' loyalty to you has increased by 70. It's that tall. Chun-Yi looked at the attribute panel. The attribute panel doesn't lie. The other party has truly submitted to him. He nodded and asked the most loyal elf, How do you want me to prove it? Legolas glanced at the battlefield in the distance, then turned to look at Chun-Yi. He solemnly said, I want you to annihilate all the enemy troops that have come to reinforce us. Legolas looked at the battlefield in the distance. He could see the situation clearly. The reinforcements were no match for the monsters, but it wouldn't be easy for the monsters to annihilate the reinforcements either. Or rather, annihilating all the supporting troops would require the person in front of him to pay a certain price. And that's exactly the price he wanted. This can prove the other party's strength, and at the same time, it can also prove whether the other party is truly willing to pay the price to lead and protect the elven race. Is that all? Of course. Chun-Yi casually agreed. What? That's all. Does this person even know what they're saying? Legolas was stunned, however, just as he was about to say something. The dense, grayish-white fog around them immediately surged into the sky with astonishing pressure. The moment it touched the sky, the gray-white mist transformed into the night sky, and without the slightest pause, the night sky transformed into a sharp arrow, flying towards the battlefield at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Chapter 385, Fulfilling the Request, Subduing. The level of these alchemical creatures is unprecedented, and their condition is also perfect. Whose work is this? No, it should be an alchemical creature bestowed by the god of alchemy upon one of the candidates. The eldest prince felt a little unwilling. Previously, he was a favorite of the alchemist god, and everyone knew that he would not only inherit the imperial throne, but also likely become the successor of the alchemist god. However, not long ago, after their empire discovered Winter's scheme and the election method for the position of the god of winter, a certain speculation arose. Is my position as the god of alchemy, like that of the god of winter, one that requires several outstanding successors to compete for? The god of alchemy did not provide an answer to this question. He had assumed that each god's succession to the divine throne was different, and that he was special. But now it seems that I was kept in the dark. He seemed to have gained 2 divine artifacts and was very favored, but in reality, there were others who possessed alchemical creatures that were even more advanced than his own. This person's level should have initially reached the Dominator level. The Overlord level, the same level as those competitors of winter. The eldest prince snorted coldly, feeling very unconvinced, but also secretly pleased with himself. Although the competitor in front of him was his biggest potential enemy, this person had cleverly thwarted his plans. He didn't know how the other party knew about his plan to come here, But the fact that the other party was preventing him from destroying the ancient tree seemed to be hindering his plan. In reality, this action was not his intention, but rather the idea of the alchemist god. In other words, this person indirectly disrupted his boss's plans. Humph. Notify everyone to retreat. The mission has failed. These soldiers are too low-level to wear down the enemy. Continuing like this would just be a waste of their lives. It would be better to let them conserve their strength for the next time. After all, these were all obtained by exchanging energy stones. Even though he was a wealthy prince, he felt very distressed after such a battle. A prince is not an emperor. He does not yet have the substantial resources of the national treasury. Yes, the leader of the Qi Dao alliance was naturally willing, since continuing in this way would only result in his troops being wasted for no reason. But why do these monsters seem so familiar? Unfortunately, this place is within the barrier of the ancient tree, which shields me from my reconnaissance abilities. The eldest prince used special methods to completely ignore the barrier here, but because he did not break through the barrier, some of his territorial authority was restricted, which was a great pity. What's this? The leader of the Qi Dao alliance had just ordered his troops to retreat, but through the troops' vision, he saw that the sky was rapidly darkening. It's dark? Wait a minute, the setting sun is hanging on the other side. Then this. The sky was being swallowed up by something as dark as night, which made the leader of the Qi Dao alliance inexplicably panic. Soon, the gray fog enveloped the entire battlefield. The gray-white fog, cultivated by tens of thousands of corpses, expanded across the battlefield with ease. Immediately afterwards, as the eyes of the leader of the Qi Dao alliance gradually widened, he witnessed a terrifying scene. The alchemical monsters, which were already ferocious and powerful enough, suddenly had bloodshot eyes, and their black patterns lit up. Etched on the Xuanjiao armor now seemed to be breathing, rising and falling, giving these monsters a tremendous boost in attributes. And so, these beings, which were already so fast they were almost invisible, were stunned for a second after receiving the power, and then transformed into a gust of wind that reaped all lives. You have lost 1 Xianwang armored warrior. You have lost 3 Xianwang armored warriors. You have lost 10 people. Holy crap, what's going on? What's wrong with these monsters? The leader of the Qi Dao alliance was shocked to see that the rate at which his entire troop strength was being consumed was even faster than before. Have these guys just started showing their true strength? Let's go, hurry up. Upon learning this news, Huang Laolu, the leader of the Qi Dao alliance, no longer had any intention of fighting and retreating. Since we're all going to die anyway, let's all go. He gave the most detailed orders, and in an instant all the Xianhuang armored soldiers abandoned any thought of resistance and focused on escaping. Whether Fang Zhengfang resists or not, he will die with one blow anyway. Perhaps this way, more of them can escape. Damn it, where did this thick fog come from? I can't see the exit at all. The army collapsed like a landslide. The originally grim atmosphere on the battlefield instantly turned into a swarm of ants on a hot pan, frantically searching for an exit in an attempt to escape. Your goblin has been specially affected. All attributes are increased by 10%, and recovery is increased by an additional 5%. Duration, fog ends. On the ancient tree, Chunyi was also looking at his own panel. Your slaughter goblin has killed 20 Xianwang armored warriors. Your goblin slaughter. What was already an overwhelming battle turned into a slaughterhouse after I activated the gray fog amplification. As for how long this gray fog will last, the description says it will continue until the fog ends. However, the amount of this gray fog can be increased by corpses, meaning the gray fog will not dissipate until the enemy is completely wiped out. Even if the enemy dies, the already formed gray fog will not easily dissipate. Just like its own territory, where the gray fog still formed a natural protective barrier. Even cast a portion of the gray mist to protect the lords whom Qi Hongyi had entrusted to his care. After Chunyi finished doing all this, he looked at Legolas. Given the opponent's strength, they shouldn't be unable to understand the situation in this battle. Now, Legolas was still completely absorbed in Chunyi's words, just like that. That's all. But the enemy has an army of 100,000. Although the alchemist, the dragon, and the 10 alchemical behemoths are gone. But that doesn't justify slaughtering the other party like that, does it? It's as easy as giving an adult a stick and letting them go to kindergarten and wreak havoc. This, could it be, the Lord of the Abyss himself? Legolas stared at Chunyi in shock, his mind racing. He saw the attitude he needed to see. The other party was willing to help the elves, and also had the ability to do so. Although I didn't see their unwavering commitment to protecting the elven race even after their deaths and injuries, it seems that's enough. Your subordinate greets the Elf King. After finishing his thoughts, Legolas placed his left hand on his chest and then knelt on one knee, very sincerely. This is a proper elven ceremony, a treatment that even the previously subjugated Londo and Beelo families did not receive. However, they followed us at this moment. The Beelo family pays respects to the Elf King. The Lund family pays homage to the Elf King. Greetings, Elf King. Multiplied by N. With the submission of the highest bloodline of the families, nearly 1,000 elves from the three families simultaneously expressed their submission. The only exception is the Kalin family. Chapter 386, Expulsion. This is a betrayal of all the elf kings throughout history. Galadriel glared angrily at the kneeling elves around her. Her elven pride made her unwilling to submit to this human. In her view, those who are not of her kind must have different hearts. So how could humans sincerely lead the elves to development? Besides, the curse on the elven race has now been lifted, and they can easily reclaim their former dominant position in just 1 or 2 generations. The first generation of elves reaches adulthood at 100 years old, and old age is around 250 years old. However, this period has now been greatly shortened due to the ancient tree, requiring only 100 years, or even less. In such a short time, the elf race can take control of their own destiny and once again become the dominant force they once were. How could she, a future ruler, possibly submit to humanity? Like that foolish race that was fooled and exploited by the gods in various ways back then. Human, on behalf of the Kalin family, I refuse to acknowledge your status. Galadriel remained defiant. This woman, what a troublesome fellow. Chinyi glanced at the other party. He had originally thought he had easily subdued the elf race. But then this hothead suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The three major families are not particularly willing to submit to me in terms of loyalty, but they have no better choice than to obey me. They were all gambling on the general's choice, gambling on their own character. But is this female elf's brain made of mush? Refuse to submit with your own family. You cannot reverse the situation. You will only incur the displeasure of me, the new king. Chinyi sighed inwardly, thinking that if this place weren't full of elves, he wouldn't mind having a different elf take charge of the Kalin family. But now all the elves are watching. Even Legolas, who is the most loyal, is observing his own choice. If I really did that, I would probably lose the support of the three major families instantly. Loyalty levels won't drop to 1% or be 0, but they certainly won't reach a level where 60% are usable. Although he has gained the approval of the three major families to summon 3 kinds of spirits, the new spirits are not born as adults. The summoned spirits need to be cared for by the surviving spirits, and if the loyalty of these spirits is too low, then the new spirits they raise. It goes without saying. Chinyi looked at the female elf in front of him who was giving him a headache. If I remember correctly, the duty of the Kalin family is to forge armor and household items for the elven race, although they are also an important part of the elven race. However, it is not an indispensable part. As for the loss of combat power caused by losing the armor, he seems to be able to make up for it through Gu Xiaoyu. After a moment's thought, Chinyi issued orders to the elf and his family. Since you are unwilling to submit, then in the name of the Elf King, I will expel the Kalin family. What? Expel my Kalin family? How could you? How dare you? Galadriel was clearly very agitated. She dared not go into details, as she hadn't even acknowledged the other party's identity before being expelled. How will this spirit, which isn't particularly skilled in combat, survive if it loses the protection of the ancient tree and the other spirits? You cannot expel the Kalin family. I have not recognized your identity, and you have no right to expel us. Yes, you are not the Elf King. You are not qualified to expel hundreds of elves at once. Yes, our elven race has never had such a precedent before. The rest of the Kalin family were immediately thrown into a frenzy upon hearing that they were to be expelled. Roar! The elves of the Kalin family rioted, and the frost dragon guarding the area roared in response. The deafening roar of the dragon pulled these elves back to reality. He couldn't even handle his enemies, yet this person in front of him could easily slaughter enemy troops, and even himself and his ilk. This, Galantir, may I ask the Elven King one more time? Are you willing to acknowledge the Elven King's status? Upon seeing this, Legolas immediately stepped in to take charge. As the highest-ranking member of the bloodline below the general, he was still listened to by many. The elves all gave him face, while the frost dragon did not actually attack the group of elves without Chunye's order. You? Legolas, you actually. Galadriel angrily pointed at the elf she admired most. She never expected that the other party would not only submit to the human in front of her, but also help the human to subdue her. Impossible. My Kaelin family will never submit to humans. Galadriel was very determined. Sigh. Belodis, standing behind Legolas, sighed. She was a smart woman and naturally saw the scene before her. Everyone knew the difficult situation the Kaelin family, who were not good at fighting, had faced after being separated from the elven group. Legolas risked angering the new elven king by throwing out the final steps and stairs. I didn't expect the other party to refuse so decisively. That Galadriel guy must have gone mad from all the work. She glanced at Chunyi, who remained silent, his expression indifferent. It seems we need to calm this person down. Bilotes sighed. Anyone who faces constant opposition upon taking office would hardly be happy. If this were in a human imperial society, the entire Kaelin family would probably have been executed. At this moment, all she could do was to uphold the dignity of the elf king before her while doing everything she could to protect the Kaelin family. And so it was. Bilotes withdrew her hand and opened it, the complex incantations facing the former. She said, "The elf king has ordered the Kaelin family to be expelled on behalf of the elf race." What? Bilotes' action shocked everyone except Legolas. Even the other elves of the Below family hesitated for a long time before raising their hands to cast spells. However, sometimes it's all about attitude. Chunyi is like this, and so is the Kaelin family. Okay. Galadriel nodded repeatedly, her method suffering a huge defeat. This was another huge wound besides Legolas's. His own sisters had actually come to drive him away. What do you mean? Galadriel scanned the remaining elves around her. But without a leader to take the lead, these elves could only bow their heads. Okay, I'm leaving. However, remember this well. Sooner or later, I will lead the Kaelin family to reclaim the throne that belongs to the elves. After saying this, Galadriel departed with her family of elves. Not good. Legolas was stunned when he heard the words left behind by the other party before he left. He quickly turned to look at Chunyi. Really? Chunyi didn't say anything, but the corners of his eyes drooped slightly. This? Legolas hesitated for a moment, then leaped up and stood in front of Galadriel. He gritted his teeth and said, "Stop, Galadriel, you can't leave yet." Chapter 387, Elf Mark. Hand over the items. Legolas suddenly said, "Thing. What is that?" Galadriel was stunned and froze, then pretended not to understand and turned back. Legolas gritted his teeth and finally said, "Since you have been expelled, hand over the mark of the elven race." You. Galadriel watched as the other person actually uttered that word, and the last embers of her flame were extinguished. The elven race is not only proof of their identity, but also the source of their power. Elves is different from that of humans. They possess an additional mark that allows them to purify and refine their magic. It is this mark that allows ordinary elves to surpass humans in talents such as magic and martial prowess at birth. If this mark were to be removed, their perception of magic would be no different from that of ordinary humans. Normally, any banished elf would have its mark revoked by the Elf King, but Chunyi, who has just taken office, obviously doesn't know this. But to Galadriel's utter surprise, Legolas would actually ask her to hand over the elven mark. It is important to know that once an elven mark is stripped away, the only way to restore it, besides having it restored by the Elven King, is to use the precious heart of the ancient tree to reform it. Submitting to the Elf King Chunyi is impossible. The other one uses the precious heart of the ancient tree to restore it. If hundreds of ancient tree hearts could be found, then ancient tree hearts wouldn't be considered precious. In other words, the very person they once favored most, the one most likely to become the future king who would lead their elven race, had personally cut off their path back. If you regret it, I can plead with the Elf King, and perhaps you can be allowed to return to your tribe. Legolas finally pleaded with them to stay. If possible, he would naturally not want the other person to be left to wander outside. However, Galadriel's biggest mistake was refusing to acknowledge Chunyi's status after he demonstrated his strength and mark. What's even worse is that after deciding to leave, he threatened to come back for revenge. Everything he has done so far may seem to be detrimental to the Kaelin family, but in reality, he has been trying his best to save the Kaelin family's lives. It is incredibly foolish to repeatedly overturn a new monarch's decisions and openly declare revenge in front of him. Unfortunately, Galadriel and the Galadriel family don't seem to understand any of this. Okay, here you go. Seeing this, Galadriel gritted her teeth and peeled a wristband-like object off her slender arm. The moment it came into contact with the air, it transformed into runes and flew toward Chunyi, who represented supreme power. This is... Chunyi watched with curiosity as the elf marks flew toward him one by one. The mark of the elves, exclusively for elves, proof of their identity. Note, this is the essence of the elven race. Those who lose it will become mere mortals. Note, you bastard, you made those young girls who were hammering iron cry. This thing seems to only work on elves. After observing for a while, Chunyi realized that this was exclusive to elves, so he gave up the idea of continuing to observe. As for now, he looked at Legolas, who was about to kneel down. No need to kneel, just go. Clean up the battlefield. Chunyi turned around and gave the order. He knew that the other party's next move would definitely be to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. This man was a clever one. He rescued the Kalen clan from his own hands. If it weren't for Legolas, he would never have let such a hidden danger leave. Of course, not now. However, instead of eliminating them secretly, they became secretly monitored. Having lost their fundamental power, hundreds of elves could easily be dealt with by sending a single battle goblin. Any movement by the opponent will result in them being wiped out in an instant. Yes, thank you for your generosity. Legolas bowed respectfully. Legolas' loyalty to you has increased by 10, currently at 80%. Within the city of Haina. I didn't expect you to take over the city of Haina so quickly. Oh, that doesn't seem right. There should be 3 cities now. In front of the Sarah Chamber of Commerce, several guards clad in black iron armor watched Albin and Saravel Shah with great interest. First, let me emphasize again, I am not the true owner of this place. Second, I will not go back with you. Shah solemnly repeated her words, then turned her gaze to Albin beside her. Albin readily agreed, saying, Gentlemen, the young master has already made his point very clearly, so I don't think I need to repeat myself. You may now return. Young master? Oh, he. That's right. He can barely be considered the young master. Then, young master, come back with us. There will be people to negotiate in this city. This property belongs to our Sarah Merchant Guild. Once we replace this statue and build a statue of the God of Light, we'll gain the points for 3 cities at once. The 5 guards looked at each other, their expressions revealing their satisfaction with the 2 cities beneath their feet and around them. I said, please go back, don't you understand? Albin stood in front of Shah and looked sternly at the group. Several guards dressed in standard black iron armor looked as if they had seen something amusing. The leader said, Albin, I don't know what methods you use to restore your strength, but you shouldn't be so arrogant in front of us. Even if you regain your strength, you're only average among us. If you're truly looking for death, I can grant your wish. The leader looked at Albin. They had no intention of being polite to this former colleague. He's just a loser who got kicked out for failing a mission. If he dares to be arrogant, just wipe him out. Since their mission is to take Shah back, there's no need for this guy to stay here and protect her. General, the Alchemy Legion has been assembled. The sudden news caused the leader of the Xian Tai guards to bulge veins on his forehead. The visitor was none other than Luo Wei. Of all the people in the city, only Lovi could mobilize the Alchemy Legion. Furthermore, the only ones in the city capable of fighting these 5-star level powerhouses are Albin, the Alchemy Legion, and his own father. The evil spirit led its army out to conquer other cities, which were currently in a relatively weak state. My own father. Because of Chun Ye's orders, although they are considered a fighting force, they cannot be present here. Therefore, they had basically used all the combat power they could muster to face these 5-star level powerhouses. What? You think a few unruly ragtag soldiers can protect your safety? The Xian Tai guards looked at the Alchemy Legion around them. Because of certain reasons in the capital, they were quite aware of the Silver Moon Empire's methods. Although the Legion before them possessed some strength, it was no match for the 5-star level warriors. Of course not. Albin agreed to Ro's request, and then let him leave with Shah. He stood in front of the 5 men and casually said, These Legion members are here to prevent you from escaping. Since you don't want to leave, then don't leave. Albin said this as if it were the most natural thing in the world, but the others looked at him with different expressions, as if he were a fool. Has this guy also had his brain corrupted by the cursed seal? Chapter 388, The Wedding Procession. Binyan City. Above a dilapidated city gate, a goblin with bright, intelligent eyes was surveying everything in the city when a cloud of black mist beside him spoke up. According to the message from Albin, the other side has sent at least 5-star realm experts. Is it really a good idea not to go back? The evil spirit paused for a moment, then replied, "It's all right. That guy possesses divine power bestowed by my god. Although killing him might be impossible, protecting myself is definitely not a problem. Moreover, there's that former city lord. If things really come to a critical moment, that clever little fellow in the city will order him to take action." The evil spirit was hundreds of miles away, yet it knew everything about the city of Haina. As long as safety is guaranteed, that's fine. The black mist gradually materialized into a capable young woman wearing a cheongsam, whose long pink hair had turned into short hair, and appeared before the evil spirit. It was Alicia, but at this moment, Alicia was not holding the scales that symbolized fairness and light. Instead, it was a huge curved dagger. The bloodstains on the dagger wriggled, but then disappeared before the dagger exploded, as if it had been eaten by something. "How well have you mastered the power of the evil god?" The evil spirit looked at the person beside it and asked. "Pretty much, if you use it flexibly, there shouldn't be any problems," Alicia replied. Not long after the evil god left, she regained her senses, learned everything, and made the best choice for herself. "Since the evil god has already laid out the path for me, it's best not to resist. Although this evil god may not seem as powerful as the god of light, he is a trusted confidant of the other. But to the god of light, she was merely a dispensable saintess. Therefore, with the idea of better to be a big fish in a small pond than a small fish in a big pond, she decided to follow the choice of fate. She swung the dagger in her hand, and the black blade immediately cut a ripple in the air. This power is truly impressive. Alicia was somewhat fascinated by the offensive method she had finally acquired. Previously, as a saintess, she had no offensive capabilities, but now she possesses considerable offensive skills. "Well done. You have not let down the power of the evil god." The evil spirit nodded, watching the ripples in the air. He never expected that the other party, a saintess, a human whose voice and appearance seemed so gentle and refined, would also possess a cruel and bloodthirsty side. "It seems that massacring 3,000 resistance fighters has made your progress rapidly. The path of evil souls." Snort. Alicia was slightly dissatisfied. "Isn't this the result of your recklessness? You could have easily manipulated the Lord's soldiers to surround and annihilate the enemy, but you let them kill each other at will." Alicia recalls the scene of the siege. If this player had used the same military formations or tactics as the city of Os at that time, he could have easily taken the city. However, he did not do that. Instead, he took advantage of the goblins' strong foundation and allowed them to attack freely. What do you know? As long as the mission is accomplished, that's all that matters. The evil spirit tossed the energy core in its hand. He could indeed do as the other party said, but don't forget he's a goblin too. Why sit when you can lie down? When the goblins are no match for the enemy, he can rack his brains to use various tactics and techniques to win the battle. However, he was indifferent to battles with such clear outcomes, as long as the mission objective was achieved. Anyway, the goblins could take over the city based on their attributes alone. Furthermore, the remaining rebels will be dealt with by this young lady who needs to adapt to her own power. All I need to do is obtain the energy core. Fine, whatever you say. If the other party, as the commander-in-chief of the operation, doesn't care, then Alicia cares even less. Her pink tongue licked her lips. She was somewhat captivated by the feeling of slaughtering those rebels. So she took the initiative to ask, "When will we attack the next city?" There were 4 or 5 cities that participated in the siege of Haina. Of these, 2 were far away, and 1 was a special case without a city. Only these 2 remained. No rush. The other city is a bit special, and we need to make some preparations. The path of evil souls. Special? Alicia asked, "What's so special about it?" He didn't remember anything special about the other person. The evil spirit thought for a moment, then said with some difficulty, "That city has already been captured by the rest of the Titan Empire. It's been captured by someone else. Was it done by the other border cities?" Alicia thought of the Holy Church, where priests had been spreading the word to all the border cities to try to capture the surrounding free and neutral cities. The generous rewards were so tempting that even she was tempted. It's understandable that other cities couldn't resist and seized the opportunity first. Should we change to another one? Once Alicia learned that the city had been captured, she stopped dwelling on the attack on Haina by that city, since, barring any unforeseen circumstances, all the high-ranking officials in that city had already been replaced. Change it. Of course not. The evil spirit resolutely refused. He then said, "My god didn't instruct me on the idol, but I want the energy core from there." The evil spirit didn't mind fighting the enemy again, presumably because the city's defenses would be more relaxed by then, making things much easier for him. I almost forgot about that. Sha smiled self-deprecatingly. She had almost forgotten the real purpose of this trip. Revenge was just a side effect. The most important thing was to obtain the energy core. At the same time, vast sea and city walls. Young master, the deployment of the statue is complete. We only need to wait 1 day to remove its last bit of divine power. The Xiantai guards respectfully addressed the young man. The boy fanned himself with a hint of dissatisfaction. Too slow, hurry up. My mission is to escort that lowly woman back to get married. Taking this city would be an unnecessary complication. I don't want anything to go wrong during the escort and upset the second prince because of this. The boy was somewhat dissatisfied with the speed and also somewhat disgusted. Don't worry, some of my brothers have already gone to pick up that woman. There won't be any problems. Faced with this situation, the Xiantai guards could only nod in agreement and offer their comfort. Although it was clearly the young master in front of him who couldn't resist the temptation and took the initiative to seek out and attack the city, he is now complaining about the timing of the ceremony. But he could not utter the slightest complaint. After all, one of them was the master and the other was the servant. As long as there are no problems, I hope that when I arrive at that city, the woman will kneel down to greet me. The boy looked up proudly. Yes, of course there is no problem. The Xiantai guard nodded repeatedly and took out a crystal stone to convey the young master's latest orders. But the crystal ball has been lit up for a long time. Why is no one answering the communication? Chapter 389. The Yangtze River flows with rain, gods, and the world. What are these guys doing? Why aren't they answering my calls? The Xiantai guard looked at the crystal ball in his hand in surprise. Although this device was a replica built by them in imitation of the Silver Moon Empire, it wasn't as convenient to carry, didn't have the same range of communication, and lacked the stability of their communication methods. Okay, he knows why there's the problem. Those old guys in the Chamber of Commerce are really muddle-headed. They can't even replicate such a small thing. The Xiantai guard complained and then tried to connect again. After all, the young master's orders had not been conveyed, and the young master himself was right behind them. After several attempts to connect, there was no response, and beads of sweat were clearly visible on the guard's face. Can't get in touch again? Is this thing even going to work? Salivir Ray walked up to the guard with a hint of disdain and looked at the bulky crystal ball. Let those old folks improve it again. How can we not copy something so simple and easy to use? Although Salivir Ray was a playboy, he knew the importance of communication. In particular, the two great empires showed signs of wanting to formally go to war. If a highly effective and convenient communication method could be developed or replicated at this time, it would undoubtedly bring huge benefits to the Sarah Merchant Guild in both empires. And he himself could also gain considerable benefits from it, and even obtain the position of family head. Although the way family heads compete has changed from relying on commercial means to conquering cities, sufficient commercial capabilities can still gain significant influence. After all, the Sarah Chamber of Commerce has not yet been completely controlled by the royal family. Yes, I will go and supervise when I get back. The Black Iron Guard nodded hurriedly. Let's go. Most of these lowly people have already left. Let's start the ceremony quickly. I can't wait to see the groups of townspeople heading out in the distance, said Salivir Ray impatiently. Yes. The Xiantai guards retrieved the crystal ball and escorted their young master to the outskirts of the city. To eradicate the faith that a god has established in a city, the simplest and most effective method is to sever the faith power within the city and continuously deplete the idol until it naturally shatters. Activate the protective shield. As Salivir Ray left the city, a protective shield immediately rose up inside. This protective shield will last for 1 day, during which time all believers are not allowed to enter the city and must use magic arrays to draw upon natural magic to weaken the power of the idol. The magic of heaven and earth is a swiftly flowing Yangtze River, while the gods are like small rivers. The small rivers depend on the Yangtze River for survival, nourishing it while also constantly drawing nourishment from it. The statues erected in various cities are like pits dug along the Yangtze River. This pit is very small compared to the Yangtze River. It continuously diverts water to the small river. What they are doing now is to sever the connection between this pit and the Yangtze River and open it in the opposite direction so that the water in the pit flows back into the Yangtze River. The people in this context are like the river water and also like the worker ants constantly digging towards the Yangtze River. They didn't have any concept of pits, rivers, or the Yangtze River. They simply knew how to dig whatever was suitable for their survival. Therefore, As long as these worker ants are eliminated and the pit is dug in the opposite direction, the divine power left here by the god can be removed and the pit can be filled. Let's begin. Let me experience what it feels like to destroy a god with my own mortal body. Salavir Ray looked at the activated protective shield and was secretly pleased. He then threw the last key item towards the magic circle in the distance. A high-level magical beast's psychic crystal core. This is the final link in igniting the formation. Boom! As the crystal core was thrown in, the entire magic array instantly lit up, its light illuminating an area of dozens of miles around. Then it gradually dimmed, only covering the city in front of it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The rivers of heaven and earth flowed back to their source, and fine cracks began to appear on the statue. So this is what it feels like to destroy a statue. It's not such a big deal after all. Lei was somewhat bored. He felt that this thing wasn't as spectacular or anything like what he had imagined. I just threw away a stone, and that was it. It was no longer my problem. I'm bored. I'll leave the rest to you guys. I'll go see if there's anything fun around here. Salavel Ray handed the task over to his bodyguard, and then went out with a group of men. At the same time, Haina City. You, this is impossible. Damn it. How come your curse seal not only didn't obliterate you, but also elevated you to a higher level? The leader of the Xiantai guards among the five looked at the guy who had once served under him, but was now trampling him underfoot with resentment. Whoosh whoosh. Albin, covered in injuries, managed to catch his breath. Tried using the curse seal to keep these people after learning that the evil spirit could not return. After all, if they defy the order and let the other party leave, their next visit would likely bring more danger and trouble. However, he really wasn't confident against an opponent who was stronger than him and who was fighting 5 opponents at once. The only thing he could rely on was the curse mark given to him by Lord Chenyi. I just wanted to give it a try, but I never expected it to actually work. My curse seal's blessing had passed after the success. I still managed to capture them alive in a 1v5 situation. Lord Chunya's curse seal is truly powerful. He withdrew his foot from the other person and smiled contemptuously. Don't get me wrong. You are the ones who were defeated. Now, it's our turn to question you. Albin felt a sense of triumph and satisfaction. Defeat us. Hee hee ha ha ha. The leader of the Xiantai guard sneered. You don't actually think that only a few of us came this time, do you? His Highness the Prince's fiancée, though only in name, has been fully prepared by her family for the sake of the royal family's dignity. I am different from you, a guy who was assigned to a useless young master. Behind me is young Master Salavio Ray. The Xiantai guard said, his face becoming even more smug. Young Master Lei is already on his way. Even if you defeat a few of us, are you confident you can defeat young Master Lei's other guards? Also, we came here with the mission fee for escorting the bride. Do you really think there will only be 5 Xiantai servants? The Xiantai guard's final question was full of smugness, and he didn't seem to care about imprisoning anyone. Because he knew that even if this guy in front of him, Su Rian, used some method to not only break the power of the curse that was causing his family headaches, but also to turn that power into his own. However, he was no match for young Master Lei. To emphasize their respect for the royal family, the Sarah Merchant Guild dispatched a full 13 Xiantai guards. Albin already struggled to defeat 5 of his own men, and it seems he is still suffering from significant aftereffects. So what methods will he use to contend with the other 8 Xiantai guards who are about to arrive? These are all-star realm experts. Chapter 390. Fake news, the dragon goes out. Didn't they say that giant dragons have been leaving their lair in droves recently? We should be able to see them here. Why haven't we seen one after wandering around for so long? Salavial Ray was a little frustrated. He had been looking around for a long time, but he hadn't seen a dragon, or even a slightly powerful magical beast. Could the information be inaccurate? He was somewhat puzzled. As the young master of the Sarah Merchant Guild, Saravel Ray naturally paid close attention to such important news as the dragons, and the dragon's lair, where the dragons lived, was of paramount importance. Logically, this place should be a route for the migration of dragons, but he didn't see a single one, which made him doubt the accuracy of the news. This is probably because we haven't gotten close to the Thousand Ghost Forest yet. After all, this is the outermost area, so it's probably normal that no giant dragons pass through here. The Black Iron Guard beside him comforted him. TCH, this is so boring. Then I have nothing to do with this day. The ritual takes a whole day to perform, and only by completely destroying the statue and erecting a statue of the God of Light can a city be considered captured. He had originally thought that during this waiting time, he could try to find the dragon and take advantage of the unusual activity in the dragon's lair to secretly capture 1 or 2 dragons to breed as mounts. After all, he was traveling on official business with 13-star realm experts, so capturing a dragon at that level would be a piece of cake. In reality, it's impossible for someone of his level to lead 13 Xiantai guards on an outing at the same time. However, he still got this opportunity because of official business. I thought I could take advantage of this opportunity to get some personal favors done, but it seems my luck isn't so good. It seems we won't be able to meet. Let's just hunt a few monsters for fun. Lei sighed and casually picked up his longbow, aiming at a wolf-like beast on the distant snowfield. Suddenly, he put down his bow and arrow. That is. Salavel Ray looked at the wolf-like beast he had just targeted with surprise. At that moment, the wolf beast actually collapsed to the ground. The person who killed the wolf beast casually put it into his storage ring, and then took out a hand warmer from his pocket. That thing, if I'm not mistaken, should be from the Silver Moon Empire, right? Lei pointed to the heater in the former's hand. He was naturally familiar with the methods used by the common people of the Silver Moon Empire to keep warm. Less effective at keeping warm than the array inscribed on the hide of one's own high-level magical beast, this heater can be mass-produced. And there was something about this heater that he really appreciated. That means this thing consumes energy stones. As a consumable item that relies on the burning of energy stones, ordinary people can only keep buying energy stones if they want to use it continuously. This is a business tactic employed by the Silver Moon Empire. A complete closed loop has been formed. However, in his view, it was not quite perfect. If he were in charge of running the business, he would definitely add something. Add a magic circle that will make the civilians even colder after they leave the stove. Even a short period of cold is acceptable. This will definitely double the sales of heaters. Go and bring me that enemy's spy. Lei pointed to the figure in the distance. Yes. Upon hearing their young master's order, the surrounding subordinates rushed towards the man without any surprise. They already knew that their young master liked to imitate and copy the goods of the Silver Moon Empire, and they even knew what their mission was the moment they saw the hand warmer in that person's hand. Those people are coming for me. Perfect, let me ask for directions. In the distance, Lei Qi looked at the figures rushing towards him with some surprise. The other person was dressed in fine clothes, so they must be a nobleman or something like that. I could ask the other party for directions to Haina. When the teleportation was about to begin, I was almost in line, but then large-scale armies cut in line, and even 100,000 troops were teleported at once. This caused the teleportation array to malfunction and its accuracy to deviate, and he did not appear near Chunye's territory as planned. Hello. Excuse me, is this place? Good my ass, bring out the thing. Lei Qi. Lei Qi looked at the other party's gorgeous attire and assumed he must be a nobleman or something. How come his subordinate was so vulgar? I am a civilized person, and I cannot stand such vulgar language. However, thinking it was better to avoid trouble, he did not take action directly. Is there some misunderstanding? Lei Qi asked. Misunderstand? You're dressed in Silver Moon Empire attire and wielding a Silver Moon Empire weapon. What misunderstanding could there be? Hand over the murder weapon. The two guards remained unceremonious. They were certain they had this man under their thumb. Although the aura emanating from the other party is stronger than mine, does the other party dare to resist? Behind him was the young master of the Salavel family. If the other party dares to resist, it won't be just us two lackeys who will take action. The two guards were enjoying the thrill of being intimidated by the tiger, but they found that the other party was quite tactless and patiently explained, Gentlemen, this thing is just a heater and is not offensive. Lei Qi looked somewhat confused, but seeing that there were quite a few people behind the other party, and that he couldn't figure out some of them, he didn't make a move rashly. Originally, there were only a dozen or so gold-level guys, but after I had the idea to make a move, 2 guys that I couldn't see through appeared behind them. Because he didn't know the opponent's true level, he couldn't rashly activate his reconnaissance skill. Damn it, just hand it over obediently when I tell you to. One of the guards, growing impatient, simply grabbed it by hand. Lei Qi's eyes turned cold as he was about to make a move, but he found that his hand was restrained by something. When she turned around, the hand warmer she had been holding had disappeared. Young master, the things have been brought. A black iron guard appeared in front of Salaver Ray at some unknown time and handed over the brazier he was carrying. The opponent had already made a move, and Lei Qi, unafraid of offending anyone, decisively used his reconnaissance technique. But once they started investigating, their faces darkened. They're actually 2-star-level experts. Damn it, there's only 1 bottle of the potion. Lei Qi immediately contacted Chen Yi and at the same time took out a bottle of crimson medicine from his pocket. Chapter 391, Bargaining Chips. It hasn't arrived yet. Somewhat surprised to see Lei Qi asking him for help. He had thought that Lei Qi had already entered his territory while he was fighting the ancient tree. There's a problem with the teleportation. It seems that the teleportation array and technology of Silver Moon aren't as advanced as I imagined. Chen Yi sighed helplessly, then glanced at the other party's coordinates. Although they were lost, they were not far from the evil spirit. The other party not only had a business dealing in potions, but also some information about the abyss. Naturally, he couldn't let Lei Qi be killed by just any nobleman. After telling the evil spirit about this, Chen Yi turned his attention back to what was in front of him. After a short period of rest, the elves, under his leadership, began a policy similar to closing themselves off from the world. The protective barrier was activated, and then the body rested and recuperated. Although the Silver Moon Empire seems to have a way to directly ignore the barrier, he doesn't think the other party can use this method at will. Once or twice is already the limit. If everything could be offered up so easily, then there would be no need for war between the two countries. The Titan Empire could simply concede defeat. One side has a protective shield and is invincible, while the other has lost the protection of the shield. There is no way to fight this way. After the elves activated the barrier, they only needed to send a small number of people to patrol in order to protect the safety of the area. With the nearby gray fog providing protection, the elven territory, while not impregnable, was certainly quite secure. My Lord Elf King, it still won't work. The armored warriors you provided can wear them, but the details and decorations are lacking. Elrond gave a somewhat embarrassed report, while handing over 2 hairpin-like decorations. Still not working? Chen Yi took the 2 silver-white hair clips and sighed helplessly. These 2 hair clips-like objects used to hold hair together are called hairpins, and they are a common ornament used by elven nobles. The Lego family, in particular, regards it as a symbol of status, and only those who have reached a certain level can wear it. The higher the status, the more pieces one can wear, with a maximum of 5. For example, Legolas, the current supreme commander of the Lego family, has 3 hairpins styled diagonally on his hair. It is a symbol of status, a symbol of power, and also a symbol of beauty. Unlike other races, elves have a very high pursuit of personal physical charm and quality of life. Not only are their fighting techniques and moves aesthetically pleasing, but they also pay great attention to their daily lives. The problem he currently faces is that after expelling the Kalen family, who are skilled in forging, the forging industry, which he originally thought he could use to replace Gu Xiaoyu, has encountered problems. As Gu Xiaoyu focused on forging, her forging skills improved continuously, and now she can easily arm an entire army by herself. However, such superb forging skills could not meet the needs of the elves. More accurately, it's the elves' pursuit of beauty and detail. Like 2-star tracing clamps, they look the same but differ slightly in color and microscopic features. Such differences, almost invisible to the naked eye, were perceived by the elves due to their innate keen senses. Who would be so idle as to examine their own jewelry? The elves would. Not only do they know how, but the requirements are extremely high. In their view, it's better to wear nothing at all than to wear inferior products. These ornaments, however, are the key that Chen Yi plans to use to unlock the loyalty of the elves. If even Gu Xiaoyu can't do it, are we going to go to the Titan Empire to find a higher-level blacksmith? Chen Yi looked up, somewhat annoyed. He could only consider mass-producing elves once their loyalty was high enough. Suddenly, he thought of something. He looked at Elrond, who was in charge of the battle. Chen Yi was about to ask if there were any other ways to quickly increase their favorability if he didn't approach it from this angle. However, he noticed a very well-hidden headband on the other person's wounded body. Covered his wound with a very delicate headband. What is it, sir? Elrond asked, puzzled. Forget it. Let's try to find a way to go to the Empire. Chen Yi chose to continue winning the elves' favor through accessories and details. Since even rough-and-tumble combat families like the Lund are very concerned about their wounds, it goes without saying that other families would be even more particular about accessories and other details. This might be the only way to quickly gain the favor of a large number of Pokemon and then train them extensively. Regarding Imperial commerce, I think Sha can be of help. Chen Yi thought of another ally he had. Sha's family was one of the 2 major merchant guilds in the Empire. Finding a high-level blacksmith shouldn't be a problem. Speaking of which, the battle for succession within the Sarah Trading Company is about to begin, isn't it? Chen Yi seemed to remember something. It seems I need to finish dealing with things here with the elves as soon as possible and go back to check on things. Chun-Yi casually summoned several elf cubs into the spring and then handed them over to Elrond to raise. You ask why not give it to Legolas, who has the highest loyalty? Because this guy had already started taking care of the kids a long time ago. As the elves with the highest loyalty, how could Chun-Yi let him go? Take the kids with you. Although we can't have the remaining elves raise babies on a large scale, we can train them on a small scale first. Within the city of Haina, Salavel Ray leading the wedding procession. Thunder. Sha reminisced about her younger brother. This half-brother, who had left an extremely deep impression on me since childhood. Not only did they exploit and squeeze out his resources, they even extracted his bloodline to train some strange pharmacists. Those terrifying days of being forced to have blood drawn every day continued until my father discovered that I was too weak to stand, and that this was finally stopped. Although she wasn't happy living under her father's tutelage after being stopped, she had a deep impression of this younger brother. If this guy comes in person, he must have brought quite a few Xiantai guards with him. Sha looked at the Xiantai guards in front of her. These guys were all star-level experts secretly trained by the family. Alban has already exhausted all his strength with only 5 now. If there were more, he might not be able to avoid being taken away. And the only way to reverse this outcome is, my lord. There is no doubt that Chun-Yi has the ability to end and resolve all of this, but what price should I pay to get Chun-Yi to take action? She wanted Chun-Yi to help her refuse the marriage, and to help her seize the position of family head. All she had to give in return was, herself? My own body seems to have long since lost its place in this massive game. Compared to the behemoths that are the Sarah Chamber of Commerce and Chun-Yi, my own existence is so insignificant. It might not even cause a ripple. Suddenly, Sha looked at Alban, who was in a state of weakness after using the full 10-minute spell. It seems our Lord has always been pursuing divine power. And as for the curse seal, she looked at the spot where Alban's curse mark had originally been, and a realization dawned on her. She seems to have leverage in the deal. Chapter 392, Foundation Potion. Forest outside Bianyan City. 2 Xiantai guards were attacking a man wearing a Silver Moon Empire cloak. Blood gushed from the corner of Lei Chi's mouth as he continuously drank the medicine in his hand. Damn, are the local forces here this powerful? As Lei Chi swallowed the last bottle of healing potion, he sized up the 2 people who were attacking him. These 2 guys were clearly the guards of the man not far away. Indeed, it is too dangerous for the lords to engage with local forces with their current strength, let alone conquer cities and seize energy cores. He was even inferior to an ordinary lord, since he essentially had no troops. While pondering a solution, Lei Chi complained about his bad luck. He never imagined that he would be targeted simply for asking for directions. Fortunately, I have found a big tree to shelter under. As long as I find Chun-Yi, I only need to make the medicine that Chun-Yi needs within Chun-Yi's territory, and I can be protected. This is the safest method Lei Chi has come up with so far. After all, without good troops, he was no match for these locals. Originally, I planned to plunder a territory and start anew with a different type of troop after inheriting part of the Abyss Alchemist's legacy. However, the current situation is that he has obtained all of the other party's inheritance, not only possessing recovery potions and power-enhancing potions, but also obtaining the crafting methods for some high-level potions that can directly benefit the Lord Spring. All of this sounds wonderful, but I feel so overwhelmed by the weight that comes with this beauty that I can hardly breathe. She had finally found a strong guarantee that was willing to accept her, but then she encountered this nobleman in front of her while searching for that guarantee. Brother, didn't you want my potion? I can give it to you. I can give you not only the potion, but even the formula. While remaining on guard, Raki delayed talking to Salaviel Rai in the distance. Now he knows what attracts the other person the most about him, and it's no longer the heater, but his medicinal abilities. A potion that can temporarily boost a platinum player's combat power to the star level is something no one would want to pass up. And the other party clearly had the same idea. He had already informed Chun-Yi, and Chun-Yi had sent people to help him. He just needed to hold on. Therefore, he was not worried about the other party asking for his medicine, but rather about whether the other party would give him a chance to reveal the medicine or buy him time. When the 2 Xiantai guards saw that the other party was actually preparing to hand over the potion formula, they both looked behind them in unison, only to be met with Salaviel Rai's disdain. I bring them back crippled. I prefer to interrogate those who can't move. Lei said jokingly. You can obtain the secret of the potion and the heater itself by crippling the other party and bringing him back, as long as the other party takes it out willingly. That's equivalent to a transaction, and transactions require the same identity. Clearly, in his eyes, commoners did not have such qualifications or status. Damn, She won't listen to either persuasion or coercion. Lei Qi cursed inwardly, while praying that his potion's effects would slow down and that Chun Ye's reinforcements would arrive quickly. This medicine lasts for a really long time. Lei sat in the back, surrounded by a large crowd, watching Lei Qi struggling not far away. Although I didn't find the dragon I wanted on my trip, I had this unexpected surprise. Once I capture this guy and get his potion recipe, wouldn't I be able to copy as many as I want? Wait a minute, I already have the recipe. Why would I need to copy it? I'm the original. Salavel Ray slapped the head of the person next to him, somewhat amused by his own annoyance. I've been so focused on copying that I almost forgot that sometimes we don't need to imitate or copy. After all, he was one of the most promising heirs of the Sarah Chamber of Commerce, and what he had in his hands was his. As long as the other party isn't one of the two great empires. No, as long as the other party is not the royal family of the Titan Empire, even if it is the Silver Moon Empire, no one will refute it if I say that I developed this potion myself. Even if they did, they wouldn't survive past the next day. In the present day, apart from the royal family, their family is the most prosperous in the Titan Empire. They might even merge with the royal family because of the second prince. Once merged, we will be even more fearless. It doesn't have the aura of Titan, so it's not a Titan potion. The user is emanating a grayish-white mist. Grayish-white mist. Why does it feel like I've heard of it somewhere before? Could it really be that potion from the Silver Moon Empire? But something doesn't seem right. Isn't the potion from the Silver Moon Empire extracted from the magic of the Wind Dragon, and after using it, one is surrounded by a powerful vortex of energy? We don't have this one either. Lei searched his memory and ancient books. He always had a vague feeling that he had heard of or seen this grayish-white mist medicine somewhere before. Could it be some kind of suicide drug? The so-called suicide drug is a drug that can forcibly enhance strength, but has huge side effects and a very short duration of effect. These are basically single-use drugs used by Deadpool. Even his family possessed several of these suicide drugs. But the drug this guy is using doesn't seem to be a suicide drug. No, even if it's a suicide drug, it's already quite effective if it lasts for 10 minutes. Salavel Ray nodded in satisfaction. This trip was a pleasant surprise. Although they didn't find the dragon, they unexpectedly obtained a potion. This drug has lasted for 10 minutes, and even if it is a suicide drug, it is one of the most powerful suicide drugs available. After all, even the suicide potion in his own family could only last for about 3 minutes. Thump. Boom. During Salavier Rice's time, 2 Xiantai guards had already captured Rice. Lei Qi, who was blasted away this time, did not stand up again. Instead, the powerful aura on his body was rapidly dissipating, and the gray-white mist around him gradually disappeared into the world. Has the potion expired? The 2 guards were somewhat surprised as they lifted the thunder flag and walked towards their young master. Salavel Ray, on the other hand, was even more excited. Because in his eyes, the guy in front of him, though weak, was not dead. This means, it's not a suicide potion, but a brand new potion comparable to the foundation of 2 great empires. Okay. Why are you laughing? Salavel Ray was initially very happy, but then he saw a hint of a smile on the face of the man who was about to faint. A faint, bitter smile? I didn't expect that it wouldn't be Chun Ye's men who arrived first, but you guys. Lei Qi felt the familiar aura around him and gave a helpless, bitter smile. Surrounded by wolves in front and tigers behind, he didn't have enough strength or medicine to escape this time. Chapter 393. Can you protect me? What are you muttering about? Salavel Ray frowned at the man before him. Although he had been caught by himself, there was no trace of worry or anything like that on his face. Instead, he gave a wry smile, a sense of helplessness. What is he feeling helpless about? Was he caught out? Feeling helpless about one's own life? Doesn't he know what he's about to face? Shouldn't he be afraid? Shouldn't he be afraid of what kind of torture he could use to make him submit and hand over the formula for the drug? But what the heck is helpless? Salavier Ray sensed something was off about the person in front of him, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. His identity, his status, and the strength of the guards around him all seemed to be safe. Although he only brought 2 Xiantai guards with him, there were 6 Xiantai guards outside the city not far away. With just a single command, 8-star, level experts would protect him. With this setup, there seems to be no need to worry about the person in front of you having any hidden tricks or other trump cards, right? Young Master Lei understood his own strength and the relationship between himself and the person in front of him, and his worry subsided. Only, just as he was about to revert to his arrogant self, the words of the person before him made him nervous again. Lei Qi, who was being held down, was forced to look up and then said something completely nonsensical. Can you protect me? Protect you? To protect you? Salavel Ray was taken aback at first, then nodded. Of course I will protect you. But what do you mean by that? Never mind. Salavier Reagan was about to press for more information, but after considering his own strength and the presence of his guards, he felt completely reassured. I was completely bewildered by the rudeness of the person in front of me. He straightened his sleeves and said jokingly, Of course I will protect you. I will protect you until you reveal the potion formula. That's good. Lei Chi breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this and said, I have plenty of potions and such, and they're all kinds you've never seen before. As long as you've few. Lei Chi's voice became softer as he spoke, explaining that he would be extremely weak for the next hour after the side effects of the potion were triggered, to the point that he wouldn't even have the strength to speak. Normally, if someone from the abyss caught up with him in this state, he would definitely be doomed, since he had used up all his potions. But things are different now. There's a big, simple-minded guy who's willing to help him fight off enemies from the abyss. Hopefully this big oaf can hold out until Chun-Yi arrives. Lei Chi prayed silently, then his eyelids grew heavy. In the last second before his eyes closed, several familiar dark figures expanded into his field of vision. Sir, he has fainted, but all vital signs are normal. Lei Chi fell into a coma. Someone stepped forward to check his physical condition. This person is related to the formula of the medicine. Even if there are problems, young Master Lei can use various precious medicines to save him. Now that nothing has happened, this further proves the potion's power. Good. We'll ask him about the drug's formula once he's fully awake. When Lei heard his subordinates say that the person in front of him didn't want anything, he couldn't help but smile. If one were to acquire a foundation comparable to that of two great empires, that would be a tremendous achievement. It not only represents the immense wealth of the Jin army, but also a great achievement for the second prince. Even the position of head of the Sarah family in the near future. It can basically be decided beforehand. Yes. Several guards stepped forward to help Lei Chi up, their carefulness even greater than when they served the other adults. Although they were weak, they knew the importance of this person at this moment. Let's go back. Young Master Lei's face was filled with a smug expression. Yes, young master, be careful. The Xiantai guard beside him had just agreed, but suddenly stood in front of his young master, looking nervous. Another Xiantai guard was also nervously staring at a cloud of mist in the distance. This thing seems to be a reaction that occurred after that person used the drug. Are they here to rescue this guy? The Black Iron Guard nervously watched the gray fog in the distance, sensing a great sense of crisis emanating from it. Xianjiu, this is troublesome. It seems there's more than one. The Black Iron Guard who was protecting the young master said to his companion beside him. Xianjiu could now clearly see the figure behind the gray-white mist, or rather, the gray-white mist itself. After the gray-white fog came more gray fog, but in much greater quantities. They were like will-o'-the-wisps at dusk, ethereal and eerie. There are many, and the number is constantly increasing. These guys. The guard, referred to as Xianjiu, couldn't help but swallow hard. He turned to his young master and said, Young master, let's call for help. Requesting help? These guys. Salavier Ray paused for a moment, somewhat displeased. These guys alone were making him ask for help? He himself is quite strong, possessing the strength of a platinum-level expert, and is able to see clearly the clusters of gray mist. They're just a bunch of diamond-level guys. Even a dozen or 20 diamonds wouldn't be a match for us. The people I brought this time include 2-star-level experts, 10 diamond-level experts, and several platinum and gold-level experts. No matter how you look at it, this team isn't at the point where they can't beat the opponent and need to call for reinforcements. Unless these guys all use the same potion, they just had to temporarily transform into star-level powerhouses. If that's really the case, even I would have no choice but to run away from more than 10 or 20 star-level powerhouses. Probably not. This kind of medicine shouldn't be mass-produced. Young Master Lei said. No, young master. It's not the potion that's the problem. It's the quantity. There's too much. Xianjiu said solemnly as he protected the young master as he walked backward. The young master's strength has not reached the level of a domain, so he cannot sense it. But he and his companions felt it deeply. At this moment, there are at least 100 such gray-white mist orbs in his own domain. These guys are all diamond-level experts. What? This? Who is the other party? Could it be that someone from the Silver Moon Empire has made a move? Upon hearing the guard's explanation, young Master Lei was initially disbelieving, then filled with terror. 100 diamond-level experts. Their family could also field such experts, but such a number could no longer be considered truly powerful. It is the army. Such an army is not something that ordinary people can produce. The fact that they mobilized a 100-strong Diamond Legion and didn't receive a single message from their own family. Only the Silver Moon Empire could pull that off. Who are you from the Silver Moon Empire? Don't you recognize the insignia of my Sarah family? Otherworld Ray said with a hint of anger. Now that his family is clearly moving closer to the royal family, an attack from them would not be a simple matter of assault. Instead, it was a formal provocation of war. The open and covert struggles in border cities can be seen as a battle for faith between gods, or as minor frictions. But attacking one's own family is a completely different matter. Are the people of the Silver Moon Empire so rude? Young Master Lei looked at the wisps of gray-white mist in the distance with some trepidation, thinking that he hadn't revealed his identity and therefore hadn't attracted the other party's attention. He spoke again solemnly. I am Salavel Ray, the young master of the Salavel family, second in line to the throne. Roar. Lei could finish speaking. He was met with a roar. Immediately, a figure slowly flew out from the leading mass of gray-white mist. White armor, soft tentacles, 6 compound eyes, and 12 sturdy limbs resembling scythes. Chapter 394, Abyssal Creatures. What is this thing, this? Its entire body was covered in white skin by thick armor, and after the monster emerged, the grayish-white mist turned pure gray. An alchemical creature? Saravel Ray instinctively took a step back as the other man stared intently at him with his 6 compound eyes. He knew that the Silver Moon Empire had acquired many alchemical creatures in recent years, which were said to be fused from various kinds of creatures and were very powerful. He had also captured some, and they indeed possessed the genes of various creatures, making them extremely powerful. It shouldn't be. Xianjiao denied the young master's guess and said, this guy's aura is perfectly natural and without any impurities. Breath. Upon hearing this, Lei also sensed the other party's aura. Just as Xianjiao had said, this thing did not have the chaotic aura of an alchemical creature. It's not an alchemical creature, but this isn't the Thousand Nether Forest either. Young Master Lei swallowed hard. He had heard that the Thousand Nether Forest possessed abundant resources and was home to many precious and powerful magical beasts, but this place was still hundreds of miles away from the Thousand Nether Forest. Are all these monsters in the mist? Young Master Lei inquired. I don't know, but this guy seems to be intelligent. He's trying to communicate with us. Xianjiao pointed at the leader insect. That was all he could call the other person. The other person's overall shape resembled a 1.5-meter-long worm. Although he had never seen this kind of insect before. What is this thing saying? You want this person? Salavier Ray watched as the sickle-like limbs pointed at his prisoners, growling softly. At that moment, he seemed to understand what the other person meant by, can you protect me? This damn guy is actually wanted by the monster in front of him, or by the monster race in front of him. Damn it, I thought it was a windfall. The fog drifted slowly, as if it were about to surround everyone. 100 diamond-level experts are besieging this guy? Did you stab them in the back? Salavel Ray glared angrily at his prisoner, his upper and lower teeth clenched. Clearly, the other party possesses a certain level of intelligence. After sensing the strength of my location, they do not intend to launch a forceful attack. They believe that as long as I hand over this person, I can definitely leave. But a potion formula, considered the foundation of the empire and capable of changing his status to become the head of the family, made him give up. If he is told the pros and cons beforehand that he has not yet obtained them, he will definitely not provoke them after weighing the pros and cons. At least I won't provoke them now. Even if I do, I'll wait until I'm stronger and gather more people. But now, handing over what you've already got is harder than getting him to throw away money for disaster relief. You contact the defender first, and I'll see if we can discuss it. Sarawal Ray said softly to Xianjiao. Yes. Xianjiao secretly took out the communication method that his family had replicated and began to practice. Meanwhile, Salavel Ray tentatively inquired. He didn't know why the other party was chasing the person in front of him, but the other party probably wasn't after the potion formula, since that thing had no value to the Zerg. In that case, there's room for negotiation. Give yourself some time to force-feed the recovery potion, and after finding out what kind of potion you need, give it to the insects. That's what Salavel Ray thought. Although he was also very interested in the other potions that Lei Qi had mentioned. However, the current situation is clearly not one where we can squeeze the opponent to the last drop of blood. I can entrust this person to you, but could you give me a day? No? Half a day? I promise you. Roar. The response to young Master Lei was a roar filled with rage. Gurgle. Maybe 3 hours, even 3 hours. Roar. The roar became even more violent. Damn, these things are intelligent, but there aren't many of them. Salavel Ray cursed inwardly, knowing that this matter was unlikely to end well. Get ready, I'll use disposable equipment in a bit. Let's go. He gently stroked the storage ring with his left hand. His final decision regarding this crucial potion formula, which he had already obtained, was to take a gamble. The edge of the city. Greetings to my god. At the very front of the procession, the evil spirit suddenly stopped its actions and bowed respectfully to the four seas. The reason was that their god had sent them the latest divine message. Yes, I understand. My god, rest assured, no one knows how to save people better than me. I will definitely complete the mission. The evil spirit nodded, quite certain. What rescue? Hearing the evil spirit muttering to itself, Fei Yin caught up with it and asked, You don't need to know about my god's latest mission. The evil spirit answered casually, then asked, How far is Bianyun City? Fei Yin, adopting a better safe than sorry attitude, didn't press the matter. He said, About 20 kilometers left, we're almost there. However, according to the scout team's report, the situation seems to be somewhat complicated. Complex. The evil spirit was somewhat surprised. Fei Yin continued, It seems that everyone inside the city is gathered outside, and the city's protective shield is activated, it seems. It appears to be a ceremony to replace the idol. Replace the idol? The fact that someone in this place knew how to replace the statue surprised the evil spirit, but it didn't pay much attention to it. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the idols and such are secondary. My god's main goal is the energy core. The evil spirit patted the former on the shoulder and said, I'll leave the task of attacking the city to you. I have some other things to attend to. Leave it to me. Fei Yin looked surprised and immediately refused. I can't do it. I'm not cut out for it. Someone else is. He knew that the other party meant for him to lead the goblins in an attack, and if nothing unexpected happened, it should be a crushing battle. But he was just afraid of something going wrong. Even if something unexpected happens, I can still lead the goblins to launch an attack based on the training I've had these past few days, and then nothing unexpected will happen. But there are no buts. If I can lie down, I will never stand up. He pointed to Alicia beside him and said, I think this lady is more. Wait, do you feel anything? The evil spirit suddenly interrupted Fei Yin and asked a question. Feel? How do I feel? Eating? Sleeping? Or, wait, I really, what is this feeling? Fei Yin was about to act silly, but she also became serious. Immediately, the two looked towards the distant forest and said to each other, Right there. Yes. Fei Yin opened her mouth, but couldn't describe what it was. The intense beating of her heart made the curse mark on her arm faintly hot. Looking at the forest again, it was unfamiliar, yet it deeply captivated me. Chapter 395, Not an Insect? It coincides with the goal and direction given by my god. Could it be that it is the goal that my god has set for salvation? The evil spirit first stared intently at the distant forest, then looked at Alicia beside it. He said, Holy Maiden, we need your help with the direction of the city. We may need to go and take a look over there. The evil spirit pointed to the distant forest. Alicia didn't understand what was happening, but she nodded nonetheless. Although the city may have undergone some changes, all of these changes are powerless in the face of the Goblin army. At this moment, the Goblin Legion has 2,230 members, of which 2,000 are high-level goblins, generally reaching the peak of platinum, and a small number are diamond level. The remaining 230 were cursed goblins, whose strength was even more terrifying. Before activating their curses, they were already all at the diamond level. After activating them, it was comparable to a multitude of dragons mobilized. It can be said that with such an army, no city in the entire border region could rival it. Alicia agreed. The group then split into two. The larger group, numbering 2,000, stood behind Alicia, while the other group, consisting of only 200, stood behind Evil Soul and Scarlet Flame. Let's go take a look. The evil spirit spoke to the Crimson Flame. The original plan was not to bring him along, but currently only the two of us can sense this message. Perhaps this is the arrangement of our own god. Fei Yin nodded, and the two of them quickly moved through the area with 200 goblins. At the same time, deep in the forest. Damn, they're so fast. What are these monsters? While covering his young master's retreat, Xianzhou angrily sniped at the Zerd behind him. The outdated guards were mercilessly torn apart by these insectoids. The only thing that can stop the enemy from attacking them right now is the corpses of the guards. He had thought that he could use the young master's one-time silver item to escape their predicament, or at the very least, to hide their figures. However, the other party was not affected in the slightest. It was as if they had assembled the Silver Moon Empire's positioning system and were staring intently at them. Xianzhou used this. Salivir Ray, led by his guards, threw something over. Xianzhou caught it, and saw that it was actually a bronze-level longbow. Young master, this thing? Xianzhou looked at his young master with some confusion. Although the weapon in his hand was a very precious bronze-level weapon. But his young master had failed to shake off the insectoids behind him even with a silver-level one-time item. So how could this ordinary bronze weapon possibly resist the insectoids? Silver weapons and bronze weapons are already 10 times more valuable, with one-time use items being even more precious. However, even such precious items couldn't rid them of the eerie insectoid swarm behind them, and the bronze weapons, which were utterly insignificant compared to the disposable silver artifacts. Roar! A zergling pounced on a guard, then lay on top of him and began to devour him, inserting one of its tentacles into the soldier's chest cavity. Something was wriggling inside the tentacles, which was very eerie and terrifying. How could this bronze weapon possibly escape? Xianzhou looked at the bronze weapon in his hand and thought to himself, how could such a weapon possibly get rid of the insectoids behind him? But after he saw the soldiers being devoured, he understood something. Raise your hand and shoot an arrow. Efficient. Xianzhou was excited and immediately began firing in rapid succession. The screams of agony continued, and they actually managed to distance themselves from the monsters. As expected, those in power are indeed those in power. Their intelligence is beyond our reach. Xianzhou praised the young master's intelligence. He never imagined that he could succeed with a bronze weapon, something that even silver-level disposable items couldn't achieve. The Zerg army's pursuit with a bronze bow and arrow. The lower-ranking guard who was shot in the knee was not so lucky. However, all of this is as it should be. The purpose of the guards is to serve the young master. These people live to serve the young master. Be thankful that you gave your lives for the young master. Your families will become wealthy because of you. Xianzhou looked at his colleagues who had already gone far away with a hint of envy. You shook them off? Salabial Ray looked back at the Zerg that were no longer visible and felt somewhat relieved. If such a legion were to be caught up, things would really be bad for them. Fortunately, they were not caught up. Where are Xin San and the others? Where are they? Sarawil Ray asked. They'll be there soon, not far from us. Greetings, young master. As Xianzhou answered, a voice rang out from behind, belonging to Xin San and the others who had stayed behind to guard the city. Behind him were 3 other Xiantai guards and many other guards. Among them, there are 20 diamond-level experts, 100 platinum-level experts, and the rest of the gold-level experts, not counting the silver-level experts. Okay, it's finally here. Salivir Ray felt much more at ease when he saw his guards finally arrive. Their own men have finally arrived. The 6 Xiantai guards, along with the rest of the guards, should be able to hold off the insectoids. My life has been saved. Let's go. Let's keep going. Let's get back to the city first. Although he was temporarily safe, Salivir Ray did not stop his advance. Based on the conversation, those monsters didn't seem to be very intelligent. They appeared to only recognize their targets. If the opponent really catches up with me again, then I may only face a tough battle. Although he was not afraid of the enemy with the troops he brought, he could not afford to fight to the death. He only had temporary authority over these guards, not all of it. The safest approach now is to quickly return to the city, use the protective shield to resist the enemy for several days, then extract all the secrets from this person before handing them over to the Zerg. How did the ceremony go? After looking at the unconscious Lei Qi, Salivir Ray asked Xin San a question. Reporting to the young master, it is already more than halfway done. It's only halfway done, isn't it over yet? Salivir Ray was not in a good mood after hearing the news. He needs the protection of the shield at this moment, so he definitely needs to go into the city. But going into the city would affect the ceremony, and it would be much more troublesome to hold the ceremony again next time. Forget it. Let's go inside and talk about it first. Salivir Ray gritted his teeth and then waved his hand. The numerous guards immediately rushed towards the city. Suddenly, a cloud of grayish-white mist suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. Damn it! How did these bugs catch up to us so quickly? Xianzhou cursed angrily, then shielded the young master behind him. However, the fog did not launch an attack immediately. Instead, it dispersed its fog on its own. The next moment, a pure white humanoid creature appeared before everyone's eyes. not a bug. Chapter 396, Highly Intelligent Insect People. Xianzhou looked intently at the figure that appeared after the gray mist dissipated, and it turned out to be not an insect. But it doesn't seem very human either. What is this thing? Salavel Ray sized up the man before him. The opponent has a human form, but is not human. Its body is covered in snow-white armor, and steel blades protrude from its forearms. Its head has a slight insect-like appearance, but its body is human. It can fly. Young Master Lai noticed that behind the other party's bulging muscles were wings as thin as cicada wings. The wings were so small that they might not be visible if you didn't look closely. In this state, it must be an alchemical creature, right? He looked at the other person with a hint of shock. This humanoid structure possesses steel blades for killing, wings for flying, and insect armor for protection. Such a creature must be an alchemical being. And it was a high-level alchemical creature. Salaviel Ray's conjecture, although the aura emanating from the other party remained perfectly natural, revealed his identity as an alchemical creature due to the structure of the other organisms on his body. Give it to me. That human. The white insectoid's mouth, encased in armor, remained closed, yet it emitted human-like sounds through the vibration of its Adam's apple. Intelligent beings? Salavier Ray was initially shocked, but then his surprise turned into delight. Intelligent beings are great. Since the other party is an intelligent being, then I can negotiate with them. The other party should also know clearly that they are not an enemy, and that they are not intentionally protecting this person, but simply need some things that this person has. If I give myself just one day, I will return this guy to the Zerg, and then both sides will be happy. Young master, this guy's strength, Xian-san paused, is rather strong. Several Xian Tai guards simultaneously showed expressions of tension. A bit strong. Upon hearing this, Salavel Ray became even more determined to engage in the conversation. Although these Xian Tai guards obeyed his orders, he could not sacrifice these high-level combatants in the same way he sacrificed the other soldiers. Even families struggle to nurture individuals at the star level. I can entrust this person to you, but I need to ask some questions. Can you give me a day? Sarawil Ray is discussing this with the insectoids, he said. No, he must die. The insectoid's Adam's apple vibrated with absolute certainty, and even the steel blades on his arms began to vibrate. You. Salavier Ray took a deep breath and suppressed his temper, then said again, half a day, just give me half a day, and I can do it in front of you without taking this guy away. Don't worry, I'm just asking a few questions. It won't harm your objectives in any way. I can even help you kill this guy if you need it afterward. Salavel Ray pointed at Ray and said. The insect man lowered his head and remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. There's hope. Salavel Ray looked at the insectoid man with excitement. Intelligent beings are different. They can clearly weigh the importance of things. It seems this matter can be accomplished. The insectoid creature looked anxious, its eyes flashing as if it were struggling with something. What exactly did this guy do to these insects that they have to kill this person? Salavier Ray looked at Ray Chi beside him and began to wonder what the other had done. He was clearly a pharmacist with a bright future, but what foolish thing did he do to provoke these insects? Of Ray's identity from the opponent's previous use of bottles of potions in combat. Normal people wouldn't carry dozens of bottles of potions in their storage ring. Furthermore, these potions are all designed to enhance one's strength and provide various recovery and buffs. If you say someone with this kind of setup isn't a pharmacist, he'd probably just rip his head off and let the insectoids kick it around like a ball. The other party is definitely a pharmacist who has been immersed in the art for 40 or 50 years, or even longer. Their current appearance is merely a result of the potions they have used. Like I said before, if not, he'd let this insect man kick his head around like a ball. No. Deliberation, the insectoid gave Salavel Ray an answer. What? Can't even half a day be enough? Salavier Ray was quite surprised. As an intelligent being, this guy should know the consequences of going to war with him. But, knowing the consequences, why did this person still do this? Did this person really do something extremely serious to these insects? But we can't give up on the medicine. After a struggle, Salavel Ray finally pleaded. 3 hours. In 3 hours, you can have this man and do with him as you please. I only need 3 hours. Salavier Ray began to harden his stance. Although the other party was powerful, if he refused the terms again, he would have no choice but to go to war. The formula for the squeezed-out essence potion is my last line of defense. He looked at the insect man, and the insect man looked at him. But as they looked, the insectoid's eyes grew more mocking and disdainful. His Adam's apple bobbed as he said, you can do anything to him within 3 hours. But if you dare to interrogate or learn about the potions on the other person, you will die. The insect man smiled grimly. You. Salavel Ray stared at the other man with an angry expression. It turns out that the reason the other party had to kill this person was because of the potion formula and knowledge he possessed. In other words, the other party never intended to share this person's knowledge of medicine. No wonder they wouldn't agree no matter how we negotiated. All you know is how to mess with me. Since war was inevitable, Salaver Ray no longer held back. The other party was clearly toying with him. This guy could have just refused outright, but he pretended to think it over before actually doing so. This inferior creature dares to make fun of me. We might lose a Xiantai guard, but it's worth it for the sake of the potion. Salavel Ray analyzed. He knew his opponent was very strong, and that his side would likely suffer casualties in a real fight, but it was all worth it for the sake of the potion formula. You are strong, but you are alone. Pay the price for toying with me. Salaver Ray waved his hand unhappily, and the guards immediately surrounded him. Snort. The insect man snorted coldly and then grinned, his Adam's apple continuing to tremble, his mocking voice carrying far a hint of amusement. Who told you I'm a person? What do you think I was doing by pretending to think? Buzz, buzz, buzz. The insectoid was speaking. The swarm of gray-white misty orbs that they had previously shaken off somehow caught up and surrounded them again. The wings vibrated against each other, creating a buzzing sound in the air. Chapter 397. Escape, the problem of the idol. That guy, damn it. Salavel Ray glared angrily at the gray mist and light around him. He knew that each of these grayish-white mists contained a powerful insect. This guy wasn't just toying with me. He was actually waiting for backup. This Zerg race is powerful in combat and highly intelligent. Why have I never heard of such a race before? Is it a new variety? Or is it the Silver Moon Empire's latest alchemical weapon? Salavel Ray was hesitant and began to consider whether or not to give up the duck he had already obtained. This duck allows him to bypass numerous twists and turns and directly obtain the position of family head. This duck can give his family a trump card comparable to the Empire's trump card. This duck. Damn, I just can't let go of this duck. Everyone break out. Break through towards the city. Salaver Ray made a snap decision and gave the order. How could he possibly give up something that could give him a shortcut to his destiny? Once I return to the city, the energy stone in my ring can last for 3 months. As long as I ask my clan for help during this period, everything will be fine. Salavel Ray gritted his teeth and made the decision. At this moment, he didn't care about anything that might disrupt the ongoing ceremony in the city or the loss of his temporary Xiantai guards. The potion was extremely important, especially since that guy had other potions. The fact that these insects are chasing after him like this suggests that the secrets he holds are greater than he imagined. After some deliberation, Salavel Ray and his forces clashed. These snow-white, shelled insects seemed to have become even more powerful under the command of the insectoid beings. Humph, what a greedy and foolish fellow. I really don't understand why someone who shares the same bloodline as the sovereign is so worthless. The insectoid scoffed and then joined the battle. What incredible strength. Xian San and Xian Jiu faced the insect man at the same time, but the force transmitted from the opponent shocked them. Despite being humanoid beings, the opponent's attack sent numbness through their arms with just one strike. Gone. The two looked up, but the insectoid figure was nowhere to be seen. Incredibly, this guy is not only incredibly strong, but also extremely fast. The two searched the battlefield, but to no avail. Suddenly, Xianjiu saw a white figure rapidly approaching his young master. Young master, please be careful. Zheng. Sparks flew as a Xiantai guard, who had been protecting the young master, used his weapon to deflect the sudden attack. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The steel groans echoed continuously as the two forces clashed, and the Xiantai guard's bronze ring, pommel sword was being slowly sliced apart. Use this. Salavel Ray hurriedly threw out a gleaming silver weapon from his waist. Upgraded weapon I have. Disposable silver utensils, a powerful bronze bow and weapon, and this silver sword in front of me. The Titan Empire has very few high-tier weapons, and these are their very lifeline. But in order to break through the encirclement, to survive, and for his bright future, he had no choice but to hand over his weapons to the Xiantai guards in front of him. That damn weapon again. Are you humans all this rich? The insectoids clearly recognized the entry-level weapon. After receiving the enhancement of silver-level weapons, the Xiantai guards gradually stabilized the situation. While they might not be able to contend with the insectoid beings before them, they were enough to hold them off so that their other companions could arrive. That's enough. Young master, over here. Salavir Ray, with Ray Chi under the protection of 3 diamonds and dozens of low-ranking guards, escaped the insectoid's attack range and ran towards the city. Buzzing. Several wisps of gray mist blocked its path, and then more than a dozen white-shelled insectoids emerged. The insectoid appeared, guards rushed to meet it, and then the remaining guards, after repelling the enemy, immediately came to fill the gaps in the guards surrounding the young master. Roar! In just a few moments of fighting, 5 of the dozen or so guards had lost their lives. Strangely, after killing the guards, the insects did not immediately pursue Salavir Ray and his group. Instead, they triggered their primal instincts and began to gnaw on the man's corpse. Mouthparts, a combination of armor and blades, continued to gnaw at the guard's corpse, and then its size subtly increased. This thing is growing? As Salavir Ray left, surrounded by his entourage, he kept staring at the insect. Suddenly, an absurd idea began to form in his mind. Could this insect man be an evolution of this kind of insect? The thought lingered for a second before he quickly shook his head and banished it from his mind. No, it can't be. Salavir Ray's mood changed drastically, and he immediately berated himself. Even if it is, it's synthesized from alchemical organisms. But why do they have the same aura if they're synthesized? No, it must be the latest alchemical creature. Salavir Ray nodded again and quickened his pace of retreat, but when he looked at the insect again, his eyes held a hint of apprehension. Leave here. We must leave here quickly. Binyan City. So a ceremony is indeed taking place. Alicia led her army to the city and saw the same scene as described in the intelligence. Tens of thousands of people gathered outside the city, while inside the city, the protective shield was wide open and shone with divine light. With the idol destroyed, should we take this opportunity to establish a new one for the evil god? Wait, why would I build a statue of an evil god? Alicia was somewhat stunned. She felt that the city was empty and a waste. But if a statue is to be erected, it shouldn't be a statue of an evil god. Then who should I create? Alicia asked herself a question and then stumped herself. Could it be that we should build an idol of the god of light? She pondered for a moment, then shook her head. In the past, she would have definitely built a statue of the god of light first, but now her feelings for the god of light are not as strong as before. Then which god's statue should I build? Alicia tilted her head, looking slightly dazed. She had truly encountered her own path-building difficulties. On the surface, this issue is about choosing a religious statue, but in reality, it's about the direction one will take in the future. God of Light. There are too many competitors, so it doesn't seem like a good choice. Evil God. Although this person is generous and easy to communicate with, he is somewhat sinister and forcibly took over my body, leaving behind strange memories and things. So, what should I choose? As Alicia pondered, suddenly, the third divine power within her flickered slightly. Chapter 398. The young master is finally safe. This is, it seems to be divine power from Chunyi. Alicia gazed at the shimmering divine power. This was the third divine power within her, besides the god of light and the god of evil, although she didn't yet know what this divine power was called. But she had the deepest understanding of this divine power. Yes, the most profound in every sense of the word. She put in a lot of effort to obtain these divine powers. It seems, Chunyi is also a ruler. Alicia felt as if she had opened the door to a new world. The term dominator refers to a powerful individual who has not yet become a god, but possesses the strength and qualifications to become one. According to Chunyi's understanding, the other party also seemed to be a ruler. Being in control means that the other party also cares about the struggle for believers in faith. If that's the case, an absurd idea popped into Alicia's mind. Build a statue for Chunyi. If you really think about it, it seems that my current improvement in strength is all because of Chunyi. Whether it was extracting the divine power of the other party and handing it over to the god of light in exchange for power, or being tainted by the power of an evil god and subsequently being targeted by the evil god, thus gaining his current combat power. All of this seems to be thanks to Chunyi. If there is one person with whom I have the closest relationship and who has helped me the most, it is Chunyi. It is Chunyi who has made me who I am today. In that case, Alicia made a certain decision. After we take this city, I will build a statue of Chunyi. Guards, attack. Alicia paused, having originally intended to suggest attacking the enemy's garrison, then capturing the city and seizing the energy core. But she stopped when she saw tens of thousands of civilians staring longingly at the distant magic circle, completely unattended. Oh, It's not that no one is managing it, but rather that 20 soldiers have been left to guard it. Tens of thousands of people were only guarded by 20 people. And those 20 people still seem to be guarding the magic array. Alicia expressed her incomprehension of the other party's actions. They had already captured the most important city and were preparing to replace the statue, but instead they left 20 people behind and hastily finished the job. This shows that the common people were too trusting and forgot that there were dangers outside the city walls. The civilians, having been informed in advance that they could return home after the ceremony, neither caused trouble nor fled. They simply waited quietly. The soldiers faithfully guarded the formation to prevent any individual from causing trouble. They're really carefree, Alicia said helplessly, then opened her arms. There were only 20 guards, and although these guards were all at the silver level, they were still too weak. They were so weak that the goblins didn't even need to lift a finger. Black mist rose around her, and Alicia looked at the enemy in the distance. Then, Wong. After a soft chime, the eyes of all 20 people turned purple and became dull and lifeless. The next second, click, click, click. Everyone actually broke their own necks. Ah. The guards around him looked at the scene before them with suspicion. Everyone there is. Swish, swish, swish. Just as he was about to tell the people around him the news, he saw that another army had appeared around them at some unknown time. The army was dressed neatly, but had strange appearances, including having wings on their backs. Caw, caw, caw. The army's voices are strange too. The man was taken over by the goblin army amidst his confusion. Immediately, to his shock, the magic array, which was considered extremely important and could not be damaged in any way, was destroyed by these soldiers. Bang! The protective shield shattered, and the divine light that filled the sky vanished without a trace. They've changed the players? Some people were confused about what had happened to the city and the formation, but they calmed down after seeing the new army take over the area. It was originally a border city, and the city lords changed frequently, so they were already used to it. In other words, the previous city lord lasted a long time, a full year, and led everyone through some good days. But he was also wiped out by a suddenly appearing army not long ago. I heard it was an army from the Titan Empire. Now, a strange new group has taken over the area and killed the soldiers. Judging from their strange appearance, they should be soldiers of the Silver Moon Empire. The Silver Moon Empire, wasn't the previous city lord an ally of the Silver Moon Empire? I think so. I seem to have seen those strange soldiers before. Yeah. Why do I remember it being different? Aren't they the same? They're pretty much the same, aren't they? The people chatted as they were driven back to the city. They don't care who the leader changes to, as long as they are not harmed. As long as we can get by, that's fine. It doesn't matter who I live with anyway. The people here seem quite easy to manage. Alicia nodded in satisfaction as she saw that everything was going smoothly. She needed to consult with the evil spirit before deciding whether to proceed. After all, this was no small matter, and he didn't even know Chun Ye's divine title. Therefore, she decided to take these civilians back first. Okay, let's collect the energy core first. Alicia stretched and headed towards the city. On the other side, dozens of disheveled figures were fleeing in panic outside the city. Why aren't we there yet? How much further? Salavel Ray asked, his voice tinged with panic and anger. There's still about 5 li left. The subordinate responsible for protecting the young master's breathing passages. 5 miles to go? Have you made contact with the people left behind? Why aren't they coming to meet us? Saravel Ray continued to question him. He was followed by a large number of Zerg, and he was in constant danger of losing his life until he successfully reached the city and activated the protective shield. Yes, we have notified them, but there has been no response. Xianqi, who was guarding him, said nervously. Damn, this thing is probably broken again. Salavel cursed at his counterfeit communication equipment. When we get back, we must severely punish those old bastards. How could they cause problems so many times when they were counterfeit products? He spoke angrily, but no one around him dared to respond. He could only continue running forward with all his might. Young master, look. The protective shield has been removed. Has the people left behind received our message? Xianqi said with delight. It seems they executed the order without having time to relay the message. The magic array had been dismantled and the protective shield removed, saving them most of the time and even eliminating the need for another battle at the city gate. It seems that these guys who stayed behind do have some sense. Xianqi was secretly delighted and also breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that his young master was finally safe. Chapter 399, The Problem with Establishing Idols. Bianyan City, within the city. This lord is actually a woman. Does this mean our city will have a new female city lord? What's wrong with the female city lord? I think she's very beautiful. Yes, I think it looks beautiful too. It gives me a sense of both sacredness and allure. Yes, even the saints of the Holy Church are probably no better than this. No, no, no. I was fortunate enough to see the Holy Maiden once, but she is definitely not as beautiful as the one in front of me. Yeah. Looks like we've made a profit. The new city lord is a great saintess who's even more beautiful than the saintess. That's not necessarily true. What if she? Hey, look at what he's holding. The laid-back residents of Bianyun City discussed Alicia, the leader of this event, as they walked. There is no denying that Alicia's appearance absolutely captivated everyone present. There were even stampedes caused by this, and if the people in this world weren't generally stronger, there might have been casualties. It is probably the first time that there have been no casualties in the two battles for the city, but rather that casualties have occurred because people stopped to look at a woman. That's the energy core. What does the new city lord need that thing for? Some people were surprised to recognize the energy core in Alicia's hand. Under normal circumstances, no matter who breaches the city, they won't touch this thing. In fact, even if a city becomes a ruin, no one will touch it. Because this thing is useless and will cause a series of disasters. It would have been a massacre of a city's future, bringing countless curses upon them. No one would have wanted to do that. However, at this moment, the new city lord was tossing that very important energy core up and down in his hands. If I take the energy core, then this city will have no protective shield. How are these people going to protect themselves? Alicia tossed the energy core in her hand while looking at the enormous statue before her. Although the statue became even more solid because the ritual was interrupted, it became more difficult to pull it out through the ritual again. But none of this is a problem for me. Or perhaps it's not a problem for goblins, since their method of removing divine power from a statue is somewhat different from the normal method. But what happens after the statues are removed and a statue of Chunyi is erected? What she cared about was a series of problems after the statues were removed and rebuilt, such as the city's self-preservation after the statues and the protective shield disappeared at the same time. Without these two forms of protection, what can this city use to protect itself? It's important to understand that due to the presence of monsters and the inherent insecurity of being situated between two nations, many cities haven't yet developed to the point where they can protect themselves. At this moment, the statue and protective shield become extremely important, and if I were to take them away now, how about we have the evil spirits train some of the local civilians? Alicia watched the chattering civilians and thought, the civilians here seem quite easy to manage. The civilians here are easy to manage, which means that training troops here should be quite easy, but a new problem has arisen. These people are not our own. If they possess great power, will they have some inappropriate thoughts? For example, betrayal? For example, being in charge of one's own affairs? Alicia had a bit of a headache. The decision she made on a whim seemed to be causing some trouble. Why don't we wait until the evil spirit returns and then discuss it in detail? Alicia put the energy core in her hand into her bosom and then walked out of the city. Just going to take a look. They should be back by now, right? Alicia stood atop the city wall, gazing at the distant forest. She couldn't feel what the evil spirit and the crimson flame were talking about, but she had a vague feeling that those things were related to Chunyi. She didn't know exactly what it was, because among the three divine powers within her, Chunyi's divine power had always been the weakest. Of course, it is also the most deeply rooted reason that Chunyi used most of his divine power to sacrifice to the God of Light, and subsequently received an increase in the God of Light's divine power. And those things that survive the sacrifice are naturally the essence of the essence. Perhaps, if there were more of this divine power, I would be able to feel it too. Alicia muttered to herself. Huh? How come I'm feeling it too? As Alicia spoke, the divine power belonging to Chunyi within her body suddenly surged. She actually experienced the strange feeling that the two of them had mentioned before. The feeling was like someone of the same lineage. No, perhaps not of the same lineage, but a strange feeling of being of the same lineage but from a different origin. What is that? Gagaga. Alicia looked into the distance with a puzzled expression, while the goblins around her seemed to sense something and gathered around her. A row of neatly arranged heads gazed curiously at the distant forest. There, dozens of disheveled figures were fleeing. These are the people. It doesn't seem like that. Alicia was puzzled. Gagaga. The goblins echoed the sentiment. These people's equipment seems similar to the ones I just killed. Could it be that they received a message and returned? Wait a minute. It looks like they're running away. What's that chasing them? While Alicia was pondering, Salavel Ray and his men were rapidly approaching the city. Since both the goblins and the former were hanging on the city wall, no one stopped them from entering. Close the city gates. Quickly close the city gates and activate the protective shield, Salavel Ray said excitedly. He finally reached the finish line. But there was no response. The guards who he remembered waiting for a long time did not appear behind the city gate. Instead, a group of terrified civilians were retreating. Where are they? I said activate the protective shield. Salavel Ray was somewhat angry. At a time like this, some people actually disobeyed my orders. This is no different from murder. I must punish these people severely. As he was thinking this, Xianxi had already closed the city gates. Then, amidst the terrified gazes of the crowd, he looked towards the city wall, where guards were watching from afar. These people, they're not my soldiers. Who are they? Salavel Ray frowned. Who are these people? Oh no, these insects. On the city wall, Alicia and the goblin watched as they chased after the creatures that had already entered the city. They look like insects, but why do I feel a blood connection with them? They stared intently at the white worms below the city wall, while the white worms stared intently at the goblins above. Squeak. Chapter 400, Summoning, Azure Wood Dragon. Gagaga. On the city wall, a goblin leaped down and walked towards the white worm. This is... Alicia resisted the urge to jump down as well, and carefully observed the interaction between the goblins and these white insects. A grayish-white mist rose around the two figures simultaneously, and then the mist cautiously touched each other, like two ants communicating with their antennae. Touch, separate, touch, merge. The two strange creatures thus confirmed each other's identities. Then, the goblin actually started playing with the strange white bug, even riding on its back. Alicia didn't understand how the two sides had built such trust so quickly, but it was clear that they had done it. Immediately afterwards, more goblins jumped off the city wall and started playing with the insects in the gray fog, just like the former. However, the number of bugs was limited, and after matching more than 30 goblins, there were no more left. The last remaining insect flew toward Alicia. Alicia was initially nervous, but then she tried to mobilize the power within her body to make contact with it. It went surprisingly smoothly. Who are you? What is your purpose? Alicia uses her powers to try to contact the other person and convey her problem. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The insects were making a squeaking sound, roughly meaning they were there to hunt down someone to complete their mission. Chasing someone. Alicia tilted her head and looked at the group of people who had just entered the city below. The other side has already sealed the city gates without authorization. Clearly, they are trying to escape from something. Why kill these people? Alicia asked again. But this time, all I got was squeak, squeak, squeak. The message they convey is the same. To complete a mission, to hunt down someone. The former frowned. No wisdom. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The Zerg emitted squeaking sounds, as if trying to ingratiate themselves. Now she was even more certain that these insects seemed to lack intelligence, or rather, they possessed intelligence, but it wasn't high. Normal communication is impossible. Suddenly, sizzle. A piercing sound, like metal shattering stone, forcefully entered everyone's ears. Immediately afterward, as if receiving a command, the white insects abandoned the goblins and fled into the forest. One of the goblins tried to stay on the insect, but was forcibly expelled. Were they called away? Alicia frowned, then turned her gaze to the few people who had just entered the city. If we're hunting you down, what's noteworthy about you? Ancient Tree of Elves. Brother Chinyi, you finally chatted with me. I was going crazy. That guy from Jiangnan hasn't been chatting with me lately, and my stone golem won't talk either. You know what? I met a ground spirit the day before yesterday. My God, I actually met an intelligent being. Unfortunately, that earth elf showed hostility towards me and was smashed flat by my stone golem. Alas, my wish to escape the underground world has been shattered once again. Hey, Brother Chinyi, I've been trying to work out those blueprints you gave me lately, but they're so difficult. Besides, only elves can use these blueprints. Do you really have that many elf troops? Are there beautiful elves? Are beautiful elves pretty? Have you ever done anything strange to a beautiful elf? Brother Chinyi. After a long silence, Gu Xiaoyu went on a rampage, unleashing a torrent of words at Chinyi. It turns out that humans are social animals. Even a lively, cute, and strong little girl can develop a crazy desire to express herself if she stays deep underground for too long. Because of the special nature of her territory and circumstances, Gu Xiaoyu can generally only talk to Chunyi and Manhwa, and occasionally chat with a few other lords she has indirect contact with. But recently, Even those few lords have been busy conquering cities and upgrading their territories, and have therefore ignored Gu Xiaoyu. As a result, Gu Xiaoyu became even more bored. Who could imagine that a cute little girl who is only 1.5 meters tall spends all her time lifting weights, without even a single person to talk to? Over time, she worked out and grew from 1.5 meters tall to 1.8 meters, and her muscles became more defined. Chen Yi refused Gu Xiaoyu's request to get intimate with him after meeting. He then asked, "Have you figured out how to forge the ancient tree heart I gave you?" Not long ago, Chen Yi learned how to use the heart of the ancient tree by studying the ancient books of the elven race. Its functions are numerous. It can restore the mark of banished elves, help elves with incomplete bloodlines replenish their own elf mark, and allow the Bilo clan to use elf magic to summon the Azure-Wood Dragon. The heart of the ancient tree has many uses, but for Chen Yi at this moment, the only uses are summoning the Azure-Wood Dragon and crafting gold-level equipment using the elf race's exclusive blueprints. No, that equipment requires too many things, and I don't have many of the auxiliary materials. The most precious one is the wings of a saint-level magical beast, and it has to be the kind that is as thin as a cicada's wing. Brother Chen Yi, this equipment requires so many things. I feel like it's so difficult. This is my... Gu Xiaoyu started talking nonstop again. Is that so? Then you continue studying the blueprints, and I'll take care of the rest of the materials. Chen Yi responded to the other party, the wings of a saint-level magical beast. This might be difficult for others, but it was no problem for Chen Yi at all. However, it will take some time to find wings as thin as cicada wings. Okay, brother Chen Yi, I knew you had a way out. Gu Xiaoyu kept talking, and Chen Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead. It seems we need to find Gu Xiaoyu's territory as soon as possible and get her to move out of the deep underground. Although Gu Xiaoyu had previously given up the idea of moving away from the ground because of the precious underground materials. At the same time, due to a series of reasons such as not upgrading their fountain, resulting in weaker units, they did not move out of the underground. But nowadays, these reasons are hardly any obstacles anymore. Yi has almost no shortage of resources, or rather, he doesn't lack low-level resources. Even if he did lack them, he could set up a teleportation array in Gu Xiaoyu's territory. In short, he already has the means to get Gu Xiaoyu out, but he just can't find her exact location right now. After all, even if you have latitude and longitude coordinates, they are very difficult to find underground. The only option is to increase the number of troops we send out. Chen Yi thought to himself. In this way, including the newcomer who had joined him, his casual alliance was almost entirely assembled. It will make things much easier. Suddenly, roar! A dragon's roar caught Chen Yi's attention. This voice doesn't seem to belong to the frost dragon. Chen Yi was puzzled. The next second, your territory has summoned the Azure-Wood Dragon. The Azure-Wood Dragon has been automatically added as your unit type. Azure-Wood Dragon. Chen Yi's eyebrows lifted in delight, and he immediately stood up. Bairodi succeeded?